On the first day of my rebirth in the interstellar era, I became the orphan of a billionaire with hidden secrets. While I appeared to have an F-class physique, I secretly possessed SSS-class mental power. Little did I know that this body harbored an unknown secret from 20 years ago. Chapter 1. Arrival at the Capital Star. When I came back to my senses, I had nothing left. Zhongli. According to the star calendar, humans had long entered the universe and completed their evolution. At this time, the average lifespan of humans reached 300 years. Not only did they evolve to possess mental power, but technology also achieved a great leap forward. On April 10th of the star year 237, after the Battle of Qingshou, the Interstellar Alliance signed a peace treaty with the Scant Star system. Everyone celebrated together, and this day was named Alliance Peace Day. However, for some people, this 28-year-long defensive battle started abruptly and ended in a ridiculous manner. Zhongli descended from the spaceship, quietly gazing at the city before her eyes, which seemed somewhat unreal in its prosperity. The pang of sorrow in her eyes disappeared in an instant. This is the Capital Star. Grand and magnificent, prosperous and advanced, clean and tidy, bustling and noisy. People's faces carried smiles of ease and harmony, as if they were still proud of the victory of the Alliance months ago. No smoke, no enemies, no blood, no limbs. Even the air exuded a faint fragrance, like alluring opium that made one addicted without realizing it. Her hand slowly touched her chest, and her lowered black eyes gradually took on a shocking shade of crimson. That young man, you've been following me the whole way. Is there something? Zhongli suddenly turned around, her obsidian eyes staring directly at a man not far away wearing a white gold-lined mask, slowly revealing a smile. Upon being discovered, the man didn't panic. He stepped forward and opened his optical computer, showing Zhongli a piece of data. S-class mission. Protect Zhongli time. 6 months reward. 5 billion Union coins task status. In progress. Are you a bounty hunter? The man nodded and exchanged glances with Zhongli for a moment before opening his mouth. Employer information is confidential. It's a rule. That voice was deep and slightly hoarse, permeated with a touch of coldness. Zhongli tilted her head indifferently. I'm going to the Alliance Academy. Can you get in too? He nodded affirmatively and tapped on his optical computer. Zhongli's optical computer then popped up with a friend request. Ming Chong. You can call me if you need anything. Before Zhongli could respond, Ming Chong turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Seems like a decisive bounty hunter. She stood still for a while before hailing a hovering car and getting in. Such a large amount of reward money could only be casually issued by Grandma Mo just to protect her personal safety. Having just inherited the enormous fortune left by her grandmother, she already had countless people eyeing her greedily. After all, how could someone possibly give up when the richest person in the star system suddenly became a young girl with no known background? One good kidnapping would mean no worries about food or clothing for the rest of their life. Such a profitable deal would definitely interest many. Was that why someone was hired to protect her? Or was it just pure fear that she might commit suicide, hence someone needed to keep watch over her? Perhaps both reasons were correct. But this decrepit life that had gone through so much effort to save wouldn't disappear so easily. At least she would fulfill the old lady's wishes as a way to repay her kindness. Oh, turns out it's not a boy but a cute little girl. Do you remember me? That old lady you saved on M1609 start. In my lifetime, I've done few things right, but I do have ample wealth. The old grandma's days are numbered. At this point, I wish to have a cute granddaughter. Can you fulfill the last wish of this old woman? Ollie is still young. Go to school. Even if you don't choose a combat-related major, that's fine too. Then the old woman will select an easy auxiliary major for you. Let you graduate happily. The first school of the Alliance is divided into 5 campuses. The lower primary department, the upper primary department, the secondary department, the higher department, and the Alliance Academy. The admission standard of the academy is either mental power or physical condition reaching level D. This makes it a school with relatively high admission criteria among various institutions. Thus it is also called an elite school. The academy offers majors in combat and auxiliary categories. Combat majors generally include mech engineering, military command, and individual combat. Auxiliary majors usually pertain to pharmaceutical sciences and other scientific research specialties. In this era, when people generally reach adulthood at age 22, students graduate from the academy around the age of 25. That means that Zhongli, who was now 21, was not only underage but also had 4 more years of study ahead of her. Zhongli, who was born onto a battlefield and had never attended school. Fortunately, she had crammed the basic knowledge a month before coming to the Capital Star. Otherwise, she'd truly be completely lost during exams. Moreover, there were evaluation scores required to join interest clubs, at least 2 points, and participation in large-scale school-organized events must yield at least 3 points to receive a graduation certificate. Zhongli felt a headache brewing. Shuchuan at this moment also felt a dull ache in his brain. This is Zhongli, who will soon transfer to our college. Her physical condition is a bit special, so I am giving you a heads up in advance. Appearing before him was the half-body projection of the principal, who sent Shuchuan a detailed file. Physical rating F-, suffering from severe heart disease and mild anemia. In short, she's an extremely fragile young girl. Shuchuan skimmed through her basic health checkup report and lightly tisked. Even though her mental power rating was a very excellent A+ for her age, this physical condition suggested she should be lying in a hospital bed all day long. He suddenly flipped to a mental status appraisal report attached at the back of the file, and his fingers paused. Severe depression. The principal continued. She has never been to school, nor has she made any friends. Maybe having some friends would help her. I also owe her family a favor, so I arranged it. Although her mental ability is outstanding, due to her terrible physical condition, we don't lack such promising students in the academy. We don't need her to achieve extraordinary results. As long as she reaches the passing line to graduate, that's fine. Please take good care of her occasionally. Chuan, who had finally managed to secure a teaching position in the auxiliary department for an easy life, suddenly felt exhausted. I understand. Leave it to me. He came here just to relax and steal a little laziness. But who could have thought he would get such a big trouble? However, since she was a student, Chuan stretched his arms lazily. He would try his best to guide her. His gaze casually glanced over the section of the file, then suddenly stopped, almost throwing out his back. Granddaughter of the richest man in the galaxy, she has already taken control of all his assets. This can already be considered a hot potato, right? But even so, she's still a golden hot potato. The easy auxiliary major, mentioned by Grandma Mo. Zhongli widened her eyes looking at her student record, skipping over the mental strength grade A and physical grade F-, and landed on the major section. Care and postnatal care of swallow cloud beasts. She wondered if this was proper to ask or not. With a rather wry smile, Zhongli recalled the scarce information about swallow cloud beasts in her mind and silently accepted this fact. Swallow cloud beast, first-class protected exotic beast in interstellar space, with extremely high military value. Currently, the first team of the 4 armies of the Alliance is the Exotic Beast Corps, helping the armies win multiple victories, making them meritorious members of the Alliance. It seemed that swallow cloud beasts were pretty cute when they were young. It would be nice to see one if there was an opportunity. Classmate Jiang, here is the list of clubs. If you are interested in joining any club, the director, fully aware of Jiang Li's identity, was extremely gentle in attitude, wishing to worship this female inheritor of the entire legacy of the wealthiest person in the galaxy as a treasure pot. All except those needing physical activities are fine. Slender fingers slid down the list and stopped at a strangely named club, not knowing what it actually does. Jiang Li blinked with confusion. That's it then. Ollie Society, challenge another self. President, 3rd grade genetic research department, phone me on. Tian-E heard from far away that there was a housekeeping robot renovating somewhere. She peeked out of the window and saw a new classmate moving in next door. She thought for a moment, rummaged through her drawers for a small packet of something, glancing at it several times with reluctance, then went to the new neighbor's house. Hello classmate, I'm Tian-E, I live next door. Is there anything you need help with? The door opened, and Tian-Ye's eyes flashed with admiration. It wasn't that the girl standing before her had extraordinary beauty, but that there was a feminine charm intertwined with a strong aura of vigor. The contradiction was harmonious, and it drew attention instantly. Pale lips, pale skin, her black pupils seemed enveloped in mist, mysterious yet touching. Thank you, no need to bother. It's almost done. Her voice was gentle and melodious. She smiled at Tian-E. My name is Zhongli. I just transferred here today, sophomore in the Care and Postnatal Care of Swallow Cloud Beasts program. What a coincidence, we're classmates. By the way, this is for you. Tian-E handed the bag in her hand to Zhongli. Apple candy. It was hard to get a few packs. Enjoy it sometimes. Otherwise drinking nutrient solution all the time would make you want to throw up. She looked at how the girl across from her hesitantly accepted the sugar pack and stuck out her tongue shyly. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any decent gift. Before she finished speaking, she saw Zhongli purse her lips and shake her head, giving her a smile, turned around into the house and handed her a stone. I didn't prepare anything either, so please accept this. This is... Tian-Ye's eyes widened as she saw the crystal-clear, luminous stone in her hand. Startled, she tried to push it back at once. No, I can't accept this. This is a high-grade energy stone, isn't it? Please take it back. An auxiliary energy source for cultivating mental power, and also a core resource for building mechs. Its rarity meant that the emergence of one stone could ignite an auction frenzy across an entire star system. How could such a valuable item be casually given away? If she took it home and cherished it as a treasure? No, even if she resold it, its value would at least double. But the girl before her said calmly, I don't need it. And I'm not short on money, so stop refusing. With a flick of her wrist, the energy stone landed in Tian-Ye's pocket. Stunned, she quickly cupped her hands over it protectively, her eyes shining brightly. Are you really giving this to me? It was just a useless piece of broken rock that Zhongli had tossed into her backpack before setting off. It had only been taking up space. Zhongli nodded slightly, her gaze vacant as she mentally reviewed the vast properties she'd inherited. Didn't she have several dozen energy veins like this? There were still some more stacked in the warehouse. Seeing how indifferent she appeared, Tian-E swallowed hard. Seems like she had just stumbled upon a golden leg to cling to. No, this isn't a leg. This is a golden leg. Oh my gosh, what good luck. She must hug tightly onto the rich benefactor's leg. Dad. Sigma, Odayo. Don't call me Dad randomly, okay? Zhongli sighed deeply as she looked down at the glowing-eyed girl clinging to her legs. Chapter 2, The Other Self Society. The major in cloud-swallowing beasts opened just last year, so it doesn't attract many people. The entry requirements are high. Your spiritual power or physical constitution must at least reach level B. That's why there are only 8 students in the entire major. Tian-E introduced to Zhongli as they walked, giving a basic rundown of the school and the department. Her eyes still gleamed with surprise after just learning Zhongli's details. This person wasn't just her sponsor dad, but also a prodigy. A-level spiritual power was considered top tier even in the central star system. As for herself, she was merely on par with the upper middle range with double B levels. But her poor F- grade in physique was truly worrisome. Tian-E cast an anxious glance at Jiang Li's pale complexion. It looked like her body wasn't doing too well either. Tian-E clenched her fists, quietly vowing to look after her delicate sponsor father, who was fragile like a porcelain doll. Jiang Li, completely unaware that the girl next to her had let her thoughts drift miles away and silently made some oath that might make her own father weep, raised a hand to press against her chest. A vast amount of spiritual energy slowly circulated within her body, suppressing the restless toxins coursing through her veins, preventing them from invading her already damaged heart further. Even under these conditions, did her released spiritual force remain at the A level? Jiang Li wasn't quite sure about her real strength anymore. Before the poisoning, both her spiritual power and physical constitution were rated SS. Later, due to the chaos caused by the toxins, her spiritual power underwent a great advancement. However, the poison damaged her heart, causing her physical constitution rating to drop. She was still in a state where remnants of the poison hadn't cleared up entirely. If she didn't use her spiritual power to shield herself, strenuous movement could trigger the toxin's effects, eventually leading to lifelong paralysis where even breathing would be a burden. The memory of Prince Scant falling beneath her blade, her mother bringing her that warm soup, being locked in a dark room for 7 consecutive days without seeing daylight, and Grandma Mo pulling her hand with a smile, encouraging her to keep living, all flashed in her mind. Regretful? She didn't know. Maybe yes, regretting coming into this world, regretting trusting others, regretting failing to protect those 13 lives. But she shouldn't regret. She had protected her homeland, safeguarded the alliance, and kept malice beyond their star system. She had realized her dream, so why regret? Ally? Is something wrong? Tian-E noticed that the girl beside her seemed somewhat off and worriedly touched her forehead. Is there any discomfort? Do you need to go to the clinic? With unfocused eyes, Jiang Li stared at her for a while before forcing out a smile. I'm fine. Don't worry. Tian-E nibbled on her fingernail, thinking hard, then tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve to lead her around the corner. I know a great restaurant. Let me treat you to celebrate returning my precious gift. But clearly she wasn't okay. Though smiling, her eyes seemed to cry. So, please show us another side of you. The beautiful woman with golden long hair sat gracefully at the interview position, unfolding a gentle yet polite smile. The little girl beside her mimicked her actions and smiled toward Jiang Li, revealing a small sharp tooth, making her seem incredibly mischievous and cute. This was how the interview worked, huh? Jiang Li suddenly understood, her brows curving softly. Please wait a moment. Ally. Her. I want her. The twin-braid little girl swallowed audibly, jumped out of her seat without remembering to maintain composure, and bounced to the newly opened door. Leaning against the doorframe was a black-haired boy with slightly long bangs partially covering his handsome features. Soft light scattered over his long lashes, deepening the mysterious allure of his eyes. His pale lips curved lightly, hinting at a smile that radiated worldly weariness. A cold edge crept onto the corners of his mouth as his magnetizing and low voice seemed right by the ear. Are you sure? The little girl swallowed again, nodded fiercely, then pattered back to shake the golden-haired beauty's arm pleadingly. Ally, I really like her. Please accept her. She fits our recruitment standards too. So cool. Even more handsome than Foam Me On. The young lady, sensing someone else's inner admiration, helplessly ruffled the little girl's soft hair. When her gaze landed on the good-looking youth, a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. She stood up gracefully. Her light blue dress swept gently across the desk and glided past short plants before stopping in front of Jiang Li. Welcome to the Other Self Society. I am Vice President Zhuyu. Her soft voice spoke gently as her pair of blue eyes gazed at Jiang Li warmly. Ally, please take care from now on. Oh, welcome Ollie. Lan Ku grinned and tugged Jiang Li's sleeve to make her sit on the chair. She rummaged around in the desk and pulled out a small fruit plate. My name is Lan Ku. You can call me Coco. And just call her you directly. What this one? A lady should be polite. The blonde girl gave Lan Ku a light tap on the forehead, which made Lan Ku yelp, ouch, and glare at her with her glass bead-like big eyes, full of accusation. As the two took turns introducing themselves, Jiang Li learned about some general information about this club. For instance, Zhuyi was a second-year student in the same grade as Jiang Li majoring in mecha, while Lan Ku was a first-year student in the pharmaceuticals department. The club occasionally organized some pleasant activities, but at certain times, they had to show their completely different true selves in others' eyes. There was also another male member of the club specializing in solo combat. Due to his interview time clashing with the club's meeting, he hadn't come in time to participate. Furthermore, the president was a legendary third-year student who always seemed to appear and disappear like a dragon. Because of his excellent grades, even the teachers ignored his behavior. As a result, it was often hard to find him during club activities, and Zhuyu usually presided over them. At this point, the little girl with chestnut braids suddenly slapped her head and adopted an air of mystery. Oh yes, everything here must remain confidential, such as use real name and field of study, or the other side of others. None of these should be casually mentioned outside. This is our shared little secret. She proudly raised her small head, the tuft of hair on her forehead bobbing up and down. Puffed, standing behind her, Zhuyu lightly covered her lips with her fist to hide an untimely chuckle and softly said, Don't let Coco fool you. She's already 20 years old, although she still has 2 years before she's fully grown. Already 20? Jiang Li subtly compared her own height with Coco's through her gaze. She estimated less than 150 cm, then turned her eyes toward the blonde beauty who was a half-head taller than herself. Zhuo Yu was indeed tall enough. Jiang Li, standing at 170 centimeters, still had to look up to see Zhuo Yu. However, her appearance was genuinely dazzling. Her golden curly hair hung gracefully by her waist, her ice blue eyes were as clear as cloudless skies, and her red lips curled slightly upwards. She stood there like a painting, warm and inclusive. Young Miss Zhuo Yu really. I'm not yet an adult. Still growing. Lan Ke pouted angrily at Zhuo Yu, but immediately changed her expression when facing Jiang Li, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Ollie, you look so cool this way. No one would ever expect that your male disguise could be this cool and A-grade. Also, how do you manage to sound so good? She eagerly wanted answers, almost leaning entirely onto Jiang Li. Well, the black-haired boy lifted his hand and rubbed Coco's hair. It was just as soft and fluffy as he imagined. The black-haired youth suddenly smiled, as if light fell into an abyss, fire ignited on glaciers, and flowers bloomed amidst bloodstains. Confidential. Lan Ke, who was about to put a red berry in her mouth. Plop. The round red fruit rolled far away after dropping to the ground, followed by the sound of Lan Ke swallowing saliva unconsciously. Uffed. That was Zhuo Yu, unable to suppress her soft laugh. TCH. Lan Ke's round face instantly turned bright red, but she still held her neck high, shouting loudly in an attempt to cover her awkwardness. Why are you laughing, Miss Zhuo Yu? Ollie simply looks so handsome this way. Is it wrong that I got mesmerized? Zhuo Yu pressed her hand under her nose, showing an apologetic look. Sorry, Coco's right. Then she quietly added another sentence. I just couldn't help it. Coco is truly too cute. These simple words immediately cheered Lan Ke up, making her forget to hold a grudge. Watching all this, Jiang Li couldn't help but shake her head. In her opinion, Zhuo Yu was a perfect example of white on the outside, black inside. Outwardly noble and elegant, like a clear lotus flower. But on the inside, she was extremely scheming, with an insidious level that was impossible to guard against. Truly worthy of being the vice president who single-handedly supported the other self society. Such a person shouldn't be unknown in school. Before coming for the interview, Jiang Li had specifically asked Tian-Yi about the materials related to the other self society. Tian-Yi told her that no one knew what the vice president's name or field of study was, and even though someone once searched through the entire combat major, her figure was never seen in any class. She was a girl mysterious to the same degree as the society's president. Jiang Li secretly sighed inwardly. However, it had little to do with her. She just needed to stay in this school quietly until graduation, fulfilling the expectations her mother-in-law had for her. The teenage girl dressed as a boy lowered her gaze slightly, concealing that trace of emptiness which didn't belong to someone her age. She smiled and leaned closer to Lan Ke's cheeks, where the blush still hadn't faded, softly agreeing in a hoarse voice. That's right, Coco, you are very cute in my eyes too. Almost instantly, a visible flush spread from Lan Ke's neck up to her earlobes and eventually covered her entire face. Lan Ke clutched her face and exclaimed in surprise. I can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I'm going to betray Candace, brother. But just a little wall climbing. It will only be for a short while. You definitely won't blame me, right? After finishing her sentence, she decisively dived into Jiang Li's arms without hesitation under Zhuo Yu's disapproving expression, bubbling over with happiness. Jiang Li was caught off guard by the sudden embrace from the soft girl, then couldn't help but feel amused, and touched Lan Ke's tuft of hair. Chapter 3, Military Physical Training. On the third day of military physical training, Jiang Li sat under the shady eaves, basking in the resentful gazes of her classmates from the auxiliary department of the same grade, lost in thought as she stared at the sun-drenched playground. Occasionally, she felt the gaze of the instructor not far away, but remained completely unfazed. I'm exhausted. Instructor Shichuan is such a pain. He has a handsome face for nothing, but he's utterly unapproachable when it comes to training us. After the training ended, Tian-Yi accepted the water bottle handed by Jiang Li and began to complain lightly, yet seriously. I heard he's from the Second Army, and he's about to be promoted to colonel soon. So why did he come here to teach us auxiliary students? We're not even going to fight on the battlefield, so why does he have to be so serious? Every year, the Alliance selects some warriors with battlefield experience to teach combat and auxiliary students at the academy for 1 year, aiming to adequately prepare the students for the annual military league held once per school year. The military league is an annual competition organized by the Alliance where all major universities participate together. Students from first, second, and third years join simultaneously, divided into selection rounds, preliminaries, semifinals, and finals. Each student's ranking in the league over 3 years is directly recorded in their official records, and students who enter the top 10 of the league rankings automatically qualify to join the Alliance Reserve Army, an almost lifelong honor for someone within the Alliance. But hearing that an officer about to be promoted to colonel would come to serve as an instructor instead of pursuing military achievements was indeed unheard of. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li paused slightly in her movements, lifting her eyes to look at Tian-Yi. After pondering for a moment, she reached out and gently ruffled her long hair. Xiao-Yi, it's because we're worth it. Huh. Tian-Yi didn't understand what she meant. Jiang Li, looking at the somewhat lethargic back of the instructor during the break, whispered, because he believes we are worth it. Even after only 3 days of class, Jiang Li could already see the hidden inferiority complex among the auxiliary department classmates. The most talented ones had mostly been recruited to the combat department, leaving those in the auxiliary department often admitted just barely above the minimum line for acceptance. In this interstellar age where strength equates respect, they had looked up for too long, causing their self-perception to shift. They assumed they weren't worthy of good things and were used to the preferential treatment given to the combat department. This isn't right, Zhongli thought. While serving in the military, she had already picked up on this subtle sense of superiority through the words of soldiers. So later, she suggested to her father the creation of the 7th Army. The 7th Army of the Alliance, specifically recruiting soldiers trained in the auxiliary program. Comprised of only 13 members, each highly specialized, they played indispensable roles in every battle. Later, her mental energy suddenly became chaotic, her breathing becoming more rapid, and her eyes started to heat faintly, as if a flame was struggling and seething, unwilling to break free from its cage. Zhongli bent her head and quickly swallowed a pill. Ali, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Tian-Yi noticed her body begin to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, terrifyingly pale-faced, and hurriedly called the instructor over. Zhongli. Sichuan had already noticed the abnormality over here and half-squatted down to check Zhongli's skin temperature. I'm fine, instructor. Zhongli exhaled slowly, raising her head, her face ashen and devoid of color. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. She softly reassured Tian-Yi, who had been quite terrified by her condition. A bit feverish, call the medical team. Without paying any attention to the girl's stubborn reply, he tapped open his teaching terminal, summoning the school medical team. Get checked out and rest properly. After Zhongli, seemingly somewhat slow reacting, followed the medical personnel a few steps, she turned around briefly to glance at the instructor again. He was speaking with the captain of the medical team, his tan skin glowing healthily in the sunlight, his slim shirt showing defined muscles beneath. Feeling Zhongli's gaze, he turned lazily and gave her a casual glance. Even from afar, she could feel how relaxed and easygoing he seemed, as if finally getting rid of something troublesome. Actually, he probably just thinks it's easier to teach the auxiliary department compared to the combat group, this lazy man. However, he was unexpectedly a conscientious and responsible instructor. She lay inside the medical equipment as they conducted a checkup, suppressing her mental force which had become agitated due to her instinctive caution, feeling the light waves repeatedly scanning her body. Her empty eyes stared at the cold glow machine overhead, as her consciousness gradually dimmed over time. That's right. She remembered. Later, the 7th Army was completely annihilated. 2-3 individuals including Lieutenant General Jiang Yu of the 7th Army and its team were verified as traitors and executed on the spot. Heart arrhythmia caused by excessive worry and lack of sleep. Sichuan, who had just finished his classes, read out the doctor's inspection report word by word to Zhongli, his tone slow and deep. You should get plenty of rest in the near future, Zhongli. He glanced at Zhongli lying weakly on the hospital bed, unable to even sit up properly, yawned, and said while stretching lazily as he walked out of the infirmary, I'll give you a 3-class vacation. Tian-Yi handed the nutrient fluid to Zhongli, pursing her lips. He's always like that, unreasonable when training us, but turns into a lazy fish after class. She adjusted the blanket around Zhongli, worrying as she instructed, sleep for a while, I'll come check on you later. Don't wander around on your own. Seeing her nodding in agreement, Tian-Yi finally left the medical room with constant glances backward. It was only a few short minutes before the entire room was filled only with her own breathing. Today, she accidentally lost control of the toxins within her due to emotional fluctuations, nearly allowing them to corrode her already fragile meridians once again. She also hadn't had a decent sleep for a long time, which left her spirit somewhat disoriented. Zhongli attempted to smile, but failed, only sighing instead as she closed her eyes. The 7th Army, where are they now? On the internet, aside from the verdict, there was no other information about the 7th Army. Neither the execution site nor the method of execution had been disclosed, not even the whereabouts of their bodies. Furrowing her brows, Zhongli opened her hollow brain and contacted Ming Tsong, that bounty hunter. I want to post a bounty task. Can you help me hang it on the black market? After a short wait, she received a reply. The other party simply responded with one word. Good. 1 day earlier. When Zhongli pushed open the door of the instructor's lounge, she immediately saw Sichuan sprawled out bonelessly on the sofa. He barely gave her a lazy glance upon her entry. New transfer student? This was the first time Zhongli encountered a warrior so relaxed that she couldn't help but question if he had really been in battle. After all, the warriors she had met were always upright and proper, exuding an intense military tension, which Sichuan completely lacked. Yes, instructor. This is my physical examination report. My constitution is special, so I thought it would be best to let you know beforehand. She handed over the report. Sichuan gave the proffered report a casual glance before slowly extending his left hand, only to suddenly grab her wrist in an instant. At that moment, her entire body stiffened instantly. A vast wave of mental energy mixed with murderous intent coalesced into a spearhead and cut straight down towards his well-defined hand. It was a warrior's subconscious defense of their vital point, the decision born of bloody battles, the visceral and lethal intent remaining from surviving death countless times on the battlefield. Sichuan quickly pulled back his hand, but still ended up with a shallow bloodstain on the back of his hand. Oops, sorry, went a little too far there. My apologies. Looking at Zhongli's still tensed, delicate white wrist, he raised a meaningful brow, smiled apologetically, and lay down again without changing his lazy tone. I've reviewed your records. You can just sit on the sidelines during class. Jiangli wasn't sure what the sudden probe meant, but seeing that the instructor had already begun to rest his eyes, she hesitated, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. She gradually reined in the burst of mental power, letting it retreat obediently back inside her, pretending as if the incident didn't mean much to her. A test? Doubt? Or something else entirely? It didn't matter. All that mattered to her was staying alive. To her now, living was as simple and easy as that. Inside the room, Shirchuan opened his eyes, lifted his left hand, and scrutinized the faint mark on it for a long while before muttering half-heartedly, I thought teaching auxiliary students might be a bit easier. Still, I guess I came here to slack off. Suddenly, someone dangled upside down outside the window, flipping in through the window in one smooth motion. Phone me on. It's pretty hard to see you around school. Shirchuan peeled open a lollipop and popped it into his mouth, glaring at the chestnut-haired teenager with his lollipop-stuffed mouth. I do want to try cultivating a student like those of the 7th Army, but clearly, it's a bit difficult. The boy named Feng Mian casually fished a lollipop from Shirchuan's pocket, peeling the wrapper as he said, After all, the Alliance values combat soldiers, and the 7th Army is the sole exception. But I didn't expect it'd be you who teaches second years this year. Shirchuan eyed painfully the lollipop snatched away by Feng Mian. It was one he'd saved carefully by cutting expenses and managed to hide under thorough checks, causing him sharp headaches. You don't have a lot of surprises. Turning around, he waved him off irritably. All right, scram, seeing your face annoys me. Feng Mian grinned mischievously. That's unfortunate since I'll be around school for some time recently. See you later, teacher. He leaned on the windowsill with one hand, his bulging muscles outlining perfect lines under the sunlight. With a leap, the tall figure of the young man disappeared from the room. Shirchuan felt rather melancholic. Troublesome girl, troublesome boy. Thinking about it made him tired. Let's just have a sleep. Ollie, are you okay? Lanka burst in like a little cannonball, followed by a cold-faced muscular giant who stood at 2 meters tall. It was heard earlier that a girl from our auxiliary program had been admitted to the hospital ward, and turned out it was Ollie. Jiangli smiled as she tousled the hair of the little girl. I'm fine, just didn't get enough sleep. She glanced at the muscular giant by the door, somewhat puzzled. Who is this? Could he be one of the club members she hadn't met before? All right. Lanku revealed her little tiger teeth, pulling the guy by the abs into the room and patting his six-pack. This is Esk, also a member of our club. You can call him Big Guy. The big guy you mentioned before is her? He was really so tall. Jiangli tilted her head up to look at him, offering a polite smile. Hello, I'm Jiangli. Esk's tense face remained expressionless, his voice steady and cold. Hello. Lan Yu is still training. She said she'd come visit later. Lan Ku tested Jiang Li's temperature, finally relaxing when she saw her condition wasn't bad, sitting down by her bed with her legs swinging back and forth in the air. I'll be going back soon. You guys can come over to my apartment. I'll treat you all to dinner. Jiang Li paused for a moment, deciding to thank them for their concern and inviting Xiao Yi as well. Lan Ku's swinging legs stopped mid-air, her bright eyes gleaming as she moved closer to Jiang Li, blinking rapidly. Really? Can we all go? Sure. Jiang Li chuckled softly, petting Lan Ku's head while turning her gaze towards Esk. Esk, would you like to join us? The muscular giant seemed a little surprised, grunting an affirmative. Yeah. As Esk looked at the gentle smile on the face of the new club member, he quietly exhaled in relief. She seemed like someone very easy to get along with. Chapter 4. Iced Social Disorder. At night, in Jiang Li's single-person apartment. No way, she was so full. Lan Ku, with a look of happiness on her face, held her round belly and lay down on the ground with a thud, smacking her lips. She had never imagined that Li would be so extravagant. Today's meal included fruits, vegetables, and highly priced, nutrient-rich alien beast meat. After all, humans in the space age had already replaced daily food supplies with nutrition fluid. These fruits, vegetables, meats, and even seasonings used for flavoring had their prices inflated to millions on the black market. Let her die here from overeating. She struggled to cram another piece of alien beast meat into her mouth, chewing away. Joy Yu wiped the corner of her lips with her hand, glanced sideways at Lan Ku, and the shimmering light in those blue eyes made her heart itch, completely devoid of any intimidation. Kiki, look at you, what a mess. Lan Ku muttered as she rolled around on the floor. I don't want to be a lady today. I just want to eat until I'm fat, and no one should stop me. Puffed. Kiki is so cute. Tian Yi, who had just met them not long ago, was glowing with excitement, wishing she could hold Lan Ku in her arms and give her a little rub. Jiang Li noticed Big Guy Isk rigidly eating his food from start to finish, his face tense and not saying a word. Isk, is something wrong? Is it not to his liking? Or did she do something to upset him? Isk slowly forced out a few words from between clenched teeth. Nothing. Thank you for the feast. Then he silently got up, found a corner, and squatted down there, as if that way no one would notice his clearly out-of-place large build. Jiang Li was a bit confused. Later, she learned about Isk from Lan Ku. Big Guy, don't mind him. He's just a bit shy, but actually a very nice person. This was said subtly, but it wasn't just shyness. Clearly, it was social anxiety. So usually with a cold face, not talking to anyone, which scared others from starting a conversation. She watched as Isk extended a thick finger, lightly poking the round home service robot, and also helping it lift a garbage bag that was several times its size. His brows relaxed, and he chuckled softly. Actually, he's quite cute, Isk. The apartment, which should have been silent after nightfall, was especially lively today. Between the flickering shadows, some people laughed, some fought, some squatted in the corners, and some, with their wounded hearts, felt as if they'd taken painkillers. Ollie, over here, not far away, Lanka waved to her from atop iced shoulders. Tian-E stood nearby, checking the balance on her personal terminal, muttering, I wonder if it's enough for today's extravagance. Zhuoyu remained elegant and beautiful, her white long gown and straight posture reminding one of an ancient noblewoman. She was talking with Isk about something, and upon seeing Zhongli approach, she gave her a gentle smile. Ollie. It always felt like Zhuoyu was a stunning view wherever she stood and whoever she was around. Zhongli thought secretly while walking closer. Isk was as silent as ever, but his body looked much stiffer than usual. Don't be so stiff, Isk. We're here, so just ignore everyone else later. Lan Ku patted Isk's head, her legs dangling and swaying in the air. Yes, these large gatherings are only fun when everyone goes together. Tian-E joined in the persuasion. Zhuoyu consoled softly. Think of it as Ali's first activity since joining the society, okay? Isk saw Zhongli walk over and nodded stiffly. Zhongli couldn't help but feel exasperated. You shouldn't push yourself too hard, Isk. In the technologically advanced space era, people relied on networks and machines, with many manual jobs replaced by more efficient robots for saving time and effort. As a result, there were rarely gatherings or markets. To preserve tradition, the Central Star organized a large-scale gathering every year. Goods were cheap, and the bustling crowd made the day lively and cheerful. On this day, people collectively went out to shop, taste various foods, and experience a life entirely different from their everyday routines. Zhang Li, who had always heard about but never experienced these events, was drawn by curiosity and followed along upon invitation, not expecting Isk to come along too. Such a bustling gathering must have been tough for Isk. He really didn't need to come. Zhang Li felt a heaviness in her heart. The sacrifices made by others weighed on her, making her feel guilty. Suddenly, a pair of large hands gently pressed her head. Let's go. It was Isk. One of his arms was slightly bent, as if always ready to protect Lan Ku, who was restless on his shoulders, while the other arm hung down, letting Tian-E pull his shirt tail as he took the lead and walked ahead. Zhuoyu stood beside Zhongli, stretching out her hand. Let's play together, you won't be disappointed. Her gentle smile accompanied by her blue eyes, like a clear spring with warmth wrapped around Zhongli, making people sink into it unconsciously. Zhongli, standing still in her place, heard Tian-Yi's call ahead. Ollie, come here and see this, and slowly raised her hand, placing it in Zhuoyu's pale hand. Here I come. She responded to Isk, Tian-E, and also Zhuoyu, like someone hanging on the edge of a cliff, no longer holding any hope for fantasy, facing the strangers persistently reaching out their hands towards her, hesitant, ultimately still tentatively lifting her own arm. Just believe in this last time. Believing that she could get so-called redemption. Zhongli had never seen such a bustling scene in all her life. The street was almost packed with travelers, cheers, laughter, shouting, applause, laughter, sighs interwoven together, forming a symphony that could shake one's heart. If they had arrived even a bit later, there would hardly have been a place for them to step on this street. Indeed, it was different. Central Star was completely different from the Border Star cluster. This was the place they had once defended with their lives. It was also the place they dreamt of coming back to. Now that she was back, where were they lying now? Her hands dangling at her sides unconsciously clenched tightly. Ollie, look, here's the legendary scratch cards. She was called back to reality by Tian-E, and soon several scratch card tickets were added to her hand. Tian-E held up the cards and laughed. Let's try scratching them together. Maybe we can win something. A few people gathered around a small stall and began scratching. I've won. 20 union coins. This was Lan Ku, excited. 5 union coins. This was the low and sullen voice of Isk. Thanks for participating. Oh, 10 union coins. Tian-E seemed quite disappointed. Zhongli looked at the uniformly, thank you for participating, on her tickets and revealed an expression as if she'd known it all along. My luck has always been bad. As expected, didn't win a thing. That. Zhuoyu confusedly raised one of the cards. What's first prize? Congratulations to this guest. First prize is 100,000 union coins. Please claim your prize at the redemption counter within 3 days. The sales robot at the stall set off a little firework for her. This was the surprised exclamation from 3 people in unison, plus one silent gaze from Isk. Zhuoyu shyly raised another card again. This is third prize. Congratulations to this guest. Third prize is a 1-day hot spring trip in District S. Please claim your prize at the redemption counter within 1 month. Another firework went off. Here are 2 500 union coins and 1 200 union coin. People around started looking at her more curiously, and some, seeing Zhuoyu's refined looks, wanted to chat her up. Watching the crowd gathering more and more, Tian-E couldn't help but quickly drag Zhuoyu far away. It seemed Zhuoyu hadn't fully grasped her situation yet. Ollie, let's go. Lan Ku, directing Isk to bow and weave through the crowd, while frequently looking back to make sure Zhongli wasn't lost. After finally leaving that stall, Lan Ku puffed her cheeks, clearly feeling bufuchi. That girl, miss you. Her luck is always so good. Damn it, I envy her so much. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, jumping off Isk's shoulders, grabbing Zhuoyu's arm and ran to the nearby stuffed animal machine, asking Zhuoyu to grab a doll for her. Truly astonishing luck. Tian-E admired and sighed enviously, patting her chest to catch her breath. pointing at a girl not far away indicating she knew her, intending to say hello. So, in the blink of an eye, only Isk and Zhongli remained standing there. Isk. Zhongli stared at the broad back and sturdy shoulders of tall Isk for a moment, suddenly calling his name. Isk looked down at her questioningly, but Zhongli dropped her gaze, shaking her head. Sorry, never mind. Isk stared at Zhongli's small tuft of hair, thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhongli's waist. Caught off guard, Zhongli immediately clutched onto Isk's neck as she was lifted into the air, only to be placed steadily on his shoulders next. Isk. A big hand rubbed her hair, followed by Isk's steady voice. Whenever you want to ride, just let me know. When did he realize? Indeed, she too had wanted to try what it felt like sitting on such a high spot. Zhongli pursed her lips, somewhat embarrassed. However, it felt surprisingly good, beyond expectations. There are fireworks over there. Following Isk's gaze, Zhongli saw several fireworks shooting up into the ink-black night sky and blooming, their colorful sparks reflecting in her eyes. It's beautiful. She suddenly felt a bit sad, but she knew that at this moment, she should smile. Thank you, Isk. She gave him a big smile. Isk did not respond, but he took off the coat that had been hanging on his arm and handed it to her. After a moment of silence, he said, Be careful not to catch a cold. It seemed that after the military physical training class incident, everyone around Zhongli knew about her fragile health condition. No matter what they did, they would carefully take care of her, for fear that she might feel uncomfortable anywhere. Zhongli accepted Isk's coat and softly said thank you. She had never been taken care of by others like this before. In the past, it was as if she were the one taking care of everyone else. No one ever asked if she felt uncomfortable or tired anywhere. Although it felt good now, she still wanted to be someone useful to others. Unknowingly, the shattered heart began to show signs of healing. It was as if a person who had been submerged in the depths of an abyss for days saw a ray of light. Chapter 5, Night Gathering, Part 1. Where had they run off to? Zhongli turned around only to find that she couldn't even see the figures of her friends, so she sent them a message while feeling a headache brewing. But she received no response for a long time, leaving her trying to search for the distinctive Esk in the crowd. However, such an action was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. In the Star Age, there were countless people with Esk's height and build, and all she could see were heads moving about in the distance. Never mind. It would be better to just wait for their reply and then set a meeting point. Zhongli decisively gave up searching. After placing a strand of spiritual energy on her light brain to monitor messages constantly, she let her gaze fall onto the cluttered roadside stalls. She felt a strong desire rising within her mind and couldn't help but pause on the spot. This was the first time since waking up that she had shown such a strong wish to want to take a look, to give it a try. She had originally thought that simply being alive was enough, without expecting anything, without making friends with anyone. She only needed to live listlessly on this planet, then find a suitable time to go and accompany her companions who rested eternally. Nothing big at all. There was nothing left to lose. She had always thought like that. At what point did her thoughts start to waver? The bustling crowd suddenly surged in one direction. Zhongli, standing still and lost in thought, stumbled and almost fell forward. Suddenly, a hand shot out, gripping her forearm and pulling her forward, sheltering her entirely behind him. Thank you. Zhongli looked up to meet the sight of a pure white mask adorned with gold patterns. Ming Chong. The elusive bounty hunter silently nodded after glancing briefly at the densely packed crowd and moved Zhongli further back as if protecting a little chicklet. Sister Zhang Chicklet. Ming Chong only now lowered his head to inspect Zhongli's expression, speaking softly. Are you okay? His tone conveyed deep concern as if he feared she might have suffered from a heart attack. It seemed like he had investigated her physical condition thoroughly. Zhongli internally remained calm without any ripple. Even her breathing didn't falter, and said, I'm fine. Please don't worry. Ming Chong nodded, paused for a moment, then asked, Where do you want to go? His voice was slightly hoarse and low-pitched, carrying an air of beguiling allure. His meaning was, he wanted to accompany her? I'd like to try the barbecue. Zhongli tentatively pointed to the nearby stall and the place they had passed earlier. And also try catching silver thread fish. Seeing Ming Chong just looking down at her without objection, she smiled. That vegetable salad over there looks good too. And I saw they had star wine and fruit wine earlier. No. Suddenly being rejected, Zhongli froze momentarily in confusion. Ming Chong raised his hand slightly before lowering it quickly again, maintaining eye contact under the mask calmly. You're underage, you can't drink. Having lived recklessly for 21 years and tasting various kinds of alcohol in the military, Zhongli suddenly felt the awkwardness of being supervised by a guardian figure. Ming Chong made a fist and placed it against his lips, suppressing the urge to ruffle the girl's hair, pointing aside saying, There's juice and dairy products over there. He paused and added, Your body isn't suitable for drinking. Well then, Zhongli gave up reluctantly, forgetting how much worse her physical condition currently was compared to before. So she obediently let this nearly 6'3" bounty hunter escort her, weaving through the various shops and small stalls on the streets. Amidst all the strange things she had never seen before, Zhongli's eyes sparkled brightly. Even Ming Chong was forced to hold a full embrace of food gifts and souvenirs. The burly bounty hunter used his solid arms protectively, preventing the frail-seeming Zhongli from being jostled by passersby. As Ming Chong silently protected her the whole way without complaint, Zhongli thoughtfully selected a gift bag filled with assorted candies from his embrace. These are for you. She looked seriously at his white and gold mask and said earnestly, Thank you. Wait, I can't. The bounty hunter, delayed in his reaction, fidgeted awkwardly wanting to return everything in his arms to her, but Jiang Li refused to cooperate. At this moment, Ming Chong caught sight of someone out of the corner of his eye. After hesitating while standing rooted to the spot for a while, he sighed as if giving up on himself. I need to leave first. These things will be returned later. Seeing the person getting closer, he didn't have time to explain anything else. Hurriedly, he said, contact me if you need anything, then disappeared into the crowd. Jiang Li, not even having the chance to say goodbye, could only blink her eyes and watch his towering figure vanish down the street. At this moment, she received a message from Zhuyu. Sorry, Li, Kiki got a bit crazy, and we've been running around like chickens with our heads cut off. Let's gather at Xiao Yi's place later, alright? We bought some things, and let's have a little dinner party. Oh, and I want to introduce someone to you. Go to Xiao Yi's place? Jiang Li was a little lost, but since she had gotten in contact. Hey, Jiang Li classmate. A shadow suddenly fell in front of her, and a lazy, slow tone floated down from above her head. At the sound of this distinctive tone, she immediately knew who it was. Coach Shi, are you also shopping at the market? Shi Chuan, in a black windbreaker, his hands in his pockets and a candy stick dangling from his mouth, gave her a casual glance. First time seeing it, thought I'd check it out. He looked around, not spotting any companions with her. You're alone? Well, how to put it? Jiang Li helplessly massaged her temples. I got separated, now heading back to the apartment. She had no idea what Kiki and the others were planning next. Shi Chuan raised an eyebrow. Happens to be on my way too. I'll send you there. He started striding forward, giving Jiang Li the lead as he turned back and gestured for her to follow. Keep up, don't lose me. Jiang Li froze for a second before following him. At first, there was still quite a distance between them. Shi Chuan's long legs made big strides quickly, and moving at this speed, which Jiang Li used to keep pace with in the military, now slowed her down due to her current body, making her move like a snail. As she considered whether to try wrapping another layer of spiritual energy around her heart, and then jogging to catch up, she heard Shi Chuan in the distance lightly, TSK, and stop, turning to wait for Jiang Li to come up. Then, he began to walk slowly, looking more like a disreputable soldier loafer. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle, emphasizing, I can keep up, coach. Shi Chuan, without even glancing back, casually dragged out an, oh, completely unconcerned. That pace is tiring. I'm so lazy, this feels more comfortable. If you think it's too slow, you can go ahead, I'll just follow you. The small strands of his hair scattered across his forehead cast flickering shadows on his face, softening his usually sharp facial contours somewhat. Though obviously concerned about her forcing herself, he still came up with all sorts of excuses. Jiang Li shook her head, her eyes curving. He was already supposed to be a major, but now seemed like a mischievous teenager. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, bringing with it the sweet aroma of candies from his side. Jiang Li sniffed gently and glanced over to see Shi Chuan's profile, like something sculpted by a knife. Clear eyebrows, bright eyes, a prominent nose bridge, wheat-colored skin that under the lamplight resembled Apollo reborn, the entire person emanating a warm glow. Sensing her gaze, Shi Chuan tilted his head and grinned lazily, his demeanor oddly captivating. I say, Jiang Li, little classmate, since I'm sending you home, do I get any thank you gift? Jiang, a little classmate, Li. What kind of coach openly asks their students for gifts like that? Moreover, he was clearly staring hungrily at her bag of candies. Don't think she didn't notice the greed in his expression. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and tossed the candy bag she was holding to him. Watching his expression light up instantly, her curiosity was slightly piqued. Why does the coach love lollipops so much? Shi Chuan shoved the gift pack into his windbreaker pocket, scratched the back of his head, and returned to his usual lazy look. Don't you think talking with something dangling in your mouth makes you seem particularly cool? Cigarettes are banned in the military, and I don't like the smell anyway, so I just suck on a lollipop. He didn't find anything wrong with a man chewing a lollipop, and actually took pride in feeling unbearably handsome while doing so. Which indeed, was true. There's no denying it. Young people like you, but adults sometimes have bad days too. His eyes darkened slightly, revealing a trace of sorrow, yet almost instantly regained their cheerful gleam. So, sometimes we need to eat a candy to taste life's sweetness. Then, he peeled a candy and stuck it in front of Jiang Li's lips. With no choice, she reluctantly opened her mouth and placed the candy inside. Her delicate lips brushed against his slightly rough fingers, causing Shi Chuan to hesitate momentarily as he withdrew his hand, then ruffled her hair instead. Young ladies should enjoy carefree campus life happily, leave everything else to us adults. So, don't always wear a helpless and confused expression. It's as if shouting silently countless times, someone, anyone, please, help me, and looks like a person stuck in the mud who has already lost hope, their vacant eyes waiting quietly to suffocate at the bottom. He had noticed during their first meeting, the deep, ink-like pupils of this girl. He had never seen such eyes, not even on the battlefield or among piles of corpses. They were dim, deep, and lifeless, capable of being described by every negative word in existence. It was then that he clearly realized there was no light in her eyes. She was still a young girl. Young girls should be jumping around, chatting and laughing with their peers, wearing pretty dresses to receive compliments from others, and sucking on candies to reveal a cloud-free smile, just like now. Jiang Li felt the sweetness gradually spreading in her mouth, licked her lips, and gave him a sweet, gentle smile. It's very sweet, thank you, coach. Shi Chuan withdrew his hand and slid it into the pocket of his windbreaker. His index finger curled slightly and remained stiff for a while. His narrow eyes squinted as a faint smile graced his handsome face. I also want to thank Zhongli classmate for the gift. I really like it. In any case, she was the kind of little girl that made you want to do your best to help her. Let's both give it our all. Little Zhongli. Chapter 6. Nighttime Gathering 2. Clang clang. As Zhongli stepped into Tianyi's house, her smart robot showered her with little flowers. With the sound of small firecrackers going off, Tianyi and Lan could jumped out from behind the door. The two shouted joyfully, "Happy birthday, Ollie." Birthday? Zhongli was startled. Her birthday? Oh yes, the birthday she filled in on the forms was the day Grandma Mo saved her. So it had been a year since then. Thinking about it, she realized she had never celebrated her birthday before. How do you celebrate a birthday? She felt confused. Zhuoyu pushed a cake cart to Zhongli's side, smiling radiantly. Happy birthday, Ollie. Her porcelain-like white skin shone like flawless jade under the light, her lips curling into a smile that seemed like blooming flowers. Ah, by the way, Zhuoyu snapped her fingers after lifting a hand, causing Isk and a brown-haired boy to suddenly appear behind her. They held up a large banner that said, "Welcome to join our club. Though it's a bit late. Welcome Ollie to join our Lung Ji Society." All five of them shouted in unison, wanting her to immediately feel their warm welcome. From now on, we're one family. Lan Ko flashed her sharp little tiger teeth and pounced on Zhongli, placing a shiny gold star-shaped cap on her head. Cough. Although I'm not an official member of Lung Ji Society, the club activity budget is still in my hands. In any case, you can't exclude me, right? Ex-student council president. Tian-yi grinned at the brown-haired boy through gritted teeth. That's right. Standing on a stool just to be eye level with Isk, the boy, feeling anything but dashing upon entering, complained slightly. However, he greeted Zhongli with a bright smile. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Feng Mian, the president of the Lung Ji Society. Of course, I'm also the former student council president, but as I've already stepped down, there's no need to mention that, right? His amber eyes were focused and inclusive when looking at someone, giving others the illusion that this person was his whole world. Even though I came back a bit late, I've made it just in time. Nonsense. We clearly agreed that once we got separated, you were supposed to pretend to be a stranger and stay with Ollie. Why did you come back first? Lanka stared at him accusingly, her mouth puckered high, as if he were some unforgivable villain. Zhongli tilted her head. So they deliberately got separated from her? Well, there were simply too many people. I completely lost track of everyone. Feng Mian insisted he was also innocent. So you happily went shopping instead. Do you even act like a president? Tian-yi jabbed her finger against his shoulder, enumerating his offenses one by one. Also, when you were student council president, you irresponsibly dumped a bunch of work on us, disappeared afterward, and couldn't be found anywhere. It's no surprise you were kicked out. Just as this senior was about to be berated until his head almost sank into the floor cracks by Tian-yi, Zhongli quickly interjected that she met acquaintances in the market and even encountered Coach Shichuan on her way back, completely fine. This finally made Tian-yi grumpily withdraw her hand. All right. I apologize, let me treat you all to hot springs someday. He waved around a scratch card familiar to everyone. This is the prize you scratched off, idiot. The little girl could no longer restrain herself and ran over to kick his face. Feng Mian hurried to shield his handsome face while carefully supporting Lan Ko to prevent her from falling, then pretended to be grievously injured as he groaned. Ow. Zhongli couldn't help but rub her forehead. This president seems kind of mischievous. Even though this is true, but you must understand that the president is very poor too. If staying longer would be okay, I can cover the extra cost, alright? The senior, lacking any sense of dignity, sighed sadly, showing an utterly heartbroken expression. This is reasonable. Zhuoyu smiled sweetly, resting her hand on Feng Mian's shoulder. If you ever disappear again without telling anyone, you know the consequence. A gleaming mechanical scissor appeared in her hand. Accompanying a gentle smile and a snap, a strand of fine brown hair floated down. Chilled down his spine, Feng Mian involuntarily shivered. He quickly hid behind Isk, muttering, "After all, Isk is still the best to me." Isk smiled thickly and handed him a metal cup full of drink, then crushed it into a metal ball right in front of him. Even Isk does this. Stuck frozen in place, Feng Mian looked incredibly disbelieving, mechanically turning toward Zhongli with teary eyes. "It's my fault. I promise I will never be this unreliable again. Ollie, I know you're the best. Please plead for me." Zhongli raised an eyebrow slightly and coughed softly. "Then the expenses for our hot spring trip will be fully covered by the club president. I'm sure you won't go back on your word again." She pointed to the unnamed snack in front of her, shifting everyone's attention. "Is this for me? It looks very delicious." "That's right." Tian-yi handed her a knife, indicating she could start cutting the cake. "We searched a lot of information on the net of heaven and earth, and finally found that the ancient custom of eating cake wasn't bad. So, a few of us chipped in to customize something called a cake." Lanka licked her lips as she stood on tiptoes next to the trolley, drooling. "I wonder how it tastes." Zhongli divided the cut cake among everyone, her smile gradually lighting up her face. "It must be very delicious." She was really happy today. No, incredibly happy. "Well, Zhuoyu placed a floating photography robot in front of everyone. Let's take a group photo." After a moment of chaos, everyone managed to find their positions. However, Zhongli suddenly felt herself lifted off the ground, placed on Ice's shoulder. This big guy seemed a little embarrassed. "I see that you look really happy." He scratched the back of his head. "Happy birthday, Ollie." Zhongli was surprised at first, but then smiled quickly. Thank you, Isk. Isk is playing favorites. Lanka noticed the situation here and jokingly accused Isk, then grinned, saying today Ollie was most important, so she would give up her special seat for her, before patting over to stand beside Tian-E and holding her hand. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical voice echoed through the hall. With a click, the smiles of 6 people were recorded on a small photograph. After bidding everyone farewell, Zhongli returned to her apartment building. She looked at the photo, already framed, for a long time before placing it on the bedside cabinet. She remembered Joyu giving her a warm hug before she left. Ollie, even though we're all worthless, there are still many things we can do, so don't hold back. Rely on us freely. There's no way we'll let you down. Joyu practically enveloped her entire person in her arms, gently smoothing her shoulder-length short hair while whispering into her ear. Today, get a good rest, alright? Good night, Ollie. Good night, everyone. Zhongli looked at a gift box containing a red crystal necklace that the smart steward had brought in and smiled lightly. The message interface that hadn't closed, yet clearly displayed 2 lines of text. For some reason, I feel red suits you well. Happy birthday, and thank you for your present. It was Ming's song. He specifically came over late at night to deliver a gift. He really went through a lot of trouble. Then, good night. Ming's song. Coach Shirchuan, do you think, does this world have value worth protecting? The girl tilted her head, her hair tucked behind her ears slid down, covering half of her clear and pretty face. Her eyes misty, making it hard to figure out what she was thinking about. I think, Shirchuan moved the candy in his mouth from one side to the other, opening slowly. Occasionally, it does. To provide a peaceful living environment for you restless students. He licked his cheeks and clicked his tongue slightly. Since you guys are such wimps. Jiang, so weak, Li. Coach, that's personal attack. Be careful, or all auxiliary major students will beat you up. As he saw the beautiful phoenix eyes of the young girl about to turn dead fish eyes, Shirchuan hurriedly added. What I mean is, as long as there are people you care about, then protecting them has value. The light cast scattered shadows on his angular face, and his deep brown eyes reflected the confused look on the little girl's face. So, Miss Ollie, do you have someone you care about? Zhongli spaced out for a second. She shook her head. No. Maybe, there isn't. All the people she once cared about were buried underground. The gloved hand fell from above, pressing not too heavy on her head. Just as I said, leave these complicated things to us adults. That's right, it didn't have much to do with her anymore. But still, couldn't help feeling a bit sad. Shirchuan patted her like a small animal. Soon, you'll have important people. His expression was serious and earnest. Zhongli seeing it felt inexplicably assured. Then I'll barely trust the coach once. Zhongli opened her eyes. Morning light poured into the room, warming her. She rested her wrist on her forehead, squinting her eyes. For the first time, she had a good sleep. There was no pain, no despair. Things that used to frequently appear in her dreams were nowhere to be found. Instead, there was only a comforting pure white and a faintly sweet scent of candy in the air. She glanced at the photo frame by the bed, feeling the lingering warmth in her body, before getting up after a long while. After her daily cleansing routine, she swallowed a pill. The girl's black hair, which reached just below her shoulders, was somewhat messy, and her skin was so pale, it almost showed bluish veins. Her golden red phoenix eyes blinked a few times, fading into ink black in an instant. She pressed her lips together lightly, staring at herself in the mirror for quite some time before regaining her senses. She still wasn't used to not having to constantly disguise herself as a boy. Why did she dress up as a boy in the first place? Right, it was because someone told her that her father wanted a son. That person was her birth mother. Chapter 7 Jiangyu. It was a dark room, a completely sealed-off dark room. The only sound in the dark room was that of a weak breath, intermittent. No light, no noise, no one else. It seemed those people did not want his life. Every day, a bottle of nutrient solution would appear on time at the window, occasionally letting a bit of light through. This was the 7th day he had been locked in the dark room after being injected with the toxin. The red-clad teenager leaned against the wall, struggling to keep his eyes open but still unable to see any light. He was enveloped in a thick and oppressive darkness. His golden red pupils had long since lost their luster, exuding gloom and despair. He had always loved beauty, even changing into a bright red robe before going into battle and carefully tying up his long black hair. Because of his formidable strength and his father's favor, there were no objections in the army. But now his red robes had been soaked with blood, turning dark red, his hair disheveled around him, presenting a pitiable sight of disarray. 7 days. The first day wasn't so bad. His body just hurt intensely. His meridians broke inch by inch, healing quickly due to his excellent recovery rate, then breaking again, healing again, and breaking again, until his body could no longer recover quickly. He had almost become a man of blood. By then, it had already been exactly 3 days. On the 3rd day, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. She could try using the only decoration on her, a medal granted by her father, which she always carried with her, to make noise. Throwing it out, following the sound blindly to retrieve it, and throwing it again. Later, he could endure the pain of the poison corroding his body and catch the rebounding metal swiftly. Even though his body was already too worn down that even the simple throwing action made him feel exhausted, he couldn't stop. Without sound, he would collapse. No one who has experienced normal life could stay mentally stable in a world without light or sound. He must not fall into such a state. He is Jiang Yu. After all, the only offspring of the League War God, the top person in the League's military to have become a major general at 20, and the captain of the 7th Army, Jiang Yu. He still wanted to return to the battlefield, back to the 7th Army, to defend his country, to fight alongside his comrades. However, this kind of life didn't last long. Soon, he started hearing massive roaring in his ears. Despair slowly enveloped his heart. It doesn't matter. He consoled himself thus. It doesn't matter, nothing big, bear with it for a little while longer, and soon it will be over. As long as he survives for 7 days, he will be released. However, the toxin inside him seemed to be playing games with him. When he could successfully catch the rebounding metal based on feeling alone, his limbs began to gradually go numb. They took away his physical prowess, his hearing, and now they are starting to take away his sense of touch. Until his skin completely lost its ability to perceive external stimuli, he knew it was the 6th day. That metal had always been tightly held in his hand, fearing that if he let go for even a moment, he might never find it again. It was his father's affirmation of him, the honor his father personally pinned onto him when he became a major general. He must not lose it. How was his father doing? Has he returned? Have his old wounds healed? What about the 7th Army? Will they panic without him? No, they certainly won't. That's the most excellent team, an elite group that certainly wouldn't get flustered. His physical condition should have been destroyed pretty thoroughly now. Perhaps it's time for them to release him? And his mental energy recovered earlier than expected. Or perhaps this batch of mental inhibitors was substandard? He tried hard to cultivate that faint yet extraordinarily powerful mental force, treating it as the only lifeline. As long as his mental energy remains, as long as it exists. The 7th day, the mental tentacles trembled slightly as they reached out from the dark room. It saw senior officials of the League conversing with several people from the Scant Star. Her mother sat listlessly beside them, expressionless. A few minutes later, the people from Scant Star nodded satisfactorily. What did they say? They said. The mental tentacles extended wildly and swelled furiously. He heard. Brigadier Liu, what do you think? I agree. Good. We agree to destroy Jiang Yu's mental power altogether. In exchange, you must fulfill your promise. Remember that Scant Star cannot endure another war, can it? Pass the order down. Inject DF, N51 into Jiang Li. Destroy his mental power? In the mind of the boy named Jiang Yu, only his mother's voice echoed. I agree. Mother? Do you really not have even the slightest hesitation? Though he had always known that the person his mother cared about was his father, never him. She was still his mother after all. He had always strived to do his best, hoping to earn a word of praise or a small reward from her. But his mother would never even give him a proper glance, and would even look at him jealously when he chatted happily with his father. He had never understood his mother's thoughts, nor why, being her child, she could so indifferently abandon him. Even if it were just pretending to be heartbroken. Why not? Why? Why should they? Why should she? Why did they have the right to easily take away his life, his physique, his mental power? Because he won battles? Because he secured victories for the League? Because he claimed the head of the Scant Prince? Or because he didn't make it in time to save his father, leaving him in the hands of the Scant? He suddenly felt lost. Was this the planet he had protected? Was this the League he had protected? What about the common people? Did they agree to? Did they support trading everything he had for peace? What was he living for? All those years on the battlefield striving for peace, what were they for? For this day, this moment, where his talents would be destroyed along with his mental power, his value as a human denied. He was Jiang Yu after all. That carefree and bold Jiang Yu who was never bound by rules. That lieutenant general who would laugh maniacally and stake his life to carve out a way of survival even near death. That prodigy who proudly swore to guard his homeland and serve his country. Jiang Yu. How could he possibly willingly sit there, waiting for his limbs to be broken, reduced to a helpless puppet unable to resist or fight back? A hoarse laugh echoed through the silent, empty dark room. The sound carried despair and a recklessness born of a last stand. The young man slowly stood up, no longer suppressing the restless mental power. He let them grow stronger, letting them wreak havoc on his body. Blood mixed with chunks of internal organs erupted from his mouth, yet all he did was laugh. Laughing at his own naivety, his arrogance, laughing at this ridiculous 20 years of his life. Massive mental energy seemed to burst through some barrier, beginning to wildly mutate uncontrollably. Intangible waves of energy rippled outward from him in layers, collapsing the entire dark room before continuing to destroy the entire base. Ear-splitting alarms blared throughout the border zone, just as they had every time enemy invasions were detected. Even then, he struggled to control the rampaging mental force, ensuring it wouldn't harm any human lives. His brain, eyes, meridians, internal organs, everything hurt. Who was crying? It was that once carefree young man of the Zhang family. He knew very well this was a worthwhile trade-off, sacrificing himself for peace. He had silently accepted it too, drinking the soup laced with medicine sent by his mother. He had compromised, given way, and now he was reduced to such a state, having his talent stripped, his mental power destroyed, rendered a useless cripple. He couldn't accept it. He absolutely couldn't accept it. Report, sir. Detected a 3S grade mental energy fluctuation. Report, sir. Jiang Yu's mental energy is in chaos. Report, sir. An A-grade spatial storm detected. Should we activate the backup protective devices? Report, sir. A 1-meter radius space black hole appeared at the base center. Report, sir. Jiang Yu fell into the space black hole. A gold medal filled with cracks fell from the rapidly contracting black hole, hitting the ground and shattering into powder instantly. The gentle wind swept over the ground, carrying the powder away, leaving nothing behind. During today's professional class, a combat video of a monster legion was played. Such videos are all filmed remotely by military battlefield recorders using robotic controls, and their content is both genuine and awe-inspiring. However, on the projection screen, adult swallow-cloud beasts were covered in silver-white liquid armor, towering and mighty, fangs exposed, emanating a chilling glow, eyes wide open while roaring, displaying a magnificent momentum. Their swift movement resembled the wind, strikingly fast, astonishing destructive force. One swipe of their claw could fling an entire row of soldiers aside, plunging into the enemy ranks and causing their formation to collapse instantly. Compared to the depiction of juvenile swallow-cloud beasts in their virtual textbooks, which were chubby, round, fluffy, and irresistibly cute. Where were the fangs? Where were the claws? Where was the imposing majesty? After comparing many times, Zhang Li reluctantly believed this fact. As the ancient saying goes, don't underestimate a poor youth. Who would have guessed that such a cute little lump would grow into something of such enormous size? No wonder they're military monsters, excelling during both their youth and adulthood compared to other monsters of their age. After casually lamenting for a few moments, Zhang Li paused, her fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. Battlefield recorder. The battlefield recorder of the 7th Army was supposed to send edited combat videos back to the capital star after every battle. But why couldn't she find any videos of the 7th Army's battles on the net? Though these were military videos, it was impossible for them to leave no trace at all. And then there was the charge of treason, which was understandable, perhaps, in her case. But the 7th Army? They could never betray their side. She had asked technical personnel to search through the net. All they found was a photo of her being promoted to Major General and some bland accounts of the 7th Army's achievements, nothing else. Was someone deliberately erasing the existence of the 7th Army? Because of the discrimination against warriors of support classes? Or because of that baseless charge of betrayal? She frowned. No matter what, she had to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 8. The Alternative Self-Society Storytelling Session, Part 1. The weather that day was pleasant, with not a cloud in sight, making it perfectly suited for organizing a club activity. Except the president wasn't cooperating. Seriously, we clearly agreed to have this storytelling session today, and president has gone missing again. Lanka plopped down onto the artificial grass, tugging at her tea-colored braid as she muttered complaints. Joyu gazed thoughtfully at the empty corner for a moment before saying gently, if we can't wait any longer, let's just start without him. Feng Mion's unreliability wasn't exactly new. As the vice president, she had long grown accustomed to such behavior. Esk lowered his head, prodding at the communication interface, seemingly trying to send another message to their untrustworthy president. At this moment, Zhang Li saw a message sent by Tian-Yi, which made her feel a mix of amusement and sorrow. Tian-Yi ran into him on the way here. She's dragging him over now, Zhang Li said. Probably fearing he'd be penalized for telling a boring story. A few days earlier, Lanka had insisted Feng Mion tell her a story, and upon hearing that, Feng Mion got an idea and proposed they simply hold a storytelling session. This evolved into each member taking turns to tell a story, and whoever told the least exciting tale would face a punishment. Examples included guys dressing up as girls, girls dressing up in hideous costumes and wandering around campus, slapping their drill sergeants on the shoulder and saying, this task of yours is too easy. It's like babysitting, or staring at something they most dreaded facing for 5 seconds. Others involved making absurd declarations right in front of everyone. No one knew exactly which kind of punishment struck his sore spot so hard that he avoided participation altogether. She had asked a few members, but they all smiled mysteriously, urging her to figure it out herself, thus fueling her curiosity. Before long, Feng Mion was pulled over by Tian-Yi, looking utterly disheartened. Why must juniors treat their seniors like this? Tian-Yi remained unfazed, clapped her hands, and indicated she also wanted to sit in on the storytelling session. Thus, the 6 of them formed a circle and started using the system to randomly select who would go first. The first name that popped up was Zhuiyu's. She smiled and began narrating a tale. Many years ago, there was a vast illegal scientific experimental base. The scientists there were dedicated to creating perfect war weapons, dreaming of mass-producing them for military use. After repeated failures and robot modifications, they shifted their focus to synthetic humans being embryos cultivated in artificial wombs. They eliminated defective genes and introduced perfect ones. However, fate did not favor them, and none of the genetically corrected embryos survived past a week. They had to settle for what was possible and finally managed to successfully cultivate a male infant after numerous trials. The researchers, seeing a glimmer of hope, rejoiced. They used the male infant's stem cells to produce hundreds of clones and used growth accelerators to speed up their development. But for some reason, clone after clone perished, leaving only the original male infant alive. Now with no choice, the researchers carefully nurtured the male infant to grow naturally, hoping he would mature and yield fruitful results. From the moment the boy gained consciousness, he was confined to the tedious laboratory, constantly subjected to blood draws, tests, and various other inspections. Fortunately, he had a patient and gentle assistant sister by his side. She was beautiful and warm, young and kind. The sister always tried to stop the researchers from conducting experiments on him and demanded that they treat him as a complete human being. However, her actions were often dismissed as impractical and scoffed at. She once said, Although she was young, she also knew it was wrong. As the boy grew older, the sister never wavered in her stance. After completing daily experimental tasks, she came to spend time with him, telling him stories, teaching him to recognize words, playing games with him, cultivating his interests and hobbies, treating him like any ordinary child. One day, she asked the boy if he wanted to go outside. The boy longed to leave the lab, and in the torment he endured day after day, and he nodded. Later, she said, he would soon be free to go outside. That day, the experimental base was anonymously reported, and the army broke in. The upper management resisted fiercely, and artillery fire spread everywhere. The sisters secretly released the boy from the lab and guarded him as they fled towards the exit. Just as they were about to reach it, the sister collapsed. Already gravely injured while protecting the boy, the sister was almost crushed to death under a falling heavy beam. She said she couldn't make it out. She smiled and told him to see the outside world well instead of her. With her last ounce of strength, she pushed him. Run forward, towards the army. Don't look back. An ill-timed sniffling sound suddenly rang out. Joyeux helplessly hugged Lan Ku, who was pouting and showing signs of distress, patting her back to comfort her. She raised her head and saw the serious or contemplative expressions on everyone's faces, then smiled gently. Later, the base was destroyed, the researchers were sentenced, and the boy was adopted by a wealthy family, living out the kind of life his sister had always hoped for. Hearing this ending, the gloomy atmosphere among the group slightly improved. The listener Tian tried to liven up the mood. It can be considered a pretty good ending. That little sister must be watching the boy from the stars. Zhongli nodded in agreement, adding softly, if she sees the boy is doing well, she must be very happy. Feng Mian rested his head on his hand, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Joyeux for several seconds before shifting back to the random selection screen. This time it's Esk's turn. He nudged the silently seated muscular giant beside him with his elbow. Esk felt even more nervous under everyone else's fervent stares, causing the usually maintained expression of coldness to crumble into one of unease. Just be yourself, big guy. Lanka leaned forward and patted him. After all, you're not facing strangers, but us, your friends. After remaining silent for a moment, Esk's tense muscles and facial expressions relaxed somewhat as he began slowly speaking. Then I'll tell a story about a parasitic insect race invading the twin Fa planet. He suddenly paused, looking up at the lush canopy of the tree Jiang Li was leaning against. After staring for a while and finding no abnormalities, he redirected his gaze. Jiang Li noticed his glance and looked up as well. There was nothing to see. Even if there was something, it could be completely concealed by the luxuriant leaves of this rapidly growing tree. She hesitated for a moment and decided not to use her mental tentacles to probe further. Let's listen to the story first. She assumed there couldn't possibly be any strange creatures in the school. There are parasitic insect races. Tian widened her eyes in disbelief. Feng Mian lightly tapped his cheek with his finger and nodded. Indeed, some insect races have such abilities, but their numbers are few, and survival conditions are strict. The military has kept this information secret to prevent public panic. As far as I know, Esk used to be from the twin Fa planet? Esk nodded. So, is this story based on real events? Lanka's curiosity was piqued as she urged Esk to hurry up and tell the story. A shadow hidden in the thick foliage slumped bonelessly against the branches, wiping away non-existent sweat. That Esk truly possesses beast-like intuition. Just hearing the word parasite caused a slight disturbance in his breathing, which was quickly perceived. And that student Jiang Li, who obviously also suspected his hiding place, yet chose not to delve deeper, her attentiveness was remarkable too. This batch of students has promising potential. He lazily closed his eyes, despite the various thoughts swirling in his mind, but a trace of deep-rooted sorrow flickered in his deep brown irises. Since he had been disturbed, he might as well listen until the end. Esk's story was just as straightforward and concise as he was, narrating in a calm tone how people discovered the parasitic insect race and how the border defense forces later wiped out its lair. That battle must have been very tough. Jiang Li reflected for a while, her voice heavy. Not only could countless innocent civilians have been parasitized, but also on the battlefield, every soldier except those in mechs had the possibility of being parasitized. In other words, the warriors who survived that battle must have gone through the pain and torment of having to kill their own comrades. If it were her, facing a comrade parasitized by the insect race, what would she choose? To kill them with her own hands? They had trained together, laughed together, and fought side by side in battles. They were comrades in arms whom one could trust with their backs. But to let them go? As a warrior, standing behind her were the nation and its people. The reproductive ability of the insect race was incredibly strong. Letting just one escape, due to temporary compassion, could lead to their resurgence, ultimately costing even more innocent lives. Thinking of this, she sighed in relief for not participating in that battle. What would it feel like to kill one's own comrades? She could not imagine. It must have been unbearably painful. So they are all heroes. Joyeux seemed to have also thought about these things, her face solemn, filled with respect for the soldiers in her words. Sichuan, leaning against the tree, lowered his head. His black bangs cast faint shadows over his eyebrows and eyes, his expression unreadable, his thoughts unknown, yet the tightly clenched fists exposed his inner unrest. Heroes? He repeatedly pondered this word in his heart, thinking about those who could never return. If it were up to them, no one would willingly become this so-called hero. The price was simply too great, too excruciatingly painful. The group on the grass quickly regained their spirits, eagerly anticipating the next thrilling story. Joyu stroked the young girl's hair in her arms and reminded her, "Kiki, it's your turn." Still lost in astonishment, Lanka suddenly focused her gaze to see her name already flashing on the screen. The little girl pulled at her braids, pouting unhappily. "I haven't really experienced anything interesting myself, so I can only tell a story that someone else once told me. It's also something that actually happened." She seemed to be reminiscing about the person who had told her this story and broke into a sweet smile, completely lost in nostalgia. Only after being reminded by the others did she snap back to reality, somewhat embarrassed, cleared her throat, and began recounting an old tale about a pair of brothers. Chapter 9. The Legion Club Storytelling Session, Part 2. There were once two individuals who were the closest of friends. Since the day they started school, they had been roommates, joined clubs together, and caused mischief hand in hand. When one fancied a girl, the other would help devise strategies for winning her heart. When one got into trouble, the other would step up and share responsibility. After graduation, one joined the military while the other pursued a political career, and they even agreed to become godfathers to each other's children. Later on, the politician married a wife he loved deeply. She too was a soldier. He entrusted his good friend, now a general, with the duty of looking after his wife. The general proudly promised him not to worry. Then came the year that the border planets were under siege, invaded by aliens that caught the Union completely off guard. Casualties among the military forces were heavy, leading to an emergency retreat. Even though gravely wounded, the general still mustered the strength to hold the rearguard action, buying time for others to escape. However, his injuries were severe, and in a moment of disorientation, he collided head-on with an energy blast. At this critical juncture, the general's brother's wife arrived to shield him from the explosion. On the brink of death, she said that he was the pillar of hope for the entire army, and it would be disastrous if anything happened to him. She lamented her guilt towards her husband and their 3-year-old son, pleading with the general to look after her family. The general promised her he would. Yet, later on, his brother broke ties entirely, viewing him as an enemy, claiming it was something the general owed to his entire family. The general, knowing well his debt, had quietly helped them all along. Later on, I asked someone who told me stories about the general. He turned out to be our former war god, Jiang Cheng. Keek's bright eyes dimmed slightly. Unfortunately, after the battle for the city defenses, his old injuries flared up again, and he passed away without treatment. His wife also shot herself to death, and was buried alongside him. Suddenly remembering something, she perked up again. I heard that he had a son named Jiang Yu, who was incredibly talented and became a brigadier general at the age of 20. But after Jiang Cheng's death, the Union announced that he led the 7th Army to betray them and sentenced him to death on a barren planet. Feng Mian frowned slightly. The Guwu Zhang family has served in the military for generations, passing down their lineage through a single line. It is indeed a pity. Yes, within just a year, almost everyone in that family was gone, Tianyi sighed. It's unclear why Jiang Yu betrayed them. I've seen his photos before, such a handsome young man. She continued. I once asked my father about the start and end of this incident, but he was vague, saying that it was too complicated for me to understand. Humph, those in power in the Union are all old tricksters. Zhuoyu shook his head regrettably. Perhaps it involved some major national affairs, things we couldn't touch. Esk noticed that Jiang Li seemed somewhat distracted at this point, and hesitantly patted her shoulder. Since hearing the name Jiang Cheng, Jiang Li had been in a daze, her eyes lowered, seemingly lost in thought. No wonder. Her father had once told her that she should have had a godfather and an older brother. Jiang Li subconsciously smiled faintly at Esk after being shaken out of her thoughts, signaling that she was fine. But what a coincidence. Ali also shares the surname Jiang, so perhaps their ancestors belonged to the same family. Lanka laughed, revealing her little tiger tooth. Maybe we need to trace back hundreds of thousands of years ago. Jiang Li shrugged her shoulders. At that moment, glancing down at the corner of her eye, she realized it was her turn, so she straightened up and, after reflecting for a while, told everyone a story about a young man. This youth was born in the battlefield and grew up there as well. His father was a famous great general, and his mother also excelled in the military. He was naturally gifted, learning quickly, and gained numerous extraordinary achievements on the battlefield. Once, during a raid, he captured the head of the opposing general, securing victory in that war. Yet, unknown to him, his father suffered a relapse of old wounds on the battlefield, fell, and was captured by the enemy. While anxiously attempting to rescue his father, the enemy sent over peace terms, indicating a willingness to cease fire and return the captives, but their sole condition was exchanging the boy for them, since it turned out the head the youth had claimed belonged to the highly bloodline noble, adored prince of the enemy nation. They detested him and wanted to ruin his brilliant talents. They intended to make his life worse than death. After years of conflict, both the country where the youth hailed from and the enemy were worn out. Although the presence of the youth placed the enemy temporarily at a disadvantage, no one knew how many more lives or how much longer this endless warfare would last. Now, one party finally decided to yield, and the condition was merely sacrificing one person, something the nation gladly accepted. Exchanging one person for a great general in the prime of his life, who had brought the country much honor and countless warriors' lives, and for a long-desired peaceful life, who wouldn't agree? The young man also consented. Loving his homeland and its people deeply, all his loyalty was pledged to the land beneath his feet. How could he not be willing? But perhaps his mother didn't know? Fearing that he might escape, his mother hastily delivered a bowl of warm medicinal soup under the cover of night. The youth knew everything, yet he swallowed the broth spoonful by agonizing spoonful. Before his consciousness faded, he heard his mother say to him, "I'm sorry, mother loves father more than she loves you." And at this point, Jiangli stopped her narration. Seeming lost in some memories, Jiangli didn't speak for quite some time. Tian-Yi looked anxious and urged her to continue. Then what? What happened to the young man? Hey, don't leave us hanging. Lan Ku also gripped her pant leg tightly in suspense. So did the nation hand him over to the enemy? Or did he manage to escape? Her bright blue eyes fixed intently on Jiangli, blinking continuously. Jiangli regained her senses and smiled faintly. He probably died. Both nations succeeded in negotiating peace, and no one would remember a boy like him. It couldn't be. Zhuyu frowned delicately. He was the national hero, a meritorious soldier. How could no one remember him? Who knows? Jiangli chuckled softly. It's just a story anyway. She relaxed and lay back on the green grass, gazing at the crystal-clear azure sky. All has passed, and the land she had protected gained a temporary peace. Why should she care anymore? Although the young man himself willingly sacrificed for the nation, Feng Mian spoke up after being silent all this time. Was he content? To be so easily discarded by the very country and its people he cherished as if he were an object. Was he truly content? Jiangli froze. A complex swirl of emotions slowly surfaced in her eyes, akin to storm-tossed waves constantly surging. Was she content? No, she wasn't. She had never been satisfied. Even though she was a warrior and pledged loyalty to her homeland, she remained a human, with feelings and desires. She hadn't experienced an amusement park like normal children, never worn beautiful dresses, never traveled with family, nor made friends of her own age. Given her talent, she ought to have had a much better future ahead. How could she possibly feel at ease? And who would care? No one would care. Jiangli closed her eyes, breathing in the serene scents in the air, her soft voice carrying a hidden tinge of melancholy. Does it even matter whether he is content or not? The atmosphere gradually grew tense. A heavy stone seemed to press on everyone's heart, suffocating and oppressive. Even those hiding in the trees held their breath, pondering unknown thoughts. Jiangli suddenly straightened herself up, sighing helplessly. This is just a story. Why take it so seriously? She already didn't mind. So why did they still look so sad? She pointed to the random system page. President, your turn. Nothing mattered. It had all passed. She wouldn't feel sorrow either. She felt herself acting overly sentimental and sappy. There must be something wrong. But never mind. Right now, she was actually quite happy. Jiangli narrowed her eyes, feeling each powerful heartbeat in her chest. Life seemed less difficult after all. Compared with your stories, mine is simply nowhere near interesting. Feng Mian complained woefully, somewhat despondent. Let him think again. Perhaps there was still something more engaging. He suddenly slapped his palm. Decided. I'll tell you a romance tale about a tyrannical love between rich elites. And thus, everyone was forced to listen to the story of how an influential official forcefully pursued and eventually married a girl who didn't reciprocate his feelings, overcoming countless barriers along the way. Damn, Lan Ku kicked violently, almost hitting Feng Mian's handsome face. Who wants to hear such cheesy CEO-style romance stories? Tian-Yi pulled her mouth corners, finding it utterly nauseating to have listened through it all. Zhuyu also took out her small, delicate metal scissors, smiling. Esk's face contorted unrecognizably. So, Jiangli tapped the virtual screen, her lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. Let's randomly draw the punishment method, President. It's staring at what you fear most for 5 seconds. Zhuyu glanced at the random result, gracefully putting away a certain brutal sharp item, then leaned on her chin beside Feng Mian, enjoying his expression full of despair somewhat maliciously. Jiangli suddenly felt the big tree beside her trembling. No, someone up in the tree was laughing uncontrollably. Such an obvious movement caught everyone's attention, focusing on that tree. Oops, my apologies. Shirchuan gracefully leaped down from the tree, his long legs slightly bent to easily absorb the impact as he steadied himself. His fingerless gloved hand was pressed against his forehead, unable to stop laughing. Teacher sure. Tian-Yi's face was full of surprise. You, how did you end up here? For the record, I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. He attempted to look stern, but traces of laughter lingered in the corners of his eyes, which complemented his stunningly handsome features, making it hard for anyone to feel truly angry. I was having a good nap up there when you all suddenly gathered and started a storytelling session, waking me up. Since I didn't want to disturb you, I ended up listening to a few stories instead. He glanced with an ineffable expression at Feng Mian, who had petrified in despair, before remembering that he should introduce himself. Oh right, some of you might not know me. I'm Shirchuan, this year's instructor responsible for assisting second-year training. Without hesitation, Shirchuan patted Jiang Li's shoulder. Both Jiang Li and Tian-Yi are my students. Chapter 10, Another Storytelling Session at Lingji Club, Part 3. I know you, Instructor Sure. I'm Zhuyu from the second-year mecha program. Zhuyu bowed politely to him with a smile. The most outstanding instructor of this year is already widely known in the combat department. Oh, I wasn't really aware of that. Shirchuan was caught off guard by the compliment, raising an eyebrow and modestly accepting it. Hello, instructor. I'm Lan Ku, first-year medicinal program. Lan Ku's cowlick wiggled as she raised her hand high. I've heard of you too. They say you're very handsome, instructor. Esk also paid his respects, his expression returning to the cold severity reserved for strangers. Instructor Sure. Second-year single combat program, Esk. They're quite a group of excellent students. Shirchuan sighed, showing an elder's wisdom. Can I watch? In fact, I'd really like to see the punishment inflicted on this kid. It was finally time to settle the score for Feng Mian stealing his lollipop last time. Never thought you'd meet your match today, huh, kid? He chuckled slyly. Zhongli tilted her head to look up at him. You know Senior Feng Mian instructor? Heh. Sichuan pondered for a moment. Once he trained with the military unit. I taught him for a while. Before he could continue, Lan Ke's sudden roar interrupted him. Huge guy? Stop him quickly. On this side, everyone watched as Feng Mian tried to sneak away unnoticed, prompting Lan Ke to urgently call out to Esk. Don't even think about running. Zhuyu also stepped forward, blocking Feng Mian's path. Tiani rolled up his sleeves excitedly. Let me help too. The four of them smirked, surrounding him tightly. Sichuan moved a few steps closer, arms crossed as he promised. Don't worry. If I'm here, he won't get far. Realizing there was no hope of escape, Feng Mian managed a laugh and suggested. How about we change the punishment? I'll accept anything else, but let's skip this one, okay? This suggestion was decisively rejected by the group. Ollie, go get the black canister from the bag, Lan Ke said, keeping a cautious eye on their senior who clearly lacked any semblance of dignity as he sought another chance to flee. A black canister? Hearing this, Zhongli rummaged through her bag. It was a sealed container with a pitch-black appearance, lightweight, but unclear what it held inside. Zhongli inspected it for a moment, failing to make out much before handing it over to Zhuyu. When Feng Mian saw this canister, he froze completely, terror-stricken as if he'd just seen something horrific. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Just 5 seconds, President. You agreed to challenge your other self. Don't chicken out. Lan Ke teased, narrowing her eyes mischievously. Before Feng Mian could respond, Zhuyu had already removed the black tape around the canister. Feng Mian inadvertently caught a glimpse of her action and started squeezing his eyes shut with all his might. He was then restrained by Esk, whose firm grip held down Feng Mian's limbs while Lan Ke steadied his head, and Tian, forcibly pried, opened his eyelids. The girl laughed brightly. Senior, be a role model. When you lose, you must accept the consequences. You can't set a bad example for juniors. Forced to open his eyes, Feng Mian stared at the grotesque form in the canister placed before him. Stunned momentarily, he fainted immediately, only to be caught steadily by Esk who stood behind him. Everyone scrambled to arrange Feng Mian comfortably on the grass. A number of people couldn't help bursting into giggles. Zhuyu turned her head, obscuring her expression. Esk's face remained severe without a crack. Tian struggled hard to control his lips' frantic upward curve. Lan Ke's cheeks were nearly inflated into 2 balls, small hands tightly covering her mouth as her bright big eyes bent into crescents. As for Sichuan, his forefinger curled against his lips, concealing his smug laughter with a cough. Zhongli shot Feng Mian a look of pity, although she herself was amused by his predicament and couldn't suppress her laughter. She took the canister from Zhuiyu's hands, looking curiously at its contents while her eyes gradually widened. This thing. Its tiny black antennae swayed leisurely, seemingly greeting her. A bug? Correct, it's just an ordinary beetle. Lan Ke used a blade of grass to prod the slowly awakening Feng Mian, while beside her Zhuyu tapped something into her hollow brain, calmly analyzing. Precisely 4 seconds, 1.3 seconds longer than the previous endurance time. Progress, keep it up. Feng Mian sat up shakily and relaxed once he noticed the bug had been taken far by Zhongli. He slumped forward, his brown, fluffy hair tuft curling slightly at the ends like a large brown canine creature. He was muttering something under his breath, and only when Zhongli moved closer did she catch it clearly. Scared the life out of me. Scared the life out of me. Scared the life out of me. No. Zhongli arched an eyebrow. So the president is afraid of bugs. Being afraid of insects isn't strange in itself, but what was hard to believe was how far it went. Fainting on the spot. I didn't know this either. Then does that mean Senior Esk would also be afraid of insectoids? After all, they're such big insects. Tian gestured with her hands as she illustrated their size, obviously curious. Sichuan lifted a hand at this moment. Not necessarily, I can vouch for this. He's quite brave when it comes to fighting insectoids. He stifled his laughter, patted Feng Mian's shoulder, and raised 2 fingers. That's some good progress. Last time you woke up after fainting for 2 whole hours. So the president's fear is limited to small insects? Zhongli glanced at Zhuyu, who nodded with a smile. How fascinating. Feng Mian, losing his mind, rubbed his hair, looking around helplessly, his face turning bright red, like he desperately wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. His eyes shone with resolve as he fiercely bit his own hand and immediately thrust it right in front of Esk's face, whose expression hadn't changed a bit. Esk, look what this is. Oh, big guy, don't look. Lan Ke suddenly leaped up, her cowlick standing straight in panic. But it was already too late. Esk, upon seeing Feng Mian's hand close up, froze stiffly like a statue, not even breathing for a long while. Feng Mian. Zhuiyu's face turned grim. Tian, utterly confused, asked, What? What happened? She watched as Esk, tall and strong, collapsed directly onto the ground, startling her so much she hurriedly prepared to cushion his fall with her small frame. Another person reacted even faster, catching Esk before placing him down gently. Whoops, quite the weight there. Sichuan adjusted Esk into a comfortable position and casually pinched his arm muscle. Great muscle tone, promising material. Esk? This series of events left Zhongli somewhat dazed. She looked at Feng Mian, triumphantly wiping the bloodstain from where he had bitten his hand and smirking wickedly. How could I be the only one embarrassed? Coke. he called out loudly, drawing Lan Ku's attention. Then with a click, he snapped a picture of her. I'm sending this photo to Candace. Upon hearing Feng Mian's announcement, Lan Ku's reaction transformed instantly from explosive anger to ripe tomato redness. She checked her appearance, completely flustered. Stop. Don't send it. Absolutely no way. Oh dear, Feng Mian mock covered his mouth. I accidentally sent it. What shall we do now? Lan Ku choked on her words, blushing furiously as she threw herself onto the grass. It's over. I have no face to show up anymore. How am I supposed to face Candace, brother? Feng Mian versus Lan Ku. Feng Mian wins. At this point, Jiang Li was already squatting beside Esk, checking his condition. Looking up, she saw Feng Mian's complete victory over Lan Ku and felt puzzled. Don't worry, Esk just fainted from ordinary blood sight. Given his physical condition, he'll wake up shortly. Sichuan relaxed by the side, observing her expression with amusement, then hit the nail on the head. Lan Ku probably has feelings for the Candace she mentioned. Feelings? Is liking someone really like this? Jiang Li became more confused. By the way, what does it feel like to like someone? Upon seeing Jiang Li's expression, Sichuan's handsome face froze for a moment. No way. He bent down close to Jiang Li, carefully scrutinizing her expression, his brown irises filled with astonishment. You wouldn't actually have no idea what liking someone means, would you? Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Yes. I don't really understand. In military school, she had learned combat skills and survival methods. Her father, carefree, neglected other kinds of education. And her mother, her eyes only had room for her father. She knew the basics of physiology, but love and romance were difficult for her to grasp. One might say, she understood nothing about it. The tan-skinned instructor covered the upper half of his face with his palm, his tightly pressed lips gradually showing a grin of uncontrollable amusement. Suddenly, his clear laughter spilled from his lips. Your alternate-you society, it's truly interesting. His eyes half closed through the gaps and his fingers cast an inscrutable gaze toward Zhuoyu nearby, causing him to laugh even harder. That girl, he'd seen her once before. Meanwhile, Jiang Li remained entirely bewildered. Why was he laughing like that? Looking at Tian Yi softly consoling Lan Ku, who, at the same time, stared back at her with a blank expression. Well, forget it. She decided to focus first on dealing with the club president who had lost all self-control. At this moment, what was the irreverent President Feng Mian doing? He rolled up his sleeves and lunged at Zhuoyu, shouting all the while. Today, I'll show them all your true colors. Hey, President Feng Mian, what are you doing? Tian Yi stared in shock, unable to stop him. Zhuoyu's handsome face bore a tranquil smile. She paid no heed to Feng Mian's actions, and elegantly, grabbed her skirt hem and turned around to run. Duh is identical to Wah. What was happening? Jiang Li felt a headache coming on, as if all the surprises she'd experienced in a lifetime had happened today. A perfectly good storytelling session had somehow escalated into this mess. True to form as a student from the mecha department, Zhuoyu ran incredibly fast while holding her skirt. But Feng Mian wasn't one to give up easily. He closely trailed behind, less than a meter away, seemingly determined to expose Zhuoyu's weaknesses. The two engaged in a high-speed chase along the vast tree-lined path, zipping back and forth like ping-pong balls, east to west, then turning back west to east again. Jiang Li could only rub her forehead in disbelief. Just then, Esk finally woke up groggily, gazing blankly at the sky for a moment before propping himself up. What happened? As Jiang Li contemplated how to explain this chaotic scene, a sudden shriek erupted from the eastern end of the tree-lined path. It was Feng Mian's voice. Sichuan leaned against a tree enjoying the spectacle, muttering cheerfully. Looks like Zhuoyu isn't someone to be trifled with either. When they came into view again, the roles in the chase had swapped positions. I'm sorry, Ayu. Please throw that thing far away, Aya. Feng Mian sprinted madly, while Zhuoyu smiled sweetly as she chased after him, an insect clutched firmly in her hand. That won't do. Feng Mian versus Zhuoyu, Zhuoyu wins. Chapter 11. The Alternative Self-Society Storytelling Session, Part 4. This farce ended when both sides were too exhausted to continue, panting as they collapsed on the grass. Sichuan yawned lazily, his fingers diving into the hair above his forehead and lifting it up, revealing a smooth brow. His perfectly chiseled facial features were fully exposed to the air, though he himself seemed completely unaware. The story is over, the play is done, and now it's time for me to leave, he declared loudly, giving thanks with a clear voice. Thank you for your hospitality. He then winked at everyone, turned around, and leaned close to Jiang Li's ear. Your expression is great. Keep it up. Today's expressions were much livelier and brighter than usual. Young girls should be like this to be cute, shouldn't they? A carefree, joyful smile. This was what their kind had always been protecting. Unconsciously touching her own face as Sichuan hummed an unknown little tune and disappeared around the corner, Jiang Li felt somewhat perplexed. Expression? She suddenly realized. She had probably been smiling all day. The laughter at the corners of her mouth hadn't faded even until now, serving as the most powerful proof. Was she happy? Instructor sure was right. Tian Yi moved closer, looked up and down at Jiang Li several times, and revealed a relaxed smile. You're finally happy. Even though you always acted well, everyone always thought you looked so sorrowful. We were all worried about you. But now it's fine. You're laughing so happily, and we're relieved too. She shifted her gaze to Feng Mian, who attempted to comfort Lan Ku without sending the photos, and also Aic Ku who silently helped Zhuoyu get back up. Suddenly, a maternal sense of relief surged within her. Ailey, you might not know, but when you're truly happy, your smile shines. Time always flies by quickly when everyone is gathered together, and the storytelling session soon came to an end. As they bid farewell, Feng Mion's gaze discreetly swept over Jiang Li's neck before returning to normal as he said goodbye to everyone. A subtle glint flashed through the small red crystal hanging around Jiang Li's neck. However, Jiang Li remained oblivious. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Li lounged on the couch in boredom. After twirling her eyes around, she tapped into her intelligent brain interface, logging onto the Skynet. She spent some time meticulously selecting items from the mall before finally checking her messages. A clue mission for the 7 armies. Someone has taken it. She abruptly sat up straight. The other party replied that they would send the investigated materials 1 month later. Jiang Li's heart raced, thump, thump, at an alarming pace, so fast that she momentarily felt a sharp pain. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Having news was definitely better than having no news. She didn't know if anyone had survived, though she clearly understood the judgment strength of the Union. But just in case, could someone have escaped? She wanted to ask what exactly happened after her disappearance. Why had the 7 armies been labeled by the Alliance with the crime of treason? She also wanted to know how everyone had been since she left. Would they blame her? The wind passed through the half-open window, lifting her hair and sweeping across her neck, bringing a slight tickle. Jiang Li suddenly snapped out of it, calming the restlessness of the toxins within her body using mental power, preventing them from further eroding her heart. This body was ultimately nothing but a burden. Unfortunately, the antidote was in the hands of the scant star people, and none of the 20-plus scientific research bases established by Grandma had managed to develop any drugs capable of inhibiting or eliminating these toxins during such a long period. Since the residual toxins were not cleared, she couldn't undergo a heart transplant and would remain in this fragile state where a few steps of running could cause a heart attack. Well, living day by day was fine. Or should she buy a few more hospitals for further research? Jiang Li seriously considered whether doing so could accelerate the research process. Au, train hard and become a pillar of the Alliance. Au, our Jiang family, exists to protect the Alliance. Haha, no wonder. My Jiang family descendant makes me proud. Jiang Yu, you've grown up. Don't cause trouble for your father. Jiang Yu, can't you try harder and help relieve your father? Au, sorry, your mother loves your father more than you. Ollie, you've already done well. Come rest a bit. Ollie, you're still young. There's plenty of time to find your path. Live well, Ollie. I want to see you live happily. Ollie's smile is the brightest and most beautiful one I've ever seen. Smile more often, just like that. Images slid by in Jiang Li's mind like a carousel, accompanied by whispers from various people in her ears. Happy, angry, sad, worried, and filled with expectations. Jiang Li woke up in a panic from the darkness. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and checked the time. It had been less than 20 minutes since she lay down. She could only sit up in bed as usual, cultivating her mental power to pass the time. A strand of newly cultivated mental energy filament merged into her brain domain, like a stream flowing into the sea, without causing even a ripple. Another sleepless night. On this day, the members of the Alternative Self Society gathered in the club activity room, discussing various matters related to the school festival that would take place in 1 month. It was said that the school festival would last 2 days. The first day would feature a full-day campus exhibition open to the public. The morning of the second day would include performances by students within the school, and a masquerade ball would be held at night. As required, each class needed to perform a program, and each club was expected to organize corresponding exhibition activities. So everyone was currently having an intense discussion about what the club should exhibit on that day. Our club has beautiful girls, so we might as well open a maid cafe. Feng Mian sat in a chair propping his head with one hand, seriously pondering before proposing this idea. However, Lan Ke strongly opposed it. That's too old-fashioned. Other clubs will definitely think of it, and if there's overlap, it would be quite awkward. We, the Alternative Self Society, must take a different path. We cannot fade into mediocrity. Jiang Li thought for a moment on this basis. A male butler tea house. The quality of the boys in the club was also excellent. Regardless of President Feng Mian, AIC Ku had a righteous and handsome appearance despite his social obstacles making his expressions cold. Her own men's attire looked much better than her women's, and if Lan Ke dressed as a boy, he should appear cute and youthful, though questionable. But Zhuyu, would such a beautiful woman look out of place dressed as a man? To everyone's surprise, Zhuyu agreed with the suggestion. This idea is pretty good, but the audience for tea drinking is limited, and the number of attracted customers won't be many. We can expand the target audience area. She looked up some information on Skynet and pushed it in front of everyone. Not limited to tea drinks. We can sell all kinds of drinks and pastries. Also, the term male butler sounds somewhat unpleasant. I searched for it, and perhaps we could call them male hosts. Male hosts. This unfamiliar term sparked the interest of several people, including AIC Ku, who leaned forward to check the data interface Zhuyu showed. In plain language, they are men specifically there to chat with guests. Zhuyu looked around seriously. If it's us, then we are premium quality men who chat with guests, mainly using beauty to attract customers, and then letting the guests realize that the items here are actually very delicious. The looks of our club seem to fit the aesthetic standard of most women, and men, too. In the Star Age, new humans were no longer restricted to heterosexual relationships. Same-sex marriages were included in the interstellar marriage law. After all, in an era where artificial uteri can be easily created, same-sex love was nothing special. So even if AIC Ku just squats there silently, expressionless, it can attract customers. Feng Mian suddenly realized. a sunny smile emerging on his face. Maybe it can also help AICQ overcome his social barriers. AICQ didn't object, which was equivalent to accepting their proposal by default. I think the beverages and desserts should also be categorized. Lanka raised her hand. We should divide the prices into high and low tiers so both rich people and ordinary ones can come and consume. That was a great idea. Zhongli nodded quietly, but heard Zhuoyu say anxiously. The biggest problem now is, according to this plan, plus costume and store decoration fees, our club activity budget is completely insufficient. Tian Yi was also busy lately because of the upcoming school festival. The activity budget allocated to each club had already reached its limit and couldn't be applied for again. Zhongli thought for a moment and opened her virtual account. How much do we need? I can sponsor a bit, but I don't know if my funds are enough. She saw her virtual account showing chaotic strip frame data code and felt a headache. My virtual account crashed again. Lanka widened her eyes. What do you mean crashed? Virtual accounts? That's impossible. The Alliance's virtual bank is currently the most stable data system. She hurriedly opened her account to check. There's nothing wrong with mine. Others checked as well and said their virtual accounts were fine. Are your accounts not going to crash? Zhongli looked confused. My account crashes frequently, and when I asked relevant bank personnel, they said that the amount of union coins on my account had reached the upper limit, so they opened me another virtual account. She abandoned the login attempt and turned to the back end, clicking on the additional account feature specially developed for her by the Union Bank. Looks like I have to register another account. I thought others would be the same as me, occasionally experiencing data crashes, but it turns out it's just me. So when I heard that a transfer student who is the richest person in the galaxy would come to our school, it's really Yuli. Zhuoyu looked at Zhongli, who had contacted dozens of programmers to maintain her virtual account, and suddenly felt a sense of unpredictability. Lanku was so stunned that her Mao didn't even move. No way, though I heard this news too. Who would have thought it was actually true? For someone to make the amount of union coins on their virtual account reach the limit until it caused a data crash, novels wouldn't even dare to write such an exaggerated story. Look, even Feng Mian has been shocked into petrification. Even AICQ's expression changed. Chapter 12, The Kidnapping Encounter. Zhongli raised her hand to scratch the back of her head, recollecting. It seems I inherited such a title. Back when the assets were being transferred, the database of the Union Bank suddenly crashed. They had to urgently contact over 500 staff members to organize the property data, leading me to mistakenly believe that virtual account crashes were frequent occurrences. No, you simply have too much money. Don't underestimate the mainframe program of the Union. You wicked rich lady. Zhongli, completely oblivious to the group's under-the-breath remarks, appeared rather troubled. I've never really had any need to spend money, but with the speed my assets are increasing, it's only a matter of time before my newly registered account becomes corrupted. If I really do have as much money as you say, then let me sponsor this event. This person probably doesn't even have a concept of money, does she? Annoying, suddenly so envious. The crowd slowly nodded their heads in mechanical unison, without a single objection. By the way, Zhongli finally perked up her brows feeling like she wasn't entirely useless. Do you guys know any place with good stuff? I want to try clearing one of my accounts. That seems a bit challenging. Lanku abruptly stopped her internal rant, hitting her palm with her fist. I know a place. Haven't heard of it? It sells everything, and there are lots of good things available. Feng Mian suddenly understood. You mean the black market? The largest trading base in the capital star. Zhuoyu paused for a moment. Although it's legally approved, it's filled with all sorts of people and often involves illegal activities like human trafficking, yet no one has ever caught them in the act. There's a large auction house inside, where occasionally high-end items like rare energy stones are traded, Lanku added. If Ali wishes to go, we can accompany her. Zhongli sighed at the thought of her overwhelming wealth. Then I leave it to all of you. What they called the black market looked just like an ordinary shopping street. Well, if you didn't count the entrance being the back door of a casino. Though some people could be seen during the day, it lived up to its name. The black market truly came alive only at night. To avoid the peak hours, Zhang Li and her companions followed Lanku into the black market at dusk. Feng Mian couldn't make it due to temporary issues, and Tian Yi was still busy with student union matters. So on this day, only Lanku, Zhuoyu, and Aisk, who joined them for safety reasons, accompanied Zhang Li. Aisk, despite his imposing stature, was unexpectedly more sensitive and thoughtful than the girls, taking good care of others in the society. All right, according to our original plan, meet us at the auction after your stroll. Lanku's plan was clear-cut. Splitting into two groups, Lanku took Zhang Li to explore the auction for potential goods while Aisk and Zhuoyu visited other stores, searching for worthy purchases without worrying about the price. However, before Zhuoyu and Aisk could finish their tour of half the black market shops, they received word from Lanku and Zhang Li that they had already left the auction. Weren't there any items worth purchasing at the auction? After reuniting, Zhuoyu looked curiously at Zhang Li and Lanku, only to see Lanku wear an intricate expression, her gaze towards Zhang Li holding a complexity that spoke volumes beyond words. Ali began by buying a few high-priced items that hadn't been auctioned yet. Then, finding it troublesome, she simply bought the entire auction house. Initially, the auction house supervisor was reluctant, but ultimately reported it upward. Unexpectedly, the price offered higher up, which Zhang Li accepted without batting an eyelid. Recalling the flabbergasted look of the manager and his final demeanor of profound respectfulness when escorting them to the door, Lanku sighed. Being wealthy is great. Throughout the process, Zhang Li showed no sign of realizing how extraordinary her actions were. treating the matter as lightly as pulling out a strand of hair, casual and insignificant. She even gave a bashful smile. Let's continue shopping then. After calming down from the initial surprise, Zhuyu resumed his normal expression, glancing at the sky and suggested, it's already getting dark. We should hurry and get back to school as soon as possible. Jiang Li and Ice nodded. Lanka seemed unconcerned. Actually, coming later wouldn't hurt. I know a lot of people here. Who often visits the black market? Jiang Li asked while strolling around. Yeah, family reasons, played around here since childhood. Lanka picked up a mech part, glanced left and right, and then put it back down, completely relaxed and not bothered by the store owner's menacing appearance. As they walked further, they noticed 6 or 7 burly men, with grim expressions, sprinting madly toward them. Zhuyu frowned, his expression already showing that he was ready for battle. Ice directly stood cold-faced and stepped in front of them, using his towering figure to shield them from behind. Jiang Li blinked, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being on the protected side, making her feel an indescribable emotion as she contemplated how to get them out of the black market if a fight broke out. As the group of burly men rushed to within 2 meters of them, they suddenly knelt down and slid on the ground directly in front of Lan Ku, who had poked her head out from behind Ice. With an excited expression, they bowed deeply. Big sister, you've finally returned. Welcome back, big sister. Huh? Wait, what happened? By the time Jiang Li and the others understood the situation, Lan Ku was standing before them, patting their heads one by one. It's you guys. After so long without seeing each other, it looks like you've all gained some muscle. Good job. Then they got a heartfelt, thank you for your care, big sister, ×6 with teary eyes and excited expressions. Maybe this world wasn't quite real. Seeing Lan Ku completely surrounded by the 6 people and having no chance to explain the situation to them, Jiang Li indicated to Zhuyu and Ice to continue shopping. She claimed that she was interested in something at a stall they had passed earlier and would go back and take a look now. Sure enough, Jiang Li looked at the pure white jade ring in her hand, which bore a crack across its surface, her expression gradually hardening. She ran her finger over the inside edge of the jade ring, and the inscribed marks slowly appeared in her mind. Yun. This was the jade belonging to a pharmacist among the 7 armies. Her name was Chao Yun, a carefree and generous girl. She once enthusiastically showed her this ancestral jade pendant, and because she was bored, she even engraved a crooked Yun character on the inside. How did it end up here? This thing, my underlings found it on the barren star D52, thinking it might be valuable. But due to the crack, not many people cared for it, so it was just tossed here. The shopkeeper glanced at the jade casually and said, young lady, if you like it, 7. The shopkeeper's voice trailed off abruptly. Without noticing, Jiang Li was surrounded by 5 towering men in black suits. The shopkeeper, seeing the scene, scrambled and tumbled through the back door to escape, abandoning his store altogether. Miss Jiang, right? The leading thug sneered maliciously. The others cracked their wrists. Gleaming daggers and metal batons were waved menacingly in front of her. If you don't want trouble, why don't you come with us? Someone took out a sturdy-looking rope. Facing this scene, Jiang Li didn't feel even a hint of panic. She started speculating about why they wanted to kidnap her. Was it because news of her buying the auction house had leaked? Or had the people behind them found out her identity and wanted to ransom her? Hey! A whistling sound rang out, and Jiang Li instinctively turned her head. A thick metal stick slammed into the wall next to her ear, causing a massive crack that spread rapidly around, quickly covering the entire wall. Pedestrians passing by paid no heed and walked around, not causing any alarm. The muscular man in black grinned and threatened her with narrowed eyes. In the black market, don't expect anyone else to save you. Just follow us quietly, and your limbs will stay intact temporarily. Otherwise, she doesn't agree. A low, hoarse voice filled with anger suddenly sounded behind the 5 men, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. A silver crescent moon slashed through the air, tearing apart their encirclement. A pure white mask adorned with gold floral patterns appeared in Jiang Li's line of sight. He stood upright, with his exposed strong arm holding a crescent-shaped silver blade almost as long as his forearm. Ming Chong briefly scrutinized her from head to toe before shifting his gaze, full of tangible malice, to the heavily cracked wall by her ear. The oppressive spiritual force intensified dramatically, hitting the man in black wielding the metal stick hardest. This, fellow, let's talk it out. This is between this young woman and us. You. The latter part of the man's sentence was forcibly swallowed when the sharp blade pressed against his throat instantaneously. Before he knew it, the other 4 men had already collapsed unconscious on the ground. Ming Chong spun the weapon deftly with his fingers a few times, and then clipped it neatly back onto his waistband. He grabbed the neck of the man in black with one hand, and casually tossed him at Jiang Li's feet before looking down at her. You. He bent over slightly and stared at her. Are you alright? Hearing this, she shook her head. I'm fine. Jiang Li glanced at the hulking figure cowering tremblingly by her feet, and couldn't help but suppress a smirk. Thank you, Ming Chong. He seemed to sigh in relief, then sensed something nearby, and looked toward the street. It turned out Lan Ku and the others had noticed something was amiss, and were rushing to the scene. Ming Chong cast a glance at the 4 sprawled on the ground, confirming they wouldn't get up anytime soon, then hesitantly instructed Jiang Li. If you're feeling unwell, go see a doctor. Not until Jiang Li earnestly assured him did he nod and disappear around the street corner. Alley. From afar, it seemed Lan Ku trailed a large, shadowy entourage. As they drew nearer, it turned out to be a cluster of black-suited men following closely behind her. Alley, are you alright? I just heard from some passers-by that someone was trying to abduct right here. I was terrified. She rushed over, completely bypassing the lying figures resembling corpses, repeatedly asking if Zhongli felt any discomfort. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zhongli shook her head and added, a well-meaning citizen happened to help me out. The well-meaning citizen, hiding nearby, and not yet fully disappeared. He absent-mindedly stroked the crescent moon-shaped weapon tucked behind his back, and began reflecting. Would this count as a blade? Only after seeing Zhongli safely reunited with her companions did he pull the long overcoat hanging beside him over his shoulders, concealing the sharp gleam of his weapon. Chapter 13. With money, you can do anything. Enthusiastic citizens. Zhuyu gave a wry glance at the surrounding passers-by, and did not inquire further. Among the people accompanying Lan Ku were the same individuals who had previously knelt before them sobbing. They methodically directed others to bind and subdue the 5 people on the ground. The entire process was orderly, and not a single sound of commotion escaped. Lan Ku, her face somber, instructed them to interrogate these individuals thoroughly. Then she embraced Zhang Li with an expression of someone grateful for surviving calamity. Phew, it's good we made it. I almost let something happen to you. Ali, right here in my territory. My territory? Zhang Li touched the little girl's hair in her arms, somewhat puzzled. It turned out that one of the organizers of the black market was Lan Ku's father. From a young age, Lan Ku mingled in the black market, winning the loyalty of many followers through her charm. However, she later decided to transform herself into a proper lady, so rarely ventured into such places unsuitable for refined women. But why would Kuku want to become a lady? Zhang Li looked at Lan Ku chatting happily with her followers and asked this question. In response to this query, Zhuyu quietly answered, perhaps because the gentleman Candace she admires favors gentle and well-educated girls. Zhang Li thought for a moment and was still confused. If you like someone, must you change yourself for that person? She felt that the vibrant Kuku now was already adorable and didn't need any change. Zhuyu casually picked up a fan from a stall pretending to admire it, but actually used it to hide the knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Who knows? A plan was silently forming in Zhuiyu's heart, yet her face remained radiant. What did Ali buy at that place just now? Zhang Li, easily distracted, took out the jade ring. Something that belonged to someone I've been searching for a long time. Her brows furrowed deeply. The shopkeeper said it was found on D52 Wasteland Star, but it's too far from the capital star for me to go investigate. What should I do? Zhuiyu reflected for a moment and suggested. If you want to get news quickly, why not entrust people on the local Wasteland Star to investigate for you? However, the strength of a few individuals was ultimately limited. How could they search the vast expanse of an entire planet in a short time? Zhang Li, suddenly relaxing her frown, tapped open her light brain interface and began contacting her team of lawyers. Then I'll just buy the whole Wasteland Star. Are you? Zhang Li looked at Zhuiyu, whose pretty face was almost scrunched up like a bun, revealing a look of confusion. It's nothing. Zhuiyu raised her hand to her forehead, her tone helpless. Just suddenly felt compelled to use expressions to express envy and jealousy towards rich people. She sighed looking up at the sky. Having money is really convenient. On the side, Zhang Li, utterly confused, opened her innocent phoenix eyes. Within a day, Zhang Li bought an auction house, an entire planet, and a bunch of expensive items, feeling extremely satisfied. The balance on one of her virtual accounts had finally dropped by some amount, so she wouldn't have to worry about this account experiencing data crashes within half a year. Big sister Lan Ku, who reunited with her followers today, was still eager for more and looked restless, as if ready to abandon her ladylike plans, but eventually gave it up due to her feelings for someone else. After being interrogated overnight by Lan Ku's followers, they only managed to extract the information that someone had anonymously posted a bounty about Zhang Li. They had coincidentally recognized Zhang Li and hastily prepared to kidnap her for the reward. Zhang Li, who had mentally prepared herself, received this news calmly, showing no surprise. After handing them over to Lan Ku for disposition, she no longer paid attention to the matter. Instead, she reached out to contact the major research institutes under her name. She needed potions that could enhance physical fitness within a short period of time. It wasn't necessary for them to be overly exaggerated. They just had to keep her body in the condition of a healthy person temporarily. Although she was reluctant to admit it, with her current physical condition, she herself was a complete nuisance. In daily life, there would often be moments where she was about to fall. Her consciousness reacted rather quickly, but her frail body simply couldn't match the speed required to prevent it. All she could do was watch helplessly as she clumsily fell or be supported by a kind classmate reaching out their hand. More often than not, she would bump into things like table edges, bedposts, and door frames, various spots she had realized too late to avoid. Though she did possess an enormous spiritual power, having gained space attributes unexpectedly after a mutation. If her spiritual power sufficed, she could tear apart space wherever and whenever she pleased. Even while her spiritual power enveloped her internal organs, bones, meridians, and flesh tightly like a cocoon, the portion available for external combat was still rated A+. However, using spiritual power also consumed physical strength simultaneously. With her stamina, running a few steps, and already out of breath, was she supposed to be constantly on high alert and release her mental tentacles to observe around? Actually, even tearing open a space for herself to escape was a struggle. It would be more practical to use that energy to seriously observe the enemy's background, their patron, their motives, and then choose an appropriately distant coordinate to tear through the space at the critical moment to escape. Though after such an act, her physical strength would be completely depleted, and whether or not she'd end up wandering the streets unnoticed was anyone's guess. Over this year, she had developed a habit of marking mental force coordinates wherever she went, like on her own medical pod, in the school medical room, on Lan Ku's hair tips, on Tian Yi's light brain exterior. Of course, she wanted to mark coordinates on others as well, but opportunities had been scarce. With the coordinates noted, should she ever need to run, she wouldn't accidentally drop herself into dangerous places like mountain ravines or swamps. Therefore, it was still wise to store some potions that could temporarily boost physical attributes for unforeseen needs. She didn't want to be in a situation where all she could do was escape and nothing else. Zhongli pondered again, then ordered a large quantity of portable energy shields and advanced energy guns from various energy stars under her name. The Alliance had enacted a ban on weapons, but as long as one obtained a license, they were allowed to carry them for self-defense. A license? It wasn't something she couldn't obtain easily. Thinking back, having money really did solve many troubles. Zhongli suddenly understood the complex expressions Wei Yu had displayed back then, which was laced with surprise and helplessness. Soon enough, the rest day arrived, and Zhongli strolled alone on the campus-shaded path, planning to properly tour this vast campus. She had been in school for so long, and had yet to visit the teaching areas and training grounds of the combat department. On this free day, she would take a good look around. While pondering this, she changed direction. Passing a corner, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a few people. That was Feng Mian, the president, and an unfamiliar girl. The girl was dressed in a pale pink gown, with lively twin pigtails, her face red as springtime blooms, her voice sweet. Feng Mian leaned casually against the wall across from her, his face bearing a patient smile. Gathering up her courage and flushing bright red, the girl extended a sheet of letter paper, only for Feng Mian to shake his head gently and push it back. At the same time, Zhui Yu appeared around the other corner, clad elegantly in a blue and white long dress, revealing a stretch of white, graceful neck, her golden hair flowing loosely over her shoulders, swinging gently with each step she took. She looked exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing her appearance, Feng Mian's smile grew more sincere. He apologized briefly to the young woman and walked forward to greet Zhui Yu, who warmly looped her arm around his, her clear ice blue eyes slightly curved, softly nodding toward the dazed girl standing still. Zhongli hid behind the wall watching their naturally intertwined arms, so shocked she no longer showed any stunned expression but could only blink in confusion, witnessing the girl realize something and cover her face, running off in sorrow. So, could it be that you and the president are lovers? Zhui Yu seemed entirely unfazed by the prior scene, laughing and chatting with Feng Mian as they moved forward. Could they be going on a date? Then perhaps she shouldn't interrupt. Wait, Tiani. Seeing both figures ahead also followed by a furtive small shadow, Zhongli stepped forward and pulled the person over, lowering her voice. What are you doing? Tian Yi, startled at being yanked out from the corner thinking she'd been discovered, asked, Ali, what are you doing here? After patting her chest and taking a deep breath, without waiting for Zhongli to explain, she grabbed Zhongli's arm and tiptoed forward quietly. She'll lower your voice. Let's go follow them. Her expression was extremely excited, as if she had uncovered some great secret. When I came here just now, I saw you and Feng Mian standing together in a very affectionate manner. They're probably in a relationship. Compared to this, she actually preferred visiting the combat department building. Being dragged along unwillingly, Zhongli complained passively. But why are we tracking them like this? She pointed at the branches twisted into a circle randomly tied onto her head by Tian Yi. Unfazed, Tian Yi enthusiastically dove into the bushes, peering out while observing. Aren't you curious? For instance, why are they hiding from us? There must be something fishy. She even equipped a portable telescope and started peeking stealthily. Really? Was there a need to be so sneaky? Zhongli sighed upon looking at the two walking brazenly down the road without attempting to hide anything. What kind of phenomena might occur when two individuals of unmatched beauty, both talented and handsome, walk together? There were those who murmured quietly, those who covered their mouths in shock, and the veto rate was 100%. There were even people who recognized Feng Mian, quietly guessing who the beautiful girl next to him might be. Could it be that they kept it secret before because they were afraid of causing a stir? And now due to some reasons, they decided to make it public? Zhongli rested her chin on her hand and pondered silently. By this time, the two had already left the campus, and Tian Yi quickly pulled Zhongli, keeping not too close nor too far behind them. Then they bumped straight into Lan Ku, who was also acting suspiciously. Tian Yi and Lan Ku both exclaimed in unison, then reacted quickly, covering each other's mouths and shrinking behind the building. Lan Ku blinked mischievously. Little E, Ali, you guys are also following? Kuku, could it be that you're also? The two gave each other a high five, and together dragged Zhongli, who wasn't quite as cooperative, continuing to tail Zhui Yu and Feng Mian like stalkers. In fact, she really wanted to say, they have been noticed by the two all along. Zhongli looked at the slight smile at the corner of Zhui Yu's lips and silently turned her head, appearing as if she didn't want to know these two fools beside her. Chapter 14, Date War, Part 1. Are they going to the restaurant for a date now? It seems like that's what's happening. Tian Yi and Lan Ku each held a pair of binoculars, with serious expressions as they closely monitored the movements of the two people across the street. Seriously, how could you end up dating that unreliable guy? Tian Yi lowered her binoculars, pouting in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhongli glanced at the two people across the street. Their heights and looks matched well, but their personalities. Besides occasionally disappearing, Feng Mian's society president is pretty good in other aspects, and Yu's personality can balance him out perfectly. When you think about it, this pairing is actually quite ideal. Even so, I still have trouble imagining you dating. Tian-yi reflected on the extent of Yu's scheming nature she'd observed since getting to know her. It was hard to accept. You see, that tall guy over there. Lanka suddenly widened her eyes and pointed across the street. Aisek just walked out of a store and was less than 50 meters away from the couple on a date. Before Zhuyu and the others noticed Aisek's presence, Tian-yi and Lanka hurriedly pulled Zhongli over and dragged the confused Aisek into hiding, then cautiously peeked to see if they had been spotted. Zhongli looked at Aisek's silent questioning expression and sighed. We accidentally discovered you on a date with the president of the Fengyan Society, so we followed them here. Aisek's expression suddenly became strange. The president, with Zhuyu? He opened his mouth as if to say something, but was interrupted by Lan Ku's sudden exclamation. Oh no, we lost sight of them. Tian-yi also put down her binoculars in confusion. How did they disappear so quickly? Gone. Zhongli also peered and carefully observed the area where those two were earlier, indeed finding no trace. It was normal though. A bunch of amateurs couldn't possibly keep up with battle-trained students' anti-tail tactics. If they had really been spotted, the two would likely have confronted them by now. Such as from behind? Kuku, what are you doing? Zhuiyu's gentle voice startled Lan Ku and Tian-yi, making their bodies stiffen. Fengyan scratched his head in puzzlement. I felt someone following us for a while now, and you guys were persistent about it. Zhongli smiled and tried to smooth things over. We accidentally saw the president and you on a date, got curious, and decided to come check it out. Then we bumped into Aisek shopping here. Date? Fengyan paused for a moment, realizing the misunderstanding, and explained helplessly. You must have seen what happened earlier at school, right? You misunderstood. Recently, I've been at school longer, and a lot of girls have confessed to me. So I asked Zhuyu to pretend to be my girlfriend to deter the others. Upon hearing this, Tian-yi nodded in understanding. Now that you mention it, senior, you were pretty popular in school. I know multiple girls who secretly admire you. Is that why? Lan Ku let out a sigh of relief. Fengyan gave her a light tap on the head and grinned. What's with that relieved look, Lan Ku? Lan Ku laughed nervously, switched her neck, and fled. Zhuiyu's watery eyes blinked. Later, I had some matters to discuss with the president, so I simply invited him out and found a place to talk. She glanced knowingly at the group. I didn't expect to be tailed the whole way. Hee, Tian-yi chuckled awkwardly. I thought you two were keeping your relationship a secret from us. How could that be? Fengyan instinctively replied. I'm not. His remaining words were cut off by Zhuiyu's sudden gentle smile. All right, matter resolved. Conversation finished. I have something to tell them. Zhuiyu took one girl under each arm, signaling for Aisei to follow. The rest is left to Ollie. Just as Zhongli was about to follow along, being mentioned by name made her look up in confusion towards Fengyan. President? Fengyan looked at Zhuiyu and understood her implication, smiling as he extended an invitation to Zhongli. Can you accompany me to the amusement park today? It feels too lonely going alone. In his amber eyes lay anticipation, paired with his sunny handsome face, making refusal impossible. Yes, it could be done, but something seemed suspicious. Zhongli hesitated slightly and nodded after glancing at the three people forcibly taken away by Zhuiyu. So, the plan is to send out the president. After hearing Zhuiyu's plan, Lanka thought about it carefully and became excited. I know a boy too. He's not bad either, and we know each other well. Maybe he can be arranged as well. Tian-yi also enthusiastically joined in. This can be left to me. While I may not be good at other things, I do have plenty of friends. Isk, who had listened quietly from the side, wasn't sure what to say. Zhuiyu's general plan was to find several reliable males who were known well, arrange them to go on dates with Zhongli, allowing her to understand what liking someone felt like, and to experience the normal romantic process that a young girl should go through. So, let's plan this out carefully. Zhuiyu opened up the optical brain, starting to draft the basic plan. The title of the plan was, What if Fengyan fails? Phew. Tian-yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. For some reason, I feel Fengyan Sr.'s success rate isn't very high, even though Fengyan had an incredibly handsome face that everyone adored. Meanwhile, Zhongli, the subject of their discussion, remained completely oblivious. She walked somewhat awkwardly beside Fengyan. Though she and the president were members of the same club, they seldom interacted, and neither knew much about the other. It seemed this was the first time for them to go out alone together. Do you want to visit any other places before we head to the amusement park? I might not know the entire capital planet well, but I'm quite familiar with the areas around the school. He walked on the outside, shielding her from the cold wind stirred by the swiftly passing hovercars. Me? Zhongli shook her head. I don't know this area well, so I'll just follow you. Wherever is fine. Fengyan propped his hand under his chin. In that case, how about we visit the exotic beast pavilion first? The enormous marine creature glided past slowly, its full body covered with blue scales glowing faintly in the dark waters. Zhongli stood in the simulated viewing area, watching the gigantic exotic beast as if it were within arm's reach, feeling as though she had entered another world. The shadow cast by the beast enveloped her body, while the distant and clear long cries echoed in her ears, creating an overwhelming sense of nature's grandeur. The girl who had always fought on land had never seen such beautiful deep-sea creatures before. She stopped countless times along the way. Truly breathtaking, isn't it? Fengyan bought water and handed it to her. Every time I come here, I get a different feeling. Since I habitually drink water, I bought some instinctively. Do you prefer beverages? I could buy some. Zhongli shook her head, thanked him, and took the water he offered. I rarely drink beverages either. Water suits me better. She looked up at the vast, dark blue ocean stretching endlessly, filled with numerous colorful and variously shaped marine beasts, sighing. Just looking at this already fills one with awe. Even though she was fully aware that humans had now grown powerful enough to rival these creatures. That's right, nature really is incredible. Feng Yan tilted his head back and drank water skillfully, the sensual atoms apple moving up and down before her eyes. We've been walking for a long time. Would you like to rest? The young man's face carried a bright smile. His coat was draped over his arm, and the fitted white shirt outlined some muscular contours, appearing rather tempting. Jiangli nodded and averted her gaze. Once she saw the exposed necklines, she instinctively judged where would be a good place to deliver a fatal strike. So it was better not to look. Then let me take you somewhere special. Feng Yan grabbed her arm and winked at her. You'll definitely like it. As those secretly following them far behind noticed where Feng Yan intended to bring her. Who brings a girl to an arcade for a date? Lan Ku was almost exasperated. Does Feng Yan even know how to date? Tian Yi hit the ground repeatedly. Although our senior has many admirers, the truth seems to be exactly as stated. He's obviously just taking Ollie there to play games. Zhui Yu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. I can't believe this guy is also clueless when it comes to romance. Lifetime single Isk. Although unsure of what they're saying, it indeed makes sense. Well, there's no use counting on him. Let's start planning for the next phase. Feng Yan led Zhang Li to his private gaming room, patting the pod door, showing off. Look, Ollie there. This is my private gaming lounge. Impressive, right? The simulation pod acts as a medium that can immerse people into the virtual world. It can simultaneously scan the physical condition and mental power of the person lying inside, converting them into equivalent data and embedding them onto the spirit body, enabling one to experience reality in the virtual world. The advanced simulation pod would, while a person was fully immersed in the virtual world, inject nutrients into the body according to the time spent inside. It also came equipped with heating and muscle massage functions, preventing issues such as addiction leading to starvation or bodily degradation. It looks very luxurious, Zhang Li confirmed appreciatively. Does the president often come here to play? Used to come frequently. Feng Yan opened a simulation pod for Zhang Li with high spirits. Recently I've rarely come. I really miss my pod. Why don't you try it out, Ollie there? You're definitely going to love it. Faced with Feng Yan's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Li, who wasn't good at refusing, could only agree. Almost immediately after lying down, Zhang Li's surroundings transformed from an indoor gaming lounge into a breathtaking beach and ocean scene. What is this? She stood barefoot on the sandy shore, with the rhythmic sounds of waves lapping at her ears. The glaring sunlight warmed her skin gently. The salty breeze mixed with the scent of sunshine blew towards her, almost making it impossible to detect that this was all within a virtual world. Beautiful, isn't it? At the same time, Feng Yan appeared by her side. He spread his arms wide and took a deep breath as if embracing the vast sea. His amber eyes sparkled under the sunlight, as if they could hold countless stars. Chapter 15, Operation Date, Part 2. Because this account was created temporarily, I directly scanned your real appearance. If you're interested in it later, you can change the appearance features according to your preferences. Feng Mian patiently explained to her. This virtual world is currently the most popular online multiplayer game, with the number of players accounting for 75% of the total population of the Alliance. In other words, except for people from barren planets and slums and other impoverished places, almost all residents of the Alliance were playing this game. Jiangli nodded her head to indicate that she understood. Unexpectedly, Feng Mian suddenly burst out laughing, lifting his hand to rub her head as he spoke naturally. Even being the granddaughter of the legendary richest man, how could you not know this game? Sometimes I really doubt if you are a critically ill patient who has been bedridden for years without any awareness. However, most seriously ill patients would choose to spend their final days in the virtual world, since he didn't know anything. Could it be that she had grown up on an isolated barren planet? After hearing this, Zhang Li simply gave a vague smile. Something like that. With strict family control, her leisure activities apart from training for the battlefield were limited to joking around with comrades in arms, and rarely paying attention to gaming news on the internet. Since that's the case, Feng Mian touched his chin, deep in thought. After pondering something for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I'll send you an application shortly. Give me the permission. Zhang Li nodded and confirmed it mentally on the transparent message box that appeared in front of her unexpectedly. Don't move. A warm finger pressed lightly against Jiang Li's forehead. Feng Mian leaned down, his slim yet tall figure almost enveloping her entirely. The young man gazed at her intently, without a trace of distraction, his amber-colored pupils clearly reflecting her bewildered face. She wasn't sure what he did next, but Jiang Li only felt her entire body grow light, a strange yet familiar sensation surging within her heart. Although it's nearly impossible to alter talent values in the game, adjusting physical characteristics to the lowest standard for ordinary people is still possible. He flashed a cheerful smile, earnestly observing her expression. How does it feel? The physique of an ordinary person. For a moment, Jiang Li was startled. Then she realized and tentatively clenched and relaxed her fist repeatedly, feeling the force completely different from usual. This sensation, Jiang Li suddenly felt her arm grabbed tightly. Immediately after, a soft strength guided her forward insistently, making her have to jog to keep up. While pulling her forward, Feng Mian looked back and winked at her. That's not how you should try it. Come on, follow me. It should be like this. He dragged Zhang Li and ran freely on the beach. Occasionally, they paused, and he scooped up seawater quickly to splash her, which surprised Zhongli so much that she had to sidestep and mimicked him by grabbing a handful of sand to chase him, intending to sprinkle it on him. At this moment, the laughter and joy of the people on the beach, together with the sound of waves hitting the shore, sounded particularly clear in Zhongli's ears. Ever since she was poisoned, her five senses had never been as sharp and clear as they were now, even though this was just the normal data of a regular human body. Here, she could use her mental power freely, participate in various events and competitions she normally wouldn't be able to join in, without worrying about the burdens of her body or toxins corroding her. Such a great place. If she had found it when she was first rescued, she might have chosen to lie forever inside the simulation tank, indulging in this virtual world. Perhaps this was what the elder hinted at on a day long ago, trying to tell her about? That old woman finally only mentioned it briefly. If life at school can't reignite your hope, then take a look at the internet. Here lies what she yearned for the most. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? During their playful antics, noticing that Zhongli began to look tired, Feng Mian stopped carefully. Concern darkened his clear gaze. Zhongli knew that it had been a long time since she last exerted herself physically, her pale face flushing red with healthy color, her eyes shining exceptionally bright. I'm fine. She broke into a big smile. I am very happy. Thank you, President. Feng Mian looked at her with a bit of a daze, snapping out of it after a while, and turned his head teasingly. Don't call me President at this moment. Just calling my name will do. As the host, let me take you to have something to eat. The food in virtual world is much more delicious than in reality. Of course, also cheaper. Facing the young man's enthusiasm, Zhongli had no choice but to agree. All right, Feng Mian. I'll take you to a place where their snacks are super delicious. He held Zhongli's hand. There are many people here. Be careful not to get separated. Zhongli nodded in agreement, allowing him to pull her along as he shouted energetically. Then, let's head to the dessert shop. Zhongli was also infected by his enthusiasm and chimed in with a crisp, girlish voice. Charge. Virtual world seemed like another reality. There were 4 seasons here, temperature differences. People would get hungry, thirsty, and sick, at which point their body data would add a weakness buff, fully displaying all the normal human conditions that should be present. Not only was the map vast, encompassing various terrains, landscapes, rivers, cultural scenery, and flora and fauna from different planets, but entertainment activities were also colorful. For instance, the arena gathering many top players of the Alliance, or leisure malls with diverse styles of clothing and accessories changing with the times, or real-life simulation training camps. Therefore, on the streets of virtual world, you could always see clothes spanning across eras, muscular men carrying huge swords, and strangers cloaked in mantles covering themselves tightly. It truly was a wondrous place. After being dragged around for introductions by Feng Mian, Zhongli marveled at it. She repressed the urge to stay in virtual world forever, taking a deep breath and bidding farewell to this healthy body for now. Are we going out? Zhongli realized they had already spent a long time in the game. Even though the time ratio between the game and reality was 2-to-1, it was time to return to the real world. Feng Mian was surprised at her self-control and nodded. We should go. But we should add each other as friends first. Upon finishing his sentence, a message box appeared in front of Zhongli. Zhang Fengyu fire requests to become your friend. Accept/decline. After successfully adding Feng Mian as a friend, both of them logged off. Zhongli moved her muscles without any sense of fatigue when she heard Feng Mian say, It's not early anymore. Should I send you back? Huh. Zhongli looked up confusedly. So you, Feng Mian, aren't you going to the amusement park? The brown-haired young man smiled and ruffled her hair. But Ailey now has something she wants to do more. His soft eyes carried a serious look. When there's a chance next time, come out with me again. Zhongli bit her lip upon realizing she'd been seen through by the senior in her 3rd year and nodded vigorously. Don't play too late. Feng Mian softly reminded her after soon sending her back to her apartment, flashing a smile as bright as the sun. See you tomorrow, Ollie. His warm breath grazed her skin, making her feel ticklish. Zhongli obediently nodded. I understand. Thank you today. See you tomorrow. After entering her apartment, Zhongli eagerly ordered a simulation tank online with a 3-hour express delivery service. While waiting, she began browsing basic information about Virtual World, this simulated life game on the internet, and logged into the official website of the game to check out the most popular events currently in the game, preparing to visit every place once the simulation tank arrived. Feng Mian felt quite pleased, thinking he had accomplished today's task given by Zhuyu. Just as he was getting ready to return to his little nest, the door next door suddenly opened, and he was yanked inside by someone. Feng Mian, unable to help laughing amidst tears, looked at the imposing few club members plus the owner of the room before sighing. What is it? I did my task well today. Ailey was definitely laughing very happily, inexplicably making him feel that just watching her laugh was a happy thing itself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Next time, I must take her to the amusement park to have fun. Tiani snorted. What? Acting so poorly that I doubt how you can even win the favor of so many girls. Lan Ku echoed. Exactly, President. Isn't this beyond your ability? Oh, Lan Ku. Feng Mian, who had regained his senses, slapped the table in front of him, unable to bear it. What do you mean I can't? How can I? It's just making Ailey happy. Where did I go wrong? How dare you, detestable Lan Ku, invade a man's dignity? Calm down first. Zhuyu calmly restrained him. I remember telling you to stir up Ailey's girlish heart. You know what that means, right? Make her produce the basic, emotion. So, tell me now, Zhuyu flashed a formal standard smile. Why did you interpret it as making Ailey happy? Although doing a good job making Ailey happy, you've strayed far from the topic. Unreliable guy? Feng Mian was shocked. He touched the back of his neck, lost in thought. Was Ayu's original words really like this? Well, it's actually not too different. His explanations grew more and more vague, until he finally closed his mouth, assuming an air of repentance. Never mind, I knew you were unreliable. Tian-Yi waved her hand and eagerly tapped on her light brain to showcase a lengthy list of plans. We have many backup plans. Ayu has already sent them to the group chat. Lanku was full of fighting spirit. We must make Ollie understand what liking someone means. Feng Mian opened the plan list and almost got blinded by the flashy golden title. Ollie's dating operation. At this moment, Isk sitting beside like a shadow accidentally knocked over his water glass. He couldn't believe it as he exclaimed, after the club leader, is me? A big red cross marked next to Feng Mian's name, followed by 3 glaring words. Isk, cough. Joyu pretended to cough with composure, but the laughter unintentionally revealed made her joy evident, because Isk in the battle system is also one of those relatively popular types among girls. Tian-Yi nodded in agreement. So we thought that Ollie might also like the type of Isk. We've made a plan for you. Come on, big guy. Lanku gave Isk a thumbs-up gesture with a hee-hee laugh. Feng Mian watched from the side as Isk's face clearly showed disapproval, yet there was amusement dancing across his handsome features. Though he wasn't quite agreeing, perhaps because Ollie was too cute, he didn't want to see Ollie fall into the whirlpool of love. Joyu sat on the chair, resting her cheek on her hand with a mischievous smile. Since she had entered their leafy club, it's time for her to fully experience the care and concern from her mates, Ollie. Chapter 16, Great Date War, Part 3. In less than 2 hours, the simulation pod Zhongli had ordered was delivered to her home. She couldn't wait to climb inside and log into the game. Since each person could only have one game account, Zhongli logged in with the basic settings she'd last used while playing with Feng Mian. Following the plan she'd thought out beforehand, she began modifying her character's appearance. Her short hair became long, her irises changed from their natural color to a vibrant gold red, and she adjusted the contours of her face and figure. The familiar face that she had known for 20 years appeared once again before her eyes. Zhongli looked at the character customization panel in front of her and felt a tinge of melancholy. Zhangyu, it's been a long time. She smiled, and the young man in the panel also smiled. A carefree, unrestrained smile filled with hope. Once upon a time, she herself had possessed such vitality in her eyes. Feeling the passage of time, Zhongli sighed softly, and then promptly renamed her character from the default random code to Liu. After carefully examining the character panel for a moment, her gaze fell on the drab base clothing. With resolute determination, she immediately transferred 1 million units of intergalactic credits into the game. The exchange rate between intergalactic credits and game currency was 10:1. Seeing her balance instantly reach tens of millions, Zhongli finally nodded in satisfaction. After purchasing a basic house for herself, she started buying red robes enthusiastically. The clothing styles in Virtual World were diverse, but what caught Zhongli's eye most were traditional male red costumes. She loved red, especially bright, vivid shades of it. It was like the blazing sun, radiant and intense. Soon enough, a seductive young man draped in a red robe appeared on the Liu character panel. There should be a weapon too, right? She hadn't ever had a dedicated weapon before. She used whatever was available, having once casually torn off an arm from a mech and wielded it as a hammer. But her frequently used tool was actually a dagger materialized by her mental force. Mental force materialization is the process where one's mental power, when concentrated to a high degree, can be manipulated with extreme precision to form physical objects. However, as far as she knew, currently only a very small number of individuals with mental power exceeding the S-class could achieve this. Most people still needed to carry weapons. She decided to go pick up a dagger and hang it at her waist. Zhongli began strolling through the streets. In a street full of peculiarly dressed people, her crimson attire did not stand out, but her enchanting features drew many glances. Virtual World allowed for detailed customization of faces, so there were plenty of impeccably attractive men and women here. However, few managed to create a face as stunning yet unostentatious, as alluring yet uncorrupted as hers, and to make it even more striking, it belonged to a male character. The bold red robes emphasized his charisma perfectly. Every tilt of his lips and glance of his eyes seemed to captivate others. While selecting a weapon, Zhongli noticed the increasing number of gazes directed toward her. Instinctively, she touched her face. When she was younger, dressing as a man had been easy, but as she grew older, her face and body gradually took on delicate feminine curves. By the age of 15, she could no longer appear in public without altering her appearance, a process similar to makeup but completely indiscernible. This was something she admired about the ancient martial arts passed down within the Zhang family. Interestingly, the male face created with slight modifications to her own was incredibly handsome, whereas her female appearance only reached the level of pretty and refined. Hence, she often lamented in the past. Alas, her gender had done an injustice to this face. As the attention drawn to her face continued to increase, she put on a mask that covered the majority of her face below her nose, revealing only her narrow phoenix-like eyes and sharp eyebrows. With that, Zhongli purchased her preferred weaponry without further ado, everything finally prepared. Excitedly, she rushed to the training camp, paid the fee, and selected a virtual combat session to adapt to her new body. At first, her opponent's bodies and mental powers both reached D level. Zhongli felt slightly flustered during the initial 10 minutes, but afterwards swiftly executed fatal blows. The biggest disadvantage of an ordinary person's physique lies in strength, speed, and defense being far inferior to others. However, Zhang Li could bypass the limitation of speed by folding space and compensate for insufficient strength with skill, targeting the fatal weak spots directly. As for defense, she didn't need it. If she couldn't win, she'd just run. Her enemies couldn't even keep up with her chase. Why bother with defense? An assassin who moves unseen on battlefields. That was the nickname her former comrades gave her. 3 hours later, Zhang Li stepped out of the training camp, panting, but with extraordinarily bright eyes. She really felt great right now. Although her physical data couldn't simulate the chi energy from ancient martial arts, meaning she couldn't perform the evasion techniques. The evasion technique was something she had adapted randomly at the age of 13 based on the family's ancient martial arts for fun. At the time, it was used to play hide-and-seek with others. By rotating the chi vortex generated within her body through specific methods, due to practicing ancient martial arts, she could make her body disappear into the space, achieving the purpose of concealment and quick close combat. Later, the reason why she and the 7 armies stood out on the battlefield was largely because they all practiced the avoidance technique, stealing into an army of 1 million to snatch the head of the commanding general. This was her first major accomplishment that quickly made her famous in the military. Her current meridians were already too fragile and long wasted away with the flow of chi. This ordinary person's physique also couldn't cultivate ancient martial arts, so she had regretfully abandoned this plan. Fortunately, her mutated mental force manifested as spatial abilities, and Liu directly copied her own mental force data, which allowed her to perform space movements in the game that were similar to the effects of the avoidance technique. So Liu could be seen as the 2.0 version of Jiang Yu. An ordinary body was good enough. Even if she could only mention keep up with the reaction speed of her consciousness, unable to unleash her former full strength, it was still roughly 60% of what she used to be. Zhang Li glanced at her palms satisfactorily. In the next few days, she would just adapt to her new body in the training camp until at least she could synchronize her combat awareness with her body's response speed. If reality didn't work out, then it would be in the virtual world. She wanted everyone here to remember Jiang Yu as a strong and praiseworthy young man, not as a criminal bearing false accusations. A burning flame seemed to rise in her heart, filling her with boundless enthusiasm. The next day, she was summoned by Esk out of school. Esk. Jiang Li stood in front of Esk, looking around curiously, and asked, "Is there any club activity today? Why can't I see anyone else?" The genuinely honest Esk hesitated for a moment before honestly answering, "They're tailing us." No, tailing? Confused Jiang Li carefully checked the blind spots of vision and finally spotted Lan Ku's poorly hidden hair braid. She didn't bother exposing them, but helplessly supported her forehead. "All right, tell me, what do they want to do now?" The completely unskilled liar and social phobic, Esk blurted out all the plans of several people while walking. The group hiding around the corner. Esk is too honest. Wow. Feng Mian covered her mouth and turned aside, shrugging wildly against the wall. Only when Zhang Li cooperatively walked further with Esk did they laugh uncontrollably. Zhuoyu wiped his face expressionlessly and spoke mechanically. "Change the plan." Lan Ku and Tian Yi exchanged lifeless looks. "Okay. Miscalculation. Never expected Esk to be incapable of lying. It was such a waste. He had a cold, merciless face." Esk was amazed that Jiang Li still complied so well after knowing about Zhuoyu's entire plan, revealing a questioning look. Jiang Li smiled indifferently. "I'm actually quite interested in this plan. After all, I really don't know how it feels to like someone." She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Although I have no real interest in romance, since you and the others spent so much effort helping me think of this, I'll try my best to cooperate. So today, what does Esk plan to do?" The girl tilted her head and smiled brightly, as if originally curling up like a small hedgehog, slowly relaxing its guard, revealing its soft belly. Esk hesitated for a moment, recalling the ideas Lan Ku and Tian Yi gave him. Firstly, always pay attention to every detail about Ali. Whether she's cold, hot, thirsty, or hungry, it must be noticed promptly and given appropriate care. If there's anything on Ali's face or body, you must take it off for her personally. Remember, at that time, get closer to. Esk carefully scrutinized Jiang Li top to bottom a few times, but couldn't find anything uncomfortable about her or anything stuck to her body, so he furrowed his brow somewhat worriedly. After waiting for a while without receiving an answer, Jiang Li looked up curiously, her gaze landing on his head. "Esk." She gestured with her hand towards her own head, indicating the position. "There's a petal here, in your hair." "Petal?" Esk touched his hair, but found nothing, appearing very confused. Seeing Esk rubbing the petal deeper into his hair, Jiang Li could only signal him to crouch down so she could move closer and take the petal off for him. The soft body of the girl slowly approached, exposing her delicate and petite collarbone under her long, white neck right in front of Esk. At the same time, a warm, sweet fragrance from her body filled Esk's nostrils and lingered on. Esk stiffened his body, not daring to move until Jiang Li removed the petal and placed it in her palm for him to see. "Esk, look." The soft petal lay in the girl's bright white palm, its faint floral fragrance still not dissipated. Esk felt the girl's scent around him growing even more intense. Tian Yi, who had been stealthily trailing them, instinctively whispered with delight. "Ali did great." Lan Ku gave her a high five. "First step, success." Leaning against the wall nearby, Feng Mian hesitated. "Only I feel like something might be off." Zhuoyu's expression stiffened slightly. "Let's keep watching." For no apparent reason, Esk reached up and ruffled Jiang Li's hair. The moment he realized what he had done, he became somewhat at a loss as to what to do next. Jiangli looked bewildered. The tall, muscular teenager with a usually cold demeanor had now lost all traces of his aloofness, and his once stern face now carried a hint of confusion. He suddenly remembered the place Zhuoyu had marked, took a deep breath, and forced himself to remain calm. I will take you somewhere. Chapter 17. Date War, Part 4. Next, take Allie to ride the levitation train. It's rush hour now, so I need to keep Allie protected in my arms to ensure that no one bumps into her. There are so many people at this time. Jiangli looked somewhat surprised as she saw there was no empty seat on the train. Watch out. Esk held her and carefully boarded the train, acting awkwardly while following the methods Wei Yu had taught him, using his strong arms and broad back to protect Jiang Li within a tiny space. Then, he had to maintain this posture until they got off. Jiang Li noticed Esk's protective stance and smiled gratefully at him. Thank you, Esk. The height of the carriage couldn't accommodate the young man over 2 meters tall. He could only hunch over and bow his head, timidly like a large dog, twitching his ears and shrinking in the corner without daring to move an inch. At this moment, the train showed signs of slowing down. Jiang Li quickly tiptoed, lifted her arm high, and placed her palm on top of Esk's head. Careful not to bump your head. Right then, Esk happened to lower his head as if wanting to say something, and what caught his eye was the charming face of the little girl who was much closer than before, her long lashes fluttering like wings, and her pitch-black bright pupils reflecting his own face, which suddenly froze with shock. Esk remained motionless, holding his breath, causing Jiang Li to feel puzzled for a while before withdrawing slightly with an apologetic whisper. She thought she was still the rough guy from the military camp, forgetting that things were different now compared to before. Esk, are you alright? Jiang Li carefully tilted her head to ask Esk, seeing him mechanically shaking his head before she sighed in relief, shifting her focus to the outside, admiring the prosperous urban landscape beyond the window. I always feel. Lanka hung onto Tian Yi's arm, hesitating to speak. Tian Yi spoke solemnly. I also feel. Feng Mian shook her head and deeply sighed. Ali and Esk have completely switched roles between being the pursuer and the pursued. Zhuoyu decisively drew a cross after Esk's name on the plan list. Prepare for the next plan. At noon, Jiang Li and Esk returned to school. Seeing that spending the whole morning with her made Esk's body stiff all day, Jiang Li felt sorry for him, making up some excuse about having other matters to attend to, telling Esk to go back and rest first. Although she didn't expect Esk would take her to the beautiful outskirts, ever since they got off the train, Esk had seemed quite unwell. Could it be that she worsened Esk's social phobia? Jiang Li's heart became uneasy, overwhelmed by complicated thoughts, temporarily not noticing the road ahead. Unexpectedly, she almost collided head-on with a similarly distracted adult who was sucking on a lollipop at the turn. After separating from Jiang Li, Esk did not return to rest, but changed into training clothes and entered the 8 times gravity room directly. Hey, Esk. The greeting from a boy trying to catch Esk's attention failed miserably. He scratched the back of his head, asking his companion in confusion, what's wrong with Esk? After stepping out of the school once, he immediately started training in the 8 times gravity room. Even though the sound insulation of the training room was excellent, there were still continuous dull sounds of machinery falling. The boy was amazed, swallowing subconsciously. Seriously? Can still beat robots under 8 times gravity. Is this guy's physique upgraded again? Inside the training room, Esk casually threw away half of the robot's body that he had torn apart, feeling the immense gravitational restraint around him, and moved his neck. Sweat slid down the texture of his muscles and disappeared into his collar. Indifferent as if nothing, he quickly spun around and destroyed another battle robot with a single kick. Sensing that he had finally calmed down, Esk relaxed his previously tense body, but immediately the image of the teenager's face close up and the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose reappeared in his mind. Hearing the new wave of mechanical sounds coming from the gravity room that had just quieted down, the boy outside closed his almost fallen jaw and murmured, Esk trains way too hard. Oh. Sichuan instinctively supported the girl rushing straight into his arms and teased. This is the first time a female student has thrown herself at me. This student. Upon recognizing the girl's appearance, Sichuan's handsome face flashed with surprise. It's Jiang Li. Teacher Shi. Realizing what had happened, Jiang Li quickly took several steps back to create distance. Sorry, I lost focus and wasn't watching where I was going. She glanced at the holographic interface of Teacher Shi's device which hadn't been dismissed yet, realizing. I see. Teacher isn't walking attentively either. Sichuan raised an eyebrow and shot her a glance. This little girl has become considerably more cheerful recently. Yes, he mumbled around the candy in his mouth. It's also my fault. I apologize. Can the instructor really be like this? The young girl wouldn't let up, her pair of black eyes bright and clear as if she were a completely different person from the first time he met her several days ago. She had changed so much. Sichuan recalled the information on her mental health status that he had reviewed before, then glanced at Jiang Li. He finally felt relieved. He smiled. I think it's pretty good. Good enough to teach you all. The man closed the interface on his optical computer and smirked lazily. Have you been in a great mood recently? Jiang Li hesitated for a moment. Seems like I've been having some. Was she being too obvious? Yesterday, I discovered there's a game called Virtual World on the internet. For me, it's heaven. Thinking about her healthy body inside the game made her eyes sparkle like high-quality gems. Virtual World? Sichuan remembered that this game had an option to set the physical condition of the player back to a normal baseline and began to understand why. However, A trace of concern quietly grew in his mind. Since your condition is fine, his tone dragged on, turning serious all of a sudden. When will you take my lecture seriously? Jiangli was startled, feeling a bit guilty. Actually, I have been listening, but what I learned isn't very useful for me anyway. Instructor Shi Chuan taught fundamental combat skills on the battlefield during training classes, skills that largely depended on physical prowess such as strength and reaction speed. Besides, she'd learned many of these skills herself while on the battlefield before. Shi Chuan just stared silently as she tried to defend herself, then warned her with a mocking slow voice. You can choose not to practice, but you can't skip the lectures. If I catch you doing this again, I'll make you hand copy the textbook 10 times. Jiangli shivered at his seemingly ominous tone. I understand, instructor. I'll pay attention carefully from now on. Looking at Jiang Li's earnest expression, Shi Chuan doubted her somewhat, but was still pleased, giving her a smile and ruffling her hair. You're going to participate in the military league, and I'm worried you might be eliminated in the selection phase. He put on a grave face as if thinking hard. Then people would question my teaching ability, my reputation would suffer, I wouldn't get paid, and without salary, I would end up homeless. This, Jiang Li classmate, would all be your responsibility. Jiang Li. Something seemed off, but it made a weird kind of sense. She sighed helplessly. All right, instructor, I will make sure I don't get eliminated during the selection match. If nothing else, she could just pay him. Little did she know, the moment before Shi Chuan looked pitiful, he now leaned toward her and chuckled mischievously. I was teasing you. A perfect face appeared right in front of her, its sugary sweetness filling Jiang Li's nose instantly. Remember to always protect yourself. As your instructor, I'm a big guy. There's no way I'd need help from a little girl like you. Seeing Jiang Li still stunned, Shi Chuan sighed and stood straight, walking past her casually. Student Jiang Li, you're too gullible. See you later. Realizing she had been tricked, Jiang Li furrowed her brows sharply and whined. Instructor, see you later. Shi Chuan waved lazily over his shoulder, making Jiang Li feel slightly annoyed. Where was the strict instructor? Everything he did seemed unhurried, like he hadn't woken up fully, and he even enjoyed sucking lollipops. Sometimes she truly doubted whether instructor Shi Chuan had ever been to war. Jiang Li sniffed lightly and turned away. At that moment, her optical computer received a notification that her delivery had arrived. Had her custom-made items arrived? With quite a few purchases and unable to recall which one this was, Jiang Li scratched her head and walked home a bit troubled. After arriving home and retrieving the mailed items, Jiang Li logged into Virtual World once again, preparing to check out the arena. The arena in Virtual World was divided into mech zones and light armor zones, each subdivided into team battle mode and solo battle mode. The matchmaking system matched opponents according to win rate randomly. Jiang Li's fingers twitched in excitement as she tentatively matched against an opponent in the single-player light armor mode. Liu has entered the arena. I'm the hottest has entered the arena. Jiang Li stood in the center of the arena, looking around. There were spectator seats surrounding the field, showing the arenas were open and accessible for others to watch. However, only a few spectators sat sparsely in the audience section. Hey, you there. I'll go easy on you. A rough shout suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Jiang Li looked in the direction of the voice and found that the opponent named, I'm the hottest, was tall and muscular with dark skin, his robust upper body muscles exposed to the air. He was gesturing loudly while shouting at Jiang Li. I say, young man, aren't you going to change into a set of clothes more convenient for movement? He kindly reminded her after glancing at the cumbersome loose robes on Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li shook her head, her phoenix-like eyes, revealed from the mask, showing no ripples. She said indifferently, let's begin. I'm the hottest, stretched his limbs and roared, here I come. His thick-soled feet stomped heavily on the ground as he swung his fists and charged forward. It seemed the opponent was strength-based. Jiang Li calmly evaded his moves a few times and sensed the wind of his fist brushing past her ear while contemplating. If the power remained this steady, she might as well take one punch. I'm the hottest, seeing the boy in the mask dodging around like an eel but impossible to grab, started to feel somewhat frustrated. Why are you dodging all the time? Face me directly. Are you even a man if you keep acting timidly? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Li decided that the dignity of Liu, a man, could not be challenged. She sighed, finally lifting her hand to prepare to receive his punch. Chapter 18, Date War, Part 5. Laosi Zue Shuai, upon hearing this kid was ready to take his punch, felt a flash of joy in his heart and quietly gathered all his strength for a decisive blow. One look at this skinny guy, and it was clear he wouldn't be able to withstand that heavy punch. He indulged happily in thoughts of the monetary reward after victory, feeling as though his whole being had become weightless. Weightless? It turned out Jiang Li had sidestepped to dodge his punch, then gripped his arm, using his own momentum to pull back, causing him to stumble directly into a faceplant thanks to Jiang Li's lower leg. Laosi Zue Shuai lay on the ground without reacting, as the match was already announced over. Sorry about that, Jiang Li said somewhat apologetically. I realized midway that I couldn't take your powerful punch, so I instinctively countered. But in war, deceit is not dishonorable. The guy lying on the ground only let out a muffled grunt. Despicable. By now, the countdown had ended, and both were teleported out of the arena. Jiang Li, returning to the competition entrance, felt she'd won too easily, so much so that it didn't seem real. She started another round soon after. However, she played 5 consecutive rounds, winning each one with a single move. Although there was a rookie protection mechanism where in the first 10 matches she wouldn't encounter highly experienced opponents. These people, they seemed too weak. After a few fights where her breathing hadn't even been disturbed, Jiang Li felt bewildered. Not having been on the battlefield or experienced life and death situations leading to their lack of killing intent could be understood, but why were they still throwing flashy but useless moves? Although they did look quite pleasant to watch. Jiang Li completely failed to realize that subconsciously she used ancient martial arts techniques, which were completely unfathomable to ordinary people, mysterious and profound. So, she remained puzzled through more than 10 rounds, ultimately attributing it to how weak the earlier opponents had been. She really should enter a few more matches. Lin Lin had just finished watching an exhilarating match and stepped out of the audience area when she brushed past a red-robed masked youth. His skin revealed outside the mask was smooth and lustrous, his features refined as if unreal. Lin Lin, catching a fleeting glance of him heading towards the arena entrance, became curious and chose to spectate. This match lasted less than 3 minutes. For the first 2.5 minutes, the red-clothed young man continued evading gracefully. Between the swirling of his robes was an air of effortless ease. His loosely bound hair by a red rope remained perfectly in place, not a strand out of order. In the final 30 seconds, he elegantly defeated his opponent with one move. If he had held a folding fan, he would have looked exactly like a dashing gentleman. Even with only half his face revealed, Lin Lin thought he was incredibly handsome. Lin Lin stealthily took a full-body picture of him, then kept an eye on his figure after the game ended, noticing he initiated another match. Quickly following to spectate, Lin Lin turned on the recording function, then fully focused her attention on the red-robed youth below, silently cheering him on in her heart. Her thoughts throughout the match were as follows. How handsome. Evading beautifully. Look at those elegant steps and graceful movements. How can someone evade so gracefully? She decided right then that this young man was her idol. Idol, keep going. He's so handsome. Incredibly handsome. Take him down. After another 3 minutes, Lin Lin's face was flushed red with excitement. Her new idol was simply too handsome. With a perfect win rate, solving an opponent in 3 minutes without even panting. It was unbearable. She had to add him as a friend. The newly minted fangirl clenched her fists to motivate herself. Excuse me, you there in the mask. Lin Lin, gathering her courage, called out to Jiang Li with the sweetest voice she could muster in her entire life. Jiang Li, who was still pondering whether to continue competing, noticed someone calling her. Turning her head, she saw it was a girl, and instinctively curved her eyes, softly asking, "Are you calling me?" Lin Lin's face turned scarlet instantly. So melodious. What kind of celestial voice is this? Ah, her ears were about to get pregnant. Can I add you as a friend? You see, I watched your match just now, and I think you're incredibly skilled. Lin fangirl Lin was so excited she spoke nonsense several times, almost biting her tongue. Jiang Li, seeing how the girl didn't know where to put her hands or feet from nervousness, felt somewhat helpless. Was she that intimidating? To the point that she frightened the little girl so much. She softened her tone slightly and leaned down a bit. All right, I'll add you. Lin Lin, at this moment, felt as though she'd been hit by a falling pie from the sky. Swallowing unconsciously, she quickly reported her account name to Jiang Li. She trembled as she looked at the friend request Jiang Li sent, almost forgetting it could be confirmed mentally. It wasn't until Jiang Li bid her a friendly farewell that Lin Lin muttered to herself with a red face. He must be some kind of immortal. Even though he was not particularly tall, he was powerful, and his voice was pleasant. He was also gentle. How wonderful her idol was. Decided, she would go back and watch the previous recording dozens, or even hundreds of times. At this time, Lin Lin's best pal initiated a communication. Lin, have you seen that top post on the official site of Virtual World? Post. I haven't been on the official website much recently, what's up? Any big news? The Lin who had only her idol in mind was not too concerned. Oh my, I can't explain it properly. Just quickly check out the official site. He's absolutely stunning. A man. Holy cow, it's the first time I've ever seen such a handsome guy. Her little sister waved her hands around, her face flushed red as if she'd taken drugs, and hung up after repeatedly urging her to take a look. What happened? Prompted by her nonstop urging, Lin Lin's brain was still a bit fuzzy, so she quickly logged onto the official site. On the largest and hottest section of the official site, there was a glaring headline. Virtual World, world's most beautiful man appears suddenly. Photo 1, 2 attached. Lin opened the pinned thread with disdain. This was too exaggerated, clearly used to grab attention. What world's most beautiful man? Sounds, holy crap. The first picture featured a man dressed in bright red robes, standing straight-backed with an orchid-like demeanor, his long hair casually draped behind him, revealing a perfectly chiseled profile. The second photo was a full frontal portrait. He seemed to be walking towards her, his brows sharp but not lacking warmth, his phoenix eyes shimmering with brilliant golden hues. Under a high-bridged nose were thin lips slightly curled into an almost unnoticeable smile. His dazzling red robe highlighted his translucent white skin, making him look less like a mortal. Gulp. Lin swallowed hard. Not just stunningly handsome, this was more like otherworldly. She buried her whole face in her palms and calmed down for a while, before her thump, jumping heart settled down a bit. Then Lin continued browsing through the thread. The poster said she accidentally met this man on the street yesterday, shocked by his beauty, and secretly took pictures to admire at home. After admiring it all night, she thought it unfair to keep such a divine being to herself, so she decided to share it with all the netizens. Every time she scrolled past those two photos, her heart felt like being pounded on. Lin, what an altruistic spirit. Continuing downward were comments from various netizens. First floor, bystander number 1. First post. Second floor, This red robe is my husband. So this is what they mean by a man on the road with a grace unparalleled. Third floor, upstairs shameless. Upstairs, get lost. The husband belongs to me. Fourth floor, casual visitor turned fan. Although Virtual World has a character creation system, such perfection doesn't exist elsewhere. I hereby announce this will be my husband from now on. Fifth floor, red robe kills me. This gaze, this posture, they are simply perfect, hitting right at my heart. Little brother, do you need a boyfriend? Sixth floor, no need to ask, just bent. Ha! This brother thought along the same lines as me. I don't mind having two men serving one master. Seventh floor, I have an idol now. Two upstairs ones are scary. Include me in. Eighth floor, I have a dream. Which area did the OP meet him in? I want to bump into him too. Area name needed. Ninth floor, single aristocrat. Deduct 1. 10th floor, A9 baby. This level of looks, I'll start licking the screen in respect. This thread had accumulated several thousand replies, causing Lin's palms to itch as she wanted to leave an equally excited comment. Comparing her new idol to this person, hers suddenly seemed, wait. Lin suddenly froze, realizing something, and repeatedly compared her idol's screenshots and recordings with the photos posted in the thread, zooming in and back, comparing them again and again. Then she stayed in that pose for a long time, her mind blank. How come? Her new idol seems similar to this handsome man. With a jolt, Lin bounced up and messaged her good friend, attaching her video and screenshots. Xiao, quick come look. I feel like the mask-wearing god I encountered today is so similar to this person in the thread. Quick help me check. She tried her best to calm her intense heartbeat, watching the video once again carefully. It was exactly this feeling. Red robe, long hair, phoenix eyes, and those golden pupils, exactly identical. If it really was him. Holy crap, they look so alike. Lin, where did you meet this person? This must be the same guy. Hurry up, tell me. What's going on? Spit it out. Her friend was nearly driven mad. Her voice pitched an octave higher as she roared for a reply. Lin herself was also on the verge of losing her mind. Xiao, would you believe me if I told you that I've already added him as a friend? For what felt like the 100th time today, she swallowed hard. It seemed she had become a fan of the real deal. On the other side, Chuan, having nothing better to do, decided to check out the official website of Virtual World. He hadn't been to the arena for half a month straight, wondering if anyone had surpassed his record yet. How he longed for an opponent who could match him evenly. If only Zhongli hadn't run into trouble. Maybe they could have had a good fight. His gaze idly passed over a high-definition picture of the viral pinned post when he suddenly froze in place. Zhongli? Chuan was startled by his own sudden thought and couldn't help laughing bitterly after regaining his senses. How could it be? He'd been executed by the league long ago. This was merely a face someone created during their free time. Although Zhongli's photos and appearance had hardly ever been disclosed. Even though he thought that, Chuan still fixated his eyes on the man in the picture, a growing sense of absurdity creeping into his heart. Chapter 19, Operation Dating, Part 6. Zhongli had no idea how much of a sensation her face had caused online. She continued with her daily routine, going to the training camp, competing in arenas, and managing her time well. Even during military physical education classes, she was fully focused, drawing an intrigued glance from instructor Chuan. Having spent a peaceful week, she received a message from Tian-E on her day off, asking her to meet someone. Apparently, there was a wealthy and handsome man who wanted to be introduced to her. So, Xiao-E and her friends hadn't given up yet. Thinking that her acquaintances at Lingji Club had calmed down after an entire week of silence, Zhongli had assumed they had abandoned their plan. After all, Ice had thoroughly revealed everything. With a wry smile, Zhongli accepted the invitation, tidied herself up, and prepared to leave. Why bother introducing someone from a wealthy family? Could it be they thought people with similar financial backgrounds would naturally have more in common? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. April had been waiting by the school gate for some time already. He adjusted his attire once again, looked in the mirror, and decided he looked perfect today. He was sure to captivate the young lady he was about to meet. Recalling why Tian-E had contacted him, April leaned back against the luxurious maglev car with confidence. Since childhood, April had always been the charming prince type, beloved by everyone. No girl he had interacted with had failed to fall for him, and this reputation held even now that he had entered society. He'd never experienced defeat. Since Tian-E had asked him for a favor, he'd come to help, but would still keep things appropriate, ensuring not to hurt any feelings. It was quite an interesting challenge indeed. April reviewed the itinerary plan for the day, just as he spotted the girl described in the information sent by Tian-E walking towards the school gate. Quickly straightening himself, he put on a warm smile and stepped forward, greeting Zhongli with a gentlemanly bow. Are you Miss Zhongli? I am Tian-Ye's cousin. You may call me April. He scrutinized the young woman before him. Pale skin, likely due to poor health, something that needed attention throughout the outing, custom clothing, signifying a good family background, delicate features, with an appealing smile. After receiving Zhongli's polite response, he explained further. Tian-E entrusted me to take you out for the afternoon. Before that, shall we head to a restaurant for lunch? Zhongli smiled gently, expressing her agreement that she had no objection to where they went. Inwardly, April threw a big V sign. Step 1, dinner invitation, success. Overconfident from this small victory, April blurted out without thinking. Miss Zhong, your makeup today is stunning and complements your appearance wonderfully. Zhongli paused, raising an eyebrow. I'm sorry, Mr. April, I haven't applied any makeup today. Oh no, that wasn't wise. Realizing his mistake, April's smile faltered briefly, but he quickly recovered. My apologies, Miss Jiang. I mistakenly thought you were wearing makeup because your natural beauty is so refined. Who would have thought you'd step out unadorned? He then added a few compliments about Jiang Li's flawless skin, though inwardly he regretted the moment. The women he usually met were professionals adorned with perfect makeup. Inadvertently, he slipped into his habitual praise mode, forgetting that Jiang Li was still a student. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly to rectify the misstep, or else his first impression with the young lady would have dropped significantly. His recovery seemed effective as he earned another smile from Jiang Li. Satisfied, he prepared to continue with his charm offensive. I reserved a table at the restaurant earlier. Allow me to drive you there. That's my car. April pointed toward a nearby vehicle that was understated yet exuded luxury. His tone carried a hint of pride. Showboating wealth should happen subtly. To demonstrate his gentlemanly nature, he intentionally walked around to open the passenger side door for Jiang Li, preparing to make a gesture inviting her in. To his surprise, instead of taking his cue, the young woman opened the rear door herself. One waited for her to get in the passenger seat he'd opened, while the other waited for her to sit in the driver's seat before getting in. The situation became slightly awkward, though perhaps only April noticed it himself. Seeing Jiang Li's face beginning to show confusion, April decided to abandon the idea of offering the front passenger seat, pretending nothing happened and climbing into the driver's seat himself. Disappointed internally, having anticipated the chance to let Jiang Li admire his serious and dashing profile while driving, April reflected. They say men look most attractive when they're focused. What a pity she didn't get to see it. Well, on to the next plan then. Couple set meal plan, activate. April envisioned the imminent scene of successfully winning over the young lady, flashing a self-satisfied smile as he turned his back to Jiang Li. However, he had no idea that the rearview mirror had completely revealed his expression to Jiang Li. Jiang Li quietly turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, thinking, is Tian Yi's cousin unwell? Why does he seem so strange? Soon, the two entered a magnificent upscale restaurant and were led by a waiter robot to the reserved table. Seeing Jiang Li looking around in confusion and checking something on her light brain, April assumed she wasn't familiar with the place. He patiently explained, this restaurant is part of a chain across all planets, with great tasting food and a relaxing atmosphere, making it very popular among people. You always need to make reservations here. Accidentally discovering that this restaurant was part of her family business, Jiang Li nodded in apparent understanding. During ordering, Jiang Li was enthusiastically recommended a set meal by April and agreed out of curiosity. Then she stared helplessly at a drink with 2 straws and small heart-shaped portions meant for 2 people. After successfully persuading Jiang Li to order a couple set, April felt that he was one step closer to achieving his goal and secretly rejoiced inside. Sure enough, when the dishes arrived, he saw the young girl staring blankly at the drink with 2 straws, feeling smug inside. At this moment, the little girl must have thought of it as a drink they could share together, becoming shy yet looking forward to being close to him. A man who is not only handsome but also rich and courteous. Her heart must be fluttering with excitement, like a fawn running wild. At this point, Jiang Li instead asked, does Mr. April exercise regularly? Of course, maintaining a perfect figure would attract more women's admiration. Although proud inside, he still maintained an appropriate humble smile. I set aside some time every day to work out, but it's just to stay healthy. Jiang Li looked at the food on the table and followed up with another question. Then I assume Mr. April has a good appetite. April laughed and said, naturally, men usually eat more. So you don't have to worry. Any food you can't finish, he'll kindly and gently take care of for you. At that moment, the young girl will certainly become bashful, gradually developing feelings for him. Jiang Li appeared to understand, and then summoned the waiter robot, ordered another drink and enough dishes to fill the entire table. I just realized that this restaurant belongs to me, so let me treat you for this meal. Jiang Li calmly explained to the now petrified April. Although my appetite is small, there's no need for you to intentionally adjust yourself and end up starving. She pointed at the couple set meals and drinks placed on the table, which seemed pitifully small in portion, and believed Mr. April cared too much for her and overlooked himself. What a gentle cousin. Jiang Li thought she should properly invite April to a hearty dinner as a way to express gratitude. Originally lost in their supposed flirtatious ambience, April was left puzzled. In just a few sentences, what had happened? What does she mean by under her name? What adjustment? What hunger? Where am I? Who am I? What am I supposed to do? April stiffened as he stared at the soon-filled table and the young girl sitting opposite him, her face expressing deep concern about him possibly starving. He realized he needed to calm down immediately. At this moment, the womanizer April, who had seduced countless women, felt that he might have bitten off more than he could chew. But after a meal, he thought he couldn't just give up like this. After all, he was entrusted by Tian Yi and didn't want to disappoint his cousin. He decisively invited Jiang Li to watch a movie, a touching romance that stirs heaven and earth. When the young girl cried in emotion, he would offer tissues compassionately, softly comforting her. Of course, he could lend his broad shoulder for her to feel his gentlemanly demeanor and the security he brings. As April smoothly took the movie tickets while fantasizing about possible romantic scenes in the cinema, he became spirited. This time he would definitely succeed. He cheered himself silently inside, only to see the young girl next to her intensely eyeing the popcorn package displayed at the counter. She's really underage, after all. Lowering his head, April displayed what he considered a perfectly warm smile. Ms. Jiang, do you want to eat popcorn? We can buy some to take inside. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I've just heard that watching movies requires eating popcorn, but I've never tried it. In fact, she had never even been to a theater before. Feeling like she still needed to come out more often, Jiang Li, the unsophisticated one, decided that it was time for her to broaden her horizons. After hearing her words, April couldn't help but develop a tender affection within him. Miss Jiang must come from a prominent family with strict upbringing that doesn't allow her to eat these common folks' foods. Such a frail and aloof young lady. If she weren't Tianyo's friend, he would have made his move already. Soft girls of her type were rare in the union. April sighed regretfully and enthusiastically purchased the combo meal, firmly insisting that a gentleman would never let a lady carry things. After dismissing the guide robot, he bragged about his private screening room in the cinema as he led Jiang Li to the door, only to realize that his arms were now full of food combos, leaving him completely unable to push open the intentionally manual door. He inwardly grumbled. He had thought this was an opportunity for him to hold the door open for the little girl while casually enveloping her in his arms, but unexpectedly, he had so much baggage in his hands now. Should I push? Jiang Li looked at the closed door with no automatic sensor response and tried to push it hard several times, only managing to open a small gap. Bad move. For the umpteenth time today, April felt utterly dejected. Although he knew the girl wasn't physically strong, he didn't expect her to be so weak. This was the first time Jiang Li encountered such a situation, feeling slightly embarrassed after a moment of confusion. Sorry, I'm too weak. No problem at all. I heard some things from Tianyo. These things are left to the gentleman. April chuckled, his mind spinning frantically. What should he do? Kick the door open with his foot? No, that would be too rude and damage his image of being gentle and courteous in the little girl's eyes. Call a waiter then. No, they would need some time to arrive, and he couldn't make the little girl stand here waiting. In the end, April ungraciously scowled and used his shoulder and buttocks to forcefully open the door. It's over, his perfect image. Chapter 20, Date Operation, Part 7. On a barren and distant star far from the capital star, a dusty light brain tucked away in a dark corner suddenly emitted a faint gleam. Detected external features of Jiangyu. Detected IP location, Capital Star Union, First Academy. Matching residual mental energy fluctuations on the network. 80% similarity detected. Confirmed current identity, Jiang Li. Retrieving Jiang Li data information. A vast and intricate stream of data quietly infiltrated the Union Skynet without leaving a trace, obtaining the desired information before fusing with other data and concealing itself within the vast expanse of the network. Cousin, how did it go? I didn't even follow her this time. Tell me how things went. Tian winked at April, who had just returned from the date, trying to get him to report back on its success. At the thought of his complete failure during the date, April's complexion immediately turned ashen. In an atmosphere where everyone in the entire cinema was sobbing, he almost couldn't help but shed a few tears himself. He reached for the tissues he had prepared to offer to the girl beside him, only to see that she remained unfazed, completely immersed in the movie. When she noticed him looking at her, she politely returned a small smile. No matter what he tried, it didn't work. He gave up willingly. My training still needs work. Tianyang, you'll have to find someone else. Cousin will just head home. His once undefeated reputation was ruined. Sighing, April decisively turned around and left. Tian-yi looked at her fleeing cousin in shock, displaying a bewildered expression. Her cousin seemed like he was dodging some kind of terrible calamity. Surely not possible. Was Li really that frightening? Reluctantly, she sent out a mission-failed message to others and began reworking her plan list, melancholic all the while. There was just one person left. Hold on. If the last attempt failed too, then could it mean there was a huge possibility that Li didn't like boys? She suddenly recalled the male-disguised picture of Jiang Li shown by Lan Ku. Her throat constricted with excitement as she shook her hand while relaying this startling revelation to the group. Do you guys think, does Li actually prefer girls? Phone me on. Drinking water casually, accidentally opened the group chat message and instantly froze upon reading those words. Water spewed out of his mouth, and he burst into violent coughs. Likes girls? Ask was stepping out of the training room, holding a fresh bottle of energy drink, and hadn't taken a sip when he saw Tian Yi's guest posted in the group chat. His palm by his side instinctively clenched tighter, the metallic bottle crushed violently, drenching half of his body with its contents. His eyes didn't even blink as he stared at the message for a long moment, eventually lowering his gaze. Joyi was leisurely flipping through a book, casually opening the group message when he saw the new notification. The ice blue eyes abruptly widened, though they quickly returned to normal. A smirk appeared on his lips, full of underlying meaning. If next time doesn't work out, we'll send a girl. Lan Ku let out a startled exclamation upon hearing the news for the first time. She considered the male appearance of Jiang Li and instantly brightened with eagerness. I'll do it. Let me give it a try. She licked her lips, sincerely hoping the next appointed boy would fail. The freshman delegate secretly contacted by Senior Tian-yi and already prepared for the date. Why am I feeling chills down my spine? Despite several consecutive dates yielding no emotions at all, Jiang Li didn't pay much attention. Not only could she not imagine what her own romantic self would be like, but she also felt it unlikely she'd have someone she liked someday. We'll worry about that later when the time comes. She weighed a few packaged gift boxes mailed home a few days ago, arranged them in her backpack, and planned to deliver them tomorrow when going out. It had been so long now, she wondered if any clues had surfaced. She briefly glanced at the bounty information she had posted. The person who accepted the bounty hadn't disclosed any leads yet. Although there was still some time before the one-month deadline, she was nonetheless filled with anticipation and anxiety. Anticipating that he would bring news of survivors from the 7th Army, yet also anxious about receiving confirmation of the 7th Army's total annihilation after the investigation. She sighed. glancing at the missing persons bulletin she posted on the newly purchased barren planet. So far, no one knew where the owner of that warm jade had ever been. However, some people claimed that in the area where the jade was found, a Union Army unit had once stopped to rest. There was no way to confirm whether or not it was the 7th Army. As the 1-month period approached, she hoped that by then, she would obtain some information regarding the 7th Army. Zhongli closed the interface of the light brain, sat idly for a while, then turned around and lay inside the simulation pod, logging into virtual world. Unaware of the commotion caused by the Liu photograph on the official website, Zhongli simply noticed that there seemed to be more people in red clothing and robes on the streets today than usual. It appeared that many more people had come to watch the match. Perhaps they were fans of her opponent? With sharp eyes, Zhongli spotted the girl who had previously initiated a friend request with her among the spectators, nodding amicably at her. Lin, who had set her crush's account as special attention, enabling her to promptly log in for matches. The man saw her. The crush nodded at her. He remembered her. She tugged at her friend's sleeve vigorously, flushed with excitement. Xiao. Did you see that? That's him. My crush. He saw me. I can't handle it. He's so handsome. Her friend watched the field intently while swallowing saliva. Stop pulling. Focus on the battle of the crush. In about a week, they quietly established a fandom for the man in red robes, including only reliable and trustworthy girls and brothers. Notified that their idol was online, they hurried over to admire the graceful fighting posture of their idol. In no time, the stands filled with their exclamations and cheers, drawing frequent glances from other spectators. What a majestic stance, even when standing still. He dodged. His movements are so cool. My God, he looks great even with a mask on. Love him. This elegant figure, this neat combat style, I'll marry him. Confused by the burning gazes of a group of fans, Zhongli wondered, why do I feel like I suddenly gained a bunch of crazed followers? She glanced at those people neatly seated in the audience. Apparently, they were an organized and disciplined team. Night King noticed his evasive masked opponent paying attention to the crowd instead of the fight, which enraged him enough to roar, and his powerful legs swept out like a whip. Then, before he knew it, his move missed, and in a dizzying moment, he found himself lying motionless on the ground. The spectators burst into sudden cheers. What kind of move was that? Why did he fall without seeing anything clearly? Even though that guy moved slowly, why couldn't he touch him at all? Night King stared blankly at the sky above the arena for quite a while, unable to fully comprehend what happened. Zhongli paid no heed to the doubt and confusion her felled opponent might feel inside. She stood there calmly, waiting silently for the next match. Did you find that person's information? Sorry, Chief. He seems to be a programming expert. There are at least 1,000 layers of protection on his gaming account. With our current technology, we cannot break through. Shirchuan, sitting before the light brain and reading this response, suddenly felt calm. He half closed his eyes, and the light points from the screen reflected in his flickering gaze. After a pause, Shirchuan issued a new order. Then completely seal the message. Make sure the higher-ups don't discover it. Understood, Chief. His distinct fingers lightly tapped on the semi-transparent thin screen where the arrogant and free-spirited youth was displayed, his expression complex. Eventually, he shut off the light brain, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes, a candy stick dangling from his mouth. Shirchuan, you always claimed to be the top genius in the army. Today, I'll tell you that your title of genius will soon be replaced. A military battlefield recorder excitedly sent a message to Shirchuan after coming down from the battlefield. It's a boy not even 20 years old yet. He has already gained fame much earlier than you did. These two messages didn't attract Shirchuan's attention until he finished training. At 25, Shirchuan found it intriguing and replied to his old schoolmate, now working as a battlefield recorder, with curiosity. How exactly is he a genius? You know, I've just been transferred to the 7th Army. Upon arrival, I heard about this individual born right into the battlefield, having lived there nearly 20 years. A few days ago, he underwent a talent test, scoring double S levels in both mental power and physical constitution. I remember your mental strength wasn't even S level when you were 20. Upon hearing this news, Shirchuan could hardly believe it. Less than 20 and already double S level? This kid is practically a demon. The record keeper echoed repeatedly. Exactly. Moreover, the amount of military merit he's accumulated currently is unmatched. Soon, you will probably receive the news that a young lieutenant general has been added to the joint forces. Comparing people makes one die of envy. By the way, I secretly grabbed some pictures of him. Besides being extraordinarily talented, he's also incredibly handsome. Even I, a straight man, almost got swayed by the sight of him fighting. Shirchuan laughed at him. Quit yanking my chain and send the photos quickly. The recorder messaged extremely fast, sending several pictures, adding particularly, don't leak them out. His identity is confidential, as he's an unparalleled genius. We need to protect him well before he turns 18. As Shirchuan opened the images, he nodded in agreement. I understand. Don't worry. He had originally thought that it would just be a somewhat handsome young man, but instead, his eyes met an overwhelming splash of vivid red. Against the backdrop of darkness and cold mechanical glows, that red figure resembled a fiery sun, forcefully bursting straight into Shirchuan's gaze. What's his name? Suddenly, Shirchuan felt as if something had been ignited within him. He wanted to have a match with this youth, not for competition or fame, not even for that title of genius. It was merely the resonant understanding shared between two powerful fighters, because if he got the chance to fight with this boy, he would surely benefit immensely. His friend sent over a few words. Guwu Jiang family, Jiangyu. Shirchuan stared at the name for a long time, quietly etching it into his memory. If they ever meet, perhaps this boy has already surpassed him by leaps and bounds. It seems like he really needs to try harder after all. After all, the title of genius has already been taken. Though slightly resentful, Shirchuan increased his own training schedule in secret. After the battle ends, when he meets Jiangyu, he must definitely break through his arrogance properly. Chapter 21, Operation Date, Part 8. Later, after waiting for Jiangyu's promotion to Major General, after waiting for the war's end, and after welcoming peace, he also awaited news of Jiangyu's betrayal alongside all members of the 7th Army. He would never have another chance to see Jiangyu or that army famed as invincible under heaven, not even his record-keeping officer friend who had taken pride in them. It was as though they disappeared into thin air within the Union. No one would mention them, no one would remember them. If anyone brought them up by accident, it might simply elicit a sigh. Aren't they the ones who betrayed the Union? So today, she got asked out on a date by a chubby-faced younger schoolmate. Jiang Li watched the boy sitting opposite her and sighed. He looked so much younger. Luo Zhan was extremely nervous at this point. While he seemed popular with girls in his own year, he'd never gone out alone with a girl before, let alone an upper-class woman. But he couldn't reject Keek's plea. She'd cry if he did, and then other boys would kill him. Blushing furiously, he said softly, Cicely, hello. I'm Luo Xianin from the first-year mecha department. You can call me Shaoan. Seeing how tense he was, Jiang Li tried to soften her tone. All right, Shaoan. This boy clearly blushed easily. She flashed a reassuring smile and started chatting casually with him about their hometowns, friends, hobbies. Gradually, Luo Zhan loosened up a little, beginning to talk freely with Jiang Li. He found this senior student to be very approachable and knowledgeable across many fields. Talking with her was surprisingly pleasant and relaxing. The more they talked, the more engrossed Luo Zhan became until it was almost evening. He completely forgot his plan with Lan Ku. The rope bridge effect occurs when someone crossing a shaky bridge involuntarily starts feeling their heart race. If at that time they encounter another person, they may mistakenly attribute their accelerated heartbeat caused by the situation to being infatuated with the other person, leading to romantic feelings. Zhuyu offered this as an explanation of why their operation worked, whereas Lan Ku summarized it bluntly as hero saving beauty. Thus, Lan Ku waited with her crew around a corner to ambush them once they came out in an empty spot. Shaoan was supposed to perform the classic hero saving beauty scenario. Perhaps Li would start liking Shaoan. Shaoan wasn't bad, good character too, and most importantly, she knew his background thoroughly, making him a trustworthy choice. Who could have predicted that the two of them would chat until evening without showing any intention to leave? An exasperated Lan Ku clenched her fists, while Zhuyu remained unfazed. Let's wait some more. They'll come out eventually. Today, Tian E, Esk, and Feng Mian all had things to attend to, leaving only these two for the tailing mission. And if this plan failed as well? Zhuiyu's lips curled upward slowly. What should we do next? Suddenly remembering the abandoned plan inside the cafe, Luo Zhan's mind raced through three ominous words. F*******, S******, T. F******. Kiki must want to strangle him right now. Senior sister, we've chatted so long already. How about we take a walk outside? He suggested hurriedly. Jiang Li also agreed and picked up her bag to stand up when, Dai, unbeknownst to them, she accidentally collided with the robot delivering coffee. Sis, quickly reacting, Luo Zhan held on to Jiang Li firmly. Are you alright? Shaking her head bitterly, Jiang Li pointed toward the multiple brown stains splattered across her clothes and said helplessly, Sorry Shaoan, looks like I'll need your company to go shopping for a new piece of clothing. Relieved that she was fine, Luo Zhan smiled broadly despite his round cheeks still glowing pink. It's my responsibility, senior sister. Fortunately, there was a large shopping mall nearby. After rushing out of the cafe towards the mall, the originally excited Lan Ku froze with astonishment. Where are they going? How dare they deviate from our script again? Already seated intelligently at a nearby dessert shop with a spoon in her mouth, Zhuyu laughed lightly while waving at Lan Ku. Seething silently, Lan Ku stomped her foot. Fine. I won't wait anymore. I'm going to eat some desserts instead. As for Jiang Li, she was completely unaware of the plan hatched by those two or how much worry she had unintentionally caused them. In the dressing room, after picking out random clothing and changing, she didn't notice the faint glow on her wrist computer, which lasted less than a second before dimming immediately. Shaoan, I've finished changing. Upon seeing Jiang Li emerge in her new outfit, Luo Zhan shyly blurted, Senior sister, this suit really suits you. Abruptly, the energy lights overhead flickered violently, and then the entire mall plunged into darkness instantly. A sudden heaviness weighed down Jiang Li's heart. What's going on? What about the backup power source? The backup energy source won't start either, manager. In her ears were panicked shouts of people, sounds of unexpected collisions with hangars and door frames, along with cries of pain. Senior sister? What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Luo Zhan, though somewhat flustered, tried to stay calm, and his voice suddenly broke Jiang Li out of her memories triggered by the darkness. She wiped off the cold sweat seeping from her forehead and spoke calmly. I'm fine. Follow me and don't get separated. Before entering the mall, she instinctively memorized each escape route. So even now in total darkness, she could still easily discern the directions. It was almost as if she had adapted to the darkness. In a dim corner booth, someone cursed harshly. Shit, why is there a sudden blackout? What is this floor manager doing? I don't know what's happened. I can't even open my light brain. The leader suppressed his rage, slowly lowering the gun he had prepared, and gestured for everyone to wait a little longer. Given the situation now, we won't do well if we go out. If there's still no light before the guards arrive, we'll retreat and switch to another commercial building. Someone, filled with frustration, raised the silencer-equipped gun they were holding and pulled the trigger at the ceiling, then squatted in place sullenly without any further actions. Jiangli suddenly felt something unusual above them. Furrowing her brows, she immediately tugged Luo Zhan and retreated a few steps quickly. Bang! The falling lamp shattered right in front of them into countless pieces. Hearing this loud noise amidst the darkness, Luo Zhan couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, looking incredulously in Jiang Li's direction. Of course, in complete blackness, he saw nothing at all. Senior sister, she's truly amazing. He couldn't move at all in the total darkness, hadn't remembered the route, and didn't know what to do next. If it weren't for senior sister earlier, he might have already been struck by the decorative lights, injured, and fallen down. Stick with me. Jiang Li's expression turned serious, a sense of unease growing within her. It was better to take Shaoan out first. Led by Jiang Li, Luo Zhan walked smoothly and safely out of the mall, as if the darkness had no effect on him whatsoever. This entirely obstacle-free path made Jiang Li more suspicious. After ensuring that Luo Zhan was in a safe place, she intended to return and check things out. However, at this moment, the entire mall regained its power supply abruptly, as bright as day. Just what had happened? At the same time, the security team arrived swiftly, encircling the commercial building so tightly that not even water could pass through. Li, how are you both? Where are you now? What happened inside? Lanka suddenly sent over a communication signal. She and Yu saw their building's light sources go out completely in just a few seconds outside, making it look deathly quiet, causing her to hastily contact Jiang Li. However, multiple attempts to call failed until finally, this one got through, allowing them some relief. We're fine. This might just be an ordinary power shortage issue. Jiang Li herself wasn't too certain. She patted the small and who was just recovering beside her. We've exited through the West 1 gate. That's great news. Zhuyu came back after gathering information and handed over the communication to Lan Ku. Now, both of you should stay as far away from this building as possible. Just now, the police received an anonymous tip-off claiming that dozens of terrorists were hiding in this building, planning to attack it. Although they completely couldn't figure out why the terrorists would cut off the entire building's energy supply, could they navigate in the dark as easily as if it were broad daylight? Or does each one carry a night vision device? Whatever, the psychology of terrorists is beyond their comprehension. Jiang Li nodded. Understood. Where are you now? We'll come find you, and then head back to school together. Zhuyu knew this was not the time for dating, provided the address, and waited on-site for the meeting. Luo Zhan felt rather embarrassed at last. It had always been the senior sister helping him, and he didn't know what he could do. Senior sister, let me hold your bag. Is it heavy? His hand caught onto the strap of Jiang Li's backpack. Just as Jiang Li thought it was fine to hand over the bag to Shaoan, she suddenly remembered there were valuable items inside. Better not to entrust it to others, so she declined politely. I can carry it myself, no trouble for Shaoan. Apparently, this back and forth caught the attention of bystanders. Hey, that guy over there. Bold of you to grab a girl's bag in broad daylight like this. An righteous uncle stepped forward. Girl, rest assured, with me here, he won't dare touch you improperly. Jiang Li's expression froze, still unable to react to what had just occurred, only nodding subconsciously. Luo Zhan looked innocently close to tears. He hurriedly loosened his hand, stammering in explanation. No, it's not what you think. I'm not trying to steal. He watched as the uncle positioned himself protectively in front of senior sister, feeling utterly hopeless. Ha ha ha, so you were mistaken for a bag snatcher? Lanka couldn't stop laughing after hearing the whole story, her small white tiger teeth showing. Luo Zhan was so embarrassed he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Actually, it's my fault for not explaining clearly to the uncle in time. Jiang Li took the responsibility and comfortingly patted Luo Zhan on the shoulder. The round-faced elementary school junior whose shoulder had been patted turned bright red. Oh my gosh, he had been defended by his senior sister. How kind and gentle she was, and she even patted his shoulder. Luo Zhan could feel a tingling sensation where his shoulder had been touched, wishing he could also touch that very spot with his own hand. His face flushed, he murmured, No, it's not senior sister's fault, it's mine. As they laughed and talked, this matter came to an end. Soon, it was time to part ways. Luo Zhan looked at Jiang Li several times with reluctance, his eyes full of yearning. Well, senior sister, see you. Jiang Li turned her head and smiled at him. All right, Shaoan, see you. Who knows if there will ever be another chance to meet again. Senior sister was not only knowledgeable, but also kind and gentle, remaining calm and decisive in emergencies, having an influence that made her incredibly reliable. He had never met anyone like senior sister before. Unfortunately, he might never have another opportunity to interact with her. Luo Zhan sighed deeply as he watched their retreating figures. Chapter 22, The Gift Fiasco. On the way back, Jiang Li remembered the few gifts still in her bag that hadn't been given out yet, feeling a little troubled. There was absolutely no chance today to see Feng Mian, Esk, Tian Yi, and the others. How could she give them their gifts? Is there a club activity tomorrow? I have something I want to show you guys. Zhuyu thought for a moment. Originally, there wasn't supposed to be one, but if Li wants it, I can contact the others. Upon hearing this, Lan Ku bounced up and down, raising her small hand. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Jiang Li kicked a pebble by her foot and looked at Zhuyu with gratitude. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhuyu smiled as he looked at her. The icy blue of the young girl's eyes reflected clearly in Jiang Li's own, like stars streaking across the night sky, beautiful enough to take one's breath away. No matter how many times, she always finds you overly beautiful. So, what is it that Li wants to show us? You even specifically called me over. Tian-yi leaned on his hand, watching curiously as Jiang Li pulled items from her backpack one by one. This one is for Principal Feng Mian and Esk. Jiang Li picked through several gift boxes carefully, placing them before each person. This one is for you and Kiki. She then placed a light-as-air piece of paper in front of Tian-yi. And this is for Xiao-yi. To thank everyone for taking care of me during this time. She dropped her eyes bashfully before urging everyone. All right, stop staring and hurry up and open them. As soon as these words were spoken, all of them began unwrapping their gifts at once. Feng Mian had the fastest hands and quickly found himself holding a chip about the size of a bean, turning it over repeatedly for inspection. Seeing that they had almost finished opening the gifts, Jiang Li started explaining. The chips for Principal Feng Mian and Esk are inventions from the Research Institute under my name, microscopic lenses. She gestured towards her ear to indicate placement. Through bioelectricity, they can firmly adhere to the skin surface. You can put them behind your ears. Feng Mian's chip contains an insect scanning system. I had them add catalogs for all known insect species within the current alliance. After activation, the chip will form a miniature screen in front of the retina, akin to regular glasses, without any disruption to daily life. It will instantly code any insect-like organisms within your line of sight. Of course, those codes may look like emojis or such things. Jiang Li stuck out her tongue, and the others couldn't help but laugh. It certainly wasn't something commendable to faint at the sight of insects. So does the big guy's chip follow the same principle? Lanka seemed to suddenly understand as she pointed at the tiny chip in front of Esk. More or less. Only Esk's chip converts recognized blood images into green color before projecting them onto the retina. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? Jiang Li scratched the back of her neck awkwardly, unsure whether her gifts would be liked. Too convenient. Feng Mian grabbed Jiang Li's hand with gleaming eyes. Li, I declare, you will forever be my goddess. With this chip, many problems could indeed be solved. He held on to Jiang Li's hand with such force that she tried pulling it back for half a minute to no avail, leaving her no choice but to let him grip it. Actually, it's not really necessary. Zhuoyu burst out laughing, waving her hand as she explained on behalf of Feng Mian. No. It's very necessary. You don't know him. He gets stuck at the jungle simulation stage every year in the military league. It's also his bad luck that the scenarios are randomly selected each year, and every match he participated in happened to be jungle simulations. In both tournaments I've witnessed, our senior directly forfeited during the preliminary round. Tian-yi interjected, shrugging. In the end, the teacher judged it as non-participation. That was quite embarrassing. Jiang Li's originally wandering expression gradually turned into deep sympathy. TCH. Feng Mian felt if he was going to lose face, he had better drag someone else down with him, directing his comment straight at Esk with his neck stiffened. It's not just me. Esk had remained silent all along, sitting aside and observing the tiny chip for a long while. When he realized Feng Mian had directed the embarrassment toward him, he didn't feel shy in the least, nodding. I eventually could only withdraw from the competition, so. Standing up, his towering figure immediately overshadowed Jiang Li. He deeply bowed to her. This, I truly thank you. And no. Jiang Li was scared stiff and jumped straight up, desperately pushing against Esk's shoulders. It's nothing to me. Usually, you and Esk help me so much. This is obviously my way of thanking you guys. Thank you for pulling her out when she was most lost. Thank you for always looking after her, helping her with everything possible, even though she was just an unrelated classmate. All of you are too kind. Kind to the point that after going through those experiences, she suddenly felt how truly wonderful it was to live in this world. All right, big guy. Since Li has said that, go back to your seat, and let me find out what Li gave to the others. Lanka tightly grabbed Esk's arm and dragged him back to his seat, her largely colored eyes blinking at Jiang Li. Jiang Li received Lanka's signal and had no choice but to explain the chip in Zhuoyu's hand. The one for you is a newly developed intelligent defense system. Install it on a mech, and during combat, it will autonomously judge and release energy shields on vital parts. It can release energy up to 8 times. Of course, once used up, it needs to return to the factory for recharging, along with an upgrade. It's still only the first generation product. The cost of building mechs is expensive, as are the maintenance fees. Apart from the military department and a few large schools with mech majors owning a few units, ordinary people could only see fighting mechs in movies or museums. Therefore, just the cost of this single defensive chip for the mech far exceeds the budget of an average person. Zhuoyu, knowing well the amount of manpower and resources this required, smiled and accepted the gift, sincerely thanking her before saying, after I finish this busy period, why don't we visit the mech major's training ground? Jiang Li hesitated after being momentarily startled. Is that possible? Although she had previously fought alongside mech warriors, they always trained separately. She didn't know what kind of training allowed them to control the huge mechs with their limited mental strength perfectly. Jiang Li expressed her strong interest in observing it. Zhuoyu tapped his finger lightly on Jiang Li's forehead, smiling. Of course it's possible, though we'll have to wait a bit. When the moment comes, something seemed to occur to Zhuoyu, deepening the smile on his face. Jiang Li nodded half understandingly, adding a note. Oh, by the way, these 3 chips have already been scanned on the Tian network before leaving the factory, so they can be brought into the simulation chamber for virtual online battles. This is indeed. Feng Mian glanced at the chip in his hand, and then back at Jiang Li, his smile never fading. Surprisingly delightful. Zhongli didn't think much of this. For her, the cost of these things were merely a small fraction of her vast fortune. Kex is a weapon design diagram and relevant settings. She pointed down to the contact code. If you have any ideas, you need to discuss them with your weaponsmith. I remember one day Keck mentioned wanting a cool weapon, so I contacted a famous weaponsmith within the alliance. After speaking, Zhongli thought she needed to learn to ignore everyone else's exclamations around her and quickly explain the piece of paper in front of Tian Yi. Xiao Yi likes doing business, so I randomly picked a skyscraper for you. You can manage it however you want. Once you sign, it's yours. She braced herself for some noise, but instead, the entire activity room became eerily silent for a while. What is going on? Looking at the group's dazed expressions, Zhongli was confused. Tian Yi immediately jumped 3 feet high and tightly hugged her neck. She screamed loudly. Of course. That old man doesn't deserve to be my dad. From now on, Ailey, you're my dad. Dad, I love you. Lanka's hand holding the design plan trembled 3 times before she decisively spun around and hugged Zhongli's waist. This is my dad. Xiao Yi, don't steal my dad. Ailey belongs to me. At this moment, Feng Mian rubbed his chin and murmured to himself. If I had such a filial daughter every day. His eyes lit up and he looked excited. Ailey, would you like to have an additional benevolent old father? Oomph. His latter part of the sentence was cut off by Zhuoyu hitting him with a book, and she cheerfully squeezed out an answer through her teeth. No, Ailey does not want to. Zhongli looked innocently bewildered, her brain throbbing from the repeated calls of dad. Everyone, can you please calm down? On the official forum of Virtual World, a post discussing high-definition comparison pictures made it to the top. Could it just be me who thinks that this masked guy looks extremely similar to the sudden appearance of a handsome godlike figure earlier? Attached image. Recently, I've been hanging out in the arena and found a heavenly little brother. Correct, this masked young man. Attached image. After watching his match, I spent days looking for more of his fights. Not because they were incredibly thrilling. It's rather because they were so dull. A 3-minute battle, the first 2 minutes dodging flashes, and only defeating the enemy in the last move. The start tells the end. Isn't it monotonous? But the OP just likes watching. While watching, I started feeling that this guy looks a bit familiar. So I took a screenshot and carefully studied it. It's not because the guy wears the same red clothes as that handsome man. In the end, I was shocked to discover that the two are incredibly similar. Attached with detailed comparison images. Look at the upward arc of the eye corners, the bridge of the nose, the forehead, the hairline, and even the eyebrow shape and facial contour scan. They completely overlap, don't they? The OP couldn't sleep for 2 nights after making this discovery, so had no choice but to post it online for sharp-eyed netizens to observe. Is this really the same person? First floor. Passerby, holy cow. Does the OP have a legendary microscope, or what? Second floor. Sniper scope, here I am. Must say, OP paid great attention to detail here. I tried adjusting the proportions, and the upper half of the face has an 85% match rate, albeit only from the side. Third floor. Winds and clouds. Now that you mention it, they do look very alike. It must be the same person then. Perhaps he wore a mask because his good looks were too much to bear. Seems legit. Chapter 23. Forum turmoil. Fourth floor. Young pretender me. I've seen his competitive match. Although the battle was a bit boring, he still looked quite stylish. Anyway, so far, I haven't seen anyone dodge as gracefully as he does. And with that face, love. Fifth floor. Red clothes kill me. Blown out by the thread starter's post. Does it really look like my idol in real life? Kneeling for the ID. Sixth floor. Idol is mine. Don't just randomly call someone who imitates our idol an idol. We won't agree to this nonsense. Seventh floor. Passerby. Since the idol's photo was posted on the forum, many have mimicked him. But to reach this level of imitation is truly impressive, isn't it? Eighth floor. 3 Fanliang Bo. So now we're using idol to refer to that person? Ninth floor. Little transparent one. What, that person? Idol. Who? I've been away from the forum for a few days. What happened? 10th floor. My husband in red clothes. You don't even know about this big drama? Our virtual world game has a handsome man. Extremely beautiful and charming. Just one glance and you'll fall for him. 11th floor. Archimedes in legend. That's exaggerated. If you ask me, he's just average looking. Not as great as you guys make him out to be. /puke. 12th floor. Specialist doctor for kidney problems. Funny mud pee. 13th floor. 3 Fanliang Bo. Well said by the floor above. Such fragrant language. 14th floor. Look what? I smell gunpowder. 15th floor. My temper flares easily. So, are you envious and jealous because he's good looking? Oh, I see. Some people's faces look like tragic mistakes at birth. 16th floor. Bayer's a Jew. Alas, your young eyes must be blind. 17th floor. I have a dream. Stop talking about him already. Being eye blind is bad enough. Not having a brain makes it worse. How pitiful. 18th floor. Ling not Lin. It's almost our ally forces. Almost let loose my 40-meter long sword. 19th floor. Don ask and be bent. Speechless. Here, I offer you some incense. 20th floor. Red clothes kill me. I'm here. As a dedicated carrier, I bring you, the most handsome man in the world appears suddenly. Pictures 1, 2 attached. 21st floor. Red clothes kill me. My goodness, I left for a moment. What happened? 22nd floor. My idol. Someone said the idol looks ordinary. 23rd floor. Red clothes kill me. Can I stand this? Lin had been happily browsing posts about her newly crowned idol when suddenly there appeared a detractor. This upset Lin greatly, and without hesitation, she jumped into the idol fan group to start fighting back. Her friends and family quickly rallied around, rushing into the fray. One look showed someone was bad-mouthing the idol. No way, we can't let the idol be wronged. But they also feared bringing negative attention to their newly famous idol. So after hurling a couple of insults, they stopped and began frantically posting screenshots of their idol in action. 87th floor. Ling not Lin, thread starter. I think this masked guy is insanely handsome too. I had the fortune to observe him up close. He really resembles the idol. Attached picture. 88th floor. Deep sleep. I do. I had the chance to watch the masked guy compete. So clean and efficient, no dragging feet. I even recorded it. Attached video. 89th floor. Young pretender. Yes, it's him. 90th floor. Little transparent one. Even with half a face exposed, his handsomeness is glaringly obvious. Aw, so handsome. 91st floor. Luo masked guy? I've often seen him competing in arenas recently. I'd never admit it, but I keep checking because I crave to watch his moves. 92nd floor. Gold ingots. Honestly, sister, I also crave his body. 93rd floor. Furious Python. Wow. I go to the arena every day. How come I've never met him? Even just matching with him would suffice. 94th floor. Heaven stir. This guy's current winning rate is 100%, having participated in over 100 matches and yet undefeated. If you upstairs don't have this win rate, you may not be matched with him. 95th floor. Prostrate yourselves, mortals. Look at me. Look at me. The thread starter in the adjacent thread is my little sister. I'll get her here for verification soon. Then comments can follow. Hurry, praise me. 96th floor. Beginner. Cool dude. Impressive. Our beacon of hope. 97th floor. Idol is mine. We should have asked players who have seen the idol's real appearance for identification a long time ago. Great move, upstairs. 98th floor. Jigua. Cough. I'm the OP from the neighboring thread. After careful recall and analysis, I think these two people are likely the same person, though this is just my unilateral opinion. At the time, I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him, leaving me stunned and unable to examine him closely. But based on the feeling he gives in the video, there's an 80 to 90% chance it's him. After all, how can anyone imitate the aura of a man who stands out so naturally? 99. Melee. What a huge revelation. What am I seeing? No way. I have to summon all my friends and family to come check out this post. 100. My husband in red clothes. Is this irrefutable proof? Someone tell me. My mind is getting fuzzy right now. 101. I have a dream. Judging by this momentum, it seems undeniable. 102. Wants to be a leader of fans. From today on I'll be visiting the arena daily. There's no way I won't meet my idol eventually. In front of the screen, Lin finally saw the posts return to normal, no longer chasing after one black fan. She sighed in relief, yet felt a faint sadness because their idol had been exposed. This time, their idol wasn't going to be exclusively theirs anymore. Though Lin was slightly disheartened, she also rejoiced that her idol was gaining popularity. After all, he was such a great idol. She thought about this for only a moment before redirecting her focus back to the fans group. With this kind of exposure, the fan base would surely grow. The veteran fans needed to ensure the newbies behaved well, as they absolutely couldn't bring any negativity to their idol. Lin resolved firmly, clenching her fists tightly, her almond eyes burning with fighting spirit. Her entire being blazed with fervor as if ready to ignite. The task of protecting the idol was left in the hands of the fan group. Shirchuan recently developed a habit. Whenever he had nothing to do, he browsed through the official forum of Virtual World. Occasionally, he would encounter netizens praising Jiang Yu's beauty as the epitome of a handsome face, which earned a displeased tisk. World's first handsome man. Even after disappearing, his presence looms large everywhere. Shirchuan, once praised by netizens as the first person of the arena and the hottest boss of Virtual World, now felt so envious it made his teeth ache. However, skimming through thousands of comparison posts, Masked likes to participate in the arena? The man scoffed with disdain. Idle folks, go play in the Virtual World arena. If you don't match with this guy, keep playing nonstop. After issuing an unfathomable order to his subordinates without mercy, he once again clicked open the video posted in the thread. With skills like this, how dare you appropriate Jiang Yu's face? Shirchuan, who had watched nearly a year's worth of Jiang Yu's combat videos, forcibly recommended by a friend who was a recording officer, slowly sobered up, not knowing even basic evasion techniques, relying solely on refined movements to stay safe. He fell far short of Jiang Yu. Jiang Li noticed that more and more people were coming to watch her compete. At first, it was just a small group sitting quietly, rallying behind her while chanting, "Masked bro," meaning go masked bro. Now the crowd had grown enough to almost occupy a quarter of the audience seats. Although still relatively orderly, there seemed to be something strange added to their cheering. Hubby, fight hard. Idol, I love you. The idol is so handsome. Red clothes bro. I want to give birth to your babies. And oddly, the loud voices came from what sounded like a man. Startled, Jiang Li nearly lost her composure and got hit on the face. As matches increasingly pitted her against high win rate opponents, her weaknesses became ever more apparent. She absolutely couldn't allow them to grab any part of her body. Not to mention her physical attributes lagged by several levels. If such strength gripped her, breaking free later in the fight would require enormous effort, leading to countless disadvantages. If only she had her former selves. Jiang Li momentarily fell into low spirits, but quickly snapped back to reality. With quick reflexes, she sidestepped, moved fluidly, and struck precisely at her opponent's pressure point on his neck before he could dodge. His body stiffened and collapsed straight onto the field, motionless. Oh, the idol won again. So cool. The idol is utterly gorgeous. Attempting to ignore the enthusiastic cheers from behind, Jiang Li logged out of the game. The idol is so handsome. While eating dinner, Jiangli heard the familiar tone of a crazy fan. She unconsciously trembled 3 times, causing her food to fall back into the bowl. Exasperated, she glanced at the culprit opposite her. Tian, don't daydream over your food, will you? Speaking of which, what idol? Tian grinned dreamily around her chopstick. The red-cloaked idol, you know, the super famous one on the forum recently. Hold on. Tian's eyes suddenly widened. Are you telling me, Ollie, you don't know about the red-cloaked idol? You don't play Virtual World? Jiangli replied with confusion. Of course I play, but what is this forum? At the sight of Jiangli's genuine ignorance, Tian immediately opened her optical brain, logged into the forum, and eagerly started to recommend it. It's the official forum for Virtual World. Many players post game-related topics here. A few days ago, a picture of a man in red clothes with a magnificent handsome face was posted, and everyone has since called him God of Man. Man in red? This description rang so familiar. No wonder so many people on the streets in Virtual World these days, regardless of gender or age, are wearing red clothes. It's because of this. Jiangli followed Tian's finger and looked at the link post. Delta is parallel to. Is this Tuoma referring to her? Ha ha ha, isn't he handsome? Of course. Not. Handsome. Tian proudly saw Jiangli frozen in place and continued to sell her recommendation. In the neighboring thread, there are also posts that uploaded recordings of God of Men fighting. So graceful and handsome. I want to donate him a folding fan so he can carry it around casually when he's idle. I'll send you the link later. Tian then sighed again at the person in the photo, muttering things like, how could someone be born so good-looking, making Jiangli feel extremely uneasy. She pressed her lips together, tentatively asking, are there really a lot of people online who think he's handsome? Tian gave her a look as if to say, isn't it obvious? He's almost becoming a national idol now, don't you think? Jiangli, she didn't want to talk anymore. All she felt was panic. Chapter 24, a difficult opponent? By the way, Tian finally reined in her fanatical grin, stuffing another piece of exotic beast meat into her mouth. She sighed inwardly at how great it was to have a rich sister, and then looked up to ask Jiangli, since Li is also playing Virtual World, would you like to add me as a friend? We can play together when we have time. Jiangli nodded, trying to suppress her uneasiness with delicious food. Sure, I'll send you my account when I get back. All right. Tian poked at the tender slices of meat in her bowl with her chopsticks and sighed. I've been so busy lately. The school anniversary is coming up, and there's a mountain of things to do in the student union. I don't even have time to log into the game. All I can do is look at the official forum wistfully. A sudden idea struck her. Li, are you free this weekend? Jiangli thought about her schedule for the week. She could always shift her arena practice times around. With some confusion, she asked, if I'm free, what do you need, Xiao Yi? Tian grinned mischievously. If you're free, how about dressing as a man and going out shopping with me? Supporting her cheeks with her hands, she added, I want someone handsome and gentle to accompany me. And I haven't really seen your male outfit yet. I'm curious. Surprisingly, that was her reason. Jiangli couldn't help but laugh at the situation and agreed without any issues. Great. Tian beamed sweetly. It's settled then. We'll decide on the exact time later. Not particularly bothered by the arrangement, Jiangli tilted her chin slightly to signal her. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. After finishing the meal, she'd take a look at that forum. What's it like being chased around by netizens heaping compliments? Even though they were mostly praising her face, they at least mentioned her combat record as well. Jiangli had to admit that her performance in the arena was indeed lackluster. No flashy moves, no terrifying strength, and no thrilling, blood-soaked battles where every blow landed with precision. All she did was stand somewhere, waiting until she figured out her opponent's pattern before making a move. This made her appear somewhat cowardly. But what could she do? It was currently the most energy-efficient way that revealed few weaknesses while simultaneously hiding her true strength, catching future opponents off guard. Jiangli puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and put on her gaming handle before logging into the virtual arena. Although she wanted Jiang Yu to be known among the masses, she didn't want them to focus solely on her looks. Looking at her newly matched opponent on the arena floor, Langia, Wolf Fong, her expression gradually darkened. Xiao Xiao had an important mission today. Ling Lin had something come up last minute and couldn't make it to observe the match, so she entrusted Xiao Xiao to carefully record the dashing battle moves of her idol. She wasn't fighting just for herself now, but carrying the hopes of another sister. As she entered the audience area with her fellow fans, she opened the recording function only to realize with shock that the idol's opponent today was none other than Langia. Frequently ranked in the top 20 light armor section of the arena seasons, all of his previous opponents had either had their limbs broken or been judged immobile by the system, forcibly logging them off. Langia's grip strength was one of the most fearsome aspects. He who had his hand touched by him faced only one outcome, shattered bones. Moreover, within the arena, pain levels were unadjustable, set to almost 90% real-world intensity, which was why so few ordinary people participated in arena matches. And despite this, he showed no restraint, instilling psychological fear in countless competitors. How could her idol go up against someone like this? The opponent is that guy. This time, our idol is in trouble. The spectators began to murmur worriedly, expressing sorrow for the red-clothed youth. Thick concern slowly enveloped Xiao Xiao's heart. Relax, relax. The idol is so capable, they won't lose to someone like that. She took repeated deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, but deep inside she knew exactly how dangerous this situation was for the idol. Recalling the idol's past battles, his style was clearly suited for close combat, yet opted for an evasive strategy, easily leading one to guess that his defense wasn't solid. Such an obvious flaw, if Langya noticed. Xiao Xiao quickly shook her head to dismiss the image forming in her mind, and concentrated on watching the two people on the field. Kid, the tall man in black standing nearby, smirked with abnormal excitement. His biceps bulged prominently from his arms, tensing involuntarily as he clenched his fists. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better bring a weapon to fight me. The man licked his dry lips, his eyes gradually revealing a fierce light. This was killing intent. Jiangli subtly raised her eyebrows and gestured to the dagger hanging at her waist, her voice calm and relaxed. Here. Every warrior who had been on the battlefield owned their own weapon, except guns. It was their final means of survival after their firearms became scrap. Weapons were allowed in the arena, but firearms were prohibited in the light armor single-player competition zone. Her previous opponents had all fought barehanded, so there was no need for her to use a weapon. But this time, bathed in the killing aura, Jiangli only felt an unfamiliar sense of ease. It was like fish encountering water or birds being released from their cages. Finally, she had met a decent opponent. A faint smile appeared on her face. The countdown for the start of the match hovered above the arena. Langya stretched his limbs, stepping back with his right foot while lowering his center of gravity. He grinned ferociously. I'm going to crush every bone in your body. As the last number turned red, Langya lunged towards Jiangli almost instantly, his fingers clawing upward. Jiangli narrowly dodged several attacks from Langya, simultaneously realizing that as soon as she touched him, he would react immediately, striking back with precision like a sensitive predator in the jungle defending its territory. Unable to get close, is it? Langya's speed wasn't slow, and Jiangli had some trouble dodging. Several times, she narrowly avoided having her shoulders caught by Langya, causing the audience to unconsciously hold their breaths for her. However, Jiangli quickly stepped back a few paces, pulling out her dagger from her waist and spinning it skillfully, creating a silver glow between her slender fingers. It's not arrogance, is it? In the league, there isn't anyone she can't close in on. Even though her physical condition wasn't as good as before, the golden red hues in the youth's eyes slowly began to carry a faint glint of killing intent, though he controlled it well. From afar, one could only find his eyes astonishingly beautiful. Langya remained oblivious to the killing intent, scoffing at her audacity. I already hear how wonderful the sound of your bones breaking will be, kid. He edged closer slowly, widening his grin crazily, exposing more of the insanity in his eyes. Stop struggling. You won't beat me. Xiao Xiao nervously clenched her hands together in the stands, watching as Langya closed the gap step by step while the youth in the field stood still playing with the dagger. She prayed silently. She hoped the godlike figure wouldn't get too injured. Abruptly, it seemed as if she saw the red-clothed youth lazily lift his eyes, curling his lips into a bewitching smile, but he clearly had a mask on. The white background, red pattern mask covered most of his handsome face. How did she see it? Perhaps her tension made her hallucinate. At the very moment Langya entered within 3 steps of the red-clad youth, the latter's figure surged. He chose to confront him head-on. Xiao Xiao drew a sharp cold breath. There, in front of everyone's eyes, the dagger-wielding youth was now up close to Langya with the short silver blade directly attacking the man's neck. Damn! Cries of alarm filled the air, mixed with sighs of disappointment. Xiao Xiao clamped her teeth together, abruptly standing up, her widened eyes glued to the sight of the young man's forearm being seized midair. It was over. In Langya's mind, those exact words echoed accurately. His eyes burned brighter with excitement. But then, a horrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him, akin to an innate level suppression. His body froze instinctively, drenched in sweat almost instantaneously. All he could utter through his open mouth was haha. The young man in front of him remained in the same posture, captured, but a mocking look creased across his features. Langya felt a chill down his throat, before any blood splattered. His entire body dissolved into data, disappearing on the spot. The crowd erupted in surprise. What happened? Why was Langya suddenly forced offline by the system due to severe injuries? What's going on? Did the masked youth do something? He didn't even move. This must be cheating software. Someone used it for sure. Some hastened to report someone using a cheat to the game backend, only to be told there were no traces of such programs anywhere and no one violated the operational rules. This is impossible, someone cried. Xiao Xiao felt drained of all strength, slumping back onto her seat. Dazed, she watched the lone red-clothed youth casually sheath his dagger as if he'd known Langya's outcome from the start, showing absolutely no shock at his disappearance. She trembled as she sent the saved recording to the fans group, and when she came to her senses, her cold sweat had already soaked through her clothes. She didn't have many great advantages, her only edge being perhaps a bit stronger mental strength and sharp insight. At the moment Langya disappeared, she felt a faint thread of killing intent that burst forth from the youth. Although she was far away and only picked up a hint of its afterglow, it still sent a chill down her spine. It was like seeing a youth covered in blood walking out from an ocean of crimson, stepping on bloodstains rising above the water's surface, flashing a grin at his enemies on the edge of the bloody sea. Regardless of how much attention this match would draw, Zhongli calmly exited the arena, looked up at the vast blue sky, and relaxed her somewhat tense muscles. Nowadays, only those skilled in mech suits within the Alliance could finally manipulate their mental energy. Most people simply viewed mental strength as one form of auxiliary means, such as using it to enhance sensitivity or perception. Even pilots of mechs merely used their mental strength to connect to the mech systems, controlling the mech's various parts by guiding their mental force. Few people took the cultivation of mental strength seriously, and almost no one believed it would be of much help. They certainly wouldn't release their mental strength beyond their brain's domain because if it got damaged, they would end up with cerebral palsy. But Zhongli was different. Chapter 25, Shooting Club. Not only was her mental power extraordinarily formidable, but her control over it was also effortless. To say nothing of her ability to materialize mental power into various forms imaginable, releasing a simple level of mental pressure was a piece of cake. Thus, the team, Wolf Fong, was caught off guard by her overwhelming presence and didn't dare to resist. In the blink of an eye, her manifested blade slit his throat. She had great skills. The process was painless and left no psychological scars. Wolf Fong probably still hadn't figured out what forced him offline so abruptly. Zhongli rubbed her bruised forearm. Given her current mental strength, anyone stepping into her mental force's range would find her at an absolute advantage. So, how large was that range? She calmly adjusted her clothing and clicked to rematch. Who knows? The person Liu became famous. Because there were too many posts discussing him, the official forum of Virtual World had to create a dedicated section called the Red-Coated Masked Young Man for netizens to discuss collectively, bringing some temporary peace back to the forum. The reason this person gained popularity stemmed from a few pictures of his front view. Later, a video uploaded by netizens of his battle against Wolf Fong became the catalyst for the whole event. So far, no one has figured out the style of his final strike. The man who defeated Wolf Fong without any damage. To be honest, I accidentally came across this match between Wolf Fong and this gentleman. If you don't know who Wolf Fong is, please search for his achievements from previous seasons. Let's just say he is a devil who enjoys snapping people's bones and listening to the crackling sound. When I saw the matching information, I was nervous for the unknown Liu. But oh well, words are not enough. See the video. Attached is the recording. First floor. When I first saw this post, I gave a disdainful cold snort. Defeating Wolf Fong was possible, but without damage. Haha, impossible. And then my face was slapped. Second floor. Haha. Does the above floor's face hurt? Mine does too. It's swollen. Third floor. God. I saw my god again. Wow, my god is not only handsome, but also so powerful. I love him. Fourth floor. Originally, is this man named Liu? Though it sounds slightly feminine, when paired with his attractive face, it fits perfectly. Fifth floor. I originally thought he was all show and that defeating opponents in 3 minutes was staged. Who would have guessed? Sixth floor. Ha ha ha, upstairs shocked, right? So were we who were on site. After seeing Wolf Fong, we all mentally sentenced Liu to death. Who could have expected it to end with just one move, making the opponent disappear? Seventh floor. Noob here, confused, what god? How can you tell he's handsome with half a mask covering his face? Eighth floor. In fact, because we have X-ray vision. Ninth floor. Upper floor is correct. 10th floor. Noob guide. Our god's real appearance has already been revealed. Check out the nearby thread with photos. 11th floor. Handsome, handsome. My god is too dominant and powerful. 12th floor. Previous me. My god looks stunning. Current me. My god combines power with beauty. 13th floor. Am I the only one still wondering how God achieved his last attack? 14th floor. Upstairs agreed. There was absolutely no warning. Wolf Fong turned into data instantly. What did Liu use since one arm was held, and the other showed no movement? 15th floor. Is this video edited? It seems impossible. 16th floor. Technical staff claim there is no sign of tampering in this video. It's genuinely shocking. 17th floor. Is it due to cheats? It's so evident, yet nobody at the scene reported any violations. 18th floor. Someone reported it on the spot, but the backend found no rule violations. Tansho shrugs hands. 19th floor. God is cool. Facing Wolf Fong head on, I broke into a cold sweat the moment God was restrained. 20th floor. Who says otherwise? If it weren't for the title, I almost thought this was where God would fall. 21st floor. Actually, can it really be considered unharmed? After all, God was captured by Wolf Fong with his grip strength. 22nd floor. But God seemed completely fine. Think about it. With 90% simulated pain, even a fractured bone would cause teeth gritting, gasping for breath. At least a bit. 23rd floor. 24th floor. The adjectives used upstairs. It's hard to imagine the face of our idol contorting with a grimace. Poof, ha ha ha, too absurd to think. Can't even imagine it. 671st floor. Quit clowning around. I've slowed down the video as much as possible to show you the details. In picture 1, Liu swings his dagger toward Langya and is caught in an instant. I squinted my eyes practically blind, trying to catch any subtle move he made, but there was none. Note that at this moment, Langya's neck is still intact. Picture 2 shows right before Langya gets forced offline. I spent half an hour carefully examining from head to toe. Indeed, Langya's expression was severely distorted. Finally, I noticed a crack on his neck. That's right, you didn't miss here. A crack, as if slashed by something extremely sharp. There wasn't even a drop of blood. The next second, Langya disappeared. This was a major discovery. Such an exciting moment. However, I watched the part after picture 1 again and again at the slowest speed possible, taking over 1,000 screenshots, but still couldn't find out what caused the wound on his neck. It appeared out of nowhere. But how could that be? I can't explain it. So here's Langya's twisted face. What are you looking at? JPG. 672nd floor. Creepy upon reflection. 673rd floor. Extremely creepy when pondered. 674th floor. Though I really want to stay consistent, but, goddamn, what are you looking at, huh? 675th floor. Langya. Thanks, I feel insulted. Shirchuan stood befuddled at the school gate. He remembered the pitiful look Tian Yi gave him on the way, then lazily yawned. How had he fallen for her sad eyes and agreed so easily? Sigh. Why did he always give himself such trouble? Something about stepping outside the campus to look for the hottest guy at the gate. Wasn't it supposed to be Zhongli classmate? Wait. The black-haired, black-eyed teenager was slouched against the wall, lost in thought, a few strands of hair falling onto his forehead, swaying with the breeze to reveal his delicate eyebrows and clear features. Dressed in casual male attire, under his fine white neck lay a well-defined collarbone, and below his straight back, those long and upright legs drew particular attention. There was only one handsome guy around the school gates. Sichuan grew more familiar with the sight of this person, connecting it with what Tian-Yi said. No way. Zhongli, classmate. Hearing someone call her name, Zhongli looked up and blinked once. Teacher sure? She straightened herself, noticing Sichuan's incredulous expression trying to suppress its amusement, managing only a faint smile. Why are you here, teacher? Sichuan was still processing the shock of finding a female student transformed into a good-looking boy. Upon hearing her question, he coughed slightly to cover up. Were you waiting for Tian-Yi? I met her on the way here. She said the student union needed her urgently and couldn't make it. So, she asked me to bring you around. No wonder he hadn't seen Xiao-Yi after waiting for a while. Zhongli waved dismissively, somewhat hesitant. It's too much trouble for the teacher. I can do it myself. Plus, doesn't the teacher have your own plans? Sichuan casually leaned against the wall, his left arm circling around his waist, his right elbow propped against his forearm. His fingerless gloved hand tapped lightly at his jaw. It's not much trouble since I've already promised a student. Leaning closer, his pair of deep brown pupils glinted with a smile. Shooting club, interested? Shooting? Before Zhongli could nod, Sichuan noticed her suddenly brightened eyes. Amused yet also marveling at the various changes this girl had undergone since the start of school. He bypassed her directly, leading ahead. Come with me. The smell of sunshine, crisp and refreshing, passed by Zhongli's nose, surprising her. Teacher sure, actually didn't have a lollipop today? Sichuan closed his lazy eyes. Well, they're all gone accidentally. Haven't had time to buy more. During the walk, his gaze kept involuntarily falling onto Zhongli, seeing halfway before forcefully drawing it back. Eventually, unable to resist any longer, he stared directly at Zhongli's handsome face. Zhongli, teacher. Cough. Sichuan moved his gaze away, looking at the sky, the ground, anywhere but her. A tinge of embarrassment flushed through his bronze skin. Why do you dress as a man when going out? Zhongli thought for a moment. Seems like because I look better in men's clothes, so Xiaoyi wanted me to accompany her shopping. Sichuan shifted his gaze back to Zhongli, examining her closely for a while, unable to deny. Indeed quite handsome. Who would have thought? Zhongli shrugged calmly, reluctantly agreeing. Although it's painful to admit, I really do look better in men's clothing than women's. Her expression was full of melancholy. Xiaoyi said that I might not have awakened my potential yet, probably because I'm too handsome to see any worth in others. Phew. Sichuan suddenly burst into laughter, his clear and resonant voice like a deep note on a stringed instrument, continuously stirring the heartstrings. Zhongli rolled her eyes, looking aside. She didn't know what had set off this coach's funny bone, but he was certainly amused. The shooting club wasn't far from the school, but it was somewhat hidden. It was Zhongli's first time discovering such a grand shooting club near the school. Various models and styles of simulated guns were displayed on shelves, leaving one dazzled. Want to give it a try? Seeing her interested look, Sichuan casually picked up a light energy gun and handed it to her. He had already been prepared to guide her step by step, but then realized Zhongli had quickly and efficiently set up the gun and aimed at the target more than 30 meters away. 8 rings. Upon hearing the score reported by the system, Sichuan was somewhat surprised. Not bad. You seem to have some experience with this? He suddenly remembered the terrifying killing aura he had probed during their first meeting, rubbing his chin. This girl seems to have some stories behind her. Zhongli hesitated and slightly nodded as she put the gun back, somewhat. The recoil of such a gun was something her current physical condition couldn't stabilize. Feeling a bit disappointed, she turned her wrist and picked up a handgun to weigh it. Looks like she could only use weapons with less recoil for now. Chapter 26. The young boyfriend of the instructor? If it were an advanced energy gun, the recoil would be much smaller. Unfortunately, energy bullets are expensive to manufacture, and most energy guns remain in a state of having the gun, but no ammunition. Perhaps I should place an order for some energy bullets when I get back. While Zhongli thought about this, she delivered a stunning 10-ring shot under Sichuan's astonished gaze. Seeing how familiar this student was with firearms, Sichuan slightly raised his eyebrows. It seems that you, student Zhongli, don't need me to teach you. I see someone familiar over there. I'll go say hi. You continue practicing here. With Zhongli nodding obediently, he turned and left the shooting range. After firing several shots consecutively hitting the bullseye, Zhongli found herself a little bored. After considerable hesitation, she finally switched to a gun with strong recoil. The first shot hit the 8-ring. The second shot also hit the 8-ring. The third shot, 8-ring again. At this point, her arm began trembling slightly, and her muscles started to ache. She knew her body had reached its limit. Another shot would not even hit 8-ring, let alone her goal of 10-ring. Zhongli sighed desolately when she heard a soft laugh from behind her right shoulder. Turning around, she saw a tall man smiling as he adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. His pristine white shirt was buttoned up meticulously, though the sleeves were rolled up slightly at the forearm, revealing a segment of pale skin. Apologies, but I happened to notice your excellent performance and couldn't help but take a look. Unexpectedly, such an adorable expression emerged. The man's smile grew even more brilliant upon seeing Zhongli's face. He stepped forward and leaned closer to Zhang Li, his eyes gleaming with intrigue after spotting his prey. May I guide you? Guide. Zhang Li responded with an obedient smile, but her black pupils concealed icy coldness. The hand behind her quietly gripped the handgun on the table. As if transfixed by her smile, the man bent down, trapping her in front of him. His tone rose slightly at the end. In exchange, would you mind joining me for a drink? Of course I do. A low and hoarse voice suddenly appeared next to the man's ear. Instantly, the man felt surrounded by a wave of killing intent, a dangerous atmosphere creeping into his pores, making him feel frozen with terror. This gentleman, what exactly did you plan to do to my adorable student? Just when I briefly walked away, how did someone like you come sniffing around? Shone grinned widely, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. His deep brown pupils reflected the man's startled and twisted face. With a small exertion of force, he easily shoved the man aside, standing in front of Zhang Li. After examining her relatively normal complexion, he turned and protected her behind him, leisurely rolling up his sleeves. Mister, are you not planning to explain yourself? This appearance. Sure, Chuan. How is he here? The man trembled uncontrollably from the threat of Chuan's killing intent. Pale-faced, cold sweat dripped continuously from his temples, yet he didn't have the courage to wipe it off. Instead, he vigorously shook his head in submission, saying, I just noticed this young man was handsome, and wanted to buy him a drink. Absolutely nothing else in mind. Hara. Chuan approached him slowly, his tone lowered, akin to the growl of a wild beast, gradually cornering the intruder in his territory until there was nowhere to run. Even though my student is still a minor, mister, you're so warmly inviting that we wouldn't want to refuse. He stared down at the pitiful figure who didn't dare adjust his crooked glasses, one hand in his pocket, the other casually playing with a miniature firearm. Then, he revealed a slow smirk. Alternatively, mister, why not change tactics? For instance, giving my student a membership card for the shooting club. Membership card? It takes hundreds of thousands just for one, and even he doesn't have one. The man's eyelids flickered as he looked up fearfully at Chuan's fake smile. If he doesn't agree, Chuan will definitely not let him go. Recalling the tragic outcomes of others who angered this man before, he swallowed hard and responded shakily. Oh, so the young man isn't of legal age. It's only proper of me to do this, very proper. When Zhang Li received a brand new membership card for the shooting club, she only then snapped out of her confusion, watching the man flee in disarray. Why did she suddenly end up with a membership card? Puzzled, she looked up to meet Chuan's disdainful expression paired with a faint tisk. Instructor Chuan, why do you look like trouble written all over your face? Zhang Li pouted slightly. And just when I thought you were kind of cute. Chuan watched without surprise as Zhang Li put away the gun she had been concealing behind her back. On the contrary, he patiently explained, male preferences are also quite prevalent on Capital Star. Someone like you, good-looking and seemingly frail, is highly sought after. Zhang Li frail? Instructor Chuan, are you okay? Chuan looks so wimpy. But she's pretty strong, too, doesn't she? It's just that she hasn't had a chance to show it off. Zhang Li pouted her cheeks. Considering he had conned a membership card for her, she wouldn't complain about his less than perfect choice of words. But then he arrogantly added one more comment. Remember to dress up as a girl when you go out next time, and maybe you'll be safer. Teacher Chuan, do you have an issue with how this person looks? Even though her female outfit may not match her male attire, her feminine side is at least in the category of being delicate, right? You should smile and can't get mad. It's Teacher who helped her out just now. She couldn't repay kindness with resentment, but she still wanted to retort at him. Bastard. She casually fired a 10-ring shot with her energy gun and gave a light huff. Clearly, you know that guy was no match for me. So why did you come over to help? Yet, as soon as those words slipped out, she immediately regretted them. Given their unpleasant first meeting during her training with Instructor Chuan, mentioning it now seemed like a bad idea. Oh dear, now he's angry. Your comments are practically accusing him of meddling too much. It made her look like a grumpy little cub. Chuan rubbed his nose, knowing the young lady was upset, thinking to himself, what should I do about it? While replying, whether you could handle it or not is one thing. Whether I choose to assist you or not is another. Anyway, you're my student, and naturally, I need to take care of you. Zhang Li. Aw man, that halo of a teacher sure stings. Alright, I'll forgive you temporarily. Zhang Li awkwardly expressed a thanks. Although the guy seems a bit irreverent, unexpectedly, he turns out to be a good instructor? Chuan threw a glance of surprise. Her mood smoothed out so quickly, he hadn't said anything unusual. Chuan looked at the young girl pretending to brush the bangs from her forehead, finding it somewhat amusing but keeping it beneath the surface, continuing. I told the boss earlier, and that man has been added to the guest blacklist. In the future, he won't have any chance to enter again, and you can come over anytime. Even if he comes back, I'm not scared, Zhang Li responded indifferently, saying randomly. After all, there's always instructor protecting me, isn't there? Holding the gun with both hands, she pulled the trigger, and a clear 10-ring electronic sound came from the nearby machine. The stance of the young girl in front was upright, like a resilient young pine tree. Seemingly nothing could bend her spine. She stood there, occasionally flashing a cheerful smile, as if directly stepping into someone's heart. You're right. Chuan's face appeared unchanged, but his gaze softened significantly. He quietly observed her for a moment before slowly shifting his eyes away, picking up his usual gun. For a moment, the range only resounded with sounds of guns and bullets. To express my gratitude, let me treat you to lunch. Soon reaching the end, Zhang Li stretched her arms and asked Chuan, who was tidying his firearm nearby. There's a restaurant nearby that serves good exotic animal meat. Would you like to try it? Sure, Shirchuan nodded, sighing. As an instructor, I can't decline the invitation of a student, so everything goes by Jiang Li's preference. Oh, Jiang Li put on a cold face. She really didn't want to deal with this over-the-top instructor. Not quite understanding why he wanted to tease Jiang Li today, Shirchuan leisurely walked a few steps behind her and smiled looking at her soft hair tips. Just imagining, they feel great to touch. A girl who had just stepped out of a shop suddenly saw Shirchuan and the boy in front of him, pulling her friend's sleeve. Isn't that Instructor Shirchuan? Really? Her friend scrutinized Shirchuan and the clear-eyed, handsome young man following closely behind and exclaimed, that boy is also very attractive. They look quite compatible. Is he also his student? The girl hesitated for a moment. I think I haven't seen him before, her friend decisively stated. He definitely isn't from our support system. We would have known if someone so good-looking was. Instructor Shirchuan is smiling. Such a doting expression. Could it be? Is that the instructor's boyfriend? Though they haven't even held hands, but somehow it feels like they're surrounded by pink bubbles. Look fast. Instructor must want to pat his little boyfriend's head. Oh, what a gentle expression. We've never seen his face soften so much around us. Could he be the type who's only nice to one person? I can't handle it. It's too sweet. I'm already giggling like a crazy Andy. In unison, they covered the corners of their mouths that were opening wide, contentedly watching them walk into a nearby fancy decorated restaurant. Definitely on a date. The girl swallowed down a near-shouting exclamation. Never thought instructor would be so generous. Not necessarily, her good friend chuckled. Perhaps the little handsome guy is the one above. The meek master and all that. Oh, that's interesting. Jiang Li sniffed her nose, suddenly feeling like sneezing. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Shirchuan leaned over, furrowing his brows as he asked. When Jiang Li turned her head, she collided with his deep brown eyes. The focus in them made her pause for a second before shaking her head. Nothing serious, just that my arms got a bit sore from practicing at the club earlier. She estimated it would hurt for a day or two after she returned home. At this moment, the two of them were seated in a private booth under the guidance of a robot. Sir Arms. The lazy expression on Shirchuan's face faded. He should have realized earlier, her body was much more fragile than he had imagined. Most firearms' recoil forces were beyond her capacity to handle. Seeing her shoot so effortlessly, he assumed it wouldn't be an issue for her. He had overlooked something important. Shirchuan regretfully frowned. Let me see your arm. Huh, what for? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li instead pulled her arm further behind her back. Wasn't this going to turn into another test like their first meeting? Shirchuan half laughed, half sighed. Relax, I won't do anything like last time. I just want to help relax your muscles. That last time, it was only because he impulsively thought she shouldn't just be an ordinary student, which ended up with him acting rashly and getting bloodied as a result. Shirchuan cast a complicated glance at Jiang Li. Given her method of attack from that moment, there was a high probability she used mental force materialization. This student of his was certainly no average talent. Chapter 27. I don't recognize myself. Really? Jiang Li looked at Shirchuan dubiously several times before cautiously extending her right arm. Seeing that he intentionally avoided the wrist's vital point, she relaxed a bit and started ordering food on the display screen handed over by the robot. Coach, what would you like to eat? Shirchuan placed his hand on her forearm, tentatively pressing it in slow motion, discovering that this degree of pressure was tolerable for Jiang Li. He began massaging her arm as he responded. I can have anything. Just order me a portion based on what you're having. Jiang Li responded with an "oh" and pressed a few more times on the display screen using her free left hand. The skin beneath his palm was delicate and soft, carrying a slight coolness, as if the slender arm bone could be easily broken with a light touch. However, it now obediently lay in his palm, letting him manipulate it. Shirchuan's gaze shifted to Jiang Li, who was earnestly ordering food with her head down. Her long eyelashes fluttered with each blink, resembling little wings, partially concealing her dark pupils. Her pale lips were pursed lightly, as though she were contemplating something. He suddenly noticed Jiang Li furrow her brows slightly before quickly hiding it, realizing he had inadvertently increased the pressure of his massage. Hastily feeling remorseful, he averted his gaze. By the way, he asked seemingly nonchalantly, is this a congenital physical condition? Jiang Li shook her head. Do you know a toxin called DF-N51, coach? Shirchuan frowned slightly. I haven't heard of it. It's a powerful toxin that enters the body through the bloodstream, directly damaging the internal meridians and organs, Jiang Li explained. Within the first 12 hours of poisoning, there's an incubation period, but if the antidote isn't administered within 12 hours, it will burst suddenly. A new cup of hot drink was placed in front of Jiang Li, with milk-white mist swirling around, blurring her expression. I accidentally got poisoned by this kind of toxin, and currently, there's no antidote for it in the Union. Her life being saved was thanks to her strong mental power. She helplessly shrugged her shoulders. So, I've become like this now. In fact, I used to be quite capable. She pouted her lips. Jiang Li still couldn't let go of his comment about being weak. I believe you. A resolute voice from the man echoed confidently in the booth. As soon as she glanced up, she saw Shirchuan's earnest and steadfast expression. I continue to think that Jiang Li is very talented even now. Such proficient mental attacks could not exist in a minor girl without hundreds or thousands of actual combat experiences. Even now, her sensitivity must mean she had better qualifications before. Having her prided talent wasted because of a toxin, how desperate would that be? Yet, here she was smiling normally in front of him. Such a young lady deserved praise. Shirchuan composed himself, looking more serious than usual, leaving no room for arguments. Caught off guard by his unexpected straightforward compliment, Zhongli quickly changed the topic and directed it toward him. I heard Coach is about to be promoted to colonel, but you look very young. Are you 30 yet? She took a sip of her drink with her cup as a cover. Shirchuan arched an eyebrow. Oh, not bad eyesight. I graduated 2 years ago, from this school. A carefree smile appeared on his handsome face. This young? Zhongli calculated mentally. The normal age for graduating from the Union Academy is 25 years old, meaning he was around 27? You are 21 this year, right? I am 6 years older than you, he reflected further, continuing. At 23, I joined the military, and it only took 4 years. Zhongli was somewhat amazed. After battling for more than a decade on the battlefield, she achieved the rank of brigadier general, while this guy reached a position just below brigadier general in merely 4 years. Describing him as a genius wasn't an exaggeration, was it? Thus, Coach must have been very famous during your school days, she concluded, propping her chin with one hand. Who knew? Shirchuan tilted his neck and thought for a long time, giving her an ambiguous answer. Probably. It's just winning championships in military leagues a few times, then being exceptionally recruited into the first army of the alliance or something like that. It seemed he didn't consider these achievements particularly outstanding. Yet Zhongli felt a throbbing pain in her temples hearing this. Students in the academy can participate in military leagues for at most 3 years, and out of competitions with millions of participants, he won multiple championships. He was already a prodigy. Moreover, Zhongli was fully aware of how strict the requirements were for selecting reservists for the Union Army. Not many were not among the top talents chosen from thousands. Zhongli glanced at the man in front of her, who seemed completely unaware of his own talent, and decided she no longer wanted to discuss the topic of geniuses with him. Quickly changing the subject, she asked, I feel much better now. Do I need to have it pressed for a long time? If it would take too long, then never mind. She could wait until she recovered on her own. It's fine, Shirchuan replied as he helped lower her sleeve. The other one. Zhongli hesitated for a moment, seeing that the food hadn't arrived yet, so she extended her arm. Sorry to bother you, Coach. I share some responsibility here, he said, pressing his warm fingers against her skin. It would be best if this could relieve the discomfort. Suddenly, the compartment fell silent. Zhongli only felt the place he touched growing hotter and hotter, making her increasingly uneasy. Fortunately, at this moment, the robot delivered a small plate. The dessert chef here makes great candies. This one is just for rewarding you, Coach. She sanitized her hands with the robot's help, peeled a candy from the plate, and offered it to Shirchuan, whose hands were currently occupied. Seeing him pause for a moment, she winked at him. Try it. It definitely tastes great. Though she said this confidently, she was still somewhat anxious inside. After all, everyone has their own preference. What if she liked it, but he didn't? That would be awkward. When Shirchuan slightly opened his lips, she easily slid the candy into his mouth. Her soft fingertips lightly touched his warm lips before quickly withdrawing. With anticipation in her eyes, she looked at him. How does it taste? Shirchuan's tongue curled slightly as he avoided her gaze. Very good. A relaxed and radiant smile immediately appeared on her face. I told you, you'd like it. But I didn't expect that you, Coach, love sweets so much. She proudly dropped the honorific without noticing any change in Shirchuan's demeanor. Even though her touch was unintentional, his lips remained tingling, and he didn't even taste the sweetness of the candy, subconsciously replying while only now tasting its sweet spread. Shirchuan felt there was something strange about himself. His face seemed flushed. He inadvertently turned his head, hiding his expression. A teammate used to like it, so I got into the habit too. The military diet is indeed monotonous. His black hair strands concealed his red earlobes, but Zhongli didn't notice, simply nodding in agreement. By comparison, the current life was much happier. She also peeled a piece of candy for herself and placed it in her mouth, squinting her eyes. In the past, she had rarely tasted such delicious foods. So did Coach specialize in solo combat operations? Not quite. Shirchuan kept his focus on her already heated arms. I specialized in mecha. Zhongli immediately leaned forward in surprise. Coach is actually a mecha warrior? Shirchuan glanced at her briefly, raising a corner of his lips. What? Seems like you're really surprised. Not that, she quickly realized. Rather, I suddenly think you're very suited to being a mecha warrior. Driving a mecha required extremely high qualifications. The physique needed to reach an A+ rating, and mental power had to be at least an A level. Although a mecha was a formidable force, battlefields are unpredictable. If the mecha was damaged or destroyed, the pilot would also need substantial solo combat capabilities, perhaps even matching that of ordinary soldiers. Mecha warriors were considered among the most treasured talents in the Union. Training one cost a fortune, far more valuable than cloud-swallowing beasts, ranking as a superclass protected species. And there was one right in front of her eyes. Speaking of which, among the dispatched instructors, wasn't he the only mecha warrior? Instead of joining the combat branch, he came to teach the support branch. Coach, you're obviously here to slack off, aren't you? The young girl, looking like a teenager, effortlessly reached this conclusion, her bright eyes locking onto Shirchuan, observing his reaction. Shirchuan's gaze shifted away, avoiding Zhongli's by staring out the window and at the table. I'm just hoping to train some outstanding students. He caved under Zhongli's obvious expression of isn't this still for slacking off, and tried to shift her attention. Do you know Jiangyu? His voice suddenly softened. Zhongli. Why bring up myself all of a sudden? That name sounds familiar. Zhongli pretended to be lost in thought. I think there was a report before, wasn't there? Someone was executed for betraying the Union. She found it a bit strange pretending not to recognize herself. Yeah, that's correct. Shirchuan's expression suddenly turned dark and indecipherable, making it unclear what he was thinking. All 7 armies under him were from the auxiliary branch. But that army, in terms of strength, was stronger than any other. Jiang Li's eyelashes fluttered as she lowered her eyes. Stronger than even the mecha army? Certainly. Shirchuan glanced at the clear sky outside the window. At least, that's what I believe. For a moment, Jiang Li didn't know what to say, just staring at the cup in front of her absent-mindedly. She couldn't believe there was still someone who knew about them. Still someone who would praise their abilities. Even after it was reported they had betrayed the Union, there was still someone unafraid to mention them. That was really an extraordinary core. Jiang Li gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to reveal any emotions beyond admiration. Her eyes felt prickly, and her heart ached with each heavy throb. Thank you, coach, for letting her hear such a firm compliment, even now. It's just a bit unfortunate. Shirchuan suddenly switched back to a light-hearted tone as he patted her on the shoulder. All right, how does it feel? Jiang Li moved her arm experimentally, somewhat surprised by the improvement. Much better, only slightly sore and stiff. It should be fine by tonight. Thanks, coach. She gave him a bright smile, unsure whether she was thanking him for his help or for his praise, or perhaps both. Shirchuan was momentarily stunned by her grin and covered it by clearing his throat discreetly. He couldn't help but feel her smile was unusually dazzling today. Had something made her particularly happy? By the way, I also asked the dessert chef to make some lollipops. They should be delivered soon, and when they arrive, please do accept them properly, coach. Jiang Li counted on her fingers. If I ration them carefully, they should last about a month. I've been wondering where to buy some. This time Shirchuan's eyes crinkled in amusement. Then thank you very much. Chapter 28, Adding a Friend. Report, Commander. I've matched with the person you mentioned, Li Yu, in the arena. When Shirchuan received this message, he had just finished bathing. His wet hair was still dripping water, but he no longer cared about it, and immediately lay down inside the simulation pod. Send the arena number. This was Jiang Li's 3rd match of the day. The first 2 matches were won easily, barely costing her much energy. But this one, Jiang Li stood calmly with her hands behind her back, observing the imposing opponent standing across from her. She could already sense that this battle might be a bit troublesome. Even before it started, the opponent was ready to build up power. Could this one belong to the cautious defensive type? As soon as the countdown ended, both fighters on the field remained motionless, looking at each other and waiting for the other to make the first move. After more than a minute of stalemate, even the audience began whispering, but neither showed any signs of moving. Qing hadn't expected himself to match with Li Yu. Excited, knowing that Commander Shirchuan would watch, his entire fighting spirit ignited like fire. Though he didn't know why the commander was so concerned with someone like this, he was determined to impress the commander. He had previously looked up Li Yu's profile, sharp observational skills, along with some military wrestling techniques that were common but strange moves. However, both speed and strength were below average, except for one unexpected move used in a fight against Langya. Nothing else was particularly threatening. All he needed to do was keep an eye on her closely and stay alert for her surprising move. Jiang Li didn't know what Qing was thinking, but continuing this staring contest would only exhaust her further, which wasn't advantageous for her. It was better to end it quickly. She didn't want to get tangled up in combat with a defensive warrior. It was too exhausting. Feeling Qing's increasingly solid aura, she sighed, unsheathed the dagger from her waist, casually spun it around her finger, then slowly walked towards him. Qing sneered with disdain. Showy nonsense. Jiang Li paid no attention to his slight scoff and glanced at him once. Clearly a martial artist, and probably a soldier. Since he was a soldier, her lips curled slightly under her mask, and a golden red light flashed in her eyes. As she casually threw the dagger out, an intense killing intent burst forth around her, like a blade carrying the scent of blood cutting downward. Qing, facing this kind of killing intent, shivered all over, but soon concentrated his mind and held steady despite his fear, preparing to wrestle and disarm Li Yu. However, he was surprised to see the dagger flying directly out of her hand. She's abandoned her weapon. Qing quickly sidestepped to dodge it, but then noticed that Li Yu did not intend to close the distance and grapple with him. Instead, she turned away and passed by him. What is happening? Qing opened his eyes wide, immediately spinning around and retreating, fearing a surprise attack from Li Yu. Before he could realize anything unusual, he suddenly felt a cool sensation at his throat and disappeared from the arena. Shirchuan, sitting among the spectators, ignored the fearful gazes of those around him and forcefully crushed a part of the railing beneath his palm. Manifestation of spiritual force. Although the way of fighting had changed, it was difficult for one's fighting style to be mimicked. The one who could use such overwhelming spiritual force to simulate the feeling of an assassin, there was only one person in his mind, Jiang Yu. When Shirchuan first saw Jiang Yu's combat video, he was surprised by his unique fighting style. With S-level physique and mental power, taking on hundreds of enemies wouldn't be an issue. Yet he preferred to sneak around countless enemy armies and cut their throats one by one. Not only did he never miss a single target, but no one had ever managed to catch even a corner of his clothes. Perhaps doing it this way saved more energy for him to kill more enemies? Since he didn't understand the principle of that mysterious stealth technique. It must be because Jiang Yu corrupted his entire 7th army. Every one of them had the exact same fighting style as him. Appear, cut throat, disappear, reappear elsewhere, endlessly repeating. On crowded battlefields, the solemn atmosphere was somehow transformed into an assassin's jubilation. Especially when Jiang Yu didn't wear combat gear, but instead donned a bright red outfit that captured the attention of more than half of the enemy army. Shone always regretted that someone of Jiang Yu's great potential hadn't joined the mecha corps. But after watching his combat video, he realized that the restrictions of a mech seemed too constraining for him. He was meant to be like this, ostentatious, unrestrained, weaving through the battlefield like a flame, bright and scorching. It felt as if his mere presence could weaken the morale of the opposing forces, sharp and irresistible. He loved playing tricks, enjoyed seeing the enemy jump in surprise at his sudden appearance, and also liked sneaking around to give the enemy a surprise with new moves. It was like watching an ordinary mischievous teenager occasionally pull pranks, but remain deeply focused on the bigger picture. He had never taken a step back or cried out in pain. For the sake of defending the Federation's territory, he held his ground inch by inch. And yet, he was still not even an adult, with eyes as clear and bright as the icy springs gushing down from the mountains, free of any shadow. Shone, who had lived for more than 2 decades, had once been hailed as the first genius in Federation history, had won the Military League Championship 3 times in a row, had once single-handedly driven his mecha into the heart of the insect race's nest and destroyed it, and had fought shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Cheng, known as the god of war of the Federation. But Shone had never admired anyone as much as he admired this unknown miner, someone whom he had never met, someone who didn't even know of his existence. He was Jiang Cheng's son, Jiang Yu. He wanted to fight him, and also wanted to fight alongside him. He wanted to meet the real Jiang Yu, the one outside of combat scenarios, and witness the battlefield brilliance of the young man who shone like the sun. He wanted to make friends with such a person, at a time when he had lost his family, his comrades in arms, and was nearly consumed by despair, to the point that the frequency at which he requested videos from his friend, the recorder officer, made the latter doubt. Are you really into men? Go away. Shone laughed and cursed. Even if I've never been in love, I know I'm straight. Tisk, I'm worried you'll fall for our squad leader. Little Jiang Yu eats both men and women. The record officer cautiously reminded him. Delete it after watching. I took a huge risk passing it to you. Rest assured, I'll delete it completely. Eats both men and women? That made sense. That vibrant youth, who seemed like a beacon of hope, rarely left anyone unimpressed. TSK, it felt like he was losing out somehow. Today, the virtual world was unusually bustling, not only because of Li Yu's brilliant competition performance, where his fan group dominated half of the seats, but also because a legendary player released 999 fireworks afterward, searching for Li Yu. That legendary player was shone, a top-ranked player in both the mech and light armor zones. Shone was a mythical figure that fans would do anything to catch a glimpse of. Every firework exploded, forming the character Yu, repeated 999 times. This lengthy display of fireworks drew the high attention of all online users. World, is this how obsessed a new fan of a god can get? BS. What status does Li Yu have compared to our god? Does he need to be a fan? Hey, no swearing, we can't see these insults anyway. But your reports will hit the mark every time. Thanks for reminding me, reported. A single match of Li Yu has brought out our legendary god. Isn't anyone curious why? I recorded it, forum post coming soon. It's still the old tactics used against Langya, except this time the opponent is Qing, ranked among the top 10 last season. This time it was a direct one-hit knockout, though again we couldn't make out what technique he used. Maybe the god wants to challenge Li Yu one-on-one. Or maybe the god sees potential in Li Yu's unique techniques, too lonely up there without peers. Wait, you're suggesting loneliness? Huh, now I'm about to bleed from my nose. You got me curious. What exactly did you imagine that made your nose bleed? / evil grin. Could it be the god fell for Li Yu's stunning good looks? Chilling thoughts. If not infatuation, why release 999 fireworks just to find him? A normal operation would involve posting a bounty asking for his position. TSK. Originally fireworks were meant for courting girlfriends, boyfriends. I don't want to hear this. If true, isn't this sweet? OMG, it's such a cute OTP. Another devil CP has appeared. I don't care. Whether it's true or not, I ship them. Maybe you're overthinking it. Perhaps the god just wants to add Li Yu as a friend to challenge him, but realized Li Yu has disabled friend requests, so this was his way of showing sincerity. I suddenly feel this explanation holds water. After Li Yu went viral, I bet plenty people tried adding him. Sounds reasonable, but I still ship them. While logically sound, consider this. Why is the god so insistent on becoming friends when a challenge doesn't require friending? He even specially released 999 fireworks. Looks more like he's wooing a spouse. By the way, does anyone know why the word on the fireworks is Yu? Yu means beautiful jade, referring to Li Yu. Or, this Yu is Li Yu's real name. What? This made me drop the watermelon I was eating. So the big shot knows the god in real life. This is too exciting. I'm shipping a couple in the virtual world. So sweet. No, I have to help the big shot tag the god. Arguments in bed should be settled with kisses / creeper laugh. Wait, I just realized something. What do you mean tagging the god? Go upstairs. Do you have the god as a friend on your contact list? Jealous. I want to be the god's friend too / cry. Jiang Yu, who had no idea that his friend requests were blocked due to the overwhelming number of applications, remained clueless. Shone, why hasn't there been any response after adding him for so long? Let's try setting off some fireworks to remind him. God, there's a big shot looking for you in world chat. Shouldn't you check it out? Jiang Yu received a message from his friend Lin Not Ling. It was the girl he had added before. World? Confused, Jiang Yu glanced at the world channels, 999 fireworks searching for Li Yu. What's going on here? Chapter 29, Rooftop Appointment. Sure, and who is she? Does she know her? When she finally saw the large U character, her heart suddenly dropped. Has someone guessed her identity? Clearly no one knows she's still alive. She opened the friend request message and found that the person named Sure and had sent her a message note. Jiangyu. Is this already uncovered? Jiang Li thought deeply. But seeing this person hasn't attacked or threatened her right away, it seems he himself isn't sure yet. So perhaps she can still deny it. After all, Jiangyu has a charge of treason hanging over her head. Who could still recognize her? People from the army? Or from the alliance leadership? Jiang Li's expression gradually grew serious. She needs to hold on to this alias. It cannot be revealed. She decided as soon as she logs off, she would entrust a hacker to protect her account, preventing anyone from tracing her login address, and thus finding out her real identity. This person, Jiang Li clicked agree. Let's first see what his intentions are. Hello, may I ask what your business is? Also, who exactly is Jiangyu? Anyway, without evidence, denying it will do. Jiangyu has a formal death certificate after all. She couldn't help but admire the wisdom and decisiveness of her mother-in-law at the time, who had arranged half a corpse and modified its genes to match hers, making those chasing her believe Jiangyu was dead. After waiting anxiously for half a day and even considering if she should release more fireworks, Sichuan finally received a message prompt, instead feeling suddenly at a loss, with a blank mind unsure of what to say. Denial wouldn't help. You've been recognized. Would that scare him? I've admired you for a long time. Something feels off here. What happened between you and the 7th Army? No, too direct. I want to have a battle with you. Initiating a fight immediately doesn't seem quite right. Such a hassle. After some time, he carefully typed a few words. Sorry, I might have mistaken you for someone else. I am somewhat interested in your spiritual force manifestation. Can we be friends? Pathetic Sichuan, fawning online like a fan. Chasing which star? He simply admires Jiangyu a bit, and he's not worse than Jiangyu either. Sichuan touched his nose. The virtual figure stood on the bridge and felt a desolate breeze blowing. On the other side, Jiang Li was surprised when she read the reply. How does he know about spiritual force manifestation? Surely, do you also have research on spiritual force manifestation? The other side quickly responded. Some insights, so upon seeing your competition, I wanted to come over and meet you. Indeed, he too can manifest spiritual force. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. That's great. When we have the chance, we'll discuss. It was the first time she met someone like her, filled with excitement akin to meeting a soulmate. Her heart beat faster in anticipation. I intend the same. A faint smile surfaced on Sichuan's face. Liu replied quickly, followed by, can next week work? I'm a bit busy these days. In 3 days, it's the school anniversary of the combined schools. Next week after the celebration ends. Just at that time he'll have free time too. Sichuan responded. Alright, see you next week. As the reply came with a see you next week, the account dimmed down. Sichuan stayed by the bridge to cool off the surging emotions within, before logging off at the original spot. Finally, he could meet her. He peeled a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Although he didn't know what happened with Jiangyu, still, being able to meet again is truly wonderful. This candy tastes pretty good. The school anniversary is approaching, and every class is preparing their performance programs in full swing. For a while, the only thing visible on the tree-lined paths were hurried students. Taking into account Jiang Li's physical condition, the Swallow Beast program classmates only assigned her mental tasks, such as brainstorming ideas. Thus, she became the laziest one in the club. Regarding their club's male PR house, the renovation team she contacted had already begun working. The tea snacks and various materials were under air freight, and custom-made costumes, 3 sets per person, would be delivered tomorrow. She wasn't quite sure how lively the school would be on the day of the anniversary. She looked forward to it already. Jiang Li turned a corner and was stopped by a girl with long hair. Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Li? She stared at her with big, watery eyes, somewhat uncertain. Yes. Jiang Li examined her closely, judging she posed no danger, then asked curiously, is there something? The girl, having received a definitive answer, pressed her lips together, and the dimples on her cheeks flickered faintly. I'm Lucy from the 3rd year auxiliary department. She suddenly bowed deeply. I have something I want to say to Miss Jiang Li. Miss Jiang Li, can you go to the rooftop in an hour? She looked up again, her charming face already blushed crimson. It's not very far, just taking a little of your time. I still have some things to finish now. So, she lowered her gaze, not daring to look at her, her voice becoming smaller and smaller. I'm really sorry, troubling Miss Jiang Li. Is it okay? Seeing how red her face had become as if it could drip water, Jiang Li didn't sense any ill intent from her, so she nodded slightly in confusion. Sure. An hour later, the rooftop of the teaching building, right? I will be there on time. Thank you. The girl finally smiled, her small dimples making her soft face even cuter. She glanced at the time, hurriedly picking up a pile of boxes she had just placed on the ground, and rushed off. I have to go first. I'm really sorry. No problem. Be careful on the way. Jiang Li watched the slender back of the girl, somewhat entranced. Not sure if it was a misjudgment, but that last apology of hers seemed too heavy with meaning. An hour later, Jiang Li arrived at the rooftop as promised. The rooftop was empty except for the guardrails. Not here yet. She walked to the railing and looked down, with the vast campus landscape fully in view. The teaching building wasn't particularly tall, only 9 stories. But looking from here, she could see many places she hadn't been to. Suddenly, the door opened. As the person came in, the sound of brisk steps was followed by a noticeable click of the lock closing. Jiang Li turned around, her gaze sharpening. The person who arrived wasn't the dimpled girl. The girl's chestnut hair stood high, half of her fair face covered by a strange mask, and her whole body tightly wrapped in a protective suit. In her hand, She twirled a bat-like weapon playfully up and down, her eyes, partially revealed, sharp like daggers upon landing on Zhongli, wishing to tear her apart instantly. Protective suit? Mask. Furrowing her brow, Zhongli noticed that even her light-brained signal had disappeared. She took a step back, leaning against the guardrail to distance herself from the girl. Quite perceptive, aren't you? Realizing there's something wrong with me. She strolled slowly, sarcasm clearly audible through the mask. But what use is your weak body, capable of running where exactly? Rumors say you're the richest kid? What good is that here? You'll soon be a corpse since you can't contact the outside world. Her expression was deranged, enjoying every second while forcing Zhongli into despair, her eyes fixed sharply on Zhongli's face. Just because your rich grandma happened to die, does anyone know if you deliberately killed her for the money? Hatred towards wealth? Zhongli wasn't enraged by these inconsequential words, instead carefully analyzing the reasons and purposes this person invited her here. She didn't seem to have wronged this individual, merely hatred towards wealth. The girl scanned the contemplative Zhongli maliciously and grinned wickedly. With nothing more than being wealthy, why did Feng Mian take an interest in you? Your face? Or figure? She smirked at Zhongli's plain features and flat figure. Miss Zhang, who appeared to have no worth. Is personal attack necessary? However, did Feng Mian really take an interest in her? Zhongli maintained a steady demeanor but still clarified. Did you misunderstand something about me and Feng Mian? Oh, worried about safety and trying to absolve yourself right away. Feng Mian would love to see you like this now. Her face darkened, revolting. Zhongli felt the urge to take a deep breath. She thought she might be driven mad by this crazy woman, but she couldn't afford that. Something unknown was scattered all over the girl's protective suit. As she approached, Zhongli began noticing an increasingly pungent smell. Given her current physical condition, it wouldn't be wise to get close recklessly. Mental force attacks are usually fatal in one blow. Considering various options, the only path forward seemed to involve splitting space, but after which, she would experience 3 days of weakness. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to use that move. So currently, either wait for someone to notice the abnormalities on the rooftop, or use her mental force to bind the person securely. But this option was also questionable now, because the person before her was already showing signs of spiritual force fluctuation. When spiritual force flares uncontrollably, its power radiates outward violently, extremely offensive. Even though her spiritual force was strong and resilient, facing uncontrolled fluctuations still posed potential risks for injury. The girl, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Zhongli, accused, I saw you two on a date. Why would Feng Mian be interested in someone like you? He's so handsome and powerful, and he treats people kindly and warmly. Yes, it's true. He must pity someone useless like you. Her expression shifted instantly to infatuation, as if she were extolling Feng Mian's virtues. He's incredibly gentle, kind, and always eager to help others. But then a disgusting woman like you, reeking of money, comes along. Just the thought makes me sick. Sorry for polluting her idol this way. It's not like she wanted to be rich. While mentally mocking herself with such thoughts, Zhongli remained vigilant, observing every move of the girl. She was emanating a dangerous aura, one that suggested she was ready to die just to take a piece of Zhongli with her before she did. Today, I'll remove you, the source of pollution from Feng Mian's world. How does that sound? The girl let out a sudden, deranged laugh and swung her bat at Zhongli. Seeing the girl release her grip on the ball bat, Zhongli quickly dodged to the side, letting the long stick sail past and fall over the railing. What is she planning? Zhongli's face darkened, her mind racing as she tried to figure out the other person's intent. She didn't know what the insane woman in front of her intended to do. She acted without reason, doing whatever came to mind in the moment, like someone who knew they were going to die and therefore behaved recklessly. At that moment, the fully covered girl suddenly moved, rushing straight at Zhongli with resolution. Chapter 30, Spiritual Power Mutation. Coach Sichuan. As Tian-Yi, holding a full embrace of performance props, passed by a green grassland, she saw Coach Sichuan frowning and standing under a tree, looking up at something. Was there something? She instinctively looked at the sky as blue as washed, but didn't see a single cloud. Coach, are you looking at? Tian-Yi's gaze shifted, suddenly fixed on the rooftop of the teaching building. There was someone tightly leaning against the balcony guardrail. What was that person doing? Was there another person? She vaguely saw the head of another person. Why choose to chat on the rooftop? Tian-Yi was just wondering about this when she watched a stick-like object fly out after grazing past that person's head. Holy crap, what is this thing? What exactly happened? Tian-Yi turned around in shock, wanting to ask the coach. However, she found Sichuan had already disappeared from the spot. She stared at the black shadow which leaped several times within a few seconds and directly jumped 3 floors high, her expression becoming even more shocked. Mamma mia, she saw a monster. She froze on the spot with her head tilted upward, her face filled with a kind of bewildered helplessness due to the collapse of her worldview. This Tomer is flying, isn't he? He really is flying. Zhongli didn't expect the other person to rush over like this, and the pungent smell of unknown liquid splashed around her body forced her to dodge sideways. That smell made her feel very uncomfortable after inhaling it. The girl passed by her closely, speaking with craziness and interest. If I fall down. The locked rooftop door suddenly made a loud noise of being impacted heavily, but the girl paid no attention to it. Taking advantage of Zhongli's confusion, she climbed over the guardrail. You so close to me can't stay out of this. So how will you choose? Her face distorted with madness already, She showed a twisted smile before leaping into the air. Ah! Jiang Li heard a terrified scream coming from downstairs and guessed that people had already noticed the abnormality here. Clenching her teeth, she tightened her grip on the girl's arm, yet her eyes were eerily calm. What do you want to do exactly? In this posture, she couldn't hold her breath. The strange liquid smelled straight through her nostrils, making her wrinkle her eyebrows constantly. The girl looked up at her, appearing surprised by Jiang Li's reaction speed, then showed an evil smile. I've heard you have heart disease. She held onto the edge of the rooftop with her other hand, and then forcefully gripped Jiang Li's arm instead. It's been long enough. High concentration volatile stimulants, do you like them? Jiang Li's pupils contracted sharply. The heartbeat in her ears grew louder and louder. The heart in her chest beat more violently, as if it would burst through any barrier at any moment, hurting so much that her vision blurred. The girl sneered, hearing the sound of a heavy kick breaking open the door, then forcefully exerted force on the hand gripping Jiang Li's arm, pulling her off the railing and throwing her out. Jiang Li, she heard Feng Mian's urgent and shocked shout. Don't shout. She doesn't want to suddenly disappear midair and become a school ghost story. Jiang Li secretly smiled bitterly while determining the coordinates of her house, mobilizing her spiritual power to prepare for tearing through space. Looks like she was destined to spend a few days lying on the hospital bed, not knowing when. A layer of warmth gradually spread across her body, and even the whistling wind in her ears as she fell couldn't diminish it by a fraction. Jiang Li suddenly felt herself being held by the waist, a sturdy and powerful body covering her, protecting her firmly in his arms. Her head was pressed into the chest of whoever had caught her, instantly filling her senses with the sweet aroma of candy. The loud heartbeat in her ear momentarily disoriented her, unsure whether it came from herself or from this person who protected her. Shirchuan's face was dark and sullen, only feeling the astonishing heat of the little girl in his arms. While subconsciously tightening his grip, he used his spiritual power to tie up the wrist of the girl still clinging to the side of the building and threw her back onto the rooftop without hesitation. Upon touching her with his spiritual power, Shirchuan immediately discovered that this girl's spiritual power had nearly gone berserk, causing him to frown deeply. He increased his strength and forcibly threw her unconscious, allowing her chaotic spiritual power to temporarily calm down. Ignoring the sighs of relief or surprise expressions of Feng Mian and others rushing up to the rooftop, Shirchuan gave an order while turning and flying towards the medical center with the little girl in his arms. The spiritual power is nearing instability, notify the principal. Everyone exchanged glances. If they weren't mistaken, wasn't this coach floating in midair? He flew away. Wait, what did he say? Spiritual power going berserk. The students who followed Feng Mian instantly turned pale, unsure of what to do next. Feng Mian calmly tapped a few times on his optical brain, discovering that the signal here had already been shielded. Turning around, he asked the classmates behind him to go find the principal and dean. He showed not a trace of fear. You all hurry up and go, I'll watch over her. He walked to the side of the unconscious girl, removing her strange mask and revealing a face that was somewhat distorted. Feng Mian suddenly sniffed the surrounding air. The pungent smell had not yet dissipated. A flashback of Jiang Li being dragged off the railing flashed in his mind, darkening his expression instantly. Jiang Li. Shirchuan controlled his speed to prevent the girl in his arms from feeling the disorientation caused by weightlessness, calling her name softly again to ensure she still retained some consciousness. Jiang Li weakly responded while being held protectively by Shirchuan. Intense pain invaded her nerves, her temples throbbed painfully, and her body uncontrollably arched, trying to ease this pain. Fortunately, her mental energy remained steady, guarding her meridians and organs without any signs of disorder. Shirchuan's brows were furrowed all along, and even after sending her into the medical center, he didn't loosen his grip. Jiang Li had brought along a professional medical team upon enrollment, which was usually stationed at the infirmary. Now seeing Jiang Li being brought in, they acted quickly and orderly, pushing her into the emergency room. Coach sure. After a few minutes, Tian-Yi hurriedly rushed in, asking breathlessly, Is Ali alright? Is she fine? Shirchuan gave a glance at the closed doors of the emergency room. She's still inside. He didn't know either if she was okay. If only he could have noticed the anomaly earlier. The door suddenly opened, and the medical team pushed out a pale-faced Jiang Li, placing her into an adjacent ward. The residual effects of the drug inside her have been suppressed. There is some minor damage to her heart. But since Jiang Li has always refused surgery, we can only prescribe her medication for temporary relief, the doctor explained. Seeing that the patient was in relatively good spirits after being given painkillers, he reminded them both to make sure the patient rested properly to avoid overexertion before allowing the two to go in. Xiao Yi coach. Jiang Li wasn't asleep. Seeing them come in, she forced herself to smile weakly. Hey, just lie down and rest well now. Tian-Yi immediately stopped her attempt to get up and sat by the bedside. I almost died when I realized it was you on the rooftop. Shirchuan saw that Jiang Li still had some spirit left in her, and his heart finally eased. I'll handle this matter. Let Tian-Yi stay with you. I'll come back later. Jiang Li looked at him, nodding obediently. Thank you, coach. Sorry to trouble you. She owed him a favor this time around. Shirchuan nonchalantly waved a hand, turning to leave the ward. Passing by the office where the doctor was, he hesitated briefly before knocking on the door. Wasn't that woman crazy? Having heard the whole story, Tian-Yi exclaimed incredulously. Hating the wealthy was one thing, but being obsessed with Feng Mian and willing to stake her life just to make you disappear from him? Jiang Li lowered her eyes. Even if she wasn't, she is close to going insane. In response to Tian Yi's puzzled expression, she patiently added, "That girl's spiritual power is nearly going berserk." Tian Yi sharply inhaled. "Do you know her name?" Just about to shake her head, Zhang Li suddenly remembered the girl who had stopped her around the corner. What she said then. "It should be Lu Shi." "That's her." Tian Yi widened her eyes. "I know her. Medicine major, 3rd year, Lu Shi, a famous stalker of Feng Mian among the support system students. She once threatened a girl who seemed too close to Feng Mian, scaring that girl so badly she didn't dare come to school for a week. This kind of thing happened more than once. The school already noted one misconduct from her. I thought she would behave, but no." Tian Yi's tone carried a note of distaste, unwilling to mention this person further. She poured Zhang Li a glass of water, helped her drink it, and then mentioned Coach Sichuan. "Ali, do you know what happened? I met the coach right under the building. Following his gaze, I discovered something was wrong on the rooftop and just managed to see the woman throwing down her stick. As soon as I turned my head, guess what coach did?" She teased, drawing Zhang Li's attention until she asked anxiously, "What did the coach do?" "He soared up, like zoom, to the sky. Do you know? No equipment at all. Just dressed casually in the clothes he wore earlier. No flying machine, no auxiliary equipment. And he just shot straight up." Tian Yi spoke with excitement, gesturing animatedly. "I was stunned on the spot, couldn't react for half a minute, completely forgot to record it." "Ali, tell me, isn't Coach really capable of flying? Could he be some sort of mutated species?" It was a true mutation, all right, but the species was definitely still human. When she heard how Tian Yi vividly described Coach Sichuan's heroic rescue, as if he were a sky-soaring monkey, Zhang Li laughed so hard she nearly fainted. If the man himself heard this, it's uncertain what he would think. This only indicates that the instructor's mental energy has undergone mutation. Seeing Tian Yi totally baffled by her laughter, Zhang Li patiently explained, "A person's mental energy has a certain chance of mutating when subjected to extreme stimuli, but the mutation process is incredibly dangerous, known as a mental energy upheaval. Less than 1 in 100,000 can survive a mental energy upheaval normally, and the chances are even smaller for a successful mutation." She only discovered this phenomenon after she herself experienced the mutation, realizing that there were others just as lucky, or perhaps unlucky, as her. And the higher the mental energy, the lower the survival rate after an upheaval. Zhang Li recalled that glimpse of flawless mental energy materialization she had seen with her peripheral vision after being rescued. Should she commend him as the genius who was specially recruited into the 1st military? Survived a mental energy upheaval. That means instructor once lost control over his mental energy. Tian Yi gasped in astonishment, marveling. "Truly amazing. Something even the government hasn't mentioned, right? How did you know about this, Ali? Could it be?" Suspicious glances darted over to her, those shiny eyes fixated on her without let up. Zhang Li, was it still too late if she claimed now that she knew nothing? Chapter 31. How to repay. All right. Zhang Li gave in under the glare that clearly said, "You'll be dead if you don't tell me. My mental power mutated into spatial category, which means I can escape timely when in crisis." Heavens, isn't that amazing enough? Tian Yi was silent for a long time before exclaiming, as if her worldview collapsed. "Do you know what the principle behind this is?" She tried to save her fragile 3 views with scientific theory, but unfortunately, "I'm not sure either." Zhang Li shrugged, and couldn't help but laugh when she saw Tian Yi's dazed expression, but inadvertently, it made her chest hurt a little. Zhang Li suddenly stopped laughing, not because of the pain, but seemingly remembering something, frowned slightly. Were there many people around the teaching building at that time? Tian Yi carefully thought about the scene at that time and shook her head. Not many. There were only about 3 or 4 people, including me, downstairs. Later, when the roof door was opened, about 4 or 5 people rushed in. It seemed that the situation wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Listen to me. Zhang Li turned on her light brain, contacting her team of hackers while saying, "The news today absolutely cannot be spread. If word leaks, it could harm instructor Sichuan. There are always some crazy researchers who like human experiments and are interested in these inexplicable mutations. If the upper echelons of the Alliance also take pleasure in such things, it would be even worse. This once-in-a-blue-moon mental power mutation would end up being forcibly bled, tested, and restricted in personal freedom if they get hold of it, and might even be labeled as a high-risk individual." Zhang Li knows their tactics inside out. She ordered the hackers to keep an eye on the Sky Network for any information related to today's incident. Once discovered, delete all videos, statements, and track the IP addresses. No matter whether by threats or inducements, they must keep the news buried. If manpower is insufficient, find more, as many as possible. I only want efficiency. How many people you gather doesn't matter. Come find me for reimbursement after the job is done. On the Sky Network, there shouldn't be any traces left. If I find a slip-up, you know what I will do. As the main customer for the hackers, Zhang Li has already placed countless orders with them. From handling fake information to maintaining virtual accounts, she is a well-known big spender in the hacking community, not only generous but also pleasant to deal with. If she gives them a bad review and stops them from taking further jobs, they would lose credibility in the hacking world, invite ridicule, and possibly struggle to find work. How could they afford to take Zhang Li's entrustment lightly? They quickly replied, "Rest assured, we will certainly see it through." At the same time, Tian Yi also understood this principle, but still looked somewhat doubtful. "I have no issues, but the classmates who've already seen." Zhang Li pondered for a moment and made a decision. "Leave it to me." Messages on the light brain interface continued. "Besides, infiltrate the surveillance of the First Alliance Academy. Extract the surveillance footage from 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. today. All monitoring systems. She wasn't sure if only those present saw it. Therefore, she had to use all the monitors to filter one by one. After all, she lacked nothing but money. No one willingly opposes money. Ollie. At this moment, Feng Mian burst in hastily, sighing in relief upon seeing Jiang Li resting steadily on the sickbed. Thank goodness you're okay. His handsome face almost crinkled like a bun. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty for my entire life. Feng Mian Sr. Tian Yi gave him a meaningful glance. You have great luck with women. Jiang Li mocked him in a tone similar to the girls. Feng Mian is so gentle, kind, handsome, strong, helpful. Stop. Feng Mian pleaded, his face in despair. Please stop talking. It's all my fault. Puffed. Tian Yi laughed so hard that she bent over. She really said that. It's not your fault in the first place. Jiang Li shook her head, comforting him. Besides, I didn't suffer much harm. No need to blame yourself. That's right, Tian Yi echoed. Unless you blame yourself for being too handsome and too friendly? They chatted back and forth like this for a while before Jiang Li inquired about why Feng Mian had suddenly gone to the rooftop earlier. At that time, I was rehearsing in the activity room when a girl came to find me, saying someone invited you to the roof, and the situation seemed not good, asking me to go and help. A few classmates of mine also voluntarily followed to check what happened. Thus, they witnessed the whole scene. Feng Mian anxiously ruffled his hair, who knew that at the time, he had been so scared that his heart nearly stopped. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Jiang Li, however, noticed someone he mentioned. Wasn't the girl who came to find you the one with black long hair, a straight fringe, and dimples when she smiled? Seems so. She looked quite introverted. Feng Mian recalled, asking her, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with this person? Unexpectedly, it was her again who went to summon people to save her. Had she had a change of heart? Or was there some other reason? Jiang Li nodded thoughtfully after pondering for a moment. It was this girl who invited me to the rooftop. She wasn't sure what connection this girl had with Lucy. Feng Mian. Jiang Li's pale face showed a hint of seriousness. Are the people who followed you to the rooftop all acquaintances of yours? Feng Mian furrowed his brows. They're all classmates. Is there anything wrong? Perhaps I'll have to trouble you to ask them not to spread today's events, especially those related to Coach Sichuan. Jiang Li transferred a large sum of alliance coins to him, raising her index finger to her lips. This is hush money. Use it as you see fit. This. Feng Mian wanted to say something, but then Sichuan walked in, so he just replied, all right, but afterwards, you must explain everything to me properly. Certainly. She winked at him before calling out Coach. How are you feeling? Sichuan glanced around the ward at the few people inside, his gaze landing on Jiang Li, who was trying hard to keep her spirits up. A sedative has been injected. She's stabilized temporarily. The school has called the police. They will come to ask you some questions tomorrow. Don't worry. The girl is fully responsible for the matter. He casually pulled over a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. His originally calm expression darkened suddenly. So aren't you supposed to rest? Sichuan glanced disapprovingly at the two people beside the bed. Tian Yi suddenly remembered how Jiang Li had been chatting with them ever since she left the emergency room. She sprang to her feet startled and tugged Feng Mian along, her tone full of regret. Sorry, it's my fault for dragging you into conversation. Alipay, you rest now. We'll visit you later. As they hurriedly passed Sichuan, Tian Yi bowed respectfully and gratefully. Thank you, Coach. Sichuan watched the two leave the ward, puzzled by Tian Yi's strange attitude, but only raised an eyebrow. Coach, was there nothing else? I'm staying here watching over you. Go to sleep first. Sichuan interrupted her words, laying her back gently and adjusting the quilt edges. Watching her close her eyes wearily, his gaze turned towards a corner of the ward as he thought about how to deal with the aftermath of today's incidents. The girl named Lucy had done such a thing, yet the principal still wanted to protect her? Even if she was a famous genius in the medical department, after this incident, the school merely planned to confine her for a few days, symbolically giving her a punishment and then letting the matter drop, which was far too lenient. And they actually wanted him to persuade Jiang Li into making a big issue small and a small issue insignificant? Truly laughable. And then there were the students who witnessed the event, somewhat troublesome. Sichuan massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. In her semi-conscious state, Jiang Li's lips moved slightly before her breathing gradually steadied. Thank you, Coach. Sichuan froze momentarily, then found himself somewhat between laughter and tears. He softly responded, it's what I should do. After all, she was a student. How could he, as her coach, ignore her? Recalling the scene at the time, he still felt uneasy. If he hadn't accidentally passed by then or idly looked up, given Jiang Li's fragile constitution, she might have fallen to her death instantly. Where did she get the guts to save that girl? If it weren't for his spiritual power being a mutation of the wind type, he wouldn't have been able to save her in time either. Sichuan stared at the sleeping figure with a complex expression, his eyes landing on the hand resting lightly on her abdomen. Her skin was white and almost transparent, allowing the green veins underneath to be seen clearly. Her wrists were so thin they seemed as if they could break easily, delicate and fragile. He suddenly remembered how her abdomen had rested against the railing before she fell. Given that posture, she must have scraped herself while being yanked down, though it was just a guess. Sichuan carefully moved aside the blanket covering Jiang Li, hesitating for a moment before slowly lifting her shirt hem. After restoring everything to its original condition as she slept, he belatedly realized what he had just done, a bit too presumptuous. Shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by a doctor? What he'd done made him feel like a pervert, but it probably didn't matter, right? After all, He feared that the inattentive little girl might conceal her injuries. Shirchuan's expression grew complex as he tried to justify himself, struggling to rationalize what he had done. He only saw a small part of the girl's waist and abdomen, where a corner of bruising purple stood out eerily on skin smooth as a fat jade, giving some idea of how large the bruise must be. Why didn't she say anything? Didn't she feel the pain? Sighing as if his heart was weighed down with worry, Shirchuan went to find the doctor with a face that exuded righteousness. He then returned with a bottle of medicine specifically for treating bruises, his ear tips slightly reddened, though it wasn't very noticeable against the air. Still, he decided to wait until she woke up to use it on her. Shirchuan hesitated, placing the medicine aside and quietly sitting on the chair as he turned on his light-brain computer. It wasn't until the sun set that Jiangli woke up groggily. Hey, Shirchuan, who had been sitting by her bedside, lazily greeted her when she woke, helping her sit up and handing her a glass of water. How are you feeling? Jiangli took small sips of warm water, moistening her throat before obediently nodding. Much better. Has the coach been here all along? Shirchuan rubbed his hair carelessly. Yeah, I even took a nap in between. The bed was quite comfortable. Upon hearing this, Jiangli was silent for a while, moving over to make space and patting the bed next to her that was still slightly warm. Would the coach like to sleep a little more? The bed was actually big enough to accommodate 2 people comfortably. As soon as Jiangli looked up, she met Shirchuan's somewhat peculiar gaze. No need. I've rested well enough. Thank you. The little girl seemed to have weak gender awareness. By the way, someone came to see you a few hours ago, but seeing that you were asleep, they said they'd come back later, Shirchuan recalled. I think their names were Isk, Lank, and Joyeux. They probably worried greatly after hearing she had entered the ward again. Jiangli smiled. I see. Thank you, coach. She looked somewhat troubled. But saving my life. Just saying, thank you isn't nearly enough to repay that favor. Shirchuan leisurely watched her, a corner of his lips curling into an alarming smile. Then what do you plan to do? Chapter 32, the hospital room. He leaned against the wall, appearing carefree and unprofessional as ever. His neat shirt outlined his slim waist and hinted at his muscled frame. Peculiarly, the top button of his collar was undone, revealing a glimpse of his elegant clavicle that stirred desires. As Jiangli admired Shirchuan's good looks, she paused for a while before giving him her contact information. If you need any help, just reach out to me. Though I might not be very useful, money can still solve a lot of problems. And by the way, she tilted her head slightly, asking with her eyes if Shirchuan was satisfied. Your future lollipops are now my responsibility. At the mention of the last sentence, Shirchuan's eyes lit up noticeably, but he still maintained his instructor's composure and declined, saying, This is something I should do anyway. If you really feel uncomfortable about it, then treat me to a meal. Really? With a deliberate intention to tease him, Jiangli answered straightforwardly. Then I won't provide your lollipops anymore, instructor. Seeing Shirchuan's face fall immediately, looking dejected as though he had suffered a great injustice, she let out a soft laugh. I was just teasing you. Everything I said counts. Even offering myself in repayment wouldn't be too much for saving my life, let alone helping with some favors. She stated seriously. Anyway, this is my promise. If instructor has any difficulties, I will do my best to help resolve them. Although Shirchuan accepted reluctantly with a sigh when seeing her serious attitude, as Jiangli leisurely sipped water, his eyes darted around. With a smirk on his lips, he suddenly interjected. In fact, there's no need for all these troubles. You could simply repay me by becoming mine. Poof. It was the first time she had heard a declaration akin to a love confession. Jiangli was startled to such an extent that her hand trembled, almost losing grip of the cup. A mouthful of water she couldn't swallow got stuck in her throat and sprayed out uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed so intensely that she couldn't even speak, having to pat her chest and lean on the edge of the bed for quite some time to recover. Shirchuan had successfully seen Jiangli in a disheveled state. He patted her back gently to help ease her breathing while laughing happily to himself. After finally catching her breath, Jiangli appeared calm, without showing any signs of annoyance. She casually responded, All right, if the instructor wishes so. What did she say? Shirchuan's smile froze on his face. Unexpectedly, the young girl looked directly at him with sincere eyes. Her long lashes flickered, her deep black pupils filled with laughter, clearly reflecting his image as if they contained the stars of the entire universe. Since it was instructor who saved my life, naturally, I belong to him too. You're this good-looking. Whichever way you look at it feels like I'm the one profiting. Jiangli supported her chin and looked up at him. As long as instructor doesn't mind. Shirchuan became rigid when struck directly by her bold statement. Something about this development seemed wrong. How could I possibly mind? Jiangli classmate is so cute. He subconsciously countered but realized whatever he said wasn't right, leaving him tongue-tied. So what do you mean, instructor? Jiangli acted as if she hadn't understood, interrupting him. She leaned closer, bringing her flawless pale face near. The gentle smile softened her features, and her red lips curved softly, like a tame little beast inviting a caress on its fluffy fur. Oh ho, this little miss actually knows how to play tricks? Realizing the teasing intent in Jiangli's words, Shirchuan regained his composure amidst his initial panic. Arching his eyebrows, he bent over, pressing both hands on either side of Jiangli on the hospital bed, trapping her in a tight space. They stared at each other like this for half a day, the faint fragrance of her hair constantly challenging Shirchuan's nerves. Meanwhile, Jiangli appreciated the beauty before her eyes with evident interest, without any hint of shyness. Shirchuan, who originally thought his looks were foolproof, realized the unusual dullness of this girl. Waiting for her to blush would be harder than ascending to heaven. No, climbing to heaven would be far easier, more difficult than reviving Jiangyu. Miscalculation. I surrender. I surrender. Sichuan raised his hands as if conceding defeat, increasing the distance between them. With his black fingerless gloves touching his forehead, he sighed disappointingly because his prank had failed. Seeing that he understood the situation, Jiang Li humphed lightly, considering it a fair exchange. Yet recalling that he made her cough for half a day, causing her abdominal area to hurt continuously, she hated it enough to grind her teeth. Who knew that Sichuan took the medication from beside and handed it to her? A bruise-removing spray I got from the doctor. After thinking for a moment, he added another sentence. Remember to inform if you're uncomfortable anywhere. Jiang Li hesitated, took the medicine, and expressed her gratitude. Since he seemed so understanding, she decided to generously forgive him. This instructor Sichuan was actually quite decent when he wanted to be. Oh, by the way, Sichuan grinned as he dangled a nutritional supplement in front of her. The doctor said you need to avoid certain foods. No meat, no greasy stuff, and definitely no spicy food. So for the next month, all you'll be getting is this nutritional liquid. Sichuan's smug face made Jiang Li feel like she was staring at an unmistakable devil. And I'll personally make sure everyone around you knows that for this entire month, you can't touch even a morsel of meat. She frowned deeply but didn't say anything in response. Jiang can't eat without meat? Li suddenly felt like being struck by lightning 5 times over. It was as if the sky itself was caving in. She had been drinking nutritional liquids in the military for 20 whole years. 20 long years. While the flavors might have varied, anyone would have been sick of it after consuming so much over such a long time. And now, just when she could finally enjoy some good food, they told her to avoid it? Quack doctor. Quack doctor. Her previous condition wasn't this bad. No. At that time, she had been unconscious for half a year, hadn't she? Finally seeing Jiang Li change her expression, Sichuan couldn't help but laugh with schadenfreude. Actually, you were supposed to be avoiding these foods all along, but your situation is special. The medication only helps relieve the pain, so you only need to avoid certain foods for a month. Got it. Not even a bit. With this little victory under his belt, Sichuan felt significantly better, his breathing lighter. Meanwhile, Jiang Li on the bed looked utterly hopeless, her gaze losing its usual sparkle. Sichuan smiled while thinking about the doctor's diagnosis, though worry flickered through his eyes. Due to the erosion of an unknown toxin, Jiang Li's heart couldn't be healed by medicine. Even with a new heart transplant, the remaining toxins in her body would lead to the same outcome. If not for her powerful mental force that kept her in check, her meridians, organs, and nerves would have already been destroyed within 3 days, leaving her completely incapacitated. A waste of life who'd lose all sensations, end up paralyzed, and even find breathing painful. It was best to keep looking for the antidote to this poison. Such a lively young soul would be too tragic if lost. After all, she was such a cute student. Ollie, we've come to see you. Just then, Lanka knocked on the door before pushing it open. Following her were Esk and Juyu. What exactly happened? You gotta tell us. Still caught in the sadness of having to abstain from food, Jiang Li replied with a miserable smile. Not much of a big deal. She noticed their worried expressions and explained lightly. Just almost falling off the teaching building and dying. Oh, nothing serious. Uffed. Unable to hold back his laughter, Sichuan waved goodbye as he walked out. You guys talk. I still have some things to handle at school. Compared to going a month without meat, almost falling to her death really wasn't much of a big deal for Jiang Li. Laughing softly, Sichuan closed the hospital room door behind him and stretched lazily. Oddly enough, he felt much happier than usual today. It was probably because of the girl's amusing reaction. However, happy or not, he still needed to deal with today's event seriously. Sichuan's amusement faded quickly as his sharp brows revealed a cold aura. It was soon hidden beneath a carefree demeanor. Aside from ensuring the few eyewitnesses remained quiet, how could someone harm his student and get away with merely sitting in confinement for a few days? Even if Jiang Li didn't mind, he wouldn't let his student suffer without cause, let alone the fact that this incident could bring him endless trouble down the line. From afar, Sichuan still appeared to be his usual unruly self, but there was a subtle shift happening quietly. You mean every single surveillance footage of me has been tampered with? After receiving news that all video evidence of his appearances in the surveillance footage had been erased, Sichuan thought for a moment and decided not to investigate further who helped him. Instead, he sent his subordinates to deal with the witnesses. As Jiang Li rested peacefully on the hospital bed, she suddenly felt an inexplicable ache in some part of her that she had always wished existed. This near-fatal incident involving the First Academy's student falling from the building was posted online just minutes after it happened. However, details about how the victim was saved were rather vague, frustrating many netizens eager for gossip. Why don't they explain how the person was saved? This is so unsatisfying. Definitely fabricated to gain attention. Let's drop it. It might not be fabricated though. What if it involves some secret that shouldn't be disclosed? I can confirm that this is true. It's been talked about all over the school, but there aren't many eyewitnesses, and no one is saying who saved the girl. It's rumored that the girl has heart disease. No one knows how she is now. Me. I have a video, though only the first half. Apparently, this is all that has leaked out of the school so far. /attached video. Wow, just watching this gives me chills. Was that person crazy or what? Why does it stop just as that girl gets pulled off the guardrail? Is she alright? That's a pretty high floor, and she isn't in good health. There are rumors that she's safe and currently lying in a hospital bed. It's too excessive to have the video only halfway recorded. Still, it's commendable how quickly this girl reacted despite having heart disease. Too bad the person she tried to save turned out to be a lunatic. To be honest, I like this girl. Shirchuan looked at his subordinate's reply with a complicated expression. Someone has already cleared the information online and controlled the comments. Everything's been cleaned up neatly, without a trace. However, they left an incomplete video behind. Chief, should we delete this one? The video starts with Zhongli pressing close to the guardrail, narrowly avoiding a flying stick, and ends with her being dragged down from the guardrail after attempting to rescue someone. Shirchuan thought for a moment and decided to let things play out as they were. Since someone had already taken care of his worries on his behalf, he would first deal with the girl named Lucy. Chapter 33, School Anniversary, Part 1. Principal, what are your thoughts? In the silent and solemn principal's office, a large desk was set up by the window. Light streamed in from outside, casting on the desk and clearly bringing into view the tiny specks of dust suspended in the air. These particles leapt and drifted incessantly, just like the principal's current state of mind. There were 2 rows of soft couches placed against the wall in front of the desk, but they were unoccupied. Instead, a pot plant half as tall as a person stood nearby, asserting its presence with its dark green branches spreading out carelessly. Shirchuan leaned against the wall, standing in the shadows with his eyes squinting in a half-smile, half-laugh manner. Despite not revealing even a hint of emotion on his face, he gave off an unsettling chill. You should also be aware that if this matter becomes public, it won't just be her responsibility. Perhaps you, as principal, wouldn't keep your position either? Having caught Shirchuan's implication, the principal nodded noncommittally. He surreptitiously wiped the cold sweat off his palms with his sleeve and hurriedly agreed. Commander is right. I can't ruin the bright futures of other students for just one person. Wouldn't that dishearten the classmates? Commander, rest assured. The school administration will absolutely not cover for the main culprit in this incident. She will receive the punishment she deserves, giving student Zhongli the justice she needs. At this point, the principal cheerfully brought up the issue of recommendation quotas mentioned earlier by Shirchuan, regarding the recommendation quota for the reserve military force. Shirchuan casually peeled a lollipop, sticking the stick in his mouth, and responded with an official smile. I'll consider candidates from the mech and individual combat departments of your school. He straightened up, stuffing one hand in his pocket, and turned slightly, saying, I'm looking forward to the final handling results from the administration. With a kind and amiable expression, the principal bowed his head to him and bid farewell. It will certainly satisfy you. Commander, please walk slowly. To exchange a genius who has gone mad and represents future instability for 2 additional recommendation spots for the Joint Army Reserves was worth it. Satisfied, he opened his terminal to contact the head of academics and ordered the disciplinary action against Lucy. Their school was dedicated to nurturing talent. A talented student after graduation could bring a substantial number of new admissions, further boosting the school's reputation through talent development. Therefore, for gifted students, they tried their best to protect them. But for someone who's useless now, expulsion then. As for how the police department later judged her case, that wasn't something the administration could or would manage. Shirchuan, already stepping out the door, naturally knew what the principal had in mind. Recalling the data he'd read about the female student, a smirk tinged with ridicule curved at the corners of his lips. So-called genius? Is that level of talent worthy of being called a genius? When it came to talent, Zhongli wouldn't fall short compared to anyone in the school. This term's principal wasn't nearly as perceptive as the old veterans from previous terms. He yawned lazily and strolled back toward his apartment. Too many troublesome things were too exhausting, and finally, things were resolved satisfactorily enough. He needed to go home and get a good rest. Lucy, a third-year student in the medicinal field of the support department of the Alliance's First Academy, received the expulsion penalty due to intentional harm infliction and repeated failure to improve behavior. Given her chaotic mental state, unable to undergo legal sentencing, the police decided to send her to a psychiatric hospital. Zhongli originally thought that was the end of it all, until later when she noticed a few other members of Lingji society stealthily huddled together, whispering and plotting secretly about going somewhere. After asking earnest and straightforward Isuk, she found out that the group quietly went to seek revenge on her behalf, schemed by Zhuyu. After this incident, Lucy was either in the confinement room or at the psychiatric hospital. So where did they go to settle scores with her? With Zhongli puzzled, Isuk had no choice but to reveal the truth. President Fengyan believed that members of Lingji society shouldn't be bullied without retaliation, even if the bully had psychological issues. An expulsion, a punishment that didn't hurt much, was way too lenient for Lucy. They couldn't let Zhongli suffer such injustice. Under Zhuiyu's plan, Fengyan, who was constantly on Lucy's lips, publicly visited her in the confinement room under the guise of persuasion, and then proceeded to shower praise on Zhongli's merits in front of her, extolling endlessly how wonderful she was, gentle, kind, generous, not only cute but also wealthy, with a figure perfectly suited to his taste, fulfilling every criterion on his list of potential partners. During the talk, Fengyan even donned a sorrowful expression, mentioning that Zhongli had refused his request for dating because of this incident, yet he remained undeterred, devising numerous ways to win her favor. He listed them one by one, asking Lucy for feedback, talking ceaselessly about their shared bright future together. This string of actions left Lucy so enraged that she spat blood, barely stabilizing her precarious mental state with medication, which risked falling back into chaos again. Later, Lucy was transferred to the police station, and Isuk happened to have some connections there, so he boldly brought Fengyan to visit her again. This time, Fengyan, with an expression of pure happiness, announced that he had successfully won over Zhongli. He said if it weren't for this incident, he would never have realized how important Zhongli was to him. All thanks to Lucy's efforts, they were finally together. The final straw for Lucy was when Feng deliberately pulled out a picture of himself and Zhongli posing happily together. In Lucy's eyes, their smiles were sweet and blissful. Throughout the whole ordeal, she saw herself as nothing more than a laughingstock, wasting all her efforts only to hand her dream man directly into someone else's arms. While Lucy was lost in despair, the two hastily left the police station, tidying up everything as if they had never been there. That night, Lucy was admitted to the hospital. It was said that her fury caused her heart rate and blood pressure to soar, leading to vessel constriction and blockage, which triggered a heart attack. Lucy was an orphan, relying solely on government subsidies, living modestly and barely affording her medications. There was no way she could afford a heart transplant. After being moved to the psychiatric hospital, Tian-Yi used the money earned from selling the building given by Zhang Li to bribe the hospital director, arranging for Lanka's gangsters to beat Lucy mercilessly inside the facility. Afterwards, they gave her enough medication to last for a full year of treatment for her heart condition before wrapping up their vendetta with satisfaction. In Zhuiyu's exact words, "I heard you mocked Ali as a useless person? Then why don't you become one too? Sometimes, living can be far more painful than dying." Recalling the warm smile of this mastermind behind the operation, Isuk couldn't help but feel a chill run through his body. Upon hearing about their brilliant maneuvers, Zhang Li was deeply impressed and clapped 3 times in admiration. These people were truly extraordinary. Lucy had a tough life indeed. Feng Yan, who had managed to enrage her until she suffered a heart attack, was the finishing touch. Zhang Li didn't admire them openly. In fact, upon receiving news of Lucy's punishment, she had already started planning her own revenge, but was surprised that her friends had taken care of it secretly for her. Amidst finding it amusing, she discovered the warmth of having such close-knit friends who cared for her and helped her. It had been a long time since she'd felt this warmth. She decided then and there that from now on, these people, her rich benefactor self included, would be under her protection. Even if they stumbled in their future paths, she could ensure they lived better lives than ordinary people. After all, she lacked everything except an endless supply of money. Completely unaware that Isuk had sold them out entirely and that they were unwittingly being kept by a wealthy patroness, the group sneezed one after another. Feng Yan, did Lucy curse at him again? Yes, ever since he gleefully provoked her into a heart attack, he became the second most hated person in her life after Zhang Li. Lanku, could it be that her subordinates missed her? They had just met a few days ago. Tian-Yi. Uh-oh, is her building losing profit? No, she must improve the current business plan immediately. Zhuiyu. Oh no, where's Isuk? Has he perhaps met Ali and spilled the beans? It wasn't like she expected to hide things from Zhang Li for long, but sighing at Isuk's inability to lie made her wonder what to do. When Shirchuan heard about Lucy's miserable fate by chance, looks like Zhang Li has befriended some decent people. A gentle smile graced his handsome face. Wait, why did this sudden paternal pride at her finally making friends arise? Shirchuan's cheerful expression froze right there. The turmoil sparked by Lucy didn't last long before the grand school anniversary festivities overshadowed the entire event. Among the usual coffee shops, exhibition halls, and haunted houses, Lingji Society's male host club stood out remarkably, boasting the highest foot traffic in the entire school. No other reason. It was the luxurious interior design and various attractive beverages and desserts that caught everyone's eye. But what drew attention the most were the dazzling array of male hosts within, each stunningly good-looking, causing many knees to buckle. Your tea and dessert are ready. Shout. Zhang Li, clad in a sleek black suit with her bangs swept back revealing a flawless forehead, her slightly upward-angled phoenix eyes enhanced by a teardrop mark at the corner, exuded an allure that made the surrounding young ladies gasp incessantly. Seeing someone familiar, Zhang Li casually took the tea and dessert from Tian-Yi, apologized to the girls nearby, and placed it in front of Luo Zhan. Sis. Luo Zhan didn't immediately recognize the dashing young man in front of him as his former dating partner from a previous occasion. It wasn't until Zhang Li switched to her natural feminine voice that he began to detect a hint of familiarity. Sis, your male attire is incredibly good-looking. I almost didn't recognize you, he said with a blush, lowering his head to hide the reddened face brought on by meeting his respected senior. I was recommended here by a friend, but I had no idea this place would be so popular. Luo Zhan couldn't help but exclaim as he surveyed the near fully occupied shop. Zhang Li replied with a proud smile. Right? It's all the merit of the club members. She just provided the financial support and added some appeal thanks to her well-disguised beauty. She had no idea that most of the packed house was due to her own allure, which single-handedly attracted half of the clientele. Luo Zhan felt like there were plenty of fierce eyes pinned on him, glaring at him like they wanted to rip him apart. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at the surrounding girls who were eyeing him fiercely, and nervously asked Zhang Li to attend to other guests instead, breaking out into cold sweat. Only when he finally persuaded Zhang Li, watching her return to the female crowd with a composed male voice, did those chilling gazes shift into soft, warm smiles. What could he say about these mercurial girls whose moods flipped like pages? He could only sigh and wallow in the regret of not being able to talk to his sister more. Chapter 34, School Anniversary 2. Fanxia is a well-known live streamer in the lifestyle section of the internet. She's not only beautiful and sweet-voiced, with an affluent family background, but also articulate and daring to take on challenges. On this day of the Alliance First Academy's school anniversary open house, Fanxia, who has millions of fans, started her live stream for the day. Many netizens, unable to visit the prestigious campus on Capital Planet due to various reasons, flooded into Fanxia's livestream room instead, hoping to satisfy their curiosity through her lens. So, our next destination, as recommended by our netizens, is a male host club. It's said that the club has been fully packed all morning and has received excellent reviews, Fanxia enthusiastically explained while walking towards the location, keeping the audience informed about her upcoming destination. In the morning, we already visited some shops run by student clubs, and I must say, they're doing an amazing job considering their student status. But then again, several of my friends went berserk recommending this particular host club, showering it with compliments, sparking my curiosity. So, after begging a few friends, I managed to secure a spot for now. Look, we've arrived. She carefully read the name of the hosting club outside the door of the male host club, surprised. Ling Ji Club? This name is very intriguing. It sounds very captivating. First time hearing about such a club. Haha, students' imagination is limitless. Xia, hurry up and enter. I can't wait to see some handsome guys. Judging from the signboard and decorations outside the club, it seems pretty luxurious. It looks like there are quite a lot of people inside. Is it really that popular? What does it mean by handsome guys? Are there handsome guys here? I have friends saying all the guys here are handsome. Of course, some are girls dressed as boys, but they're all stunning. I want to see them too. Not possible. How could they be more handsome than celebrities? Fanxia saw the wave of flower fireworks floating cars streamed by netizens and thanked them before pushing the door open and stepping into the host club. The moment she stepped inside, she could smell the faint sweetness of tea points in the air and felt the ambience was bustling yet elegant. The interior decoration was exquisite, exuding an aura of understated luxury. However, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly the handsome men scattered throughout the hall in different directions. Mommy, I want to attend the Union Academy. Wardian, is this heaven? Heaven, that blonde guy over there. So gentle, I love him. He's like a noble prince. His manners are impeccable. Isn't the most attractive one the young man with black hair and a mole under his eye? When he smiles, I can't stand it anymore. My legs feel weak. Xia, choose him. Choose him. Go chat with him. Oh, my nosebleed won't stop. Everyone, look at that extremely tall hunk. Can you feel that masculine charm overflowing from the screen? Not only that, there's a little kid sitting on his shoulders. A small kid, though he looks cold and aloof, still letting the child sit on his shoulder. This pair is so cute. Brown-haired hunk. Sunny man. He's my type. Fanxia glanced at the wave of generous gifts streaming on the screen alongside netizens' comments and helplessly found her friend who had booked the spot for her. Drinks and tea snacks in the club come at different price levels for guests to choose from, but the prices for interactions with the male hosts are the highest. Simply an hour-long face-to-face conversation requires a payment of tens of thousands of union coins. Due to the number of male hosts being far fewer than guest demands, these sessions are not one-on-one services. Yet, people's pursuit and obsession with beauty seem relentless. Her friend had just ended an hour-long indulgence in visual temptation, with the dreamy look still not fading from her face. After explaining the entire ordering process to Fanxia, she excitedly went back to order another session with the brown-haired hunk. So, which one do we pick first? All the prices within the club were manageable for Fanxia, and she didn't find them overly expensive. The suggestions from the online viewers were mixed, so Fanxia randomly selected one comment to follow, deciding based on that recommendation to book the black-haired male host with the teardrop mole, along with an affordable dessert set. When placing the order, Fanxia already received basic information about the selected male host, knowing that his name is Ali. After collecting a timer and clipping it onto herself, she followed the robot's prompt to walk to the area where Ali was located and found a seat nearby. At this point, Ali was still chatting happily with a few girls beside him. Ali, your customer, came Tian Yi's voice from the earpiece. Are you feeling too tired? No problem. The black-haired young man exuded a tenderness akin to water, his gaze filled with warmth as he looked at the new beautiful girl and asked politely. Thank you very much for choosing me. May I know your name? Just call me Xia. Fanxia's mind went blank from his smile, making her uncommonly nervous. All right, Xia. Her name rolled off the youth's tongue, rich and deep, a voice that made one's ears warm and throats itch. Whoa, holy shit, a prime specimen of human perfection. This is absurd. How are we supposed to live looking like this? Voice. That voice. Oh my god, my ears are pregnant. Young man, you take responsibility for it. Mom asked me why I was watching the stream on my knees. Xia's flustered. Ha. Watching so long. It's the first time seeing Xia blush. My mom also asked me why I kept licking the virtual screen, like a crazy person licking the air. How could anyone not blush? If you're done, Xia, then let me try. This type of handsome young man. Simply irresistible. I can't take it anymore, my legs are weak. Brother, I've laid down. Come over quickly. You naughty husband. How dare you appear in someone else's live stream? Go home with me obediently. Faced with such beauty, Fanxia paid no attention to the barrage or the continuous flow of gifts. Xia's dress today looks amazing. The young man praised her, causing envy among some of the other girls around him. Fanxia couldn't resist teasing him back instinctively. Do you like it? The young man paused, then revealed an even gentler smile. His dark eyes focused intently on Fanxia, revealing a bewitchingly handsome face full of indulgence. Of course I love it. Zhongli received the food from the robot and placed it in front of Fanxia with his own hands. His fingers, pale and bony, touched the cup delicately like a pleasant painting that made one want to cherish them in their palm. This is my favorite dessert. He picked up the delicate silver spoon, his sharp eyes never leaving Fan Xia. Would Xia Xia like to try some? I want. Me too. Nodding crazily. I'm crying. Xia Xia is so happy. Why didn't I go to Capital Planet? Grievance. Ha. Xia Xia's blushing. Even her earlobes have turned red. This young man is so seductive. Even in front of the camera, I had to drink several glasses of water. Great opportunity. Hurry, Xia Xia. Let him feed you. Staring hungrily. Silent voyeurism. Look at those girls next to them. They're practically throwing daggers through the screen with their jealousy. I feel Xia Xia will be pierced into a sieve by those girls' glares alone. Fan Xia caught a few comments out of the corner of her eye and chuckled inwardly. Who was she? Fan Xia? A woman whose skin was thicker than the walls of this hall. Could ordinary good looks really tempt her? She admitted it. They did. With everyone around her staring at her like needles, she accepted the bite tenderly fed by the young man. Feeling bubbles of happiness burst within her. Xia Xia's inner thoughts. Life achievement reached. Death would be without regrets. Whoa. I also want such a big brother to feed me something. No matter what the handsome does, it's always sexy. If an ugly guy stood there, I don't even dare to imagine. Suddenly turned into a bashful little woman. Ayo. So handsome. Why does their school have such handsome guys? I'm not okay with this. I won't accept it. Xia Xia, stop being coy. Just hug him. Rub your face against his. Go ahead. An unruly group of netizens bounced wildly in the live stream room. At this moment, a tea-colored short-haired boy ran towards them with small dried meat in hand and hugged the youth's waist. He waved the treat excitedly. Lee, look, this cute snack that a pretty sister gave me. It's super delicious. Lee, try some. As he spoke, his white little tiger teeth peeked through intermittently, melting the audience in the live chat. Little prince. Did you see that? The adorable little prince. Oh my gosh, let me kiss him. Then you're not just a sister, you're a creepy aunt. Hugging started. Growl, I'm rooting for this pair. Gentle and gentleman attacker times cute child receiver. Blood streaming. Can't stop. Tissues. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, snatching away the snack the boy was about to give the young man, and instead pushed forward a nutrition liquid. A tall male student with prominent muscles showed up behind the boy, his face cold as he said in a low tone. Kiki, Lee doesn't eat meat. Behind him trailed several starstruck girls, which probably explained his stiff, icy expression throughout. I almost forgot. The boy smacked his forehead and cautiously glanced at the suddenly disheartened expression of the black-haired youth before clearing his throat. Lee, your health is most important. I'll keep these meat strips for you. Once you're off dietary restrictions, you can eat as much as you want. He tiptoed to pat the youth's head comfortingly. Be a good boy, just bear with it. Jiang Li's demeanor visibly shifted from joy to utter despair before he raised his eyes, filled with sorrow, to glance at the tall muscular student, pouting his lips. The young boy still couldn't rest easy and reminded the surrounding girls. Li's not feeling well recently and needs to follow a restricted diet. Please help me make sure he doesn't sneak any meat. Ant-like laughter. How pitiful this little brother looks. His filled gaze makes one's heart ache. No, for his health, we must be cruel. I wouldn't even be able to stay cruel if he starts to beg. Ha 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 ha. I shouldn't laugh, but those expressions that flickered across that handsome face were simply adorable. Ha 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 ha. Tear-marked little brother. I'm sad. I want to cry. I want some meat. Little boy, it's yours, Lee. It's all yours. No, I can't give it to you. Muscle-bound handsome lad. Not allowed. Here, have nutritional liquid instead. Refusal 3 in a row / quick screenshot. Ha ha ha, you guys are all devils. Chapter 35, School Anniversary, Part 3. Even the audience in the live stream was like this, so it's no surprise that people actually on-site such as Fan Xia and others readily responded, promising that they would keep the teenager away from anything even remotely risque. The black-haired youth sighed deeply while clutching his nutritional drink, his eyes full of disappointment. That sigh felt like a blow to the hearts of the girls watching, making them feel genuinely sorry for him. Oh my goodness, go console my little baby quick. Not being able to eat meat is truly heartbreaking. What about other stuff? Like desserts or something, can he have those? I bought some for the young man. Xia, these are all for our young friend. You should buy him some nice food to comfort him. Buy? Get him whatever he can eat. Look at how pale his face is. We really need to nourish him well. This was followed by a wave of generous tips. Fan Xia also kindly prepared to order more tea, snacks, and desserts here, but saw the tall, handsome guy directly lift the black-haired youth up, placing him on his shoulder. Higher and higher. He rubbed the boy's head, offering awkward and clumsy consolations. Don't be sad. Stunned, the black-haired youth found himself sitting high up, instinctively holding onto the neck of the male who lifted him before realizing his surroundings and revealing a grateful smile. Thank you, Isuk. Wow. Wow. Oh. What's with all the cheering up there? Too sweet. The sugary vibes are overwhelming. It's too much for an older person to handle. This couple is also adorable. Despite looking so aloof, they're so gentle when facing this young man. Love it. What kind of godlike club is this? Weekly asking, are they still accepting new members? A middle-aged auntie expressing that she could ship any pairing among these youngsters. Sickly handsome youth times taciturn muscular man. Haha, if we talk like this, the black-haired young man is both the top and bottom. Judging by his build strength, this young man clearly seems like the one on the bottom. Haha, but I think that tall guy cares about him a lot. Perhaps the younger man is a Yandere type of top. This setup, too exciting. Obsessed. I suddenly feel that this black-haired young man has good chemistry with everyone else here. Every pair smells good. Motherly laugh. Jiang Li and others had absolutely no idea that this live stream would spark a wave of online CP shipping fever. They thought this was just a small, inconspicuous broadcast by an unknown streamer and didn't take it seriously. The day's business operations were almost over, and members of Lingji society were bidding farewell one after another to their lingering guests. Jiangli truly never expected that Zhuoyu would appear so dashing and spirited in her male disguise, with no sense of discordance. With a bearing and appearance resembling that of a noble prince, she attracted many generous female customers. It was incredibly enviable. Not only did her feminine appearance look like a work of art, but her male attire was stunning beyond belief. It was really a case of envy turning lethal. Jiangli was feeling quite dejected. Jiangli wanted to eat meat, but reality wouldn't allow it. Alas, Jiangli suddenly harbored intense hatred toward the culprit who had caused all the trouble. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone, come take a look. Tian-Yi displayed the projection screen for everyone. Today, our association has made a net profit of 70,000 credit units. Then next week, let's go soak in the hot springs, Feng Mian suggested with a grin. It will be a great way to relax. Yes. Lan Ke tugged on his little tie excitedly. We'll even be able to gather together in the evening and tell ghost stories. Forget the ghost stories. Tian-Yi shivered violently and quickly covered Lan Ke's mouth. Seeing that the others also had no objections, Zhuoyu settled the matter with finality. That's decided then. If someone suddenly goes missing again, her beautiful eyes swept in the direction of Feng Mian, causing Feng Mian to make several firm promises immediately. Impossible. Look how well-behaved I've been recently. Feng Mian indicated she should look into his sincere eyes, even winking deliberately. Zhuoyu gave a light chuckle and directly ignored him, shifting her gaze toward Jiangli. I forgot to mention today. Her golden short hair seemed to dazzle right into one's heart, her ice blue watery eyes carrying a smile. Ili, you looked amazing today. Jiangli felt as though she was drowning in that gentle sea, coming back to reality only when she got home. Speaking of which, didn't she forget to buy a wig when preparing her costumes? Could Zhuoyu's short hair possibly be cut herself? Jiangli anxiously slapped her forehead. No. It must be one that she bought herself. By the way, Lan Ke's hair has always been hidden inside his cap. How could buying a wig be forgotten? When would her scatterbrain habits ever improve? The second day of the school anniversary arrived quickly. The performances from various classes were mostly traditional stage plays and all kinds of talent displays. However, the most anticipated event was still the masquerade ball that would take place in the evening. While everyone else was probably worrying about what they should dress up as, Jiangli was worried about not knowing how to dance and where she could hide quietly during the ball. Thus, when the ball started, Jiangli, dressed in male attire, declined the invitations of girls and boys who asked her to dance, happily munching on snacks from a plate all by herself. Hey Jiangli. Jiangli felt her light blocked by a shadow, and upon looking up, she saw Shirchuan, the instructor who hadn't even bothered to dress up for the occasion. Hey, instructor is here too. Dressed like this, she didn't expect him to recognize her right away. What Jiangli didn't know was that Shirchuan had actually stopped by Lingji Society's male escort service the previous day and caught a glimpse of her in male attire. Shirchuan glanced at the dance floor while holding a candy stick in his mouth. Yeah, just passing by with nothing better to do. Why aren't you dancing? He arched an eyebrow. Is it because you don't know how? Jiangli nodded without hesitation. I'm completely hopeless at dancing, but people kept inviting me anyway. Instructor, do you happen to know if there's a place around here where I can rest? Hiding would surely solve the problem, right? Shirchuan thought for a moment. I believe so. Then he led the way. Follow me. He was simply dressed in a plain shirt and long pants, his jacket casually slung over his arm. A button at the neck of his shirt was unfastened, partially revealing his collarbone and giving rise to thoughts. How's your body feeling now? Shirchuan protectively guided Jiangli, preventing her from being drenched by a beverage-carrying robot that turned the corner unexpectedly. Almost recovered. Thank you, instructor. The boyish face in other people's eyes bore a warm smile. A beauty mark on his pale complexion added to his captivating charm. Could it be that this is Instructor Shirchuan's rumored little boyfriend? Instructor Shirchuan was not only well known among the sophomores studying the support system, but due to his remarkable looks and excellent background, he was familiar to all students across the school. Rumors of his little boyfriend had been circulating for a long time, yet no one had ever seen the person in real life. Several passerby students who believed they had uncovered the true identity of the little boyfriend couldn't contain their excitement. They wanted to snap this moment immediately. Instructor Shirchuan is truly overly indulgent, isn't he? Did you see how he naturally protected him earlier? You've got to admit, look at where Shirchuan walked. He constantly paid attention to the condition of this young man, in a complete protective stance. I've heard a long time ago that Instructor Shirchuan has a super handsome little boyfriend. This is insane. If he was mine, I'd indulge him too. With two faces like these, it's really unfair. Isn't every premium male already taken internally? Ugh, so sweet. When will I find a boyfriend like Instructor Shirchuan? Or someone like this young man would also work. Although their voices were indeed small, they couldn't compete against Shirchuan's sharp hearing. He caught every word loud and clear. His little boyfriend? Shirchuan cast a helpless glance toward Jiangli, watching her nearly trip over a hidden step and reached out to steady her, which sparked mischievous ideas in his mind once again. What's wrong? Were you tired from last night? His voice was gentle and filled with concern, as his brown eyes stared unwaveringly at Jiangli. Jiangli. She had merely stumbled. But last night after the exhibition ended, some subsequent issues related to the club did indeed prove tiring and troublesome. Jiangli nodded. Even though I didn't move much last night, I still feel exhausted. She massaged her lower back. My waist still feels a bit sore. She only took care of some light organizing tasks, leaning on the sofa. But unfortunately, she spent the whole day chatting with guests and sitting down organizing items afterward, leaving her poor waist aching for quite some time. What did I just hear? Was it what I think it was? Is that what it meant? Those few students had long pretended to chat casually behind the pair, only to overhear such explosive news and forget to close their mouths from shock. Both exchanged glances and revealed expressions filled with the understanding of inside jokes. It seems we're on the same page. Hee, this is too thrilling. I think the light from this lamp is a bit yellow. Yeah, society is getting worse. Shone. He struggled to turn his head, so Jiangli wouldn't notice his laughing face going wild. This young girl's response exceeded his expectations. It worked way too well. Jiangli completely failed to notice Shuchuan's strange behavior and sighed. But it's really too fast, instructor. She had only just realized today that she had unknowingly known everyone for over 2 months. Time really flies. However, her next words were interrupted by an incoming communication. She apologized briefly and indicated that she needed to check her light brain. Shuchuan, hold on. Finish your sentence. What's too fast? What's going on with me? Say the second half of your sentence first before looking. Goodness me. I seem to have discovered some secrets. Uffed, did I hear something? What's too fast? Turns out the instructor. Sigh. This is about a man's dignity. A few students behind were shocked and started whispering while covertly glancing at Shuchuan's back with disbelieving eyes. You finish your sentences too. What happened to him? Why is this about a man's dignity? Shuchuan was enraged by Jiang Li's incomplete sentence and the student's whispers until his veins popped and his temples throbbed in pain. What are these mischievous students thinking about every day? How could he possibly be fast? Don't slander him. Don't believe this wicked girl. Listening to the increasingly confident remarks and sighs of regret from the students behind him, Shuchuan felt that his masculine dignity had been challenged. He needed to teach these indiscreet students a lesson. Shuchuan clenched his fists and was about to turn around to argue with them. However, at this moment, they suddenly realized that if Shuchuan found out they had uncovered such an explosive secret, they'd be in trouble, so they quickly hooked arms and hurriedly ran away. Shuchuan, who hadn't managed to seal their mouths in time. It seemed like he had dug a hole and buried himself. Chapter 36, School Anniversary 4. Fortunately, the two had already arrived at the restroom, which was empty. Her reputation had been completely ruined by a certain irresponsible young girl who spoke without taking responsibility, and Shuchuan felt that she needed to settle accounts with her. But when he turned around, he saw Jiangli standing at the door of the restroom, her eyes fixed on the screen of the luminous computer on her wrist. Her pitch-black eyes showed no trace of brightness, as if there were some strong emotions churning and brewing inside, becoming more and more alarming with each passing moment. Jiangli. At this moment, it seemed like Jiangli couldn't hear anything. Her world only had these bloody pieces of information in front of her. The deadline of 1 month had arrived, and the person who took her task had sent her all the information about the 7th Army of the Union, as promised. On April 10th, star calendar year 237, Jiang Yu disappeared and was reported dead. The Union signed a peace treaty with the Canster Star System and established Union Peace Day. On the same afternoon, the 7th Army of the Union was dispatched to investigate the movements of the bug race on border star S91, L11. On April 16th, the 7th Army of the Union discovered a mother insect's nest of immense scale. They requested reinforcements and supplies from the Union and asked for the evacuation of residents on the border stars. However, the Union did not give any response. The 7th Army could only wait while transporting the residents of the planet to the nearest safe star using warships. On April 20th, the insect race attacked star S91, L11. Since the warships were still en route and unable to return, the 7th Army could only hide along with the remaining civilians under the protection of the border star army. It was then that the Union finally replied, stating that they had dispatched the 6th Army of the Union for reinforcement, and the battle supplies were also on their way. They required the 7th Army to hold out for a few more days. On April 22nd, one member of the 7th Army died in battle, but succeeded in annihilating the insect race's vanguard forces. On April 25th, the insect race reorganized and attacked again. Neither the warships returned, the reinforcements arrived, nor the supplies came. On April 27th, 3 members of the 7th Army were killed, leaving 19 survivors. On April 30th, 5 members of the 7th Army were killed, leaving 14 survivors. On May 6th, 9 members of the 7th Army were killed, leaving 5 survivors. 16 days passed. The Union's reinforcements didn't arrive, the supplies didn't show up, and the warships disappeared without a trace. The original defense force on S91, L11 also suffered numerous casualties. They were abandoned like bait, ignored by everyone. On May 9th, the 6th Army of the Union arrived late with supplies. However, by this time on the border star, apart from a few hidden civilians and some weak defense soldiers, all others had been killed in action. But on May 13th, the 6th Army of the Union crushed the insect race and found among the hurriedly retreating insect forces the figures of half of the original members of the 7th Army. The evidence was sent back to the Union, and the Union judged both Jiang Yu, whose death was unexplained, and the 7th Army of the Union for defecting to the enemy, announcing it to the whole world. Jiang Li stood stunned, suddenly feeling a metallic bitterness rising in her mouth. Why did the Union arrange for the 7th Army to be stationed on the border star as if they were exiled? Why did the promised reinforcements and supplies take so long to arrive? Why? Because Jiang Yu was gone, and Jiang Cheng was also gone. The 7th Army of the Union, regarded as Jiang Yu's personal troops, was an eyesore and a thorn in the side of some people, let alone that the members of the 7th Army were only auxiliary soldiers. Even with war merits, so what? The army never lacked good fighters. If she had still been there, or if her father had still been alive, would they have been able to avoid their disaster? Would they not have been dragged to their deaths on the border star, not become infamous with nowhere to stay? If she hadn't acted rashly, rushing into the enemy camp to cut off the head of Prince Scanter instead of paying attention to her father's movements at all times, he wouldn't have relapsed and been captured due to his old disease. There would not have been additional conditions for the peace treaty. Her talent would not have been wasted, her father would not have died in the hospital because of delayed treatment, and the 23 living members of the 7th Army would not have died, without complete bodies, spat upon by 10,000 people. It was all her fault. All of it was her fault. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Zhongli, the young girl's spiritual power suddenly became restless. Terrifying spiritual pressure spread outward centered on her. Sichuan's expression changed abruptly, and he frowned deeply. Another vast and heavy spiritual power quickly enclosed the entire restroom, forming a sealed space, not letting those outside notice a single clue. He grasped Zhang Li's shoulders tightly, looking at her dazed appearance and pale face, anxiously increasing the strength of his grip. Zhang Li, breathe. Zhang Li, who had unconsciously held her breath for who knows how long, was awakened by his loud shout. Her eyes remained vacant, but fortunately, the paleness on her face was merely the remnants of bloodlessness. Control your spiritual power. He was afraid that she would neglect her own body, allowing the toxins to invade her heart meridians and nerves without restraint, which would be catastrophic. He watched helplessly as Zhang Li's expression grew dazed, muttering something inaudible. Her originally dark pupils flickered between light and shadow, gradually fading into a gorgeous golden red. If it weren't for me, if I hadn't existed, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault. A person like me doesn't deserve to live. Yes, she didn't deserve to live. She should have died in that dark room, or become paralyzed on a hospital bed, permanently brain dead. Hearing Zhang Li's murmurs clearly, Sichuan's heart sank instantly. The serious expression of the young girl before him now overlapped with how he had first met her, erasing the progress of the past 2 months as though it had all been an illusion. There wasn't even a trace of improvement. Her spiritual power became more violent, surging out completely disregarding the toxins inside her body. Zhang Li, Sichuan was shocked to discover his own spiritual power could barely control hers, ignoring the overwhelming chaos caused by the sight of that gold-red color in his mind. He directly pulled her into his arms and forced a strand of spiritual power into her meridians. Unexpectedly, the spiritual power faced no resistance, but the raging and chaotic spiritual force surrounding Zhang Li's body pressed heavily against Sichuan's throat, filling his mouth with a metallic taste of blood almost immediately. Swallowing the blood rising in his throat, Sichuan continued to resist her overwhelming spiritual power while using his own spiritual power to protect her internal organs. The unknown toxin rampaged through her body, searching for an outlet, eagerly trying to attack the already weakened body that couldn't bear any further harm. The toxin suddenly collided with the barrier created by Sichuan's spiritual power, causing a sharp pain to erupt in his mind. With a muffled groan, cold sweat dripped down from his forehead instantly. Did she endure such pain when protecting herself with spiritual power? Swallowing the fresh blood in his throat again, Sichuan sat awkwardly on the sofa, struggling to contain Zhang Li's chaotic spiritual power. There was no sign that he would release the young girl from his embrace. Sichuan didn't know what she had seen that led to her current state, and he didn't know how to comfort or guide her. All he could do was protect her, hoping she could reignite the will to live. Zhang Li, don't forget, you still owe me a life. The instructor worked hard to save you, not so you could give up on living. You haven't even given me the promised lollipop yet, Zhang Li. Are you trying to deceive me? I remember you promised to enter the preliminary rounds of the league. Such an untrustworthy little liar. Sichuan never expected Zhang Li's spiritual power would reach a level he couldn't suppress, so he began contemplating whether knocking her unconscious and taking her away might be a solution. At this rate, it was impossible not to hurt others. Now, his head ached and his chest throbbed painfully. What even the insect race couldn't achieve had somehow been done by this young girl. Suddenly, the icy body in his arms moved slightly. Her forehead rested against his shoulder, and a muffled voice came through. I'm not a liar. My name is Zhang, and I don't owe anyone anything. Her reputation was bad enough already. She couldn't allow anyone to use this against her. The members of the 7th Army would laugh at her. They'd hang their arms around her shoulder and laugh. You're still just a kid who hasn't grown any hair yet. They'd secretly hide a bottle of liquor and defend themselves with straight-faced lies. If the squad leader doesn't care, why should I? They'd prepare a bubbling medicine right in front of her and hand it over with gentle smiles. This won't do, will it? Or proudly and provocatively flaunt their homemade robots. See? My robot knows better than you do. In a moment of trance, she seemed to hear a burly man scolding her angrily. Damn it. Wake up. Look what you're doing. All of a sudden, the surging spiritual power slowly retracted, its unstoppable sharpness softening. Sichuan let out a sigh of relief, and his tensed body finally relaxed a little. Sorry, Zhang Li said with an immensely low-spirited tone. She had nearly lost control of her spiritual power and harmed someone. In response, Sichuan coughed deeply and heavily. The vibration emanating from his chest startled Zhang Li, making her quickly lift her head, narrowly avoiding a collision with Sichuan lowering his head. Seeing a trail of blood seeping from Sichuan's lips, she hastily raised her hand to wipe it away. How are you feeling, instructor? Where are you injured? Which part makes you uncomfortable? Staring at her brilliant, golden red eyes in astonishment, Shirchuan felt their dazzling beauty etched deep into his soul. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhongli's wrist as she tried to wipe the blood from his lips, disregarding the way her muscles immediately tensed and stiffened. His voice was low and serious when he asked, "Did you have an older brother?" Zhongli's mind raced in confusion. Where did she get an older brother from when she was the sole heir of the Zhang family? As Zhongli came back to her senses, she found Shirchuan's face perilously close, his eyes clearly reflecting her own image. Her expression faltered for a moment before she buried her head back in Shirchuan's chest like an ostrich, trembling slightly as she attempted to change the subject. Ahem, instructor, can you leave now? You look uncomfortable inside here. An unfamiliar spiritual power meandered through her body, causing involuntary shivers, urging her to instinctively reject it, but fearing further injury to Shirchuan, who was already hurt. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door of the lounge burst open. A group of students still dressed in their costumes from the masquerade ball stood dumbfounded at the doorway, the leading girl's hand still gripping the doorknob without releasing it. Shirchuan glanced up and caught sight of them staring astonished at the two of them in their current embrace. Excuse us. The girl snapped into a quick bow before slamming the lounge door shut with a loud bang. Shirchuan. He then cast his gaze down at the disheveled Zhongli sitting in his arms and looked at his own unbuttoned, wrinkled shirt. Damn. His headache worsened even more despite its prior throbbing. Zhongli, did someone just come in? She quickly shielded her eyes and moved away from Shirchuan's embrace, only to catch through her fingers his action of clutching his chest and taking deep breaths repeatedly. Instructor, what's wrong with your chest? It's nothing, Shirchuan gritted his teeth. It feels constricted. Chapter 37, School Anniversary, 5. Shit, did you hear that? What about being uncomfortable inside and letting instructor Shirchuan go out? Cough, cough, cough. In broad daylight. Instructor Shirchuan should know to hold back. I didn't expect instructor Shirchuan to be like this. Sigh, we're so kind. Let's guard the door for the instructor in case someone else comes in and sees something they shouldn't. TSK. So the rumors are true. Instructor Shirchuan really has a little boyfriend. I wish I could take a longer look. Instructor Shirchuan's lips are so red and tempting. Shirchuan on the other side of the wall. That Tooma is blood. It's blood. If you like spitting blood, he wouldn't mind helping you either. Shirchuan feels his head buzz with anger at these students who are full of nonsense. Zhongli at this moment doesn't know what she ate. Her pupil color gradually returns to the original ink black. Shirchuan's mental energy also withdraws. She easily throws away the pain from the toxins hitting the mental barrier, supporting Shirchuan. Instructor, I'll take you to the medical ward. When Zhongli helps Shirchuan out of the restroom, the corridor is quiet, not seeing a single person. She secretly sighs in relief. Can't be. They came out so fast. Is the instructor not feeling well? Chill. Don't talk so loudly. Maybe we startled them before. The several boys and girls lurking around the corner regretfully watched the two leave, sighing incessantly. Shirchuan semi-closed his eyes, hearing all of it. When turning a corner, he pats his chest, deeply breathing. He has a mouthful of old blood choking in his chest, unsure whether to spit it out or not. He glances at Zhongli subtly, feeling quite melancholy. This school anniversary has spread rumors about him enough already, not to mention the student's psychological state becoming another ticking bomb. Why is he so unlucky? Just trying to take a break. Who would have thought he'd encounter an unexpected surprise? Seeing him touch his chest again, Zhongli worries if there's a problem with his heart, concern mingling with determination on her face. Instructor, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. I will cover the instructor's future medical expenses as well. I must cure the instructor. Upon hearing her words, Shirchuan looks at her incredulously. What responsibility? His reputation? Shirchuan never expected such straightforward seriousness from this student, immediately feeling soreness throughout his body. He carelessly nodded, acting indifferent. All right. He adjusts his collar. Then everything is left in your hands. The guilt within Zhongli nearly engulfs her, and seeing Shirchuan agree, she manages to force a semblance of a smile. At this moment, the man beside her suddenly turns his head and stares unblinkingly at her, clearly articulating a name. Zhongyu. Zhongli's breath catches as she mechanically turns her head, facing his deep brown eyes without retreating. Is the instructor talking about the one mentioned last time in the restaurant, the founder of the 7 armies? Is anything wrong with him? Shirchuan carefully examines Zhongli's puzzled expression, ensuring not to miss any hint of abnormality. That is the distinctive pupil color of the ancient martial arts Zhang family. He can't be mistaken. How could it appear on an ordinary student? Zhongli also surnames Zhang, excluding the possibility of being an illegitimate child outside Zhang City, plus her astonishing mental power and control. The answer becomes clear. Don't be nervous, Shirchuan pats Zhongli's head. I won't tell anyone. Zhongli's eyes widen, but her heart surges in turmoil. Did he find out? How did he find out? Just from the unintended exposure of my pupil color? She has already started calculating the possibility of sealing Shirchuan's mouth with money. Although she hasn't seen instructor Shirchuan express any deep hatred towards her, only praise instead, but she cannot let down her guard. Zhongyu is wonderful. Shirchuan suddenly lowers his eyes and utters this sentence. I've never seen anyone as dazzling as Zhongyu. Who is the first? Zhongli remains silent, her gaze having drifted to a nearby building not far from her side, unreadable. It seems mentioning Zhongyu somewhat alleviates Shirchuan's headache. Ignoring Zhongli's unnatural expression, gazing at the stars in the night sky, letting the starlight drape over his handsome features like a thin veil. The battlefield recorder of the 7 armies is my good friend, so I always see videos related to Jiangyu. He raises one finger in front of the suddenly shocked Jiangli, pressing it against his own lips, forming the shu gesture. My friend always says Jiangyu is more of a genius than me. I can guarantee that if given the time, he would shower Jiangyu with endless praise. His eyes twinkled like they contained all the stars in the sky, and the faintly lit buildings behind him became mere accents to his image, imprinting in Jiang Li's eyes as the most beautiful painting she'd ever seen, staking the reputation of a genius. Sichuan suddenly grinned, his previous lethargy gone without a trace. He looked at Jiang Li, enunciating each word clearly. I don't believe he would betray the land he protects. Jiang Li stared blankly at him, her heart starting to pound fiercely within her chest. So I've been investigating the truth about this matter. However, it seems there's some alliance secret involved, so I've encountered quite a bit of resistance. His brows slightly furrowed, causing his thick lashes to tremble. But I've had someone gather all of the Jiang family's belongings and keep them safe at my place. If you have time, I could show you around, and anything you wish to take back, you can. Thump, thump. Sichuan turned his head. Don't you have something to say? Thump, thump. The sound of her heartbeat grew louder, almost drowning out the words coming from Sichuan's mouth. Jiang Li gazed distractedly at Sichuan's face, her ink-black pupils suddenly shimmering with moisture. A sudden breeze swirled past her nose, making her feel ticklish. There was silence between the two for a moment before an unexpectedly hoarse voice responded. Stop investigating. It sounded like her, but perhaps not entirely her. The raspy tone carried an unervingly calm undercurrent, as if a treasure buried for thousands of years was suddenly treated like a priceless relic only to crumble into sand as soon as it was exposed to air. Jiang Li blinked her eyes, watching his sleek black hair, and impulsively wanted to reach out to touch it, but she merely clenched her fingers tighter, swallowing down the words on the tip of her tongue. She was Jiangyu, but the charge of betrayal wasn't false. When her mental power went berserk during her breakdown, escaping from the experimental base without regard for consequences, when she realized she couldn't forsake her own qualifications or sacrifice her mental energy to become useless just to maintain peace treaties, lying inside the medical chamber wishing not to wake up and even contemplating giving up everything. At those times, she had already betrayed her family, betrayed her comrades in arms, betrayed the alliance she had sworn to protect. So it didn't matter when netizens insulted her, spit upon her. From start to finish, what truly mattered to her was the 7th Army, loyal to the end, having never done wrong, yet met such an unjust fate. Jiangyu does not deserve to be your opponent. Jiang Li's lips quivered as though trying to utter these words, but they remained stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Because she was genuinely delighted. Delighted to the point where her voice trembled. It seemed there were still people looking out for her, still caring about her, still wanting to help her. Even when she didn't know whether she was alive or dead, carrying a mountain of sins, and even willing to abandon herself, there were still people who believed in her. But it was time to let go. Stop investigating. The final results will disappoint you. You'll find she doesn't deserve it. She isn't a genius, nor is she especially loyal to this land. She's merely selfish, weak, and possibly vanishing from the world at any moment, a worthless person. Jiang Li hung her head, gritting her teeth to suppress the welling tears. Why did she suddenly feel so aggrieved? What was there to cry about? She hadn't made a single sound during those excruciating moments in the dark chamber. Was she fragile because someone praised her? What kind of man is she being, acting so sentimental? She pressed her lips tightly, sensing some form of discordance, but managed to readjust her expression back to normal. Unaware of the tumultuous thoughts in Jiang Li's mind, Sichuan curiously raised an eyebrow and then popped a piece of candy into Jiang Li's mouth. He himself didn't realize when he started sucking on a lollipop, one cheek puffed out like a rodent stuffed with food. It seems you know something. Jiang Li froze. Of course, she knew. She was Jiangyu herself. Could it be he hadn't guessed her identity yet? Sichuan, looking at the nearby hospital, smiled sweetly and said, Tell me what you know about your brother, and maybe I'll stop investigating. Jiang Li. Is this how you tell her when she has already revealed half of her cover? Where did she get such a brother? Wait, could Instructor Sichuan think she's Jiangyu's younger sister? Jiang Li took a deep breath, shifted her gaze away, and absently brushed the strands of hair above her forehead to block Sichuan's view. Brilliant. Had it not been for her, she might have spilled tears right then and there. With all her effort covering her tracks, he had forcefully stripped her disguise halfway off, only to thoughtfully put it back on her and add another layer. Alongside came an overcoat. Actually, I don't know much. Jiang Li averted Sichuan's inquisitive gaze and muttered, You know, my brother has always been on the battlefield, so there haven't been many opportunities to get in touch. Sichuan nodded, signaling his understanding. After all, with Jiang Li's poor health and frequent comas, it was normal for her to be unaware of outside affairs. It wasn't hard to understand why the Jiang family had gone to great lengths to keep her existence a secret. Now that both Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yu were gone, the Jiang family was practically defunct. No one would protect a frail youngest daughter like her, which made hiding her identity the wisest move. Still, none of this explained how even Jiang Yu had such an adorable younger sister. Jiang Li. As Sichuan stepped into the hospital's entrance, he suddenly called out to Jiang Li by name. Absorbed in thought, Jiang Li instinctively responded without paying much attention. Call me brother, he insisted while staring at her, his fervent gaze making Jiang Li break out into goosebumps. Jiang Li. Bleck. Summoning the attending doctor who cared for her, she said, Examine him thoroughly. Focus especially on his heart. She hadn't forgotten how Shirchuan repeatedly touched his chest in the hall. She wondered if the sudden accident earlier had injured him. And check his brain as well. She suspected there might be something wrong with his brain. After giving these instructions, she watched the doctors and nurses forcibly usher Shirchuan into the examination room and even waved goodbye to him. Shirchuan, my little sister has rebelled and broken my heart. Chapter 38, Returning to the Ward. If she is Jiang Yu's younger sister, then she is his younger sister. With Jiang Yu not around, he would take care of her properly on behalf of Jiang Yu. Just as he lost his younger brother, Jiang Li also lost her elder brother. He thought about the person called Li Yu in the virtual world. He wasn't sure if it was truly Jiang Yu, although judging by the name alone, it was almost certain. Still, he decided to confirm at an opportune time. If it turned out to be true, should he tell Jiang Li? Actually, your brother didn't die. Maybe he's just stuck somewhere playing games and doesn't want to see you? That seemed inappropriate. Jiang Li might get angry. Better to keep it hidden for now. He could make up for her lack of family affection. As Shirchuan's internal calculations ran smoothly, the doctor ruthlessly pressed against his chest, causing him to groan slightly. How did you injure your internal organs? What did you do? Shirchuan. After a mental power sparring session with a student, he ended up like this after being suppressed. He's a coach after all. Shouldn't his dignity matter? Was sparring with someone? He gave a vague explanation. Thankfully, the doctor didn't press further, allowing him to sigh in relief. There's mild damage to the spirit force. The doctor scanned his head, then glanced at Shirchuan, without asking too much. It's not serious. Internal organ injuries, stay in the hospital for 1 day, rest for a few days. No intense exercise within a week. Shirchuan, troublesome younger sister, look what she did to her brother. In the corridor, Jiang Li sitting there sneezed. She rubbed her nose. Could Lucy have scolded her again? A rustling sound pulled Jiang Li from her dream. She slowly opened her eyes, taking in the dim light in the room. Her gaze pierced through the gaps in the curtains, looking at the gray sky. It started to rain. The dim, somber sky outside looked as if it hadn't woken up yet. Swirling clouds densely filled the sky, cold creeping in through the window frame, making her fingers cold. She dreamed about her former companions. She saw them fall one by one on the battlefield, under the massive mandibles and appendages of the insect race. Their bloodshot eyes stared at her direction wide open in despair, as if blaming her for their downfall and the unfairness of the alliance. It had been a full day since receiving intelligence from the 7th Army, and Jiang Li had spent the entire day sitting idly in the apartment, unaware of when she lost consciousness until she woke up on the table. Moving her already numb arms, Jiang Li stood up unsteadily. At that moment, it felt like the world began spinning wildly, accompanied by buzzing in her ears as if they were auditory hallucinations. With weakened limbs, she stumbled and fell by the bedside, her wandering consciousness gradually fading back into darkness. Today, she hadn't gone to see the coach. The sweeping robot, working at scheduled times, silently slid next to Jiang Li at some unexpected time, scanning her whole body with its red light scanner as if checking for debris before quietly returning to its original position, acting as though nothing happened. Suddenly, the luminous computer on Jiang Li's wrist flashed, a short message notification. Message sent. Lying still in the hospital room for a whole day, Shirchuan was finally discharged, smelling the distinctive disinfectant smell lingering on his body while mentally grumbling. Jiang Li, that ungrateful little thing, actually never came to see him for a single day, even though he was worried about whether or not she was feeling any discomfort after almost losing control of her spiritual force. Shirchuan stopped mid-action while changing clothes in the apartment bedroom. Still, he should ask. That girl has a tendency to conceal her own physical condition. In 3 swift moves, he changed into casual clothing and prepared to send a message to Jiang Li, but instead received a brief message from her. Not feeling well. The message was attached with her current optical brain location. His intuition told him this didn't seem like something Jiang Li would say outright, but it definitely came from Jiang Li's number. Shirchuan frowned deeply, returning the call following the number while rushing into the rainstorm without regard for anything else, running towards the location indicated. After several failed communications, the unease in Shirchuan's heart grew increasingly larger, until he effortlessly pushed open the door to Jiang Li's apartment and saw the unconscious figure lying next to the bed. The unease reached its peak. He scooped up the dazed young girl whose temperature was burning high, gently probing her pulse, and even releasing his spiritual force to check around her. His tensed muscles relaxed somewhat. Her heartbeat was normal, her spiritual force orderly enveloping her like a cocoon. Just her body temperature was too high. As Jiang Li's breath passed through the material of Shirchuan's thoroughly soaked shirt, touching his chest, it still carried a burning heat. Only now did Shirchuan realize the problem, and quickly wrapped the girl in her thin blanket like a little burrito before holding her again in his arms to prevent her from catching another chill due to his wet body. He turned to leave, intending to send Jiang Li to the clinic when he collided with Tian-Yi, who had rushed over. Coach. She was surprised to see Shirchuan appearing in Jiang Li's apartment, yet worried about Jiang Li's condition. What happened to Ollie? Fever. I'll take her to the medical center first. Shirchuan didn't look back, leaping out of the door and onto the railing. Within just a few seconds, his figure holding Jiang Li vanished completely from Tian-Yi's sight. Even without flying, the coach ran much faster than ordinary people. A random thought crossed Tian-Yi's mind as she prepared to also rush to the medical center, only to nearly bump heads with Feng Mian. Where's Ollie? Feng Mian looked equally flustered, rushing over, not even caring that he was soaked from the rain, anxiously asking Tian-Yi, who just came out of Jiang Li's room. Just now, Coach sure took her to the medical center. I was about to go after them. Do you want to come along? Wait, How did you know something was wrong with Ollie? Feng Mian showed the short message sent by Jiang Li. Tian Yi, equally confused, opened the same message she received. It was identical. It was a group message. No wonder she saw Coach Shi when she arrived. Tian Yi hadn't expected Feng Mian to get there so fast. After all, the boys' dormitory where he stayed was quite far from here, whereas her student union office was only a third of that distance away. Yet both of them reached the apartment entrance almost simultaneously. So brother Feng Mian really cared this much about Ollie? Tian Yi cast a suspicious glance at Feng Mian for a moment, but then noticed Lan Ku panting heavily as she ran down to the building. Xiao Yi, how's Ollie? Because the combat department was still training at this time, Lan Ku and Feng Mian separately received communications from Zhui Yu and S respectively. The group stood face to face at the entrance of the apartment building. Ollie has already been taken to the medical center by Coach Shi. Tian Yi opened her apartment next door. Let's go after getting an umbrella. When Jiang Li woke up, for a while she had no idea where she was, until she turned her head and saw Shi Chuan lying on the adjacent bed resting with his eyes closed. Coach. Her sudden awareness caused her to hastily push herself up using her arms, but her arms felt weak, nearly causing her to topple headfirst off the bed. Shi Chuan heard the noise, reacted swiftly by flipping off the bed, and caught her unbalanced body in time, preventing any risk of injury. Awake. He appeared to have slept poorly, his voice raspy and hoarse, his hair tousled, with several strands playfully sticking up. Jiang Li realized her throat was severely hoarse just by uttering one syllable, wanting to clear it. But before she could, a cup of warm water was presented before her. Before she could express her gratitude, the doctor burst into the room and immediately scolded Shi Chuan, who was squatting halfway. How dare you get up again? Lie down immediately. Didn't I tell you? No strenuous exercise for a week. Don't treat my warnings as if they're non-existent. When you carried her in earlier, I thought some family's levitating car had lost control and was set at its highest speed. This barrage of words left Jiang Li wide-eyed. She had never seen her dedicated personal doctor so explosive before, as he always treated her with warmth and had never raised his voice. We meet again, Miss Jiang. How do you feel? Make yourself at home here and recuperate well. Call us if you need anything. It's just like this. After being harshly berated by the doctor, Shi Chuan acknowledged his fault, rubbed his nose, and smiled. I will definitely listen to you this time, doctor. The doctor shot him a dirty look, examined Jiang Li's condition, and instructed both of them to rest properly before finally leaving the ward unhurriedly. Jiang Li sipped the warm water slowly, soothing her slightly weakened body that was just awakened. Just as she wanted to ask Shi Chuan questions who had been sent back to his bed by the doctor, Tian Yi knocked and entered. Ollie, you're awake? Her tone became light and carefree, showing obvious relief. I've just gone to get your sick leave arranged. Coco and brother Feng Mian also came to see you, but they had class and couldn't stay long. Esk and Au are still in training, so they asked me to take good care of you. Jiang Li frowned with regret. Sorry for making you all worry again. The lazy voice of Shi Chuan from the next bed interrupted. Since you know someone will worry, you should tell promptly whenever you feel unwell. Do you even have the nerve to say that? With severe internal organ damage, stop acting tough. Tian Yi also shot him a dirty look. It was as if this guy didn't know pain, running so fast while carrying a grown person even though he was injured. If they hadn't both ended up lying on sickbeds at the medical center, she would have thought that Coach Shi was perfectly healthy. But how did these injuries happen? Moreover, internal ones. There are actually people in school capable of injuring Coach Shi? Although Tian Yi had questions in her heart, she didn't ask much. Jiang Li sincerely apologized and assured herself that she would never make such mistakes again before hesitantly speaking. Actually, apart from the damage to my internal organs, I don't feel any other abnormalities. Since the poison was blocked outside her mental barrier, her nerves had consistently felt the pain of fighting against the toxin with spiritual energy for a long time, so she'd become accustomed to it. It was like a person whose whole body has been pierced by needles, whether more or fewer pins mattered little to her. Unless there were visible external wounds or serious internal organ damage she protected, she couldn't perceive any abnormality. Tian Yi widened her eyes in surprise. How can this be? Shi Chuan's face turned serious upon hearing this, deep in thought about something. Jiang Li shrugged indifferently. The doctor knows this too, since no cure exists, perhaps expecting me to be hospitalized anytime. She had visited the medical center twice within a week. The doctors weren't shocked at all. Speaking of which, I owe you another favor, coach. She felt somewhat troubled. Owing too many favors, she couldn't figure out how to pay them back. Shi Chuan didn't care much, leisurely crossing his legs. You don't need to worry about this now. As agreed, you still need to take responsibility for me. Tian Yi listening nearby. What kind of responsibility? What sort of responsibility is this? Her gaze moved between the two of them, as if sensing something, furrowing her brows in confusion. These two, could they possibly? Jiang Li responded decisively. If I say I'll take responsibility, I will definitely follow through, coach. Rest assured. But favors still need to be returned. She thought for a moment. Coach, do you have any wishes? Shi Chuan suddenly remembered her identity and smirked. I want a sister. This was prying Jiang Yu's affection away. Tian Yi. Jiang Li. Chapter 39. Duel with Sharon. It was already a few days later when Jiang Li logged back into the virtual world. With such a long absence of activity, she almost immediately headed towards the arena after logging in. Suddenly, she received a message from Sharon. Would you like to meet? This was the person who set off 999 fireworks last time. Jiang Li looked at the nearby arena, pondered for a moment, and replied, Sure, I'm about to head to the arena. How about a match? Alright, Jiang Li sent him an invitation, and soon both appeared simultaneously in the vast arena. The instant she saw his face, a strong sense of familiarity rose in Jiang Li's heart. This was exactly the same as Shi Chuan, just slightly shorter, whiter, with slightly adjusted facial features. And his name was also Shuren. Could it really be him? While Jiang Li uneasily appraised her opponent, Shi Chuan was studying her as well. Finally, they met. The masked face in front of Shi Chuan felt both familiar and strange. He still had that fondness for wearing red during battles. This cumbersome attire was undoubtedly another form of provocation towards the enemy, something he never tired of. But is it really him? Won't a battle clear that up? Shi Chuan suppressed his frantic heartbeat, but the corner of his lips involuntarily curved upward. He had been anticipating this match for so long, hoping that Yu would not disappoint him. Seeing Shuren suddenly become spirited, Jiang Li steadied herself, consoling herself that it might all just be a coincidence. After all, she couldn't confirm his identity, so why not have a thorough battle first? Jiang Li eagerly drew the dagger from her waist, standing completely upright. If what he said before was true, that he had studied the materialization of mental energy, then this would definitely be a tough fight. An encounter between evenly matched opponents. The thought was exhilarating. Good news. Lin, who had waited patiently in the game for several days, finally saw her idol log online. When she hurriedly informed the fan club's members and rushed them to the audience seats of her idol's arena, Lin was struck speechless. Great senior expert. Lin vigorously rubbed her eyes, confirming that the figure facing her idol was none other than the legendary senior who had been setting off fireworks looking for someone just a few days ago on World. In a daze, she posted this revelation in the fan group, causing chaos in the fan group. Apparently, some lucky bystanders accidentally stumbled upon this startling news and directly screenshot it onto World, excitedly spreading the word. Oh my gosh, check out what I've found. Shuren and Yu. Image. Holy crap, the great seniors are entering the arena again? Where are you, buddy? Please give us the arena number. Begging you. In just a few seconds, more than half of the fans and netizens flooded the audience seats, with their numbers continuing to increase over time. Lin swallowed hard, trembling fingers clenched as she ordered the fan club members to change outfits with one click. So what if it was a legendary senior? They were all loyal fans of their idol. Even though the opponent was Senior Shuren, they wouldn't step back. In an instant, it seemed like a sea of fire had spread across the audience seats. All the fan club members dressed in vibrant red sat neatly together, unfurling a red banner that read, EU. Oh, Idol Jiao. Our idol is very powerful too. Dear heaven, that's Shuren. I can't believe EU dared to challenge Shuren in an arena match. Very courageous. Buddy, do we want to place a bet? I'm betting on Shuren. Haha, Shuren will definitely win. Who is Shuren? He's the absolute legendary big boss. It's not all like that. EU does have some skills. It's just against Shuren. The winning chance is smaller. Even though it's a match without much suspense, I still want to see the great senior's combat prowess. Do you guys remember when Senior Shuren used fireworks to look for EU the other day? Was it for this match? Hey, that reminded me. That piece of news went viral on the official forum for 2 days straight. Xiao, who had now become an ardent fan of EU, was sitting beside Lin. She had changed into red clothing, sitting formally and staring intently at the two people on the arena without blinking, completely ignoring what everyone around her was saying. She still vividly remembered the match she watched last time. Although uncertain whether EU could defeat Shuren, Xiao still believed that EU's performance in this match would astonish everyone even more. For some unknown reason, she had confidence in this. The idol would not disappoint them. Jiang Li still adhered to her usual strategy of, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move, but this time with much greater caution. A subtle spiritual force spread around her, vigilant about every movement made by Shuren. Shi Chuan intended to probe EU's evasive technique, so upon seeing this, he merely raised an eyebrow and, leaning forward with a thrust of his foot, shot almost instantaneously to the front of EU. What an incredible speed. The audience erupted in astonishment, yet EU stood calmly without any signs of evading. Shi Chuan suddenly halted his momentum. Though he appeared to hold nothing in his hands, it was as if he had grabbed something. He dodged an invisible blade that emerged from nowhere, spun around, and slashed downward. Clang. Without question, this attack was firmly blocked by an invisible barrier, followed by a barrage of counterattacks unleashed by EU. His surroundings were permeated with EU's dense mental energy, moving seamlessly from one strike to another. This forced Shi Chuan to leap backward, landing as lightly as a drifting feather without disturbing even a speck of dust. Shuren retreated. Heavens, what kind of godly combat is this? Was I the only one who just saw Shuren rushing in and retreating? Shuren didn't seem to have any weapon in his hand, but I distinctly heard the sound of clashing weapons. I didn't see you move at all. What on earth happened? Jiang Li's lips remained tightly pressed. Even though she had temporarily repelled Shuren, the ferocious aura enveloping her hadn't dissipated, keeping her on high alert. This Shuren not only possessed excellent physical attributes, but also demonstrated remarkable control over mental energy. Just his approach made her feel pressured. In terms of speed, strength, reaction time, and mental energy, he resembled her former self, perhaps even surpassing her. But currently, the difference in a tier of mental energy gave her an unbeatable advantage. Post-mutation SSS-grade mental energy was certainly not meant for show. Jiang Li's expression turned stern, secretly channeling her mental energy. Meanwhile, Shi Chuan observed the motionless EU, whose stance remained unaltered. His own expression grew increasingly grave. When did his mental energy rise to this level? Shone recalled Jiang Li's mental force which had injured him internally beyond measure, silently admiring the prodigious talent of this sibling pair. And until now, Yu hadn't even used his evasive technique. Suddenly, Shchuan felt somewhat belittled. A current of air swept past Jiang Li's ear, differing from pure mental energy. It seemed like wind, yet it stung the earlobe painfully. Wait a minute. Jiang Li surreptitiously glanced several times at Shun, suddenly experiencing a flicker of despair deep within her heart. This individual might really be Instructor Shchuan. Dodging a piercing stream of icy air, her suspicions solidified. Such a déjà vu sensation of post-mutation mental energy could only belong to her indebted instructor. Thinking about Instructor Shchuan's familiarity with and praise for Jiang Yu, and recalling her identical appearance to Jiang Yu. No way, she absolutely couldn't exchange close-range moves with him. The instructor would definitely notice her inferior physical condition compared to before. If he discovered that Yu shared similar mental energy and physical capabilities with Jiang Li, then her disguise would be exposed sooner or later. Even though losing wasn't such a big deal to her, she still wanted to give it a go against someone of such remarkable talent. The definitive identifier for confirming Jiang Yu's identity was her evasive skill. She decided to let him know Yu was Jiang Yu. Then she could use Yu to protect Jiang Li's cover, reinforcing the news of Jiang Yu having a younger sister. Determined to end the battle quickly, Jiang Li prepared for a decisive move. It couldn't drag on anymore. If she accidentally allowed Instructor Shchuan to get too close, discovering she relied solely on mental power to evade attacks, that would spell disaster. Unaware of the intentions of his long yearn for white moonlight, Shchuan merely noticed a sudden change in the atmosphere surrounding Yu. An overwhelming murderous intent spread everywhere, making his nose twitch as if sensing an inescapable bloody scent. Shchuan felt as though he was back on the battlefield, where the familiar feeling strengthened his certainty about the other's identity. However, in the blink of an eye, Yu vanished right in front of him. Airflow, no sign of airflow disturbance. Shchuan swiftly ducked to avoid the unseen mental force assault from some unknown direction and leapt up, suspending himself midair. How could there be no airflow? As long as Yu existed within the air, airflow must inevitably occur, whether from breathing or movement. He should be able to sense it. Yet, there was nothing. He suddenly sensed something odd behind him and reacted instantly, turning around to retaliate. But he was momentarily held back by an unexpectedly massive wave of mental force. That very second, Jiang Li plunged down from the rift in space, her dagger already pressing against Shun's throat. Bang! As the dust settled, Yu was revealed on her knees straddling Shun's waist, one hand gripping his shoulder while the dagger in her other hand pressed against his neck, drawing a noticeable line of blood. Yu won. It seems like it. Holy shit. Yu. My idol is the best. I want to bear his children. This time he's truly awe-inspiring. A brief hush descended over the audience before Yu's fan group reacted first, frantically waving their banners and flags, cheering and celebrating for Jiang Li. The only injury Shun sustained from falling from such a great height was the cut on his neck, a testament to his excellent physical condition. You've won, Shchuan said with a slight raise of his eyebrows, showing no sign of displeasure, only a hint of surprise. Jiang Yu had truly surprised him, as expected. My regards. Jiang Li smiled brilliantly, casually withdrawing her dagger. But internally, she groaned. Damn, my knees hurt. In any case, this battle would go down in history as the moment Yu achieved true fame. Chapter 40, Meeting. Shocking. Yu fights Shun, and does this. /attached video. First floor. One sentence, and you know it's a veteran marketer. Second floor. WTF. I thought this was just another attempt to gain heat, but damn, this is incredible. Third floor. Is that the great Shun? He actually lost to Yu. Fourth floor. My god, looks amazing. Great master, forgive my urge to jump the fence. Fifth floor. I'm already sitting on the fence and loving it. Sixth floor. Come join our Appetite CP fan club, supporting both sides and shipping them simultaneously. Isn't it wonderful? Seventh floor. What? Already forming a couple ship? Eighth floor. Impossible. This must be a fake video. There's no way the master could lose. He's the consecutive champion of the mech and light armor divisions. Ninth floor. Even though I didn't fully understand what they were doing, this video has to be real. Yu's speed is genuinely fast. He disappeared in an instant. There's an ancient saying, the fastest move breaks all martial arts. 10th floor. In person, it's absolutely authentic without any cheats. I even reported it out of skepticism, but everything checks out. 11th floor. The speed is real. No shadows can even be seen. In head-to-head combat, the master would likely dominate, but if we're talking about speed, being caught off guard by a surprise attack is entirely plausible. 12th floor. Can anyone among the experts break down this match for me? I feel like I'm seeing clouds and mist. I mean, Shun literally floated in midair, yet nobody else seems shocked. 13th floor. Honestly speaking, nothing the master does surprises me. 2 words, incredible. 14th floor. All we need to do is sit back and chant 666 as needed. 15th floor. A former fan of Master Shun. Before watching the video, let me see where this upstart comes from who dares to ride the wave of my idol's fame. After seeing the video and Yu's picture. Holy shit, this is a face made for the ages. Don't stop me. I'm taking over this wall. 16th floor. High-resolution screenshot of the final scene. Fine, let him stay on top. Then, .jpg. 17th floor. Ha ha ha, devil mode. I'm almost bleeding from the nose. 2316th floor. Breaking news. Some netizens took the video to consult a famous battle analyst within the league, Dylan. Yes, the very one who gave commentary analysis for Master Shone's matches in the past. I'll relay Dylan Master's original comments here. I carefully studied the battle video some netizens sent me for consultation. In response to everyone's questions, I will provide unified answers here. 1. Were Shone and Liu using a method of combat unknown to us? Answer. Broadly speaking, indeed, it was an extremely rare fighting style. I've been studying it extensively, going through several old books, and consulting a few friends. These two are undeniably geniuses. They have externalized their mental energies and materialized them, so that their mental forces shift according to their thoughts for both offense and defense. Compared to real physical combat, this invisible struggle between mental forces is far more dangerous. But I don't recommend emulating it. Aside from the damage caused by externalizing one's mental force, the consequences of which should be well understood to everyone, ranging from a regression in mental force rating at its mildest, to brain death in the worst-case scenario. Materializing mental forces requires unimaginable amounts of immense mental energy along with extremely precise control. And these two individuals have achieved at least an SS-level mental force rating. Here is the battle's true form restored using my mental energy fluctuation scanner for those interested in viewing its /attached video. 2. How did Liu defeat Shone? Answer. As some netizens pointed out with the ancient saying, the best martial art is speed, unmatched by any. Though the traditional martial arts lineage may have faded in our era, this phrase still rings true today. Liu clearly follows the assassin style. More commonly put, he's an assassin, while Shone is a rare all-around fighter who excels whether attacking or defending up close, specializing equally in close-range combat and long-distance attacks. To beat someone like Shone, unless you possess the same skills and are on par with his abilities, assassination remains the only viable method. However, speed alone wasn't Liu's key to victory. We can see Shone's agility and reaction time are first-rate. When Liu appeared behind him, Shone quickly detected it and reacted immediately, but in that instant, his body froze for a second/attached slow-motion video. Liu likely suppressed Shone with his mental energy. That 1 second instantly reversed the battle situation. In fact, during this match, Shone still had a fairly high chance of winning. By the end of the match, there was an obvious blood mark on Liu's neck. This happened due to Shone's mental energy counterattack just a second before. However, we often subconsciously ignore the suppression between different levels of mental power. Though not easily noticeable, if instantly released, it could expose someone's vulnerability, in this case, even for just 1 second. Thus, Liu's win depended on the overwhelming grade of his mental power combined with his unparalleled speed. 2317th floor. This is simply a fight between gods. 2318th floor. Is this the kind of realm that ordinary people like us can never touch? 2319th floor. The master really lives up to his title. So what about those few seconds when Shone hovered in midair? Was it a game bug? Or was it some new technique of his? 2320th floor. Maybe it's his unique skill, too exclusive to be explained away. 2321st floor. After watching the video, I feel so insignificant. Their fights all have built-in special effects. 2322nd floor. I nearly did a split from shock. 2323rd floor. UCP? Count me in. These two are such a perfect pair, both elites of heaven, one beautiful and one handsome. 2324th floor. Hearing about how martial arts lineage got interrupted in our era hurts. The Jiang family of ancient martial arts, just gone like that. 2325th floor. Jiang family's century-old fame was ruined by Jiang Yu. Such a pity, so lamentable. 2326th floor. Sigh, Jiang Cheng met his demise prematurely. It's a tragedy. 2327th floor. A teacher producing a traitor like Jiang Yu would probably die of rage even if he survived. 4113th floor. New news. New news. Someone saw the greats going on a dating game, standing by the river, enjoying the view, laughing and chatting. Is this friendship turned into romance, or were they already familiar? /attached picture. In the picture, Liu stands dressed in bright red clothing by the riverside, his phoenix-like eyes slightly drooping. His radiant gold and crimson appearance is akin to the clearest lantern light by the riverbank, warm yet not blinding. He accepts no rejection as taller Shone gently covers him with his mask. 4114th floor. Hey, mom, what am I seeing? 4115th floor. Allowing touching the original mask means it's real love. 4116th floor. Haha. Is the mask the real deal too? 4117th floor. Candy, come eat it. No money back guarantee. 4118th floor. So did they take it off or not? I'm on pins and needles here. I also want to see the godly face once again. 4431st floor. Attached image. Don't ask why I'm uploading the picture first. It's giving me diabetes. 4432nd floor. I'm loving it. 4433rd floor. Suddenly feeling envious of Shone. 4434th floor. Husband, I'm okay. 4435th floor. Previous floor, you're not alone. Sichuan's hand paused in midair while holding Liu's mask, staying frozen for a moment before returning it. You said you wanted to see my face, and I agreed right away. The youth's complexion was white as jade, accentuating the reddish hue of his lips. His phoenix eyes gentle, he smiled softly. This face isn't anything disgraceful, but I find masks convenient to avoid trouble. I figured if you wanted to see it, let you. He seemed to dislike his long hair bothering him. Picking up a red hair tie with his teeth, bundling the strands behind his back, and tying them into a neat ponytail. Shone, mesmerized by his bewitching beauty, lightly coughed, tentatively asking, "Do you have any relatives? Sisters maybe? You look so good, they must be quite attractive as well." Zhang Li's fingers hesitated slightly. "Here comes the instructor's probe. I have a younger sister." She responded wistfully. "But I take after my mother more while she resembles my father more. If you meet her, you might feel disappointed." Her identity confirmed, Shirchuan thought silently as expected, then disagreed. "Though I've never seen her, I still think your sister must be very cute." Slightly startled at his words. "Big brother Shir, do you have siblings too?" She was originally puzzled by addressing him properly, but the teacher wasn't overly particular, allowing her to call his name freely. Still, she felt it wasn't appropriate and addressed him as brother. Shirchuan smiled dim briefly but quickly reverted to normal. "Once, I had a younger brother. He was very cute too." Once, Zhang Li understood, secretly scolding herself for bringing up an awkward topic, but she kept her composure. "We shouldn't call boys cute. He must be like brother Shir, handsome and wise." She quickly wrapped up this back and forth about siblings and changed the subject. "I've heard that brother Shir is the champion of the mecha season in the combat zone." Shirchuan broke a willow branch and flicked the tranquil river surface. "That's right. When it comes to mechas, I won't lose to anyone." His tone was casual, as if stating a simple fact. He glanced at her, half smiling. "Though I specialize in mechas, I admit defeat gracefully. It's just that I didn't expect you to have grown so fast." "Brother Shir." Zhang Li pretended to be surprised that he knew her, anxiously pressing her lips together. Shirchuan quietly reminded her, "After this match, you'll surely draw attention from the public. The higher-ups in the alliance will take notice of you, so be careful not to reveal your address. I'll do my best to cover for you. I think among friends, we should help each other when needed." Zhang Li was stunned. Shirchuan winked at Liu, placing his strong arm on his shoulder. In no time, Liu flashed a smile. The incomparably elegant man stood there, his features seeming to reflect the hue of his robes, a beauty that left one breathless. "All right, you look kind of frail. Why are you so thin? Men need some muscles. Can you practice more when you're free?" "All right." Zhang Li sighed deeply inside. This time, hopefully, the disguise wouldn't slip so easily, right? Chapter 41, Hot Spring Trip, Part 1. It was soon the day they had previously agreed to go and soak in the hot springs. Zhang Li wrapped the intelligent wristband, sent from her company's research institute, on her wrist. It contained the activator. This was a newly developed drug targeting her physical condition, which could make her health level exceed F and reach an above-average D level for a short time after injection. After repeated testing, its duration was confirmed to be 50 minutes. After the effectiveness of the drug wore off, she would enter a 3-hour period of weakness and could inject the drug at most 4 times consecutively, with each week period being doubled. At the same time, there was also a strengthening agent. A single shot would let her return to the peak state recorded in her gene memory, effective for half an hour. However, the subsequent period of weakness would last 7 days. Unless absolutely necessary, this drug was bound to be left unused. The intelligent wristband contained 4 micro-sized activators and 2 micro-sized enhancers, as a precaution. When needed, pressing the corresponding inner side button would allow for quick injection. With this device, she wouldn't have to worry so much about unexpected events when going out. Zhang Li caressed the wristband and cast her gaze once again toward the virtual screen of the optical computer. That anonymous tasker had gone silent ever since he sent her a handout of information during the evening of the school celebration, despite her repeated attempts to solicit further updates regarding the 7 armies. She was certain that something sinister was manipulating events behind the scenes regarding the 7th Army. With the speed of the Union military fleet, it would take at most 3 days to travel from the military headquarters to the border stars, not to mention the faster supply cabins. Someone was deliberately stalling the war information and withholding the most critical supplies, even abandoning the civilians on the edge planets, all just to drag the Union's 7th Army to its death. What did the 7th Army obstruct to make him or them resort to such great sacrifices to eliminate the 23 elite warriors of the 7th Army? Zhang Li thought back and forth but could not recall who or what her group might have offended, only feeling the heaviness in her heart, a sense of guilt and anger filling her. For now, there were no clues, and the shadowy villain remained untraceable. One could only entrust someone to gradually investigate and hope to uncover some traces. She had to find out the truth of this matter, restore the honor of the 7th Army, and couldn't allow their reputations to be tarnished even in their eternal rest. Therefore, whatever happened, she had to stay alive. Not for herself, but for justice. She didn't have the face to meet those people under these circumstances. Also, there was this strange optic brain which spontaneously broadcasted help messages. Zhang Li recalled a warning from Shirchuan while she was in the hospital. Your optic computer may have some problems. Be careful. Even after hiring a group of hackers, no trace of human intrusion was found. To be safe, she could only buy a new optical computer. She wasn't sure what the intruder into her computer aimed to accomplish. With too many things to think about, Zhang Li felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a knock at the door interrupted her scattered thoughts. It was Tian-Yi. Are you ready, Ollie? Ice and Joy, you have already arrived at the school gate. We must hurry, she said, standing at the door with her backpack on, eagerly anticipating the upcoming hot spring trip. Ready? Zhang Li threw on a coat without bringing anything else. Let's go. Aren't you bringing some stuff? Like clothes for changing? Tian-Yi glanced behind her, but saw no backpack. Zhang Li shook her head. We can buy them when we get there. She didn't pay much attention to such matters. All right then. Knowing Zhang Li's wealth well, Tian-Yi shrugged helplessly, turned around, and walked down the corridor, waiting for Zhang Li to open the security system of the apartment before heading together towards the assembly point. Oh, these past few days have been busy with various school anniversary events, leaving no time to play Virtual World. Once we're back from the hot springs, we should play together. I've always wanted to try the arena team mode. Tian-Yi excitedly recalled as she walked along. The other day I added Ollie as a friend, but I can't quite remember the name. It was something like Li? Liu. Zhang Li replied casually. Yes. Liu. This name is so familiar. I just can't remember where I've seen it. Hey, Ollie, let me tell you, the official forum blew up yesterday. My idol beat Sure in a match. Tian-Yi flashed a goofy smile. You don't know how awesome Liu was in that game. Her incessant chatter suddenly stopped, her smile fading gradually. Stiffening her neck, Tian-Yi slowly turned her eyes, her gaze wide as saucers. Why you? Her gaze darted up and down over Zhang Li, unable to form even a coherent sentence. Gulping, Tian-Yi's swallowing sound was particularly noticeable at this moment. She cautiously probed, Liu? Seeing Tian-Yi's dumbfounded expression, Zhang Li naturally replied, Yes, my in-game name is indeed Liu. Tian-Yi, did you have a match with Shuren yesterday? Zhang Li, I won by luck. He's very skilled. Not only skilled, but he was also their instructor. Zhang Li was entirely candid and had no intention of hiding anything from her friend. In contrast to Zhang Li's calm demeanor, Tian-Yi's inner world was a storm of lightning and thunder. You're not. Tian-Yi suddenly remembered an in-game setting option that allowed players with physical impairments to adjust their body stats to the normal human level. Upon reflection, in-game Liu had never truly engaged in close combat, either subduing opponents in one move or attacking with psychic abilities. So could it be that Ailey was actually the man she'd been admiring for days? And no way Ailey. Tian-Yi became tearfully emotional as she took a step forward and hugged Zhang Li's thigh. So cool. That face is really divine beauty. Handsome and rich. Hey, Ailey, why don't I just live inside the game where you can support me forever? Zhang Li, how does it feel when your idol suddenly turns out to be a sister? One word, awesome. Tian-Yi suggestively raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of anticipation. Hey, Ailey, your disguise technique. Can it? Maybe. Zhang Li responded vaguely since she didn't want to expose herself in reality. It's somewhat difficult. Well, never mind then. It's the same inside the game anyway. Tian-Yi sighed as she patted Zhang Li's waist before letting go. She wasn't sad about it. Her enthusiasm remained high. Don't worry, Ailey, I won't tell anyone. At this point, they could already see the outline of the school gate. Zhang Li glanced at the group waiting by the entrance and smiled faintly. It's fine to tell them. I've always wanted to try the arena team mode too. Being alone all the time was rather dull. She wanted to try trusting them. The worst case scenario was being discovered, so she could simply switch identities, change her appearance, and continue searching elsewhere. Hee, we'll tell them later when we gather tonight. It'll give them a big surprise. Tian-Yi was already imagining the looks on their faces, laughing cheerfully. Turns out Ailey's psychic powers were incredible. Her capabilities were strong enough to protect herself. That was fantastic. Otherwise, Tian-Yi would always be worried about Ailey getting into danger outside. Lanka leapt off the private spaceship, spreading her arms wide as she took a deep breath. Wow, private spaceships are indeed fast. Flying from District A to District S in the capital planet spanned more than half the planet, but took only 3 hours. The spaceship had everything available, with seats far more comfortable than regular ones. This was what it meant to be rich. Bliss. My luggage will be sent over shortly. Let's check out the hot spring complex first, said Zhang Li after tapping her optical computer, stopping several men who were about to fetch the luggage. Having Ailey around means we don't need to worry about anything. Feng Mian grinned, resting his chin on his hand while emitting a warm smile. Money talks, period. Save the flattery for when we get there. Zhang Li waved over a private car. We still need to shop for things. Time's tight. Let's go. 10 minutes later. So, this hot spring resort actually belongs to you. Tian-Yi finally closed her slightly dropped jaw. Zhang Li thought this venue's logo looked familiar and checked it carefully. It indeed belonged to her properties. Too many enterprises to keep track of. Come on in and enjoy. She helplessly supported her forehead. Zhuoyu narrowed her beautiful eyes and smirked faintly. This really counts as being taken care of by someone wealthy. She nudged Ice and Feng Mian with her elbow, hinting, what do you guys think of being supported by a wealthy lady? Ice. He quietly caught up with the young ladies walking ahead. Not bad, Feng Mian said without hesitation, rubbing the back of his neck casually. I wouldn't mind continuing to be maintained by a wealthy woman. Then I wouldn't have to work hard for money. Spending is easy, earning is hard. Still, it was okay because soon money would be coming in, which would probably allow him to join the ranks of the wealthy too. He glanced at Zhang Li's silhouette, amber-colored pupils shining brilliantly. Let's hurry up. It's the first collective outing for our group, and I have plenty of ideas for fun. I look forward to it. Zhuoyu brushed the golden strands in front of her, walking slowly without noticing Feng Mian rolling his eyes mischievously behind. During the hot springs, he definitely needed to show Ailey, Tian-Yi, Lanku, and other Zhuoyu's real hypocritical nature. Walking ahead, Zhuoyu sneezed suddenly. Oh dear, who could be talking behind her back? Welcome. A waiter greeted them with a smile. Boss, hello. Everyone, hello. My name is Aling. The hall manager, who had already been informed, had arranged all matters beforehand, and carefully selected an excellent waiter to take care of Jiang Li and the others' daily needs. Ling, the waitress, tied her raven hair into a high bun, revealing her delicate face. She bowed slightly and guided the group. Let me first take you to the resting rooms. Please follow me this way. As soon as they entered, their attention was immediately captured by the luxurious decorations of the hot spring complex. While everyone looked around curiously, Ling patiently answered all their questions with a pleasant smile on her face. The hot springs will open at 6 p.m., so during this time, you can visit the nearby malls or scenic spots. She recommended several well-known local attractions to them. As she spoke, she nearly bumped into a finely dressed little person around the corner. Brother, buy some flowers for the pretty sisters. Chapter 42, Hot Spring Journey 2. A soft, sticky sweet child's voice rang out in the ears of the group. A little boy appeared, holding a bouquet of flowers and peeking his head out. His big eyes blinked innocently, and he looked adorable as he said, Big brothers, would you buy a flower? Ayuan. Ling hastily scolded him. Go back. She held back the boy called Ayuan and apologized to Jiang Li and the others. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to disturb. No problem at all. Feng Mian squatted down and greeted the little boy with a friendly smile. Hi there. Are you Ayuan? The boy wasn't shy. His chubby cheeks glowed pink as he firmly replied. Yes, I'm Ayuan, smart and cute. Buffed. Lanka couldn't hold back a laugh and walked over to ask him, why is Ayuan selling flowers here? Ayuan was 6 years old, an orphan who had grown up eating food from many different households. Because of his lovely appearance and charming way of speaking, everyone nearby knew him well. The manager of the hot spring reception also liked Ayuan and usually turned a blind eye when he came in. Ayuan helped out in the back office, using his small arms and legs to carry things or do other tasks within his ability. People thanked him for his help by giving him some tips. Occasionally, a kind-hearted rich person, seeing how adorable he was, would leave him a large sum of money, enough to ensure that he wouldn't worry about food or clothing for a month. It was thanks to the care of the manager and waiters that no one coveted Ayuan's hard-earned living expenses. This time, Ayuan had come up with the idea of selling flowers to earn money. He had been selling them not far away on the commercial street. Wanting to return to give a few flowers to the manager and the older sisters working there, he simply carried the flowers over. Unexpectedly, he met Jiang Li and the others, so he instinctively started promoting his flowers. Jiang Li was originally about to buy them, but Feng Mian took the lead. It's been said that these are for brothers to buy and give to sisters, so let me buy them. Later, these vibrant flowers were placed in the room's vase, becoming the only lively color in the room. Since the girls were also going to the commercial street to shop for some items, Jiang Li paid Ayuan for guiding them and was led by him to the busiest mall nearby. Aren't you buying anything, Ayu? As they needed to buy items in different districts, the girls split into groups. Zhuiyu accompanied Jiang Li, while Tian Yi and Lan Ku went together. Nope. Zhuiyu wore a cinched waist, moon-white long dress, her golden hair flowing down behind her. Occasionally, a few strands teasingly kissed her gentle face, attracting passers-by who frequently turned around to look at her. At this moment, Jiang Li noticed a circle of people standing next to a rest bench, with the mall staff walking around, looking serious and full of pity. Excuse me, could you tell me what happened here? Zhuiyu tapped a middle-aged man on the shoulder. The man turned around, seeing Zhuiyu's beautiful face, and stammered as he recounted everything he knew. That elder lady. Pointing to the elderly woman being helped to sit on the bench, he spoke somberly. Her grandson got lost, right here in the mall. They've searched for a while now, and the mall has broadcast multiple announcements, but there's still no sign of her grandson. There are too many cameras here, and it's impossible for just a few people to check them all. Now we can only wait for the police to investigate. There have been 3, or maybe 4 kids lost recently. Hopefully none were abducted by ill-intentioned people. Sigh. On their way back to meet Tian Yi and Lan Ku, Jiang Li couldn't stop thinking about the old woman sitting on the chair, sobbing painfully. She felt such anguish merely from losing her companions in the 7 armies. Imagine how heartbroken someone must be if they couldn't find their own grandson. If she were lost, her mother probably wouldn't do more than call her useless. Jiang Li shook her head, silently praying that the elderly woman would quickly find her grandson. Turning around, she noticed Zhuiyu frowning and staring at the street corner, as if deep in thought. Following her gaze, Jiang Li saw a rarely used alleyway where a street cleaning robot was diligently clearing up scattered flowers. Flowers? Those were the flowers Ayuan had been selling. Where was Ayuan? Zhuiyu, gazing at the dark alley, lost the usual warmth from her gentle features. She turned to glance at Jiang Li, seemingly hesitating about something. Let's go take a look, Jiang Li suggested. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. She opened her light brain device, ready to contact Tian Yi should any issues arise. Zhuiyu nodded, not doubting her words, and took the lead. Jiang Li followed closely behind, observing the alley entrance as they walked. Once inside, it felt exactly the same as seen from outside, eerily quiet and desolate. This type of alley rarely had surveillance, and the few cameras visible were broken. For a moment, the only sounds in the alley were those of the 2 people walking and breathing. Zhuiyu, who had been walking ahead, suddenly turned a corner and extended her hand to stop Jiang Li, shielding her behind herself. A small figure appeared within Zhuiyu's sight. She wore an adorable puff skirt, hugging a pink doll tightly, standing upright without moving. Her white face was completely apathetic, as if she were a well-made but lifeless puppet. Noticing something unusual about her, they exchanged glances. Then Zhuiyu asked, "Who are you?" The little girl blinked her beautiful big eyes blankly, turned around, and pointed at the road behind her, speaking slowly. "Go home. Are you asking us to take you home? Jiangli quickly understood what she meant. She looked the girl up and down with a gentle smile. All right, we'll take you back. She had already sent the information through her light brain device and whispered a cue to Zhuoyu. See what she intends to do. Zhuoyu gave an almost imperceptible nod, stepping forward to take the little girl's hand, flanking her with Jiangli on either side, allowing the girl to lead them. On the way, the little girl ignored their questions altogether, only replying when Jiangli asked her name, Mati. In no time, Mati led the pair to the door of her house. Before either of them could suggest leaving, she pushed open the door, releasing a cloud of white powder that immediately enveloped their upper bodies but avoided the small figure of the girl. An inhalation-based anesthesia drug. Having prepared for this, the two women feigned weakness and collapsed as though unconscious. Someone came out from behind the door, laughing cheerfully. He ordered his underlings to tie them up and transport them away, patting Mati on the head. You did very well. Throughout the process, Mati showed not a trace of emotion other than indifference, blinking her striking black and white eyes slowly, staring vacantly at the two beautiful older sisters who were quickly tied up. Then she lowered her eyes. They weren't moved far. After sitting in the vehicle for about 10 minutes, they were confined in a spacious room, a conclusion based on the echoes produced when the door was shut. Once they confirmed there were no more sounds in the room, Jiang Li and Zhuoyu opened their eyes and examined their surroundings. It seemed to be an old warehouse. Zhuoyu glanced at the corners of the room and shook her head at her. No surveillance cameras. Jiang Li tried to wriggle against the ropes binding her. They weren't professional bindings. With training in military techniques, it would be easy to break free. Why had they captured them? Were they traffickers? Or kidnappers targeting specifically her? Jiang Li pondered their objectives. Suddenly, voices of men chatting near the entrance carried over. Are they still unconscious? Don't worry, they just passed out recently. The spaceship is coming tonight. This is a lot of money. Those kids cannot afford to have any issues. It's all because of the clumsy people capturing them. They left traces, which allowed these two girls to discover our plan. Fortunately, our leader was smart enough to trick them here. Honestly, the blonde one does look exceptionally pretty. It's somewhat regrettable selling her along with them. This trip has been bountiful. We've managed to abduct 2 boys within a few hours, so it doesn't matter adding this one girl. If the boss wants her, let him keep her. Hee, good advice. All the folks at the police station are idiots. So far, they haven't caught even one of our guys. Too bad. Tonight we're leaving the capital star, and it'll be much harder for them to find us. Traffickers. Jiang Li frowned. If they were transferring tonight, then their time was limited. They had entered the alley shortly before dusk, meaning nightfall was only around 2 hours away. Their light brain devices had been confiscated, so rescue might take some time to come. Even if they located where the children were held captive, breaking through would pose quite a challenge. When captured, Jiang Li had used her mental energy tendrils to probe and found that at least dozens of people were stationed at this place. Combined with all the kidnapped children, escaping would indeed be difficult. Looks like they would have to wait and see how things develop. She checked the presence of her bracelet, calming herself slightly. Meanwhile, hearing the comment about her appearance, Zhuoyu tugged at the corner of her lips, showing neither joy nor anger. If someone comes and separates us, go ahead peacefully. Thinking of something, she gave Jiang Li a low reminder. Her sapphire blue eyes shimmered like mountain springs, washing away all anxiety. Jiang Li glanced at her in surprise and nodded. It seemed half an hour had passed when the warehouse door opened again. Seeing the two women were awake, the burly leader smiled strangely, approaching to scrutinize their faces closely. You woke up rather quickly, huh? His gaze lingered on Zhuoyu's delicate and elegant features, his grin deepening with an indescribable meaning. Take her away and lock her up. Wait for the spaceship to come and sell her along with the others. He pointed at Jiang Li, ordering his subordinates to drag her away forcefully. Then, turning to Zhuoyu, he grinned maliciously, squinting his lifeless eyes as he carelessly discarded his jacket. I'll deal with this one after I've had my fun. Jiang Li's face turned extremely grim instantly. She glanced at Zhuoyu, who indicated with her gaze that she needn't worry. With such an assurance from her companion, Jiang Li had no choice but to trust that Zhuoyu could handle the situation. Slowly, she let herself be blindfolded by 2 underlings and led out of the warehouse. The man lifted Zhuoyu's chin with his finger, opening his mouth in a crazed grin as he traced her features with lustful eyes. You're beautiful. Thank you, Zhuoyu replied calmly. Hearing the footsteps outside fade away, she realized this man had dismissed his lackeys. Knowing there was no trace of fear in her voice, she coolly asked, So, do you like beautiful women? The man looked startled for a moment when she effortlessly untied the ropes binding her wrists, unbothered as he remarked mockingly. Oh, you know some tricks, huh? But against me, you have no chance. Perhaps it'll add some spice before the main event. The man smirked disdainfully, stripping off his shirt to reveal bulging muscles. Step by step, he advanced on Zhuoyu, forcing her backward. Then, he began loosening his belt buckle. Chapter 43, Hot Spring Journey, Part 3. Are you really going to do this? Zhuoyu was pressed against the wall, but her expression remained calm. She gave a casual glance at the outline revealed when the man loosened his pants and furrowed her brows. It's too late for mercy. The man sneered as he stepped forward. But Zhuoyu just looked up and down at his muscles and bulky figure in disbelief and let out a tisk. You seem incapable of this, she said with a mischievous smile on her delicate face. However, her hand slowly lifted her skirt as she whispered softly. I'll bet what I've got here is bigger than yours. At this time, Jiang Li had already been brought to the basement where the captured children were held together. She wondered how he was doing and whether she could handle that big guy. Despite always seeming so composed no matter what they did, Jiang Li subconsciously trusted her judgment. Yet still, she couldn't help but worry, since he was also a girl. Jiang Li sighed and looked at the silent children squatting by the walls, who didn't show much surprise at her arrival. She frowned. Now what should they do? There were so many children. It would be impossible to take them all out directly. If she used space to transport them elsewhere, how could she explain it to the police? Sister. The deliberately low child's voice was barely audible, yet it still caught Jiang Li's attention. Following the sound, she saw a little boy shakily stand up. Ayuan. A face with baby fat appeared before Jiang Li's eyes. None other than Ayuan, whom she'd met a few times before. The boy tentatively stepped forward, gripping the edge of her clothes. His mouth quivered as he timidly asked, Sister, I'm scared. Can we leave? As an orphan, he even feared direct skin contact while trying to be cute, let alone in such circumstances now. He clutched at Jiang Li's clothing material, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and put on a very obedient act, terrified that she might abandon him. Her white hand gently covered the boy's head, tenderly massaging it. We'll be able to leave soon. Don't worry, sister's here. Jiang Li squatted down, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed the surrounding children looking at her expectantly due to her words. She turned to Ayuan. What about the kids who were captured today with you? Ayuan pointed to a nearby little boy lying curled up with swollen eyes, asleep. Beside him sat a girl with 2 pigtails and wearing a bubble dress. He cried nonstop when he arrived. The bad guys got annoyed and gave him some drug, so he has been sleeping like this ever since. Recalling the scene back then, Ayuan was still somewhat afraid. Luckily, being well-behaved, he hadn't been beaten or cursed at. Those bad people looked ferocious like ghosts in stories. Their loud voices made him shiver instinctively. Jiang Li went over and checked the boy. Aside from some minor injuries caused by dragging and bumping, there wasn't any major issue. It seemed these people were clear that these children were money-making assets, and beating them until they were injured wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, they were planning to sell them tonight, so they couldn't harm them. With her mind eased, Jiang Li shifted her gaze to the little girl beside her. Her emotionless eyes met Jiang Li's black pupils, unblinking, making her look more like a doll displayed in a window. Mitty? The girl suddenly spoke without warning. Someone once said they would take us out before. He never came back. The companions who followed him were beaten into unconsciousness for days and eventually didn't make it. Upon hearing this, some of the children visibly shuddered and buried their heads, showing only half of their faces. She merely seemed to be reminding Jiang Li, not expecting any response. After finishing these sentences, she moved her gaze away and lowered her eyes toward the unconscious boy. She had no hope of leaving here. She didn't trust these so-called adults. As long as they behaved themselves, they wouldn't starve, wouldn't be punished, and wouldn't get hurt. So why give themselves trouble? Living decently was good enough. Other children seemed to follow her lead. When she spoke, they looked over, and when she stopped talking, they silently lowered their heads. Seeing this, Jiang Li didn't know what to say. Comfort them? Assure them that this time they would definitely take them out? They probably wouldn't believe it. Perhaps adults' credibility had already diminished greatly in their hearts. They just simply didn't want to make mistakes anymore and get punished. Mitty, are all the captured children here? The little girl's dark eyes raised up, taking a moment before nodding. Tonight we leave, so everyone has been gathered together. Receiving this relieving information, Jiang Li felt the situation wasn't as bad as she initially thought. I'm going out, she said, glancing at the tightly shut door with not an ounce of worry for the few people guarding it. It's your choice whether you come with me or not. If any were left behind, she'd have to wipe out the entire hideout herself, though that was technically the police station's job. She idly stroked the wristband on her wrist containing miniature vials, pondering carefully which one to inject when the time came. She needed to act fast. Night was falling quickly. She gathered the unconscious boy into her arms and took a few steps toward the door, reminding the other children. Stay far from the gate and cover your ears. Ayuan still clutched at Jiang Li's clothing corner nervously, unsure what she intended to do, his expression tense and uneasy. Suddenly, a sharp blade shot through the air, hacking powerfully against the gate. Only seconds later, the gate crashed down with a thunderous roar. Ayuan stared at this incredible scene, his once pale face regaining its luster. Sister, you're so cool. The other kids were equally stunned, instinctively standing up. Watching her casually destroy the massive gate that had trapped them for so long rekindled their deadened hearts, now pounding fiercely again. But Jiang Li didn't see what she had expected. With such a big commotion, why hadn't anyone come? Her lips tightened as she turned around. Whoever wants to leave, follow me. The children hesitated, taking an experimental step forward, their gazes darting toward Mitty. Mitty silently watched Jiang Li's retreating back for a while before rising and stepping forward, standing directly behind her. With this person leading them, perhaps, they might truly escape this time. Seeing Mitty also moving, the rest of the children all displayed hopeful expressions, obediently lining up. A tall figure suddenly appeared before the broken gate, his silhouette outlined against the light, looking toward Jiang Li. The ominous aura surrounding the man made Jiang Li inwardly sigh. It wasn't good. Her fingers already hovered over the button on her wristband, ready to press it any time. She had exerted much energy today without proper rest, and now carried a heavy child in her arms. No matter how she calculated it, she couldn't avoid using some form of drug. The man seemed to have noticed the children next to her, slightly stunned. His menacing presence abruptly receded, pretending to throw something far away with a clang, then brushing non-existent dust off his hands as he walked down the staircase. How are you doing? That familiar voice entered Jiang Li's ears, causing her to subconsciously respond. Ming Song? Uh-huh. The bounty hunter was dressed casually today, his brown hair somewhat disheveled, his clothes wrinkled. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Li through the white gold mask covering half his face. Give him to me. As if confirming she was uninjured, Ming Song took the boy from Jiang Li's arms, walking ahead first. I've cleared out the people nearby, and the police will be here soon. You can relax. Jiang Li didn't expect Ming Song to show up so quickly. Thinking about it, she hadn't seen him for quite a while. Living too comfortably, her bodyguard lost the opportunity to showcase his skills. Still, how did you know I was here? While exiting the gate, she specially scanned her surroundings. There was indeed no one there. She wondered where they'd been moved to. In the distance, a bloody stick lay quietly among the grass in a position and angle the children would never discover. Ming Song didn't answer. He just glanced at Jiang Li, then turned his head away silently, focusing solely on leading the way. Just take them out. Jiang Li wasn't concerned. But she needed to find Zhuyu. I still have a friend. You don't need to worry about her. Ming Song suddenly interrupted, his tone unreadable. She should still be fighting. Jiang Li froze. You this aggressive? Ming Song recalled the man he encountered earlier, single-handedly wielding a shirtless brute around, beating a group of human traffickers, and caught a glimpse of Jiang Li's somewhat pale face with his peripheral vision, unconsciously sighing. But I must check. Hearing it is one thing. Seeing it for oneself is another. She had to personally confirm Zhuiyu's safety to rest assured. After entrusting the children to Ming Song, asking him to deliver them safely outside, Jiang Li set off following the route he indicated. Mitty followed silently behind Ming Song. Turning her head, she gazed at Jiang Li's back, opening her mouth as if uninterested. Is she your girlfriend? Ming Song almost stumbled, turning around to look at the girl who had shocked him with her bold comment. His face hidden under the mask betrayed nothing. No. Mitty nodded knowingly, expressionless. Terrible boyfriend. See. Her crisp childlike voice, cold yet clear, felt like a mountain crashing down on Ming Song, almost making him spit blood. Ming Song. Kids these days grow up so fast. He remained silent, yet thoughts of Jiang Li came to mind. At that moment, he was startled to discover the tightly locked gate had been slashed open by a blade. Approaching cautiously, he saw the girl frowning slightly, her expression filled with alertness as she guarded the children and glanced at him. There was no trace of fear in her demeanor, only firmness and self-confidence. He believed without doubt that even if he hadn't come, she would still have led these children out unscathed. Still, he didn't want her stepping into dangerous situations. Ming Song quietly added another thought. After all, he'd already received the deposit, and there was still some balance outstanding. When Jiang Li found Zhuiyu, she had just tied up the group of human traffickers. Ailey, Zhuiyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Jiang Li to escape so quickly. Jiang Li looked helplessly at the unconscious band of traffickers, most of whom were bruised beyond recognition, and explained, My bodyguard came. I've asked him to lead the children out first. Bodyguard? No wonder I saw them lying scattered in the grass. Zhuiyu nodded understandingly, dusted off her hands, and asked kindly, Are you okay? Jiang Li shook her head, glancing at the leading figure among the group, who now only wore a tattered pair of underwear, his face equally bruised. Looks like you're fine too, Ayu. Zhuiyu laughed. What can they do to me? I am from the mech department after all. Let's go. I've retrieved the light brain, but it's severely damaged. Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively as she walked back along the way she came. Anyway, it was due for replacement. I own a light brain manufacturer under my name, and we already ordered a new batch. It's good that each of us can take one. I'll thank you in advance then, Ailey. Zhuiyu's eyes curved softly, her blue irises free from any shadow of gloom. When she smiled, it was like a spring breeze warming the waters. Chapter 44, Hot Spring Adventure 4. By the time Jiang Li and Zhuiyu found the exit, the police had already surrounded the area. Several children were being comforted by the officers. A policeman noticed their presence and was about to approach them for questioning when Mi-Ti arrived with a cup of hot water in her hands and tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve. I'm sorry, the little girl said while looking up into Jiang Li's eyes with an unwavering dark gaze. Despite still wearing a blank expression, her tone conveyed gratitude. Thank you. Jiang Li returned her gaze, her equally deep black eyes softening as she patted the girl's head gently. It's over now. You did very well. There's no need for apologies. Mi-Ti was intelligent. She knew what actions would best protect herself and her companions under those circumstances, and she also knew how to make timely decisions, sharp and decisive. She would definitely become an impressive leader when she grew up. Where's the older brother who brought all of you out? With a weary yawn, Mi-Ti replied. He left just a moment ago. Well, that was typical of Ming Song, always appearing and disappearing like a phantom. Ali, Ayu, Tian-Yi and Lan Ko hurried over anxiously. It's really wonderful that you two are safe. Since receiving Jiang Li's communication, the two had immediately called the police and informed the men at the hot spring resort. They sat anxiously waiting for news at the police station. Later, before the police could locate the traffickers' hideout, an anonymous message was sent to the station providing detailed descriptions of the traffickers' location. So they followed up on that lead. From reporting the incident to capturing the suspects took less than 40 minutes. A case that showcased one of the fastest investigation efficiencies ever experienced by the police department. Asike is waiting for us at the police station. After going through something like this, it was definitely necessary to go back to the station for statements. So, they came straight here while instructing Asike, who was already heading toward the station, to wait directly for them there. Mentioning this made Tian-Yi bristle with anger. Senior Feng Mian didn't seem at all worried about either of you. He even claimed that as long as Yu was around, everything would be fine, and he's still comfortably lying down at the hot spring place. Upon hearing this, Zhongli couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Actually, what President Feng Mian said wasn't wrong at all. She glanced sideways at Zhuoyu, who was smiling gently while conversing with the police. Yu really was incredibly talented. Although she didn't know what Zhuoyu did to the ringleader who attempted to assault her, his dazed and confused appearance indicated that it was likely quite severe. Moreover, considering the state of the warehouse surrounding areas, completely cleared, it was evident Zhuoyu possessed remarkable martial skills. But why wasn't such a beautiful and skilled girl famous at school? Zhongli shook her head slightly, pushing aside the questions bubbling up in her mind. It was better not to pry too deeply into others' affairs after all. Thus, a fairly large-scale human trafficking operation was dismantled so hastily. Before leaving the police station, she gave the case manager a contact number linked to her Orphan Assistance Foundation. If needed, they could reach out to the foundation. Matters concerning children without families could be safely entrusted to them. Returning to the hot spring inn, putting aside the reprimands directed at Feng Mian by Tian Yi and Lan Ku, the group's primary goal was to soak in the hot springs together to relieve the day's exhaustion. Zhongli was utterly exhausted. After fetching some clothes back to her room, she dragged her body lethargically toward the changing room of the hot springs, yawning continuously along the way. Finally, after laboring to change into her bathrobe, she unexpectedly tripped over a step at the entrance of the dressing room and fell directly into someone's solid embrace. Why aren't you more careful? Zhuoyu had stepped out wearing her bathrobe and caught the dazed Zhongli instinctively, pulling her waist into her arms. Zhongli rubbed her sore nose. You? She placed her hands on Zhuoyu's chest to steady herself, and only then realized belatedly, wasn't Yu's chest rather flat? Still, considering her good looks and personality, along with her extraordinary abilities, a flat chest wasn't a problem. Her own wasn't much larger either. Zhuoyu's robe had partially opened during the struggle, revealing her defined collarbone and a portion of her creamy chest. Zhongli shyly adjusted the fabric covering her. Thanks, Yu. Where are the others? Seeing Zhongli hadn't noticed anything unusual, Zhuoyu smiled more widely. They should already be changed and waiting by the hot spring. Zhongli, rubbing her eyes, tugged lightly at her robe. Then let's go together. Zhuoyu sighed softly and shook her head. No, we need to go separately. The distance from the changing rooms to the hot springs was only dozens of steps away, yet the male and female sections of the hot springs required separate entrances, one on the left and one on the right. Go separately? Enter front and back? Why? Zhongli furrowed her brows. The fatigue weighed so heavily on her mind that she could not think clearly at all. Zhuoyu's golden short hair gave a soft glow to her exquisite face, and beneath the icy blue pupils was an almost doting smile. Wait, short hair? This afternoon, Yu still had long hair. Zhongli carefully recalled, but did not remember Zhuoyu ever cutting her hair short. Could it be that for one soak in the hot spring, she went through the trouble of cutting her long hair? Zhuoyu helplessly patted Zhongli's head and said softly, Ali, watch closely. On her own, Zhongli might really not have noticed. The loose lapel of the robe was pulled open by the person in front, exposing most of her chest. Below the collarbone was a flat, firm chest with a hint of red exposed to the air. The outline of abs disappeared under the fabric of the bathrobe, appearing faintly visible. Zhongli snapped out of it instantly. She wasn't sleepy anymore. With a blank expression and stiff body posture, she walked into the hot spring, hearing Lan Ku's energetic voice. Ali, you're here. Where's Yu? Yu. He won't come. Upon hearing this, Tian Yi quickly turned to look at her. What do you mean? Is Yu not coming to soak in the hot spring? It can't be, we agreed on this. A puzzled expression appeared on Lan Ku's face, which had been reddened by soaking in the hot spring. In response, Zhongli mechanically shook her head and pointed to another side separated by a rock formation. He is over there. Zhuoyu sat by the edge of the hot spring, tasting the sake served by the attendant while listening to the cries of surprise from the other hot spring pool nearby. With his legs crossed casually, he remembered Zhongli's rare, utterly stunned, foolish look, and a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Feng Mian couldn't stop laughing beside him, laughing so hard he nearly couldn't straighten his waist. Asik placed a hand on his forehead, unable to hold back his amusement. Tian Yi slightly tilted her head, right fist lightly tapping the left palm. Realizing something, she exclaimed, in the sophomore year of the mecha major, there actually is a boy named Zhuoyu. Because he is good-looking. Tian Yi regretfully struck her head again. Why didn't I connect these two people? Lan Ku looked listless. Yu is so gentle. How could he possibly be a boy? Zhongli felt her journey of thought today was quite turbulent. In the past, only she got away with cross-dressing without being recognized. Now it was her turn to fail to recognize someone else's disguise. Yu dressed too naturally, whether long or short hair, or bangs. How could she, as a master of disguise, miss that? Well, perhaps it was due to the deep first impression which automatically categorized him as a girl, never thinking to find loopholes. She suddenly recalled the moment at the entrance of the hot spring when Zhuoyu nonchalantly took off his clothes for her to see. She hadn't expected Yu, looking thin, to possess quite some muscle under his clothes. Nudity, she had seen enough in the army, and this degree of semi-nakedness meant little to her. What impacted her most was transitioning her perception from a female friend to male. No wonder when joining the society, it was said that Yu's information needed to be kept confidential. They once mistakenly assumed that Zhuoyu was dating Feng Mian. Even if two men dated each other, it wasn't impossible either. She hadn't spotted Zhuoyu in the changing room earlier, then they collided upon exit. Why hadn't she thought about it before? Stupid to the core. Yu must be laughing at them over there. Suddenly, something unknown came flying over from the other side of the rock and made a splash into the hot spring, splashing their faces with water. Haha, let's play water warfare. The voice of Feng Mian resounded next door, and another water ball flew over. Lanka quickly grabbed the board floating on the water used for holding items and batted it back, successfully splashing the opposite side. Jiang Li saw a stack of thin soft rubber placed on the shore, which were likely special toys for playing in the water. She silently picked some up and handed them to Lan Ku and Tian Yi as ammunition replenishment. For a moment, the two sides played joyfully behind a rock formation. Of course, Feng Mian versus Lan Ku, Tian Yi, and half of Jiang Li. Saying half, because Jiang Li was only responsible for making water balls, not throwing them. Zhui Yu and Asike indicated, too childish, stay far away. This battle started with Feng Mian's provocation and ended with his unilateral surrender, complaining that neither Asike nor Zhui Yu helped him. Everyone had fun, and the two spectators also enjoyed themselves, laughing happily until it was time to sleep. Because Lan Ku had always wanted to try sleeping together, Jiang Li, Lan Ku, and Tian Yi rented a big room for the night. Jiang Li fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow from sheer exhaustion, whereas Tian Yi and Lan Ku were still full of energy, tossing and turning. After a while, the two exchanged glances, and then quietly tiptoed out to knock on the boys' room across the hallway who were also staying in the same suite. Are you asleep? Ali fell asleep from exhaustion, and we too just can't sleep, so we came to play with you. Not yet, we're pretty energetic. Come in. Feng Mian, who opened the door, was still neatly dressed, and he stepped aside to let the two girls in. After entering, they first glared at Zhui Yu lying comfortably on the bed, and then started a reproach meeting. Zhui Yu looked to Feng Mian for help. Feng Mian looked away as if he hadn't seen anything. Looking at Asike, Asike diligently prepared drinks and snacks for the two girls without even looking at him. It was the first time Zhui Yu had encountered the scene of angry girls, and he really didn't know what to do. So he could only gently smile as usual to show that he knew he was wrong, and patted each of them on the head. There's nothing that charm can't solve. If there is, then add another smile. Chapter 45, Hot Spring Trip, Part 5. After the incident with the human traffickers, Jiang Li received a message from Coach Sichuan as soon as she got her new version of the light brain device, asking her how her past few days had been. This back-and-forth exchange caught Tian Yi's attention, who was also in the room. She flipped over and lay face down on the bed, supporting her cheek. Ailey, does this Coach Sichuan have some feelings for you? Jiang Li replied with a puzzled expression. Why do you say that? Tian Yi winked and smirked. He's one of his students too, yet I never receive frequent messages from him. Jiang Li remained silent, showing an expression full of helplessness. Maybe he sees me as a little sister. Nearby, Lan Ku snorted. That's all an excuse. It's written in books. Things like treating someone as your half-sibling mean they actually have feelings for you. Looks like Cuckoo knows quite a lot. Tian Yi turned her gaze. What books are those? Let me learn from them too. The CEO's wife running away with baby, the genius baby, and the beautiful wife, my sister's troubles, my brother loves me too much. Upon hearing the list of book titles Lan Ku mentioned, Tian Yi felt her head start to throb and hastily called a stop. I know what kind of books you've been reading, Cuckoo. And yes, what you said is absolutely correct. All these sibling relationships are just cover-ups, traps. Jiang Li. But she thought Sichuan probably didn't have any strange intentions towards her. If it came to liking someone, he would most likely prefer Jiang Yu. Recalling how Sichuan's eyes lit up when discussing Jiang Yu with her, she found it hard to believe he would be interested in her rather than in Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu was actually herself. But thinking about it, Coach Sichuan clearly preferred men. Liking her? Not very likely. It shouldn't be possible. Tian Yi sighed. Who knows? Speaking of which, Ailey, what do you think of Coach Sichuan as a person? At Tian Yi's question, Lan Ku leaned closer with interest, wanting to hear Jiang Li's response. Coach, Jiang Li thought for a moment, counting on her fingers. He's a good guy, handsome, though always looking lazy and uninterested, but in reality, he's pretty reliable. He's a great coach. Lan Ku frowned. Is that all? Was this issuing a good person card? She and Tian Yi exchanged glances, feeling that Jiang Li might be beyond help. What else should there be? Jiang Li blinked innocently, countering with a question. Lan Ku began recalling scenes from the novels she'd read. Do you think about him whenever you can't see him? No. Do you smile unconsciously or feel sweetness when you think of him? Jiang Li. Actually, now that she thought about it, this was indeed true. Every time she thought about Coach Sichuan being her online fan, she couldn't help but feel happy, wanting to smile involuntarily, and a warm sensation spreading through her heart. Still, she forced out a no, even though her heart told another story. When you see Coach Sichuan, does your heart not race? Jiang Li sighed. Then wouldn't I end up in the hospital every time I saw him? Lan Ku slapped her forehead, realizing this point, then dejectedly fell silent. Therefore, she wasn't interested in romance. Knowing her own physical condition, Jiang Li didn't think she'd ever embark on a romantic relationship. She'd resolved long ago that if such signs appeared, she'd cut them off immediately, unwilling to drag others down because of her limitations. Well then, let's talk about something else, like candy. Jiang Li quickly redirected the topic to Lan Ku. Hearing this, Tian Yi's eyes sparkled. Yes. What's going on with your candy brother? We're so curious. All in all, the 3-day hot spring trip went fairly well. The few people who had to return to school for classes seemed reluctant to leave. A Yuan also came to see them off, giving Jiang Li and Zhui Yu a soft hug each in gratitude. Afterwards, life resumed its peaceful rhythm. Each grade and major were busily preparing for the upcoming military league competition, and even the training intensity in the military sports class had increased significantly. Of course, Jiang Li was the exception, sitting on the sidelines, basking in the envious gazes of the entire year level for those in the auxiliary system. I wish I could just sit there doing nothing but look. Hey, you can't say that since we have to take our physical conditions into account. She's already considered last place in the whole grade. With her at the bottom, we don't need to worry about the competition. Yes, she won't even make it to the preliminary round. Why practice unnecessarily? To all these comments, Jiang Li chose to ignore them completely. She chose a shady spot to sit cross-legged, her gaze fixed on Shi Chuan as he earnestly guided the students' movements at the training field. In her mind, she reviewed the moves and methods he had taught, making it look as though she was just staring off into space at Coach Shi Chuan. Hey, why is she always looking at Instructor Shi Chuan? Is she into him? It's understandable. Shi Chuan is good-looking and very dedicated to teaching. Who wouldn't like him? First of all, Instructor Shi Chuan already has a boyfriend who he couldn't care less about replacing with her. Besides, given her physical condition, how dare she even like someone else? Not until a shadow enveloped her entire body did Jiang Li snap out of it. She looked up to see Shi Chuan's handsome face wearing an amused smile. Do I look good? Jiang Li nodded honestly. You do. Shi Chuan choked on his own words. After several seconds of their eyes locking, he eventually lost ground under Jiang Li's confused gaze. Haven't you heard? He raised an eyebrow. There have been rumors around school saying that I've got a young boyfriend, and we're inseparable. Your fault entirely. And there were those spreading lies about his lack of ability, which just made him furious. He then sat down beside Jiang Li. Think hard about how you're going to take responsibility for this. Jiang Li. Why does it fall on her? Jiang Li suddenly remembered the situation in the lounge during the school anniversary event, where they'd definitely been seen in a suggestive pose. Seems like it's her fault after all. But wasn't Instructor Shi Chuan originally attracted to men? Just as Jiang Li was about to speak, she caught Shi Chuan's teasing expression, instinctively swallowing back what she'd intended to say. She cautiously suggested, how about I tell you some stories about Jiang Yu when he was little? Deal. Shi Chuan finalized with finality, satisfied as he returned to the training field to guide the students. Jiang Li. The girl beneath the tree seemed somewhat perplexed. She felt more and more like the instructor liked her other identity. So what should she do? Tell him that Jiang Yu had long passed away? But how could she explain the game character Li Yu? Actually, telling him her true identity wasn't impossible, but she simply didn't want to ruin the favorable impression of Jiang Yu in his mind. If he knew the former Jiang Yu had now become like this, a useless wreck who can't lift anything or walk far without getting out of breath, he'd be so disappointed. Even she herself found it unsettling. Or maybe she should tarnish Jiang Yu's image in his heart, so he stops liking him. Nah, forget it. It's rare to find someone who remembers her and admires her, and she cherished it. Jiang Li scratched her head anxiously, wishing she could instantly transform into Jiang Yu and shake Shi Chuan by the shoulders, shouting, snap out of it. Jiang Yu doesn't deserve your thoughts. Father. A man in sharp military uniform appeared on the virtual screen. His complexion was pale, surprise evident in his features. Look at this. The man shared the image of the red-clothed boy from the virtual game website forum, along with some combat videos from the arena. When the middle-aged man leisurely smoking a cigarette saw the picture, his hand trembled slightly, dropping a few ash flakes onto the table. However, he paid no attention, furrowing his brows. Is this Jiang Yu? Didn't he die? Where did you find this? In virtual world. I've watched his videos. Faces can be faked, but fighting styles can't be imitated. Father, could it be that Jiang Yu is still alive? The middle-aged man fiercely crushed the cigarette, but impossible. He had personally witnessed the entire process of DNA examination of Jiang Yu's corpse. How could he not be dead? Investigate. He wanted to see who dared to impersonate like this. Yes, father. The man gripped his fists tightly after the call ended, his normally handsome face contorted with uncharacteristic ruthlessness. Jiang Yu. In places Jiang Li wasn't aware of, several additional firewalls were added to her gaming account. With each flicker of the light brain device, all traces of her presence online and in the game were wiped clean, posing considerable difficulties for those relentlessly pursuing her identity. Unaware of all this, Jiang Li was currently visiting Shi Chuan's house. Shi Chuan's home was located in the most prosperous residential area of the capital star. The towering villa and expansive courtyard made it difficult to imagine that this belonged to the man who let her wrap candies. What's with that look on your face? Shi Chuan helplessly instructed the robot to bring out some tea and snacks. I'm at least a colonel. This house was allocated accordingly. For a moment, Jiang Li almost forgot that Instructor Shi Chuan also held such a high military rank. Teacher, are you living alone? Jiang Li looked left and right, finding no sign that anyone else resided here. Yeah, Shi Chuan popped a dried fruit into his mouth. There used to be some buddies over, but not anymore. The stuff is in the underground warehouse. Want to check it out now? He was referring to the items from the Jiang family that he had once helped store away. Shi Chuan glanced at Jiang Li and nodded before rising to lead the way. As they walked, he explained, after the fall of the Jiang family, countless people sought out their ancient martial arts secrets, including some figures within the higher-ups of the alliance. Many of these items ended up damaged. I did what I could to restore them, but most were beyond repair. Thanks a lot, coach. Jiang Li smiled gratefully at him. To be honest, there weren't really any valuable things left in that house. It's already much appreciated that you've kept some of these for us. The Jiang family's secret manuals were all memorized, so no matter how thoroughly those people searched, they wouldn't find a single shred related to ancient martial arts. This is nothing. He simply couldn't stand the sight of opportunists who would push others when they're down. We've arrived. Go inside and take a look, I'll wait outside for you. Since his own belongings were few, the underground warehouse was largely filled with the Jiang family's items, allowing Jiang Li the freedom to browse. Jiang Li thanked him again, taking a deep breath before stepping into the warehouse where relics of her parents were stored. Chapter 46, Unknown Video. AI Li, Tian E, with a mysterious air, leaned closer and showed Jiang Li a screenshot on his optical brain. Is the character face in your game account modeled after this person's face? What? Jiang Li instinctively glanced down and was startled by the picture. Her breathing became irregular. Where did you see this? Tian E was surprised by her reaction and hesitated. A video that has gone viral online recently. It looks like a battlefield record. The face of this person named Jiang Yu is very similar to the one in your game, so I thought I'd show it to you. The website link has been sent to you. Jiang Li calmed herself as her heartbeat began to race, and nodded. Thank you, Xiaoyi. I want to take a look at this video first. Tian E observed Jiang Li's complexion and felt she didn't look well, but wasn't sure why, so he let her be alone for a while. The reason for Jiang Li's sudden change in expression was simple. This video was recorded by a battlefield recorder from the battlefields she used to fight on. After each battle, the recorder would edit highlights to play within the military. On battlefields devoid of entertainment, repeatedly watching combat videos was the only joy for the soldiers. Whether it was studying tactics, training based on everyone's battlefield performances, or simply mocking their comrades' embarrassing moments, these activities revolved around analyzing the videos again and again. No one was more familiar with the content of these recordings than those who had personally experienced them, even if it was just a still image, which is why she immediately recognized it. These videos were supposed to never have been leaked, and there were rumors that, for fear of unfavorable impacts, the chips storing these videos were destroyed by the Alliance. But why did one suddenly appear now? She tried to settle her heart, and clicked on the video link sent by Tian E. At the start of the video, numerous high-ranking members of the Alliance were seen gathered around a conference table, divided into factions and heatedly debating. Jiang Yu and the 7th Army have betrayed us. The evidence is solid. We can issue a statement and verdict now. This was said by Troff Morton, a well-known member of the Alliance's radical faction. Wait. Tian Sun, from the conservative faction, furrowed his brow and stopped Troff. His tone was filled with disapproval. Why implicate Jiang Yu? We both know what Jiang Yu. Lido Lanner of the neutral faction interrupted abruptly. Tian Sun. Swallowing the rest of his sentence under his breath, Tian Sun took a deep breath. Jiang Yu is the only descendant of the Jiang family. How dare you mistreat the Jiang family just because Jiang City fell? Have you forgotten which family has been risking their lives on the battlefield for centuries, allowing you to sit here leisurely discussing how to defame their offspring? Of course I haven't forgotten. Troff snapped back through gritted teeth. We never hesitate to recognize the honor of the Jiang family. But, did we defame Jiang Yu? Don't forget who ran away during a crucial moment and disappeared right under the eyes of the Alliance, nearly causing the failure of the contract with the Scanstar system. Tian Sun smirked coldly. Contract? I remind you not to forget that this contract was achieved with bloodshed on the battlefield. Everyone knows his disappearance was due to a mental force eruption that triggered a black hole, not desertion. The Alliance was built by the Jiang family, and the contract was fought for by Jiang Yu. Now that peace has been achieved, do you want to casually erase their contributions with mere words and sling mud? From the outcome perspective, Jiang Yu's escape could lead to renewed disputes between the star systems. Lido interjected in the argument between the two, calm-faced, offering his own view. I personally acknowledge the contributions made by him and the Jiang family to the Alliance, but his final actions leave us no choice but to hold him accountable unless he is alive and explains himself. Lido, Tian's son laughed bitterly in anger. Jiang Yu died without remains. Are you asking for his ghost to find you? At this point, the video suddenly changed scenes, shifting from the tense closed-door meeting room to a vast military base. In the video, a young man dressed in blue-gray military uniform appeared. His rank, indicating the position of captain, flashed briefly on his shoulder. His black hair was neatly tucked under his military cap, revealing a pale but resolute face. General. The youth knocked open the door of his superior officer, his golden-red eyes directly gazing at the tall figure inside. I volunteer to be the bait. Captain Jiang Yu, have you thought this through? The towering general with a stern face looked back at him with equally golden-red eyes, his imposing aura naturally making people want to lower their heads and submit. But Jiang Yu stared straight ahead, his spine rigid and unwavering, affirming. Yes, I have made up my mind. No one is more suitable for this mission than me. His eyes gleamed with a faint luster, like the afterglow of stars crossing the sky, bright, but not overly dazzling. The general looked at him for a moment, and suddenly a smile appeared on his resolute face. Then this mission will be entrusted to you, and I will assign some soldiers under your command. He patted the youth's shoulder, his expression filled with satisfaction. I'm proud of you, my child. At that time, the Scanstar system's level of technology was higher than the Alliance's, so the war between them was rather difficult for the Alliance, leaving them no choice but to engage in guerrilla warfare. This time, however, they would adopt a strategy of feinting east while attacking west to reclaim the lost territory. Jiang Li recalled the scene fondly, as she reminisced. It was her first time taking off her military uniform on the battlefield and donning a red outfit. It was also the first battle that brought the 7th Army fame. Back then, she was just shy of turning 17 by 2 months. The lens shifted, showing the young man standing before hundreds of soldiers chosen for him by Jiang City. His spine was as straight as a towering pine tree braving a harsh winter. with a serious expression, his voice deep but still carrying a hint of youth. Step forward if you have elderly family members who need care. Many soldiers didn't know why he asked such questions after gathering everyone together. Yet those who met the criteria quietly stepped forward in compliance. Next, step forward if you have a newlywed spouse. Step forward if you have a newborn child. Step forward if your family has already sacrificed for the nation. Gazing at the remaining dozens of men, his voice became firm and powerful. Then these warriors are the main force for this operation. I am willing to live or die alongside all of you. Jiang Yu paid no heed to the murmurs rippling through the army ranks. Half an hour from now, gather at the gate. He efficiently arranged everything, saluting the troops before turning around, leaving them with a slim but determined back view. This battle was one where most wouldn't return. The youth was fully aware of it. When Jiang Yu reappeared in the footage, he had already donned a bright red robe, standing confidently with folded arms. Listen carefully. This squad's mission isn't to kill enemies, but to fight for survival at all costs. Our goal is to delay time, not charge headlong into battle. Do you understand? He brushed his sleeve aside. You do your best to create an illusion of our numbers being overwhelming, and I'll draw the fire. His expression grew somber, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing instantly before their eyes. The special mini-cameras used for battlefield filming barely managed to track his movements, but only captured a blurred streak of red on screen. He skillfully avoided detection by the enemy base's sensors, sneaking into their guard ranks and casually cutting someone's throat, letting their blood spray out. Before the enemy could react, he disappeared once again from their sight. Soon after, an alarm sounded from the enemy base, and their forces began to converge, rushing toward the direction where Jiang Yu was located. The red-clad silhouette darted through the rain of bullets, each flicker of his robes revealing another fallen enemy soldier. His elusive movements caused chaos and confusion among the enemy ranks, energy shells flying indiscriminately even at the risk of hurting their own allies. That vivid red hue was the sole splash of color on the battlefield, and also the target enemy aimed at shooting down. The youth weaving through clouds of blood mist looked serene, his eyes faintly tinged with red at the corners, adding a touch of allure to his features. But those golden red pupils were like wrathful demons, burning with terrifying killing intent, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. The team protecting Jiang Yu weren't about to be left behind either. They hid behind cover and started firing shots unpredictably, evading pursuit effectively. Jiang Yu slid another man's throat effortlessly and dissolved into thin air. The resulting decoy was shredded to pieces by the bullets following closely behind, but he had already appeared behind another foe. His delicate features framed his lips curling slightly upward. Are you looking for me? The video abruptly cut off at this point. Moments later, the words, Episode 1, appeared on the frozen screen. Beneath the video, netizens were engaged in heated discussions, and numerous posts concerning Jiang Yu were suddenly emerging online. First floor. As soon as I opened the video, I saw the bigwigs having a meeting. I was genuinely startled. Yet from their conversations, it seemed like Jiang Yu's crimes might not be as straightforward as we think. Second floor. Hearing them talk about Jiang Yu and the 7th Army of the Alliance immediately made me want to drag these traitors out and scold them. I already had my curses ready when someone told me how good-looking Jiang Yu was. How can I bear cursing at this pretty face? Third floor. Holy cow, holy cow. Jiang Yu is insanely handsome. That last line, wasn't it just too perfect? Fourth floor. I puked a little. Why does this feel like a TV series? It ended too soon. When will the next episode come out? Fifth floor. Doesn't the chairman Tian's son imply that there must be some hidden circumstances regarding Jiang Yu's case? From his tone, I even feel like Jiang Yu might actually be a decent person. Sixth floor. It's true that for 100 years, it has been the ancient martial Jiang family who fought to the death for the alliance. Generation after generation of Jiang descendants have laid down their lives on the battlefield. We can't deny that the Jiang family has always been loyal. Seventh floor. But even the neutral party leaderly duo mentioned that in regard to Jiang Yu's actions, his behavior clearly constitutes betrayal. My brain's about to explode. So what exactly did Jiang Yu do? Eighth floor. Did you all not see how extraordinary Jiang Yu was in the battlefield? How could someone just vanish like that after making an appearance? Such formidable skills. There's no way he would remain unknown. Ninth floor. The youngest brigadier general in the history of the alliance. No matter where you look it up, this is the only title associated with Jiang Yu, if being guilty of defection counts as one. With such impressive martial prowess, could it be possible that the alliance deliberately concealed his fame? Chapter 47. Is the instructor leaving? 10th floor. Too handsome. He's so handsome my legs go weak. 11th floor. He really looks so young. And he's already a captain at this point. So impressive. 12th floor. Isn't this video classified? Who has the guts to do something like this and not worry about the alliance punishing you? 13th floor. After watching the video, all I can think is, amazing. 14th floor. Leading just a dozen or so people into facing an entire enemy military base. This must be true devotion unto death. 15th floor. So many years have passed, but Jiang Chung still looks this handsome. 16th floor. A battlefield record from the first episode of Divine Prospect was edited into a soap opera. 17th floor. Are there second or third episodes? I haven't had enough yet. Watching Jiang Yu's performance, it seems like he successfully delayed things until the allied forces arrived, right? 18th floor. No matter how capable Jiang Yu might be, he's only one person. Against an overwhelming array of energy rifles and cannons, he probably couldn't last. 19th floor. For some reason, I suddenly feel like this Jiang Yu reminds me of someone. No, more accurately, there's someone who resembles Jiang Yu. 20th floor. Now that you mention it, I also think they look similar. 21st floor. Who are you talking about? Who looks like Jianyu? Explain more clearly. I'm curious. 22nd floor. Liu. Isn't it Liu? Upon closer inspection, they really do resemble each other. Red clothing, black hair, golden eyes. 23rd floor. My goodness. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. But this is practically the same person. 24th floor. So who exactly is this Liu? Do you have any pictures? Please tell us. 25th floor. A player who became famous in virtual world, named Liu. I'll send over a few pictures for comparison. /attached pictures/ 26th floor. Compared side by side, Liu looks a bit more mature, while the younger-looking Jianyu in the video doesn't seem too far off. 27th floor. This resemblance is uncanny, but wasn't Jianyu long dead with no body ever found? 28th floor. Maybe it's just a fan of Jianyu who intentionally modeled their appearance after him. 29th floor. Perhaps Jianyu never died? Maybe he escaped with a clever deception to fool the Alliance. 30th floor. If Jianyu wasn't executed by the Alliance and his body isn't accounted for, how did he die? Where? And why flee? 31st floor. I feel like there's a secret involved here. 32nd floor. Scary if you think about it. 33rd floor. Watch, it won't take long before this video gets deleted. 34th floor. I am thoroughly blown away by Jianyu's good looks. He's without a doubt the most handsome man in the military. 35th floor. It's the first time I've seen a man pull off red clothing looking so sharp and stylish. 36th floor. You're blowing up the features of a traitor as if they were achievements. Have a brain, will you? He's a traitor. What kind of values are you following when your judgment is swayed solely by looks? 37th floor. Why are you upstairs so angry? He does indeed look good, and his abilities are undeniable. Even if he's a traitor, isn't it okay to find redeemable qualities? There's nothing contradictory in criticizing and praising Jianyu. It's perfectly fair. 38th floor. Suddenly, I agree with the previous floor. Makes perfect sense. 39th floor. A criminal is a criminal. I've never heard of anyone praising a criminal. 40th floor. Haha, you've witnessed it now. Pages and pages of people doing just that. Who on earth leaked this? The middle-aged man exploded in rage upon seeing the video, his frown turning his brow into a mountain shape, leaving deep creases across his forehead. Delete the video. Close the thread. Drag this person out. The man on the virtual screen looked grim. My people are dealing with it. Father, weren't the combat records concerning Jianyu supposed to have been destroyed a long time ago? The middle-aged man calmed himself slightly, sinking heavily into the couch. Everything should have been completely wiped out, including even the recording officer. His expression darkened further, as if a layer of shadow had clouded his eyes. I'd like to see which sky-defying individual dares challenge the dignity of the Alliance on the internet. The man on the screen received new information, appearing shocked. Father, the person is a computer expert. My people failed to breach their defenses and instead got infected with a virus. Despite issuing multiple deletion orders, not only could the video not be removed, it started showing up on various mainstream websites repeatedly, proving unstoppable. Useless. Get some hackers. As the father's anger escalated, he smashed the coffee table in front of him with one hand. The man hurriedly responded, waiting for the connection to cut off automatically. Major Morton. One of his subordinates spoke hesitantly with a bowed head, fearing the fiery and decisive Major Candace Morton would erupt. Get out. Candace kicked with rage, shouting, You useless thing. Ignoring the subordinate who scrambled to leave her sight, she frowned and contacted the hackers. However, several dispatched hackers failed to delete the video. Tracing its IP address ultimately led back to Candace's light brain terminal, infuriating her so much that she violently smashed it. Jianyu. Her eyes glaring at a corner turned bloodshot as if ready to tear someone apart alive. Even if you're dead, you still cause trouble for me. Zhongli sneezed. She rubbed her nose and continued staring blankly at the single Dong character on the account that posted the video. She might have guessed who it was. One of the former members of Alliance's 7th Army, In Dong. An expert in mechanical assembly and programming. One could say there wasn't any technological product that couldn't be repaired or modified when it got into his hands. He could even design programs and create systems. In Dong was a genius in mechanics. Many times in battle, the 7th Army achieved victory thanks to the energy guns and cannons modified by him. He was also the emperor of the hacker world. There was no program within the entire alliance that he couldn't handle, nor any firewall he couldn't penetrate. To obtain and release this classified alliance video without being noticed, only In Dong possessed such skill. Could it be he isn't dead? At the mere possibility, Jiang Li's eyes brightened but dimmed again almost instantly. If In Dong wasn't dead, why didn't he contact her? Was he blaming her? Then why did he post this video? No matter how Jiang Li thought about it, she couldn't reach a conclusion, so she decided to wait for the next video from this account to see what he was up to. On the other side, Sichuan also noticed the video that became explosively popular overnight. He hadn't seen this battlefield record video. It should have been something from before the establishment of the 7th Army. Sichuan grew increasingly solemn just watching the beginning, but he smiled when he saw Jiang Yu volunteering himself as bait. He knew he'd do something like that. Jiang Yu had always desired a warless alliance. His dedication to peace within the alliance surpassed even his own life. This was one reason Sichuan didn't believe Jiang Yu would betray. So what happened to him that made Chairman Tian's son of the pro-peace faction feel sympathy? His intuition told Sichuan that there must be more complexity surrounding Jiang Yu's case. He started to look forward to the content of the next episode of the video too. As Sichuan ordered his subordinates to investigate the matter, He hit the follow button on the account posting the video. He nibbled on a piece of candy, tilting his head to look out at the cloudless blue sky outside the window. I wonder how Jiangli felt upon seeing this video. He pondered, deciding to share some information he'd just obtained with Jiangli, diverting her attention. Investiture ceremony? Jiangli understood immediately. It should be going for investiture as colonel. Shirchuan informed her that he wouldn't return until 2 weeks later, during which time a substitute teacher would replace him in class. However, due to frequent replacement of instructors not being good for teaching, it was likely that after now, this substitute teacher would teach them instead. Will you come back then? Shirchuan smiled, crossing his long, strong legs. Finally on holiday, I'll definitely stay home for a while. Maybe I won't visit the school anymore. Aren't you going to miss me? Jiangli paused, feeling a wave of emotions rise inside her. Yes, I'll miss the instructor. Shirchuan taught exceptionally well, patient and calm. For many students of auxiliary systems, he tailored detailed reinforcement training schedules and seriously supervised their practice. Jiangli didn't know whether the new teacher would be as patient, but at least she thought Shirchuan was an excellent teacher. He neither discriminated nor took shortcuts and never gave up on them easily. The foot Shirchuan idly swung abruptly stopped, and his severe eyebrows softened remarkably. Since Miss Jiangli has said so, I will come back to see you. Jiangli blinked and considered. With the change of teachers, does that mean I don't necessarily have to make it into the preliminary competition? On the other side of the screen, Shirchuan could only laugh helplessly. You're dreaming, wanting to back out so casually after promising me. Realizing her fault, Jiangli touched her nose. All right then. In short, Shirchuan leaving for 2 weeks was already set in stone. Upon hearing this news, all classmates fell into depression, and the morale of the second-year auxiliary system students dropped significantly. At the same time, Jiangli admitted to the curious gazes of the members of another Me club that her in-game character's face was modeled after Jiang Yu's appearance. Since she had once met Jiang Yu in person, she became his fan. Jiangli successfully crafted herself as a little fan who quietly boosted her idol's popularity and reputation from behind the scenes. So that's why Lan Ku compared screenshots of Jiang Yu from the video with the character Li Yu, exclaiming, "Li is amazing. The resemblance is uncanny. But Jiang Yu really is handsome." Tianyi chimed in, already fully immersed in praising Jiang Yu. Even though he looks great in his military uniform, when he wears red. Wow, I think no one on Earth can surpass him. She couldn't help but admire every detail and even wanted to peel off the screenshot from the virtual screen to lick it thoroughly. Feng Mian let out a humph. Superficial. Unbeknownst to him, this comment made him the target of everyone's wrath. Lan Ku, who exactly do you think is superficial? Jiang Yu just happens to be good-looking, much better than you. Tianyi. Yeah, look at how jealous you sound. Jiang Yu not only has good looks, but also possesses strength. A genuine tough guy. Are you feeling envious? Jiangli thought for a second. No, he wasn't quite the tough guy type. After all, his physical conditions weren't exactly perfect. Her gaze drifted briefly before snapping back and joining them in scolding Feng Mian. If you don't agree, then why don't you try surpassing him? Go post a picture online and ask which one is more handsome between you and Jiang Yu. Feng Mian. Fine. You're right, whatever you say. The baby feels wronged. The baby doesn't want to talk anymore. Chapter 48, New Instructor, Part 1. The new substitute instructor was named Fei Lu, a captain. Actually, except for Instructor Shirchuan, all the instructors teaching at the academy were captains. Instructor Fei Lu had eyes like copper bells, dark skin, and a towering physique. Standing in front of the students, he looked like a small mountain. Not only did he have an intimidating appearance, but his training regimen was also extremely strict. On the first day, he ordered the second-year auxiliary students to run 30 kilometers. Since this class was near lunchtime, he added the condition that if you don't finish running, you can't eat. A wave of groans and complaints spread through the student body, but seeing Instructor Fei Lu's terrifying expression and the chilling atmosphere around him, they could only subdue their protests and meekly listen to his commands. And you? Instructor Fei Lu pointed his finger at Jiang Li and said, "What's wrong with you? If you can't run, then walk. Walk 30 kilometers. Don't eat if you don't finish." Jiang Li. After struggling to digest this information, she sighed. Without arguing or retorting, she silently patted the dust off her clothes and slowly walked behind the main group. After taking a few steps, she heard an amused scoff from behind her. Heart disease? That's just the result of being too pampered. Jiang Li paused in her step, glancing back at Fei Lu. A flicker of indescribable emotion passed through her jet-black eyes before quickly disappearing beneath her lowered lashes. Fei Lu suddenly felt an intense chill run down his spine, but when he glanced up, all he saw were the students quietly running ahead. Unsure why he had felt this way, he dismissed it as his imagination and gave it no further thought. Naturally, none of the second-year auxiliary students ate lunch that day. Even those with better physical stamina who managed to complete the distance collapsed on the ground, unable to move. It wasn't until evening that everyone barely managed to half-run and half-walk to finish the 30-kilometer task, except for Jiang Li. She probably only walked less than half the distance, right? Exhausted and hungry, Jiang Li instinctively checked the recorder hanging from her waist. 30.0 kilometers. No more and no less. Perfectly accurate 30 kilometers. Jiang Li. Is the device broken? While others were pushing themselves almost to death, her journey was cut to just a few steps covering 30 kilometers. Under Instructor Fei Lu's suspicious glare, Jiang Li returned his look with a deadpan expression. She was too famished to even bother wasting energy on showing emotion. You took 7 hours to cover 30 kilometers. Wastrels. Fei Lu stood in front of the students who could barely stand upright, mercilessly scolding them. The combat students only need 2 hours to run 30 kilometers. Look at you lot. A group of useless people. The students gritted their teeth but dared not speak against him, allowing him to lecture them harshly and leave after announcing the next morning's assembly at 4 a.m. 4 o'clock? Isn't that our regular class time? Isn't military PE scheduled for 10? We also have specialized courses at 8. Fei Lu crushed a rock with one foot, sending fragments flying. I told you to come, so you will come. What? You won't follow your instructor's orders. It seems the infamous lack of discipline is real for the auxiliary department. The mockery in his voice carried a sarcastic edge. I've seen what you're made of today. Even though the students seethed inwardly under his insults, they still gathered obediently at 4 o'clock the next morning. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Instructor Fei Lu did not show up. This is a blatant waste of our time. Finally, someone complained out loud, brimming with resentment. The class president responsible for contacting the instructor received no response either, so he suppressed his anger and suggested, let's wait a little longer. What if Instructor Fei Lu arrives soon and finds us gone? He'll berate us again for being unruly compared to the combat department. But after an hour had passed, Instructor Fei Lu still hadn't arrived. Am I supposed to wait here for his horse or something? Screw this, I'm done. Some students started muttering profanities and left the line. Gradually, everyone returned to their dormitories to continue sleeping. When the 10 a.m. military PE began, a student questioned why Fei Lu hadn't shown up in the morning. Why should I be there? Can't you train yourselves? His disdainful smirk burned into the students' minds. Can't you even train yourselves? TSK, 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 the auxiliary department. Talents are talents. I'd rather go back and teach the combat department students instead of wasting my time on you. Tian-E could no longer contain herself and shot back. You criticize us for looking down on the auxiliary department, but we look down on you too. Instructor Shirchuan is far better than you. I don't understand where you get the confidence to teach students of Instructor Shirchuan. That's right. If you're so capable, go teach the combat department students then. Maybe it's because the combat department wouldn't take your teaching, and all you can do is bully us around here. A male student immediately chimed in agreement. Fei Lu clapped his hands as he walked over to Tian-E, his face still wearing a mocking smile. He looked down at Tian-E condescendingly. Jiang Li saw clearly the prominent veins on his neck, a sign that he was seething with anger. Xiaoyi. Jiang Li suddenly spoke out. Step back to the right. Spin left. Lean back. Almost simultaneously, Fei Lu swung out a palm. Tian-E, instinctively following Jiang Li's instructions, narrowly dodged his sudden slap. Cold sweat poured down her cheeks. But the boy who had been agreeing with her earlier suffered miserably, getting kicked hard by Fei Lu, and flew straight into several others, lying motionless on the ground for quite some time. Ah! A girl screamed in panic, and chaos erupted within the ranks, drawing the attention of students and instructors from nearby training grounds. Seeing that Fei Lu failed to hit Tian-E but was preparing another strike, Jiang Li quickly pulled Tian-E behind her, frowning. Instructor Fei Lu, isn't this approach a little inappropriate? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed classmates being helped up by others. The boy who received a direct kick from him had already fallen unconscious. Inappropriate. Fei Lu was almost laughing out loud. He grabbed a random student by the neck and snarled viciously. Tell me, am I not as good as Shirchuan? The student's face turned bright red, nearly suffocating, unable to make any sound, only struggling desperately to pry loose Fei Lu's grip for even a tiny bit of space. After all these years of teaching, how could Fei Lu be outdone by Shirchuan, a young brat seeking recognition just for a little military merit? What nonsense. Just someone who sacrificed all his family and friends for some accolades. Pitiful to the core. He tossed aside that useless student with an evil grin and turned his haughty gaze onto Jiang Li when suddenly, a low, lazy voice carried from ahead. Oh my, Instructor Fei Lu sure loves showing off. Dressed impeccably, Shirchuan emerged slowly from the dispersing crowd. At what he saw, his brow furrowed deeply, and his face darkened. After having a few students escort the injured to the medical wing, he approached Fei Lu, looking down at the new instructor standing slightly shorter than himself. I wanted to check on my students before I leave and see how they were getting along with the new instructor. Didn't expect to witness such a scene. Shirchuan glanced downward at Jiang Li's troubled face, subtly protecting her behind him. His beautifully sculpted features, usually filled with smiles, now bore no warmth, and his deep brown eyes burned with fury. What have you done to my precious students, Instructor Fei Lu? Fei Lu appraised Shirchuan's formal attire, ready for receiving his commendation, and gave a slight humph. They won't be your students anymore after this, they will be mine. Since they are my students, I can educate them however I want. Who knew they would be so fragile? The combat students could take a beating without issues. He cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Li. Support department students are truly nothing more than pampered masters and misses. Shirchuan suddenly chuckled once. Oh, looks like our educational philosophies don't quite match. Casually, he began rolling up the sleeves of his perfectly pressed navy gray military uniform. My way of teaching must definitely be better than Shirchuan's. Fei Lu caught Shirchuan's movements and showed excitement on his face. What? You want to try something? I don't mind either way. However, if Shirchuan, about to receive a commendation, violated the army rule against private brawls, there would be uncertainty whether or not he'd actually gain the rank of major. Jiang Li understood this logic too. Her pale hand rested lightly over Shirchuan's wrist where it was exposed, and the coolness of her fingertips made Shirchuan hesitate in rolling up his sleeves. Shirchuan unexpectedly locked gazes with those dark, bottomless eyes. Kinda, not very happy. Expressionlessly, Zhongli stepped forward, looking straight at Fei Lu. If Instructor Shirchuan can't, then I, someone he has taught, can. Are support department students really inferior? Is support weaker than combat? On what basis did he come to such conclusions? It's true that the combat students surpass the support department in raw strength. But regarding wilderness survival, medicine formulation, or mechanical programming, can combat personnel compare with the support side? Doesn't he understand the basic concept that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses? Long hearing Fei Lu's words and boiling with anger, Zhongli refused to swallow this indignity. Not when the man was taking advantage of Instructor Shirchuan's inability to retaliate physically to insult him. What audacity he had. Shirchuan watched the small figure blocking him in front, his expression complicated. Was this him being protected by a student? Ta! Clutching his stomach, Fei Lu burst into uncontrollable laughter. You? Zhongli left Tian Yi's anxious call behind her and suddenly smiled. It's me. After all, I am the weakest one here. If I beat you, it would show how good Instructor Shirchuan is at teaching, wouldn't it? She tilted her head. Unless you're afraid? As it turned out, goading worked perfectly on Fei Lu. Amidst the uproar from the crowd, Fei Lu became enraged by Jiang Li's provocation. You little brat with no hair yet grown, dreaming of defeating me? He smirked and pulled out a military dagger, hurling it fiercely towards Jiang Li. Shirchuan's expression tightened instantly, reaching out instinctively to catch the dagger for Jiang Li, but her left hand, hidden behind her back, caught his wrist. Shirchuan froze immediately, but then he felt the faint coolness against his wrist. Though having one's pulse restrained wasn't a pleasant sensation, the soft touch of Jiang Li's pale fingers only made him momentarily mesmerized. He watched as Jiang Li calmly raised her hand, grasping the handle of the dagger flawlessly, and in one fluid motion held it in front of her chest in the same way Jiang Yu often did. Coach Shirchuan. She turned around with a reassuring smile. Please don't worry. I will help you teach him a lesson. Chapter 49, New Instructor, 2. You've got some skills, Farah teased, twirling another military dagger in his hand as he offered her a sarcastic compliment. But since you said you're here to replace your Instructor Shirchuan, I won't hold back. He glanced around at the other instructors and students who had gathered at the sound, wearing a feigned smile on his face. This was your demand, and everyone has heard it. Ai Li. Tian Yi's face turned pale with worry as she tried to step forward to pull Jiang Li back, but was stopped by Shirchuan. Looking up, she saw Shirchuan intently watching Jiang Li's dagger grip. Teacher sure. You know Ai Li. Let's watch first. Ever since Jiang Li took the dagger, a sense of familiarity came over Shirchuan's mind. If she proposed this, let's trust her. Jiang Li was always smart and wouldn't do something she wasn't sure about. He reassured Tian Yi. I'm here. I won't let her get hurt. Though unconsciously he himself became the one being protected. If the young lady found herself at a disadvantage, he would act without hesitation. Even if the cost was losing his rank as colonel. And Jiang Yu's younger sister wasn't going to be an easy pushover either. Jiang Li paid no attention to what others thought as they whispered nearby. She nodded calmly. That's right. I'll replace Teacher Shirchuan and fight you. If you lose, please admit that you are not as good as Teacher Shirchuan and agree not to take his place as our substitute instructor anymore. If I lose, Shirchuan smoothly continued the dialogue with a calm expression. Then I will apologize to you in front of everyone, admit that I am inferior to you, and stop interfering with your training. Jiang Li smiled lightly. What do you think? Farou's smirk grew wider at the corner of his mouth. For him, this deal was simply a win-win. Not only could it enhance his reputation, but it could also greatly suppress Shirchuan's spirit. This little girl was truly prey sent straight to him. I have no objection. He swung the dagger in his hand tauntingly. Be careful, little girl. We might see blood. Jiang Li showed no reaction to such a low-level tactic. Begin, Instructor Farou. Farou sneered condescendingly, excitement lighting up his features as though he could already foresee the miserable defeat of Jiang Li at his hands. Clapping his hands together, his fingers beckoned her to come first. Such a disrespectful gesture only deepened the subtle smile on Jiang Li's lips. She just approached Instructor Farou steadily as before, casually swiping with her blade. Facing this attack, devoid of any technical content, soft and limp, Farou had no intention of parrying. He simply stepped half a pace back, leaning backward slightly, which should have been enough to evade easily. Just as expected, the dagger in Jiang Li's hand spun halfway through the air at lightning speed. Inverting vertically, it flew out of her hand suddenly. Under the influence of gravity combined with the additional force applied by Jiang Li, the military dagger soared towards Farou's cheek at an incredible speed. Farou, caught unprepared by how familiar Jiang Li was with the dagger, froze mid-step for just a moment, muttering internally, a paltry trick, as he attempted to pivot and dodge. Suddenly, a sea-like, thick and bottomless mental force rushed at Farou, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of killing intent. It seemed shrouded in a layer of bloody mist, every breath filled with a bloody odor. Farou's body stiffened immediately. He awkwardly dodged to the side, leaving a faint blood trail on his cheek, but his entire body refused to move further. The terrifying mental power pressed down so heavily on him that his legs trembled involuntarily, almost forcing him into submission. How could this happen? How could this little girl possibly possess such an immense mental force and killing intent? Jiang Li, however, paid no mind to Farou's internal panic. With a swift kick aimed at his knee joint, she caused him to lose balance abruptly and tilt backward. As he fell, she raised her hand, grabbed the man's joints, twisted them, then effortlessly snatched the military dagger from his grip and placed it against Faru's throat. From the outside observer's point of view, all of this happened within just a few seconds, faster than anyone could react. Instructor Faru, Zhongli said calmly, you've lost. How fast? The surrounding classmates who hadn't fully processed what just happened sucked in a sharp intake of breath. Zhongli had defeated Instructor Faru, and it only took a few seconds. Without expending much effort, Zhongli secured a swift victory. Stunned, Faru stood there frozen, still recovering from the aftermath of the tremendous mental pressure. Feeling the blade against his throat, he swallowed hard. Wow. Tian-Yi covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration. AI Li is so cool. I should have guessed. Since Liu is so strong, AI Li in real life wouldn't be much worse off. Tian-Yi. Sichuan suddenly looked down, his dark brown eyes filled with shock. Did you say Liu? Lifting his gaze to observe Zhang Li's movements as she retrieved the dagger, his narrow eyes flickered with a teasing glint. What's the relationship between Zhang Li and Liu? Tian-Yi, realizing she had spoken inappropriately, nervously glanced around, avoiding Sichuan's eyes. Nothing much. Oh, in her excitement, she hadn't been able to hold back, and now Sichuan knew. What should she do? AI Li and instructor Sichuan got along so well. It was probably, maybe, not a big deal that he found out. She gave Sichuan an awkward smile, which he returned with an even deeper smirk. Tian-Yi's resolve faltered. All right, it's because I trust you, instructor sure, but please don't tell anyone. She glanced left and right, whispering hurriedly. AI Li's gaming username is Liu. Then she quickly distanced herself from Sichuan, as though trying to evade some ferocious beast. Upon hearing this news, Sichuan felt his mind go blank. Could Zhang Li really be Liu? Liu in the game had all the same characteristics as Zhang Yu. How could it possibly be Zhang Li? Unless she was impersonating her brother? Sichuan furrowed his brow. No, he was certain that Liu was Zhang Yu himself. The unshakable familiarity and combat style honed through rigorous practice were not things someone confined to a sickbed for years could acquire. A ridiculous theory began forming in Sichuan's mind. This explained why Zhang Li possessed such mature battle skills beyond her age and an overly adept control of mental energy. She had been on the battlefield. Her last name was Jiang. She was proficient in disguising herself as a man. She was also the mastermind behind the online avatar Liu. As he watched Zhang Li release Faru and approach him, twinkling her eyes like a child seeking praise. Instructor, look, I won the victory for you. A heavy weight settled over his heart, and a wave of indescribable bitterness spread throughout him. If what he suspected was true, thinking about the incurable toxins in her body and her current physical condition that couldn't even match an ordinary person's, he struggled to imagine everything she must have endured in the past year. I used to be quite strong too. At the dining table one day, that young girl complained to him about the teasing insult chicken he'd given her. With downcast eyes, her expression remained unclear. Was it nostalgia or resentment? He claimed he believed her, but he never truly understood just how powerful she once was. What must it feel like to witness your own descent when you were once a prodigy? He simply didn't know. It was possible she had barely survived countless dangers to return to this world, only to find rumors spreading about her betrayal everywhere she turned, as if completely abandoned by the world itself, having no place where she belonged. Zhang Yu had once taken the Alliance's protection as his personal creed. Without family, friends, and even his own reputation utterly ruined, would he still firmly uphold that creed? No wonder in Zhang Li's records, her mental state was labeled as severely depressed. No wonder in those weeks after the school started, she acted as though she cared for nothing, ready to vanish into thin air at any moment. Back then, she had little desire to live. Sichuan forced a smile at the girl, who looked startled. Behind them, Faru, whose disheveled figure had been forgotten after losing to Zhang Li, glared at her with burning red eyes, breathing heavily. He stared at Zhang Li's back venomously. Had he really lost? Lost to this weak-hearted girl? It wasn't possible. How could such a waste win against him? Frustration bubbled up as he recalled the helpless paralysis he experienced. That trash must have employed some despicable trick, humiliating him in front of everyone. Mocking gazes from the surrounding audience landed on Faru, intensifying his rage. They were nothing but a bunch of useless support class students. Garbage. Who were they to mock him? How dared they? That was it. It was all the fault of this brat, making him lose face. When Sichuan noticed the dangerous look in Faru's eyes, Faru suddenly leaped up, grabbed the dagger from the ground, and lunged toward Zhang Li with its sharp edge raised high. Zhang Li, acting faster than thought, Sichuan pulled Zhang Li aside protectively, while swiftly blocking Faru's attack with one hand. In a fluid motion, he aimed a powerful side kick towards Faru. The forceful strike carried the sound of air cutting sharply as Zhang Li stood nearby, close enough to almost hear the wind rush past. If Faru had been struck by that kick, several broken ribs would have been the minimum. Instructor sure cannot retaliate. All Zhang Li could think of was this single idea. Predicting his next action clearly, panic surged within her as she quickly wrapped her arms around Sichuan's waist. Don't. Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, Sichuan felt warmth radiate across his waist, his whole body tingling momentarily. Truly, a warrior forged in the trials of battle was unsurpassed in adaptability. Sichuan retracted his intended kick mid-motion, twisted Faru's joint, and shoved him away. Faru staggered several steps backward. AI Li didn't notice the complex look Sichuan cast at her as she stepped out of his protective embrace, mocking Faru. Teacher Faru, you're not thinking of breaking your word already, are you? She glanced around. There are so many people watching you right now. She had actually sensed Faru's surprise attack while it happened, but believed herself fully capable of dealing with it. What surprised her was Instructor Shirchuan's speed being even greater. Before she could respond, he had already rushed to intervene. Such a wonderful teacher. Liking. Faru, aware that his attempt at ambush failed utterly, gradually regained some clarity amidst his rage. The moment their abilities crossed paths, he realized just how far Shirchuan surpassed him now. Being outranked in military accomplishments by Shirchuan was one thing, but losing even at teaching students, this stung worse. As murmurs rose around them, he gritted his teeth in defeat. Your students really are something else, Instructor Shirchuan. Faru, can't compare to you. With that, he stormed off furiously. Watching his fleeing back, Ai Li sighed in relief, patting her chest, finding her heart still beating no differently from usual. Turning around, she was all set to flash Shirchuan a radiant smile and speak her mind when her gaze collided directly with his deeply contemplative eyes. Instructor? Chapter 50, A Visit. Jiang Li did not understand why Shirchuan was looking at her this way, and the smile on her face gradually faded as she felt uneasy. Instructor? Shirchuan snapped out of it, instinctively wanting to pat the little girl's head, but then suddenly realized that the person in front of him could very likely be someone he had one-sidedly considered both a rival and friend. He quickly restrained himself, clearing his throat instead. You did great. Thank you. The complimented young girl smiled and earnestly said, because Instructor Shirchuan is worth my protection. Shirchuan, feeling as if his heart had been hit by something soft, averted his gaze from Jiang Li as a blush crept up his earlobes. I will handle this matter, don't worry about it. As long as we don't have instructors like that again. Of course, compared to the others, Instructor Shirchuan is the best. Shirchuan, wait, stop being so straightforward. He was still immersed in the sorrow of the good buddy he had imagined turning into a girl. His heart couldn't take it. Jiang Li had no idea that her cover had been unintentionally partially blown by her own little companion and completely revealed by Shirchuan. All she could think about was, no one should bully her only fan. // fan, earned the military rank with difficulty and couldn't let it be ruined by people like that. // daddy would certainly want some payback for his little baby. Her desire to protect her puppy satisfied. Jiang Li was now surrounded by classmates who were crowding around her. Jiang Li, you're amazing. That was really satisfying. I've disliked that Faru for a long time. Always talking about auxiliary systems with such an ugly look. I never knew you were this skilled, Jiang Li. That move. How did you pull that off? Can you tell me? One of those moves was taught by Instructor Shirchuan in class. Wow, you used it so well just after seeing it once. You truly bring honor to our auxiliary division, Jiang Li classmate. From today onward, you're my idol. Do you feel any discomfort? Is your heart alright? Did you get injured? How does Instructor Shirchuan feel when he carries you? Are his muscles really that firm? Thanks to you. Otherwise, we don't know what torture we would have endured today. That Faru actually even hit someone. It's outrageous. Shirchuan had just finished explaining his request to the principal and turned around to see Jiang Li being enthusiastically praised by her excited classmates in the distance. His eyes softened. Is that little girl your student? Her name is Jiang Li. The colleague beside Shirchuan who was responsible for picking him up also looked at her with interest. She's courageous, has strong battle awareness, and looks pretty cute too. Upon hearing this, Shirchuan's expression darkened instantly, sensing a bad premonition rising in him. Sure enough, his colleague nudged him with his elbow and seriously asked, does she have a boyfriend yet? What do you think of me? Am I the type she'd like? To be honest, I'm somewhat interested in pursuing her. His colleague turned his head and saw Shirchuan glance at him sharply, causing him to suddenly feel the hairs on his body stand up and a chill running down his spine. But upon closer inspection, Shirchuan merely looked sympathetic for him, slowly revealing a faint smile. She already seems to have a boyfriend. Her boyfriend is quite capable too. Shirchuan cheerfully interrupted, successfully making his colleague give up his plan regretfully. Though his colleague wasn't bad-looking, in shape, or lacking in character, Shirchuan simply didn't want anyone else to covet this little girl who kept turning his world upside down. Recalling the expression on her face when he mistakenly assumed she was Jiang Yu's sister, an unmistakably reluctant but eventually confirming look, Shirchuan felt utterly humiliated. He thought she should thank her lucky stars that he hadn't sought retribution yet. And now, she wanted him to set her up with someone? No, absolutely not. What's more, because of her, he was now perceived by others in the school as being incapable in certain aspects. Originally, he had planned to overlook it due to her connection with Jiang Yu, but now that her cover was blown, he had decided to get his revenge back. Determined, Shirchuan resolved that once he returned from the ceremony, he'd go back to being the instructor and properly repay Jiang Li. At that moment, the celebrated Jiang Li shivered slightly in the distance, suddenly feeling a bit chilly. That day, Zhui Yu brought Jiang Li to tour the combat training room as agreed. The golden-haired boy wore a warm smile on his face, introducing things to her along the way while encountering many enthusiastic classmates coming to greet them. I've wanted to show you around for a long time, but it hasn't been very convenient. Zhui Yu nodded at the classmates who greeted him and continued speaking with Jiang Li. Jiang Li scratched her head sheepishly. It's because Brother Yu is such a great actor, I'm too slow to catch on. She sighed. Brother Yu truly has great social skills. So many people know you. Zhui Yu remained nonchalant. Not bad? Somehow, everyone knows me without reason. By the way, the news of you defeating a captain instructor yesterday has spread all over the school. Many people are discussing how you managed to beat the instructor. Since that incident happened, it had been 3 days, and there were always students wanting to emulate Jiang Li by challenging the instructors. They thought that if Jiang Li, who was notoriously poor in physical fitness, could defeat an instructor, perhaps they could too. Thus, more students found themselves hospitalized after being sent there by their own instructors. The instructors in chorus. Who gave you the false impression that you could beat us? Students, rumors. All rumors. We can't even touch the instructors. How could someone from auxiliary studies like Jiang Li possibly win? Zhuo Yu admitted he couldn't fight those experienced battlefield-trained instructors and was equally curious about Jiang Li's battle. He lowered his head, putting on a modest appearance as he asked, "Could you tell me how you won?" "Ah, that thing." Jiang Li clearly knew about recent events where students challenging instructors ended up in the medical ward, sighing helplessly. "In fact, I grew up on the battlefield when I was little, so my physical fitness back then wasn't bad, and I also gained some combat experience." Zhuo Yu nodded, recalling the hapless imitators, thinking that without sufficient experience, they dared to challenge the seasoned instructors who survived real battles. Truly courageous, though foolhardy. Under normal circumstances, with my current condition, I'm no match for Instructor Faru. However, he underestimated my ability. He acted like he was just playing around, never expecting that I'd strike first, and instead chose to lean back to avoid my attack. This exposed a fatal flaw. Combat is most taboo when losing one's balance, and this mistake became her opportunity. Besides, my mental energy is relatively strong. Faru instructor probably didn't anticipate that I'd suppress him using my mental power, so he fell for it. Mental suppression? Zhuo Yu frowned with confusion. Did you externalize your mental energy? Seeing Jiang Li nodding confidently, he couldn't help but feel cold sweat for her daring. Your guts are really big. But it made sense. Few dare to release their mental energy to touch an opponent during a battle. What if the opponent's mental energy is stronger? In their territory, they could easily swallow the released mental force. Then, being subjected to a backlash would have severe consequences. Farah must have never imagined Jiang Li taking such a risky move to restrain him. Zhuo Yu silently mourned once again for those classmates who recklessly challenged instructors without knowing the truth. It seemed Li's mental energy was strong. If she could freely control her mental energy, that might not be such a bad thing. This side is where our mecha majors train normally. Walking up to a dark gate, Zhuo Yu swiped his optical brain at the inspection screen by the entrance before casually leading Jiang Li inside for a tour. As soon as they entered the hall, Jiang Li's attention was captured by the colossal mecha standing centrally in the vast space. The blue-black mecha gleamed with metallic luster, looking every bit as imposing within its protective enclosure. Getting closer, the mecha bore traces of having seen many hardships, exuding a sharp and fierce aura left over from the battlefield. It was both a god of invincible battles and a dedicated guardian who bravely fought enemies to protect the countless lives behind it. This is the tallest existing mecha in the Alliance. It looked tall enough to reach 5 floors. Mecha construction was exorbitantly expensive, requiring immense maintenance costs, not to mention the rare energy cannons and energy shells equipped on the mecha. Aside from the military and military academies, very few organizations could afford such expenses. Additionally, the total number of mechas possessed by the Alliance was minimal. Therefore, except for the genuine mecha soldiers, only a select few had the chance to pilot real mechas. Even the students studying mechas could only operate simulated versions in nutrient chambers. Zhuo Yu pointed at the small doors around them. These are our training rooms. That area over there is the gravity training room, and the other area is the simulation mecha battle room. At this moment, the two stopped in front of a huge training ground. This is the gunfighting range. As long as one is a student of the school, they can come here to train. He shrugged. However, there are almost no auxiliary major students coming here to practice. Do you want to take a look inside? Noticing Jiang Li's fascinated expression towards the gunfighting range, Zhuo Yu dragged her into it. Hey, Zhuo Yu, are you here to train? A male student walked towards them, wiping sweat while greeting them. The combat department's training grounds often seemed overcrowded. After all, there were always diligent and hardworking individuals regardless of location. Big brother, good day. I'm bringing a friend over for a visit. Zhuo Yu replied modestly yet respectfully, earning a friendly smile from the other party. Is this your girlfriend? You've grown up to this stage already, huh? The senior inspected the pair meaningfully for a few moments before waving goodbye, leaving them with his sweat-soaked back. Hope you two get along well. Jiang Li, Zhuo Yu. He quickly explained to Jiang Li. Sorry, this senior is always like that. Jiang Li shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. When I used to dress as a boy and walk with Coach Shirchuan, many people mistook me for the coach's little boyfriend. She waved it off as if it were an everyday occurrence, showing no concern. Is that so? Zhuo Yu's smile remained unchanged, but a fleeting sense of disappointment flickered in his clear, blue eyes, which were otherwise spotless like water cleansed. Come this way. With seamless grace, he placed his hand on Jiang Li's shoulder, steering her as if she were a vehicle, turning her towards his favorite shooting area. The warmth of his knuckles accidentally brushed against Jiang Li's tender neck, causing him to retract his hand abruptly as if burned. After a moment, his fingers lightly returned to their previous position, as delicate as a feather's touch. Chapter 51. Booking a room? It was the 5th day since Instructor Shirchuan had left, and everyone missed him. Missed him. The students in the support track looked at the substitute instructor, who was neither handsome nor humorous, and for the umpteenth time sighed. Is Instructor Shirchuan not coming back? Tiani pouted as she shook Jiang Li's shoulder. Have you been in touch with the instructor? Did he say when he will return? Having an eye-catching instructor even made training less unbearable. She hoped so much that Shirchuan would come back to teach them. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, scanning through the pile of trivial messages Instructor Shirchuan had sent her recently. Like, good morning, Good night. Today's weather is nice. Have you eaten lunch? She shook her head. He didn't mention. Of course, she hadn't asked either. He felt even more melancholy. After class, I'll ask him, Zhongli said with a wry smile. I heard him say before that even if he comes back, he won't continue being our instructor anymore because frequent changes in instructors are bad for us. So it's probably better not to get our hopes up too high. Though somewhat disappointed, He still gave Zhongli a big hug, cheerfully rubbing her soft cheek against Zhongli's face. Okay. Thanks, Ollie. Are you asking this because you miss me? In the evening, Shirchuan received a message from Zhongli asking whether he would return to continue as their instructor and when that would be. For some reason, a sudden feeling of joy rose within him, and without hesitation, he replied with this sentence. As expected, Zhongli quickly responded with her usual straightforwardness. Yes, I miss the instructor. Even though it was a predictable answer, Shirchuan instinctively averted his eyes from the luminal screen and, almost like hiding something, lightly brushed his bangs aside. Director Shir? The deputy officer beside him looked at his strange series of movements with confusion and couldn't help but ask aloud. Shirchuan glanced at the screen again, tightening his lips into a straight line, and said solemnly, Nothing. Please continue. If only the little girl hadn't added the last part everyone misses you or at the end, that would have been better. Completely ignoring what his deputy officer was rambling about, Shirchuan was still somewhat incredulous. Jiang Li was indeed Jiang Yu, an almost certain fact. He replied with one short sentence, I'll be back soon. Yet suddenly found the days here becoming unbearably long. Determined to go back earlier and give the little girl a surprise. This thought lingered constantly in his mind, making him extraordinarily spirited. His originally lethargic, completely unwilling to listen attitude disappeared entirely, leaving the deputy officer gaping. Let's play the game tonight. Maybe luck will have Li Yu online. That's what Shirchuan thought. And indeed, he met Li Yu online in the game. He stared at the face he'd fantasized countless times about having a heart-to-heart conversation with, but his emotions were mixed now. Who would have guessed that beneath this shell lay a soft and tender young girl? Countless times he had wanted to ask her what happened back then, but by the time the words reached his mouth, they transformed into just one simple sentence. Long time no see. Long time no see. Zhongli counted on her fingers. It had been about 2 weeks since the last time she chatted with this online friend in the game, which indeed seemed quite long. She subconsciously invited him. Long time no see. Want to join a competitive match? Shirchuan couldn't help but chuckle with a bitter smile. Competitive match? Forget it. I'm no match for you in light armor. He smiled slyly. How about trying the mech zone instead? It's fine even if you don't know how. I can teach you. Seeing Zhongli hesitating, he hastily added, I know a method to control a mech purely through spirit force. Zhongli widened her eyes and tentatively looked at him, seemingly asking, Is that really possible? Shirchuan tilted his head proudly. This is my exclusive secret technique. Once this village passes, there won't be another shop like it. As he spoke, he kept sneaking glances at Zhongli's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Zhongli became interested and finally nodded. Then thank you, brother Shir. She was genuinely curious about this method that allowed one to drive a mech solely through spirit force, immediately forgetting about her plan to enter the battlefield after logging in. Satisfied, Shirchuan slung his arm over Zhongli's neck, adopting an amiable buddy-buddy posture, nodding toward the direction of the virtual combat arena. Let's go? Let's book a room. Zhongli, okay. Sigma, duh, winky face. What kind of room? Book what? Where? Of course, it was referring to forming a private room for friends team battles 1v1. Shirchuan made no attempt to clarify the meaning of his sentence and simply dragged the confused Jiang Li towards the virtual combat arena. Virtual World Official Forum. 818 The secrets between Shir and Li Yu that cannot be revealed. Originally, I was a die-hard fan of the Jade-like god, diligently waiting online every day for him to come online. Then, I would gather my fellow sisters to cheer for the god's competitive matches. But on this day, yes, this day, when I saw the god's avatar light up, I hurriedly summoned the little sisters in the fan group, fearing that the god's match would go without a support team. However, we found that upon logging in, the god didn't go to the arena. So I had no choice but to circle around the arena, and unexpectedly, I really saw the Jade God with Shuren. Not wanting to disturb them, I silently watched from the side, occasionally taking screenshots of their stunning beauty. Then, I heard Shuren suggest to take the Jade God to book a room. I was truly stunned, so I followed them closely to see what would happen next. First floor. Poster, I didn't read much, don't fool me. Second floor. This looks like a marketing account trying to gain attention. If they fought, I'd believe it, but booking a room? Do you think the anti-pornography system in virtual world is just for show? Third floor. When I logged onto the forum, I saw such explosive news. Where's the poster at? Don't tell me you just posted a catchy title and ran away. Fourth floor. Poster, hurry back. My melon and stool are ready. All I need now is you. Fifth floor. Don't make me laugh. You might as well say they went to get married. Sixth floor. Let's leave these two alone. Not interested in any rendezvous talked. Seventh floor. Let's keep our distance. No interest here either. Eighth floor. Since that last showdown between the master and the god, there have been many strange CPs cropping up. Ninth floor. Homophobic eyes seeing everything. Anything unrelated gets grouped together. 10th floor. Wait for updates. Where's the poster at? Don't tell me the master has spotted your location and thrown you in the river already. 11th floor. Haha. Who knows? It's entirely possible. With Shuren's temper, he might have pulled you out and thrown you into a vat. 12th floor. Are you talking about Master Shuren? Is his temper bad? 13th floor. Not exactly bad-tempered, but Master is quite affable normally. Except when a bunch of fans tracked him down, surrounded him, wanted to snap photos or befriend him. How they got the nerve to harass a seasoned champion is beyond me. He ended up getting upset. 14th floor. Ha ha ha, I know that one. Fans with ill intentions got cut off by his sword and sent offline. Some who followed him were grabbed and either tossed into the nearest river or upside down into roadside water vats. 15th floor. It was a huge event turning fans against him. Many announced their withdrawal from supporting him. The Master, however, didn't care much about this. While some secret photography was okay, those who tracked him or stopped him for demands met swift justice. For a whole month, he remained red flag status, blackening red, yet nobody dared attempt to assassinate him for rewards. 16th floor. The Master is genuine. Those fans at that time were truly over the line. Now, I should applaud him for his actions. 17th floor. Our Master is incredibly capable, untouchable even. Haven't noticed there are fewer defamatory posts about him on forums, right? 18th floor. Poster, danger ahead. 19th floor. No sound from you for so long. Probably met an unfortunate end. 20th floor. Here's a song called Cool Down dedicated to the poster. Poster. I'm here. I've returned. What I said is true. These were Master Shuren's exact words, verbatim truth. 21st floor. Oh, you're back. Are you alright? Didn't lose any limbs, did you? 22nd floor. Soul has returned. 23rd floor. What's the aftermath? Can't wait to grab this gossip bite. Poster. Phew, give me a minute to edit. Just then, my heart almost leaped out of my chest. You were right. I sneaked after them for a while before Master Shuren spotted me. Can you imagine? In the blink of an eye, the two figures ahead turned into one. Then I felt icy coldness creep up my spine as I turned around to see Master towering above me, glaring furiously. Mama Ea. 24th floor. Ha ha. Poster, you suffered greatly. 25th floor. I can vividly imagine that scene. Ha ha ha. 26th floor. Poster, you could never guess what I'm doing right now while following them. 27th floor. Poster, I absolutely have to find out what they're about to do. 28th floor. Poster, our idol is so handsome. Take pictures. Master Shuren is also so stylish. Take more pictures. 29th floor. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Upper floors, you guys are devils. Poster, I was caught red-handed by Master Shuren. My legs are still trembling even now. And you're laughing at me. Just as I was scared out of my wits, my idol showed up. Oh my goodness, you can't even imagine how gentle and soothing his voice is. He patiently asked what I was doing and noticed that I was afraid of the big shot. So considerately, he used his body to create a shield between me and the big shot. I had no choice but to explain that I noticed my idol coming online, so I wanted to watch him compete in the arena, only to find that he didn't go there. Driven by curiosity, I followed him instead. Then, my idol smiled at me. It was absolutely dazzling. Words like magnificent beauty don't even begin to describe it. As I was still dazed by his smile, my idol actually invited me to follow along and watch. 30th floor. Huh, so explosive. And he actually invites fans to observe in person? 31st floor. Shocked. So our idol is this unrestrained, huh? 32nd floor. Lord, you write a good story. But then what? We need to know what happens next. 33rd floor. If he can invite people to watch so openly, maybe they weren't about to do what we imagined they were going to do. 34th floor. What exactly do you think they were going to do? In my imagination, they were just booking a room to sit face to face, eat nuts, and chat. 35th floor. In my mind, they were going to book a room to play games together. 36th floor. So what's it with you on the 33rd floor? What are you imagining that others shouldn't see? Smiling. Chapter 52. Operation to lower likability. 37th floor. Cough, so you're all this pure. Original poster, OP. Lordly you is truly too gentle. You didn't see the grim expression on Shuren's face when he found out I was stalking him. It looked like he was going to throw me out on the spot. Thankfully, the godly figure stopped him. Let me tell you, as soon as the big shot faced the godly figure, his tone softened instantly. Let's not talk about this. I followed the godly figure and the big shot to a hotel room. No. I watched as the big shot went with the godly figure to book a room. Then the big shot started to hand over. 38th floor. Hand over what? 39th floor. You re-stopping mid-sentence. That's quite frustrating. What are you handing over by hand? OP. Be clearer. 40th floor. Weld the car door shut. Seal the windows. Nobody is getting off today. 41st floor. So curious about the second half of the last sentence. 42nd floor. OP. Are you okay? Don't tell me you got kicked offline because Shuren lost his temper. 43rd floor. Can you even drive on such bad roads? 44th floor. Anti-porn warning. OP. Take it easy. 45th floor. This post is blowing up. 461st floor. Is OP doomed? So many floors already, and still no sign of them coming back. 462nd floor. I'm waiting till the flowers start wilting. OP, you ungrateful scoundrel. You want to watch the live broadcast, but didn't transmit it for us. Up. Sorry everyone, my smart device ran out of battery while I was writing. Now, after watching the scene, I'm charging my device. Next, here comes the plot you've all been eagerly awaiting. Confetti. Last time I mentioned, I saw the big shot and the godly figure go to book a room, and then the big shot began teaching the godly figure how to operate in mech. Apologies for the typo earlier. / // omega / In short, I personally witnessed the godly figure transform from clumsily crashing walls with the mech to fluently using it in combat practice with the big shot, all within just 3 hours. Damn, when did mech become so easy to learn? Watching made me want to learn mech operations myself. 463rd floor. You tell me this after I've unzipped halfway. 464th floor. Cheater. You let me build anticipation for nothing. 465th floor. Creating such a huge stir, and now you tell us it was a typo. 466th floor. Are you pulling our legs? To be honest, I'm a student of mech studies, and learning to pilot a mech within 3 hours? Impossible. Even our genius students need a whole month to make the mech walk steadily. Even if Liu is your idol, aren't you exaggerating too much? 467th floor. So it was all training in the hotel room? You tricked our emotions. The greatest advantage of controlling a mech solely through mental power is agility and rapid response. It also consumes much less physical energy compared to regular operational methods. Shirchuan easily dodged a sweep kick, asking the young man opposite him, "How does it feel?" The spiritual force seemed as if it had limbs, flipping and jumping nimbly without giving any jolts inside the cockpit to Zhongli. It's amazing. Her eyes lit up with small, exuberant glimmers. She realized she could operate a mech effortlessly again. Other than the focus required making her slightly tired, there were really no adverse consequences. Zhongli determined to get offline and contact her research team afterward to have some mechs made for herself. Alright, that's all for today. Estimating Zhongli's energy, Shirchuan suggested, "Shall we stroll around and rest a bit?" Still feeling unfulfilled, Zhongli licked her lips, knowing she could train with the mech anytime and wasn't rushing at the moment. She agreed happily. Sure. They walked out of the battlefield side by side, aimlessly wandering down the street. As they gained more attention due to Shiren's universally recognized face, Zhongli decisively bought a mask from a nearby vendor and pulled Shirchuan into a secluded corner. "Bend your head down a bit." Although the corner was concealed, people still noticed their furtive behavior and sent curious gazes. Zhongli quickly grabbed the back of Shirchuan's head, forcing him to lower it so she could put the newly bought black mask on him. Shirchuan, caught off guard and almost face-to-face with Zhongli, was uncomfortable. He adjusted the position of the mask, feeling his ears burning. In the future, don't do this kind of action toward others. It seemed Shirchuan could see through Jiang Yu's shell, Zhongli tilting her head in confusion. Suppressing the urge, he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. "I remember there's an ice cream shop opposite the amusement park across the bridge that tastes great. Would you like to try it?" Zhongli, who was inexplicably rubbed on the head, paused for a moment. Sure. The usually lazy-looking Shirchuan coach standing in front of her, enveloped in the guise of Shiren, had an air of gentleness about him that Zhongli had never seen before. His deep brown eyes seemed to shimmer with brilliant fireworks, causing Zhongli's heart to flutter uneasily. Oh no, does Coach Shirchuan actually like Jiang Yu? It appears the rumor at school about the coach liking men wasn't just a baseless fabrication after all. Still completely oblivious to herself as the root cause, Zhongli now felt somewhat troubled. She couldn't let Coach Shirchuan continue down this path. After resolving the issue with the 7 armies, she would eventually have to abandon the identity of Jiang Yu anyway. When she tells him that Jiang Yu is actually someone who doesn't even exist, forget the drastic difference in looks, but just the gender alone will be hard for anyone to accept, right? At some point, Zhongli became convinced without doubt about the news that Coach Shirchuan liked men. When he finds out, the coach will surely feel deceived and end up hating her. What should she do? Maybe if she lets him know that the real Jiang Yu isn't all that great, then he won't possibly still like his former self anymore, right? Turning from a fan to a detractor shouldn't be too bad, should it? Thought into action, Zhongli immediately contacted Tian Yi, who was always online fishing for seafood. Xiao Yi, what kind of people do you dislike? Like not so much that you totally hate them. Soon enough, a reply popped up in the chat message box from Tian Yi. Probably people who stand me up, I guess. For instance, if I like someone and he constantly stands me up, I'd lose interest in him, though I wouldn't go as far as to stop being friends with him. Why are you asking this? Oh right, are you done training? Want to come along for some fishing? Zhongli suddenly had an epiphany. Nothing, just sudden curiosity. I just met an acquaintance and need to chat a bit. How about we meet in an hour? The message box buzzed twice. Alright, I'll wait for you. Perhaps because Liu had become popular in the virtual world, they encountered many people along the way, either wearing masks or dressed in red clothes. Yet their current images did not attract any particular attention. After deliberating, Zhongli came up with a plan. They soon arrived near the amusement park, and she pointed to a toy store on the other side of the street from the ice cream shop, turning to negotiate with Shirchuan. I want to take a look inside there. Why don't you go buy the ice cream first, and after I'm done looking, I'll find you. Shirchuan nodded, not mocking her for visiting a children's toy store at her age. After earnestly asking her about her flavor preferences, he walked towards the ice cream shop confidently. So, should she run away quickly or find a place to hide? Zhongli hesitated, indecisively opting to hide. If she just left, she'd feel truly apologetic. Scanning her surroundings for a while, her gaze landed on the cherry blossom tree not far from the roadside, its flowers blooming brilliantly red. It looked kind of high. Standing under the tree and looking up, the lush flowers covered the branches densely, leaving no gaps. A great spot to conceal herself. But how was she supposed to get up there? Worriedly scratching her ears and face, the physically ordinary her simply could not leap gracefully onto the branch, and climbing trees wasn't something she knew how to do. She took a deep breath and covertly marked the spatial coordinates of a tree branch using her mental force. At a spot where no one was paying attention, she tore through space and directly opened a portal right above the branch. Using space-tearing techniques for climbing trees, she was likely the first person ever to do such a thing. The white mask was rather conspicuous against the fiery red cherry blossoms. The perfectly disguised red-clothed youth removed the mask, revealing a face so handsome it could make the cherry blossoms seem pale by comparison. Now this ought to work. Satisfied, Zhongli nodded lightly and gently parted the clustered flowers around her, cautiously peering out. Before long, she saw Shirchuan appear at the corner of the street with the packaged ice cream in hand. She quickly pulled back her head and sighed inwardly. Sorry, Coach Shirchuan, she really didn't have a choice. Please give her some leeway and lower that likability score a little. It'll be good for both of you. Estimating the time to be about right, she continued to peek out again. As expected, Shirchuan's figure had vanished from the nearby streets. A lonely, unread message from Shiran appeared on her message window. Where are you? Should she reply, or not? If she replied, what should she say? Perhaps that she has a sudden errand and needs to leave for a bit, and she apologizes deeply? As Zhongli racked her brain for an appropriate response, she suddenly felt something unusual behind her. Warm breath grazed her ear, carrying a faint sweetness. I've caught you. The warm temperature by her ear made Zhongli's body tremble slightly, but she paid no heed to these feelings. Abruptly turning her head, the magnified face of Shirchuan filled her vision. In a state of shock, due to the excessive force of turning her head, Zhongli lost her balance and nearly fell backward off the branch. Fortunately, Shirchuan was quick-witted enough to catch her and pull her back into his arms, sparing Zhongli the embarrassment of a head-first fall from the tree. Be more careful, Shirchuan said anxiously as he gently pulled the clumsy girl closer to him. Sit properly. Although he knew that no real harm would come to them in the game, he wasn't sure if this scatterbrained little girl had remembered to set the pain sensitivity to its lowest level. If she hadn't, such a fall would hurt quite a bit. Zhongli, who had indeed forgotten to lower the pain settings. It's a good thing she didn't fall. By the time she came to her senses, she had been unknowingly nestled in Shirchuan's arms for half a while. Her arms instinctively circled around the man's lean waist, feeling the well-defined muscles brimming with explosive power. Her face pressed against his strong chest, drawing warmth continuously from his body and transmitting it straight to her cheeks. Shirchuan let out a soft laugh, the muffled sound vibrating faintly through his chest. Not done hugging yet. Chapter 53. Operation to Reduce Goodwill, 2. The faint scent of the man seemed to be aggressive, directly penetrating Zhongli's nostrils. She unconsciously held her breath, pretending to be calm as she patted his waist, then straightened her body and subtly moved away from him. Your figure is quite good. Just now, did my heart skip a beat? Zhongli turned her head, staring at the blooming cherry blossoms in front of her, thinking that it might have been an illusion. In comparison, your body seems a bit frail. Shirchuan smiled with deep meaning, carefully observing Zhongli's expression. Your muscles are soft and flabby, like a girl's. Zhongli hastily refuted him in a flustered manner. Impossible. You just didn't touch the right place. She has abdominal muscles. Although she hasn't exercised much in a year, there's still some firmness. In a hurry to prove herself, Zhongli grabbed Shirchuan's hand and pressed it onto her stomach, annoyed by the man's comment that she was like a girl. How dare you call me, a full-fledged man, like a girl? Feel it, feel it. Where's the softness? Caught off guard, Shirchuan allowed himself to be held without any sign of resistance, letting her take the lead. Startled by the warmth of her palm, he helplessly compromised. It's my mistake. You're the most manly person I've ever met. This young lady is quite stubborn. Successful in enticing Zhongli to reveal her weakness, Shirchuan chuckled darkly. He slowly withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, feeling tingling and slightly warm. Zhongli was at a loss, unsure if his words were a compliment or insult, so she simply let out a hum to show her magnanimity and change the subject. How did you find me? I noticed the airflow around this tree seemed off when I passed by. He hadn't expected to catch a young girl playing hide and seek with him. The man couldn't help but rub her hair fondly. You're so big already and still enjoy playing hide and seek? Zhongli. She couldn't possibly say she intentionally avoided him because she didn't want him to see her, so she swallowed down the innocent child persona. Airflow? Is it the ability after your mental power mutated? She always thought it was the wind. Perhaps there wasn't much difference between the two? Shirchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression becoming serious. How do you know? Well, my younger sister also had a mutation in her mental power, gaining spatial abilities. Zhongli was committed to fabricating nonsense, racking her brains. Realizing she was talking about herself, Shirchuan understood, yet still frowned. He didn't expect her to also gain mutant abilities. This meant she once had a mental power eruption, almost dying. What exactly did she go through? Because of the previous failed plan to reduce goodwill, instead making the other party think she was playing hide and seek with him, Zhongli gathered her courage and decided to completely extinguish Shirchuan's feelings for Zhongyu this time. What are you doing? During the break from mecha operation training, Shirchuan looked at Zhongli sitting on the side, eyes glued to the message box as she kept sending messages, feeling confused. Zhongli looked up and smiled at him. A new friend I met recently. She looks pretty cute and has a sweet voice. We're chatting. Girls are treasures dropped by heaven. Shirchuan. After giving fans a warm hug and signed photo with tenderness and care, Liu sighed wistfully looking at the shy back of someone who ran off. This is my type. Shirchuan, standing beside her watching the scenery without existence, felt totally lost. WTF? When did she start liking girls? Under the terrifying gaze of Shirchuan, Zhongli felt extremely satisfied. Isn't this kind of girl adorable, brother Shirchuan? She is, so you like girls? Zhongli nodded naturally. Girlfriends are far more considerate and cute than boyfriends. Naturally, I prefer girls. Shirchuan. How could she like girls? What about him? Shirchuan suddenly became perplexed. Why did he feel somewhat unsettled hearing this news? For no apparent reason, his mood suddenly plummeted, and a feeling of sadness began spreading from his chest. Seeing the slightly furrowed brows of Shirchuan, Zhongli felt very guilty inside. But she believed even more firmly in the possibility that the instructor liked Jiang Yu, and resolved not to let the instructor continue to fall into ruin. Being friends is fine, but being lovers, whether it's Jiang Yu or Jiang Li, they don't deserve it. Over the next few days, whenever Jiang Li and Shirchuan met in the virtual world, she would definitely talk up how great girls were, at all times emphasizing her strong preference for women and mentioning that she hoped to have a girlfriend in the future. This went on for several days, making Shirchuan look grim, even to the point that after logging out of the game, he couldn't enjoy his lollipops anymore. Though Shirchuan was unhappy, there wasn't much he could say, so he planned to set a trap for Jiang Li in real life, finding some relief by seeing her flustered. Thus, is the instructor coming back? A tomb for clothes? Yes, would you like to come with me? He had built Jiang Yu's tomb of clothes a year ago and visited it when he had time. The reason he hadn't mentioned this to Jiang Li before was because, in the game, he found Jiang Yu, uncertain about whether she was alive or dead, and didn't think it appropriate to take a young girl there. He never expected that these two people were actually the same person. Shirchuan, whose petty jealousy knew no bounds, felt that Jiang Li's expression would be fascinating when she saw her own tomb of clothes. Alright, I'll go too. Jiang Li's face blanked for a moment, and she suddenly felt much older. She would have to go pay respects to herself? She truly hadn't anticipated that instructor Shirchuan loved Jiang Yu so deeply that even if she were dead and dismembered, he would still build a tomb of clothes for her. Touched though she was, a pang of discomfort crept in. She couldn't reciprocate his feelings, not just because as Jiang Yu she carried guilt severe enough to get her hunted down across the entire league should she be exposed, but also because her body might not last long without a cure. What kind of pain would the one left behind feel? However, Jiang Li reconsidered. If this was a chance to pay respects to Jiang Yu, it might also serve as an opportunity to make the instructor give up on her once and for all. Lost in thought for half a day, propping her cheek on her hand, she opened her light brain and placed an order on Tian Wang for expedited delivery. This action further cemented Jiang Yu's sexual orientation. Jiang Yu's tomb of clothes was located in a desolate yet expansive area outside the city. Lush green grass surrounded it. Petals fell lightly from trees, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. It was a place where one could find peace, free from chaotic thoughts, only wanting to settle quietly and watch clouds drift. The area around the tombstone was meticulously clean, spotless. Engraved with grand strokes on the stone were the words, Tomb of Jiang Yu. Deeply carved, clearly showing the effort and memories the maker of the tomb had for Jiang Yu. However, Shirchuan was not paying any attention to the tomb he'd labored over. Rather, he looked rather bemused. Holding the entire way an equal-sized 2D anime girl doll, Jiang Li seemed completely oblivious as they neared the grave. His hand moved instinctively to his forehead in exasperation. Why did you bring this thing? The size of the anime girl doll matched Jiang Li perfectly. She struggled with it in her arms, both her view obscured and tripping over steps multiple times. When Shirchuan offered to help carry it for a while, she stubbornly refused, reasoning, "This is my brother's wife. No other man can hold her." Shirchuan. Jiang Li turned away from his gaze and made her way to the grave with a loud "Hoi, hoi," carrying the doll with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Brother, are you comfortable down there? I've brought your paper girlfriend from the virtual world, and I'm going to burn her to send her to keep you company." With that, she grabbed the doll's ample chest in front of Shirchuan's stunned gaze, massaging it a bit, then patted its plump and round butt. "Take a look at the wife I've chosen for you, with long legs, a slim waist, and a big bottom. 36D, a perfect dream lover. It's absolutely your type." Turning back, she apologized to Shirchuan with sincerity. "My brother likes them like this. Don't mind it." Shirchuan. Death glare intensified. Through her bizarre behavior, Shirchuan realized what Jiang Li was trying to do. So, she misunderstood and thought he liked Jiang Yu? Recalling the past few days, during which the young lady had been deliberately flaunting her preferences for girls in front of him while pretending to be Liu, Shirchuan began to understand her plan. She wanted to tell him, Jiang Yu preferred women, especially voluptuous ones with large chests and hips, leaving him, such a rough man, with no hope. Thus, she wanted him to give up early. Having understood Jiang Li's plan, Shirchuan casually examined her. Puffed, this little girl certainly put on a show. But why had Jiang Li, who had previously been quite dense about her own emotions, started paying attention to someone else's? Although confused by this question, Shirchuan burst into silent laughter inside. Containing his amusement, he adopted an air of profound melancholy, speaking in a low voice that seemed to float. "Ah, so that's how it is. He prefers that kind of person." Jiang Li felt that her multi-pronged strategy applied both online and offline was finally bearing fruit, nodding fervently as she continued. Yes. My brother even dated a girlfriend like that when he was in the army." Shirchuan's eyes visibly dimmed, and he lowered his head. His long eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyes, making it hard to discern his unpredictable expression. "My brother didn't have any other hobbies in his entire life, except for looking at women with big chests and long legs." "Then do you like handsome men?" Jiang Li, who had been talking nonstop, faltered. She didn't know why the topic suddenly shifted to herself, hesitating before replying. "Yeah, I look at my brother's photos regularly, so that's enough." Upon hearing this, Shirchuan raised an eyebrow. Although he couldn't help but admit that Jiang Yu was genuinely handsome, He was no less attractive either, wasn't he? Afraid Zhongli might get suspicious, his expression instantly turned melancholic, and his deep brown eyes stared intently at Zhongli. I heard that the sex change technology on GF R99 is extremely advanced, almost perfect, with no side effects. Zhongli. Her hands shook 3 times. She had just prepared to pretend to burn the doll when she almost set her own clothes on fire. Now it was Zhongli's turn to stare at Sichuan with a horrified look. Instructor, are you serious? Oh no. Oh no. He better not really go to that planet and change his gender. Chapter 54, Plan failed. Actually, being a man is pretty good. Zhongli dryly tried to salvage the fragile integrity of Sichuan, fearing that if it was because of her that the instructor really went to change gender, it would be her fault. Oh, but women are gentle and considerate. Zhongli decisively countered. Men are tall and strong, with coarse but detailed personalities, and can provide a sense of security. But you all like women. Zhongli spoke up earnestly. Who said so? I like good-looking and handsome young men. Broad shoulders, narrow hips, 8-pack abs, how nice they look. Finally receiving the answer he wanted, Sichuan grinned and exhaled in relief. That's good then. He subtly touched his own abs, a hint of pride in his expression. Zhongli always felt something wasn't quite right, but she still didn't dare mention again in front of instructor Sichuan that how much Zhang Yu liked girls, fearing that the instructor might impulsively go for a gender change, and then one day she would see a female version of the instructor. She never expected the instructor to like Zhang Yu to the point of obsession. She herself could do nothing about it. If this wouldn't work, should she disguise herself as a man and try to seduce the instructor? No, it was better not to proceed. The instructor's feelings were definitely unwavering and couldn't be swayed by outsiders. Zhongli sighed deeply. In any case, the plan to lower the level of admiration had failed once again. Instructor Sichuan returned, neither to visit nor say goodbye. He stayed in the principal's office for a while, and then came the news that he would continue serving as the assistant coach for the second-year auxiliary program. That's great. Our instructor is still Sichuan. Tian-Yi jumped 3 feet high at the news, described perfectly by beaming with joy. There was still more than a month before the military league tournament, and students in the school began to get tense, rushing in groups to the training ground, acting as though they couldn't eat if they didn't train for a few hours each day. Most matches in the annual military league varied each year, and only 1 week before the competition would students know the details of the competition. However, the preliminary rounds generally involved combat-type competitions, such as Feng Mian, who fell in the jungle combat of the preliminaries for 2 consecutive years. As for the selection process, it wasn't certain and likely depended on the mood of the competition designer, with an unknown level of difficulty. If the selection match measured strength, endurance, or speed, it might be difficult for her to pass it. Actually, Zhongli didn't care whether she achieved results in the military league. She just wanted to graduate honestly and complete Grandma Mo's last wish. She wasn't concerned with being ridiculed by others due to poor grades. As for passing the selection exam, it was something instructor Sichuan had repeatedly reminded her to take seriously. Since she had agreed, she had to give it her all. And most importantly, the use of stimulant/enhancement drugs was forbidden during the competition. So if there really were tests of strength and speed, she would likely fail them. Her head ached. Do you know about the Federation's military league? In the game, Virtual World, Sichuan watched Liu smoothly and effortlessly pilot a mech and execute an ancient martial arts set, casually speaking. There are rumors that this year's semi-finals of the league will take place on the S91 L11 border star. The instant she heard this, Zhang Li in the mech lost concentration, her mental control less precise, causing the mech's left foot to trip over its right and land flat on its face. S91 L11? That was where the 7th Army perished. After exiting the mech cabin, Zhang Li leapt next to Sichuan, her voice raspy. Is what you're saying true? Sichuan knew the planet code by heart, as this border star was the last known location of the Alliance's 7th Army before they disappeared. Even within the military department, he couldn't find any information regarding the 7th Army. All he knew was that S91 L11 was severely invaded by insectoids, resulting in countless casualties among the border defense forces, and it was the 6th Army that rushed to support them, successfully driving back the overwhelming enemy. Countless insect eggs remained scattered across the border star despite thorough sweeps conducted by the army. Fortunately, these insects weren't especially powerful, and ordinary soldiers could manage their elimination. For nearly a year now, S91 L11 had been strictly cordoned off by the army, allowing no one inside or out. This time, for some reason, the military command was willing to open up this star for student training. Perhaps it was to allow students a first-hand experience of the insectoid's power in advance. Sichuan guessed as much, not ignoring Zhang Li's question, and nodded. The military is attempting to send troops to clear a safe zone on S91 L11 for students to set up camp and rest. This semi-final was the only chance for Zhang Li to reach S91 L11. If she missed it, it might be years before the star opened again. Zhang Li understood this well and took a deep breath. This time in the military league, she aimed to enter the semi-finals. She wanted to see the planet that her companions had vowed to protect with their lives and to search for traces of the life they once lived there. What if there were relics belonging to them that the Allied forces hadn't discovered? What if she could find their remains? Her mind flickered with countless possibilities, directly pushing her desire to enter the semi-finals to its peak. She must enter the semi-finals. Sichuan saw Zhang Li's increasingly determined gaze and wanted to sigh, but eventually just switched to a relaxed tone as if he was completely unaware of her inner heaviness. Would you like to try some sparring? He pointed at the mech, and unsurprisingly, this suggestion drew Jiang Li's attention. The gloom rising in her golden-red eyes instantly dissipated, leaving behind only excitement. Yes. So, the discussion meeting about the military league from the Alternate Ones Club now begins. Vice President Zhuo Yu sat at one end of the conference table and lightly tapped an unknown hammer on the surface, creating a bang sound. This meeting was mainly held for Jiang Li, who had just joined not long ago, and Lan Ku, a first-year student. A few seniors explained the points to note in previous competitions to help both of them gain a basic understanding of the military league. I, someone who failed in the preliminary rounds twice consecutively, don't need to attend this meeting, do I? Feng Mian laughed heartily, raising his hand, only to be immediately rejected by Zhuo Yu. As a senior, president, you've at least participated in 2 leagues. Your experience is richer than that of our juniors. Don't you think so? The gentle smile made Feng Mian shiver slightly, agreeing repeatedly. Yes, no problem. I still have some experience worth sharing. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly becoming serious, he meticulously described the situations of the past 2 leagues to everyone. The selection process for the league these last 2 years has been very difficult, primarily screening out students who lack basic qualifications. Feng Mian paused briefly, glancing sideways at Jiang Li, whose face remained unchanged, then continued. The selection process 2 years ago was a physical test where all participating students had to complete a 20-kilometer run within a set time frame. Those who didn't finish were eliminated. Last year, it was a combination of response, strength, and speed tests, where the total scores from the 3 tests decided whether the students could progress to the preliminary round. The preliminary round focused more on teamwork and comprehensive combat abilities. The scoring system calculated the results. High-performing students earned high scores, while those with lower performances scored less. To maintain fairness, apart from individual basic physical tests being scored by machines, some aspects were also judged by school teachers, professional judges, and randomly selected netizens. Additionally, the entire league was open to the public. Each contestant would wear a device distributed by the school to broadcast their performance live, showcasing each school's student qualities to vast audiences online. After the competition, dedicated staff would edit the highlights and post them on the internet, resulting in many well-performing students gaining large fan bases after every tournament. In summary, the selection stage focuses more on testing physical abilities. Jiang Li listened frowningly to Feng Mian's account, feeling heavier in her heart. Zhuo Yu timely intervened, but I heard the overall planner for this year's league events is Megal Jean. What? That legendary old man-child? Lan Ku asked in surprise. Zhuo Yu nodded. Exactly, it's him. Megal Jean was already over 220 years old. In his youth, he established the Alliance's 6 armies and was a famous general known across the Alliance for his remarkable military achievements. After retiring from the military department, he came to serve as the principal of the First Alliance School for more than 10 years. Though once a soldier, he couldn't shake his playful nature, and as he aged, his childlike personality became more pronounced. One edition of the Military League's semi-final had been planned by him, and although it wasn't too hard, it produced plenty of laughs. Numerous traps were scattered across the map, causing many participants to trip up. Summing it up, it was clear that when Megal Jean designed a competition, he emphasized participants' psychological resilience and comprehensive qualities rather than strictly requiring high levels of physical ability. One issue contestants needed to pay attention to was avoiding embarrassing moments that might turn them into online jokes. That grandpa seems to have a pretty good attitude, Jiang Li mused, feeling lighter inside, and also hoping that she could pass through the selection stage designed by this playful old general. By the way, how did your participation in the league go? Lan Ku flashed her little tiger teeth, looking slyly at Feng Mian. With this guy always being at the bottom, surely you won't be worse than him, right? Feng Mian. Thanks, I'm offended. Me? Zhuo Yu smiled indifferently. Just came in first place. Nothing much to mention. Lan Ku. Jiang Li. Good grief, after Shichuan, she met another, only ranked first. Hey, that's a bit of an insult. It was because Esk and I had personal reasons to not participate in the later rounds. If we had competed seriously, it's unclear who would have claimed the first place. Feng Mian strongly disagreed with someone Wu Xing, imperceptibly, bragging in front of him, his tone sour. Zhuo Yu was unfazed. Who made you scared of bugs and faint at the sight of blood, unable to even make it into the finals? That only left the championship spot open for me. Wait for this league. Feng Mian patted Esk on the shoulder from start to finish. Esk remained very quiet, and exclaimed passionately. This time, both of us have chips. See you on the finals field. Jiang Li. Cuckoo, is President Feng Mian really that powerful? Can he compete against the first in the league? Lan Ku. Pull the other one, it's got bells on. If he had that kind of ability, wouldn't he already be in the combat major? In my opinion, he's just boasting. Feng Mian has sharp ears and heard the two whispering quietly. I'm asking the two of you, can you stop publicly belittling me in front of me? At least show some respect. I'm the president of a club. Presidents need dignity. Jiang Li / Lan Ku. Alright. Sure. The president will definitely rank first. President, go for it. Zhuo Yu looked at Feng Mian, whose anger caused smoke to rise visibly from his head as he was humored by the two, and laughed. Chapter 55, Ghost House Nightmare, Part 1. There was still a week to go before the Military League selection competition, and finally, the official website of the league released the content and rules for the selection. Written exam. Tian Yi's eyes widened as she stared dumbfounded at the first competition item of the selection, her expression one of surprise. There was no other reason. The Military League, by its very name, focuses on military combat, and in previous years there had been no precedent for a written exam during the league. This year was the first time. 1. Written exam. Full marks. 100 points. Time. 3 hours. Question types. Multiple choice, short answer questions. Test range. General knowledge. Examination venue. Various school campuses. This time, it finally favored the helpless auxiliary system bookworms on campus who could now get some scores. For the students in the combat system, this was likely considered unfortunate news. 2. Simulated warehouse practical combat. Full marks. 100 points. Time. 7 hours. Examination venue. Various school campuses. Tian Yi's gaze dropped further and landed on the content of the second competition, causing her to exclaim involuntarily, "Is the simulated combat already part of the selection? Isn't this supposed to be the content for the preliminary round?" She couldn't help but turn a worried glance toward Zhongli, who was standing next to her looking at the competition content together. If Li could beat Feru and was so capable in the game, this practical combat should pose no issue, right? She carefully observed Zhang Li's usual demeanor and secretly sighed in relief. As Tian Yi expected, after seeing the details of these two competitions, Zhang Li didn't feel any added heaviness in her heart, but rather became a bit more relaxed instead. One written and one physical, fairly balanced. As long as there was no separate test of physical fitness, she could make it through the selection process. Zhang Li was relatively confident in her martial skills. But as far as general living knowledge went, that wasn't something she could be sure about. Being a country bumpkin coming straight from the battlefield, Zhang Li sighed. It seemed like she'd have to spend the upcoming week cramming books intensely, but she wasn't quite sure which aspects the so-called common sense included. I am the starting test boundary line. 13. Can indoor disinfectant be ingested? A. Yes. B. No. C. I don't know. After selecting B, Zhang Li chewed on the pen and fell into deep thought. Was the question designer letting down their guard too much? Did they intend to increase the number of participants this year? Haha, is this really the examination paper for the selection contest? Since I've read few books, please don't deceive me, da. Grass missed, you guys don't lie. I just came from the next door live stream. That guy decisively chose A. I'm laughing my ass off, da. I didn't understand why even the written test needs to be broadcast live at first. How boring. Now I see. Watching the students answer these questions is truly hilarious. The host has decent IQ, just looks a bit frail and pale. I wonder if they can score in the second round's practical test. Before the start of the written exam, each participating contestant automatically wore live streaming equipment. This was probably to ensure fairness in the competition and allow the broad online audience to supervise the contestants, checking for any cheating incidents. This kind of live stream only allows the audience to view what the host is doing, while the host cannot see the chat comments sent by the audience, completely eliminating the possibility of the host using the viewers to cheat. Currently, Zhang Li's live streaming room had only more than 10 viewers, pitifully few in numbers, but it was also normal. After all, not many netizens would willingly spend 3 hours watching contestants take exams. 21. One day you receive such a message. I am Jiang Cheng. Actually, I did not die, now stranded on a desolate planet with nothing on me. I hope you can lend me 30,000 Union credits. When I successfully return to Capital Star, I will pay you back tenfold. Ask, if you have savings of 100,000 Union credits, will you transfer money to him? A. Yes. B. No. C. I do not know. Zhang Li. The old man died, but was dragged out for fraud. Silently choosing option B, she continued reading. Hee ha ha ha. Anyone with a brain knows it's a fraudulent message. Why would they put such a stupid question on the test? I checked another live stream again. That straightforward young man chose a haha. If this were real, he'd get scammed big time da. Jiang Cheng is really the well-known war god of the Alliance. Using him for scamming is actually quite creative. The question creators have worked hard da. The exam also contained properly serious questions. For example, the 11th short answer question. Suppose you are an ordinary citizen in all respects, mistakenly entering the battlefield and finding an injured swallow cloud beast. What would you do at that moment? Of course, you should run away immediately. You're nobody important. Entering the battlefield is asking for death. Who cares about swallow cloud beasts? That's a class 1 protected animal. How could you abandon it like that? Brother, you've probably never seen an adult swallow cloud beast. It's 4 times your size. How could you possibly drag it and run? You can also find nearby Alliance warriors, provide the location, and ask them to rescue Dot. The long 3 hours finally ended with answering questions. The results would be announced tonight. Zhang Li massaged her shoulders and looked forward to tomorrow's practical competition in anticipation. She would definitely pass the selection test. 91 points. As Zhang Li lay into the simulation pod, her test score turned into credits, displayed at the top right corner of the virtual character. At the top left was a 30-minute countdown timer, giving contestants ample time to review the competition rules and content. She glanced at the massive gray-black building before her. Dark clouds swirled overhead, occasionally struck by huge bolts of lightning that illuminated the sinister villa, allowing her to see its entire silhouette. Unidentified plants with blackish-green hues crawled all over the exterior walls of the villa, as if forming a giant cage trapping whatever inside. It was gloomy and eerie, like a ghost house. After observing for a moment, Zhang Li started reviewing the competition rules. Game competition rules. 1. Task. Survive for 7 days inside the ghost house. 2. There are magical treasures within the ghost house capable of protecting against one fatal attack from a vengeful spirit. Please search for them on your own. 3. The previous written test score will be converted into credits usable in the system mall to purchase necessary items. 4. At the end of the match, the judges in the audience will score based on the contestant's performance, which is worth 50 points. 5. Pain level is set at 90%. Please act with caution. 6. Contestants who cannot bear the pressure may choose to withdraw midway. 7. Other details require exploration by participants themselves. So, this was actually a game session? The 7 days in the game were equivalent to 7 hours in reality. It made sense why the official website mentioned the virtual combat duration was 7 hours. Zhang noticed bold red words suddenly appeared above her character's head. Warning for individuals with weak constitution or heart conditions. This match contains multiple intense moments. You have the option to forfeit. She thanked the production team silently. Only contestants scoring a total of 120 points from the 2 matches could advance. How could she possibly quit now? Zhang shrugged disdainfully and opened the mall without hesitation to start browsing the items available. Mr. Megal really knows how to play. Oh my god, Ghost House. Sounds exciting already. This host doesn't look too healthy. Not sure if they'll make it through. Might as well watch the live streams of those in the combat system. I love watching young girls get scared out of their wits and scream like crazy. It's so entertaining. People generally hold both awe and fear towards the unknown, even in space. Just like ancient times, ghost stories spread everywhere across the galaxy. Soon, the countdown in the top left corner reached 0. The white mist covering the ghost house gate slowly dissipated, revealing the rust-covered iron doors under the sudden brightening daylight. At the same time, several figures materialized around her, one of whom was extremely familiar despite being short. Kelly, Ollie, Lanku happily ran over and hugged Zhang Li's waist. Great, we're on the same team. Participants were randomly grouped to complete tasks. Judging from the number of people, it was a 7-person squad. Hello, one gentleman introduced himself with an elegant smile. My name is Yi Tang, specializing in solo combat from the 2nd school of the league. Encouraged by his introduction, everyone else followed suit. The 7-person team consisted of 3 men and 4 women. A ball-like boy never stopped eating snacks. He was Shinzei, just like them from the 1st institute of the league, majoring in military command. Call me Fatso. That's what you should call me. Another boy had long hair tied into a small braid, wearing pink shorts that were slightly flashy, with an extended finger gesture forming a lily. His name was Jin Nan, studying genetic research at the 3rd school of the league. A tall ponytailed girl named Mei, he specialized in mecha design from the 3rd school of the league. You can call me Xiao Mei. She smiled warmly at everyone. My name is Zhang Li, specializing in Yun Swallow beast cultivation at the 1st school of the league. Zhang Li intentionally avoided mentioning the full title of her major. Forgive her. She didn't want to mention postnatal care either. My name is Lanku, specializing in medicine at the 1st school of the league. You can call me Kelly. Lanka showed her trademark tiger teeth. The last one was a girl called Krigiana, studying programming at the 2nd school of the league. She appeared timid, fearing the ghost house greatly. Her tear-filled eyes suggested she might easily be frightened at any moment. Yunswallow beast cultivation? Is there really such a profession? Ha ha ha, I looked it up, ha ha. Its full name is Yunswallow beast cultivation and postnatal care. Ha ha, hiccup. It's said to be a new major that opened last year at the 1st academy of the league, so there aren't many students. Sorry. Although Yunswallow beasts are protected animals, I still can't help but laugh. What a joke, ha ha ha. The host probably finds the term postnatal care a bit embarrassing, ha dot. Among all team members, only Yi Tang was a 3rd-year senior. He scratched the back of his head and smiled. If you'd like, you can call me Big Brother. You would feel strange. It just feels like taking advantage of others. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere of the group became more relaxed under his words. So, shall we go in now? Upon hearing this, Krigiana shivered violently and nervously tugged at Xiao Mei's sleeve. Xiao Mei didn't mind. She patted Krigiana's hand consolingly. Lanku also consoled her. Don't worry, we're here with you. We'll definitely make it through. Krigiana blinked her almond eyes and slightly nodded her head, whispering, Thank you. Chapter 56, Ghost House Shock, Part 2. The moment they stepped through the gate of the ghost house, the rusted iron door slammed shut with such force that it made a resounding noise. Kresana screamed briefly, startled by the loud sound. Looking back, she saw that the iron gate was already locked. Lanka scurried over to the door, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and started pushing and pulling with all her strength, but failed to budge the gate even an inch. It's locked. We can't open it. The others also came over to check, only to find some invisible force seemed to be preventing them from leaving. It looks like we have to wait 7 days for it to open. Jinan combed his long hair behind his ears, took a deep breath, and calmed down his wildly beating heart after being shocked by this sudden event. Now we can only go inside. Xiaomei looked at the large patch of dark red flowers in front of her and felt an ominous chill. Let's go. Everyone needs to be cautious. There are too many unknowns here. Yitang took the lead and started making a path ahead. Once they entered through the iron gate, they were greeted by a wide courtyard with a giant tree in its center, its branches intertwined into a dense canopy, casting eerie shadows across the ground. A thick rose bush encircled the villa with its peculiar red color sitting ominously on pitch-black leaves. The red hues seemed to pulse faintly, creating a chilling atmosphere despite their apparent lushness and vibrancy. Zhang Li's gaze settled on the leafy tree, yet she saw nothing unusual. Just now, it felt like there had been eyes staring at her from the direction of the tree. Although Zhang Li trusted her instincts, she knew no one else would likely believe her. Quietly, she tugged Lan Ke's hand lightly, signaling that something was off about the tree. Without asking why, Lan Ke nodded solemnly in agreement. Upon pushing the door of the villa, they found themselves facing ancient furnishings inside. A massive chandelier hung in the middle of the hall, flanked by two wooden staircases winding upwards and disappearing into the second floor. Tang pressed his hand against the switch on the wall to test it and exhaled in relief. The power system appears to still function well. Are we going to stay here for the next 7 days? Cressana's face was still pale as she anxiously swallowed saliva while scrutinizing the somewhat vintage-style villa. Of course, where else would we stay? Jinan shot her a disapproving look for what he deemed a superfluous question. I think we should explore this house first, Zhongli suggested. At least look for some self-defense items. Since their mission was to survive 7 days here, there would inevitably be ghosts threatening their lives during this period. Additionally, according to the rules, there was a special item capable of defending against one fatal attack. Lanka nodded again. I'll follow what Guli suggests. Tang also agreed with the suggestion, glancing at the hesitant Cressana who wouldn't dare approach. Sighing helplessly, Tang said, let one person stay in the hall, and then divide into groups of 2 to explore. Chubby Boy raised his hand. I will stay and explore the hall. In the end, Zhang Li and Lan Ku formed one group to explore the remaining rooms on the first floor. Jinan and Xiao Mei formed another to search upstairs, and Tang grouped with Cressana. Zhang Li and Lan Ku first arrived at a room resembling a kitchen, beginning to rummage through cabinets. Wow, so retro. Look at this fridge, Guli, Lan Ku exclaimed, opening the refrigerator door with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. There's actually food. Zhang Li peered inside. The fridge was stuffed full of fresh fruits and vegetables, which appeared hydrated and fragrant with a soft fruit scent. She shook her head. We'd better not touch any food in this building. What if it's used to lure us by some ghost or another supernatural entity? It might be better to buy provisions with points from the mall. After thoroughly checking out the items in the store earlier, she found that the pricing was relatively reasonable. Just 10 points could secure enough food and water to last a single person for 7 days. However, protective equipment was exorbitantly priced, with even the cheapest costing 30 points. Points expenditure corresponded directly to the scores earned from previous written tests. Whatever score remained at the end would be added to the total for the competition. Hence, economizing wherever possible was important. The cupboards yielded no results, except for a clutter of miscellaneous kitchen utensils. They discovered only 2 knives. Zhang Li selected a longer, more portable kitchen knife. She tore up an apron into strips of cloth and wrapped it securely around the handle before tucking it discreetly behind her waist. When she looked up, her gaze met with an unsettling presence. The doll perched atop the fridge stared down at her with glass-like eyes, but the intense feeling vanished immediately after she lifted her head. Cuckoo, wasn't this doll's face pointing toward this direction earlier? Hearing this, Lanka stopped her searching mid-action and tilted her head upward. I remember it was looking downward earlier. Now, it appeared turned sideways. Is there something wrong with it? Oh my god, it really moved. I clearly remember that doll's head was drooping before because of its pretty little dress. I even took a second glance, and now its posture has changed. Could something unclean have attached itself to it? Namo Amitabha Buddha, please protect us. Suddenly feeling a bit hair-raising, Zhang Li stared at the doll for a while, but didn't notice anything unusual again. It probably is. Let's check somewhere else. Lanka clapped her hands since she hadn't found anything useful yet, then nodded in agreement. I grabbed a kitchen knife earlier. There's one left. Do you want it? No thanks, I can't use that thing. The second room they opened turned out to be a storeroom, cluttered with all sorts of random items stacked together chaotically. Bored Lanka's gaze fell upon a corner, and suddenly she became excited. She rushed forward and pulled forcefully. It was a big hammer. I'll take this. She also imitated Zhang Li by tearing strips of cloth to secure the hammer around her waist. She even bounced a few times to check if it would fall off. And my weapon will be ready soon. It will arrive by mail before the preliminary round. I'll show you then. It's going to be a beautiful big hammer. Zhang Li blinked in surprise, not expecting Lan Ku to choose such a weapon. Good. That must be an awesome weapon. She picked a hammer. Show off. This tiny frame wielding a hammer is absolutely impressive. She's rich too, making custom weapons, truly skilled. Why are you so sour? Ha ha ha, he's definitely sour about the hammer. After checking the storeroom, the two opened the last door on the first floor. It was a spacious bathroom. Zhang Li turned on the faucet, and clear tap water flowed smoothly without any abnormality. She looked at the mirror above the sink and tapped the edge of the frame. It was stuck tightly, unable to be lifted or pushed. There seemed to be nothing unusual with the mirror. But why did she feel something was off with her reflection? She forced a fake smile, and her reflection smiled back, yet with a mocking tone, glaring with obvious disdain. Zhang Li mocking her? She calmly shifted her gaze and continued to explore the entire bathroom with Lan Ku. They found nothing. Zhang Li couldn't help but recall that the rules written before the competition only mentioned there's a magic treasure inside the ghost house, but didn't specify what it looked like or whether it could be identified easily as special. That meant any ordinary-looking item in this house could potentially be the magic treasure? Lost in thought, she wasn't paying attention to her steps. After leaving the bathroom, she accidentally tripped over the threshold. Zhang Li stomped her foot again, listening to the muffled thud from the floor. Something wasn't right with the sound of this floor. Lan Ku, what's wrong? Zhang Li squatted down and tapped it with her finger. There's space beneath. Hearing this, Lan Ku ran off excitedly toward the storeroom. I'll find a tool. The chubby boy who was carefully searching through the hall glanced over when he heard the noise, then indifferently returned to his search, continuing to eat and look meticulously. Though his mouth didn't stop moving, his searches were thorough and fast, including even the cracks between sofa cushions. His arm paused, having touched something. He opened his hand, and sure enough, it was a slightly rusted key. At the same time, Jiang Li and Lan Ke managed to pry up the hollow section of the floorboard, revealing yellowed paper inside. Is this an IOU? Jiang Li skimmed through it quickly. It contained an IOU written by someone named Zhang San, owing at least tens of thousands. There's a small piece of paper below. Keen-eyed Lan Ke noticed that there seemed to be something hidden in the corner of the compartment. She reached in and pulled it out. When they unfolded it, it read, "Are there ghosts in every room? Who knows?" The two exchanged glances. What is this? A game hint. So hidden places can still be discovered? The streamer seems lucky. You can call it luck, but it's more about being meticulous. Who pays attention to their footsteps after tripping normally? Then what exactly does this note mean? Does anyone here know? Looks like a feint, but it's quite possible, as the note says, that each room has a ghost. The others, after finishing their searches and gathering in the hall, thought the same thing. But we didn't detect any abnormalities while searching the rooms upstairs. Yitang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Jinan casually remarked. Perhaps it's because it's our first day inside. Those things might not be ready to make a move yet. Don't ghost movies always follow this routine? There's activity only after the protagonists spend a night. That means we'd better not act alone. In ghost movies, the characters always get separated from the group. Cristiana shivered, her expression uneasy. Since there's something in every room, how about we sleep together in the hall? This way, we can avoid acting alone. Xiaomei thought for a moment and nodded. I also think splitting up isn't a good idea. I have no objection to sleeping in the hall. The others had no objections either. After deciding where to sleep for the night, they began discussing the clues they had found. On the second floor, the left corridor consisted of 7 rooms that looked clean and neat like guest rooms. On the right, 3 room doors were locked, but they managed to find something useful in a study and the master bedroom. It was an old newspaper once used for sending messages. The headline read, "The heir of the XXX group dies mysteriously. Coincidence or heavenly retribution?" The article detailed how Jack, a young man known for indulging in all sorts of debauchery, experienced a sudden spontaneous combustion one day while indulging himself outside. He was later sent to the hospital with severe burns and died days later. This heir must have lived in this house before, so we can assume he was the son of the house owner or something similar. Xiaomei pointed at the words, "group heir," and took another look around the luxurious villa. The villa owner should be the boss of that group. Unexplained human combustion, along with this haunted house, gives reason to suspect that Jack was killed by a ghost. Yitang continued his speculation. So, he probably did something or touched something that led to his death caused by the ghost. Fatso didn't join the discussion. He just slapped the key he had found onto the table and continued eating his snacks. The key I found in the sofa seam should open one of those 3 doors. Zhang Li also placed the IOU on the table. This is an IOU written by someone named Zhang San, which currently doesn't offer any useful information. I and Lan Ke thoroughly searched through the other rooms as well. A kitchen, a bathroom, and a storeroom. You can check the storeroom if you have time. It might contain some useful items. She also tucked candles and lighters into her pocket in case of a power outage, so they could be used for lighting. Chapter 57, Ghost House Horror, Part 3. There were too few clues for them to figure out what exactly had happened in this villa. With no choice but to put their curiosity aside, they concentrated on discussing the magical artifacts and survival issues. Compared to staying alive, everything else seemed insignificant at the moment. Have any of you found anything that looks like a magical artifact or similar items? Cristiana asked softly, her spirits sinking as everyone shook their heads. Dejectedly, she lowered her eyelids. Being in such a sinister and silent place terrified her. Her physical strength was minimal, and her only expertise, programming, was utterly useless here. She felt so helpless it was embarrassing. If they couldn't find a magical artifact, she might just have to wait to die. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Sniffing slightly, she hugged the cushion on the sofa with a despondent look, curling up into a ball and resting her chin on the soft pillow. It then dawned on her that the texture beneath her chin didn't feel quite right. She reached out tentatively, touched it, and exclaimed in delight. There's something inside. A minute later, Cristiana pulled out a piece of paper from the cushion. It read in black ink, "Don't go outside after 8 p.m. Lank looked at the note and smirked. It'll definitely be pitch dark outside. We'll stay indoors anyway. Gianna, after 8 o'clock. Could it mean those things will come out afterward? Zhangli thought back to the strange dolls and mirrors before and shook her head. Or perhaps after 8 o'clock their lethal power increases. Why do you assume the door mentioned on the note is the main gate of the villa? Fatso casually said while munching on an egg roll. What if it refers to room doors? Hearing this, everyone became sober. Xiaomei even drew in a sharp breath. If it does indeed refer to the room doors, we shouldn't sleep in the hall at night. Yitang pondered for a moment and said, since there are already 2 notes like this, maybe there are others too. Before it gets dark, let's try our best to find more clues. Otherwise, we might all be wiped out on the first day. Both places where the notes appeared were unexpected, making it clear the other notes wouldn't be easy to locate either. Clearly, they needed to conduct a comprehensive search. Let each team switch areas and search again, Xiaomei suggested. Our group will search the rooms on the right side of the second floor. Fatso raised his hand. I'm too lazy to search through so many rooms. I'll keep looking for clues in the hall. Although he seemed the least reliable in the team, based on his earlier statements, everyone now felt he wasn't completely untrustworthy, so no one raised objections. Jiangli, then let's check the rooms on the left side of the second floor. Alright, our team will continue searching downstairs, Yitang nodded. They began another round of searches, being much more meticulous and rigorous this time. fearful of missing crucial clues and causing harm to themselves and their teammates within the first day. Indeed, on the left side of the second floor, there were 7 rooms total, each numbered from 206 to 212, from right to left. These rooms were clean and well-equipped, almost like guest rooms prepared specially for visitors. Despite nearly turning the floorboards over, they didn't find anything hidden within these rooms. Instead, Zhongli noticed a concealed compartment in the corridor walls. It was another note. As Lank moved closer, Zhongli read aloud what was written on the note. Guest rooms are temporary safe houses, 1 person per room. So, it meant they would all need to live in these 7 guest rooms, and they couldn't leave their rooms after 8 p.m. At that moment, a crash sounded from within the rooms on the right side of the second floor. Rushing over, they found Xiao Mei and Gianna standing in the master bedroom. What happened? Xiao Mei looked regretfully towards them, explaining, I accidentally broke the vase. Ducking down, Gianna sifted through the broken shards to retrieve something. There's a note inside. When the note was unfolded, large bold letters revealed themselves. Do not scream in front of Mary. Everyone stared at each other blankly. Who is Mary? There doesn't seem to be anyone, or any ghost, named Mary. Yitang shook his head after examining the note, feeling rather frustrated. Let's summarize the known rules. 1. The 7 guest rooms can be considered temporary safe zones, 1 for each of us. 2. Do not go outside after 8 o'clock every night. 3. If you encounter a spirit named Mary, don't scream. 4. There may be ghosts in each room. Upon hearing the 4th rule, Krigiana shuddered, her eyes brimming with tears. Do we really have to sleep separately? If there's a ghost in each room, how can guest rooms still be called safe zones? At least we can withstand the ghosts wandering around after 8 o'clock. Zhongli calmly analyzed. If there were no guest rooms, we might all perish at 8. But staying in the guest rooms, we may live a few more nights. Yitang nodded. Zhongli makes sense, 1 day at a time. He suggested, let's draw lots to pick rooms? No one objected, so eventually Zhongli got room 209, Lank next door in 210. These people on the team are truly skilled, not only meticulous, but also lucky. That's right, breaking a vase gives a clue, hugging a cushion gives a clue, even tripping over a threshold reveals clues. Other teams in different live streams cry in the bathroom as they find nothing. Many other participants didn't discover these pieces of information and actually decided to camp out in the living hall to face the 7 ghostly nights. I bet they won't last the night. From the name Mary, she should be a female ghost. Could she be an attractive young woman? The person speculating about Mary's looks is amazing. Tomorrow, some of the unlucky participants might just be watching our live stream with us. Can't wait for that. We can ask them their thoughts. Just searching the villa for clues took up their entire morning, and it was already past noon. Likely everyone except Fatso was already starving. Each retreated briefly into their respective rooms to organize the items purchased from the mall properly, ate something, and then regrouped in the first floor living hall. Zhongli even found a small crossbody bag in her room, which she used to conveniently carry some items she thought would be useful. Throughout the afternoon, the 7-member team searched through the flower beds in the villa's front courtyard and the artificial pond in the backyard, but discovered nothing aside from headaches induced by the overwhelming scent of roses. For reasons unknown, Zhongli detected a faint whiff of blood amidst the intense aroma of the roses. Exhausted, Zhongli informed everyone upon returning to the villa when she'd be waking up each morning and headed upstairs to rest in her assigned room. The others, equally wary of the 8 o'clock curse, returned to their own rooms shortly before 7. To be fair, this host really is gorgeous, a soft, gentle girl with a touch of dignity in her features. And this is why you've been watching her sleep for 2 hours. Hey, quiet down, it's 8. Instantly, the chat room went silent. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Nothing seems to be happening outside my door. Could it be a bluff? Just scaring off the contestants. Ceiling. Ceiling. On screen was Jiang Li's peaceful sleeping face, but directly above her on the ceiling, a pale-skinned man's shadow gradually appeared. His decaying face hovered inches from Jiang Li's, exposed eyeballs filled with malice, glaring straight down at her. His grotesque smile distorted his face further as he maliciously exhaled onto her face. WOC, what the F*** is that thing? My closet is moving. I can't watch anymore. It's so ugly. Pray for the host. If you wake up to see something like that in your face, wouldn't you pass out on the spot? This season's contestants have it hard. Now a smart lady quietly retracts her foot back under the covers. I'm too scared to look up at my own ceiling. However, 5 minutes later, there was still no sign of Jiang Li waking up. Her regular exercise being mere walking, today's exertion of climbing up and down, along with looking for clues left her utterly exhausted. So how could such simple breath rouse her easily? Frustrated at waiting for 5 full minutes without her stirring, the ghost reached down and clasped his hand over Jiang Li's neck. Isn't this supposed to be a safe house? Is this monster trying to kill her? Host, wake up, stop sleeping. Quickly, host, wake up. The screen lit up with cries. In her dreams, Jiang Li saw herself standing on a battlefield where an enemy cruelly throttled her neck, trying to kill her. She smirked disdainfully, gathered her spiritual powers swiftly into her palm, and slapped him hard. Satisfied after wiping out the enemy, Jiang Li smacked her lips, turned over, and continued sleeping. The male ghost who had been flung at least 2 meters away stared, mouth agape. What the hell? My face hurts. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the chat room flooded with uncontrollable laughter and countless ha-ha-has. The host is amazing. Quick, flood the public chat with 666,666. How many lurking viewers did this slap scare out? Ugly ghost. No matter how long I called, she wouldn't wake up. When I pinched her, I was slapped away. Are these humans just too weak to play? I bet you're just afraid to open your eyes and look at my handsome face. Ha ha ha. Jiang Li's breathing grew increasingly gentle and steady. The male ghost stood dejectedly by the wall for a while, silently picking up the eyeball that had been slapped off by that slap. He found one of them burst, dripping all over the floor, which made him feel even more aggrieved. He emitted a loud sob, and his entire body turned into a puff of black smoke that dispersed. I don't know why, but I can see sadness on that ugly face. Ha 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 ha. Cried after being slapped. Ha ha. Ghost. Not even my parents from my previous life dared hit me, yet you dare slap me? Screenshot /extremesadness.gpj. Are you serious? You're yet to ing this moment like it's normal? Excessive praise, truly. Soon, there came a sound outside Jiang Li's door, something hard being dragged slowly in her direction, coming from room 206. Closer, closer. The thing stopped at Jiang Li's door, hesitating for a while before leaving. The audience in front of the live stream couldn't even breathe, as not a single comment appeared on the screen. What was that just now? It seemed like something dragging something hard. Could it be a ghost with a weapon? Shivering violently, if we go out, we might end up fighting a ghost. In the 643-2510 live stream, that team is staying in the living hall, and they've already started fighting the ghosts. The one that just passed the house door is that same ghost carrying a huge axe. Its combat strength is insane. More ghosts are appearing. Is it this intense? I want to watch. All of Jiang Li's viewers flocked over to 643-2510 in an instant, leaving her live stream almost completely deserted. It wasn't until hours later that the audience slowly returned, still discussing what happened. It was terrible, so terrible. Tisk TSK, total annihilation. Still, our host team remains calm and steady. In just one night, the live stream lost a quarter of its viewers. Are these ghosts' combat abilities too insane? It doesn't matter whether you're studying mech suits or special forces, none of them could beat it. So, after 8 p.m., do not leave your room. Perhaps during this time frame, all ghosts receive a power boost buff? Chapter 58, Ghost House Shock, Part 4. Around 5 o'clock in the morning the next day, Jiang Li woke up naturally. She sat up and stretched her arms, inexplicably feeling a bit of soreness in her right arm, probably from yesterday's tiring clue hunting. While pondering this, she walked into the bathroom to wash up. Although it was in the game's retro villa, washing up was still possible through mist cleaning, like in interstellar travel. Although virtual characters don't excrete waste, out of habit, Jiang Li spent some time in the bathroom before coming out. Last night's sleep carried her through the entire night, but she didn't know if anything had happened during that time. She glanced at her watch. It was already the agreed-upon time of 6 a.m. for everyone to leave their rooms. She walked to the door and opened it. Just then, Lanka from the neighboring room and the fatty from room 206 also opened their doors at the same time. A few seconds later, others gradually began peeking out from their rooms as well. No one was missing. A small sigh of relief echoed among them. Each holding food purchased from the in-game shop, they gathered in the hall to eat and discuss last night's events. Except for Lanka and the fatty, dark circles were evident under the eyes of the others, clearly caused by poor sleep. Prasanna's condition was even worse. Her eyelids were swollen from crying. Sorry, I fell into a deep sleep last night and have no idea what happened, Jiang Li said somewhat surprisedly. After finishing her breakfast, Lanka smacked her lips. After 8 o'clock last night, my room light suddenly started acting up, flashing on and off. It was annoying, so I smashed the bulb and went straight to bed. Nothing strange happened afterward. The others stopped chewing and looked at the petite Lanka with peculiar expressions. Such a seemingly soft girl, yet somehow exuded an air of being a big sister figure. Yi Tang swallowed his food. I remember there were spare bulbs in the utility room. I'll go replace one for you later. Thank you, Yi-go. Lanka immediately beamed. The fatty slowly spoke. In my room, after 8 o'clock last night, strange sounds began to occur. Later, I found something in the wardrobe knocking against the door. When I opened it, the sound disappeared. Nothing was inside, except for several bloody handprints. Then there was a dragging noise outside the door, as if something heavy or metallic was being moved back and forth. Throughout this narration, he remained expressionless, showing not a trace of fear and seemed rather alert. He felt like someone tough. Yi Tang cleared his throat, indicating that weird things had also happened in his room last night. After 8 o'clock, he kept hearing dripping sounds coming from the bathroom. Checking the sink and pipes revealed no issues, but shortly after returning to bed, he heard the dripping again. On looking closer, he noticed a pool of dark red blood flowing from beneath the bathroom door. By morning, however, it had vanished without a trace. Yi Tang didn't believe it was an illusion since he'd stared at that pool of blood for half the night, fearing something might crawl out from there. Because of this, he hadn't slept well and now sported dark circles under his eyes. Sitting across the couch, Xiaomei had been unusually irritated ever since waking up. Taking multiple deep breaths hadn't helped alleviate her discomfort. The effects of insufficient sleep were significantly impacting her. All night, I felt something watching me. The sensation was too intense, like a pervert stalking me. Because of this, I could barely sleep. She angrily pounded the sofa cushion, her brain screaming for her to get more rest, but she forced herself to stay awake to listen to her teammates finish speaking. If others said such things, they might doubt it, but Mei, as a student in the mecha field, is especially sensitive to these kinds of feelings. If she says it was present, then it definitely was. Jinan leaned against the back of the sofa with his arms crossed, so tired that his upper and lower eyelids fought to keep open. Even his habitual finger pose lacked its usual flair. Fighting his drowsiness, he said, "Not long after lying down last night, I heard something tapping on the window. At first, it was slow-timed taps, but later, it turned into frantic hammering like a storm. The sound was deafening, preventing any chance of sleep. I pulled the curtains and saw a shadow dart away, leaving behind many blood handprints on the window." Later, he didn't dare to sleep either, fearing the thing would return. The glass windows weren't strong, and if it broke through and came inside, it'd be disastrous. Prasanna sniffled, her voice hoarse from prolonged crying, sounding muffled. "Yesterday, while I was sleeping peacefully, I suddenly felt someone pounding on my bed frame, very forcefully. I jumped out of bed out of fright, dared not look under it, and ended up crouching in the corner all night." Everyone expressed that they had heard the sound of something passing by outside their doors. In this way, almost every room had shown abnormalities during the night. It was impossible for Zhongli, who slept deeply, to be the exception. Their gazes all focused on her, making Zhongli feel extremely uneasy. "Have you reconsidered? Was there anything you forgot? Or did you feel any discomfort when you woke up in the morning?" Zhongli hesitated. "Does an aching arm count?" After carefully recalling, she tentatively said, I seemed to dream that someone was choking me. And then I slapped them away." Everyone, that must have been a real dream. The live stream chat exploded with laughter. Compared with Zhongli, the experiences of the others were indeed tragic. "No, believe me, this is real, it's not a dream. This is too terrible. There's something inside the rooms and outside as well, sandwiching us between two threats. What are we supposed to do? It's horrifying just thinking about it. These participants really have it tough. While envying Zhongli for her uneventful night, the sleep-deprived group all expressed that they needed to catch up on some sleep before searching together again in 2 hours for yesterday's lost treasures and the keys to the remaining 2 rooms. Last night, Zhongli, Lanku, and the fatty enjoyed a good rest. Watching the others collapse onto the sofa and sleep soundly, the three quietly discussed among themselves and decided to head first to the fatty's room for an investigation. At that moment, a soft sound came from the kitchen. Zhongli paused her steps and listened carefully for a while before signaling for the fatty to stay in the hall to keep watch over the others while she and Lanku went to check out the kitchen. Upon pushing the door open, the kitchen was eerily quiet except for the doll, which originally sat atop the refrigerator now lying on the ground, tilting its body as if gazing at their direction. Lanka frowned while picking up the doll and muttered, "This thing looks so creepy." The moment the doll was in her hands, she felt an unnerving sensation. The doll felt exactly like human skin. Even its eyes were indistinguishable from a real person's eyeballs. Startled by her own thoughts, Lanka hastily tiptoed and placed the doll back above the fridge. Meanwhile, Zhongli meticulously probed the tightly closed window. Everything seemed fine. So here comes the question. If the windows were shut and no wind entered, how did the doll on the fridge fall down? Zhongli opened the fridge to check if there was anything wrong with it. Fruits and vegetables were still crammed inside, showing no abnormality whatsoever. Ollie, Lanka suddenly tugged at Zhongli's sleeve, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on something behind Zhongli. Zhongli reflexively glanced at the doll on top of the fridge, only to find it missing. As soon as she turned around, the doll was sitting properly at the edge of the dining table, tilting its little head, staring at them with realistic blue eyes, slowly revealing a grotesque grin with its mouth stretched all the way to its earlobes. In an instant, Zhongli quickly grabbed a cloth hanging on the hook and stuffed it into the doll's mouth. Doll. As though she'd discovered a new world, she tore off pieces of fabric from various places, forcing them into the doll's gaping mouth until there was no more room. Just when Lanku was poised to smash the doll with a large hammer without hesitation, she paused, confused. Doll. Kuku cautiously typed a question mark. Ha. Looked quickly at the doll, its eyeballs bulging with surprise. Ha. Doll, what are you going to do to me? Ha. Is this host Zhongli some kind of devil? Ha. For the remaining 3 minutes, Lanku could only watch as Zhongli pulled out a piece of rope from her small handbag, a highly praised durable high-density binding rope from the mall. Renowned in the league for its sturdiness, it was often used for capturing criminals or prisoners of war, preventing escape attempts. Indestructible by knives, fireproof, resistant to strong acids and bases, it was a truly essential tool for daily life and travel. Within seconds, Zhongli had bound both arms of the doll securely behind its back, tied it completely immobile, even placing a length of rope over its stuffed mouth to ensure the cloth wouldn't be spat out. Her speed was lightning fast, and within the blink of an eye, she tied a military knot that only those specially trained would be able to undo. She clapped her hands, turning to Lanku, who was already stunned, and said, "All right, we've got ourselves a hostage." Oh no, a doll taged. Realizing the situation, the doll finally reacted, its eyes glaring hatefully at Zhongli. Then, it began rolling wildly on the table, occasionally flashing in and out of existence, appearing suddenly nearby after disappearing momentarily. Anticipating such actions, Zhongli held one end of the rope firmly in her hand, reeling it back regardless of its erratic movements. Soon, the doll stopped moving altogether, lying motionless on the table. Zhongli did not let her guard down. She stopped Lanku, who wanted to go up and check, gently moved to the side of the stove, placed her other hand on the handle of the frying pan, and slowly approached it. Sure enough, as expected, the seemingly dead doll suddenly exerted force, dashing straight at Zhongli's face. Without hesitation, Zhongli swung the frying pan with all her strength. Slap! The doll was sent flying by the frying pan, landing a bit further away before being violently pulled back by the rope, only to be struck and sent flying again by the frying pan. At first, the doll seemed ferocious and refused to give up, despite getting hit. It would flash back in an effort to continue attacking Zhongli, which resulted in it getting hit once more like swatting a fly. Finally, when it gave up struggling, Zhongli, who appeared to have enjoyed herself, decided to pull it back. Smack. Pull back again. Smack again. Doll. F***K. I won't attack you anymore. Stop it. It desperately wanted to shout, but alas, its mouth was stuffed so full that no coherent sentences could escape. But what Zhongli and Lan Ke heard was merely incomprehensible babbling. Abba. Lan Ke, is this doll actually some kind of idiot? Zhongli hesitated for a moment, her finger brushing against something while wielding the frying pan, causing it to suddenly emit a bright white light. In the instant it came into contact with the returning doll, it made a sound akin to an electric mosquito killer slapping a mosquito. Snap crackle. A flash of electricity later, the pristine white doll instantly transformed into an ancient African-style doll, its silky black braids fried into perfect noodle curls. Zhongli, do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? Lan Ke, Ali is amazing. Doll. Hashtag at asterisk and percent, I'll F asterisk asterisk king believe that when health freezes over. Unseen by Zhongli and Lan Ke, on the live stream's homepage, countless viewers brought there by friends and family went wild with laughter. Ha ha ha. This host is crazy ha ha. Doll, are you even serious? Doll passed out on the spot. Turns black as coal within seconds ha ha ha. Doll, give me my fair, delicate skin back. Oh, I will kill you. All rise. Applause. Everyone quickly types smack 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 on the screen. PPPPP. Chapter 59, The Ghost House, Part 5. Zhongli didn't bother looking at the puppet's expression of utter despair and simply flipped the frying pan. Squinting her eyes into slits, she struggled to see a few tiny, barely noticeable words on the back of the handle. Fa Balsi, January 1st. Zhongli, had she accidentally used up one of the treasures without knowing? My heart hurts. Is it really a treasure? Lan Ke widened his eyes. Zhongli nodded, pointing out the tiny letters to Lan Ke. Lan Ke stared at the two lines like a 100-year-old person trying to read a bright screen, with a complicated look on his face. These characters are too small. How is anyone supposed to find them? With regret over losing a life-saving treasure, Zhongli sighed and said wistfully, let's leave it to fate. She also guessed that the treasure needed to be activated to function. Like when she previously slapped the puppet, the frying pan showed no reaction. It was only during the last time when her hand slipped and pressed those small words that the frying pan emitted a ray of light. So, why was the treasure a frying pan? She weighed the frying pan in her hands, tied the motionless, ancient African puppet to her waist, and exited the kitchen one after another with Lan Ke. Even though worried, Fatso, standing in the hall eating soft cookies, hadn't heard any cries for help. Glancing up, he wondered, what happened in the kitchen? Why did Zhongli return with an artistic black pendant doll hanging from her waist and a frying pan larger than a human head in her hand? For the first time in his life, Fatso felt his intelligence wasn't enough. Did you encounter something strange? Examining the two young girls, seeing they had no visible injuries, he understood the thing in the kitchen probably wasn't very dangerous. It was just Lan Ke's otherworldly expression that made him feel somewhat uneasy. Zhongli shook the puppet hanging from her waist. Here, it's this. Fatso, was it originally this unusual? Is this a puppet once used for some kind of bondage play? Fatso looked at it, showing a deeply speechless expression. The previous inhabitants of this house must have had some heavy tastes. Puppet, Mom, I'm so pretty, can't you see? You're the strange one. Your whole family is strange. In its anger, despite pretending to be dead, the firmly bound puppet convulsed visibly. However, no one cared about its feelings. Zhongli even took a piece of cloth and covered the puppet's realistic eyes, wrapping several layers around to prevent further frights. After hearing this, Lan Ke burst out laughing and explained everything clearly in his ear. Zhongli also handed him the frying pan to take a look. Fatso, whoa, so there are such operations. He examined the tiny words on the frying pan, indicating understanding but hesitated before glancing at the doll hanging on Zhongli's waist, twitching his eye slightly, then casually looking away, following Zhongli upstairs to check their rooms while Lan Ke stayed downstairs to guard the teammates who were sound asleep. Hanging it was fine. This sort of puppet shouldn't pose much threat to them. The second floor during the day was tranquil, with only their footsteps and breathing echoing through the corridor. Fatso pushed open the door to his room, letting Zhongli step inside. Though his belly was plump and distinctly bulging out like a half-sphere, the doorframe was wide enough to let Zhongli enter. Stuffing soft cookies into his mouth, he pointed toward the wardrobe opposite the bed. It's this wardrobe. Every night, you can hear the sound of cabinet doors being tapped. See, here are the bloodstains left by its handprints. Once the cabinet door opened, it seemed like a stale whiff of blood could still be smelled. Dark red handprints scattered haphazardly across the inner side of the fully opened cabinet doors, making people shiver just by looking at them. Zhongli scratched her chin thoughtfully. Would you mind if we dismantled the cabinet door? Fatso. Huh. Eavesdropping puppetsu or tuting Renault. Oh wow, some ghosts are going to be in trouble now. It wouldn't admit that it was secretly quite gleeful, because why should it be the only one suffering like this? However, doing this might lead you to face off against this ghost directly. Before 8 o'clock today, you need to find a treasure to protect yourself. Zhongli suggested seriously. But the advantage is, you won't have to worry about the sound of knocking waking you up when you sleep later. Chewing the food in his mouth, Fatso nodded carelessly. Alright. The worst outcome would be losing the competition. If he lost, so be it. He hadn't expected to achieve great results in the league anyway. Deciding immediately, Fatso rushed down to the utility room on the first floor, grabbed some tools, and returned upstairs. He carefully disassembled the cabinet door and threw it entirely into the storage room. I seem to hear the ghost's heart bleeding. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for tapping the cabinet doors. Now that the cabinet doors are gone, what are you going to tap? Ah, Lee's cunning plan. Ha ha ha. Will this method work? I saw something in the utility room just now that matched the sound of dragging from last night. After carefully placing the cabinet door aside, Fatso quietly told Jiang Li and Lan Ku about his discovery. It's a giant axe, heavily rusted with old blood stains on the axe surface. But I'm not entirely sure yet. Fatso thought he'd confirm tonight if he was still alive by then. Jiang Li also had the same idea, deciding to sleep early tonight to investigate what exactly was going on in this haunted house. There were no abnormalities in Lan Ku's room apart from the broken light bulb she smashed. There were no signs of bloodstains either, and she didn't seem at all concerned, tapping the hammer tied to her waist, declaring that it would get a beating if it dared come. As for Jiang Li's own room, it remained utterly normal since nothing strange had happened there last night. After searching all 3 rooms, 2 hours had already passed. They went back to the living room and woke up the others who were dead asleep. Jiang Li then went to the restroom to wash her hands. However, as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, she came face to face with a disheveled ghost with an ugly countenance. She even managed to sneak a glance at the reactions of the others in the hall. They acted as though they couldn't see it, rubbing their eyes or yawning, with Xiao Mei half asleep, even combing her hair and walking toward her direction. The disheveled ghost grinned, revealing its toothless gums, while the movement caused the rotting flesh on its face to rustle off. Jiang Li remembered a pile of IOUs she had found the day before. Zhang San. Pauper ghost. The ghost, feeling smug for having successfully frozen Jiang Li with fear, paused. How did you die? Jiang Li was extremely curious, scrutinizing it. Killed by someone else? Or committed suicide? The pauper ghost felt deeply shamed by dying at the hands of others, and insisted. Suicide. Unyielding, Jiang Li pressed on. Why did you commit suicide? Was it because you were poor? But you still had a healthy body. Having no money isn't the end of the world, so why did you lose hope like that? At this moment, Xiao Mei noticed Jiang Li's odd behavior, cautiously stepping back with a pale face. Jiang Li, who are you talking to? No matter how hard she rubbed her eyes, all Xiao Mei could see was Jiang Li apparently speaking to herself, which made her feel completely chilled to the bone. She quickly called out to the group. Enraged and totally ignoring Xiao Mei, the pauper ghost whose life ended in poverty, divorce, and loss of family became visibly distorted in expression. Mother asterisk cur. Yet another rich girl clueless about human suffering. He sarcastically retorted. Have you ever been poor? What nerve does she have saying lack of money is not such a big deal? Suddenly, the poor ghost emitted a thick black mist around him, slowly engulfing his entire spectral form. It sounded like screams echoed within the mist, chaotic and piercing. Jiang Li. Apologies, it seems like she hasn't been poor. Sensing the increasingly sharp killing intent radiating from the ghost, Jiang Li instinctively reached for the kitchen knife tied to her back, only to grab one end of the rope binding the puppet. Fine, makeshift weapons will do. In a blink, the dark puppet was hurled by Jiang Li using the rope, causing its permed hair head to collide directly with the decaying face rushing at her. Before the pauper ghost could even emit a single cry of pain, it instantly dissipated into the air, leaving nothing behind. Ah, great job, Li. This thing suddenly showed up, making me flinch. +1, my pants are still wet. +1, not mine aren't. Wow, the host guts are immense. If it was me, I'd have run away immediately. Who fights a ghost face to face? Host, you're amazing. Ha ha ha, have you ever been poor? Ali's silence is hilarious, ha ha ha. Jiang Li. Sorry, never been poor, what's it like? Ha ha, uncomfortably funny. Cracked up, just like that? Beaten by a puppet and disappeared? Too easy, complained ghost. Damn it, I need to report this woman for cheats. Ali, what happened? Summoned by Xiao Mei's shocked shout, everyone saw Jiang Li swinging the air with some kind of black object, a scene that left them both puzzled and sensing that the situation might not be simple. Lan Ke hurried over to inquire. Jiang Li flicked her wrist rope and recounted what just happened. So it seems whoever finds the obsession that plagued the ghost during its lifetime may attract its attention? Yi Tang frowned and reasonably guessed, asking skeptically, did it really vanish after just one hit? Are ghosts that easy to defeat? Seeing Jiang Li nod, Krisanna sighed in relief, her gaze no longer warily scanning the surroundings as she softly asked, is that black peculiar thing a treasure? Lan Ku, who witnessed the whole event, stared speechlessly. Fatso, aware of the details, also froze momentarily, even hesitating mid-chew on his potato chips. Jiang Li was also completely confused and gave a detailed explanation of how the doll in the kitchen had acted strangely while they were asleep, and how it was subdued and turned into its current state. Then, as if she hadn't noticed their astonished expressions, she seriously guessed. It's possible that the energy from a magical artifact was transferred to the doll. Look how black it became. I tried scrubbing it in the restroom, but couldn't make it white no matter what. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, the doll's darkened clothes and permed hair head were still slightly wet. Ganon hesitated. That does make sense. The doll, which had just been mercilessly thrown into water, vigorously scrubbed, and then swung out as a weapon to bash a ghost, muttered angrily. Knock you. Did you hear me? Knock you. It wasn't black. It wasn't some weird thing. After hearing Jiang Li's two strange experiences, knowing that ghosts could be easily defeated, the atmosphere within the group began to change. It was like a heavy cloud that had been covering them was torn apart, letting light through, making them feel less frightened. The tense atmosphere that had hung over them since last night started to dissipate, and the few members of the group even began to chat lightly as they climbed upstairs. Fatso, why do you keep eating all the time? Be mindful of your points. Don't use them up. Lan Ku was surprised at Fatso's continuous eating, but Fatso didn't seem to care. It's because of my physical condition. I need to eat constantly. His gaze wandered as if he were looking at his remaining points. I have enough points for 7 days of eating. There's no need to worry. Was it due to some physical ailment? Lan Ku realized she shouldn't ask further and silently closed her mouth, nodding. Then she turned around and asked Zhang Li what the ghost looked like earlier. Soon, the group together entered room 207, which was Ganon's room. Chapter 60, Ghost House Horror 6. The moment the 7-person team entered, their attention was drawn to the distinct and eerie blood handprints on the glass window directly opposite the door. Although they had already been warned by Ganon before entering, Krisanna couldn't help but let out a small cry of surprise. Even Xiaomei drew in a sharp breath. Yitong stepped forward, looking outside through the window. Except for the large patch of rose bushes and the conspicuous tree, he found nothing. Ganon seemed to recall the terror he felt last night from the sudden continuous sound of something pounding on the window, his eyes fixed on it. That thing hits the window with such force that I'm afraid one day it'll break the glass and come inside. Just imagining such a scene made him feel uneasy all over. It was only the second day, and there were still many clues and messages to uncover. No one knew how these ghosts could harm them, what abilities they had, what they looked like, or even where they might appear. The most terrifying thing wasn't knowing your enemy was powerful, yet fighting for survival anyway. It was knowing nothing about your enemy. Yitong patted his shoulder as a silent comfort. Since they found nothing, the group then went to Krisanna's room 208, Meiha's room 211, and Yitong's room 212, finding nothing, not even a trace left behind. Feels so hard, doesn't it? Even the safe house isn't that safe. Ghosts pop up during the day too. Our team got scared out of our wits by a ghost in the safe house last night. We ended up dying in the corridor. Already participants watching live streams of the competition this early? So how did you get eliminated, sir? So at night, aren't you sandwiched between wolves and tigers? You can't leave, but you have to face the evil ghost in the house. Honestly, I was taken down by the doll hanging around the streamer's waist. Sigh. It's beyond words. Haha, did you see the streamer's crazy moves too? How does it feel? I believe the person who eliminated me must feel quite complicated seeing how bad my shape has become in someone else's hands. I always think the streamer is exceptionally skilled. So how did that doll take you out? Just curiosity here. It pulled out my tongue and I died from blood loss. Holy crap. What the? Is this doll really that brutal? Watching from the streamer's perspective, we wouldn't know it. If the doll behaves like this with the streamer, should it be no longer a threat? After hearing their explanation of the strange occurrences in their rooms, Zhang Li already had some solutions in mind, but implementing them might anger the spirits. Since no one had found the treasure yet, caution was still best. She thus kept quiet and followed Lank, walking slowly behind Yitong. Finally, the 7 people stood outside the first locked room on the right side of the second floor. With the key discovered yesterday by Fizai, they might be able to open one of these 3 doors. 203. Fizai took out the key and tried turning it forcefully into the lock. It didn't work. He tried a few more times, confirming that the key didn't match the lock, then took out the key and shook his head toward the others behind him. Wait. Yitong bent his finger and tapped on the red lacquered wooden door, proposing an audacious idea. This door is made of wood. With my strength, I could just break it open instead of wasting time looking for a key. Isn't that a bit risky? Ganon frowned, showing concern. And, maybe not? What if something is in there? Krisanna shook her head vigorously, retreating behind Xiaomei, trying to stay far away from this impulsive person. Fizai didn't voice an opinion, silently picking up the key and switching to another door to try it, while Zhang Li and Lank followed, clearly disapproving. I don't see a problem. Didn't nothing happen yesterday when we were here during the day? And even today, even though someone ran into them, these little ghosts are nothing to fear. Yitong sneered at the other's caution, since he had never encountered any ghost in the daytime. Looking at the 3 people trying to unlock another door, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Internal conflict. I noticed long ago this guy would show a jealous look whenever others find crucial clues. He's overly eager for quick success. Different types inevitably lead to disputes. Yes, the rivalry between the battle class and support class. It goes like this. You look down on me, and I don't respect you. Don't forget, in most randomly assembled teams, it's almost always students of the battle class leading without dispute as captained. In league competitions, it's normal. High combat power earns more respect. Yitong didn't understand why. Just yesterday, he was the undisputed captain of the team, with everyone prioritizing his opinions. But today, a few people had begun to subtly look to Zhang Li as their leader, simply because she had dealt with 2 supposedly non-existent ghosts the day before. Who knows if those ghosts weren't fabricated by her in collusion with Lank and Fizai. Moreover, only his group had failed to find any clues yesterday, while other groups had accidentally found notes or keys, which made him seem just as useless as the timid Krisanna. He certainly didn't want to be lumped together with Krisanna. As an outstanding student from the combat discipline, how could he possibly be compared with the trashy support students? The person who designed this competition must have thought that all participants entering the ghost house would follow rules obediently, quietly searching for clues and keys, but Yitong wanted to take an unconventional route. Wasn't this a shortcut? Yitong could already envision himself kicking down the wooden door, going inside to find key evidence, and then shoving it in the faces of those opposing him. By that time, as the strongest combatant in the entire team, everyone would naturally look to him as their leader, obeying his commands. Don't worry. Yitong reassured the few standing behind him, casting a glance at Zhongli, Lank, and Fizai by another door, wearing a derisive expression. Even if they encountered ghosts, he firmly believed that his skills would quickly resolve the issue. You watch. He instructed Cannon and Xiaomei to guard Krizana and retreat backward, while he positioned himself in front of room 203, warming up, his explosive muscles bulging instantly. He spun around and delivered a powerful kick towards the relatively fragile wooden door. At the same moment, Fizai effortlessly unlocked the lock on door 204. Zhongli stepped forward, indicating to Fizai that she would handle opening the door herself. Although Lank clearly didn't like the idea of her taking such risks, he eventually conceded. Her reasoning was simple. Since no one knew what lay behind the door, it would be safer for her, with slightly stronger combat ability, to open it. After all, she could use mental powers in an odd ancient African doll. Doll. Dachuoma said, I'm not an ancient African doll. Why am I so dark? Do you even have a clue, bitch? Dog woman. As Zhongli twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open slightly, cries of agony rang out nearby, followed by Krizana's terrified scream. Yitong, a ghost, who had been waiting stealthily inside door 204 for someone to open the door, had already prepared its elaborate appearance. Its face was pockmarked, features misaligned, and it hung there in bloody excitement to receive human cries of shock. However, upon showing its face, it noticed all three humans turn their heads sharply toward the next door without giving it even a flicker of attention. Ghost number 204, excuse me? Could you at least notice me? Just as it was about to step forward to catch the trio's attention, the girl leading the group cruelly slammed the door shut, giving it not a single glance. Male ghost, unable to stop in time, and crashing its face against the door. Grass. My nose. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? That ghost, laughed I laughing. I was just scared by that ghost behind the door, but now I feel pity for it. Male ghost, you guys datomedili notice me. Look at me. What is so good about the man over there? What a non-existent ghost, ha ha ha. First time seeing someone avoid a surprise attack perfectly. Are the streamer and her teammates a divine team? Hearing that sound, I hurt for the ghost's nose. So tragic, male ghost, ha ha ha. Despite hearing a loud bang come from within the closed door, Zhongli had instinctively slammed it shut, without any desire to investigate further. Her focus was now drawn entirely to the side where a black, sticky liquid had enveloped Yitong into a blob. That's right, that glob of stuff was none other than the previously screaming Yitong. The moment Yitong's foot struck the door of room 203 with a force akin to thunder, rather than the expected sound of breaking wood, a mass of black liquid erupted instantly from the door. It surged upward along the point of Yitong's strike, swiftly enveloping him in a cocoon-like form. Within seconds, Yitong dissolved into a puddle of pus, blending with the strange black liquid until it evaporated completely, leaving nothing behind. Silence reigned in the corridor. This was the first casualty of the 7-person team since the competition began. He had been the sole combat professional aside from Meha. Now left were 6 people, 5 of whom were students of auxiliary disciplines whose fighting capabilities were considered abysmal. How could they survive the perilous 6 days ahead? Xiaomei and Cannon were purely startled by this scene, stiff in place. Krizana covered her mouth and retreated several steps, her whole body trembling. Heavens! Lank witnessed with his own eyes as a living person vanished like that, unable to help but exclaim. Fizai stood there frowning, and with a snap, he bit through the stick-shaped snack dangling from his mouth, seemingly pondering something while chewing. And Zhongli noticed an old piece of paper that appeared at the spot where Yitong had just disappeared. Where's Yitong? There was such a big person on my livestream screen who was still alive and screaming moments ago. Turned into soup and evaporated. You couldn't drink it if you wanted to. I didn't dare make a sound out of fear. It seems we still have to find the keys and open doors properly. Brute force means certain death. Tut tut tut. Too bad. We've lost one of the only 2 fighters in our team. Before Lank could stop her, she stepped forward and picked up the piece of paper, which clearly looked identical to the clues the group had found yesterday. The ghost creatures won't harm people inside safe rooms at night. As soon as she read it aloud, she heard evident sighs of relief from Cannon and Krizana. So, does this mean that whenever someone dies, a clue appears? Lank cautiously drew the conclusion. Fizai chimed in at this point. That's very likely. If this note only specifies the situation at night, then what do you all guess about ghosts appearing during the day? Will they enter the safe room and hurt us? At this hypothesis, the somber mood in the team, already heavy due to losing a teammate unexpectedly, became even more oppressive. Krizana's thin figure swayed, and she began looking around anxiously, feeling as if some invisible ghost lurked near her. Xiaomei's face turned slightly pale, her lips tightly sealed, remaining silent. Cannon gave 203's door a wary look, fearing whatever was inside might appear again. Actually, there is some good news, Zhongli said with a relaxed smile, waving the paper between her fingertips. Since we now know that the ghost that shows up in each contestant's room at night won't hurt anyone, but merely scares and disrupts sleep, things become much easier to deal with, don't they? She looked at her temporary teammates, their faces glum as their gazes shifted to her upon hearing her words. I have a few ideas, at least ensuring we'll get some restful sleep during the 6 remaining nights. And then restore our energy so we can work together during the day against the other ghosts, agreed? Chapter 61, The Haunted House, 7. When Zhongli and the others calmed themselves and pushed open the door to room 204 again, nothing unusual happened. A beam of light passed through the glass window, illuminating the entire room. Tiny dust particles floated and danced in the air silently. Room 204 was predominantly dark-toned, making it evident at a glance that this had once been a man's bedroom. However, in contrast to its clean and neat interior facilities, there was a faint smell of burnt and decayed air. It smelled like something had been scorched by fire. Jiangli felt she had overlooked something while observing the layout of the room carefully. The others searched through cabinets, drawers, and secret compartments. Jianan found something on the bookshelf and suddenly spoke up. The owner of this room. Did you find something? Xiaomei quickly turned her head back. Seeing the gazes of everyone turn to him, Jianan innocently showed them what he held. No, I just think his taste is quite unique. It was a women's swimsuit magazine with a large pair of breasts and a prominent cleavage on the cover, which was highly attention-grabbing. The women present all gave him looks as if he were some kind of pervert. Do you even have time to look at magazines? Jianan. I'm not. It's not mine. This is what I found by accident. Fortunately, Fei Zai made a discovery nearby, unknowingly saving him from trouble. There, something seems to be glowing. Fei Zai pointed to the gap behind the wardrobe. The gap was so narrow that a man's hand couldn't reach inside, let alone his fleshy arm and hand. Xiaomei, who was closest to him, walked over and volunteered. Let me try. Fei Zai nodded, moved aside to give her space, and guided her to see the round object that emitted a soft glow. Xiaomei remembered the general direction of the item and easily reached inside. Her slim and long fingers quickly touched the target, and Xiaomei's expression relaxed as she nodded in response to the inquiry of, did you feel it? However, her body soon froze in place, and all the blood drained from her lips in an instant. A cold hand had gripped her wrist. A chilling sensation traveled up her arm, stiffening her entire body. Upon seeing her expression, Jiangli knew she must have encountered something strange. She stepped forward and leaned down, softly encouraging Xiaomei, don't be afraid. Don't you often train? Do you want to try pulling it out? I bet it doesn't have the strength of a mech warrior. Some part of her encouragement must have resonated with Xiaomei. She looked at Jiangli, feeling trusted by the other girl, and resolutely bit her lip. With a sudden reverse grip, she tightly clenched the icy wrist inside and pulled hard outward. She was the only combat student in the entire team and could not afford to be scared first. There were 3 young girls behind her who trusted her and waited for her to protect them. If she wasn't there, they would only be left with 2 unreliable, useless men. What would happen to these 3 young girls then? After all, her daily training wasn't done in vain. Encouraged by Jiang Li's words, Xiaomei regained confidence and steadied her breathing. Under everyone's gaze, she pulled even harder. So what if it's just a ghost, hiding in the shadows, unable to face people? She insisted on making it show its face. As the ancient saying goes, isn't it something like, if it's a donkey or a horse, pull it out for a spin. The woman in the gap was just basking in her pride, having caught a little girl, and was about to leisurely drag the girl into the depths while savoring the helplessness transmitted through her palm, when she was suddenly and forcefully yanked out with an unexpected burst of tremendous strength, exposing half of her body, including her arms and upper torso. Woman in the gap. Shit, where did this monster come from with such immense strength? The terrifying-looking female ghost was immediately exposed before them, making Chris-Anna gasp sharply. Jianan instinctively took a step back, but noticed a nimble and plump black shadow flash before his eyes. Fei Zai, the gap woman, already partially pulled out and struggling against Xiaomei, suddenly felt chills down her spine and an ominous premonition. While trying to pull herself back, she glanced backward and nearly lost her spirit in shock. Hey, fatso, don't come near me, Terrified, the gap woman stopped resisting and quickly released her grip, attempting to retreat back into the cabinet crack. But how could Xiaomei let her have her way? Clutching her hand tightly, she wouldn't move an inch, even continuing to pull her out. Jianan watched in astonishment as Fei Zai took massive strides to the wardrobe, loosened his joints, and charged forward fiercely. He swore he saw all of Fei Zai's fatty mass tremble. An ear-splitting scream instantly echoed across the skies. Gap woman, chest. My chest. It's gone. Fuck, stop pressing on it. At the same time, Lan Ku's hand also darted to her waist. Let me handle it. She grabbed the hammer and swung it towards the pale arm of the gap woman that Mei had pulled taut. Another ear-piercing scream rang out. Behind the group of 6, a large lump had quietly risen on the bed at some point, inching closer to the edge. But upon hearing the gap woman scream, it suddenly froze. Then it rapidly shrank smaller and smaller until it vanished entirely. Male ghost. Excuse me. In agony, the gap woman turned directly toward Xiaomei's face and threw something from inside the cabinet seam. She took advantage of Xiaomei's distraction while dodging, and hastily retreated back into the crack with a grimace. Curled up in her little space, the gap woman panted and teared up. Here, take it. All of it is yours. Watching the whole event unfold, Jiangli suddenly felt like giving them a round of applause. Hashtag my teammates are too impressive. What can I do? Hashtag I feel so useless myself. Hashtag. Ha. Staying in this live stream, I laugh like an idiot frequently. My mom asks why I kneel to watch live stream series. This team is amazing. Fei Zai actually pulled the ghost hard. Ha. Did anyone notice the female ghost chest got squeezed? Aha. Blind student noticed the highlight. It makes sense now. That's why the female ghost screamed so painfully. Even though I'm laughing so hard I can't straighten my waist, I still have to ask what's the source of the phrase the blind student said. I always see netizens using it. A line from the complete dictionary of modern network terms, meaning the so-called blind student is a very capable detective. Highlight refers to extremely hidden clues that common people wouldn't notice. Oh, for all, learn something new. Not daring to take credit. Not daring to take credit. With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaomei picked up the round object that the Gap woman had thrown. It was a coin. She looked at it from all angles, finally spotting small writing on the side of the coin. Xiaomei exclaimed, "It's a magical artifact. Artifact A0/1. Fei leaned over for a quick look. There's one use left. Keep it well. It might come in handy later." "Me? But," Xiaomei, ignoring the envious gazes of Chrisena and Jianan, hesitated. "This was your discovery." Fei finally freed his hands to eat snacks, seemingly indifferent about who owned the artifact. "If you got it, then it's yours." Jianan, watching the two politely declining beside him, was getting impatient. "Why don't you just accept it? Why refuse such a good artifact?" Jiang Li and Lan Ku had already stepped away from the wardrobe range once the Gap woman disappeared, searching around for other useful clues. Wasn't the bed supposed to be tidy when they came in? Jiang Li suddenly felt like there might be more than just one ghost in this room. She cautiously approached the bed, slowly lifting the pillow to reveal a thick notebook underneath. Her eyes remained fixed on the rumpled blanket as her hand moved to her waist. Half a minute passed. Nothing happened. Jiang Li. Her hand decisively grasped the notebook. Another half a minute passed. Still, nothing happened in the bed. Jiang Li, although puzzled, she still took the notebook and stepped away from the bed. Flipping open the first page, the distorted handwriting resembling something written by a foot caught her off guard. This was a diary? She struggled to read through the messy characters. May 21st. I started this diary to encourage myself to study hard and complete assignments, to make Xiaoli change her view of me. First, I must finish this book, 5 years of college entrance exam, 3 years of simulated exams. May 22nd. Playing ball. May 23rd. Playing ball. May 24th. Playing games. May 25th. Playing games. June 12th. Jack, oh Jack, how could you fall so low? You've forgotten the study plans you made and the goal of impressing the school beauty. This can't go on. June 13th. Playing ball. June 14th. Playing ball. Jiang Li. The owner of the diary was named Jack, the same Jack whose body spontaneously combusted and was severely burned according to the newspaper. So this room belonged to Jack? She raised her eyebrows knowingly. That explained the charred smell she noticed when entering. Though the diary was thick, each page had few contents. Judging from the first few pages, it seemed to be written by a young student. The second half of the diary skipped several years forward. Although the handwriting was still hideous, at least it didn't require painstaking effort to recognize every word. Just as she wanted to continue reading, Xiaomei and Fei had already decided where the artifact would go. There was no doubt that the artifact belonged to Xiaomei, but she insisted on giving Fei 10 points. After much insistence from Xiaomei, Fei finally accepted the 10 points transfer. Then, the group noticed the diary Jiang Li held in her hand. "It's Jack's diary." Jiang Li waved the book and motioned them over to take a look. March 2nd. Father's newly wedded wife is so beautiful. Oh no, I should call her stepmom. March 3rd. Stepmom is so gentle, speaking softly like a little canary. March 6th. Little Canary was tender and delicate. When pricked by a rose thorn, her eyes watered red and nearly shed a tear. She looked so cute. March 12th. I really don't understand why Little Canary would fall for a middle-aged man like father. He has no romance and doesn't know how to flatter her. If it were me, I could easily make her happy every day. March 20th. The old man made a move again in front of me toward the Little Canary. Even though her blushing face was pretty, I just couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. April 5th. I'm becoming more and more fond of her. April 6th. The Little Canary keeps strutting around me in her nightgown. Is she trying to tempt me? April 8th. I heard the old man bully the Little Canary inside their bedroom, and my mood suddenly worsened. She's my stepmom, not my Little Canary. April 9th. Last night, I got completely drunk, and the Little Canary took care of me all night. When I woke up in the morning and saw her, I thought I was dreaming. Overwhelmed by emotions, I kissed her and scared her away. April 10th. I didn't see the Little Canary today. The nanny said she went out with her girlfriends. I miss her. April 11th. Little Canary is avoiding me. Why? April 12th. Do you really like that old man so much? Worth running away from me time and again? What's wrong with me compared to him? From here onwards, the diary's handwriting grew increasingly erratic and wild, sending chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 62. Ghost House Horror. 8. April 13th. The Little Canary is mine. Mine. April 14th. I finally got the Little Canary's body. She was so delicious. Every inch of her was so sweet, and even her struggling beneath me was breathtakingly beautiful. I think I may not be able to leave her. April 25th. The Little Canary is simply never tiring to have, but she is too timid and delicate, scared of pain. After each time, she cries for a long while. I'm so considerate. Of course I try my best to comfort her and make her happy. May 4th. The old man has finally gone on a business trip. This time there will be no one to disturb the two of us in our private world. May 23rd. The Little Canary is pregnant. The old man is quite pleased. Why does she want to give birth to the old man's child? I have to punish her well. The contents of the diary made Jiang Li frown deeply. When she turned to the next page, she found that the timeline in the diary jumped straight over 4 years. February 19th. Today the Little Canary was beaten by the old man again. She looked so pitiful. Ever since he discovered the relationship between the two of us a year ago, he began to beat her. The other day, he insisted on conducting a paternity test for his daughter. The result is coming out tomorrow. Hopefully, it'll be a surprise. February 20th. Lillian is indeed not the old man's child. She's my daughter. Haha. The old man's face as pale as iron. He seems ready to pass away soon. March 1st. I heard today the Little Canary was severely beaten. See, I've already told you that the old man isn't a good husband. Why didn't she choose me? The diary abruptly ended here, its back pages looking like they were burnt, leaving only some corners and incomplete characters, with no way to find any more clues. Zhongli fell into thought. Firstly, Jack is an awful person. There's no doubt about that. Based on the contents of the diary, the owner of the villa should be Jack's father, who married a young and beautiful wife many years after being widowed. Later, the wife was desired by their son Jack, who playfully referred to her as Little Canary. The wife gave birth to a girl for her husband, originally what should have been a harmonious family, until the husband unexpectedly discovered the secret between his son and his wife, getting extremely angry and starting to abuse his wife. He even doubted whether his daughter was his biological child. In the end, the test results showed that the daughter wasn't his biological child, which infuriated him further and made his violence escalate. Although we don't know what role the woman called Canary played in this story, she probably had the most motivation to turn this villa into a haunted house. For example, it's highly possible that she died from domestic violence and returned as a vengeful ghost. Hearing the sighs of pity around her from her teammates, Zhongli put the diary into her handbag. Shit, this Jack is really scum. It serves him right that he was burned alive at the end. That woman isn't anything good either. Didn't she know how to resist? I think she was promiscuous. Hey guy up front, did you hear the storm raging in your brain? Are you insane? Jack clearly forced her. How could you say she was promiscuous? How do you know she didn't fight back? Wouldn't she tell her husband if something like this happened? Being the lady of the house, wouldn't she file a police report? Damn, there are idiots everywhere. Report it then, report it. Hey, the one talking about promiscuity, were you born with a shrunken brain? Your next sentence won't be that Jack was intentionally seduced by her, will it? Don't speculate without understanding the truth. After thoroughly searching once more, they found no more clues and reluctantly left the room. Zhongli walked last, thinking about closing the door to prevent whatever was inside from coming out and continuing to scare them. Before she could turn around, she suddenly felt a powerful force push her, causing her to stumble. The door behind her closed mercilessly before their eyes and locked with a snap. Male ghost / crevice girl, hurry up and leave. Don't come back. Slightly falling onto Zhongli, who pushed her. With expressions full of terror on everyone's faces, room 204 suddenly opened a crack, throwing out a white hard object before slamming shut. Crevice girl, take it, take it. There really is nothing else in here. Please don't come back. Damn fatty, I never want to see you again. Another click, locking sound was heard. Zhongli picked up the white object thrown at her feet, her expression becoming serious. The rest of the team looked at each other unsure of what to do. Were they rejected? Huh. We've been driven out. Streamer, I didn't do anything. Why chase me away? Huh. Seeing the doll hanging on the streamer's waist, who would still be unclear about who it belongs to. Ghost, get out, get out, get out. This team's progress is so fast. I saw other teams that haven't even found the keys yet, but they've already lost several teammates. Quickly look. The streamer is about to play a mean trick on the others. Huh. This is to deal with the ghosts in everyone's rooms, right? After all, everyone knows that the ghosts in the rooms at night won't harm people, so it's definitely necessary to take action in advance to prevent not sleeping well. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. It made me pumped and wish it was evening already. Offer a moment of silence for those ghosts in advance. Soon, night fell. After an afternoon of hard work, all the haunted safe houses were remodeled according to Zhongli's suggestions. Although they each spent some points, if this really could help them feel energetic in the competition, they were willing. Here it comes, it's 8 p.m. With so many people streaming, I don't know whose live broadcast to watch. I'll just stay in Zhongli's live stream and see whether the ghost who got hit last night will dare to come out. Huh. I want to go check the ghost's appearance in the fat guy's live stream. I'll head over to Xiao Mei's live stream. Room 206. The cabinet ghost felt very satisfied recalling how he joyfully slammed the doors last night. Today he would again put his best effort into slamming the cabinet doors. And he also planned to secretly open the cabinet doors suddenly to startle the fatty. Excitedly rubbing his hands, as soon as it turned 8, he couldn't wait to appear inside the cabinet, wanting to greatly frighten the room's temporary occupant. However, his high-lifted hand froze mid-air like during a grand oath. Where's my door? Where's my large, red cabinet door? Where's the big cabinet door I adorned with my beloved mark yesterday? Just then, the fatty walked out of the bathroom, drying his hands with a towel while spotting the cabinet ghost, unshielded by any coverings, all black and glossy with an expression of disbelief on its face. You're here, he said abnormally calm, tearing open a bag of chips, standing before the cabinet, offering the chips forward. Have some. The cabinet ghost. What's wrong with this person? Eat what? He wants his door back. That huge door of his. Where did you move it to? Return it, or else don't blame him for being unfriendly growl. The figure of the ghost started twisting into strange shapes, trying hard to terrify the fatty. The forms he changed into both horrific and ghastly. But it seemed useless against the fatty. He remained calm, without altering his tone even slightly. No. He made the motion of drawing back, mumbling. Fine then, just being polite. I don't intend to give anyway. The cabinet ghost. Shit, fatty, take your chips back. Room 207. Window ghost took great satisfaction from the psychological scars she caused to the human last night. Tonight, she specially delayed her appearance time, waiting until the nervous human drifted off to sleep so she could drag him out of his dreams. Elegantly bundling her well-maintained long hair backward, she revealed her bluish-white face dotted with 2 bloody holes, pulling a sinister grin. At 11 o'clock, that human should have been asleep by now. She manifested her form on the window. She lifted her hand. Her smile had yet to fade. She got fried inside out by powerful electricity surging out from the window. Kana sat on the bed doing nothing since 8 p.m., all the way until 11 p.m. Uneasy glances constantly shot towards the window blocked by the curtains, filled with anxiety. How come there's no sound yet? Is it because the transparent conductive film bought from the mall isn't effective? Or have their tricks on the window been discovered by the ghost? Nope. He still needs to lift the curtain and check. Summoning courage from somewhere unknown, Kana flipped up his delicate fingers and lifted a corner of the curtain, then immediately exchanged an affectionate gaze with a still convulsing black ghost in a killer fashion. Kana, in these modern times, do ghosts dress so stylishly too? Window ghost, who was zapped till she twitched, her hair standing on end. Ah, her beautiful long hair. Room 208. Chris Anna, full of terror and carefully lying in bed, repeatedly reflected upon Jiang Li and Xiao Mei's reassurances. As long as you relax and sleep well, no sound will wake you. She must relax, and have a good sleep. The male ghost under the bed, having waited patiently until the little girl lay down to sleep, listened to her gradually steady breathing. Knowing his opportunity had come, he grinned ferociously and decisively thrust upward. Why is it so soft? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a thick memory foam pad had been placed on top of the bed frame some time earlier. No matter how hard he slapped, pushed, or jumped, it produced absolutely no sound. After struggling for quite some time, the male ghost was left panting heavily. What? Do you still expect ghosts to properly scare people? Is this funny? Huh. Room 209. Jiang Li had been staring at a large figure crouched in the corner of the ceiling with her mop handle for a while. As soon as he appeared, he realized that Jiang Li was awake. He immediately started trembling like a Parkinson's patient. Using the advantage of being stuck on the ceiling where Jiang Li couldn't reach him, he wriggled into the corner. He neither said anything nor moved from his spot, just glaring helplessly back at Jiang Li. Of course, Jiang Li couldn't decipher helpless emotions from his grotesquely disfigured face, so she went to the bathroom and grabbed the mop to poke at him each time she asked a question. Hey, hello, poke. My name is Jiang Li. Do you have one? Poke. Can't you speak? Why are you hiding from me? Poke. Didn't you come yesterday? I didn't see you. Poke. The ugly ghost suddenly became enraged. In a fit, he grabbed the mop handle that had been poking his butt several times, snapped it in half right there, and threw it far into a corner of the room, making a loud clang sound. Then he pushed his face closer and emitted a loud sob. How could I not come yesterday? Didn't I get sent back by you? Look. My face is swollen from your blows. It still hurts. He pointed at one of his empty eye sockets and miserably extended his hand, revealing the burst eyeball in his palm to show Jiang Li. You even damaged my eyeball. It can't be used anymore. I have proof. Don't try to deny it. Confused by all these gestures, Jiang Li felt that he seemed very angry despite not fully understanding what he meant. She looked at the broken mop rod crumpled pathetically in the corner of her room and hesitated before saying, I'm sorry. The ugly ghost slowly retracted his pouted lips and turned his head with an oomph, indicating that he was still unsatisfied. Jiang Li. She carefully examined the shapeless eyeball, tentatively asking, is this mine? The ugly ghost snorted loudly again. Although still confused, Jiang Li glanced around and finally fixed her gaze on the pitch-black doll tied to her waist. The doll, whose eyes were covered, mouth gagged, and body bound, who hoped for the ghost of this room to avenge it against Jiang Li, suddenly shuddered. Why does it feel so chilly? Does this eyeball look familiar to you? She pulled off the cloth covering the doll's eyes and held the doll close to the ugly ghost. For a few seconds, the doll blankly stared at the ugly ghost. The ugly ghost laughed. It's you? Looks like you're doing pretty well. Doll, what's this guy talking about? Well, go punch this audacious human back for me. Ugly ghost, what? You're giving me this eyeball? That's too kind of you. Thank you. You're so generous. Without hesitation, he ripped out one of the doll's artificial eyes, producing a popping sound, and disappeared contentedly into the ceiling. Let this doll always order them around just because its little master protects it. This time it got a taste of meeting this woman. It deserved it. Uffed. Suddenly missing an eye, the doll froze in confusion. Its eye was snatched by that damned ugly bastard. Doll, knock it off, do you hear me? When my little master comes, every last one of you will pay. At this point, Jiang Li beside her was still bewildered. Instinctively, she tied the doll back to her waist and returned to sit by the bed deep in thought. Why did this ghost, who kept trembling upon appearing and insisted on staring at her, only seek her out for a complaint and an apology? Ah yes, and it stole an eye from the doll. Confused GPJ. Chapter 63. Ghost House Nightmare, Part 9. Room 210. The long-tongued ghost felt like she had encountered a tough opponent. She was originally capable of controlling the circuit with her own magnetic field, making the light flicker between brightness and darkness, then making a stunning entrance after setting the right atmosphere, achieving terrifying results every time. But the little girl who checked in yesterday had a violent temper. She smashed the bulb after it flickered just a few times, then laid down on the bed to sleep without opening her eyes once. Today, she had made ample preparations, determined to appear when the bulb flashed, and at least give her a scare. However, despite her best efforts, the light source inside the lampshade showed no anomalies. Lan Ku swayed leisurely while holding a hammer. Energy stones produced by the League are top-notch, absolutely stable. Reasonable prices, honest deals for all ages. Long-tongued ghost. Why doesn't my bulb work? Room 211. May pulled up her blanket, wore an eye mask, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. She believed that she would definitely sleep well tonight. However, the wall ghost didn't share her sentiments. He planned to watch her until she felt bone-chilling terror, becoming paranoid and unable to sleep. Intense malice shone through the walls, focusing on the bed. What on earth is that thing on the bed? That vibrant red on green with big pink flowers bedspread embroidered with prosperity, and matching duvet cover and pillowcase. What's going on? This magical flower family color palette gave the wall ghost instant discomfort upon seeing it. Grass, I don't want to see it. The wall ghost promptly shifted his gaze from May's body to her face. Wash his eyes by looking at the beauty's face. Then he found himself staring intensely into a pair of glowing simulated eyeballs on an eye mask for several seconds. Wall ghost, Nug, Omegan, Sigma, Day winky face. Eyes, Ayaha, ghost, Aya, ha ha ha, where's my cabinet door? Ha ha ha, Shintoa, do you have snacks? Can ghosts eat snacks? Big brother, there is another big brother in this team besides Jiangli. Too real ha ha. I'm just being polite, not giving you .gpj. Window ghost, scared, weren't you? Conductive membranes produced by the League can conduct electricity even on glass. Ha ha ha. Is it thrilling or what? Classic modern ancient Kilmart appearance, ha ha ha, too apt ha ha. Do you like my upturned braid? GPJ. In the dead of night, a young couple gazes affectionately across the window. What will happen next? To be continued next episode? Ha ha devils. All devils. A marketing veteran as soon as they open their mouths, ha ha ha. Snap, 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 snap. I lose if there's any sound. Ugly ghost. You damaged my eyes. Now you must pay it. Jiangli, would you like this doll's eyes? Doll. Jinghao at times and %*. Ha ha ha. True tough people here. Slapping them silly yet still claiming damages. We obviously don't understand our big brother's moves. Can I have that mystical 3-piece bedding set? Suddenly hearted. It's said to be a specialty of the ancient modern flower family from northeast China, where every household uses these patterned quilts. Look, stare for as long as you want. I won't stop you. Let you look. I'm going to laugh myself sick ha 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 hiccup. League production, be it conductive film, memory foam cushions, self-luminous energy stones, or simulated eye masks. Top quality, reasonable prices. No defective products, 6 months of warranty after sales service. That was a slick advertisement. Collecting ad fees online ha. After sending away the strange ghost whose name she didn't know, Jiangli extinguished the light and rested. Still, she remained consciously in a light sleep state, ready to awaken promptly should there be any sound outside the door. Deep into the night, indeed came a series of noises from metal objects grinding against the floor tiles in the corridor. Jiangli opened her eyes, her pitch-black pupils clear, devoid of any sign of drowsiness. She walked to the door and carefully listened to the sounds in the corridor. From the direction of the staircase came heavy breathing peculiar to men. His steps were slow and heavy, dragging an unknown weapon back and forth along the second-floor corridor, occasionally pausing before certain doors, either craving something within or hesitating. One could imagine, if someone left the safe house in the middle of the night, the ghost in the corridor would undoubtedly chase after them relentlessly. Who knows how many more ghosts could freely roam around at night? Just imagining the scene of dancing ghosts filled Jiangli with gratitude for the existence of the safe house. As the footsteps and dragging sounds grew closer, Jiangli suddenly felt something in her crossbody bag wildly trying to escape. She frowned, cautiously stepping back a few paces away from the door before carefully opening her bag. A white hard object whoosh shot out of the bag, landing on the ground with surprising gentleness, as if afraid of alarming anything outside. It made no sound at all, then darted into the slightly open blanket on Jiangli's bed like fleeing from a flood or a ferocious beast, trembling violently. After watching its entire performance, Jiangli was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that this thing could move on its own. This was the small piece of human spine that had been tossed out like garbage earlier from room 204. After recognizing the bone, since others didn't dare touch it, she only briefly inspected it and found nothing unusual or any hidden clues, so she put it in her bag. So what was going on now? Was this bone afraid of something outside? The second round of the league selection competition was in full swing. Netizens who had time all entered their nutrient chambers, spending 7 hours experiencing 7 days and 7 nights inside the haunted house with interesting live streamers. Those too busy to watch the live stream could wait a week and then go to the league's official website to see the highlights edited by technical staff. It had only been about 2 hours since the competition began, yet some people inside the nutrient chambers already had distorted expressions, laughing like idiots. Others were so frightened they immediately logged off and waited for the edited version after a week. After finishing his tasks, Sherchuan entered the nutrient chamber and had been lurking in Jiangli's live stream ever since she found the first clue. He watched her bold actions as netizens viewed them, watched the exponential rise in her viewers from just a few scattered individuals to thousands, and observed how she slowly demonstrated her excellent leadership skills and calm, intelligent mind. He occasionally couldn't help but laugh at her clever moves, and sometimes he furrowed his brows due to her behavior that clearly differed from others. He was heartbroken knowing she grew up on the battlefield from a young age, not knowing how many dangers she'd experienced or how much death she'd witnessed. He wondered how many times she had been on the verge of peril but gritted her teeth and toughed it out anyway. He felt sorrow over how she still took a protective stance in front of her teammates without regard for her own safety. Countless people said Jiang Yu was a traitor. Countless others loudly demanded that her bones be crushed and ashes scattered. What would she think when she heard such things? Would she have trouble sleeping? Would she feel sad enough to want to leave this world? There were also a few who praised Jiang Yu's accomplishments, calling her a prodigy since childhood, A genius made famous through one battle, a hero who brought peace to the League. Would she feel happy upon hearing this? Or would she mock herself for no longer being the genius she once was? She was Jiang Yu, the general who became famous as a youth, the former genius warrior, and also a teenage girl with poor health. He didn't know what he could do, so he could only try to make time to stay by her side, talk to her, play simulated world together, and secretly remove anything that might expose her identity. Later, he discovered that she was far more mature and cautious than he imagined. She had her own team covering her tracks, advanced research organizations developing weapons and potions for her, and she gained friends she could trust deeply and even fight alongside. It seemed that she didn't need anyone's help at all, and there was nothing he could do to assist her. Thinking this way, the young lady was indeed more capable than him. He truly couldn't match her. Sichuan continued silently watching the live stream while thinking about military affairs he had temporarily set aside. He couldn't let things continue like this. Although he was lazy, with little desire to climb the ranks and not wanting to be a powerful figure in the military department, he only wished to coast through life and retire early to enjoy leisure time. But that didn't mean he lacked the ability to advance. He needed military achievements, power, and connections with intimates within various factions of the upper echelons of the League. He wanted to help her, surpass her, and then protect her. The young lady was working so hard. How could he still leisurely take a vacation here? After the selection competition, he'd return. Sichuan made this decision in his heart. When he came back to see her next time, he'd surely be able to help her. Looking at Jiang Li's delicate, still smiling face on the live stream, he chuckled softly. It wouldn't take long. After all, he was, at the very least, considered a talented member of the previous generation in the League. There was nothing he wanted to do, but couldn't. That was the arrogance unique to geniuses and the unstoppable determination of mecha warriors. On the third morning, Jiang Li pushed open the door and rushed straight to the storage room on the first floor. Fatso, who also got up early, trailed behind her like a shadow, stuffing snacks into his mouth non-stop. Upon entering the storeroom, Jiang Li quickly spotted the giant axe in the corner of the room that Fatso had mentioned yesterday. The axe was rust-covered, and there were some dark red bloodstains on it, likely from an unknown source. Jiang Li attempted to drag it, but failed. This is it. It was the weapon dragged along by the ghost in the corridor last night. But she couldn't lift it. With a pout, Jiang Li gestured for help toward Fatso behind her. Before she could even ask, Fatso wiped the snack crumbs off his hands, picked up the huge axe, and asked, "Where to?" Jiang Li grinned mischievously. Then the axe, still with its bloody stains, was unceremoniously thrown into the artificial pond at the back of the villa by the two of them. Not too far away, for other people hurriedly followed after noticing the pair dragging something out of the villa's main gate. Their reactions. Jiang Li explained to the group that in order to make sure the ghost wouldn't show up during the day over the next few days, she simply sank its weapon into the pond. After hearing this, the others all showed deep respect. They soon began discussing their amazing experiences from last night and unanimously stated they had a good sleep, thanking Jiang Li for it. Streamer. Hehe, didn't expect this, did you? I've chucked your weapon. What are you going to cut now? Brothers, quick. Comment, professional on the public screen. Professional. Professional. Do you guys really think the ghost would go through the trouble of running back to the storeroom to find its weapon after appearing? What do you mean? Did the streamer waste her effort? Nope. The previous commenter means that if you were that ghost, would you bother appearing randomly somewhere before heading to the storeroom to retrieve the weapon, or would you directly appear beside the weapon? Of course near the weapon. So wherever the weapon is, the ghost will be there. Roughly speaking, the streamer and Fatso threw the ghost into the pond with the axe. 666. This move is genius. Chapter 64, Ghost House Fright, 10. As the group laughed and chatted their way from the back courtyard to the front, the vertebra in Jiang Li's bag suddenly began to thrash violently. Jiang Li, you're back. Mei Jing alerted her with a start. Lan Ku and Fei Zai leaned in as Jiang Li opened her crossbody bag. Jiang Li guessed right away that it was the mischievous bone. As she opened the bag, she frowned and scolded. What do you want now? Last night, the ghost in the hallway kept wandering on the second floor, causing this bone to tremble incessantly in her blanket until she was too tired. In the end, she threw the bone to the ground and went back to sleep. Fortunately, the bone knew better than to act up, trembling quietly while clutching just a corner of Jiang Li's blanket near her feet, and returned to her bag at dawn. It wasn't clear what it wanted now. The reprimanded vertebra looked like puppy pout.jpg. It jumped onto Jiang Li's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against her clothes, then did a forward roll, landing on the ground, and hopping a few steps forward before turning back and jumping twice toward Jiang Li. Jian furrowed his brow. This is that one from yesterday. Christiana had already hidden behind Xiao Mei the moment the bone jumped out, looking at the moving vertebra with trepidation. It seems like it wants us to follow it somewhere. Fei Zai speculated. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, the little bone hopped around even more excitedly. Should we follow? Lanka glanced at it with a menacing look in her eyes. There might be danger. At the thought of danger, the small bone twitched frantically, starting to jump side to side madly. Jiang Li. She recalled its trembling last night. It shouldn't have the guts. The small bone cheered, hopping another 2 steps ahead, gesturing for Jiang Li to hurry up and follow it. I'll go take a look and come right back. As soon as Jiang Li stepped forward to follow, Lan Ku came running over. No way. I'm going with you. In case of any danger, she could still protect Ali. Ali was delicate and frail. What if she got hurt? She bared her teeth threateningly at the little bone. Let's all go together. At least there'll be someone watching each other's backs. A few others including Fei Zai joined them. all 12 pairs of eyes fixated on the dusty little bone hopping on the soil. The little bone gave a violent shiver and hopped faster ahead. Soon, it led Zhang Li and the rest to a patch of roses in front of the villa's right side, disappearing into the dense flowers right in front of them. Only when they drew closer did they notice that this massive amount of roses surrounding almost the entire villa were divided into several areas of different sizes and densities. This area counted as one of the largest patches. What exactly does it want us to see? Jianin looked left and right among the flowers, but found no sign of the little bone. He cautiously glanced around. No sooner had he finished speaking when a small mound of dirt burst forth from the rose bushes, dragging out a long trail behind it, speeding straight toward Zhang Li, only to collide head-on with an iron hammer midair, producing a ting sound. Lanka stood before Zhang Li holding the hammer with one hand, staring down at the suspicious-looking mound of dirt with a dark face. What the hell is this thing? The little dirt pile quivered, and atop it blossomed a cute little pink flower bud that swayed hesitantly, as if trying to appease them. Zhang Li crouched down in front of the dirt pile and picked up the flower by the stem, using her thumb and forefinger, pulling it out along with the clump of dirt to reveal the white little bone buried beneath it. The little bone started hopping around the perimeter of the flower bed, demarcating an area. Fei-Zai munched on snacks with a crunch-crunch noise while talking incessantly. It must want us to dig up this whole patch. Could it be treasure? Lan Ku asked hopefully, rubbing her hands together, ready to fetch tools from the villa. Christiana's eyes sparkled. Could it be some magical artifact? Zhang Li shook her head, gazing deeply at the little bone with an indiscernible expression. More likely than not, it would be a corpse or a skeleton. She and Fei-Zai exchanged a glance, realizing that both had deduced what might be buried beneath the roses. She hesitated about whether to warn the others not to expect much good. However, in the end, the 6 of them decided to try digging. And when they did, they unearthed a moving, talking skeleton. Hey, pretty girl, don't make such a scary face. I just got too excited breathing fresh air outside after so long, so I couldn't help stretching. The skeleton stretched its arms and legs as soon as it saw daylight, terrifying Christiana into screaming on the spot, while the rest of the group quickly backed away several steps, raising their guard simultaneously. It was clearly a male human skeleton, still covered in dirt from having just climbed out of the ground. Its voice was strange since it had no vocal cords, and as its jaw bone moved up and down, it babbled endlessly about how difficult it was buried underground and how much it wanted to see the sun again and talk with humans. Oh yeah, the skeleton bent over to pick up the little bone hopping around cheerfully on the ground, twisting its arm behind itself. But despite twisting itself into a pretzel, it couldn't get the little bone onto its back. The skeleton became overly familiar, leaning close to Zhang Li and showing her its spine-deprived back. Hey, beautiful. Could you help me put this bone back in? I can't reach my back. As a reward, I'll tell you more about this how-so. After hearing that, Zhang Li's face froze as she inserted the small bone into the empty slot on the skeleton's back without hesitation. Who knew how the skeleton managed to move its arms and legs for so long with one vertebra missing? Oh, is this a hidden NPC? Its entrance was certainly unique. The streamer's team is powerful. They're probably the only ones who found a hidden NPC. Will they get extra points? Although this NPC seems unreliable, at least it's friendly. We'll make do with it. If things get dangerous, we can push it forward to draw fire. Ha ha ha. Buddy at the front. Are you a devil reincarnated? That little bone looks somewhat cute. So no one's curious why there's a human skeleton in the garden? Creepy when you think about it. In fact, what bothers me more is that the little bone snuck into the streamer's bed last night. If it's part of the NPC, then by extension, the male-voiced NPC crawled into the streamer's bed. What? I suddenly want to beat this skeleton to a pulp. Let's gang up and beat the NPC 1 out of 10. Include me, 2 out of 10. And me too. This pervert actually snuck into a minor girl's bed. Yeah, under every place in the yard with roses, there's almost always a body. The skeleton called itself Jessica. In life, it had been a traveler who accidentally discovered this abandoned villa and wandered inside out of curiosity, and then stayed here forever. In its words, this villa was practically a ghost house that devoured people without leaving bones. It had been buried for thousands of years, and had a decent understanding of the ghosts in this ghost house. Even though I know what kind of ghosts there are, because I've always been in the yard, I don't know where they usually appear. It shrugged. Its white hand bone pointed at Christiana, who still dared not look at it directly, sighing. Thankfully, this little girl screamed without facing Mary. Otherwise, her tongue would have been torn out by Mary alive, suffering unbearable pain. It looked at Christiana with satisfaction as her face paled, and she immediately clutched her mouth, proudly showing off its knowledge about the monsters. Oh, you didn't know this? Mary is a doll that likes sneaking around to scare people. If it manages to scare someone enough to scream, well, the consequence is terrible. A doll? Zhang Li glanced down at the black doll tied to her waist, deep in thought. The rest also turned their gazes simultaneously, wearing expressions full of unspoken meaning. Are you talking about it? Mei Jing pointed at the ancient African doll bound tightly by Zhang Li, whose eye was dug out at some point. Jessica cast a glance at it and decisively replied, "Oh no. Dear, that doll is way whiter, with less sharp hairstyle. Speaking of which, does this weird style mean it's for some bondage play?" The doll. Grass. I'm not Mary. Don't dare call me Mary, you blind pile of bones. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Zhang Li pondered for a moment and decided against telling Jessica the cruel truth that the strange doll it spoke of was indeed Mary. At this time, Jessica's attention shifted to Fei-Zai. Hey brother, what are you eating? It looks so delicious. Can you let me taste a bit? For years, I haven't eaten human food and forgotten the taste of it. Faye's eye squinted and sized up Jessica, while Jessica openly allowed him to observe. Then he made a proposition. Tell us the information about the ghost wielding the giant axe, and I'll let you taste a bite. Yes, Jessica would not divulge any information about this ghost house for free. Only when its demands were met, it would answer their questions. The previous messages were its friendly gifts for them letting it out, but if they wanted to ask more, it would not be so easy. However, Jessica was already drooling over the human food that it hadn't tasted for a long time. It nodded decisively, and with its jawbone moving up and down, it blurted out all the information about the ghost wielding the giant axe, then looked expectantly at the snacks in Faye's eye's hand. It turned out that this ghost was the original owner of this villa. It was rumored that he dismembered his wife and children with an axe during his lifetime, and after death, his hobby was still to wander around wielding his axe and chopping people. However, in this villa, its status was relatively low, only allowed to appear after 8 o'clock in the evening. Aloud, Zhongli noticed the words Jessica used. Could there be ghosts with even higher status in the villa? Unfortunately, no matter how further questions were asked, it wouldn't say anything else, just keep staring at Faye's eyes food. Before entering, it had grabbed a handful of snacks and stuffed them into its mouth. But naturally, these foods fell through the gaps between its bones and spilled all over the ground. Jessica, sad baby, JPG, I have nowhere to go, I'll just follow you guys. Jessica quickly adjusted its mindset. In response to Kana's question, why do you keep following them? It answered very naturally. I know you won't leave me behind, right sweetie? It turned to Zhongli and lifted its chin. After all, we've shared the same bed. Zhongli, Time Chuan, who was watching the live stream, almost crushed the nutrient tank. He scowled and immediately found the production team, lodging a complaint against the programmer who coded this inappropriate skeleton. Under the pretext of involvement in pornographic or violent content, the programmer was docked a month's salary. Chapter 65, Ghost House Shock, Part 11. They unearthed a moving, talking skeleton that seemed to know quite a bit about the ghosts in the villa. Though this skeleton required payment, the survival mission appeared promising, allowing the group's tightly strung nerves to relax slightly. The 6-person team pushed open the villa's main door, only to be startled by a pair of pale and stiff feet suddenly hanging down from above the doorway. Jessica had somehow made her way to the back of the group, pushing Christina forward as Christina was forced to see a ghostly woman hanging from the ceiling beam, eyes wide open, hair disheveled, face green, and fangs exposed. Ghana and Blue, who originally hadn't paid much attention to the ghost hanging from the ceiling, were jolted awake by Christina's blood-curdling scream. Little May looked up and met the malicious gaze of the female ghost. For a moment, her mind went blank before she finally managed to warn the others. Be careful, she's moving. Zhongli was already at the front of the group when she saw the hanged ghost mechanically lower its head, which was still dripping blood, and slowly pull back into a ghastly grin. With good intentions, Zhang reminded it, your underwear is showing. Would you like to cover up? There are boys over here. She glanced at the fat guy standing behind her, confirming that from his angle he could clearly see under the hanged ghost's dress, and her expression revealed disdain. You're still looking? Not enough yet. Fat curious about what magic tricks Zhongli might perform for his own entertainment guy? Excuse me? Who would care about seeing under a ghost's skirt? Hanged ghost. Shit. Why did I wear a skirt when I hang myself? The hanged ghost shot an angry glare at Zhongli, quickly adjusting her dress. Then she descended from the rope and lunged ferociously at the fat guy. Her fingers' black nails abruptly grew long, glowing with a metallic sheen, aimed directly at the fat guy's eyeballs. Is the view under my skirt really that attractive? I'll gouge out this pig's eyeballs and make them my appetizer. Fat guy, now the target of hatred. Fuck, it's coming straight for me. Those nails that lengthened, whoosh, didn't seem like mere decoration. Their fierce wind made his face ache as they swiped toward him. Christina and Ghana almost lost their courage upon seeing this sight, panicking and running outside to distance themselves from the vicious ghost. Little May wanted to help, but had no weapon at hand. Clutching a coin, she wondered if this item was supposed to be thrown after pressing the inscription on it, or if it had to physically touch a ghost to work. Blue guarded Jiang Li's side, his fair hand gripping the hammer's handle at his waist, hesitating whether to risk Jiang Li being attacked to aid the fat guy. Though the fat guy was overweight, he was somewhat agile. A sassy move helped him dodge the deadly claws approaching him and led him into the hall, even sparing a glance at Jiang Li filled with resentment. Jiang Li hadn't expected the hanged ghost to care so much about revealing itself. She missed the fat guy's complaint but instinctively picked up and threw a long object lying beside the wall. It wasn't until after throwing it that she realized she was no longer the young general who could kill enemies with anything she hurled. Her strength likely wouldn't even match the force of a single finger poke from this ghost. This random habit of picking up things as weapons must change. The black, not-so-hard object spun through the air towards the ghost persistently chasing the fat guy. Smack! It hit her square on the forehead. Claws stretching, nearly reaching the fat guy's scalp froze in midair. Damn, utterly intolerable. This little wretch kept pushing her limits, now daringly tossing a shoehorn onto her pretty face. Today, even if she doesn't kill the pervert watching under her skirt, this little slut must die. In a fury, the ghost grabbed the shoehorn slipping off her face and gripped it tightly in anger, intent on crushing it instantly. Unbeknownst to her, the white light flared unexpectedly when her fingers touched a particular spot on the shoehorn. The sudden flash struck the ghost's face and blasted her against the wall. The entire event unfolded within seconds. leaving only a shriek as the ghost turned to smoke and vanished completely. And there, the simple shoehorn landed on the ground intact with a soft smack. Mocking the ghost like, this sound echoed strangely loud in the now-still environment. Fat guy. Zhongli. Lanka picked up the peculiarly shaped shoehorn, indeed finding a row of tiny characters etched inside its concave surface. Magic Treasure Bee. January 1st. Lanka. Li, please don't tell me you just threw it randomly. Zhongli. Zhongli helplessly shrugged. She really just grabbed the nearest thing and threw it. Originally, this shoehorn was just an ordinary shoehorn. If the hanged ghost hadn't tried to crush it and accidentally pressed the inscription. The fat guy, who had been used as a scapegoat by Zhongli but ultimately saved by her, looked conflicted. He rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. This life is far too damn exciting. Mommy, what is this? Suddenly there's a pair of pale feet, scared me to death. Fat guy is having such a rough time, haha. Being accused by the streamer of peeking under the female ghost's skirt. Wait, wasn't that true? Haha, fat guy must have seen it for real judging by his expression. Who noticed what the streamer threw? Doesn't look like much of a powerful weapon. Holy crap. Oh my god, it was a shoehorn, huh? How come even a shoehorn is a magical treasure? I can't do this anymore, I'm laughing so hard, hhhh. I heard my dear mom outside wondering why I keep twitching. I'm not sick, mom. I'm laughing until I'm twitching. Haha, go explain it fast, or she'll unplug your nutrient pod. What kind of move is this, killing myself? That hanged ghost died in disbelief, ha. Streamer, no need for me to do anything. This ghost sure knows how to commit suicide with treasures. After the sudden and highly aggressive female ghost committed suicide and disappeared, the team's atmosphere grew suddenly heavy. They had originally thought that unless they encountered fixed objects tied to ghosts' obsessions from their past lives, ghosts wouldn't actively attack humans during the day. But now, it seemed this wasn't the case. In fact, if Zhongli hadn't said anything, maybe the ghost wouldn't have attacked them? But this possibility was slim. Jessica, after witnessing this amazing battle, stuck closer than ever to Zhongli, following her wherever she went. However, when everyone gathered in the hall to discuss things, Jessica wandered off on her own throughout the villa. For instance, at this moment she entered the kitchen, opened the fridge, and exclaimed wow, upon seeing it filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. Zhongli and the others didn't bother with this combatless and timid skeleton. Their faces were solemn as they discussed the villa where they'd stayed for 3 days, yet still knew little about. I have a guess. Despite the peril earlier, the fat guy didn't seem fazed, thanking Zhongli before proposing his view. Since we entered the villa, the abilities of the ghosts appearing during the day increased progressively each day. Not to mention night, they never dared step out. During the first day's daylight, none of them were attacked. They just occasionally felt something was odd. On the second and third days, however, ghosts appeared like dolls, impoverished spirits, and the crack woman. Though not extremely dangerous, they posed risks. Today, they outright faced a very dangerous hanged ghost. By this logic, over the next 4 days, they would likely encounter even more powerful and dangerous ghosts. Otherwise, why would the contestants' mission be to survive 7 days in this villa? It could only mean each day's difficulty varies, judged based on survival duration and performance. It's highly possible that soon our safe house equipment won't effectively guard against ghost harassment. Zhongli continued. There was no way the ghost's powers increased during the day while staying constant at night. Therefore, it was best to mentally prepare themselves for potential danger at any time. Perhaps the person who devised this contest aimed to test the contestants' vigilance, logical thinking, teamwork, and adaptability when facing dangers. Christiana listened to this, and her whole face fell. She regretted participating in this cursed selection test. Why should a code-writing shut-in like her face something so unbearably deadly? Little May and Ghana looked uneasy, whereas the fat guy and Blue remained unusually indifferent to the selection test. Zhongli inexplicably felt confident. She still hadn't found a chance to test whether her mental power could affect ghosts, wondered if the wooden doll at her waist could unleash another fatal strike, and found the endless ghosts inside the villa intriguing. Far from being afraid, she was rather excited. As someone who'd survived the battlefield since childhood, she'd seen enough corpses to desensitize herself completely. After all the hustle and bustle, it was already noon. Having dug out the skeleton, everyone was covered in dust. They returned to their respective rooms to clean up, but didn't dare indulge in a leisurely nap. With that time, they thought it would be better to go out and look for more talismans or objects that could help them fight against the ghosts. However, not long after returning to their rooms, Ghana burst out of his room with a loud bang, shutting the door tightly behind him, then retreating several steps, as if something demonic lurked inside. Hearing the commotion, the others quickly rushed out to see what had happened. Hey, a child. Ghana's face was pale, his breathing shallow, as if replaying the horrifying scene he'd just witnessed in his mind. In my room, under the table, there suddenly appeared a little girl. Though she looked delicate and adorable, her deathly pallor and twisted features couldn't be ignored. A single glance at her sharp fangs chilled one to the bone. Is she still in your room? Little May placed her hand on the doorknob while her other hand slipped into her pocket, clutching the coin tightly. Ghana hesitated but nodded. She might still be there. She kept muttering about dolls, over and over. The sound of her voice had been eerie, so terrifying that it drove him straight out of the room. Fat Guy tried to console him, but his attention soon shifted to Little May as she carefully pushed the door open. Everyone held their breath, wary of any sudden attack from inside. But even when Little May opened the door halfway, no trace of the terrifying little girl could be found. I really saw her. Ghana couldn't believe it as he fully opened the door, checking thoroughly. The room looked exactly how it had been when he left this morning. No sign of any little girl. How is that possible? Chapter 66. Ghost House Fright, 12. Jessica. Jiang Li suddenly spoke, asking the skeleton leaning against the door of her room. Do you know this little girl? Jessica, who had been casually enjoying the spectacle, was startled. She was just about to say in a grand manner that she wouldn't answer questions without some incentive when she heard Jiang Li slowly saying, If you can't answer, then Mr. Jessica, please stop following me. It's really bothering me. Jessica's words of refusal were stuck in her throat, halfway up and down. She glanced around at the others and still felt safest by Jiang Li's side. Realizing this, she immediately changed her attitude, eagerly stepping forward and answering. I know her. That girl. She's the only child in the whole villa. Although I don't know what powers she has, she's not someone to be messed with. Try not to anger her, otherwise we'll all die here. While answering, she observed Jiang Li's expression, and upon seeing her frown, knew Jiang Li wasn't satisfied with her information. She hurriedly explained, I've always stayed in the yard, and this is all I know about ghosts who never leave the villa. It's not because I intentionally withheld anything. I truly only know this much. As Jessica continued to assure her, Jiang Li remained unimpressed. The fat kid suddenly said, Kana, can you figure out how old she is? Age. Kana frowned, recalling carefully. She looks to be around 3 or 4 years old. But this ghost must have lived for many years, surely over 100? After hearing Kana's speculation, Jiang Li understood inside herself. That girl must be the daughter of the villa's owner. Perhaps she could also be called Jack's daughter? Don't anger her. Listening to Jessica's wary tone, Jiang Li engraved these words into her memory. She must control herself and not recklessly throw things away as soon as she finds them. What if it turns out to be a magical treasure? She still needed to test whether her mental power worked on ghosts. In the afternoon, the 6-person team began another thorough search. This time, they were mainly looking for small, concealed writing on various objects. Anyone could see this would be an enormous task, so they started from the first floor hall and checked each object one by one. They didn't know until they touched them, but almost everything in the villa was covered with a thick layer of dust. Eventually, Jiang Li couldn't bear the thick layer of dust that clung to her palms any longer and went to the restroom to wash her hands. As soon as she turned on the faucet in the restroom, Jiang Li froze her hand mid-air above the sink. The water coming out of the faucet wasn't clear water but thick, bloody liquid that reeked of iron. Thankfully, she hadn't put her hand under the running faucet yet. Even though Jiang Li privately sighed in relief, she still wanted to wash her hands. Regardless of the fact that the person in the mirror had already raised her head to look at her, showing a strange, distorted grin, she turned off the faucet with her hand and then turned it back on again, repeating this process multiple times. She didn't believe that the blood in the faucet would never stop flowing. As Jiang Li played merrily with the faucet, the mirror woman's expression gradually worsened, her smile disappearing completely in no time. Only the sound of her angry, shrill voice echoed through the bathroom. Are you done playing yet? The mirror woman only waited for Jiang Li to sense something wrong and glance at her. Then, she'd terrify Jiang Li so much that she'd lose control of her bladder, ideally driving her into insanity, making the game most enjoyable. Who knew that Jiang Li ignored her entirely from start to finish? Even after hearing her voice, she acted like she was deaf, walking out of the bathroom with calm indifference after giving up trying to fight the faucet. Mirror woman. What? Was she unworthy of a single glance from this human? However, Jiang Li quickly returned carrying a toolbox. Only then did she finally meet the gaze of the mirror woman in the mirror. But before the mirror woman could show her triumphant grin, Jiang Li lifted a mirror surface identical in size to the one in the restroom, positioning it backside facing outward and frontside facing inward, using a small hammer to nail the two mirrors together. While hammering, she listened as Jiang Li muttered to herself, Too ugly. Too ugly. Who knew my face could display such an ugly expression? Mirror woman. The mirror hanging on the wall began to violently tremble, but unfortunately, by the time Jiang Li finished nailing the second nail, no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the mirror. She could only crawl from one mirror world to another. That mirror was one Jiang Li had found in the storeroom, probably a backup, discovered by chance during her earlier investigation. Using it here turned out perfectly fine. No longer able to see her bizarre reflection in the mirror, Jiang Li happily resumed her struggle with the faucet. Despite Mirror Woman's furious shuttling inside the mirror, demanding release. Let me out. Let me the hell out. She received no response. Ha 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 ha. I thought the mirror was pretty scary just a while ago. Is there really such an operation? Did the previous brother doubt his existence? After watching this streamer's competition routine, I feel like I've entered a fake contest. Another contestant failed the task? My respects to. How did you get eliminated? Curious to. After watching Jiang Li's streams, I can't even imagine how someone could be eliminated anymore. I was stabbed through the heart by that hanging ghost at the villa entrance. It appeared so suddenly that I froze in place. My teammates didn't have time to save me. Is that hanging ghost really so brutal? Why did it seem like such a minor issue in the streamer's case? We probably become fans of a grandmaster. Did you just figure out that the streamer is a grandmaster? I felt since the second day that this streamer wasn't ordinary. I know about this mirror woman. There's another live stream nearby where some big brother saw this female ghost and smashed the mirror with one punch. Curious to. And then the mirror woman was released from the mirror. Haha. This is a ferocious spirit, so powerful that even 2 single soldier experts and 1 mech specialist couldn't beat her. In the end, the entire team failed to complete the mission. It's like a choice between death options. Ha ha ha. Can only say the streamer is awesome. Far away, inside room 204, The slit woman and Jack were sipping tea and chatting when they heard cries belonging to their kind. Didn't Tuama warn them not to provoke those fiends? But they wouldn't listen. They'd already lost a hanging ghost at noon. How come the ghosts still haven't learned their lesson? The slit woman cried bitterly over her flattened chest. If only someone had warned her that these people shouldn't be trifled with, she wouldn't have reached out recklessly to scratch someone. Now, all she felt was immense regret. Jack, well, he's quick-witted enough. Once the situation turned wrong, he immediately stopped. He didn't suffer, right? Just as the slit woman was about to get angry, she suddenly paused, quickly bowing respectfully and quietly asking behind Jack, why are you out? Jack immediately sensed an ominous foreboding. He mechanically turned his head to see a little girl dressed in a red dress looking up at him expressionlessly, muttering faintly from her crimson mouth, "Doll. I can smell doll on you." Jack broke into a cold sweat at that moment, trembling as a ghost. How did this ancestor emerge? Finished. If she came out and discovered he had touched something connected to her ancestor, he'd surely dissipate on the spot. Doll? Doll. There's no doll on my body. Those humans took your doll. I merely accidentally picked up its scent. The girl, startled by Jack's fierce yet fearful grimace, took a few steps back. Her lips pouted, and she began sobbing uncontrollably. The slit woman's heart sank. This time, Jack was genuinely done for. Because black liquid had already surged into the door crack of room 204, completely sealing off the space, including the slit woman, making it airtight. A tentacle-like appendage extended from the liquid, gently patting the terrified, crying little girl before it swept away with overwhelming murderous intent, instantly submerging Jack, who tried frantically to escape. Jack, enveloped in the black liquid, emitted a shriek, which became weaker over time until it disappeared entirely. The slit woman watched fearfully on the sidelines, too frightened to even breathe heavily. When the little girl eventually recovered, standing there in a daze before disappearing back into room 204, the black liquid slowly receded without leaving a trace. At this point, the slit woman noticed the pain spreading across her spectral form. She realized, at some unknown point, her ghostly body had been eroded by the fallen black liquid, creating a small hole that now emitted wisps of black smoke. She shuddered violently. Too terrifying. Blue Coo, searching downstairs, suddenly heard the cry of a child upstairs. Turning around, she met Fat Kid's gaze looking back at her, and both asked each other simultaneously, "Did you hear that?" Startled, they both looked toward the position of the second-floor corridor on the right. "Jessica, what's wrong with you?" Of course, Xiaomei also heard that strange cry, but more alarming to her was Jessica's sudden trembling skeleton. It was even desperately hiding among the clutter inside the storeroom, as if trying not to attract anyone's attention. Her bones trembled audibly, producing clinking sounds. Later, after Jiangli emerged from the restroom after washing her hands, the group decided to go upstairs together to check things out. Since they got nothing from Jessica, who acted as though he wished to bury himself back in the ground, shaking while mumbling, "It's too scary, too scary." However, when the group ascended to the second floor, they found no signs of abnormality. The doors that should be locked remained properly secured, and nothing seemed amiss. It was as if the crying sound Blue Coo and the others had heard was just a hallucination. When they returned downstairs, Jessica had stopped trembling. Her entire skeleton lay sprawled on the couch, pretending to be a salted fish while crunching on some fruit she had fetched from the fridge. The juice and flesh falling out of her skeletal frame were scattered all over the floor, but no one paid attention to that. They were too busy demanding to know what had caused the noise from the second floor. Jessica reluctantly replied. It was obviously that little girl who encountered something. So she cried. Whoever it was must have really lost their mind to go and provoke her. Suddenly feel like we're finally getting the atmosphere a horror movie deserves. Should we say the tone of this live stream is finally back to normal? This serious yet chilling atmosphere suddenly feels oddly comforting. Ha ha ha. This is what a haunted house should really be. What should we call the previous streams then? Tales of ghosts getting beaten up? 100 ways to tame ghosts. This competition is actually getting tough. I can barely stand watching. I'd probably raise my hand and quit immediately if it were me. This is the reserve force of the league. These are all outstanding talents. How could they possibly back down from a mere scare like that? My dad was a soldier, and he often told me that if soldiers weren't bold enough to lead the charge, who would protect the trillions of people in the league? This is what being a soldier means. Salute to the soldiers. Salute to the heroes. How did things suddenly get so serious? Shouldn't it be more lighthearted? Or am I the only one not worried about the streamer at all, and secretly hoping for another wild move from her? True, with the streamer here, it's destined not to be genuinely horrifying. Chapter 67, The Haunted House, 13. This was the 5th day Jiangli had stayed in the haunted house. The first 4 days had been relatively peaceful aside from the occasional paranormal events, but they still lost a team member, Jianan. Due to insufficient vigilance, he mistakenly ate food Jessica left in the fridge in the main hall and was eliminated on the spot after being poisoned. This morning, Chrisanna was found dead in the corridor. She had multiple fatal injuries and looked absolutely pitiful. In her hand, she clutched tightly the coin that Xiaomei had been searching for all day. Xiaomei did not reclaim the coin, which had already been used. Instead, she was downcast for half a day, quickly regaining her usual high spirits. Losing 2 teammates in a row, especially Chrisanna, who died because she left her room at night when the ghost's abilities grew stronger, made the rest take these increasingly powerful ghostly entities seriously. Although they indeed felt the enhancement of ghostly power in the rooms during the night, as long as those things didn't pose a threat, they weren't afraid of them. Except Chrisanna, who was most terrified of ghosts. They didn't have time to lament their lost teammates. The investigation continued with full fervor. The deaths of the two teammates revealed two pieces of information about the haunted house. 1. The safe room would become ineffective at 11:55 p.m. on the 7th night. 2. The gates of the haunted house would open at midnight on the 7th day. Besides that, Fizai and Lank also found treasures. One was a book, the other, a cucumber. Jessica mocked Lank loudly for hours over this cucumber, and ended up having her bones scattered by an enraged Lank. As a result, they spent an hour putting Jessica's bones together like a puzzle. Meanwhile, she remained leisurely, directing them from the side. Hey sweetie, this is my arm bone, not my leg bone. Beauty, can you push a little harder? It's too loose like this. Bro, don't drink random beverages. Drink more hot water. Here, there's goji berries in the fridge. Brew some, it's good for your health. Oh dear, be careful. Don't break my bones please, although I'm sure I'm not calcium deficient, but they can't withstand such force. In the end, only Lank, throwing her hammer bang, right in front of Jessica's skull, stopped her temporarily. As for the little girl who had appeared in Jia Nan's room before, these past few days, she began appearing frequently in front of them all. Sometimes under the table, sometimes next to the wall, sometimes on the wardrobe, sometimes at the corner of the corridor, sometimes in the garden downstairs, even sometimes just right in front of them. Whenever the little girl showed up, Jessica always disappeared nearby. It seemed her sense was keener and her reaction faster than anyone else. Her absence indicated a ghost presence nearby, like a ghost detector radar. Almost everyone in the group had encountered the little girl. It was as if she was confirming something. Finally, she started following Zhongli closely wherever she went, like a little tail. At first, the plan had been to ignore her no matter where she showed up or what she said. The little girl didn't care about their attitude, muttering continuously, doll doll. Eventually, she fixed her focus on Zhongli, tugging on her clothes and asking, have you seen my doll? Zhongli got a headache from her eerie tone and could no longer ignore her. What does your doll look like? Finally getting a response, the little girl was pleased, pacing back and forth while describing her doll. It has snow-white skin, big eyes, and long hair. Touching its hair feels so comfortable, and its smile is beautiful. It just has one small hobby. It likes pulling out people's tongues. Her pale face was filled with anticipation, but I haven't seen it in a long time, and I can't find it. Sister, have you seen it? Likes pulling out people's tongues? Zhongli. It sounded eerily familiar. She bent down and looked directly into the stuffed head African ancient doll, tied securely around her waist, which only had one exposed eye. The doll. Master, please look at me. Look at me. I am your adored cute little doll. Please get revenge for me. This human is extremely hateful. Upon hearing the description, Lank also wore an expression that was almost unbearable to look at. Wasn't this the original doll before Ali destroyed it? Fizai became increasingly familiar as well. Is it a doll named Mary? The little girl happily nodded. Yes. My doll is named Mary, and you've seen it. Xiaomei finally understood who she was referring to and instinctively glanced at the black doll hanging from Jiang Li's waist for several days now. Skin white, eyes big, hair. Xiaomei suddenly began to doubt whether these two dolls were actually the same. Ha ha ha, I'm going to laugh myself sick. So its skin was as white as snow before. If this little girl hadn't mentioned what Mary originally looked like, I almost thought it had always been like this. Oh, the streamer turned the doll she's been longing for into such a mess. We might be in trouble. What if the little girl starts crying? Streamer, danger alert. Jiang Li felt like this was a question with no right answer. Seeing the little girl wearing an expression that said, if you don't answer me, I'll cry, her headache worsened. It wasn't possible to argue with or upset her. This kid was essentially the head of the family. Jiang Li decided to go all in and untied the doll hanging from her waist, hesitantly offering it to the little girl. Take a look. Is it the doll you're looking for? The little girl stared at the dark-skinned doll without blinking. The doll came alive with excitement, gesturing frantically to the little girl, almost close to tears. Master, I waited for the stars and the moon just to see you again. My master has come for me. I knew my master liked me best. Master, you must severely punish this audacious human who mistreated me and made me lose my beauty. The little girl extended her hand. The doll, master. I knew only you would recognize me. The little girl slapped the doll far away, showing disdain. It's so ugly and black. How could it possibly be my doll? The doll. It also has only one eye. Its hair feels rough like straw. It's so ugly. Why is its mouth so wide? It's a monster, not at all like my beautiful doll. Then the little girl tugged on Jiang Li's clothes, puckering her lips and letting her eyes shimmer with tears. Have you really not seen my doll? That was the doll you just hid away. To think the little girl truly didn't recognize the doll named Mary in this state. Jiang Li felt as though she'd dodged a bullet. We've seen it a few days ago. As you know, it appears and disappears mysteriously, moving places all the time, often scaring us. Upon hearing this, the little girl puffed out her chest, looking proud. But we haven't seen it for 2 days, and because of that, we even let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Li lied outright, while the others nearby chimed in enthusiastically, their expressions sincere, as if this were exactly what happened. She squatted down, not minding the little girl's eerie appearance, and looked at her directly. If you want, we can help you look for it together. More people will make finding it easier, won't they? The little girl lowered her gaze, deep in thought. The ghosts in the haunted house never talked to her, and almost always avoided her. None of them were willing to help find Mary. She happily nodded. Thank you, big sister. Let's go find Mary together then. The doll. Jiang Li took the little girl's hand, picking up the wretched doll that looked completely dispirited, and asked, My name is Jiang Li. You can call me Ali. What's your name? Lillian. My name is Lillian. Flipping the car is impossible. absolutely impossible in this life. Deception skills fully activated. Big deceiver Jiang has arrived online. Ghost teammate +1. Mary is too pitiful. Haha. Being disliked by her original owner is quite something, isn't it? Lillian probably won't recognize it anymore. Of course, assuming she even could. Ha. Ever since Lillian magically joined Jiang Li's team, Jessica's voice bragging incessantly was no longer heard. According to Lank, she had once seen it holding a shovel, painstakingly digging holes in the yard, perhaps wanting to lie back in the ground. In any case, with Lillian around, Jessica was unwilling to approach the group under any circumstances, but being only a skeleton frame, it lacked strength and dug holes several times slower than normal humans, sometimes even slower than Jiang Li. Thus, for quite some time, everyone could often see the desolate bone shadow of Jessica outside the window. And surprisingly, Lillian was exceptionally well behaved within the group. She wouldn't randomly appear in weird places to scare people anymore, and even had a ghost blocking ability, which made the apparitions around the group drastically decrease to the point where they were almost invisible. The longer they observed her, the more they found her adorable despite her eerie singing of odd children's rhymes. It's me with my baby doll, walking in the garden to see cherry blossoms. The doll cries and calls for mama. Birds on the tree laugh. Haha. Doll, why are you crying? Is it because you remember mama's words? Doll, please stop crying. Tell me whatever's troubling you. Once I had a home with my dear parents. One day my father got drunk. Daddy practiced the axe technique while walking towards mommy. Daddy, you hacked so many times. Red blood dyed the walls. Mommy's head rolled under the bed. Her eyes were still staring at me. Daddy, mommy, why? Why? Then daddy asked me to help him. We buried mommy under the tree. Then daddy raised the axe. He peeled off my skin to make a doll, buried under the tree to accompany mommy. Jiang Li. Although this nursery rhyme is indeed terrifying, but how should I say it? She sighed deeply. Lillian, come on, follow me. Ian, Jean. It means picking up an axe, foo. Not practicing daddy's axe. And this character is pronounced my, not buried. Looking at Lillian's puzzled big eyes, Jiang Li even ran upstairs to the study and flipped through a pen and a notebook to write down these characters and taught Lillian to recognize them one by one. No wonder she didn't know. Lillian's understanding of words was indeed limited. After all, her age before she died was not large, and after becoming a ghost, no one had ever taught her. Even knowing some was considered very good. Jiang Li frowned. Education must never be neglected no matter what. So when Lank and others realized Jiang Li wasn't in the hall and hurried upstairs to look for her, they saw Jiang Li holding a book teaching Lillian how to read characters. That book. 8 big characters cycled hypnotically in Lank's mind, and suddenly he felt unwell. The name of that book. Postpartum Care for Swallowing Cloud Beasts. Chapter 68. Ghost House Fright. Part 14. Books published by Star Publishing generally include phonetic annotations to prevent readers from encountering unfamiliar characters, with 2 modes specifically designed for this purpose. By pressing a button on the side of the book, it switches from a standard version to an annotated version, making it convenient for readers of all ages. Jiang Li used this convenience to teach Lillian to recognize words. So why was she teaching her terms like childbirth, postpartum, and care? Why not just pick any fairy tale story? Lan Ku's expression was one of disbelief, and she couldn't help but pull Jiang Li aside to quietly ask her about it. But Jiang Li felt her reasons were completely justified and said assertively, "Isn't it almost the end of the semester? When I was browsing at the mall, I found some discounted professional books. I thought that in these 7 days, I could review my professional knowledge while also reading them every day. Now they can even be used to teach Lillian how to read. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone." She tilted her face up proudly. Lan Ku wanted to object, but no matter how she thought about it, what Jiang Li said made sense. Turning around, she saw Lillian's serious little face concentrating on studying and couldn't help but press her forehead in frustration. She had a feeling something was off about their team dynamic. She hoped it was just her imagination. Ha 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 ha, is this book serious? Who remembers what the streamer studied? I think she introduced herself as specializing in cloud-eating beasts. Ha ha, actually the full name of the major is Cloud-Eating Beasts Raising and Postpartum Care. Ha. Is this major just a joke? Ha ha. This scene is too bizarre. I don't dare look hhh. Shocking. A contestant at the selection competition is actually teaching postpartum care knowledge live on the stream hashtag. Just tell me, is the streamer hardcore or what? Just tell me, is the streamer hardcore? Automatic color change. What color am I? Can cars drive on such a broken road? No one knew why, but ever since Lillian joined the group, they were rarely bothered by endless ghosts and spirits anymore. Life was so much more peaceful. The entire villa had been searched thoroughly at least 5 times by the team, almost scraping the floor clean, yet no other clues were found. Only the doors of rooms 203 and 205 refused to open. While teaching Lillian to recognize letters, Jiang Li gave her a sweet candy and asked her about these 2 rooms. Lillian replied cheerfully, "Room 203 is Mom's room, and 205 is mine." She smiled happily while sucking on the candy, her voice somewhat unclear. "Does Ailey want to take a look? Mom's room is not allowed entry, but you can check out mine freely. But I've looked through my room already, and there's no doll." She still believed that everyone in the team was helping her search for her doll. Although her mood seemed to dip slightly, Lillian quickly perked up. She jumped off the chair and personally guided Jiang Li. Since Lillian hadn't permitted anyone else to enter her room, Jiang Li gestured to her teammates to wait outside. Room 205, which had been locked tightly before, was easily opened by Lillian with just a slight twist, as if it had never been locked at all. As soon as the door was pushed open, Jiang Li was immediately attracted by the pink princess-style decoration inside. So beautiful. She exclaimed in admiration. Perhaps every girl has dreamed of being a princess when they were little. She once dreamt of living in a house like this when she grew up. Even though she came from a military camp, the older brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts there were all very kind. They often told her strange and wonderful fairy tales, making her otherwise dull training life a bit less monotonous. Lillian proudly puffed up her little chest. Beautiful, right? My mom decorated it for me. This was her favorite room. It was more beautiful than any other room in the world. Your mother must have loved you very much. As she said this, Zhang Li's expression softened unconsciously. She sincerely praised it, but a faint bitterness crept into her heart. My mom loves me super much. Lillian nodded enthusiastically, nearly jumping with excitement. My mom used to be extremely pretty. I drew pictures of my mom. Ailey, look. This is my mom. She trotted to the drawer of the desk to grab a stack of drawing paper. On the first page, a picture of 3 people was drawn. Her tiny finger pointed at a woman with golden wavy long hair, a gentle smile, and a slim figure. Next to the woman, a short girl and a tall man whose face was painted black stood together. She looks so gentle. Zhang Li complimented her. Lillian's drawings are really nice. Can I keep flipping through them? The little girl was so proud that it seemed her nostrils would touch the sky, and upon hearing this compliment, she happily nodded. But as Zhang Li continued looking, the smile on her face disappeared completely, and her lips tightened into a straight line. Lillian, her voice became heavy. The nursery rhyme you sang earlier. She flipped to the last page of the picture book, where there was a man with an unclear face holding a large axe. Beside him lay scattered limbs of varying sizes, and the entire white sheet was smeared with red paint, exuding oppression and madness. It's Mom and my experience before we died. Lillian suddenly felt a bit unhappy and took back the drawing from Zhang Li, neatly putting it back in the drawer. Every night, Dad would appear with his weapon, and I've never dared to leave the house. That weapon really hurts. Although Lillian's speech wasn't very clear, Zhang Li still understood her meaning. Subconsciously glancing out the window at the artificial pond downstairs, she asked, "Can your dad swim?" Lillian was confused by the sudden change of subject. Swim? Yes, swim around in the water. Zhang Li repeated her question. Can he? Even though Lillian didn't know why Zhang Li asked this, she thought carefully all the same. I think not. Ah, see. Zhang Li suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Then don't worry. You will never see your dad again inside the villa. Even if ghosts can't drown, a man who can't swim probably stays at the bottom of the pond forever. Lillian's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Did you defeat him? He had such a big weapon. So sharp. It hurt so much when he swung it. How did you beat him? Facing Lillian's rapid-fire questions, Zhang Li touched her nose, mumbling vaguely. Actually, he wasn't that strong. Anyway, just remember not to get near the artificial pond in the backyard. He won't show up in front of you anymore. Instantly, Lillian's big eyes filled with mist, and she blinked hard, her tone cheerful. Okay. Somewhere down in the pond, the male ghost sneezed while trying to pull out his axe. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Having cleared up the ins and outs of what happened in this villa, Zhang Li looked at Lillian's innocent face and gave a sideways glance at the grotesque doll Mary, feeling guilty. So, if by the evening of the day after tomorrow, we still haven't found your doll, I'll buy you a prettier one, alright? Really? Lillian beamed with surprise. Thank you, Ailey. You're so nice. She immediately gave Zhang Li a big hug, happy enough to spin circles already. Doll Mary, who overheard everything, exclaimed silently. No. Little master, are you rejecting me? Don't be deceived by her. This woman is no good. While Zhang Li wasn't aware, the online audience was flooding their screens with comments. Light of righteousness. Light of righteousness. Shown on a huge butt. So, the husband went crazy after discovering his wife and son were having an affair, cruelly killing both his wife and daughter, while their son escaped unscathed. After death, the wife transformed into a vengeful ghost and turned the entire villa into a haunted house. A beast-like father and beast-like son. These two are truly family, both doing unspeakable things. Now it makes sense why Lillian hasn't encountered any spirits anywhere. She has a powerful mom protecting her. Could Lillian's mom be the final big boss? We haven't even seen the big boss yet. Could that black liquid that appeared at room 203's doorway be the boss? Lillian said room 203 is her mother's room. Do we need to defeat the boss in the end? Hold on, students. I've discovered something. The ghost house gates open exactly at noon on the 7th day, and the safe room becomes ineffective at 11:55 a.m. on the 7th day. That means contestants have these 5 minutes to reach the gate, and once it opens, the mission will be complete. With the streamer having befriended the boss's most beloved daughter, if Lillian protects her, then the streamer can pass smoothly without needing to defeat the boss, outsmart the boss, or escape from the boss. Brilliant. Looking at other teams, they haven't broken through this subquest, too miserable, living each day in anguish. What's the previous guy thinking about? Only the streamer's team has this bizarre storyline, which clearly cannot be compared with other run-of-the-mill ones. No matter how enthusiastically the audience in the live stream chatted, the team members remained calm and carefully analyzed their actions for the next 2 days. Xiao Mei had even replaced her original red floral quilt and eye mask with a fluorescent green spiral-patterned bedding set and vortex eye mask. That night, the wall ghost who had finally gotten used to the eye-catching color scheme of the room was nearly blinded by the bed's glowing green and spiral patterns as soon as it appeared. Wall ghost, grass. I quit. Neighboring wardrobe ghost. I've been telling you to give up for a while now. Why keep tormenting yourself? Come on, let's have a mahjong game. You replace me. I'm not very good at it. Window ghost. Cha. 7 tiles. Ugly ghost. Pure sequence winning hand. You're paying up, hee money money. Bet underneath ghost. Shit. Are you cheating, or what? 5 straight wins. How interesting is that? Ugly ghost. Can't help it. My new eyeballs are just so awesome, they've brought me better luck too. Wardrobe ghost. Shit. Window ghost. Damn it. Bet underneath ghost. Fuck. Again. One more round. I don't believe you'll win every single hand. Wall ghost, huh? What kind of dumbass teammates is this Tuolma leading? Chapter 69. Ghost House Fright, 15. On the 6th day, Jiang Li and the others, under Lillian's protection, didn't see a single ghost all day. This gave them a rare time to relax, but they still didn't dare to go too far from Lillian. And Jiang Li had been teaching Lillian how to recognize characters after childbirth. Thanks to Lillian's intelligence, she managed to recognize almost half of the textbook's words in one day. But on the 7th day, Lillian was gone. The 4 people searched high and low throughout the house, and even overturned the pit that Jessica had worked hard to dig in the yard, but found no trace of the little girl. Instead, a fierce ghost appeared. Like now, Jiang Li curled up hiding under the shelves in the dark storeroom, listening to the slowly approaching background music, BGM. That's right, BGM. For some reason, this white-clad female ghost came with her own sound effects. Although she had no feet, making it impossible to hear her footsteps, one could judge whether she was nearby solely by this BGM. Since she suddenly appeared on the stairs, carrying terrifyingly powerful bubble sounds as she rushed toward the 4 people at the bottom. Those who noticed her aggressive nature immediately looked for places to hide from her pursuit. As Jiang Li couldn't run, she quickly hid herself in the storeroom. However, her face showed no signs of panic, and her heart rate remained unchanged from its normal pace. When the white-clad ghost went downstairs and saw her heading this way, she would definitely come looking for her. She calmly listened as the ghost pushed open the door to the storeroom and moved between the shelves. Don't hide anymore, little bug. Just come out, and let me eat you. I saw you come in here, oh? Are you here? Oh no, perhaps you're over there. Oh my ghost, dangerous. Run. Don't look for bugs anymore. If you don't escape soon, it'll be too late. Your predecessors are waiting for you to join them. Hurrah. This ghost looks really powerful. Is the streamer in danger? Are you new here? No worries, just check the official edit after a week. The streamer will surely be featured there. There's no possibility of danger. In this lifetime, the streamer won't be in any danger. Ghosts pose no danger to the streamer. So confidently strange. Streamer's unexpected moves, anything you can think of is something she might do. There was no light in the storeroom, only a few rays coming through the doorway, not enough to illuminate the entire room clearly. Jiang Li wasn't panicking, and instead was contemplating whether to test using psychic energy or try again with the doll strapped around her waist. Jiang Li glanced down at the doll tied to her waist. Jiang Li. She quickly averted her gaze and casually held the doll facing outward in front of her when she heard the ghost's BGM drawing closer. The hem of the ghost's dress hovered just before the shelf where Jiang Li was hidden. Then a chilling voice filled with self-assurance sounded close to Jiang Li. Oh, so the little bug is here. The ghost paused for a moment, then swiftly thrust her blood-covered grotesque head into Jiang Li's hiding spot. However, in the pitch darkness, there was only an unusually large-eyed eyeball staring back at her. Ghost. Ghost ah. Grass ha 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 ha. This puppet blends into the darkness so perfectly ha 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 ha. Has anyone noticed that the streamer nearly scared herself looking at the doll tied around her waist? H. This is too scary. Suddenly seeing an eye floating in the dark, just thinking about it gives me chills. It's matte black, non-reflective ha 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 ha. Turning the tables on them, scaring these ghosts who always scare others. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the shock-induced daze of the ghost, Jiang Li decisively stretched out her psychic tentacles, directly aiming at the ghost's heart. The ghost vanished silently with her mouth wide open. As if expected, Jiang Li maintained a composed demeanor without turning her gaze, tying the doll back to her waist before carefully squeezing out of her hiding place. She wouldn't admit it, but earlier she had almost lost sight of the doll. If it weren't for that glimpse of the white eye, she would have thought the doll had quietly slipped away without her knowing. The other 3, who were hiding separately, noticing the ghost did not chase after them, returned to the hall. Lan Ku, especially anxious, rushed directly into the storeroom with its wide-open door and saw Jiang Li walking out slowly brushing off the dust on her clothes. Hey Li, are you okay? Jiang Li shook her head. Knowing the immense damage spirit power could inflict upon ghostly entities, she finally relaxed completely. Do you know where that female ghost went? Xiaomei asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be that she disappeared without even finding us? Not exactly. She was dispersed by Jiang Li's spirit power. Jiang Li replied vaguely. Perhaps she got scared away? Xiaomei. Lan Ku. Fatty. Crunch crunch. He was no longer surprised by Jiang Li's strange ways of dealing with ghosts, and happily ate his potato chips. Female ghost. What the heck? Are you the ghost, or am I? Streamer, please respect the professional pride of this female ghost. Such a pitiful ghost. Lillian's departure has made our entertainment much more interesting. The audience in this live room are all crazy. They actually enjoy seeing ghosts meet misfortune. Ha ha ha, so do I. Sexy streamer, hardcore ghostbuster. At 2:15 p.m. on the 7th day, the 4 members of the team were all gathered in the villa's living room. Staying in their respective rooms during the day wasn't safe, so it was better to stick together for mutual support. They planned to wait until 8 o'clock like this, then return to the safe room to wait for the ghost house door to open. This was their plan for the remaining time ahead. Still tense after enduring the thrilling chase by the female ghost earlier, none of them dared to relax even when sitting in the living room, staying ready to leap up at any moment. Thinking back to what had just happened, Jiang Li found the doll increasingly unsettling and decided to try again in the bathroom, hoping to scrub it clean this time. This time she found a stiff bristled brush in the utility closet. She refused to believe that the black stain couldn't be brushed off. Doll, don't come near me. As Jiang Li diligently scrubbed the doll at the sink, another incident occurred. For no apparent reason, the lid of the nearby flush toilet suddenly popped open as if pushed by an invisible force, and then a hand slowly emerged from the middle of the toilet bowl. WTF. My sphincter feels tight out of nowhere. Is this ghost going to crawl out of the toilet? Although the scene is indeed scary, how does this ghost not feel disgusting? Whether the ghost felt disgusted or not, nobody knew, but Jiang Li definitely did not feel comfortable looking at it. Without hesitation, she grabbed the toilet plunger next to the toilet and started pushing the hand back into the bowl. Due to her small size and lack of strength, the hand struggled relentlessly to come out. Jiang Li thought for a moment, picked up the toilet cleaner with her other hand, poured half a bottle into the bowl, and firmly pressed the flush button. As the flushing sound of the toilet echoed, the hand thrashed about before vanishing beneath the foam-laden water surface. Since contestants didn't need to use the toilet, the three others in the living room quickly rushed into the bathroom upon hearing the toilet flush, only to find no ghost around. They could only stare at the abnormally clean toilet exuding a fresh fragrance, looking shocked, truly spotless. Lan Ku's expression seemed to say, I can't tell you're a neat freak. While Xiao Mei misunderstood, thinking Jiang Li loved cleaning toilets, giving her a look of, even virtual world toilets don't escape your attention. Jiang Li. I didn't. Stop jumping to conclusions. Ha 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 ha, streamer's reputation damaged. Got to admit, the toilet is cleaned exceptionally well. What's the psychological shadow area of the toilet ghost? What is a toilet ghost? Ha! I knew it. Ghosts have no good end when encountering the streamer. Write a book, streamer. The 36 Stratagems of Busting Ghosts. Nightfall, 7:35 p.m. From now until 11:55 p.m., Jiang Li and her companions just needed to remain stable until the ghost house gates opened to complete their 7-day survival task. However, Lillian's mysterious disappearance still worried Jiang Li somewhat. She followed through on her previous promise, placing the pretty doll exchange from the mall in front of room 205, along with the phonetic annotated postpartum care book. With Lillian gone, people outside could not open her room. After some thought, Jiang Li placed the remaining milk candies specially exchanged for Lillian outside her door, hoping she would see them. She glanced at room 203, whose doors already began to emit ominous black vapor, then cautiously left the corridor and returned to her own safe room. 8 p.m. A black liquid with corrosive properties seeped out of the gap under room 203's door, spreading to room 205's entrance. It attempted to envelop the neatly wrapped items stacked there, but eventually stayed in place, retreating only after some time. Time passed second by second, all focused on listening for any sounds outside the door, occasionally accompanied by a cacophony of dancing ghosts, sometimes silent, and at other times punctuated by the peculiar shrieks of ghostly beings. Perhaps this final night was truly the great feast of the ghosts. Nobody knew whether they could break through the encirclement of ghosts within those precious 5 minutes to safely reach the gates of the haunted house. 11:55 p.m. As though a kind of restriction had shattered explosively, Jiang Li only felt the surging energy inside the room retreat, like the ebbing tide. There was no time to waste. Leaving early would be the best option. She pushed open the door and froze in her place. Outside the door was no longer the elaborately decorated second-floor corridor of the villa. At some point, the entire villa had turned into a decrepit and decaying old house. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot with every step, as if they would collapse at any moment. Most importantly, there was nothing outside the door. No ghosts, no strange noises. Downstairs, the moonlight shimmered faintly on the ghost house gates, an unsettling stillness that made one's heart race. 11:58 p.m. The four were already standing in the courtyard, just waiting for the time to come so they could finish their task and end the game. Beside them stood the originally lush tree, now reduced to a barren trunk. The pale moonlight illuminated one side of the tree trunk, casting a grotesquely distorted shadow. Though it didn't move, merely staring at it sent chills running from head to toe. Suddenly, the silent night seemed to buzz with some sound, like liquid flowing when listened closely, and the sound of something being corroded. Jiang Li looked around by the moonlight and caught sight of the slow-moving black liquid on the grass. Her pupils contracted sharply. Goodness! Xiao Mei took another step toward the gate, but realized that the four of them had been encircled by black liquid without noticing. The places where the liquid spread emitted a hissing corrosion sound, making it easy to imagine what it would do to a human body, turning it into a pool of decayed flesh. In a flash, only a small patch of ground where the four stood remained untouched by the black liquid, leaving them with nowhere to escape. To leave the ghost house, they'd have to tread through this highly corrosive black water. If there were only 2 people, Jiang Li might be able to tear through space and appear directly at the door, but now there were 4. Even if she wanted to use her mutation ability, she couldn't under the live stream conditions. At this moment, the tree's shadow rippled, and a figure wrapped in black liquid floated out from it, hovering in midair. The moonlight fell upon it, and all the black liquid drained away, revealing her pristine face. Jiang Li looked up and saw the person's face clearly. Lillian. Chapter 70. Promotion. The 7-hour selection contest has ended, and what follows is a month-long rest period for all participants in the league. Of course, this is also the time for the judges to grade each contestant. Jiang Li's 4-person squad completed the task of surviving 7 days in the haunted house. Without even considering the score from their performance during the task, They have already earned a base score of 50 points just based on the result. Adding the remaining 75 points accumulated in the haunted house, her passing of the selection contest is now a foregone conclusion, though completing the task was somewhat convoluted. In those remaining 2 minutes, Lillian clearly expressed her unwillingness for Zhongli to leave. She wanted Zhongli to stay here, chatting with her and teaching her how to read. She wanted to keep hearing Zhongli's encouraging and praising soft tones. She wanted to keep watching Zhongli use all sorts of strange methods that always end up making her smile as she deals with all kinds of troublesome ghosts. She is Lillian, yet not entirely Lillian. When she watched her husband lift an axe towards her and her daughter with her own eyes, when she sobbed uncontrollably begging him to do whatever he wants to her, but spare her daughter, when she glimpsed a sky full of blood and found her daughter stiff and breathless. She fused her young, naive, fragile soul that didn't even understand hatred into one with herself. Sometimes she was the innocent and cute Lillian who longed for companionship. Other times she was the vicious ghost soaked in blood and filled with resentment. Lillian had been lonely for so long. Finally a human appeared who neither feared her nor constantly guarded against her, and she truly wished Zhongli would stay with her forever. In the end, she let them go. Just as Zhongli stepped through the iron gate, she looked back at Lillian once more. Dark liquid once again surged over Lillian's petite and pale body, cradling a delicate doll that appeared in her arms. Its sweet and gentle smile remained, as it stubbornly saw them off. Her tiny arms were tightly wrapped around the doll, as if it were the rarest treasure in the world, unwilling to let go even a fraction. The next moment, familiar simulation chamber ceiling appeared before Zhongli. Returning to reality once more, Zhongli only felt as if centuries had passed. If only she could stay there accompanying Lillian. Such a fleeting thought crossed her mind, but soon vanished without a trace. It was merely a virtual world, though the characters therein are sympathetic and the story tragic enough to cause regretful sighs. It was still nothing more than fiction after all. Besides, she had something she must accomplish. Following the selection contests will be the preliminary contests. She needed to prepare for the unknown difficulty of these preliminary contests. Making it to the finals and reaching the S91, L11 planet was her determined goal. In the selection contest, Zhongli from the first college of the league's auxiliary department scored 170 points, securing the highest overall score. Lan Ku, Feng Mian, Zhuyu, and Aic Ku also advanced respectively, while Tian Yi narrowly missed the promotion spot by 5 points. She took it well, and was even glad for Zhongli, organizing everyone to go out for a good meal. This selection contest was really interesting. I absolutely have to watch the official match compilation tomorrow. The day the rankings were announced was the 6th day since the end of the selection contest, and at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the official website of the league will publish the best moments from the competition. At the dining table, Tian Yi waved her fist excitedly. There's bound to be your appearance, Ali. I'll cheer for you crazy loud. After saying this, she looked a bit disheartened. It's too bad we won't see each other for over 2 months. This timing was close to the summer break. Contestants who advanced need to stay on campus to train and participate in the summer holiday competitions, whereas students who didn't advance or didn't sign up for the league need to leave school as soon as possible after the final exams. However, Tian Yi adjusted her mood quite quickly. When Zhongli was still trying hard to think about how to comfort her, she had already put on a hopeful smile and finished the glass of juice in one gulp. It doesn't matter. I can still watch your live matches. Make sure you perform well. I'm counting on all of you to enter the finals and bring me glory. When the time comes, I can boast proudly to others. See, that top scorer is my friend. Wow, thinking about it makes me happy. Feng Mian laughed upon hearing this, enjoying some fruit salad and smiling heartily. Do you want the future champion to sign for you now? Get lost. Tian Yi gave him a glare and put a piece of braised meat into her bowl, boasting excessively. Zhongli sat on the side, smiling as she watched everyone joke around, the atmosphere lively and joyful, instantly feeling a peaceful and idyllic moment, unmatched by anything else. If it weren't for a certain instructor leaving without a word, only sending her a mech training plan via the game. The duties of the instructors officially ended once the selection contest began. Although his departure was not unjustified, Zhongli felt that given their relationship, he should have at least said goodbye. However, Shirchuan only sent her a congratulatory message after the results were posted. She couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. It was only after she went around the instructor's office later that she found out he had already quit. And originally, he would send her good morning and good night messages every day, but now he didn't even respond to one of her greetings. Fuming like an angry pufferfish, Zhongli didn't quite know what she was upset about. The strange feeling of realizing Shirchuan's absence made her feel somewhat disoriented. Habits truly are a terrifying thing. Of course, she knew as a soldier, it was likely he had received an urgent mission, such as fighting the insectoid race or quelling unrest on a planet. But, she feared he wouldn't return. She ought to be angry at her present inability to help him or confirm his safety status. What if he encounters danger? After all, he was once her sole, die-hard fan, perhaps even harboring some unspoken feelings for her. Her worries and irritations couldn't be washed away by her joy of securing first place. She wasn't even praised by someone, so what was there to rejoice about? Zhongli, who learned she had a little fan quietly watching her, decided to make her presence known to grab his attention. How troublesome. As a young general who used to run amok in military camps, what coarse language hasn't she heard? If she wanted to swear, it would come easily to her. Zhongli sat on her little bed, glaring at the unresponsive communication interface until her face turned red. Finally, she shouted, "Damn!" in one motion, She sat up and started typing furiously to Shone. Hey, I got first place. Don't you have anything else to say? Her delicate fingertips hesitated for a while before continuing. Just be safe, okay? All her pin-up words came to a halt at this moment. She could only dryly tell him to be careful before turning off her device and lying down with arms stretched wide on the bed. Strands of faint light fell on her smooth cheeks, making her skin look even paler and more translucent. She thought back to the match against Felu where she had stood up for Shone. At the time, she actually wanted to use potions recklessly, smashing him down with brute force. But in the end, she chose to rely on her concealed mental power instead. Initially, she wanted to show off her powerful martial skills in front of him, wanting to see his stunned expression and hear his gentle compliments. Look, my combat skills are no less impressive than yours. Look, I'm awesome, right? You haven't supported the wrong person. I really am this amazing. I also have the ability to protect you, so stop worrying about my safety. Go ahead and praise me. Isn't everyone fond of being praised, especially when it comes from a fan who has silently watched you for years? Do you know how happy Zhongli was when she received Shone's simple great job? If her body allowed, she could have leapt into the sky right then and there. But she mustn't reveal her identity. She didn't want him to know that Jiangyu had turned into what she is now. She didn't want to see the look of disappointment on his face. Countless don'ts successfully thwarted her desire to expose her true identity in front of Shone. Actually, interacting with him under the guise of Jiangyu's sister could work too. It isn't bad either. Zhongli sighed deeply, staring into space, forcing herself to stop thinking about these messy things. Let's practice with the mech in the virtual world. To be honest, operating a mech is truly enjoyable. On the 7th day after the end of the selection contest, at exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with the consent of all participants appearing on camera, the official league website released a 3-hour edited video right on schedule. In just a few seconds, the click rate for this video exploded, causing the webpage to lag due to the sudden influx of spectators. The video opened with a close-up of a haunted house. Eerie, serene, with ominous vibes that inspired dread. Then the scene shifted, showing a black-haired girl with dark eyes smiling lightly at the center of the screen. She said, "My name is Zhongli. I'm from the auxiliary department of Alliance College No. 1, majoring in cloud-devouring beast raising." From this moment onward, the comments section went wild. Take note of this major. I'll be taking this exam in the future. This is the top scorer of the selection contest? And she's from the auxiliary department. Cloud-devouring beast raising? Never heard of it. Turns out the Alliance has majors like this. Haha, let me tell you something. The full title of this major is Breeding and Postpartum Care of Cloud-Devouring Beasts. A string of question marks immediately appeared in the barrage comments. Huh. Postpartum care. Remember postpartum care? That's what I'll be tested on later. She's coming. The lady is walking this way. Ghosts in the haunted house. Run for your lives. Is she really the top scorer of this selection contest? She looks so fragile. Her body would probably get out of breath after running a few steps. Wasn't it said that this competition was particularly hard? So this. Never judge a book by its cover, my friend ahead. Know that there are already many people who have been proven wrong before you. Keep watching, and you'll understand what it means to doubt your own existence. Then came the short discussion among Jiang Li's team in the villa hall about their search plan, interspersed with the initial performances of other teams entering the villa. This year's participants have good quality. They quickly and orderly established their plans. You haven't seen what's coming, huh? The scene quickly switched to Jiang Li and Lan Ke searching the kitchen, with the camera deliberately pausing on the face of the doll, sitting quietly above the fridge. Let's all mourn for the doll first. Bow once. Bow twice. Bow thrice. Now you can laugh. Ha 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 ha. Other viewers who hadn't watched the live broadcast. What kind of lunatics are these? The doll's expression looks so creepy. Is it even moving? Remember how it now has soft, white skin, shiny big eyes, and smooth glossy hair? It won't stay that way long. Suddenly curious. It turns out this doll originally looked like this, ha ha ha. It's changed too much, ha ha. Almost didn't recognize it. Chapter 71, The City Defense Battle. The main storyline of the entire edited video was about Jiang Li's squad exploring the haunted house. Occasionally, it would interweave with other groups' performances in the same event, creating a stark contrast. Some squads were bold and aggressive, confronting the ghosts directly. They had plenty of force but lacked finesse, finding fewer clues. Other squads screamed in terror of the ghosts, yet managed to struggle for survival like cockroaches under the ghost's hand. Under such contrasts, Jiang Li's squad increasingly appeared out of place. The chat commentary was going wild, alternating between watching other squads getting scared by ghosts and then seeing the pitiful state of the ghosts being teased by Jiang Li. The production team would add a line of small text before certain moves made by Jiang Li. Upcoming ghost fanning high energy moment. Do you think this walk is pretty? Remember this shoe pulling tool. Toilet cleaning warning. Ha WDMD, I'm laughing my guts out. Jiang Li truly slays the enemies. I didn't realize how hard other teams struggled until I saw these comparisons. Jiang Li's later stages feel like retirement life, where he started raising children, haha. This year's champion is without question. I'm thoroughly convinced. The ugly ghost on the ceiling. Please don't come over, Aya. Impoverished ghost, dead from pants dropping. The shoe pull was the final blow. This is my first time watching horror live streams and not getting scared at all. My face is stiff from laughing so much. In the end, other teammates also performed well. Lan Ke looked delicate, but wielded her large hammer with great ferocity. Meha little sister, haha, challenging the Gap girl for strength. Let's see who's stronger. Fat boy deserved his loneliness in life. Every time I see him now, I can't help but remember him crushing a female ghost's chest, haha. Fat Boy's reputation is ruined. So what's Fat Boy's real name again? And isn't his name just Fat Boy, haha? The century-old mystery solved. Discussing the importance of building good relationships with ghosts. I couldn't have imagined we'd complete missions this way. Our team genuinely fought hard with ghosts several times, completing tasks while severely injured. We should have taken care of Lillian instead if we knew this shortcut. You won't be able to copy Jiang Li's unconventional tricks. Firstly, you need to subdue the doll Mary. Secondly, dress up the doll so that even its mom wouldn't recognize it. Then, you need to attract Lillian's attention. Afterward, fool Lillian. PFT. Haha, don't mention postpartum care. It's so damn toxic. Skipping any one of those steps will make you unable to reach this conclusion, haha. Bow down to the master. Jiang Li became famous. 3 of the top-ranked trending topics were hashtag Jiang Li subdues ghosts, hashtag haunted house video edit, and hashtag Jiang Li selection competition first place. Many people online expressed their anticipation for Jiang Li's performance in the preliminary round, while many others thought that as a support player, her chances of advancing were slim. However, Jiang Li herself didn't pay much attention to these online comments. What she cared about was, Coach Sichuan still hadn't replied to her message. After sighing for who knows how many times, Jiang Li logged into virtual world again. Li Yu's fan club was the first to notice the abnormal behavior of their idol. The main indication was that these days, instead of heading to the light armor area battlefield after logging in, their idol had been competing in the mech area battlefield. Originally, they had always doubted whether their idol was the recently internet-famous Jiang Yu from some viral videos. But Jiang Yu, as a solo soldier, shouldn't be proficient in mechs. If it really corresponded to what some self-proclaimed fans claimed to have witnessed, then their idol would be a world-class genius who could start playing in mech matches within just a few days. A large part of the fans believed that Li Yu was indeed Jiang Yu, causing an uproar online. This led to more and more fans entering the game to check out Jiang Li. Soon afterward, they discovered that during these days, the idol's smiles were fewer. Right after finishing a match, the idol would continue to the next one without any expression. Even when victorious, the mood wasn't particularly high, and the joy in the eyes when fans cheered was less intense than before. Some fans guessed privately, is it because senior brother Shuren isn't around? Upon mention of this, Shuren truly hadn't been seen for a long time. Recently, the two hadn't appeared together, leaving no food for the Yushur CP or Shiu CP fans to feast on. Moreover, the idol's mech was personally taught by this senior brother Shuren, move by move. Case closed. The fans smacked the table in realization. It wouldn't do to let their idol remain distracted like this any longer. The purpose of their fan club was to protect the idol's smile. Without the idol's smile, how could they call themselves true fans? Search the whole web for senior brother Shuren. Thus, in the following month, whether it was in the Gaming World channels or the official forums of Virtual World, everywhere was filled with rewards and missing person notices for searching for Shuren. There were comments like, the recent gaming spirit of our handsome god of Liu has plummeted. Come back quickly, great one. Or, Shuren, where have you gone? You've left the god lonely inside the game, and he isn't even smiling anymore. And then there were, Shuren, big brother, come back quickly. Your own wife is unhappy, yet you are still wandering outside. All kinds of CP fans started intense discussions on who is actually the dominant partner. When Jiang Li received Sichuan's reply in real life, half a month had already passed since the end of the selection contest. Temporarily accepted an urgent task. Sorry I didn't get the chance to tell you. Are you mad? I won't be in danger, don't worry. Once I'm back, I will definitely apologize properly, and whatever punishment you want to give me, it's all okay, alright? And also, although I always believed that you would advance, I didn't expect you to get first place this time. Truly impressive. When I return, I'll bring you a gift, so smile a bit, huh? These messages were sent at around 2 o'clock in the morning, and by the time Jiang Li saw them in the morning, she couldn't help but be surprised. It's like consoling a little kid. Who cares? Jiang Li puffed out her cheeks, ultimately unable to hold back a curling of the corner of her mouth. As if imagining Sichuan's tone full of humility due to being in the wrong, her mood actually improved. At this moment, she noticed that someone she followed had posted an update. She followed Indong, hurriedly clicking on his dynamic profile page. Sure enough, there was another video posted, and its clicks had already exceeded 1 million. Jiang Li took a deep breath and clicked on the video. The video started with Jiang Cheng leading troops secretly infiltrating the other side of the enemy's military base, taking advantage of their weak defense, destroying more than half of their supply warehouse all at once, directly attacking the core. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu served as the fire attraction force for the enemy army and naturally bore the brunt of the enemy's fury over their own base being attacked. Even under the urgent order to retreat, the enemies threw down a giant bomb in the last second. By the time the League War god anxiously led the troops here, this place had already become a heap of ruins. This general in his 60s immediately became so angry that his veins bulged, and the soldiers around him almost retreated a step because of the sudden murderous aura radiating from him. However, a hand slowly reached out from among the ruins, causing everyone in the army to suddenly go on high alert. Then, a red-clad youth with a face covered in dirt crawled out from the ruins and cheerfully jumped out. Behind him, squad members crawled out one after another from various piles of mechanical debris. 23 people survived. Jiang Yu single-handedly ensured minimal casualties for the team, but he did not feel proud about it. Instead, his lips pressed together without showing any trace of a smile. Mission accomplished. He walked up to his father without paying attention to the blood dripping from his own wounds. Lowering his head, his golden red eyes mostly hidden by disheveled strands of hair, expression heavy. He felt grieved for those fallen warriors, and reproached himself as captain for being incapable to protect others. You have done well enough. The League War god looked comfortingly at his child, and also smiled towards the surviving warriors behind him. You are all heroes of the League. With the man's low, weary voice, the screen suddenly darkened, and the 4 big words City Defense Battle appeared on it. Report to the general. 80% of the mech suits have been damaged. When will reinforcements arrive? In 10 hours. We still have 10 hours. Pass the command down. All troops withdraw. Wait for reinforcements. Where is Jiang Yu? Where did Jiang Yu go? Report to the general. The lieutenant. Sensing Jiang Cheng's rage, the soldier under him clenched his teeth firmly. Someone saw the lieutenant go alone to stop the pursuers. He said he would fight to buy us time. This fool. Amidst the vast wasteland of yellow earth, the red-clad youth stood tall and upright against the strong wind, lifting up the corners of his bright red garment. His gold-red pupils were filled with resolute determination, while the starry river above sprinkled light upon him, making him seem aloof and celestial-like as a deity of the mortal realm. Tens of thousands of pursuing soldiers simultaneously halted dozens of meters before him, countless guns and artillery locked onto his body. In just a flash, the youth slightly curled his lips and vanished right before the enemy's eyes. The target disappeared, causing chaos in the enemy ranks. The sky, the ground, the enemy forces searched almost everywhere, but no one could find this glaringly red figure. Just when they relaxed their spirits and prepared to continue chasing, a disturbance erupted from the center of their formation. They only felt the wind brush past, and when they came to their senses again, the youth was already standing there, holding a blood-drenched head which he threw at their feet. Prince. The prince has been attacked. The enemy's eyes widened as they clearly saw the familiar head, with its expression frozen in terror, finally realizing the situation of being leaderless, causing instant chaos across the entire army. A single man infiltrated an army of millions to take off a general's head. What kind of monster is this? The enemies began to urgently contact their headquarters commander, no longer daring to underestimate this young man. The red-clad youth seemed as relaxed as if he had just taken a stroll through an arsenal, completely unfazed by the dense bombardment, lightly laughing. What? Can't the Scan army hold back me alone? As long as I can buy 10 hours, it will be enough. This time, only my life is at stake. If I die, so be it. It's better than sacrificing many lives. That's what Zhongli thought then. Seeing this scene again after a year, her heart was filled with desolation. Of course, there was also a little embarrassment from being publicly executed, as she had once thought that her youthful passion could bring short-term peace to the alliance. How arrogant. But peace did indeed come in the end. She gave a faint smile and continued to watch. One person, one dagger, one bloody feast. With every slash and drop of the sword, blood splattered, roars echoed by their ears, and gunfire thundered. The hardest thing was never going to battle, but surviving on the battlefield while trying to delay time. The enemies managed to contact the headquarters commander. Even without their general, they were able to effectively organize supplies and launch a fierce attack on Jiang Yu. 5th hour. The youth appeared on a small patch of ground soaked in blood, kneeling halfway on the ground, breathing heavily with weariness. Raising his hand, his spiritual force manifested into a long sword, which he suddenly plunged into the ground. Leaning on the sword, he slowly stood up, his brows slightly lowered. Though thin, his figure remained resolute and unyielding, as if he would never retreat. He swung the long sword, lifting his face marked by a blood-streaked cut. Chapter 72, Preliminary Match 1. Not far away, the enemy army was eyeing them menacingly, while comrades in arms were hastily retreating and waiting for reinforcements. In an instant when she raised her head, all this turned into black and white. Across a battlefield stretching for 1,000 miles, only her red attire and her radiant golden red remained. For that fleeting moment, time seemed to have stopped, but in the next second, her figure moved, leaving behind only the lingering shadow of her crimson golden eyes stretched into beams of light. With her rapid movements, turns, and feints, her agile techniques weaved through the enemy ranks, and as her sword gleamed, enemies behind her fell with a sound. Only dense craters from bullets remained. The 8th hour. The young man looked afar with his back tautly straightened. He seemed either wounded or unharmed. His body was already drenched in blood, yet he could still smile. Evading techniques could no longer be used, so he resorted to weapons seized from the enemy's hands. An overwhelming spirit power spread out, terrifying enough to soften the knees of numerous enemy soldiers, leaving them devoid of any will to fight. He mechanically reaped lives, dodging artillery fire like dancing with death. As he swung his arm gracefully amidst the fluttering of his clothes, another life was taken. But visibly, the boy's complexion had paled, his evasive speed much slower than before, and even his counterattacks were delayed. His wounds increased, the charred bloody flesh under his tattered garments grimly exposed to the air, appearing unbearably painful. A photon bolt suddenly pierced through Jiang Yu's chest from behind, causing him to stagger, his previously dazzling golden red appearance dimming. One person against millions of troops. 8 hours had reached his limits. The once towering figure crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a swirl of dusty smoke. The video slowly faded into darkness. Then, the 3 big characters, Episode 2, and appeared at the center. Many who had finished watching the video fell silent. This was the battlefield. A scene of gory carnage that ordinary people among them had never experienced, had never personally witnessed. It must be said that the creator of the video was rather considerate, blurring out some of the bloodiest scenes. At least it didn't cause any physiological aversion. Meanwhile, Jiang Li decisively turned off the video, her eyes empty, quietly calming herself down through breathing. I was truly King cool back then. Her inner self was practically jumping to the heavens, but outwardly, she kept calm and unperturbed. Waist fork / can't get over my badassery.jpg. She tapped open the netizen comments below. First floor. Human doing things? Again stuck at a critical moment. Second floor. Luju, please act humanely. The kid wants to see the next episode. Third floor. Looks like it's a 1 month per episode rhythm. Really drives me crazy. Fourth floor. Heavy-hearted after watching this. This is what a battlefield is like. Fifth floor. This is Jiangyu. He can rightly be called a hero. Sixth floor. Even the awkward stance at the end couldn't dim the shine of such perfect features / screenshots needed. Seventh floor. Blocking 1,000,000 enemy soldiers alone? What was he thinking? Didn't value his life? Eighth floor. In this world, the bravest are always charging forward first. Ninth floor. What does 8 hours mean? If I punch for 8 hours straight, I wouldn't be able to endure it. 10th floor. This is the Jiang family. They're always ahead of us, paving the way for us. 11th floor. That's just a past hero. It's possible the later part of the video will reveal Jiangyu's betrayal. Then your winds of opinion might shift again, leading to more cursing on the internet. 12th floor. Jiangyu at this moment is a hero. No objections allowed. 13th floor. If he hadn't delayed time for the army in the rear, whether this war could be won would have been problematic. Even if he did betray later, his contributions cannot be erased. 14th floor. I don't want to discuss whether he betrayed or not. I only want to know what the name of Jiangyu's elusive skill set is. So damn cool. 15th floor. At such a young age, he already has a spirit of self-sacrifice for the Alliance. I don't believe he would betray the Alliance without reason. 16th floor. Anyone with half a brain can see that Jiangyu is risking his life to protect his comrades in arms. Such a person, if he could commit betrayal, there must be a reason. The key now is to find out what that reason is. 17th floor. Sigh. Too much mental exertion. I'm unsuited for conspiracy theories. Better to just keep ogling at the screen. Jiangyu is so handsome. 18th floor. Upvote +1. Anyway, I hereby announce that Jiangyu is my man. 19th floor. Can only say Luju is NB. To reveal such a secret military video, and the previous video isn't even deleted yet. 20th floor. Haha, maybe officialdom wants to delete it, but can't 21st floor. Always feel like the poster is a pro. 22nd floor. One look confirms it, not someone to mess with. Jiang Li still had no idea what Yin Dong was up to. Was he trying to vindicate her? Admittedly, if someone has the capability to obtain battlefield records, this method of clarification is the easiest for the public to accept. She also didn't know whether he had in his possession the battle video records from Unit 7. She herself was already indifferent, but she wanted most to see Unit 7 exonerated as soon as possible. As for the masterminds behind, she would eventually catch them, even if it took her entire life. This video also stirred up a huge controversy online. Some individuals racked their brains trying to delete the video and hack that person's account, all ultimately failing. They could only hire internet trolls on various sites. No, don't slander him. Tell me to praise him. The middle-aged man grinned cruelly, his wine glass swaying back and forth, refracting splendid hues through the light. Find every opportunity to praise. Do it wherever you are, and make it grand. I want people to think of him as something out of this world. Let's see how people can continue liking Jiangyu then. Thus, across different websites emerged a beautiful spectacle. A group of Jiangyu diehards surged in numbers. They promoted Jiangyu's brilliance and good looks everywhere. Unrelated comment sections, video reviews, celebrity hot search pages, gaming forums. Wherever there were high-traffic spots, they praised how talented and handsome Jiangyu was. Over time, this caused many netizens to grow disgusted with these tactics. Are these actually a bunch of haters? Deliberately tarnishing Jiangyu's image. Just an average passerby here, but even I now start disliking Jiangyu because of them. Jiangyu's reputation was damaged. However, Jiang Li continued eating and drinking happily, leading her little days quite contentedly. What? People are cursing Jiangyu online? They're cursing Jiangyu. What does that have to do with me, Jiang Li? Train if I need to train, sleep if I need to sleep. Judge right and wrong by yourself. Let fame or disgrace be decided by others. She'd long been open-minded about such things. A week before the start of the preliminary tournament, the official website released information about the related matches. Still following the old pattern, participants searched for scoreboards within a virtual setting. Each scoreboard was worth 10 points, and the total number of collected scoreboards became the match's final score. Match duration was 24 hours, real, 24 hours, with no time difference between virtual and real time. Their own team specifically held a small meeting for this purpose. Phone me on. We can form a team. Joyeux. We've got a tank, fighters, a healer, and a marksman. Our configuration is so complete, it'd be a shame not to form a team. Joyeux smiled gracefully, pointing at himself. Mech suits, consider me a tank. His finger flicked towards Feng Mian and Isk, fighters, pointing at Lan Ku. This one's the healer. Finally, he pointed at Jiang Li. Marksman. Ali. Facing the surprise expressions from everyone else, Jiang Li realized something. As someone who used to be an assassin, taking on the role of a marksman made her a bit shy as she touched her nose tip. My gunfighting skills are decent. Recalling her perfect scores at the shooting range previously, Joyeux chuckled and shook his fingers at the rest. Don't listen to her being modest. One shot, guaranteed headshot. Sniping duties can entirely go to Ali. Lan Ku exclaimed with wide, shiny eyes. Oh wow, Ali's so skilled. Jiangli shook her head seriously. You shouldn't have too high expectations for me. My stamina isn't good. Remember to leave me behind when danger comes. Puffed. Feng Mian burst into laughter, patting her shoulder. What are you thinking? We've got plenty among us with good physical conditions. We could carry you away anytime. No way we'd abandon you. Zhuoyu squinted his ice blue pupils teasingly. Whoever's closest to Ali during the match rescues her. Jiangli. She decisively changed the topic. By the way, how about those chips? Did you use them in the last game? Ice blinked, falling silent. Suddenly, Feng Mian grabbed his belly laughing hard. Ice forgot to activate the chip when he entered the game, directly ran into a blood-spraying faucet. If I hadn't been supporting him from behind, he would have definitely passed out. Ice, he grumbled in explanation. After activating the chip, everything went fine. Jiangli hid a faint smile at the corner of her lips and said earnestly, all right, understood. Am I going to make it to the semifinals? You guys can't possibly fall behind me, right? She lifted her head and stretched out her pale, delicate hand. Let's cheer each other on. They all exchanged glances, smiling while adding their hands on top. Cheer up. Feng Mian looked at Zhuoyu and Ice, showing a challenging expression. Let's compare who gets more scoreboards, shall we? Sure. Zhuoyu's gaze flickered, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Ice glanced left and right before pursing his lips and nodding. Don't forget about me. Lanku brought up the weapon data from his light brain for everyone else to see. I've got my weapon ready. I'll be more than just a healer then. I can also deal damage. A pair of silver hammers with simple patterns appeared before everyone. Zhangli, Sigma, dare winky face. Kiki, what exactly is your obsession with hammers? The day of the preliminary competition arrived soon. At 8 in the morning, as soon as Zhangli laid down in the simulation pod, a backpack interface popped up before her. This was where contestants could choose essential items needed for the match, such as weapons, first aid medicine, or preloaded personal weapons within the system. However, the backpack only had limited space, so the selection depended on weighing priorities. There were 2 weapon slots, and Zhangli immediately chose the photonic energy gun without hesitation. Its key feature was that it didn't need to reload bullets and had a long range. Normally, simply basking in the sun was enough to supply the gun's shooting needs. However, its killing power was weak. If vital spots weren't targeted, this gun wouldn't cause as much harm as regular ammunition. Most importantly, among all guns, this one had the least recoil. Chapter 73, Preliminary Rounds, Part 2. Mechas also count as a type of weapon. Therefore, in the preliminaries, students majoring in mechas with high attack power, good defensive capabilities, and professional training were highly sought after when forming teams. Especially among those within the same major, whether they knew each other or not, and regardless of being from the same school, upon meeting. Mecha major? What a coincidence, so am I. Let's team up. Zhangli had seen at least 3 groups of such people within the first hour since the start of the competition. Not just mecha majors, even students from combat-related majors were quite popular for team formation. However, it was an entirely different story for support majors. The word pitiful couldn't describe their situation accurately enough. Military command and pharmaceutical majors might still have some teams willing to take them on, but for students from other majors, they were basically cannon fodder throughout the entire competition, unwanted by any team. This was why Zhangli was grateful that the rest of Lijiang Society were willing to include her. Because everyone's teleportation location was different, the members of Lijiang Society originally planned to group up had been scattered across various areas. Although they had agreed to leave specific marks wherever they passed through, it would still require some time searching for each other. The map was extensive, covering 2 types of terrains, ruined towns and hilly forests. At this moment, Zhangli was walking down a forest path. Along the way, she'd already left some markers, hoping that other members of Lijiang Society might see them. This clearly put them at a disadvantage compared to those who managed to form alliances right away during the competition. Here, the risks of going solo were considerable. There were those with dark intentions who might eliminate competitors early by forcing them out of the competition. How does one get forced out? Death is the only way. Like now, when Zhangli encountered a group of 3. The leader was Yi Tang. Huh. He smirked, casting an unfriendly gaze toward Zhangli. Isn't this our number 1 from the selection rounds? Haven't found a team yet. The 2 men behind him, upon hearing this, looked at the thin and pale girl before them incredulously. It's her? No one wanted her despite being first. The 2 understood then. Apparently, she's from the support major. That explains it. She looks weak like a chick. First place or not, she's nothing much. Jiang chicken girly. Haha, isn't this Yi Tang who was eliminated first in the initial trials? Look at his smug face, disgusting. I'm really worried about the streamer. She has no advantages in this combat-focused arena. These 3 are from Union No. 2's specialized infantry program. I know them. They look down on support majors and constantly mock them indirectly. They're truly vile examples. Isn't this clear? Yi Tang is jealous because the streamer won first place in the selection trial, and he wants her eliminated early this time around. 3 combat majors. How can she fight against them? Run, streamer. Though you probably can't outrun them. Haven't you noticed that the streamer hasn't done anything intense like running since the selection trial began? Come to think of it, yes. Isn't it because the streamer always remains calm and composed, never panicking? A post from a month ago was recently unearthed online. It talked about a girl with heart disease being pushed off a building. Many say the girl with heart disease is our streamer. I saw that too. Some students from Union No. 1 confirmed it, saying it's indeed her. Der is identical to Does our streamer have heart disease? What? Holy sh**t. Heavenly thunder strike. So doesn't this mean our streamer's done for? This drama seems pretty big. Our streamer is fearless, having heart disease and yet dared to enter haunted houses. Wasn't afraid of dying instantly. Not only didn't die, but she also came in first. 66-66. Terrible, terrible, terrible. It seems like the streamer will be knocked out in the first hour of the preliminary round. Zhongli has pulled so many tricks, perhaps there's a chance she could escape from these guys. I don't believe someone who ranked first in the selection wouldn't have some skills. Sigh. I'm ready to move on to another live stream after this is over. I knew that those from the support department wouldn't last long in the preliminaries. Most end up as cannon fodder anyway. Faced with their mockery, Zhongli was unmoved. Instead, she seemed rather disinterested, contemplating where to find her teammates while her mind wandered elsewhere, making her appear lost in thought. Yi Tang, upon seeing this, sneered. What? You don't even bother greeting me upon seeing me. Zhongli glanced at him, finally understanding the trouble that Sichuan always muttered about. She simply felt dealing with this person was bothersome. The moment I saw you, your intentions were clear. So what do you want? She glanced at the sky. I still need to find my teammates. The girl wasn't short and stood with her back straight as a rod. Despite being in front of 3 tall men, her presence didn't diminish one bit. Frankly, I like people like you. Yi Tang broke into a sudden laugh. But you might not be able to find others because, as the first place winner in the selection trial, you're alive and that's a threat to us. He pulled out a long sword and looked down at her sideways. I'm sure it's not just me who thinks this way. Really? Zhongli blinked, standing still as if she were a lamb awaiting slaughter, not moving an inch. She slowly revealed a confident smile, yet her dark eyes remained void of mirth. Then by all means, try to see if I will be eliminated. After all, she hadn't relied on anyone from the start. She could definitely proceed alone to make it through. It would only be more exhausting. Manipulating spirit power always consumed physical energy. In the worst case, she could simply sit under a tree, rest while waiting for scoreboards to come near. Also known as robbery. Gradually, these 3 surrounded Zhongli. But judging from their expressions, they did not take Zhongli seriously, planning to leave her to Yi Tang to handle. This allowed someone to take advantage of the situation. A powerful arm suddenly extended diagonally, pulling Zhongli behind him. By his feet lay one of the 3, knocked out cold with a single palm strike. Ice. Zhongli was protected like a chick behind him before realizing and excitedly asked, Did you see my marks? So quickly finding a teammate made her feel quite lucky. Yes. Ice gave Yi Tang a cool glance before tilting his head to whisper an answer. I just happened to notice them, so I came over. His towering figure stepping forward shielded Zhongli from some glaring sunlight, enveloping her entirely in shadow, like a solid and secure wall. Were they bullying you? Ice cracked his knuckles without expression, making a snap crackle sound. Yi Tang furrowed his brows, turning from casual disdainful look to one of seriousness. This person, when had he approached? Why hadn't anyone noticed? Moreover, this, Ice, exuded a solid and formidable aura. Even he himself wouldn't dare face a direct punch from him. He didn't wish to personally experience how terrifying his explosive power might be. Why hadn't he seen him in previous leagues? Could he possibly be a freshman? Yi Tang smiled at Ice in a friendly manner. Is this brother from combat studies? Would you like to form a team with us? This way we'll also have Zhongli with. Before he could finish, after receiving a slight nod from Zhongli, Ice decisively crouched forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Yi Tang. Not interested in listening to his nonsense, Ice couldn't tolerate bullying Zhongli. Caught off guard, Yi Tang hastily raised his long sword as a shield, but there was a snap, and he flew backward along with his broken blade. Only half of the blade remained intact. That punch came with the force of thunder, creating an impact wave effect. Zhongli witnessed an invisible surge of energy emanating from Ice's fist, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be Chi wins? In fact, Ice was quite renowned within the combat department at school. His strength was overwhelming, undeniably the top professional in his field, even though he hadn't achieved high rankings in the league. As part of the auxiliary department, Zhongli didn't keep up much with gossip from the combat side, and thus wasn't very familiar with Ice's abilities. At this moment, seeing him knock someone out effortlessly with a simple punch, she thought Yi Tang's martial arts were subpar, and despite both belonging to the single soldier specialty, he was no match for a regular boxer wielding nothing but fists. The last remaining conscious man panicked, quickly retreating from Ice to support Yi Tang, whose mouth began bleeding. Zhongli tugged at Ice's sleeve, looking up at him. Shall we go find the others? We shouldn't waste time here. According to the competition's mechanism, they needed to search tirelessly for points during these 24 hours, so it was best to save as much energy as possible. Ice didn't spare those 3 another glance, carefully listened to Zhongli's suggestion, nodded, and extended his hand. I have long strides. Do you want to get up? I'll carry you. Zhongli's eyes lit up as she hesitated. But you might get tired. Before she could finish, Ice scooped her up under her knee with his arm. He gently lifted her to eye level, his expression earnest. She weighs light, it won't tire me. Gentleman. I swear. Super handsome. Love his ruggedness. Where did this powerhouse come from? A punch can produce inner force. Impressive. He seems close to the streamer. Is he a friend from the same school? No. I think it's beyond friendship. This CP is a little sweet. I ship them. What a godlike man. I only listen to what you say. The others are just talking nonsense. Ha. Already told you not to mess with that woman, whether she's a ghost or human. Why don't you learn from mistakes? Such a cool guy, handsome and tall, gives off a sense of security. Silently pinched the boyfriend beside her. Go work out for me. Oh. Sitting on his shoulders. Screenshot now. Glanced at her boyfriend who was as tall as her. Poor boyfriends. I've given up. ice totally appeals to me. Their interaction is so cute, making my mouth curve involuntarily, / wicked smile. So much pampering, I can't handle it. Adrenaline surging. Chapter 74, Preliminary Contest, Part 3. In this vast forest, light and shadow crisscrossed, and patches of sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy. Jiang Li and Esk walked forward for a while, and soon spotted two teams scrambling over a small cave containing several scoring tokens. Let's take a detour, Jiang Li suggested, having no intention to quarrel with them. She figured it'd be wiser to save her energy and wait at one of the fixed logout checkpoints during the final 5 hours to snatch tokens from others. It would save both time and effort. Esk also seemed uninterested in this particular cave, perhaps harboring the same idea as Jiang Li. Without sparing these people even a glance, they continued their journey through the woods. As they stopped occasionally among the trees, they came across several fruit-bearing trees and leisurely plucked some fruits to fill their stomachs. Wrapping the remaining wild fruits in leaves and tucking them into her arms, Jiang Li noticed a familiar mark on a nearby tree trunk. Though unsure who had left it, this meant there was no longer a need to wander aimlessly in search of their scattered teammates. Jiang Li's mood noticeably brightened. Not long after, the duo encountered several small groups fiercely competing for scoring tokens hanging high up in a tall tree. Unlike the previous small cave, this time at least 10 scoring tokens hung on thin, nearly invisible ropes amidst the lofty treetop. Because the tree was so tall that its fruits were not easily within reach, those groups brazenly controlled the rights to climb its massive trunk. Anybody attempting to climb past them directly would be immediately kicked out by these teams, without mercy. Some teams, after a quick glimpse, decisively chose to bypass the spot without getting entangled over this tree. Others waited around hoping to gain something by others' misfortunes. Jiang Li noticed the figures of Feng Mian, Lan Ku, and Zhui Yu among the competitors. Li, Lan Ku, sharp-eyed, excitedly leaped up and waved at them upon spotting the pair. How are you doing? Jiang Li and Esk approached, sitting cross-legged and chatting idly with the group. Zhui Yu offered a faint smile. Lucky. We've found 3. Turned out Zhui Yu and Lan Ku had been coincidentally refreshed together, meeting Feng Mian along the way. After teaming up, they surprisingly found an unattended pit containing 3 scoring tokens. Just then, they decided to rest here for a bit, thinking they might find more stray tokens. On hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled, her black eyes gleaming mischievously. Whispering to the group, she directed her finger towards the groups bickering under the tree, quietly asking, "Who among you is fast? Like, stealthy enough to slip unnoticed beneath their noses?" She originally thought Zhui Yu's speed was the fastest in the group, but unexpectedly, Feng Mian responded, his amber eyes shining brightly under the light. "I can try, though the tree is too high. Just running fast probably won't help much, right?" Jiang Li gazed at the tall, lush tree, her lips curving slyly. That's good news. At moments like this, Jiang Li deeply missed Sichuan's abilities. If he were here, he could easily collect all the tokens without any fuss. Without needing any external assistance, just based on air currents alone, he could effortlessly knock down those scoring tokens. Of course, tangible spirit force could do the same. However, Jiang Li had an even more covert method. She picked an ideal vantage point with excellent visibility, instructing Feng Mian to keep his eyes peeled on the scoring tokens above when everyone else's attention was on the ground. Once any token fell, he was to rush forward and pick it up, turning around and running away immediately. Even if his speed wasn't exactly what she imagined, the few individuals under the tree wouldn't notice the loss of a few tokens for a while. The teammates watched as Jiang Li took out her photon gun, surprised but not questioning her. No one doubted Jiang Li's plan. They all trusted her wholeheartedly. What's the streamer planning? Is she going to shoot the scoring tokens down with the photon gun? Won't this damage the scoring tokens? Setting aside the hardness issue, the sound of firing the gun will alert those under the tree, drawing even more attention. Seems like the streamer has blind confidence in her marksmanship. Wow, the teammates aren't stopping her. What a crazy idea. Judging from this position, the streamer is at least 100 meters away from the nearest scoring token. There's no way she can hit such a small target. Sit back and watch her fail. I think some people got cocky after ranking first in the selection competition and forgot their limitations. Have so many combat-trained players not considered using a gun to get the tokens? Even professionals know this approach doesn't work and ultimately have to climb the tree properly. Can an auxiliary class streamer achieve what they couldn't? Let's see. Sigh. Suddenly feel that the streamer is more arrogant than before. Could being ranked first make one lose oneself? Streamer, you should take it easy. Isn't it better to just sit in the team and earn points honestly? Don't try to steal the spotlight from professional fighters. These teammates are too nice, aren't they? They agreed without asking questions. Could they be cooperating just to let the streamer have her way? If I had such a self-centered teammate, I would not be able to stand it. Jiang Li didn't care even if she knew her live streaming room was about to explode. She hid under layers of shade, and her demeanor changed abruptly. In an instant, it was as if she had merged with the trees, her presence calm but her gaze sharp. If one wasn't already watching her closely, they'd instinctively overlook the person crouching on the tree. Suddenly, a small beam of light silently vanished into the leaves. She looks quite serious. Looks like she's learned this. Would professionals do the same? Holy shit. Whoa, look at the treetop. It really worked. One shot followed by another. Because the photon gun fired almost soundlessly, no one paid attention to where Jiang Li was hiding. Her arm was extremely steady, and after firing one shot, she could immediately fire again without blinking. Several beams of light zipped through the trees like meteors, crossing over the heads of the people below, precisely cutting through the thin lines above the score tokens. For score tokens swayed slightly, and then fell directly. The teams fighting below for control of the tree only felt a breeze pass by, and didn't pay much attention. Instinctively looking up at the canopy and seeing that the tokens were still there, they resumed their fight. Feng Mian, quick-handed, grabbed 4 score tokens and ran away without lingering, handing them over to Zhuoyu, Lan Ku, and Esk who were waiting nearby. Upon seeing that no one chased him, he signaled Zhang Li to repeat the trick. However, they were ready to run this time. After agreeing on the next meeting point, Feng Mian acted as if he were just a passerby, looking around near the big tree nonchalantly. Shit, 1 round wasn't enough, so she's going again. Wow, hostess is incredible. The line was so fine and from such a distance. Yet how did she shoot so accurately? This shooting skill, this accuracy, she's amazing. I've noticed now what a great-looking guy helping her. Didn't you find the blonde young man extremely handsome too? This whole team is insanely good-looking. Love it. Ha ha ha. Those few who criticized the hostess before, step forward. Just ask them if their faces hurt now. They ranted plenty before, but are quiet now. I love a person like the hostess who keeps quiet and yet smacks people in the face with results. Some always look down on auxiliary types, thinking auxiliary classes are weaker than combat ones. How's it going now? Are those fighters better than our female hostess? 1 shot for 1 token. Did anyone count the number of shots by the hostess? To me, every shot got a token. 4 shots, I checked. Turns out the hostess is a sniper master. In this era, even an auxiliary class girl is so strong. Bowed down in admiration, very impressed. As a spectator, why do I enjoy the hostess' quiet mischief so much? Soon, when those people below discuss and then look up, won't they break down on the spot? Break down on the spot wouldn't go far enough. It was more like their eyes would pop out in fury. Feeling the wind blow again, several participants at least trained in the combat arts finally sensed something was off. Why did they hear the wind but no rustling of leaves beside them? Someone looked up at the canopy, nearly popping their eyeballs. Score token. The score token has been taken. At that moment, there was nothing left on the canopy except for a large expanse of green leaves swaying gently, as if mocking the stupidity of a few. Damn it. They couldn't have gone far. Chase them. The group set off in different directions instantly, furiously chasing those who had stolen the score tokens right under their noses. With the score tokens bundled in his clothes, Feng Mian fled leisurely and gracefully without looking back. Soon, everyone near the big tree was gone. Only then did Zhang Li step out from under the tree's shade, put her gun away, and head steadily toward the prearranged place. Haha, that was too much fun. When she arrived at the agreed-upon spot, she heard Feng Mian joyfully telling the other members about his experience, looking so excited as if he wanted to do it again. Zhang Li didn't expect that Feng Mian, also part of the auxiliary class, had such deft and agile moves, finding it both curious and amusing. Afraid of bugs anymore? Feng Mian saw her eyes light up as she nodded enthusiastically. The chip you gave me is really useful. As I walked along, I kept seeing all sorts of funny emoticons in my vision, which cracked me up. Zhuoyu took out the 4 score tokens from their previous effort and pushed them towards Feng Mian. Stop laughing already. Take a look at your spoils. 14 tokens. Zhang Li and Feng Mian insisted that everyone should have a share, but the others steadfastly refused to take any, shaking their heads and saying the two had worked hard for them and they couldn't just reap the rewards. In the end, after much persuasion, 3 more tokens were handed over, 1 each to 3 others, 5 remained with Zhang Li, and 6 went to Feng Mian. Although it was Zhang Li who came up with the plan and shot down the tokens, as she put it, Feng Mian's contribution was significant. Plus, if ever there would be an opportunity where she might need him to help her escape, he deserved the extra token. Feng Mian immediately placed his hand on Zhang Li's shoulder, laughing loudly and telling her not to worry. He promised he'd pick her up and run first whenever there was danger. Zhang Li, isn't this unnecessary? After all, she still had the ability to protect herself. How strange this team is. They're pushing the score tokens back and forth instead of taking them. If it were me, I'd have already taken them without hesitation. It's precisely from here we can see how sincere they are with one another. I'm envious. They probably know each other well in real life. This kind of relationship definitely beats those temporary teams that could turn against each other at any moment. Is this even possible? What haven't we seen in the preliminaries? Every year, teammates turn on each other for the sake of score tokens. It's all about future prospects. True, there have been so many cases where disputes over token distribution lead to physical fights between team members. Watching this streamer's small group has been refreshing. They don't need to plot against or distrust each other. It's a lot more comfortable being around such people. Chapter 75, Preliminary Contest, Part 4. They've all gone. Under the blazing sun at noon, not a single cloud in sight. Zhang Li was lying lazily under the windowsill of a room inside an abandoned building, her legs crossed comfortably as she swayed and tilted her head to look outside. The people in her team were highly confident in their own abilities, especially after Feng Mian and Esk received the chips. They became uncontrollable wild horses who wanted to roam before being happy. Zhang Li's speed could not match theirs, so rather than troubling them by always needing to bring her along, she proactively suggested that she stay in the abandoned building and wait for their return. Shall we place a bet? At that time, she had noticed the concern others in the team had for her. She did not point it out, but instead slightly raised her head with an air of confidence and audacity. I bet my scoreboard will have more points than yours within these few hours without you. She wasn't going to be a burden to the entire team, nor did she require teammates to stay beside her at all times. She wanted them to know that her ability was not only sufficient for self-protection, but potentially even stronger than they imagined. If anyone gets eliminated first, then prepare for everyone else's mockery after the competition. With those harsh words, Zhongli successfully inspired them into leaving with high morale. Before they left, she handed each one a positioning distress signaler in case of danger. Though they had their complaints, the group carefully accepted the devices, winking directly at her. Call us if you're in danger. Zhongli, take care of yourselves. How weak does she appear to them? If this question were answered by Feng Mian, his reply would probably go like this. She's so weak that she can enter the medical ward twice within 3 days, delicate as porcelain dolls. Lying listlessly beneath the window, Zhongli half-heartedly observed the states of contestants emerging from the woods. There were those smiling happily. These might be individuals who reaped benefits or even greatly enriched themselves. Then there were those sighing deeply and shouting in anger. Perhaps they gained nothing or had even been robbed. And there were some whose emotions remained unreadable, possibly part of a team with many experts. Yawning lazily, when she looked out again through the window, the nearest ruins already contained 2 teams confronting each other. Fight, fight. You finish so she can pick up your kills. As a former assassin turned current sniper, Zhongli fully utilized the concept of being wary. Perhaps this should also be defined as passive play. What's considered good luck? It's that neither of the 2 team zones matches. This makes things very easy to take advantage of. When one team is completely eliminated by the other, the victorious members lower their guard in celebration and slowly gather their spoils, only to be suddenly hit on the head by light bullets from an unknown source. Before any suppressed groan escapes, they drop abruptly dead. For a while, silence surrounded the ruined building. Zhongli maintained a vigilant state of mind. As the fishing net, naturally, she carefully inspected the surroundings before descending the stairs to collect the fallen bodies. Great harvests. The 2 team scoreboards added up to 8 points, and Zhongli unceremoniously pocketed them. She rummaged through their backpacks and tucked useful weapons into her own, then secured the energy gun around her waist. Patting the dust off her hands, Zhongli decisively turned back into the abandoned building. Carrying 13 scoreboards alone now, why wouldn't she hide? Isn't it asking for trouble otherwise? Although she believed herself to be the ultimate victor, it'd just be too exhausting otherwise. Nothing beats staying cautious. Truly an excellent marksman. That energy gun, which barely hits vital spots normally, when did it become so awesome to use? Why am I watching the live broadcast kneeling down because of this person? Just watching how clean the shots are, like the sniper's been using it countless times. It's quite skillful. 1 shot per kid, soundless, totally unexpected. A headshot comes out of nowhere. Is this streamer using cheats? Look at that aim. Whoever said he needs 3 shots just to hit a 7 ring? Oh snap. I just remembered the identity of that blonde guy. I feel the same. The more I watch him, the more familiar he looks. Haven't you recognized him yet? Isn't that Zhuyu from last season, the champion known for handling mechs like a pro? He's in this streamer's team? No. To be precise, the streamer is on his team. What amazing luck. With Zhuyu in, victory is almost assured. Envious. I'm gonna tell the others this shocking news. Hold on, you guys. The way you talk about it sounds like the streamer has no skills and just relies on someone for protection. Open your eyes. Not to argue. Do you know how much firepower a mech with sufficient weapons and ammunition has in the preliminaries? You can say that the mech warriors are the MVPs of the entire match. Without mechs protecting them, contestants would almost become cannon fodder by the end of the match. 1 energy shell could wipe out an entire team. The streamer is protected by Zhuyu. Who cares if she's being protected or not? As long as she managed to hook onto such a strong teammate, it's her own ability. Being able to advance is all that matters, right? I don't understand why you guys keep arguing about this. Feng Mian was standing on a branch, holding onto the tree trunk with one hand while looking far into the distance. His light brown hair swayed in the wind, revealing half of his smooth forehead. His sharp eyebrows were knitted together, and his eyes remained half closed, his expressionless face giving off a sense of authority despite no visible anger. Looking down at the ground covered with bodies, he leapt effortlessly from the branch and landed gracefully on the ground. He picked up 2 swords casually, tested their weights, spun them elegantly, and then disappeared quietly into the dense underbrush. There had been a spectacular performance of betrayal moments ago, so why not try another round of double cross? His eyebrows slightly lifted, recalling Zhang Li's stubborn insistence to make a bet with them. A faint smile curved his lips, turning his handsome face instantly radiant like spring flowers blooming, melting away all coldness. Let's see who gets more scoreboards. With every flex and stretch of his muscles came a breeze. Accompanied by muffled groans, the bright sword light shone brilliantly in this secluded, lush forest. Half an hour later, the boy with light brown hair threw the 2 swords to the side carelessly, muttering while searching through the bodies. These weapons aren't nearly as convenient to use as my own. On the other side, Lanka stepped lightly beside the pile of corpses, weighing the heavy hammer in her hand absent-mindedly as she talked to herself. I still don't really know how I became the big sis. Why did they think she looked easy to bully and even mocked her for being just a primary schooler? She needed to teach them a lesson. Spit. A bunch of trash. They only managed to give her 3 scoreboards. What's there to be proud about? She silently despised these weaklings, put away her hammer, and hummed a song as she continued bouncing along exploring potential spots where scoring tokens might hide. She didn't want to lose either. After all, it involved her dignity as the leader. Esk landed a punch square on an engineering mech contestant's stomach, knocking him out instantly. He gave a disdainful glance at the bodies scattered messily on the ground, his expression icy and stern. Attempting to board a mech right in front of him? They must be dreaming. Even though he had held back his force, if these people weren't rescued by medic personnel within a quarter of an hour, they would automatically exit the game due to serious injuries. Used to fighting machines so often, Esk almost forgot their human tolerance paled significantly compared to machinery. Without unleashing any advanced weaponry, these opponents were too weak. Unhesitatingly, Esk placed all their scoring tags into his own bag, lost momentarily in thought. Given how weak these guys were, Jiangli should deal with them easily. After serving as deputy president of Lingji Society for a year, apart from Feng Mian, whose comings and goings were unpredictable and whose strength remained largely unknown, Zhu Yu felt quite confident about Lan Ku and Esk's abilities. Especially Esk. Had it not been for his blood phobia, last season's championship wouldn't have come so effortlessly to Zhu Yu. That guy could dismantle mechs barehanded, an absolutely terrifying presence. While smiling, Zhu Yu twisted someone's arm until it broke and kicked another person attempting to sneak attack him from behind. He rotated his wrist, testing it out. Although Jiang Li's true capabilities remained a mystery, deep down he sensed she'd handle those inexperienced participants effortlessly. Therefore, he decided it was time to worry more about himself. Zhu Yu let out a wry laugh and stepped quickly into his mech pod. Things looked grim. At some point, he found himself surrounded by 6 mechs. And among the crowd surrounding him were also several menacing solo combatants aiming guns directly at his mech. 3 squads, 6 mechs, 9 fighters. All had conspired together to eliminate Zhu Yu, the highly threatening first-place winner of last year's league, right here in the preliminaries. Carefully, Zhu Yu noticed that among the 6 mechs were last year's 2nd, 5th, and 10th place winners. Even among single combatants there were last year's 6th, 9th, and 11th placers. All came from Union Academies 2 and 3, determined to corner him here. Oh well, so you've got teammates too? With an unperturbed expression and glimmers of amusement flickering in his eyes, Zhu Yu decisively pressed the distress signaler given to them by Jiang Li before parting ways. Not once did he feel any shame over this action. A teammate who doesn't call when in trouble is foolish. Boom. A deafening explosion instantly sent flames soaring into the sky, as countless bullets and shells rained toward the lone black mech encircled in the middle. In a flash, the ground trembled violently, scattering birds and beasts in panic. Trees fell one by one, igniting roaring fires. Dense black smoke billowed into the air, while massive mechs darted through the skies in pursuit of each other, exchanging blows. At the moment Zhu Yu's location signal was received, Jiang Li had spotted the thick flashes of fire not far away. She had just intercepted another squad scoring tokens and was happily stashing her loot into her waist pouch. Upon seeing this scene, her hands paused mid-motion. The earth beneath her feet emitted a rumbling sound, leaving the abandoned buildings teetering precariously, seemingly ready to collapse at any second. Unbothered, she stood by the window, gazing from afar at where Zhu Yu was surrounded by a group of mechs. Her pale, lustrous face lost its smile, replaced by an overwhelming rage in her dark pupils. She lowered her eyes, letting the wind-blown black strands of hair obscure her shadowy expression. Her tongue lightly touched the roof of her mouth, producing a dissatisfied tisk. Do these people think their teammates are already dead? Chapter 76, Preliminary Rounds, Part 5. Is this Zhu Yu's distress signal? Oh, the streamer is upset. Someone's about to get it. Don't kid around. Something dangerous is going on over at Zhu Yu's place. What can the streamer do if she goes over there? Send herself out to die? We should be thankful she's not going over there to mess things up. And at that distance, how could the streamer possibly get there in time? She can neither run nor fly. By the time she ambles over, the battle will be over. I just switched over to Zhu Yu's livestream. Holy crap. 6 mechs and dozens of energy cannons. They're preparing to eliminate Zhu Yu all at once. I've got to go check out the battle over there. Sounds intense, I'm coming too. Hold on, what's the streamer doing? She's a ranged shooter, yet she just approached a squad. Is she robbing them? What the audience didn't expect was that Jiang Li had intercepted a 5-person team that had just emerged from the woods. She flashed an apologetic smile as she casually tossed something their way. Before they even had time to react, they were overwhelmed by the sudden white smoke, which blinded them like stranded fish, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground for her to dispose of as she pleased. It was a smoke bomb she had kept in her backpack just in case, with an effect lasting only 5 minutes. But it was more than enough. She opened the leader's backpack weapon interface, and there, clearly visible, was a brand new and used mech. Sorry, I'll borrow your mech. Using the unconscious man's hand to release the mech from his weapons inventory, she decisively activated it and climbed into the cockpit. Holy cow, you're telling me this girl has a heart condition? Does the streamer really think anyone can pilot a mech? No common sense. A physical constitution rated merely a definitely cannot. Damn it. What the hell? Before the chat messages finished scrolling, the silver-white mech had already transformed into a streak of silver light and shot straight toward the clouds, heading directly for the battlefield not far away. Zhu Yu ducked low, evading the photon cannon fired from the opposite direction, then retaliated with a swift slash of his sword against the purple mech's shoulder joint, disabling its control over the left arm. He spun around and delivered a palm strike, firing a palm cannon at the black and white mech rushing from behind, using the recoil force to leap upward and evade the encirclement formed by 5 people. Despite Zhu Yu already having taken out 1 mech due to their poor teamwork, the situation remained less than optimistic. The area nearby had been cleared by the artillery fire, creating a large patch of open space. 9 agile enemies hid among the bushes, taking potshots at him while he was distracted fighting the 5 mechs. Though these attacks barely affected the mechs themselves, some of the defense mechanisms had started degrading. This greatly annoyed Zhuyu, who turned back and grabbed the arm of a blue mech, swinging it around wildly before kicking its abdomen. The forces exerted in both directions tore off the entire arm of the blue mech, and in a flash of sparks, the arm was flung into the nearby forest. With trees collapsing and the ground shaking, 2 hidden enemy operatives who didn't have time to retreat were crushed by the mechanical debris and fallen logs, fainting immediately from the shock. In just over 10 minutes, the opposing team had suffered 1 disabled mech and 2 injured teammates. But as time went on, the remaining 5 mechs began coordinating their efforts much more smoothly. They surrounded, pursued, and blocked every possible angle with relentless close-range and long-range assaults, forcing Zhuyu to weave through the rain of bullets to avoid being cornered. Mech damage, 19%. Furrowing his brows, Zhuyu's usually calm face now reflected unusual seriousness. His ice blue eyes shone with piercing intensity, akin to a cold point of brilliance forming beneath still water, which suddenly broke the surface. Though he wanted to preserve the mech until the end so his teammates would have protection when they arrived, he knew that, even without it, he could likely take out the remaining 5. The mech trembled sharply again, the protective shield damaged further. Upon closer inspection, the damage percentage had now reached 20%. Just as Zhuyu was about to take a gamble and deactivate the shield to focus the energy entirely on the weapon system, a red mech charging towards him was struck dead center on its neck by a sudden beam of light, sending it flying sideways across the uneven ground, leaving a long trail behind it. Bang 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 bang. 4 more consecutive shots followed, each hitting the exact joints of the struggling red mech, instantly rendering it non-functional. Zhuyu glanced up, looking toward the source of the barrage while dodging the gunshots, only to see a silver-white mech hovering in the distance. Its arm cannon stayed trained as it directly aimed for the white and blue mech surrounding Zhuyu, striking precisely at the joint of the attacking limb extended towards Zhuyu. That arm fell limply, its connection severed from the main system. This terrifying accuracy caused the remaining mechs to hesitate briefly, cautiously stepping back to avoid the silver mech's line of fire. Who are you? The silver mech completely ignored their inquiry, diving straight into the battlefield to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhuyu. You, I'll take these 2. The clear and moist voice of the girl was transmitted to Zhuyu through the mech, making him pause. Ollie. Before Zhongli even got a reply from him, she already moved forward, her fast speed forcing the blue mech and the white-blue one to retreat continuously. From a distance, Zhongli fired a shot. Her accuracy was uncanny, targeting the gaps in the joint control centers, each shot disabling an important component and forcing the 2 mechs into close combat with her. A streak of silver-white weaved flexibly between the 2 mechs, its movements without any mechanical stiffness, as if it were a human with maximum suppleness. Its speed was incredible, delivering attacks one after another without stopping, using punches, elbows, knees to their utmost potential, completely overwhelming the 2 mechs with furious techniques that left them unable to react or retaliate. Shit. Unable to avoid her long-range attacks, and unable to match her in close combat. Where did this monster come from? The chat messages on the screen also went wild with 666, the dense messages almost flooding the entire screen. The host is giving me a frontal assault. I can do it. What a stylish young lady. She handles the mech perfectly. Is it really this smooth? 1 shot, 1 down. Truly deserving of the title marksman. Good poem. Wet. Mysteriously rhyming ha. Is this style even achievable by a mech? If it weren't for the metallic sheen, I'd think some warrior put on armor and ran out. What technique was that? Did you see it? Wasn't that just now grappling? Awesome. It's my first time seeing a mech fight in close quarters like a real brawl. Not only was Zhongli handling her side effortlessly, but Zhuyu also sighed in relief with 2 fewer opponents. He exerted sudden force, throwing a punch directly at the cockpit of the purple mech, turned back and grabbed the forearm of another mech, firing his palm cannon to push it dozens of meters away. He then directed his attention to the other battlefield. At that moment, Zhongli fired a shot at close range with a tricky angle at the blue mech, causing it to fall from a great height and become a pile of scrap. Inside the cockpit, Zhuyu finally cracked a smile, leaving Zhongli to have her fun and focusing on the 2 battered mechs attempting to flee. He couldn't lose to a girl. His eyes sparked with sharpness, eyebrows rising as he chased the fleeing mechs. You 2 seemed to enjoy your beating earlier, didn't you? When Isk arrived at the designated location, 4 wrecked mech corpses already lay on the empty ground. Feng Yin and Lank, who had arrived earlier, were capturing 7 enemies hiding in the forest shooting cold guns occasionally. Zhuiyu's black mech was toying with enemy mechs scattered around trying to escape in vain. As for the other 2 mechs fighting fiercely, which one belonged to the enemy camp remained unclear. At that point, the silver-white mech suddenly froze completely, finally granting an opportunity to the white-blue mech. Its heavy artillery suddenly emerged from its chest cavity straight toward the silver-white mech. The mech narrowly avoided the cannonball, yet its whole body lost control as it plummeted from the sky. Zhuiyu glanced out of the corner of his eye and nearly missed a beat, instantly losing any thoughts of playing with the enemy. Kicking it down, he flew directly towards the white mech. Ollie, could it be Ollie inside that silver-white mech? Isk's eyes widened in surprise, staring intently at the rapidly falling mech in midair. Fortunately, in a flash, Zhongli managed to land smoothly, but was too late to raise her head to dodge the enemy, closing in from behind. Finished. Has the host just started showing off before crashing? It was so dangerous earlier. If she hadn't avoided being crushed into junk, even a concussion would be mild. The host doesn't look well. Is her heart condition bothering her? Suddenly, a tall, muscular shadow leapt into the air, forcefully smashing the large arm coming from the blue and white mech with a single punch. Then, using the recoil force, he stomped heavily onto the ground, sending waves of energy, transforming into a fleeting figure rushing swiftly towards the grounded mech, seemingly contemplating life and death. Before the driver could react, his muscles surged with force, ripping the mech's entire arm apart. That was Isk. Joyeux recognized the silhouette charging forward, finally putting his worries to rest. Isk delivered another blow to shatter the mech's torso, pulling out with one hand the unconscious driver within. Are you telling me this guy isn't human? Tearing a mech apart barehanded. Holy shit. This team is something else. No one is ugly. No one is weak. They're all monsters. By the time Joyeux remembered the mech he had kicked down, all traces of enemies had vanished from there. Lank ran over with a pile of spoils and sighed in relief. I was scared to death, but I'm glad you're all right. Here, this is stuff from the enemies we ambushed in the forest, taken care of by me and Fengmian. The cockpit of the silver mech trembled slightly before the hatch opened. Zhongli slid out, her body swaying a little upon standing upright. Her physical strength had been drained. Indeed, given her current condition, even using mental power to control the mech could only last about 10 minutes. Ollie, are you all right? Joyeux disembarked from his mech and hurried over to support Jiang Li's arm, his gaze filled with worry. Ice retracted his brass knuckles, casually threw the enemy aside, shook off his numb arms, and walked over, scrutinizing Jiang Li's pale complexion carefully. I'm fine, just a bit tired, don't worry. She slowly moved her limbs, smiling as she signaled for them to quickly search the bodies. There would definitely be someone coming to pick up scraps once they noticed the battle here was over. In her current state, she might end up being a burden. Jiang Li looked around and realized one person was missing. Where's Fengmian? Here. His slightly hoarse voice came from behind the group. Fengmian dragged a man by the foot and tossed him in front of them. The pilot who tried to escape just now. He didn't spare a glance at the barely alive enemy, and instead turned his full attention towards Jiang Li seriously, asking, Are you alright? Chapter 77, Preliminary Contest 6. No one knows how Fengmian managed to drag this person out of the mech and beat him up, but when Jiang Li looked over, she found that the man's nose was blue and his face swollen, making it impossible to see his original appearance. She playfully blinked her eyes. Not bad. I got my fix. So where did this mech come from? Lan Ku went over and touched the big guy who had just left the battlefield, puzzled. Jiang Li. Borrowed in an emergency. Someone touched their nose, looking quite sincere. I even left the heavy weapons for him. He'll probably come looking for it himself, right? Joyeux stood with his arms crossed, watching on the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing, and reached out to mess with Jiang Li's soft hair. Thank you, Ali. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I wouldn't have any mechs available for this match. Using our numbers to bully us? Does he even have teammates? Lan Ku gave a kick to the unconscious enemy lying on the ground. The expression of discontent turned into bright admiration. Ali, you're so cool. You actually know how to operate a mech. Her face-changing technique is also unparalleled. Are you really alright physically? A mech isn't that easy to operate. Jiang Li's physical condition is so weak, it's hard not to suspect what price she paid to be able to control the mech. Fengmian couldn't help but worriedly ask further. Seeing that they still weren't reassured, Jiang Li stretched her arms and turned around for them. Don't worry, I used my mental power to control the mech. It didn't harm my body. Her expression was somewhat listless, and she yawned after a while. Let's leave here first. It's ultimately not safe here. She didn't want another round of battle. Being cautious like this was fine. Asik nodded, reaching out to pick up Jiang Li, but ended up bumping hands with Fengmian and Joyeux, who reached out at the same time. Oops, both of you fought for so long. One even tore apart a mech by hand. You must be exhausted. Just rest well. Leave Ali to me. Fengmian, quick as lightning, caught Jiang Li around her waist, pulled her close, and asked with a grin. Ali, what position do you prefer? I can handle anything. Suddenly turns lewd. Me? Any position will do. I can handle anything. Front row. Are they eating peanuts? Come on. Let me wake her up with some jokes. Too handsome or what? Staying in this team is too blissful. So many handsome men caring about her. If it were me, I'd be happy enough to ascend to heaven. It seems the streamer isn't affected by our types. She's calm, even a bit sleepy. Ha. This streamer is absolutely savage. Mental power? Joking, right? What level of mental power could directly control the movements of a mech? Listening to the streamer bragging. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. I've heard that the newly promoted colonel of the Second Army of the Alliance can control mechs using mental power. Really possible? How audacious must someone be to dare to release their mental energy? Not afraid of becoming paralyzed. Maybe this person has strong mental power and isn't afraid of these things. I know that colonel. His name is Shirchuan. He's very young. He graduated from school less than a few years ago and was promoted to colonel based on military merit. Such a prominent figure. I don't believe it. Mental power is such a mysterious thing, unseen and untouchable. How can it possibly control a mech? The world is vast. There are all kinds of wonders, brother. In the end, Jiang Li fell asleep gradually on Fengmian's back. The girl's gentle breathing carried warmth against his neck skin, bringing forth a whiff of sweet fragrance, which made him feel a tingle of sweetness deep inside. She's sleeping. Feng Mian used mouth gestures to signal the others traveling ahead to slow down and reduce the bumps during movement. The others also understood and accommodated the two, seeking a hidden cave, and after checking to confirm there were no enemies, settled down here. It was 3 p.m. now, still early. All members of Lingji society planned to rob others in the last few hours. Resting right now was only natural. Jiang Li was utterly exhausted. Her poor stamina was being pushed to its limits, but because she unconsciously found her former feeling while operating the mech, she momentarily forgot herself and didn't fight quickly enough to resolve the situation. In fact, she could have disabled the joint control hubs of the two mechs at the first encounter, but she kept wanting to test Shi Chuan's teaching results, using her original physical condition. In simulated world, her physical condition was set to an ordinary person's standard. This was the first time she controlled a mech using her own bodily constitution, inevitably giving her a mindset for experimentation. Perhaps because she trusted her comrades, she thus fearlessly treated the enemy as training opponents. It seemed like she hadn't fought side by side with anyone like this in such a long time. Jiang Li had a dream. In her dream, she was still the spirited young man in red, surrounded by comrades from the 7th Army in a circle, enthusiastically drinking from their flasks. Her vision was hazy, unable to clearly make out the faces of these people, but she knew that they were her comrades in arms whom she could trust her back to. Their faces bore radiant smiles. "You captain is no good. You're already drunk after just a few sips." Someone laughed loudly and slapped her on the shoulder, only to be pushed away by her discontent. "Go away. Who's no good? It's you. Men can't say they're no good." A nearby voice chimed in, speaking thickly from alcohol consumption, but still shouting in agreement. At that moment, a female's irritated voice approached from afar, startling him into sobriety as he immediately sobered up from his drink. "Indong, Mingyan, you've dragged you captain to drink again. You captain is underage. Do you even know what that means?" "Huh." The woman rolled up her sleeves and grabbed both men by the ears, causing them to squirm helplessly without retaliating. Seeing this, those around scattered in all directions, shielding their faces with looks of betrayal written across them. But the two captured men suffered terribly as they received a scolding from the woman. Meng Yan wouldn't give up, shouting at Jiang Li. "She means you captain isn't even a real man yet." "A real man. Real man. Man. Person. Damn it." Watching as Jiang Li fell into deep confusion, she immediately unleashed a torrent of punches on him. "What? Want to compare manliness with you captain? Don't forget, you captain is far more popular in the military camp than you are. You captain, don't listen to them. Go rest now. I'll take care of these guys. I'll ensure they behave for you." Although Jiang Li's mind was filled with the thought, "Of course I'm not a man," she nodded anyway, giving the woman a grateful smile. The woman visibly hesitated for a moment, then her anger visibly rose again, directed towards the two men. "Look at what you've done. When you captain goes back like this, she might be attacked by so many women. Those shameless ones might do who knows what to you captain." Indong chuckled mischievously. "Isn't that great? It's not you captain who's losing out enjoying such leisure at this age. How nice." As soon as he finished speaking, he was predictably silenced with a slap from the woman. "How dare you? Let me remind you again, you captain is under-age." With an authoritative tone, she threw both men aside and supported Jiang Li's arm, revealing a corner of her white circular jade necklace. Her tone was unusually gentle as she spoke soothingly like to a child. "You captain, let me send you back first. After drinking some hangover remedy, you should sleep. If you continue to heed their encouragement next time, don't bother listening to them." Jiang Li's confused mind obediently nodded as she got up under the woman's support, completely ignoring the other two people. The woman turned back and glared at them, warning, "If you do this again, I'll report you for hiding contraband." After walking a few steps, Jiang Li heard several wails coming from behind. "Brothers, we, two fully virile men, cannot even match the underage you captain. Why is life so cruel? Zhao Yun, that woman is biased. I want the hangover remedy too." In her dazed state, their slurred complaints grew smaller and smaller, until finally fading into silence, leaving Jiang Li alone in the vast emptiness, with not a sound to be heard. She slowly opened her eyes, as light filtered through the cave opening, illuminating the mountainside in front of her. Finally waking from the muddled dream, she was still somewhat bewildered, unsure of what day it was or what she was doing. "Hey Li, you're awake. We were just about to catch fish by the river and roast them. Want to come with us?" Lan Ke's tea-colored braids swayed in front of her, showing off her little thong as she pulled Jiang Li's sleeve and coaxed her cutely. "The water there is so refreshing. Come check it out." "Water?" Jiang Li suddenly realized that she was still in the competition, smiling helplessly and nodding repeatedly. "Then I'll go with you." After waking up, her stamina had recovered significantly. Although starting a fire in the forest might attract enemies, it wasn't something they feared. Besides, they were quite eager to have someone walk straight into their trap. Zhuiyu's wild fruit haul was piled into a small mountain. Isaic's collected branches were neatly arranged to start a fire easily, while Feng Mian and Lan Ke rolled up their trouser legs and were fishing in the river. Feng Mian cleverly used a long wooden stick, sharpening its end with a knife and spearing a fish with each thrust. Although Lan Ke was quick-eyed and fast-handed, the fish were too slippery. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hold on to them. In the end, not only did she get soaked all over, but she also caught nothing. Jiang Li was delighted watching from the side and took out her solar gun, firing a shot into the water. "Kiki, catch it quick." In the end, Kiki managed to haul out a large fish struggling weakly, which was bigger than all the ones Feng Mian had caught combined. She proudly strutted around in front of Feng Mian before hopping off to find Juyu and Asik. Feng Mian pouted. Ollie, you're favoring her. In response to Feng Mian's accusatory complaint, Zhongli grinned mischievously, stuck out her tongue at him, and waded through the clear river barefoot back to the shore, eagerly ready to help gut the fish. Seeing that childish grimace, Feng Mian momentarily froze, then found it amusing. He held his stick with the speared fish high and walked toward the shore, shouting loudly. There's still more over here. The waiting audience online for some action and thrilling moments from the military league stream. Could it be they weren't watching a military league, but rather an episode of Wild Delicacies on the Palate? Is this a vacation? For the first time, I see such a relaxed team in the league. This competition feels too comfortable, making me want to join them in catching fish. With their formidable strength, who would fear starting a fire attracting enemies? It's just joyous timing. Those are all scoreboards delivered straight to them. Ahem, let me sum up this team's combat capabilities. One ranked top last year in the league, no need to elaborate further. One who tore apart a mech single-handedly without even breathing hard. One petite in size, but capable both as a melee fighter and healer, although I haven't seen her heal anyone yet. One whose agility surpasses others, able to face a 6-person team alone, and despite appearing the weakest, a sufferer of heart disease, is not only a sharpshooter, but also a mysterious mech warrior. With this lineup, this is by far the strongest team in the history of the league. This world is too surreal. I'm going home to find my mom. Chapter 78, Preliminary Competition, 7. After evenly distributing the 35 score tokens obtained from this battle and eating their fill, the Lingji team began wandering around the forest, ambushing other teams. Run fast. They're here. They've come to rob us of our score tokens. Alas, another team has been defeated. How many teams have they robbed now? The 8th or 9th? Their collection of tokens could be piled into a mountain by now. Why let them go so easily? What if they harbor resentment and return to ambush you instead? Oh, who can defeat this team? I'll eat feces standing upside down if I'm wrong. That's extreme, my friend, it really is. At 3 a.m., Zhang Li and her team once again claimed some spoils before turning towards an abandoned town to find a house for rest. As time drew closer to the end of the competition, the participants became more frenzied. This was the moment where others were their rich targets, and they themselves were seen as juicy lambs by others, fat enough to make one drool. Before the competition ended at 8 o'clock, they must maintain good physical strength and spirits to prevent being ambushed. Having already slept for a while during the day, Zhang Li volunteered to keep watch for the group while letting them sleep for a few hours to regain their spirit. She sat cross-legged at the doorway, quietly gazing at the boundless night. Judging from their current performance, they were already certain to advance to the next round. Upon reaching that stage, she would step onto the land where the 7 armies once fought with all their might in bloody combat. Even though she knew the planet must have been thoroughly searched several times by the Alliance's army, leaving no trace or clue of the 7 armies behind, still, she held a little hope. With a heavy sigh, she heard someone lower his voice and ask her softly, "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Li suddenly felt this voice was oddly familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. She gave Feng Mian, sitting next to her, a strange look. "Just some random thoughts. Why aren't you sleeping?" Feng Mian pointed near his ear with his distinct fingers and smiled. "First time with hope to enter the semifinals. Too excited to fall asleep. So I decided to stay out and keep you company." It was his first time in the jungle where he wasn't constrained by insects, and the feeling was especially novel, making him devoid of any drowsiness. "So, it's like that." Zhang Li nodded understandingly, then questioned curiously. "You're incredibly skilled, even surpassing many fighters in the competition, so why did you choose auxiliary training over combat?" "Personal preference?" Feng Mian pondered for a moment. "Though my mother was once a member of the Alliance warriors and I spent a period in the military camp, I just don't enjoy being a soldier, nor do I like battlefields. Instead, I'm keen on researching human genes and such mysteries. Sometimes I feel that humans are truly amazing." He turned his head to look at Zhang Li, his eyes brimming with a gentle smile. "Take you. For instance, did you know you're contradictory? Despite your fragile body, you're incredibly strong. Be it defeating a drill instructor in mere seconds, topping the selection contest, or miraculously manipulating a huge mech with her mental power, everything made her genuinely admirable. Even surviving seemed so hard for her, yet she lived better than anyone else." Zhang Li was surprised by his sudden compliment, but didn't act modestly. Her bright smile reflected an enigmatic light in her dark eyes. "Actually, I'm capable of even more astonishing things." Suddenly, a man struggling flew out from behind the ruins, landing heavily at their feet. His eyes bulged wide, hands gripping tightly onto something around his neck, as if strangled by an invisible rope. Feng Mian instinctively incapacitated the enemy with a hand chop and looked stunned at Zhang Li, who was already standing up and dusting herself off. "They need to be woken up." Zhang Li furrowed her brow slightly. "This is a spy. 200 meters away, enemies are approaching. Roughly 50 people." During her watch duty, every 20 minutes she extended her mental energy 300 meters outwards to observe the enemy's movements. Indeed, she discovered a conspiracy among the contestants who wanted to ambush them. This big fat lamb. In total, 9 small teams had gathered, with most being those from whom they'd stolen score tokens. It was unknown how they had negotiated, but in the end, they agreed to cooperate in laying an ambush. If Zhang Li hadn't used her mental power, they might have really fallen victim to their plot. It was 4:30 a.m., still dim and misty. Hearing Zhang Li's news, the team was ready to retreat after getting prepared. That was 50 people, 14 mechs included. Although they were all misfits with lesser capabilities compared to some of the stronger competitors earlier in the day, collectively, their firepower was still concerning. With 3.5 hours left until the end of the competition, it would be foolish to fight head-on. Holding that thought, the members of Lingji quickly fled. They once again entered the easily concealing jungle, avoiding the encirclement of that group of people. How did you know all this, Li? Lanku asked while hiding and didn't forget her curiosity. Hearing this, the other few also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Jiang Li's response. At this moment, Jiang Li was on Zhuoyu's back, carried by him as they ran. She calmly said, "Psychic power. I extended my psychic power 300 meters out and found their movements. However, due to energy restrictions, I can't use it frequently. Can it be used like this?" Feng Mian was astonished, seemingly not expecting Jiang Li to utilize psychic power in such ways, exploring enemy traces, yet being able to materialize as a weapon, pulling out a spy. Proper usage is naturally convenient, but if you want to use it, you should still be cautious. If your concentration hasn't reached the degree of being able to materialize, don't extend your psychic power outside the body. Materialization? Sounds so difficult. What level is your psychic power, Li? Lanku was very interested in this and eagerly wanted to learn from her. Jiang Li thought for a moment and gave an approximate range. When my psychic power was at S level, I could already do it. Meaning her current psychic power was beyond S level? The livestream chat room instantly boiled over. Is the host really exaggerating? There are only a few people in the alliance whose psychic power exceeds S level. If this were true, the school would be eager to proclaim it everywhere. How could she remain so unknown? Undeniable, the host has achieved the materialization of psychic power. If it wasn't for the host bringing it up, I wouldn't have known that this term even existed. The official forum of SimilWorld once had a big shot explain this ability to materialize psychic power. Let me go find the link for you. Suddenly, I feel this world seems mystical. I don't believe psychic power can be used in this way unless I see a video proving it. If psychic power can materialize into any shape, wouldn't that mean one can use whatever weapon they fancy with ease? The bullet chats went wild discussing the issue of psychic power materialization, including many doubts. However, Jiang Li couldn't see these. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. When she released her psychic power to probe the enemies again, she found those people were just like having eyes glued on them, tightly following behind. Wait. Jiang Li indicated for everyone to stop and was also placed down by Zhuoyu. She looked serious, looking toward the woods behind them. Soon, she sighed. Prepare for battle. They've put trackers on the score tokens. The score tokens had long been distributed cleanly among the group. They didn't know whether just one or several had trackers, and who possessed which in their backpacks. In this way, even splitting up might end up in being surrounded, so team warfare felt safer. Jiang Li voluntarily stood behind the tree trunk, took out a sniper rifle she had picked before, and aimed at the shadowy black objects in the forest. Others, realizing there were trackers, knew wherever they hid, they would be found, thus boldly standing in the center, waiting for the enemy's attack. Lanku took out her silver double hammers and casually played with them. Zhuoyu quickly sat inside the cockpit of the mech, adjusting various values of the mech. Esk's arms sank forcefully downwards, and the wrist guards turned into tiger claw knuckle gloves covered in liquid metal, slightly shimmering with metallic light. Feng Mian took out 2 big swords, clumsily swinging them twice as if trying to get familiar with the feel. Although Jiang Li was curious why he didn't choose his usual weapons, she knew it wasn't the time to ask, keeping her eyes tightly on the rustling deep woods, suddenly firing a shot. Boom! The large black object stumbled and fell. That was a mech. The pilot of the mech, whose leg had been shot off in one gun, seemed rather panicked, fumbling and wanting to stand up, but clumsily broke several trees, knocking down allies gathered nearby. Zhuoyu charged forward first, drawing fire and giving his companions time to close in. Suddenly bombs burst forth, flames lit up the sky, yet their pathetic aim couldn't touch the shield of Zhuoyu's mech even a bit. Zhuoyu was somewhat relieved. Not everyone was like a Lith. What you aim at, you hit. Not far away, Jiang Li, who disabled another mech with 4 shots. Sigh, her arms hurt. It would be nice if she could borrow another mech to play with. There was sudden turmoil within the enemy ranks. Originally, some time ago Feng Mian and others had already rushed into the crowd, madly reaping heads. Common knowledge, blood is green. No, blood is clearly yellow. What are you talking about? Isn't blood blue? Let me tell you a joke. Someone told me today that their blood was red. Ha. Oh my goodness, isn't blood pink? This is impressive. The only team in so many seasons of the league that could rally 9 small teams and more than 50 people against them. We mourn for the host. Mourn my ass. I don't believe the host team will lose. From afar, it seemed Jiang Li heard Feng Mian's teasing words. Kiki, come give me some healing. My arm got a little scratched. Without thinking, Lanku swung her hammer to the side. Heal your grandpa. I need to deal damage. Jiang Li. Behind the two, Esk was even more brutal. He was like a human reaper machine. Wherever he went, people fell in chaos. Mechanical weapons and devices were torn apart and thrown on the ground as if they were worthless, still sparking with electric light. Zhuoyu single-handedly had more than 10 mechs spinning around him, and in no time, several smoking mechs fell to the ground, unable to rise. Jiang Li focused on finding cover to shoot from, switching to the photon energy gun when the sniper rifle ran out of bullets, taking down 1 target per shot. There were indeed a few skilled fighters, but for this group, they were merely slightly more troublesome. Still, with their large numbers, and other teams nearby watching the commotion waiting to pick up scraps, the situation was a bit challenging. Just as Jiang Li was pondering whether she should cleanly clear the field and then leave the rest of the time entirely to her teammates, she felt a sudden coolness at her neck. Someone had placed a dagger against her throat. Chapter 79, Strange Person. It's not just you who know how to hide, you know. The young girl's sweet fragrance wafted over from the other person, and her soft voice rang in Jiang Li's ears. The familiar tone caused her to pause. This person, Liang Liang. Wow, when did she get so close? As expected, there are many talented people among this year's contestants. A little careless there. This is the rhythm of being threatened. Do you think the others will be forced because the streamer was captured? This is when abandoning the streamer would be the wisest decision. We can't let one person drag down the other four, right? She's still on the same team though. It would be pretty inhumane if they left her like that. Fisk, humans are all selfish and self-interested. If one doesn't look out for oneself, heaven itself will destroy them. Moreover, it's easy to choose between 1 and 4. Any kid knows which side to pick. Isn't the streamer's mental force materialization pretty impressive? Why doesn't she use it? Show us already. It's quite suspicious about her abilities if she could be caught so easily. That's a bit too presumptuous there. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? There's nothing easy about it. You'd probably end up as cannon fodder within the first minute if you tried. Some people just like talking nonsense. Once the shooter gets caught, it's hard for them to escape again. Streamer, you're in danger. It's clear the streamer has been a burden on this small team. There's no denying the girl's stealth ability was very successful. Jiang Li hadn't released her mental force and thus didn't notice the unwelcome guest, leading to her falling into the girl's hands. Under these circumstances, she still had the presence of mind to imagine how her father might have felt when he got caught. No one had ever managed to capture Jiang Yu, much less use him to threaten others. As Jiang Li's successor, she always managed to resolve dangerous situations until now. A first occurrence, somewhat novel. Hey, take a look at your little teammate over there. The dagger pressed lightly against Jiang Li's throat slid forward slightly, leaving a streak of blood on her neck. Upon seeing this scene, Zhui Yu and the others immediately stopped their movements. The rest who narrowly escaped death quickly scurried away more than 5 meters from them, forming a circle while eyeing them warily. What kind of monsters were these? Even the auxiliary members were so powerful. Why are you glaring at me like that? I didn't mean to, but with you guys being so strong, we had to find a weak point, right? With nonchalance, the girl endured the stern glances of several individuals and looked rather pleased, as if points were practically within her grasp. The four stared fixedly at the dagger and the blood mark on Jiang Li's neck, fearing any further action. If eliminated here, Jiang Li would fail to advance to the semifinals. She usually appeared indifferent to everything, showing no interest in anything. She seemed soft, making people question whether she actually liked anything at all. But this was the first time they saw Jiang Li so determined to achieve something, fervently and steadfastly. It made even Feng Mian, originally uninterested in the league, want to accompany her and level up together. Was it all going to come to naught now? Their brows furrowed as they pondered why they weren't able to stay by her side. At this distance, even Zhui Yu, closest to her, couldn't act fast enough to rescue her from under the blade. Yet Jiang Li herself barely registered the pain. She turned her head absent-mindedly and spoke calmly. It's you. The seemingly harmless girl who had asked her to meet Lu Shi on the rooftop. A dimple faintly appeared on the cheek of the girl, surprised at her calmness even in this situation. She smiled. Yeah, it's me. I really don't understand how a woman like you, so frail and dependent, managed to survive the preliminaries. Having such a great group of teammates must be nice. Her words clearly implied Jiang Li had relied heavily on her teammates, raising an eyebrow at this accusation. This girl seemed hostile towards her. Had she offended her before? Thinking back, aside from the rooftop incident, they'd never met. This hostility seemed to stem from somewhere else entirely. What do you even want? Lanka stamped her foot in anger, ready to yell if it weren't for Jiang Li being held hostage. Ailey was clearly very capable. To call her actions parasitic was infuriating. Feng Mian took a step forward, coldly ordering. Let her go, and all our score plates are yours. Feng Mian had never shown a serious expression publicly, but when his face darkened, it truly sent shivers down the spine. Zhui Yu intended to emerge from his mech, but noticed Jiang Li's subtle signal. His expression faltered, and he ceased moving. In broad daylight, the girl showed no sign of fear. Blinking, she began fiddling the dagger around Jiang Li's neck. Would you give up all your score plates just to keep her? They're not hired bodyguards paid for by some billionaire's daughter, are they? Seeing Jiang Li's indifferent expression, she seemed to find it uninteresting, and thus smiled, saying, Are score plates enough? You've injured so many of us, we should get some revenge, shouldn't we? Before Feng Mian or the others could respond, Jiang Li sighed instead, drawing the girl's attention with the obvious sound. Do you ever suddenly hate yourself for being utterly useless, unable to even lift a finger in defense? Why do you deserve his special attention? There are so many people at school better than you. Why does Instructor Sherchuan specifically notice someone like you? The last sentence was barely audible. Jiang Li didn't catch it. She just suddenly understood her father's thoughts back then. He didn't want the alliance to be threatened because of him, so he had prepared to die. If I die, the alliance, comrades, family won't be used by the enemy to threaten anyone because of my existence. Even if he suffered severe injuries and couldn't commit suicide himself, when a person really wants to die completely, nothing can stop them. So she sighed deeply. But she wasn't actually powerless. Jiang Li paid no mind to the blood flowing from her neck or the dagger hovering above it. She quietly looked at her teammates encircled within their ranks and smiled brightly. 5 minutes. Some were already thinking of taking advantage of the situation where Ili's group couldn't fight back, but as soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, They were all slammed onto the ground by an immense pressure, unable even to lift their heads. A quick glance revealed that among her allies, only those 5 weren't pressed to the ground by this invisible force. The rest simply lost any desire to resist. An overwhelming wave of energy radiated outward from Zhongli, so vast and thick that it felt as though the air itself had frozen. This formidable mental force weighed down on everyone like a mountain, almost suffocating them. The dagger clattered to the ground with a metallic ring, and Zhongli stepped back to face the girl lying helplessly on the ground, a fierce glint flashing in her dark eyes. Wanting payback? You don't deserve it. She faintly raised her gaze, reiterating to the few who were stunned by her unexpected show of power and had forgotten to even grab their weapons. 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. She could only hold out for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, she'd truly be done for. Understanding instantly, grins broke out on their faces as they chuckled. Got it. No need for 5 minutes. We'll handle it. Okay. Within less than 5 minutes, they sent each of these opponents out of the game, not forgetting to confiscate their pitiful score plates. Zhongli also shot that unknown girl out of the match with one shot, showing no interest in questioning her identity. Be it arrogance or disdain for others, she feared no malice from anyone. Moreover, she had plenty of money, not meant for show. Though she usually wasn't extravagant or wasteful, she wouldn't hesitate to spend some cash investigating someone's background. Warning ahead. Grass, grass, grass. Grass. Tell me this isn't the streamer's mental force? The legendary, awe-inspiring pressure of cultivation masters. Cool. The streamer coldly smirks. 5 minutes. Crawl for me. Suddenly silly. Even if it lasts only 5 minutes, it's still incredibly awesome. Totally overpowered. How foolish to provoke this grim figure. Is she dead yet? More than 50 people rendered immobile by a single move. Mages casting a mass control spell. Both sniper extraordinaire and mage with controlling abilities. This team is truly invincible. Zhongli ended the competition entirely slumped on Isuk's back. Each member of the small team averaged more than 600 points. Adding the scores from the selection matches made Zhongli deservedly ranked first place. This champion lay in bed for an entire day, recovering before mustering the strength to turn on her optical brain and hire a few regular hackers to investigate the female's identity. Just as she idly flicked through messages, an unread one caught her eye. Slender. Was it the mysterious person who previously sent her specific details about the 7 military forces? Eagerly opening the message, there was only a star name and address. Y7, F2, Skyline City. After contemplating for a while, she decisively contacted the spacecraft company, setting departure 3 days later. No matter this person's intention or what they know, she wouldn't pass up this possible chance to meet them in person. She wanted to learn more detailed information about the 7 military forces. The notification sound of a new message pulled Zhongli out of her reverie. Sorry it's late by a day. Congratulations little Zhongli for being the champion of the preliminary round, /celebration, /confetti. It was Chuan. Zhongli burst into laughter. This guy, obviously already a full-fledged colonel and a former instructor, was how immature? Our agreed present. Please send it. I'm waiting for it. After waiting for a while and not receiving a reply, Zhongli closed her optical brain and lay back in bed. Even being so busy, he still took the time to send her a message. She didn't know what to say about him. She hoped his mission went smoothly. Zhongli suddenly wondered how Ming Tsang had managed to show up just in time when she might be in danger. Looking at the bounty hunter who stood tensely in front of her, silent and uncommunicative, she was utterly puzzled. A small head with big questions. JPG. This was her 7th day on Y7, F2, Skyline City. Having been unable to find anyone or any leads, she was almost ready to give up and return to the capital planet. But unexpectedly, early that morning, she was led to a sparsely populated suburban area, where she now stared down her mysterious guide eye to eye. Since she didn't know the man's identity or purpose, Zhongli was planning to go along with his scheme and figure out his plans. Suddenly, Ming Tsang appeared and shielded her behind him. The hooded man in black said nothing, merely gazing silently at Zhongli as if ignoring Ming Tsang altogether. Just as the patience of both parties was running thin, he stepped forward, moving slowly with a strange mechanical quality. Zhongli immediately grew suspicious. Chapter 80, CP, shipping or not. The man in black was completely wrapped up tightly without a gap, making it impossible for anyone to see his true face. He walked to within a step of the two people, stretched out his hand, and extended the object he was holding forward. When Zhongli saw the full appearance of that thing, her pupils contracted. Ignoring Ming Tsang's attempts to stop her, she snatched the object, a light brain that, despite its dilapidated state, was obviously unique. It was the modified light brain that Yin Dong had once treasured beyond measure. Before she could ask any questions, the man spoke first. Wuyan Star, Yin Dong's home. There are some things inside you can take a look at. His unhidden metallic voice caused those who heard it to frown immediately. S91. L11. Don't go there, he said before turning around and leaving briskly without further ado. Who exactly are you? Just as Zhongli finished speaking, Ming Tsang quickly grabbed the man's hood with great reflexes, revealing his silver-white mechanical skull. A robot. In a daze, the light in the robot's eyes suddenly dimmed, causing him to stand motionless as if his power source had been cut off, shutting down automatically. Zhongli's mind felt like mush as she stared blankly at this robot, unsure for a long moment what she should do. Who was the person behind all this? What did they want? Why did they give her Yin Dong's keepsakes? Though all this mysterious person had done thus far was deliver messages to her, it didn't mean this shadowy figure wasn't dangerous. Regardless, whether the information was real or false, how could she find out without checking? She would visit S91, L11 Star, and also Indon's hometown. After carefully wrapping the light brain in a cloth and keeping it close to her, she tugged on Ming Tsong's sleeve, looking up and smiling. Ming Tsong, since we're here anyway, will you stay and have fun with me for a few days? He always seemed to come and go hastily, appearing only in dangerous situations, his secretive nature sparking her curiosity. Why not act as my bodyguard? That way, you won't need to keep hiding from me. Under Jiang Li's persistent persuasion, listing out all pros and cons, Ming Tsong finally nodded. As always, his words were scarce. This did nothing to dampen her enthusiasm. Do you have a place to stay here? How about moving into my villa for these couple of days? It's spacious and quiet, with no one around. Her assets span almost the entire Federation, but she doesn't reside permanently in every house. Each of them is maintained by various cleaning robots specifically designed for the task. Although she hired an expensive manager to help her manage her vast assets, with so much on his plate arranging her daily trivialities, she didn't think it worth troubling him to fly over just for playing with her. Lucky to have met someone ready-made. After relentless persuasion and analysis of advantages and disadvantages by Jiang Li, Ming Tsong finally agreed. He cleared his throat lightly, as if trying to suppress laughter, but when Jiang Li looked over, with the mask shielding him, he appeared stoic and silent as ever. On their way back, sitting in her understated but spacious luxury car, Jiang Li kept glancing intermittently at Ming Tsong's profile. His eyes were deep and calm, like obsidian stones. Jiang Li wasn't exaggerating. Her villa was filled with a cold, mechanical atmosphere because it wasn't frequently inhabited. Even though she had already lived there for a week, the house hadn't taken on a human touch at all. This place was more like a high-end special hotel. It all felt the same wherever she stayed. Over the next 3 days, not only was Jiang Li unable to play to her heart's content, but she also faced repeated kidnappings and conspiracies from unidentified individuals, all of which were thwarted by her diligent bodyguard and handed over to the police station. Having left in haste and forgetting to cover her tracks, Jiang Li deeply regretted it. Watching Ming Tsong's back as he dragged the fourth group of would-be kidnappers to the police station, her lips buzzed as she murmured a name, her bright eyes narrowing into a crescent moon shape. Observations complete, it was time for her to head back. As expected, upon reaching the capital star, Ming Tsong bid her farewell. Jiang Li then hired workers to carry souvenirs large and small, notifying her friends of her return. Since she claimed she was searching for someone on this trip, even though her companions worried, none of them accompanied her. Distributing the gifts, she sent the ones meant for Tian-Yi to her home. Only then did Jiang Li return to her apartment and log into her gaming account, and used for a long while. As soon as she logged in, she received a letter from Shone. The message time dated back to the day she was still competing in reality. Wasn't he doing missions? How did he manage to log into the game? Sighing, Jiang Li opened the message. I heard you haven't been happy recently, and your smiles have lessened. Is it because I'm not there? Don't rush to deny it. I've practically been wanted throughout the whole game. Pat on the head, GPJ. I'll be back. Jiang Li was utterly perplexed. What did he mean by being wanted throughout the whole game? Could something odd have come up on the official forum again? And she'd been wearing a mask the entire time without taking it off. Who could possibly tell she hadn't smiled once? What? Can they see through objects now? Meanwhile, the dynamic emoticon for pat on the head featured a Q version of a military uniform-wearing boy gently petting a round and fluffy white ball of fur, stroking it from its head to the nape of its neck. As his hands passed over the little creature's tiny ears, the dainty ears twitched. Wasn't that the infant form of the swallow cloud beast? Who knew where he had gotten such an expression pack so completely out of character with him? Though rendered speechless, Jiang Li quietly clicked to save it. Seeing his last message seemed as though he had left something unsaid, she instinctively replied. When you come back, how about another match? I'm down. Just don't make me wait too long. How about a mech battle this time? It would be a good way to test my students' learning progress. As usual, there was no response, but Jiang Li wasn't perturbed. She went straight to the official forum, which she had stayed away from for 2 months, wanting to know what had happened inside. Had she not taken a look, it wouldn't have been so serious, but after one glance, it opened up an entirely new world. All sorts of things were posted on the forum like Hunger CP or Jadestone CP, fans of different couples rolling around cutely, demanding more fluff. Countless video edits popped up in various sections recommendations. In those videos, only Liu and Shone appeared, their everyday combat clips and footage filmed by bystanders edited together. They either came with voiceovers by professional netizens or original character audio, alongside snippets cut from other TV dramas and movies where actor faces weren't visible, giving the entire video a very flirtatious vibe. The suggestive scenes and dialogues sparked boundless imagination, pink bubbles floating all over the screen. With their high looks and fame within the virtual world niche, these videos skyrocketed in popularity. As soon as any of them was opened, they filled with comments from CP fans and passersby alike. Recently, someone had posted several clear close-up screenshots of her during a training arena match after using her mech. The post delved into detailed analysis just from the angles of her eyebrows and facial contour, concluding, "Our idol isn't smiling anymore. He's unhappy. Why? Shone isn't around." Then, all the forum's fans began urging Shone to return and accompany his wife lest this beauty get stolen by someone else. Jiang Li. Too much nonsense, leaving her speechless. Who could steal her? Her previous defeated rivals? Oh no, never mind. The real issue is, who's his wife? Stop watching these weirdly paired CP editing videos. She slowly covered her cheeks, slightly heated from watching those videos, hiding her face in her hands without saying a word. So, Sharon saw those videos and posts on the forum before sending her a message in-game? Thinking Sharon had seen these types of CP videos, Zhongli felt as if she was going to burst into flames. Though she indeed had been a bit down due to Sharon's absence, the public disclosure of her mood by online observers made her lose face altogether. She couldn't even imagine how that mischievous guy must be laughing at her behind her back for knowing this. Moreover, some videos were edited so skillfully that after watching once, one felt compelled to watch again, unable to stop. Even knowing it was all fabricated, she still couldn't help but become a fan of this CP pairing herself. Zhongli, I ship my own CP. Wondering what Sichuan thought upon seeing these videos? Would he feel the same way as her? She could only blame the skilled editors among the netizens, creating such strong CP vibes. Comforting herself this way, she cautiously stretched out a hand, clicking to open one video again, sitting upright, and watching until her earlobes and neck turned red. Sichuan, come back quick. Only then could she use Li Yu's guys to provide material for the viewership to edit videos. She wanted to binge-watch these couple videos. After marathoning all the CP-related videos on the forum until her satisfaction, Zhongli laid on the sofa, lost in thought, feeling the mild ache in her chest due to an accelerated heart rate. This pain abruptly brought her back to reality. Dazed, she slowly touched her chest. What was she thinking just now? Her cheerful CP-shiping moment suddenly plummeted, making it hard for her to catch her breath. The unintentional upward curve at the corner of her lips stiffened when Zhongli realized this, looking somewhat rigid. Since whenever she thought of Sichuan, she would subconsciously smile. They'd only known each other for a few months, and their interactions were not frequent. Thinking about it, Zhongli was startled to find out that she already had so many memories with Sichuan, each of them crystal clear in her mind. She still owed him 3 favors for saving her life. The image of a critically ill patient suddenly sitting up in shock. Her feelings now? Could it be because of the suspension bridge effect? No, that's not right. Ming Song had saved her several times too, but she didn't think about Ming Song every day. No. Zhongli shook her head fiercely like a lunatic. This feeling needed to be suppressed immediately. She couldn't let it run wild. How could she possibly fall for someone given her physical condition? One emotional outburst, and she'd have to go to the hospital. Was she trying to die or just tired of living? She suddenly couldn't smile anymore. Good thing Sichuan wasn't around now. If he were, she'd have to figure out ways to avoid him, so as not to let this emotion continue to grow. Speaking of which, aside from being lazy and not always serious, Sichuan had no major flaws, only a plethora of strengths. Tall, handsome, and a genius, with a high position and a bright future ahead of him. Not extravagant or vengeful, yet friendly like a next-door older brother. No wonder both male and female students alike viewed him as the ideal partner, all vying for a chance to speak with him. From this perspective, she was just going with the flow. But in the end, she was different from them. Jiang Li's eyes darkened, a red storm brewing at the bottom, eventually calming into a dead pool of water. That girl in the preliminary competition. According to the data, she was known as one of the famous girlfriend fans of Coach Sichuan. Perhaps because she saw Jiang Li and Sichuan getting too close, she targeted her? Though Jiang Li didn't care, if others had noticed the closeness between her and Coach Sichuan, they should probably still be cautious. After all, Sichuan would eventually fall in love someday. Chapter 81, The Internet Storm. Captain Yu. Someone was shouting, roaring, and screaming in a desperate attempt to awaken that person's senses, but could only watch helplessly as the blood-soaked red-clothed youth knelt on the charred ground, losing consciousness. Around the young man were scattered broken corpses of enemy troops, still retaining warmth. The surviving enemies, even when facing the incapacitated youth, remained exceptionally wary, hesitating at 50 meters away, unsure whether to advance. Zhang Yu had alone intimidated millions of enemy troops, establishing a defensive line by force, securing 8 hours of time for the alliance, allowing his comrades to await reinforcements and enter the battlefield ahead of schedule. More than 20 soldiers rushed forward faster than anyone else. They were like the wind, arriving in the blink of an eye before Zhang Yu, who had lost consciousness yet was still struggling not to fall, surrounding him to offer protection. Chao Yun, take Captain Yu back to the rear. Hearing this, the female soldier who had supported the back of Zhang Yu's head and fed him a pill immediately took decisive action, supporting their unconscious captain, nodded to her comrades, and sprinted toward the base. Once it was confirmed that Zhang Yu could still be saved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when facing the menacing gaze of the enemy army, an intense killing aura erupted around them. These more than 20 people once again became the nightmare of the enemy soldiers. They were like ghosts, unpredictable and invincible. Step by step, following the tempo of soul-seizing music, they drove the enemies to the abyss. They madly tore open a bloody path for the tens of thousands of comrades behind them. This was Army Unit 7. Even with only more than 20 people, their combat strength equaled that of an entire army. All around was silent. The intermittent winds carried smoke from trees that had been burned, spreading and invading the hearts of everyone. Amidst the wind was the audacious smell of gunpowder and the grotesque taste of blood. The scent of death on this land was so strong, as if all living things were withering. Grief and departure permeated among the people. Cries and prayers were pale and powerless, and intense hatred surged within, resembling a piece of iron heated until glowing red, scalding hot, burning a hideous hole into the soul. The ground all around was filled with shell craters and scattered corpses, ours and theirs, interlaced and piled up together. Shell casings were everywhere, mixed with broken limbs blown apart by explosions. Thick smoke billowed in patches. Everything was broken and scattered. When Jiang Yu finally opened his eyes on a hastily built sickbed, holding his chest, pale-faced, struggling to get out of bed, he heard the news that Jiang Cheng had suffered a recurrence of his old injury on the battlefield and had been captured by the enemy. He immediately saw black spots before his eyes, almost falling off the bed. By then, the largest battle between the Alliance and the Scanters thus far had ended in victory, but the opposing side still had such an ace up their sleeve. They sent envoys to contact the upper levels of the Alliance, indicating their willingness to sign a peace treaty, not invading for 1,000 years, and returning all captives, with one condition: disabling Jiang Yu's martial abilities completely to console the sorrow of the Scanter Star Lord for losing his son. Jiang Yu, though still recovering from severe injuries, insisted on participating in the conference room meeting as a brigadier general leading the main force of the war. When everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards him, his figure stiffened, his pale fingers gripping tightly onto the table edge, veins clearly protruding. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire room. Everyone waited for Jiang Yu to speak up, which showed that they had already silently acknowledged the demands of the Scanter envoy. Is exchanging the talent of one person for temporary peace across the whole Alliance a bad deal? The holographic projections of the higher-ups present didn't think it was a loss. Jiang Yu didn't think it was a loss either. His seriously wounded father couldn't wait. The warriors of the Alliance couldn't wait. He had to make a decision now. Or maybe even his decision didn't matter much. It would be better if he agreed. But if he refused, the Alliance had many ways to make him agree. Yes. This single word that had been lingering in his throat was painfully uttered, feeling like millions of needles pricking his vocal cords. His originally clear and resonant voice was now hoarse, as if having rubbed against stones. He stepped silently out of the conference room, quietly pushing open the gate of the training grounds where Unit 7 was located, seeing his worried comrades waiting anxiously for the news while pretending to be lazy during training. He suddenly revealed a weak smile. Captain Yu, you're back. Captain Yu, how did it go? How did the negotiations turn out? Are they willing to cease fire? How is the general? Will he be released? Did they get scared by our heroic appearance and will never dare to invade again? Captain Yu, even Army Unit 7, whose fighting power far surpassed ordinary soldiers, longed for peace. As they asked questions, their shining eyes made Jiang Yu feel a sudden stab of pain in his heart. Surrounded by his comrades, the young man could do nothing but patiently answer each of their questions. The Alliance has signed a peace treaty with the Scanters, agreeing to no invasion or counter-invasion within 1,000 years. Rest assured, with the politicians arguing for reason, the general will be back in no time. The peace we once hoped for has been realized. This was also the peace he had once hoped for. The last sentence carried a bittersweet tone that his overjoyed comrades didn't catch. They simply cheered and laughed loudly, shouting, "We've won. No more fighting." No longer would they have to watch lives slip away. No longer would they live on edge, fearing they'd be left behind on the battlefield, never to return. It is human instinct to cherish life. Warm beams of light shone behind Jiang Yu, enveloping him in thick shadows. Amidst the swirling darkness, he flashed a brilliant smile. "Tonight, how about we drink and celebrate?" The few members of Unit 7 exchanged glances for a moment before suddenly bursting into cheers. "Yes, Captain Yu, as the greatest hero this time, you should drink more. Ha ha ha, let's get thoroughly drunk tonight. Captain Yu, you're spoiling them again, and you're not even of age yet. Ah, what's the big deal? Captain Yu isn't far from adulthood. Occasional drinking doesn't matter, right, Captain Yu?" Captain Yu, facing the noisy comrades, Jiang Yu responded warmly with a smile. "Yes, I turn legal age in 5 years, which isn't so far away. But, Captain Yu, you've turned naughty and learned sarcasm. Ha 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 ha, Captain Yu isn't far from adulthood yet." The golden red light gradually disappeared into the shadows, its radiance vanishing entirely. On the second morning, Jiang Yu, who had suffered a hangover, was escorted into a dark chamber by his mother holding a bowl of warm medicinal soup. She said, "I'm sorry, but I love your father more than I love you." That handsome, obstinate youth put on his favorite red robe early in the morning, tied up his long hair, and silently accepted the only warmth his mother had shown him in decades. Injected with spiritual force suppressants and poison sent by the Scanters, he lay inside a monitored dark chamber, enduring and struggling painfully until his body trembled, yet making not a single sound. It was his final dignity as a genius lieutenant general. His meridians broke inch by inch, his senses slowly fading, as if his consciousness itself was being stolen away by the toxins. There was no light, no sound, only the cold metallic scent filling every breath. It felt like a deep, bottomless swamp, where stepping in meant endless suffocation and darkness. From the darkness came the voices of the Scanter envoy and the upper levels of the Alliance, including a woman's voice. "I hear your Alliance has something called spiritual energy?" "Even the spiritual energy. Commander Lu Yun, as the mother of Jiang Yu, what do you think?" "I agree." As these voices faded, another sound crept in, growing louder and louder. It seemed like someone laughing, or perhaps crying. Suddenly, an enormous alarm blared across the entire base. Pale-faced soldiers rushed in with news. "Report. Jiang Li's mental energy has gone berserk." "Report. A mysterious 1-meter radius black hole has appeared at the center of the base." "Report. Jiang Yu fell into the space-time black hole." Footsteps, shouts, alarms. Amidst all the chaos, the sounds of Unit 7 were especially clear. "Where's Captain Yu? He hasn't come out yet." Did you see Lieutenant General Jiang Yu Jiang? Captain Yu, where are you? Captain Yu. The video suddenly changed from blackness to color, showing scenes like a flipbook of Jiang Yu's past battlefields. A young boy running through artillery fire, rescuing panicked, innocent citizens beneath ruins and near collapsing buildings. He smiled gently at elderly people looking despairingly immobilized, and patiently embraced crying children unfamiliar with the world, delivering countless people caught off guard by the sudden expansion of battle zones to safe bases. He always seemed to be smiling, his kind golden red eyes curved like crescent moons, filled with infinite vitality and hope. On training grounds, he horseplayed with companions. During gatherings, he sneaked a strong drink and passed out immediately afterward. And in the base, he was chased awkwardly by a group of passionate women. He stood in front of everyone, supporting a sky for them with his thin frame alone. And all of the youth's laughter and presence halted abruptly within that dim, silent room. Captain Yu. As if there were still those screaming endlessly for their young lieutenant general, refusing to give up no matter what. The end of Volume 3. For blood-red characters stood proudly at the center of the screen, shocking hearts. Your Captain Yu will not return. Netizens who watched the video had their fingers placed on virtual keyboards but could press nothing down, sobbing uncontrollably. An invisible silence blanketed their minds, heavy and raw, pressing until it became hard to breathe. What could possibly be said? They wanted to say a few words, but felt their language was terrifyingly inadequate. This was the battlefield. A bloody, frighteningly realistic battlefield. It had been a month since the last video, and many netizens were waiting on the homepage of this mysterious updo for the next episode. His sense of time seemed very strong, as the video was released right on schedule, plunging everyone who clicked to watch into endless silence. After an extreme silence filled with overwhelming pressure, came an extreme madness. No one thought it possible for the young boy to survive after falling into a black hole full of space storms. First floor. So Jiang Yu, he died like this. Second floor. Why didn't anyone tell us how amazing of a youth he truly was? Third floor. The best Jiang Yu in the entire world. Fourth floor. Damn it. I can't let go of this unresolved ending. I don't believe he's dead. There must be more in the next episode. He has to be fine. Fifth floor. Our young general, who wasn't even an adult yet, ended up dying at the hands of the very alliance he cherished so much. Sixth floor. Jiang Yu is only 20 years old. He was so young. He didn't even get a chance to attend school. How could they have the heart? How dare they? Seventh floor. So that fabricated charge of betrayal came about this way? Since Jiang Yu lost control of his mental energy during torture and fell into a black hole, leaving no remains, they simply declared him a traitor? Are these people even human? Chapter 82. Breaking into a house at night. 746th floor. When Jiang Yu agreed to the disgusting condition to find his comrades in arms, I was already sobbing like an idiot. We had such a great Major General. How could we bear to see the loss of the sparkle in his eyes? 747th floor. Jiang Yu is truly gentle. After leaving the meeting room, he still acted as if nothing had happened while laughing and joking with the 7th Army. I clearly saw that he was so sad he was almost crying. How did his comrades not notice? 748th floor. From a rational perspective, whether it be the Alliance or Jiang Yu, their choices were correct. Honestly speaking, if it were you, on one side there are the beliefs you've waited your entire life for and your closest relatives. On the other side is your talent. Which would you choose? 749th floor. But the high-ranking officials of the Alliance should not have placed such a criminal charge on Jiang Yu. What has he done wrong? 750th floor. He said he's willing. For the sake of the Alliance he's willing. For the sake of his family he's willing. For the sake of his comrades in arms he's willing. But why? Doesn't he think of himself? 751st floor. At the height of his proud youth, how could he endure becoming a cripple? Such a death might just be the best ending for Jiang Yu. 752nd floor. Jiang Yu is really amazing, coming and going freely within the ranks of millions. He is truly a war god of the new generation. Unfortunately, this war god was eliminated by the Alliance themselves. 753rd floor. I originally thought Jiang Yu would die on the battlefield. Who would have thought he'd end up dying in a black hole? Huh, what a cruel twist of fate. 754th floor. The greatest pain in the world isn't never having had something, but rather suddenly losing it after having obtained it. 755th floor. Crying into a teary mess. That flamboyant and unrestrained Captain Yu will now forever be gone. 756th floor. Jiang Yu's mother was completely unreasonable. I originally thought her love with war god Jiang Cheng was admirable, but now, I can't help but find it repulsive. 757th floor. If only Jiang Yu were uglier, more villainous, had more scandals, it wouldn't make us so heartbroken and indignant. 758th floor. You see him smiling, but you don't realize he's crying inside. 759th floor. Lu Yun may be a wonderful lover, a perfect wife, but she doesn't deserve to be a mother. On what grounds did she easily make the decision for Jiang Yu? That mental strength belongs to Jiang Yu, something he painstakingly honed step by step. It's his precious treasure. She forced Jiang Yu into that terrifying place with a medicine even after he agreed. Can she still be considered a mother? 760th floor. I actually liked this commander originally. Regardless of the time, Lu Yun always remained calm, issuing the most accurate commands to help the army achieve victory. But in this matter, she treated her child as a pawn instead of a family member. I completely cannot agree with her. 761st floor. Since she loves her husband more, why did she even give birth to a child? Ahak, I'm so angry. 762nd floor. Sigh. Everyone in the family is gone now. What's the point of saying these things anymore? 763rd floor. WAAH. The greatest Jiangyu is now gone from the world. 764th floor. After watching the video, I really feel as though 10,000 grass mud horses are galloping through my mind. Someone madly at the official account of the alliance's upper echelons, demanding an explanation. Some marketing accounts started releasing article after article about Jiangyu, analyzing how much this young man contributed to the alliance before his death. Why agree to such a treaty? Why hide the truth from the public? Why label Jiangyu as a traitor in the end? Under the official account of the alliance, countless netizens swarmed in, questioning, condemning, and ridiculing. The responsible official was frantically trying to remove that root of all evil video, but just like before, they couldn't do a thing against the other party. Trav Morton, who personally heard the sound of Jiangyu from the video, clenched his teeth angrily. Who? These surveillance videos and battle records were supposedly wiped out clean by him. How could they suddenly appear now? One rising and increasingly influential Colonel Shirchuan in the military was enough to give him headaches, and now he had to deal with these kinds of trouble. Damn it, if he catches the person causing the mischief, he'll make them wish they were dead. When Jiangli saw this video, it was the second night when the network sentiment reached its peak. Looking at the experiences of her past self through another person's identity was like watching a stranger. Her inner world was calm like an ancient well, without any ripples, seemingly detached from the events, but the faint pain lingering in her body hinted at the harrowing history she once endured. She sat there in a daze for a long time, until the sudden howling wind outside her window startled her. She got up and walked around her bed, intending to close the half-open window. A tall shadow quickly passed through the apartment's security alarm system without triggering any alerts. As if it were just a gust of wind, he burst in from the window without giving Jiangli any time to react, immediately pulling her into his arms. Since Shirchuan had broken into her apartment last time, she had registered his information into the apartment's security system. Even though she didn't see his face clearly due to the speed, Jiangli could instantly tell it was Shirchuan. He hurriedly entered with the evening breeze and moonlight, embracing her tightly before she could even react. Jiangli, stunned, buried her head against his chest and heard his heart pounding like a war drum. Thump thump. Each beat was like a heavy hammer striking on her heart, causing a sharp pain. His body carried the smell of gunpowder partially blown away by the wind, and despite his neat clothing, she could still detect a faint trace of blood on him. T-Che, what are you doing here? Are you injured? Why do you smell? The remaining words were swallowed as Shirchuan tightened his embrace. Jiangli could distinctly feel his whole body trembling, his arm muscles strained as if he was struggling to suppress something, biting his lips without making a sound for a while. His hot breath landed on her ear, heating her lily-white earlobes to a red flush in no time. The strange tremors traveling along her ear made Jiangli slightly uncomfortable, causing her to withdraw her neck in Shirchuan's embrace, only to make him grip her tighter as if fearing that she would vanish the moment he let go. Unseen by Jiangli, Shirchuan lowered his head, his chin resting on the girl's shoulder. His handsome thin lips almost formed a straight line. His face was tense, his long eyes filled with dark fog concealing all emotions. Yet, his furrowed brows and half-closed eyes revealed an intense tenderness. What happened? Are you hurt? The little girl in his arms seemed anxious, not minding the ache in her waist, but worrying about his discomfort instead. Shirchuan finally spoke with a deep voice. Does it still hurt? His voice was rough and low, accompanied by rapid breathing from his hurried journey. What? In response to Jiang Li's puzzled counter-question, Shirchuan silently moved his large hand from her waist to the back of her neck, sliding downward along the pulse points. Does it still hurt? The scorching fingertips moved inch by inch under her light sleepwear, leaving a burning sensation that caused her whole body to shiver uncontrollably. What is he talking about? Suddenly recalling the video on the net earlier, Jiang Li's heart jolted at once. Why is he asking this suddenly? He knows her identity now, but why did her cover fall so easily? Wait, frightened. She hurriedly opened her mouth to ask Shirchuan, but was interrupted when his hand reached down to the Chi-Hiu point at the third lumbar vertebra. With just a slight force, her entire body went limp, instantly losing strength. In the next moment, she found herself lying flat on the soft bed. Shirchuan covered her with his body, his right hand propping beside Jiang Li's ear and his left pressing firmly on her pale wrist. Somewhere along the way, she had become completely defenseless toward Shirchuan. Even trapped in such proximity to him, surrounded by his overwhelming presence, she couldn't bring herself to resist the touch on her vulnerable pulse. Embarrassed by the position, Jiang Li was still able to look at Shirchuan's face under the lamp. His black hair hung chaotically over his forehead, his eyes red with bloodshot veins, his lips pressed white, displaying a desperate expression craving answers. It was the first time she saw him wear such a look, which left Jiang Li bewildered. He always appeared to smile faintly, lazy, half-lidded eyes showing exhaustion, and even when serious, he retained a sardonic grin. Not a single moment had he looked this way. No tension from his rigid muscles, no attack from his mental force. Slightly startled, Shirchuan released his mental power into Jiang Li's skin without room for refusal in the next second. There was no resistance or blockage. She relaxed entirely, providing him with a relatively safe path, fearful that the rebellious toxins might invade him. When seeing her fragile meridians within her body, so delicate they could snap at any moment, Shirchuan's eyes turned red abruptly, and his mental energy hastily retreated in disarray. Jiang Li sighed in relief and, raising her gaze, noticed the redness around his eyes, which immediately alarmed her. What's wrong with you? Are you in pain anywhere? Where are you injured? She quickly scanned Shirchuan's tightly wrapped clothing and without hesitation, reached up to grab the collar of his shirt. However, in the next moment, her hand was enveloped by his large cool palm, and she could distinctly feel a layer of cold sweat forming in his hand. Does it hurt? The man leaned down and gazed at her starlit eyes. A storm brewed in his eyes that stirred terror, mixed with anger and sorrow, plunging deep into her pupils. Knowing he wouldn't rest until he received an answer, Zhongli silently stared at him for a while. He already knows. It hurts a lot. Her voice was light, almost weightless, but felt like a 1,000-pound weight pressing heavily on the man's heart. Shirchuan suddenly realized. What was he asking? The answer was so obvious. He had known as soon as he saw the video. Asking these questions now, what would receiving the answers do? He couldn't do anything for her. But it happened long ago. I don't feel anything now. Zhongli knew her disguise was no longer viable and decided to let it go. She secretly thanked Granny Mo for helping her remove all the scars from her body, preventing him from seeing them. At this moment, their position made her feel somewhat uncomfortable and she sensed something was off. Seizing the opportunity when Shirchuan slightly loosened his guard, she grabbed the arm supporting him beside her body and his slim waist. Using some clever force, successfully flipped over, pinning Shirchuan, who became distracted after hearing her answer underneath her. Chapter 83. Ayu. What's wrong with you? You're injured, and yet you still don't go to the hospital. What are you doing here? Are you done with your mission? While complaining unhappily, Zhongli pulls open Shirchuan's collar with one hand, revealing his collarbone and robust chest. Despite the sight of beauty before her, the girl isn't moved. Frowning, she focuses all her attention on the ferocious-looking wound that's barely peeking out, then reaches out to undo the stubbornly hanging stomach area buttons as well. The 3-inch-plus long scarlet wound continues to ooze blood, flesh torn, and the edges tinged white. Shallow mental probing reveals no deep damage, only relief from discovering it is merely a superficial, albeit frightening, flesh wound. Zhongli frowns deeply and scolds him. Don't you feel pain? She turns her head to get up from the bed to fetch the medical kit. Before she can move, feeling a sudden coolness on her upper body, Shirchuan sighs and grabs her wrist lightly, pulling her back towards him. Don't you ask how I found out. Why bring this up again? Her face flushes red all of a sudden, stammering. WL, in any case we know now. Does it matter how we found out? Shirchuan remains silent. When I fought Fei Lu, I already knew. Little liar. Lying on the soft bedding, he leisurely looks at her. Even though he's smiling, it doesn't reach his eyes, blocked by a heavy darkness preventing any understanding of the hidden meaning beneath that smile. Zhongli. So early? Could it be that? You should have recognized me earlier too, right, Li Yu? Zhongli feels thunderstruck as if actual white smoke could emerge from her head. This is like public punishment. To her shock, Shirchuan calmly adds another stab. I wonder who said they liked waist-thin, long legs 36D. Shut up. She covers Shirchuan's incessantly embarrassing mouth, leaving even her ears red. As the drug effects wear off, those golden red pupils gradually return to their original form, shining brilliantly like the sun burning for billions of years high above, radiating warmth and drawing people involuntarily. Staring into them, Shirchuan loses himself as his heartbeats become louder and faster, seemingly unable to feel any pain from his wounds. These eyes, they're never tiring to look at. Successfully shutting him up, the young girl wants nothing more than to pull her hair into a nest of frustration. Who cares if the cover is blown? Pretending not to care would have been better. Why mention it? How will she show her face to others afterward? The man watching her facial expressions silently lifts a hand to partially cover his eyes, softly laughing while asking her, how was the feel? What kind of feel? Without realizing, Zhongli looks down instinctively. Her alabaster white palm had unknowingly covered his tanned abs, her hand tracing along the contours of the muscles, almost able to feel the subtle vibrations when he laughed. Zhongli pretends to stay composed, retracting her hand lightning fast, stammering, not bad, not bad. She raises her head disdainfully, letting out a contemptuous hum as if saying it's nothing special, then hurriedly flips off the bed, frantically searching for the medical kit. Something seems amiss in the atmosphere, and her heart has already started pounding subtly faster. Lying on the aromatic mattress, Shirchuan sees the faint red behind the girl's ears and laughs even more unrestrainedly, his severe eyebrows softening in a tender glow. It's really great. She's still alive. She didn't die from that terrifying poison. She didn't die in that violent space black hole. And she's still standing in front of him, talking and laughing. If not for that video, he'd never have known the terrible pain the little girl went through. When Zhongli returned with the medical kit, Shirchuan remained in the same position, lying obediently there, just turning his head to quietly watch her with warm brown eyes. Silent, Zhongli carefully disinfected and medicated the wound on his chest and abdomen until she saw him innocently blinking at her, which immediately made her irate. She truly cannot understand why. Clearly having just returned from battle, still bearing injuries, he neither sought a doctor nor stayed hidden and instead flew over in the dead of night. Was he not afraid of being caught on surveillance or seen by nocturnal passersby? Rolling her eyes at him, she says irritably while holding the bandages, "Would you kindly sit up a bit, mister, so I can start bandaging you?" Knowing Shirchuan has an excellent physical condition, she could see his wounds slowly healing while applying medicine. By morning after the bandaging, they should be mostly healed, making stitches completely unnecessary. It's a good thing she had become an amateur doctor over time, often keeping medical instruments and drugs in her apartment. If his injuries were any worse, she would have to drag him to call an ambulance. Shirchuan propped himself up on his elbow in a pretend show of strength, but then collapsed back like he was out of energy, pouting childishly as he whined. Ouch, I'm too injured. No strength to get up. He flashed her a bright smile. You help me up? His muscular arm stretched out, teasingly tugging at Jiang Li's slender wrist, shaking it gently. Jiang Li. Hey! The young girl was shocked by this familiar nickname, almost losing her balance, feeling an unusual bitterness inside. It has been so long since anyone called her that name. Almost all the people who used to call her that have become nothing more than mounds of yellow earth. Hearing it again now felt like stepping into another world. T-share, Shirchuan. She put on a serious face. Stop messing around. Though saying this, she still let go of the gauze, extending her other hand, letting him hold onto it as she helped him sit up. Shirchuan watched the young girl leaning down closer and closer to him, wrapping the gauze around his chest, as if embracing him closely every time she came near, causing him to unconsciously swallow. He lowered his eyes, staring at the little whirls of hair on the girl's head, his eyes showing complicated emotions. The rising heat in his body made him clearly aware of his restlessness, and he could no longer make excuses to evade his hidden feelings. He liked her, whether she was Jiangyu or Jiangli. Years ago, he had let Jiangyu casually enter his world with an indifferent attitude, and just a few months before, he tentatively stepped into Jiang Li's world as her mentor. Jiangyu was the first ray of sunlight in his dark life, and Jiang Li was the precious girl he went through great lengths to save, holding her close enough that even a laugh or a scolding seemed too cruel. Who knows how painful it was when he saw the latest video that nearly caused him to rush to the headquarters of the League and kill those stubborn radicals to vent his anger. But he couldn't. This incident couldn't say that the League did wrong, nor could they let others approve of what they did right. After watching the video that evening, he immediately arranged the spaceship and resolved the rebellion on PN5-7 planet with lightning-fast action, then got on the ship directly for the capital star. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to see her sooner, quicker, to hear her voice, to see her smile, to hold her in his arms. Seizing the moment when the young girl bent down to wrap the gauze again, Shirchuan quickly leaned down, placing a kiss on her hair, light as a butterfly touch, yet full of deep affection. The man's body stiffened for a second, raising his head slightly with tightly pressed lips, taking a deep breath. His nose was filled with the faint scent of the young girl, reigniting his just calmed agitation. Oh, this is really bad. The kiss that landed on top of her head was light as a feather. The young girl seemingly felt something, hesitated in her actions, lifting her head to look at Shirchuan questioningly. Shirchuan replied with an innocent look of confusion. The young girl assumed that the strange sensation was just an illusion, lowering her head and tying the gauze neatly with a quick motion. Done. She clapped her hands, carefully examined her work, tidying up the medical box and putting it back. When she sat back down on the edge of the bed, she suddenly realized something while looking at Shirchuan's well-defined abs. Oh no, my heart rate suddenly increased. She immediately stood up, retreating several steps until she was 3 meters away from the man lying on the bed, pausing to catch her breath. Phew, it's fine. Since she moved away from Shirchuan before her heart reacted, it shouldn't beat too fast this time, right? She carefully sensed her chest, feeling somewhat frustrated. How could she forget to keep a distance from him? Witnessing Jiang Li's string of actions, as if avoiding some kind of contagion, Shirchuan felt quite hurt. What happened? Why suddenly staying so far from me? He leisurely buttoned up his shirt, one button after another, covering up his collarbone completely, muttering unhappily. Really heartbreaking. After returning from the battlefield, I flew straight back to the capital to see you, and I haven't even had a sip of water. In fact, he not only washed his face and brushed his teeth, but also took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Hearing this, the young girl indeed furrowed her brows, and went to fetch him water with a pitter-patter. Then she instructed the robot to deliver it to the bedside. She questioned him anxiously. Why such a hurry? You could have rested for a night and come back later. Using her mutation powers that should not be exposed to others, wasn't it dangerous? Realizing he forgot about the cursed robot's existence, Shirchuan took the water handed personally by the young girl, gulping it down naturally. Because I wanted to see you urgently. To hear your breathing, to see your smile. Jiang Li's eyes suddenly widened, and her hand subconsciously covered her chest. Just now, her heart had suddenly pounded hard. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Her heartbeat accelerated and couldn't be stopped. What? Meanwhile, Shirchuan had already gotten out of bed and stood in front of her, his expression unclear as he watched her hand pressed against her chest. He knew the young girl's habits. If it wasn't extreme pain, she wouldn't reveal it so obviously through her actions. Heart pain? Because of him? He didn't know whether to rejoice that the unusually dull young girl had finally understood something about him, or to resent his presence making her feel physically uncomfortable. Finally, he sighed, extended his arms, lifted the young girl into a horizontal embrace, gently placing her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. It's very late. You should go to sleep now, little stutterer. He sat by the bedside, with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Jiang a little stutterily. Her heart suddenly calmed down. Then what about you? She quietly looked at him. Are you going back? Shirchuan turned off the light, bathed in moonlight as he looked at the small figure tucked in the blanket, his gaze tender and affectionate. I still have a mission, but I'll leave after you fall asleep. In the darkness, the man's voice, with its magnetic tone, sounded pleasant. Do you want to hear a bedtime story? It's only for Ayo. Jiang Li promptly turned over, childishly facing her back to him like a little kid. What kind of intimacy is this, calling her Ayo? Shirchuan also saw her move, then chuckled softly. Chapter 84, Lipstick. Once upon a time, there were a pair of brothers. Although they lost their parents at an early age, both were prodigies and were exceptionally selected for the Joint Military Reserve at the age of 23. The elder brother specialized in mecha, while the younger brother specialized in single-soldier combat. Although the elder brother had slightly higher talent than the younger was more diligent than the elder, so the two of them always tied when they competed against each other. They worked in perfect harmony, maintaining a close relationship, and achieved great success repeatedly. The younger brother had no other hobbies. He loved eating candy like a child, and would dig out his long-cherished candies whenever he returned from the battlefield. He said that the battlefield was truly too bitter, and one needed to consume something sweet to balance it out, so as not to feel so miserable. Later on, an unknown species of insect invaded the double frost star. The two brothers were entrusted with a dangerous mission to lead troops to resist the insect invasion. They discovered that the invaders were a type of parasitic insect capable of infecting human brains. These insects wouldn't let up on either living people or corpses. The conditions for this parasitic insect to survive were stringent. Once it left a human brain for over 30 seconds, it would naturally die. But this didn't reduce the difficulty of eradicating the parasitic insects for the Border Defense Army or the forces led by the brothers. Instead, it turned the battlefield into hell, because the parasitic insects would use any means necessary to infect the people around them. At that moment, they were not facing just parasitic insects but also their comrades and civilians waiting for rescue behind them. Kill or not kill. Every soldier faced the dilemma of having to kill their own comrades. If they did not kill, then everyone on the entire planet would become nourishment for the parasitic insects. At the time, only the mecha warriors were immune to parasitic infection, but their numbers were limited, making it impossible to save all the fleeing civilians. They had to fight off the insect army's invasion while preventing smaller parasites from sneaking into gaps. This left the foot soldiers and logistics teams to carry out the rescue operations and eliminate remaining parasites. What kind of arduous battle was this? Facing wolves ahead and tigers behind. 15 mechas, confronting hundreds of thousands of insect armies with exoskeletons hard enough to match protective shields, could not retreat. They had no choice but to push forward recklessly. In the absence of reinforcements from the rear, the mecha warriors resorted to suicide attacks to drive back the insect armies. One by one, the mechas fell from the sky. Some exploded before even hitting the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. The linked earpieces became silent without any breath sound. Of the 15 mecha warriors, only the elder brother survived miraculously, crawling out from the wrecked mecha that had become scrap iron. All he saw was a little child sobbing under a swaying building. Exhausted and gravely injured, the elder brother managed to grab the child and roll away just in time to avoid collapsing walls, though unable to dodge the plummeting roof beam. The younger brother appeared, his body covered in dust, his eyes revealing deep exhaustion, yet he smiled and said to the elder brother, "Brother, leave this to me. The aid station is not far away. Take this child there." Looking around, there were still a few frightened and immobile ordinary people on this land. Understanding that his younger brother wanted him to go find medical help, the elder brother sighed and rushed toward the aid station with the child in his arms. Then, he encountered a medic stumbling out of the aid station. "Kill me." The seasoned doctor who had saved his life countless times handed him a dagger. The medic had discovered a parasitic bug lurking inside a survivor's brain and accidentally became infected. To prevent it from entering the aid station, the medic decisively sealed off his cerebral region with spiritual energy. "I can't control myself. Kill me." By that point, he had already lost consciousness but instinctively begged someone to kill him. Once the parasite entered the brain, there was no way back. The elder brother covered the child's eyes and held the dagger, encountering soldier after soldier driven by a desperate need to save others but neglecting their own defenses. Some had already lost their minds, some remained fully aware. The soldiers who were still conscious ended their zombified comrades' lives and then smiled at the elder brother before committing suicide. They did not want their comrades to experience the same pain they had endured. Since death was inevitable, the sin of slaying their fellow soldiers would be borne by themselves. Dazed and confused, the elder brother arrived at the aid station and received simple bandaging. Not caring about his own serious injuries, he set off again to return to the battlefield. Then, he witnessed the most horrifying nightmare of his life. Soldiers were slaughtering civilians, civilians charging at soldiers, and those wearing military uniforms were killing each other mercilessly. The sane, the parasitized, the clear-minded, and the demented turned the ash-gray battlefield into a sea of blood red. Some, unable to bear killing their comrades with their own hands, collapsed into madness and committed suicide cleanly. Others, shedding tears of warmth, slaughtered former intimate comrades in arms, directing their blades toward the civilians they had strived to protect. And amidst it all, the elder brother saw his younger brother. Every time he passed by someone, blood splattered everywhere. "It's all right, let me handle it. You go ahead, leave it to me, don't cry. I'm still lucid." His tone was incredibly gentle, yet his actions were swift and decisive, ending lives with a single strike. He looked up, revealing bloodshot eyes. "Brother, don't come over. Can you leave them to me?" These people had once shared hearty drinks with him, competed on the training ground, and fought back-to-back in battle. Their laughter had now turned into painful groans and repeated pleas of "kill me." The younger brother acted quickly, clearing the area before his elder brother could rush in. Smiling, he reserved his last bullet for himself. In the end, only the elder brother remained alive on the entire battlefield. The entire army, just one man left. It turned out the younger brother had been parasitized earlier. His mental energy went berserk, spreading wildly as if all his thoughts were focused on destroying the parasites inside his brain. Within a 100-mile radius, every hidden parasite was crushed into powder by his psychic force. Finally, despite everything, he survived, awakening in the medical bay of the warship. This anti-invasion alliance suffered heavy losses, leaving this elder brother as the sole surviving soldier. Some said anyone who came down from that battlefield must be cold-blooded, ruthless, and heartless, unfit to remain a soldier. Perhaps it would have been best if he'd died in that war. There are always some dim-witted ones who like to nag. The little girl buried her head in the quilt, awkwardly trying to console Shone. Her voice was muffled but conveyed irritation. What happened later? The man smiled faintly and ended the story hastily. Later, this elder brother found a little sunflower who liked to laugh, just like his younger brother. The little girl turned over dissatisfied. What kind of an ending is this? All right, bedtime stories are over. Go to sleep. Tamon Wuchuan gently flicked her forehead, delivering a soft and almost powerless bump. Tisk. The little girl shrank her neck and pointed at the nightstand. There's candy in there. Help yourself if you want some. Shirchuan's gaze instinctively shifted to the nightstand, and without hesitation, he grabbed a handful, grinning broadly. Did you specially keep these for me? Don't get too presumptuous. I kept them for myself. Ignoring the little girl's protests, he very naturally ruffled the fluffy hair sticking up on her head. Thank you, Ayu. Was he referring to the candies, or something else entirely? Zhongli remained silent for a moment before decisively turning away. I'm going to sleep. Good night. All right. Shirchuan withdrew his hand, responding softly. Good night, Ayu. Her ears grew hot from being called Ayu repeatedly, and Zhongli closed her eyes in self-abandonment. In the night, Shirchuan enjoyed the candies prepared by the little girl, listening to her soft and shallow breathing, feeling his heart almost melting. He spread his left hand, looking at his palm, and belatedly remembered that he'd used this hand earlier to trace all over the little girl's back meridians. What had he done? The man covered his face with his hand, as if he could still smell the fragrance of the little girl lingering on his fingers. His cheeks flushed, and he sighed silently. Decided, whether through deception or coercion, he would do whatever it took to win over this adorable little girl. Power? He wanted it. The DF, N51 antidote? He needed it. And the little girl? He wanted her too. Face saving? Would keeping his dignity make the little girl agree to marry him? No. Unbeknownst to when she fell asleep, or when Shirchuan left, Zhongli woke up to find the sky already bright and the bedside completely empty. Ruffling her hair and yawning as she got out of bed, looking at the house that had fallen silent again, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. She wondered how his wounds were doing. Zhongli wandered off in thought as she made her way to the bathroom. He should be fine today, but who knew if that guy would overexert himself and reopen his wounds. Lifting her head, she looked at herself in the mirror, her expression suddenly freezing. At some point, her lips had been stained with the seductive hue of a maple red lipstick, contrasting beautifully with her pale complexion and the unrevealed gold-red pupils. But what about the equally red lip mark on her neck? That Shirchuan, let him die? When Zhongli returned to the bedside after finishing brushing her teeth, her face red enough to bleed, she noticed a small gift box left on the nightstand by Shirchuan. Inside was an elegantly packaged lipstick along with a note. I've never bought anything like this before, but I figured you would look great in maple red, so I gave it a try. It suits you wonderfully, doesn't it? Nug heartsuit. The neat handwriting exuded the decisiveness and rigor of a soldier. But with the addition of that emoji, the entire note's style uncontrollably veered off into an inexplicable direction, never to return. Could this person really be? Zhongli almost crumpled the note and threw it into the trash can, but ended up carefully folding it and properly placing it in the gift box. She picked up the lipstick, gazed at herself in the mirror. The reflection showed her lips with a faint color, giving her an appearance akin to a refined noblewoman long afflicted by illness. But once her lips were tinted by the lipstick, she underwent a tremendous transformation. A slight upward curve at the red corners of her mouth resembled a blazing summer sun, adding a distinct vitality to her face. Radiant, unrestrained, her beauty shone like a dazzling starry river in the night sky, eliciting an unconscious gasp of admiration. She pressed her lips together lightly, looking at the familiar self in the mirror, feeling as if she'd crossed several centuries after a long absence. Now she looked more like a military lass. She chuckled softly. Chapter 85, The Rematch, Part 1. A 3-person tall beetle was sent flying by an immense force, landing on its back in a disheveled state. Before it could struggle, someone shot it and blew apart its abdomen, causing green fluid to splash everywhere. Insectoids, I've never seen them up close until now. Lanka took a glance from afar while carrying a hammer and immediately turned her head, showing a look of disdain. Do you remember how many points these carapace beetles are worth? There are too many types for me to remember. Zhongli put away her gun, stepped forward for a careful inspection, and after confirming the insect was dead, she calmly said, 5 points. This type of carapace insectoid isn't very aggressive, and their weaknesses are obvious, so their point value is low. They were currently on the battleground for the rematch. The content of the rematch was very simple, hunting insectoids on the S91, L11 planet. In this competition, individual scores would be tallied based on the number of insectoids each participant killed. Since there weren't many participants in the rematch, there would be designated staff counting points in each contestant's live stream room. The duration of the match was 3 days, and the top 10 scorers at the end would advance to the finals. Before the competition began, the Alliance had already sent troops to clear half the planet of insectoids, leaving behind only some low-level insectoids with minimal threat that were good for practice. Low-level insectoids don't have much autonomy. they act entirely on instinct. Therefore, they generally serve as the vanguard of insectoid armies. Moreover, for the safety of the contestants, each person would be given an emergency call button. When pressed, it would activate a 10-minute protective shield for the wearer. Within those 10 minutes, a rescue team stationed at a nearby base would arrive. However, pressing the call button meant the wearer voluntarily gave up on the competition, forfeiting any chance to enter the final round. Even with the call button and protective shield, the contestants in this rematch had to sign liability waivers because this was still considered a high-risk competition. Zhang Li only entered the rematch to see what this border star looked like. She wasn't particularly concerned whether she advanced to the finals or not, so she was destined to disappoint the audience in her livestream. Unaware of Zhang Li's thoughts, the audience immediately sat upright and stared wide-eyed as soon as the match began, hoping to see the streamer perform marvelously once again. Your Zhang marksman goddess, Li has logged on. I find the host incredibly cool when they release their mental energy. I hope we get the same eye candy this time during the live stream. Mages controlling the field. I'm certain even the insectoids can't stand against it. Haha, this squad's going to show off again. I bet 5 coins that at least 3 people from this team will make it to the next round. Several of them slid down a small hillside, walking cautiously along the tilted, rugged path. Pushing through thickets of bushes, a wide, dried-up riverbed appeared before their eyes. Shui Yu activated the map and started searching for the location of this river on the map. This river is called Shadow River. He pointed onto the holographic projection of the 3-dimensional map. We're right here. Shadow River winds through barren woods, partially visible among the dry trees. Huge boulders littered the dry riverbed haphazardly. A little bit of remaining water had frozen solid, resembling broken shards of metal scattered across the rocks. Dead leaves lay on the icy surface, and when the wind passed, the leaves seemed alive, scampering around the dry riverbed. From afar, Shadow River emitted an eerie glow, appearing as if water slowly flowed within. Upon closer inspection, deep fissures could be seen running through the center of the river, twisting and extending to the distance. All that was in sight was desolation. Everything touched by the gaze was withered. Even the wind carried a heavy, oppressive, death-like atmosphere. Zhang Li crouched down and studied one of the fissures carefully for a moment. Her fingertips trembled slightly. These fissures were left by an energy blade strike. Such energy blades were possessed by none other than her family, the Jiang clan, and those few who she had taught personally, including 7 armies. Of them all, Meng Wan excelled in wielding a sword. Such a depth of a fissure likely indicated that person's full burst of energy. What does it mean to exhaust one's energy? It means that this person never intended to return alive. She stood up and looked into the distance. Battle marks could be seen all over this place, like deep, unforgettable scars etched into the land, unable to be erased no matter how many storms came and went. What's wrong? Feng Mian noticed her expression changed and couldn't help but step forward to ask. Zhang Li snapped out of her daze and lowered her gaze. Nothing, just noticing signs of battle here. I know about that. Lanka giggled as she replied. Candace's brother led the Alliance's 6th Army here to fight the insectoids. They're probably still stationed at the military base. It's said that the timely arrival of the 6th Army allowed for desperate resistance. Otherwise, this planet would have been overrun by the insectoids. It's getting dark. Let's set up camp here. Zhang Li gripped her hands tighter unconsciously, yet her voice remained eerily calm. She gazed unblinkingly at the parched riverbed. The 6th Army, huh? The leader of the 6th Army, Candace. She now knew who it was. Candace Morton, 31 years old, a colonel in the Alliance. An affiliate of the Alliance's radical high-ranking faction, Troff Morton's son, and also the son of the brother her father had wronged the most in his life. This person once wanted to join the 7th Army, but was firmly rejected by her because the 7th Army wasn't recruiting at the time. He seemed to have good potential, yet she always felt this individual somewhat fake. So, was Coco smitten with that guy? Zhang Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She couldn't explain why she recognized him or clarify her feelings, so she stopped trying to dissuade Lan Ku, sighed, and began setting up camp with everyone else. During these 3 days, food would have to be self-sufficient. Zhang Li and Feng Mian were left to guard home, agreeing on a return time as the other 3 ventured into the jungle again to find food while hunting insectoids along the way. Zhang Li also knew her body wasn't suited for hurried traveling, so she only collected some drinkable water sources from nearby plants and stored them in her water bag. Her wrist was now empty. The competition disallowed her from using those agents, and she wasn't sure if the detector would pick up her bracelet containing enhancement reagents. To minimize risks, she placed it in the contestant's designated material storage base. By the way, don't you have your own exclusive weapon? Zhang Li casually chatted with Feng Mian. Lan Ku wielded a pair of large hammers. Esk wore brass knuckle gloves. Even Zhuoyu was equipped with a small mech suit provided by the Alliance. Through several matches, she hadn't seen Feng Mian consistently use any fixed weapon. It seemed like all the swords and knives he used were just randomly taken from others. Upon hearing this, Feng Mian instinctively poked at the tightly wrapped bulge behind his waist, then mysteriously withdrew his hand. Of course I do. It's an incredibly stylish weapon too. But currently, there hasn't been an occasion where I needed to use it. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow and nodded toward a position not far away. Here's your chance to use it. The brown-haired youth paused momentarily, then turned to look at the dark green figure on the other side of the river. From its enormous sharp proboscis and constantly swinging sawtooth front legs, it was evident that it was a carnivorous insectoid with strong offensive capabilities. It seemed to have already noticed their presence, staring at them intently like prey and moving slowly closer with its slender limbs. This was a mantid-type insectoid, very common among the insectoid vanguard troops. Due to its high attack strength and fast movement speed, it was the bravest in the cannon fodder group. Converting it into points, it was worth 15 points, equivalent to 3 carapace beetle-type insectoids, clearly indicating its difficulty in being hunted. But for Feng Mian, it probably wasn't much of a challenge either. Tisk. Feng Mian picked out a semi-length short sword from the many small weapons tied to his leg. This kind of thing doesn't deserve my exclusive weapon. Jiang Li didn't disagree and took out her freshly maintained gun. I'll provide support for you. Go on. Pikachu. They had walked all afternoon without encountering a single high-point insectoid, so they absolutely couldn't let this one escape. Feng Mian's speed was very fast. The moment she finished speaking, he rushed forward with the short sword, aiming to quickly deal with this large insect with its powerfully waving forelimbs. Ding! A clear sound rang out from the collision between metal and exoskeleton. Feng Mian's stance froze briefly before he quickly retreated to dodge its scythe-like front leg swiping at him. His arms tingled slightly from the impact, shaking them off as he pursed his lips and continued rushing forward. However, every one of his slashes was steadily deflected by it, and it could even find opportunities to counterattack. Jiang Li frowned watching this from the side, lifting her gun and immediately firing 3 shots at the joints in its limbs. The metallic bullets were deflected by its thick exoskeleton, 2 of them jamming hard into its joints, causing it to roar in discomfort and instantly go berserk. Its proboscis pierced into the stone in front of Feng Mian, stirring up a flurry of broken stones and dust. No, something was off. Its speed shouldn't be this fast, nor should its defense be this good. Even its limb joints, which were normally weak points, proved impenetrable to bullets. Had she remembered incorrectly? Was it not a mantid-type insect? Jiang Li carefully searched her memory for various insectoid types, but found no matching scenario. This clearly differed from any insectoid she'd ever encountered. In these past few decades of fighting the Scant Star system, Jiang Li had faced countless insectoid armies. Insectoids are inherently bloodthirsty, favor human flesh, and their innate aggression made them public enemies across the entire universe. Back then, even hostile star systems had to set aside their grudges temporarily to fight back against the insectoids together. Her expression gradually became solemn. Could it be an undiscovered mutated species? It seemed those 2 shots from Jiang Li had drawn its attention. In an instant, it swiftly deflected Feng Mian's attack and slashed its scythe-like legs towards Jiang Li. As it drew closer, she noticed the differences between this insectoid and the mantid-type species. Aim for its eyes. Take a guess. It might work, saving them a lot of effort. Facing the aggressive possible insectoid mutation, Jiang Li showed no fear. She raised her gun and prepared to take it on head-to-head. Though the recoil was considerable, now even her hands were trembling. Feng Mian quickly returned to defend, wrapping his arm around Jiang Li's waist, pulling her away from the insectoid's attack, and placing her in a safe spot before once again engaging the creature with a short blade, leaving her only a brief whisper. Understood. Jiang Li lowered her gun, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. Despite its speed, Feng Mian was quicker. And not to mention, his combat techniques were versatile and impossible to predict. Under the purposeful shadow-like slashes of the twin short blades, the giant insect couldn't evade in time, being impaled by one of the knives Feng Mian threw like a hidden weapon, directly piercing one of its eyes. Chapter 86, The Rematch, Part 2. Useful. The insectoid, having been stabbed in the eye, almost lost its balance, and its reaction speed plummeted. It let out a wail as it flailed its forelimbs wildly. As Feng Mian delivered a finishing blow to its other eye, it struggled for a moment before losing its breath. Jiang Li confirmed its death, and then squatted by its corpse, studying its limbs and forelimbs with concentration, examining the body structure of this mutant insectoid. She was certain it belonged to the mantis-like bug species. However, its critical weakness had shifted to what should have been the hardest part of the mantis bug's head, and all of its functions had been optimized. From the outside, there was no way to distinguish between them, making it difficult to anticipate its abilities. If the original mantis bug could indeed be classified as a low-level insectoid, this one had clearly exceeded the combat strength of a typical low-level insectoid. Could the insectoids have evolved over these few years? No, evolution couldn't possibly happen in such a short time. Remember, the evolution of a race takes at least millions of years. So, was it just a strange mutation? Can I borrow your knife, Ming Song? Oh sure. Instinctively handing over the knife, the young man met Jiang Li's faintly smiling bright eyes. Feng Mian. He slouched beside Jiang Li, ears drooping like a canine, watching her tap-tap with the dagger on the insect, while finally asking after hesitating for quite some time. When did you figure it out? Jiang Li, who was putting a piece of the insect's exoskeleton into her bag carefully, preparing to analyze it after the competition ended, chuckled and said, During the preliminary round, I noticed that your lowered voice sounded very similar to someone I know. Upon closer observation, the hair color seemed alike too, but given the vastly different personalities, I wasn't sure. She swung the short dagger, narrowing her obsidian-like eyes, revealing a cunning expression. Although I spent several days with Ming Tsong on the alien planet, and I increasingly felt you two were similar, but I was only guessing blindly. Just now, I thought I would test you, never expecting to actually expose you so easily. Jiang Li shrugged, showing an innocent look of didn't expect you to be so easy to deceive. Feng Mian, a picture of frustration and anguish. Embarrassed, he looked toward the forest, beginning to miss Zhuyu, Isk, and Lan Ku who had left long ago. Why haven't they come back yet? He's dying of embarrassment. But how could Jiang Li let him off so easily? No wonder I've never seen Ming Tsang in school, and the famous Feng Mian, always being elusive. Originally. Cough. Feng Mian loudly coughed, pretending to clear his throat. There's no need to say more about this matter. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know, that's enough. Seeing his awkwardness, Zhongli didn't tease him further. All right, I just didn't expect your disguise skills to be pretty decent. Being exposed felt so embarrassing. Feng Mian touched his nose, awkwardly accepting her compliment. Then his eyes lit up as he sighed with relief. They're back. All three coming out from the woods were somewhat disheveled, their faces weary as they greeted the duo and sat down in the camp, grabbing water pouches to replenish their fluids madly. What happened? Zhongli sensed something wrong and began to feel apprehensive. Was it something they encountered in the woods? After drinking, Lan Ku threw her hammer aside and lay down in a star shape, lacking energy. Why are there so many insectoids moving around at this time of day? Along the way, we encountered 20 to 30 insectoids. They were tough and resilient, not even allowing us to find ingredients peacefully. Sitting nearby, Isk leaned his elbows on his knees, slightly hunched over. It's odd. Though he hadn't broken a sweat, his furrowed brow revealed his confusion. The capabilities of these insectoids we've encountered differ from those described in the textbooks. Joyu didn't use mecha, so dust clung to him. He brushed it off as he chimed in. Some insectoids, which are known for their defensive capabilities, grew saw-like legs and gained significant offensive power. Others, known for speed and poor defense, became ones where we encountered high defense despite maintaining speed. Their traditional weak points disappeared, making it hard to find new ones. Since we feared you might also encounter the same situation, we had to return quickly using brute force. His gaze fell on the insectoid carcass in front of the campsite. Understanding dawned upon him. I see you've encountered it as well. Were any of you injured? Zhongli frowned, sensing something was amiss. She wondered whether the local border guards were aware of this phenomenon. The three shook their heads. It's just so exhausting, Lan Ku sighed deeply. Feng Mian picked up the ingredients they'd placed on the ground. I'll take care of the food. You all rest for a bit. I'll help too. Zhongli had just stood up when she heard the sound of a rescue aircraft in the sky. Looks like someone pressed the distress button. Apparently, there had been several rescue planes flying by before this, though none of them had paid attention. Probably those poor souls who were attacked by the insectoids and couldn't fight back. My goodness, the insectoids that made the streamer's team feel exhausted, they must be very powerful. So many people have already been eliminated on the first day of the second round. I have a feeling that the difficulty level of this year's competition is quite high. It's not just high, it's way higher. In another live stream earlier, one of the mech pilots had to bring out his mecha model, but ended up pressing the emergency call anyway. Though these competition-specific mecha models aren't as powerful as official ones, their firepower should have been enough to hurt the insectoids. That participant fired 5 shots, yet didn't slow down the insectoid at all. Yes, the rescue plane that just passed was to save him. I just checked another streamer's channel. It seems their scorekeeper realized something wasn't right and mentioned reporting it. This level of insectoids should have been cleared before the competition began, no? They might just be some stragglers. Who knows? Let's wait and see. The military will probably explain. I looked up the insectoid encyclopedia and compared it with the insectoids the streamer encountered, and there are differences. Is the book wrong? Which book? Master Sun's? He was the main force against insectoids before retiring. His writings always aligned closely with reality. But the book says this insectoid's weak point should be in the joint gaps. Chilling thought indeed. Seemingly, some residual aura from the wide river nearby deterred the insectoids, so none came to disturb them during their break at the campsite. Though puzzled by this situation, everyone was glad to rest fully after being prepared for battle all the time. After resting well, eating heartily, and regaining their energy, the 5 set off again early the next morning to continue hunting. Last night, the sound of multiple rescue planes filled the air, leaving everyone uncertain about what other participants went through in the middle of the night. Thinking about it, Zhongli felt increasingly uneasy. This forest gave her an ominous feeling, as if a shadow loomed over her mind that she couldn't shake off, dampening even her interest in hunting insectoids. In the morning hunt, Feng Mian finally took out his weapon, a pair of crescent-shaped golden scythes. A single slash could cut through the insectoid's defenses easily, adding more low-defense insectoid scores to their collection like chopping vegetables. Isk, Zhuyu, and Lan Ku weren't far behind, each vying to kill their share. Yesterday's discovery of strange mutations seemed to have been a hallucination. If only they hadn't needed a few minutes of rest after every battle. Even more unsettlingly, these usually unintelligent insectoids had somehow learned to use tactics. For instance, faking attacks with their forelimbs while using their tails for real strikes, or pretending to die only to ambush when they let their guard down. If it hadn't been for Zhang Li's habit of double-checking their deaths with another shot, they might have really succeeded. Although their strategies were rudimentary and full of flaws from the team's perspective, such behavior was undeniably abnormal. At this point, they had unintentionally reached the edge of the forest where a towering mountain wall stood before them, its jagged rocks radiating an uncomfortable vibe towards Zhang Li. Thankfully, they planned to only take a brief rest there without setting up camp. The others leaned against the cliff, sipping water idly. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, who'd used less energy, stretched her sore arms and released her mental touch tentacles to keep watch around. However, that sudden detection by mental touch revealed an impending presence. Right next to them, Zhang Li swiftly turned around and shouted, "Get away from this cliff." Without hesitation, the others immediately grabbed their bags and moved 10 meters away from the rock face. Is there something wrong here? Feng Mian stayed on high alert, scanning around, but saw no trace of insectoids. Jiang Li's face paled as she stared intently at the section of the cliff where they had just rested. Inside that cliff lay an insect queen. What does having an insect queen mean? It means there is a nest nearby. Countless insectoids would crawl out from her belly, forming a massive insectoid army capable of invading an entire planet. Even though the insect queen she sensed was motionless as if dead, her energy still lingered. In warfare, whether an insect queen survives defines victory. Only eliminating the insect queen and her nest can wipe out the insectoid forces entirely. Hence, once an insect queen is found, it must be reported to the military alliance. At this moment, the emergency communicators on their wrists issued a red warning, notifying all participants to suspend the competition and press the alarm buttons to await rescue. This urgent recall message left the other members of Lingjiska puzzled, but Jiang Li took a deep breath and tapped the emergency contact button on her communicator. As soon as she opened the channel, she reported her squad's coordinates and calmly said, "We discovered an insectoid nest here." She didn't explicitly mention finding the insect queen since her records didn't include any experience with queens. To avoid suspicion, she cautiously referred to it as just a nest. On the other end, the person seemed to take a sharp breath before quickly relaying the explosive news to their superior. The communicator appeared to be passed on, and the superior officer sounded composed as he said, "You keep your alarm buttons activated in case something happens. I'll be there shortly. Don't panic." That person seemed to have understood Jiang Li's implicit meaning and gently consoled her before signing off. It was Shirchuan's voice. Like a stream flowing through mountains, it instantly calmed the unease within Jiang Li's heart. He had arrived too. Chapter 87. Experimental Base, Part 1. Bug Nest. Feng Mian and the others exclaimed in unison, asking Jiang Li who had just hung up the emergency communicator. Inside here, Jiang Li neither nodded nor shook her head, signaling everyone to keep retreating until they were at a relatively safe distance. She then stopped, furrowing her brows as she looked at the mountain wall with a serious expression. Yes. Although no one knew why the competition had been suddenly paused, it was probably because the military department had finally realized something was off with the bug population here. And with the discovery of this queen bug, the semifinal might need to switch planets and delay for a while before restarting. After hearing this shocking news, the members of Ling Ji's group kept glancing at the cliff face they'd previously leaned against, feeling both incredulous and grateful that Jiang Li discovered it early. Can this be true? Is this really a live-streaming accident? How could there be a bug nest? Isn't the competition site cleared beforehand? Could our host have a better detection device than the 6th Army? If this is true, it's the responsibility of the 6th Army. Could our host be lying just to create attention? Just wait and see what the rescue team says. The rescue drones arrived quickly. Several in the air spread out searching for the participants. The largest one was heading toward their location. Shirchuan, dressed in his dark blue-gray military uniform, leapt down gracefully from the rescue drone and gave them an easygoing smile. "Hey, nice to meet you again." His neat uniform made him appear more spirited than ever. After greeting them, the man's gaze lingered on Jiang Li for a few seconds before he asked directly, "Where?" His mental power followed the direction Jiang Li pointed at, pausing momentarily as his facial expression tensed. He took a deep breath, turning around to order the soldiers who were disembarking from the stable rescue drone to use detectors for further examination. "Let's head back to base. It's not wise to stay here long," Shirchuan reminded them. "The competition has been suspended. In 12 hours, a spaceship will come and take all of you back to the academy. Wait for further notice." Without enhancement drugs or activation drugs, Jiang Li understood staying would only be a hindrance. After hesitating briefly, she marked a spatial coordinate on Shirchuan's body. Sensing the familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy sensitively, Shirchuan lowered his eyes but smiled casually, patting the little girl's head. "Go ahead, I've got this." "Colonel Shirchuan, what? Is the real person this handsome? Military uniforms. I love it, love it. I sense some romantic tension. Wait a minute, isn't that the word affair? That should be love smell. Does Colonel Shir treat the host differently? TSK, I think they're just friends. What if they are good pals? Why does Colonel Shirchuan know them so well? They look quite familiar with each other. I know this. Colonel Shirchuan used to be a coach at the Alliance Institute for a while. It seems like the host generation. I wish I could have such a handsome instructor too." So close-headed Pat, what? Sitting inside the rescue drone, Ling Ji's group witnessed several warships flying out of the base, heading directly toward where they had been. It was clear now that there was indeed a bug nest. Jiang Li sat quietly on one side, feeling like things weren't as simple as they seemed. Why was that bug queen lying there barely moving? Why were most of the bugs found here, showing signs of mutation in different directions? And why didn't the 6th Army find anything when clearing the area? She frowned deeply, looking towards the cliff where Shirchuan stood without saying a word for a long time. Why did the competition stop abruptly? Fatso Crunch munched on snacks provided by the base, speaking calmly. "I found a tunnel under a boulder in the jungle this morning. The bugs came from there. For now, let's not talk about how surprising it was that Jiang Li even encountered Fatso in the semifinals. His mention of the tunnel was what piqued people's curiosity. I reported it to the rescue team later. When they came to verify, they found that the underground passage was extremely large. There might be countless bugs hibernating inside. For our safety, they decided to suspend the competition temporarily." Upon hearing this information, Jiang Li hurriedly asked for the exact location of the channel, realizing that it was nearly across the entire jungle from where she had discovered the bug queen. "By the way, during this time before the spaceship arrives, you should stay far away from the 6th Army. After I discovered that tunnel, They seemed unhappy, looking uncomfortable around everyone. Fortunately, the rescue team is from the Second Army, and the two groups are unfamiliar with each other, even a bit hostile. Fatso was hinting at something. Fatso was a smart guy. Zhongli had realized this during the selection matches. Not to mention, he'd made it into the semifinals. A military tactics major, playing psychological games? After his warning, Zhongli suddenly became aware of something. The Sixth Army had been stationed here for over a year. It wasn't logical that their bug detection devices would miss these things. And based on the coordinates Fatso provided, if the underground passage connected to the cliffside, the scale down there would be equivalent to a base. What kind of base? A bug nest? A military base? Or an experimental base? The leader of the Sixth Army was Candace Morton. Shirchuan's Second Army and the Sixth Army were at odds, which surely wasn't without reason. Shirchuan's relaxed personality didn't match someone who would express discontent out of personal grievances. So, what was the cause? Zhongli instinctively touched the wrist guard containing medication, organizing her thoughts, and then looked down to thank Fatso, as she immediately opened her light brain. Your information helped me a great deal. I don't have much to thank you with, but how about gifting you a snack factory? It isn't very valuable, but I think you'd probably like it. Fatso originally just wanted to win some favor from Zhongli, but he hadn't expected such a windfall. His chips nearly fell out of his hands. Spit. Would a factory really be gifted just like that? Is she truly the richest person? I've watched so many streams, but I never saw anything about the host being wealthy. The truly wealthy always keep a low profile, customizing everything including clothing. You wouldn't notice the brands. Saying, why does it seem only Zhongli's live stream remains open? Seriously? It's true. All other contestants' live streams are off except for hers. What's happening? Is it a bug? I said why we're hearing these secrets. Usually, information like this would be sealed. Guys, don't log out. A friend of mine tried leaving this room to post, but lost the room code forever. Phew, good thing I almost didn't click exit. Waiting for the drama. I feel this might be a huge scandal. All the way until the spaceship came to pick up the contestants, Zhongli received no news about the bug queen from Shirchuan's side. An hour earlier, all soldiers from the Sixth Army and the base had been dispatched to the jungle to clear out the sudden surge of bugs emerging nonstop. With less than 10 soldiers left from the Second Army, they were responsible for escorting these students back. One soldier similar to an adjutant received communication from his subordinates while arranging for them to board the spaceship. Zhongli extended her mental tendrils, and the deliberately lowered voice of the soldier did nothing to block her eavesdropping. After the colonel killed the bug queen and led his team deep into the cave, they were trapped inside by the sudden collapse of the mountain, and we can't contact the colonel anymore. Zhongli's eyes flickered, slipping silently to the end of the line unnoticed. We're afraid using energy cannons could trigger another collapse, so we have to manually clear the rubble bit by bit. The collapsed area is too large. It will take at least 5 hours minimum. How long has the colonel been trapped? About 15 minutes. In an instant, Zhongli disappeared entirely from the end of the line without causing any ripple. After pinpointing the location of the bug queen with his mental powers, Shirchuan stepped into his mech cockpit and fired an energy cannon charged with 80% of the combined mech's power directly at the marked spot, creating a channel through the mountain approximately 200 meters long. At the end of the passage lay the shattered corpse of the dead bug queen. Shirchuan instructed his soldiers to collect samples from the bug queen's body, beginning a detailed observation of this vast, empty lair. This nest was different from the ones he had destroyed before, bearing traces of human construction. Recalling the barely alive, immobilized bug queen, one couldn't help but suspect that this bug queen was artificially bred. After completely removing the bug queen's corpse, a smooth tunnel barely wide enough for a single person to pass through was revealed. It sloped downward and stretched out, making its full interior unclear. As Shirchuan stepped into the passage, he heard several muffled sounds from behind. Instantly, countless large chunks of sandstone and soil began falling. He quickly rolled forward to dodge the rocks above him. Those following close behind didn't have time to move forward and instead had to retreat hastily. The mountainside collapsed, completely sealing the 200-meter-wide bug nest. The half-collapsed cliff separated Shirchuan and the soldiers, trapping one side inside and blocking the other from coming in. There was still a risk of another landslide on the cliffside, so Shirchuan had no choice but to move further inward once more. It seemed there was some kind of signal-blocking device in the passage since his light brain couldn't transmit any messages outward. Every detail pointed to this area being under human control. Even this collapse could well have been part of their plan. Fortunately, before setting out, he had stationed a recorder officer with Candace Morton from the Second Army, so he doubted they would dare cause any trouble now. Shirchuan brushed off the dust from his uniform and narrowed his eyes slightly. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to strike first. He truly wanted to know what kind of person was behind all this, cooperating with Candace Morton. Within 15 minutes, Shirchuan encountered 8 or 9 mutated bugs. They appeared to be following someone's orders, attempting suicidal attacks to keep him trapped here forever. Though their abilities were enhanced after mutation, they were ultimately lower-level bugs and posed no challenge for Shirchuan to kill them easily. Could this person actually believe that these insignificant enemies would be enough to stop him? Realizing he might have been underestimated, Shirchuan's expression darkened slightly as he lifted his hand, unleashing a materialized wave of mental power toward the space with an abnormal energy fluctuation nearby. Let's see what kind of mutated species showed up this time. The moment two streams of mental force collided, the air rippled with fluctuations. Upon seeing the young girl standing in front of him, Shirchuan immediately paled, quickly withdrawing his spiritual energy and gripping her shoulder to carefully examine her. worrying whether she had been injured by his own force. Ayu, why did you come? Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel a headache? Forced to endure a surprise attack from a supposed ally the instant she arrived, Zhongli silently thanked herself for injecting the D+ level activation agent prior to crossing dimensions, preventing her physical weakness from causing her to faint. I'm fine. She shook her head and studied Shirchuan carefully, only relaxing when she saw no signs of injury besides his slightly disheveled military attire. Am I hallucinating? How did we suddenly switch maps? WTF is this skill? Teleportation? Blown away. This world has suddenly become mystical. What should I do? Chapter 88. The Truth. You. Seeing Zhongli hadn't been harmed by him, Shirchuan held in his anger and was about to reprimand her, but the words caught in his throat, and in the end, he could only turn his anger into a long sigh. Although he wanted to ask her how she had suddenly appeared, he noticed the mini-camera by Zhongli's side. His surprise turned into a changed topic as he pulled her arm to bring her closer to himself. Why did you come? It's very dangerous here. Zhongli stretched her arms and legs, adjusting to the effects of the activator that had been injected into her body, and earnestly replied, There's only you here. I'm worried about you. The insect army isn't something one person can handle. Besides, I hate waiting. She took the lead, releasing her psychic tentacles to clear their path. You don't need to worry about me. At least, for the next 5 hours, I have the ability to protect myself. Tearing through space consumes too much energy. After each use, she needs at least 10 hours to replenish her spiritual power. She might as well wait for the military rescue team. The fastest solution outside will take 5 hours to resolve the landslide issue. So let's explore this base right now. Shirchuan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, replying to her with a tone nearly filled with indulgence. That's exactly my intention. Up ahead, another insect appeared, and his large hand covered with a black fingerless glove grabbed Zhongli's arm and pulled her behind him. Even though I trust your abilities. He handed a lollipop to the girl and ruffled her hair before slowly unbuttoning the cuffs of his sleeves and walking step by step towards the monstrous creature in his combat boots. But young lady, it's best if you quietly rest at the back. You still have an instructor protecting you. It seemed like he realized her sudden appearance had not been easy on her, so he insisted she stay at the rear. For the following 10 minutes, it was Shirchuan who was leading the way at the front, clearing the field before holding the young girl's hand and walking together. He claimed, so that she wouldn't get lost. Grass. Colonel is so flirtatious. My nosebleed won't stop. That look of wanting to scold the streamer but being unable to resist. Huh, they're so sweet. So handsome and charming. What a dream, Colonel. Yes, Colonel, I'm ready. This kind of flirtation method I stopped using when I was a teenager. But why do I find him so irresistibly seductive? Sigh. Just look at others. No matter how dangerous the situation, they can still be charming. This is talenta. Clearing away the low-level insects along this path only took more than 10 minutes. It was unclear whether it was an illusion or not, but Zhongli felt the strength of these insects growing stronger one by one. At this moment, a highly technological door appeared before them. The door was slightly ajar, unlocked. Shirchuan signaled for Zhongli to retreat while he cautiously pushed the door open. Zhongli stood behind him, her line of sight completely blocked by his body, seeing nothing. But she could clearly feel Shirchuan stiffen all over upon seeing the scenery inside, standing rooted to the spot, immobile. What's wrong? She poked her head from behind Shirchuan, only to see a translucent green light before Shirchuan covered her eyes. Don't look. His voice was raspy and carried an almost imperceptible tremble as he stubbornly refused to let go of her hand, stopping her from seeing the scene inside. An ominous premonition grew in Zhongli's heart, but she firmly suppressed her panic, raising her hand to pat Shirchuan's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him, speaking calmly. There's no problem. I can't possibly complete this journey with my eyes closed, can I? I've already prepared myself mentally. Don't treat me like a child, instructor. Even so, Shirchuan hesitated for a long time before finally lowering his palm covering her eyes, allowing her to see the scene within, yet still tightly clutching her hand, as if giving her strength. This was a laboratory, with more than a dozen transparent jars taller than a man placed around its perimeter, all filled to the brim with emerald green nourishment liquid. And inside those jars were bodies in tattered military uniforms, floating listlessly. Some were already decomposed, leaving only skeletons and fragments of flesh clinging to them. Others had intact faces, pale blue skin, their limbs replaced with insect segments. Still, others had grown dual wings, sporting claw-like anterior appendages. Zhongli's eyes gradually widened. Clearly reflected in her gaze were familiar faces engraved deeply in her memory. Her comrades. Her 7th Army. Though it was blazing hot summer outside, Zhongli felt as if she was standing amidst a cold autumn wind. A bone-chilling coldness crept up from within, permeating every muscle and nerve. She started breaking out in cold sweat, barely hearing the voices beside her anymore. Amidst the cacophony, her mind was completely overwhelmed by the images before her eyes, leaving no room for anything else. You bastard, Candace. Shirchuan cursed under his breath. He could only watch helplessly as the light in the young girl's eyes abruptly dimmed, feeling utterly powerless to do anything. The thought of the real culprit made him want to flay Candace alive 1,000 times over. At this moment, the nutrient tanks around them suddenly exploded, and the bodies that still retained flesh began to move. They emitted unearthly screams unlike anything human, forming a tight circle around the two. Shirchuan swung his hand, summoning a piercing gust of wind that rustled their clothes. Zhongli abruptly grabbed his wrist, looking at her former comrades with a calm expression. Leave it to me. Let me handle this. Shone stared at her strained smile, which reminded him of his late younger brother, Shone. There are parasites in their brains. He suddenly felt an overwhelming fear that the young girl before him might take the same route as his own brother. Just as he was about to intervene and dissuade her, a suffocating wave of mental energy surged forth, enveloping the entire laboratory. Parasites. Zhongli fixed her gaze on the grotesque remains of her transformed comrades, letting out a cold laugh. When sorrow reaches its tipping point, a person becomes eerily calm. She slowly raised her hand, squeezing lightly, and under her all-encompassing mental force, the parasitic creatures disintegrated instantly into fragments. The corpses, now freed from parasite control, collapsed one by one onto the ground, silenced forever. One by one, she arranged their bodies neatly and bowed deeply to them. I'm sorry I've come too late. When she straightened up again, her brow brimmed with seething rage. She gazed at another door leading to the unknown, and, for the first time, a sinister smirk curved her lips. Who had turned them into these grotesque forms? She was very curious. Mommy, the streamer is angry. She's terrifying. Aren't the corpses themselves more terrifying? The streamer gets so scary when she's mad. With one punch, she disposed of those monsters like squashing ants. They were not monsters, they're soldiers. They were military personnel of the Union. Pushing open another door, they were immediately faced with a swarm of high-level insectoids. These creatures were enormous, swift, armored with hard exoskeletons, and even toxic. Some displayed intelligence and knew how to collaborate in battle. They rushed forward in mass, their numbers staggering. Zhongli had earlier injected herself with an enhancer that restored her body to its former peak condition, although each dose only lasted half an hour. Fortunately, her supply wasn't entirely depleted yet. Her materialized psychic powers twisted and morphed freely in her hands, sometimes a long blade, sometimes a short dagger, as though commanding an army of thousands. In a fierce burst, they decimated insect after insect with lethal precision. Her combat prowess at the moment rivaled even Shirchuan's. But this made Shirchuan even more concerned. The young woman had clearly employed some means to restore her fighting abilities, but no such method came without side effects. Would it jeopardize her life? Would her heart ache? Though inclined to stop her, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After 15 minutes of relentless fighting, the number of insectoids gradually dwindled, and both fighters began to tire. Without the energy cannons of mechas, battling these tough-skinned creatures proved truly exhausting. Even with their unparalleled experience and skill, minimizing unnecessary efforts wherever possible, they were still like leaves adrift in an ocean against the sheer numbers of the insects. Suddenly, a sharp clap of applause rang in their ears. Indeed worthy of being a Union colonel. You've trained your students so well. Zhongli followed the sound, and her pupils constricted sharply. Time seemed to freeze as she locked eyes with the intruder. Through clenched teeth, she pronounced his identity syllable by syllable. Escantar alien. The insectoid ensconced figure with blue skin, familiar to Zhongli after years of study, stood smugly before her. TSK, not bad, recognizing my true nature. He adjusted his glasses atop the bridge of his nose and gently stroked the obedient high-level insect beside him. Now, you've become too dangerous to leave alive, haven't you, little cutie? The insect raised its proboscis, rubbing against his hand in response, prompting him to burst into delighted laughter. Upon witnessing this, Shirchuan understood immediately. Summoning his psychic-formed spear, he pierced the neck of a giant insect in front of him and leaped high into the air to evade another's twin pincers. You colluded with Candace just to conduct experiments controlling insects for your own use. His sharp eyes bore into the extraterrestrial, tinged with disbelief. To secretly construct such a base right under the Union's nose demonstrated this individual must have connections within the higher ranks of the Union itself, likely holding significant influence. The Santa alien shrugged nonchalantly, lounging atop the insectoid with an air of pride. Of course, don't you see? I succeeded. The insectoids are such great military forces. Controlling them is equivalent to owning an endless army, which in turn could take over an entire planet or even galaxy. Faced with such temptation, who wouldn't be tempted? He watched as the two people struggled to break through the encirclement, but were blocked by the insectoids and couldn't take another step forward. His face displayed a look of enjoyment. Candace is nothing but a fool who can't even keep her own students in the dark. Such a useless person. Thank goodness I never intended to hand over the research results to her. Suddenly, he burst into manic laughter after clapping his hands. Isn't it better for me to use the findings all by myself? As he faced the pair, his expression changed instantly to one of avid curiosity. And you two will make fine testing tools for my little darlings. After hearing these words, Zhongli continued to move effortlessly among the insectoids without panicking. In a low voice, she asked, Chimu, those bodies, did you alter them? Of course. They were my greatest masterpiece. This madman tilted his neck back, arms spread wide in a gesture of embracing the air. His proud expression never faltered, completely unaware that Zhongli was under such duress, yet still managed to extract information from him. And indeed, smoothly led by Zhongli, he had already revealed everything about himself and his partner. These few individuals have given me quite a bit of trouble. To resolve them, I've utilized some parasite eggs I've been hoarding. Fortunately, it was the Union who sent 6 army led by Candace to support them. I only needed to leak some news, and they naturally delayed their supplies by more than 10 days. Finally, we put on a show together with Candace. Fame for him, profits for me, a win-win situation. He chuckled. Oops, how could I forget one more ability of my precious ones? Then apologized and grinned at the two. All right, show our guests a proper performance. In an instant, half of the insectoid's soft spines on their legs and backs suddenly shot out in every direction. A dense swarm of sharp spines hurtled towards the two within the encirclement. Ew. There was no way to evade such a concentrated assault. Shirchuan swiftly pulled Jiang Li, who was slightly dazed upon hearing the truth, shielding her entirely in his embrace. A powerful killing intent surged forth, creating a flood-like force that swept away anything close to them. It formed a natural protective barrier around the pair. Cool. The alien exclaimed in admiration, eyes gleaming with excitement. What a fascinating ability. Truly makes me want to study it further. But don't worry, your time is running out. You won't last much longer. Chapter 89, Antidote. Although the insectoids controlled by the scansions stopped advancing at the edge of this mental forcing at airflow, Jiang Li still felt a sudden surge of fear rising in her heart. Not for herself, not even for him, but for Shirchuan. What do you mean? Have you heard of DF-N51? The alien smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and casually tapped the area around his neck. DF-N51. Jiang Li had definitely heard of it. This toxin destroyed her meridians and eroded her heart, being the root cause of all her suffering. Hearing its name again made her feel as if all her blood was surging backward, and the world seemed to fade into black and white. The stimulant in her bloodstream was boiling, and her increasingly heavy heartbeat sounded like drums pounding. Almost instantly, all she could hear was the deafening roar, and in front of her, Shirchuan's small wound on his neck. The insectoid spikes were all coated with DF-N51 poison. Shirchuan also knew what it was, but he instinctively covered the wound, trying not to let Jiang Li look at it any longer. Don't worry, he said with a light smile, pretending it didn't matter. But his cold sweat was wiped against his glove. If you can be so full of life, I'll be fine too. Gradually, Jiang Li's dark eyes turned a startling red, stormy waves building inside her mind, stirring up an overwhelming madness as if mountains were about to collapse. She shook her head slowly, beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture, seemingly ready to burst into tears. It hurt so much, excruciating pain that drove one mad. A kind of agony that would make anyone want to end their own life. She didn't want him to suffer like that. Jiang Li tightly clenched Shirchuan's collar, almost entirely engulfed in confusion, but still remembered that she must save him. Save him. She pressed the button on her wrist again, injecting herself with the enhancer drug. Her golden red pupils reflected the blue-skinned alien, glimmering with a cold metallic gleam. Antidote. Her gaze pierced through the smug man. There was still some time before the poison fully took effect. During this period, she had to find the antidote for him. Jiang Li slightly closed her elegant eyes and took a step forward. Without any wind, her clothes fluttered, and the surrounding space twisted subtly, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Antidote. How could I possibly have such a thing? The scansion dramatically sighed, and then chuckled wildly. Oh, young girl, your expression is just perfect. Do you know? Your eye color reminds me of a former brigadier general from your alliance. General. She suddenly laughed bitterly. There's a saying that fits you perfectly. Jiang Li raised her head, emotionlessly looking at him, each word clear and distinct. Villains die because they talk too much. In an instant, she disappeared right in front of the blue-skinned madman. Before he could even comprehend what had happened, he felt a chill run down his neck. Warm liquid trickled along his skin into his collar, soaking his shirt. He trembled violently, touching his intact neck with trembling hands, then turned back in panic only to see Jiang Li holding a spike taken from an insectoid, shaking it at him, completely ignoring how her hands had been cut up, bleeding profusely. With her already poisoned body, where was the fear? But perhaps the scansions hadn't yet experienced something like this? Jiang Li suddenly burst out laughing. What a coincidence, you're poisoned too. So, are you going to find an antidote to save yourself? The face of the scancian changed abruptly. He wildly roared orders at the insectoids, scrambling and tumbling towards the nearby experiment table. Kill her. Kill her. Antidote. My antidote. Jiang Li stood in place, using her mental energy to create a protective barrier that deflected the surging insectoids. Calmly, she watched as he frantically searched through layers of security until finally reaching a tube of blue medicine, joyously preparing to remove the cover and inject it into himself. In the next moment, that tube was already in Jiang Li's hand. Looking at the medicine, she became lost in thought for a while. This was the antidote for DF-N51, the elusive antidote from the scansion system that she had always wanted. With this antidote, she could detoxify her body, receive a new heart transplant, run, jump, live and love like a normal person, and reclaim her family's ancient martial arts, returning to her previous self as Jiang Yu. She lowered her head, slowly tightening her hand, letting the shadow cast by the black bangs covering her forehead envelope her gorgeous eyes. Once the only antidote had been seized, the scansion went completely mad. With his contorted face screaming, "Give it back! Give it back!" He rushed towards Jiang Li in an attempt to take the medicine back. But once again, Jiang Li vanished into thin air, making him lunge for nothing. Shirchuan suddenly sensed something amiss behind him, and instantly knew it was his smart, yet stubborn young woman. He let her grab his wrist, turned his hand to encircle her shoulder, steadying Jiang Li as she staggered out of the space, frowning with concern. How are you holding up? Though he rejoiced at the girl's success in obtaining the antidote, finally allowing him to lead a normal life free from bodily constraints, his face turned grim when he saw her deathly pale complexion. Or does it hurt? His anxiety rose as he pressed his forehead against hers, looking into her misty eyes, a chilling premonition overwhelming him. Something wasn't right about this girl. Under the frenzied orders of the scansion, the insectoids surged towards the two in a suicidal assault. Antidote. Give me back my antidote. Ignoring the severe overexertion of her mental energy, Jiang Li had continuously torn through dimensions. Her brain now felt completely chaotic. She endured the excruciating headache and the buzzing in her ears and injected the antidote into Sichuan's arm without hesitation. She had to save him. All that occupied Jiang Li's mind at that moment was this single thought. She'd been in pain for so long, she was used to it. She could endure more of the same. But she couldn't let Sichuan experience the agony she had suffered. That would be too desperate. Sichuan was suited to lie lazily under tree trunks, basking in the mottled sunlight filtered through the leaves, smiling mischievously at others. Distracted while protecting Jiang Li from the insectoid attacks, Sichuan hadn't noticed her actions until he felt the injection in his arm, causing his face to pale drastically. You, why didn't you keep it for yourself? It clearly belonged to you. As the potency of the antidote mixed with the toxins in his bloodstream, violent collisions occurred, preventing Sichuan from controlling his body precisely. He lost control of the strength in his arms embracing the young girl, a powerful burst of energy erupting all around them. The explosion drowned out the screams of the insects and the madman, leaving only the thunderous beats of his uneven heart reverberating in his chest. The insectoids were hurled far away by the unleashed current, crashing hard against the walls of the base. The aftershock caused the entire base to tremble, sharp wind blades slicing fiercely across the outer shells of the insectoids, producing metallic, clanging sounds. The scansion spewed blood from the forceful impact, his body smashed against the wall by the air currents. Struck unconscious before managing to utter a word, he fell limply to the ground. Without their commander, the insectoids became disoriented. Guided by instinct, they avoided Sichuan's psychic field and rushed toward the rear passage in a chaotic tide, some even attacking each other in competition for leadership. Within a minute, the laboratory emptied entirely. Finally enduring the effects of the medicine, Sichuan regained his thoughts and instinctively looked for Jiang Li. Feeling the icy chill of her skin made him panic. It's over now. It's over. Where do you feel unwell? Tell me. Jiang Li suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his chest, muttering, Sichuan. I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad there was one antidote left. She had long since given up on herself, but Sichuan was different. He was different. She didn't want to see him in pain, nor did she want him to endure the torment she had. He was proud and talented, and if he lost those qualities, he would surely be heartbroken. Sichuan startled at the girl's sudden initiative, lifting his hands to naturally encircle her, attempting to warm her with his body heat. Are you being affectionate? He chuckled softly, his Adam's apple rolling slightly as his thumb gently stroked the back of her head, taking a deep breath. If so, then I can't help myself. His lips brushed tenderly against her forehead. Having held her, he never wanted to let go again. After we leave here, let me take care of you for the rest of your life, okay? His tone was like soothing a child, gentle and indulgent, filled with deep affection. Jiang Li's mind had already turned into a jumble, hearing only Sichuan's last question. Okay. Even as her body alternated between cold and hot, her headache unbearable, she nodded instinctively. Sichuan, yours, promise. Then, she plunged into darkness. You. In the haze, Jiang Li seemed to hear someone calling a name incessantly, the tone laced with confusion, chaos, sorrow, and despair threatening to overwhelm her. Who is he calling? Who is you? Don't be sad. Please don't cry. She tried to open her eyes with all her might, but her eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't lift them even a little. Her consciousness gradually sank into darkness, and she only felt herself falling endlessly, falling, as if there was no end in sight. This way is not so bad either. This watermelon has made me overly full. Scansion, is this Toma an illegal immigrant? Wow, such big ambitions. Colonel Candace is quite determined. Screen recording. Wait, were those corpses from the legendary traitorous 7th Army? Shit, delaying the supplies and reinforcements for the 7th Army, they literally starved them out. The 6th Army gained prominence, while simultaneously removing their thorn, 7th Army. Truly ingenious, Candace. I'm so anxious watching this. What other abilities do these insectoids have? Why did the camera go black after revealing such explosive news? It's probably because the camera robot was destroyed. I wonder how the streamer is doing now. Those insectoids look very powerful. I can't sit still anymore. I need to post on forums. That dog Candace. You son of a bitch. I will expose your vile deeds. Collaborating with aliens to study insectoids. That crime alone will bury him deep. My Jiang Li was such a good person, and after dying, her subordinates were bullied so badly. It's heart-wrenching. Chapter 90. The final chapter. The sudden halt of the Military League semifinals caused an uproar on TionNet. Subsequently, a few anonymous users posted a live stream recording on TionNet. It clearly displayed the live video of the events that occurred on S91, L11 planet. Even though these videos were quickly deleted by the authorities, many netizens had already learned the entire story and began satirizing the official deletion and suppression of posts, while worrying about Jiang Li and Colonel Sichuan's situation. This left those who hadn't had time to watch the video in confusion, but also sparked their curiosity. The matter continued for half a month, and just when it seemed like the controversy might finally die down due to official pressure, an unexpected video pushed the whole incident to its climax. It was the 4th episode of the series, involving the 7th Military Alliance. Are they still looking for Jiang Yu? Then let them go to the outer planets to exterminate the insect race. Father. Perfect as test subjects for my research. The 7th Army is always known as fierce warriors, preferring death standing up over living kneeling down. I want to see how tough their bones will be once we cut off their supplies. Candace's voice rang out especially clear amidst the darkness, sentence after sentence, chilling with every word. This video wasn't very long, just a few minutes, but it presented a continuous stream of battle realities through different angles and jump cuts, focusing on the conditions within the 7th Military Alliance. They were fighting for their lives, protecting civilians behind the front lines. Despite being wounded and feverish, they rose from the ground and stood before ordinary people, desperately struggling to secure a safe place for them. They never faltered, never retreated. They couldn't retreat. With no reinforcements, no supplies, and no ships, the 23 members of the 7th Army held out for 20 days. On the 20th day, the 6th Military Alliance arrived with supplies only moments after the last surviving soldier fell. The final part of the video was a proud declaration made by the scientists in the experimental lab captured via the livestream. Without grandiose battle scenes or visually stimulating blood splatters, it simply presented the facts in a plain yet straightforward manner, detailing everything step by step for all to see. Look, the soldiers you once mocked from the 7th Military Alliance, and the major generals you criticized, the Alliance warriors who endured endless ridicule and mockery, they fought desperately to protect peace in their region. The league semi-final and finals proceeded as scheduled, but netizens never saw Jiang Li's appearance at the live event. Later, they found out she had withdrawn from the competition due to health reasons. Though several individuals from Team Ling Jiu advanced to the finals, the absence of the sharpshooter left an undeniable void. While worrying about Jiang Li's condition, fans continued to pray for her quick recovery. It was a bright autumn day, the sun shining high in the sky and the wind refreshing and invigorating. Jiang Li opened her eyes to find herself lying in a strange room. The air faintly carried a delicate sweet fragrance, intoxicating and refreshing like nothing else. She took a deep breath and turned to look out the window. White clouds floated gracefully, like countless threads of silk woven into a vast painting alongside a clear blue sky. As if waiting for the seamstress to arrive, the threads seemed to drift slowly under the azure embroidery, forming a serene image of autumn. Ayu. Sichuan entered the room and was greeted by the delicate profile of the little girl he'd been longing to see, intently staring out the window. Even though he knew she would wake up soon, seeing her golden red eyes open gave him an involuntary tremor in his chest. Jiang Li looked towards the sound of his voice and saw Sichuan standing frozen at the door, wearing casual home clothing. Instructor. She blinked in confusion, her mind sluggish from sleeping too long. She couldn't recall why she was seeing Sichuan. Unable to resist any longer, the man stepped forward and embraced the bewildered young woman tightly. You finally awakened, he whispered softly, tightening his arms as if wanting to envelop her into his own flesh. Warm sighs brushed against Jiang Li's ears, this intimate hug making her feel somewhat lost and unsure. Wait, instructor? She tried to push away from him, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Why had Sichuan suddenly become so passionate? What? Surely, Ayu hasn't forgotten what she promised me, just because she slept for too long. He raised a brow, feigning an expression of sadness. His large hand slid from her shoulder, gently covering her pale hand, and slowly interlaced their fingers together. You did promise me to marry me as soon as we get out of here. He suddenly leaned in close, carefully outlining her facial features with his gaze before finally resting on her lips that now had some color. Too close. Jiang Li tried to retreat, but was restricted by the large hand gripping the back of her head. She watched helplessly as Sichuan's handsome face drew closer and closer, panicking as she stammered. I never. She suddenly remembered vaguely promising him something while she was half-conscious before going into a coma. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but no sound came out. I couldn't hear it clearly back then. So, Sichuan's thumb caressed her chin, occasionally brushing against her delicate lips, causing her body to shiver. Are you trying to take it back? He looked pitiful, like he'd been abandoned, unwillingly lowering his head to approach her lips. There were merely 2 centimeters between them, Jiang Li's heart pounding violently, as if it could leap out of her chest at any moment. I didn't. She quickly shook her head to deny, but then Sichuan mischievously leaned even closer, making her lips graze his corner. It felt like being tickled by a feather, maddeningly tantalizing. Jiang Li almost stopped breathing, her face flushing red. Her eyes, gleaming with moisture, gave him an irritated glare. Sichuan. Seeing the girl flustered and ears turning bright red, Sichuan chuckled contentedly. Wrapping his long arm around her, he pulled her close again. After taking care of you for over a year, am I not allowed a little return? More than a year? That sentence finally diverted the girl's attention. She frowned and asked curiously, did I sleep for over a year? In her memory, she was still in the scant alien's laboratory. How had she woken up a year later? She suddenly felt dizzy, unconsciously placing her hand on her chest, her expression stunned. The heart, it was beating so fast. But it didn't hurt. It seemed the toxins in her blood had been completely eradicated, leaving no trace behind. How was this possible? What happened during this year? Seeing her drifting off again, Sichuan sighed, massaged her raised bed hair, naturally climbing onto the bedding, pulling her over to cuddle her close, and rubbing his cheek against hers before activating the holographic screen for her to watch the live trial. Jiang Li, puffing her cheeks to hold down his forehead so he wouldn't keep rubbing, glanced questioningly at the virtual screen. It was the live broadcast of Candace Morton and her father's trial in the military court. Following the events on S91, L11 Planet and the unknown source video incident, there was a wave of public outrage online defending the 7th Military Alliance and Jiang Yuming. Millions of people jointly filed lawsuits against Candace Morton and Troff Morton, demanding that the alliance legally judge these outlaws. At the same time, seizing the momentum, Shirchuan collected all relevant evidence, appealing to Tian San, the chairman of the Deliberative Council, and Ridley L&L, another chairman, to sue the 2 members of the Morton family in the military court. The scant alien who had illegally entered was sentenced to prison, and the higher-ups of the alliance informed the scant star system of all his wrongdoings. Since it was the fault of the scant star system side, despite their fervent arguments, they were left cold sweating by the politicians led by Tian San, chairman of the Alliance High Council. Through Shirchuan's embellishment, they even managed to squeeze out a dose of N51 antidote from the other side. Due to excessive use of stimulants that strained her physical condition, Zhongli suffered heart rupture and toxicity reaching her lungs. Shirchuan protected her last breath using his mental power and conducted a heart transplant surgery on her. Even after removing the residual toxins, she was severely injured, and the depletion of her mental energy showed no signs of improvement, nearly leading Shirchuan to despairingly believe she might stay asleep forever. Fortunately, she woke up when the 2 members of the Morton family were being judged in court. Fortunately, she didn't leave him alone. Shirchuan watched the stupefied expression on the young girl's face and couldn't help but curve a smile on his lips. His heart leapt joyfully, urging him to get closer, even closer to her. A present for you. Do you like it? Finally, the 7th Army received vindication, with the culprits awaiting verdicts in the courtroom. The strong sense of unreality made Zhongli instinctively pinch her own cheeks. Is this real? Shirchuan saw her doubt and couldn't help but chuckle, raising his hand to pinch the thin cheeks of the small girl. He then stably cradled her in his arms, pushed open the window, and harnessed airflow to ascend into the clear blue sky. I'll take you to see it live. Only then did Zhongli belatedly grasp at his collar. No need. No need. Let's go back. Don't let others see. Mutated abilities couldn't just be exposed like this. Shirchuan suppressed his laughter and began returning while looking down at the obedient young girl in his arms. Ayu. You're really cute. Sigma, degree. So cheesy. Tian-E felt that her fresh leafy greens seemed to have been poached by someone, somehow. She glared fiercely at an uninvited man, and then sighed disappointedly, casting a glance at Jiang Li who had already gotten drunk after just a few sips of fruit wine, looking dazed. The problem was that the person poaching her greens was too strong. She couldn't possibly fight back. What could she do? We didn't force Ailey to drink, it was her own curiosity. Who knew her alcohol tolerance was so bad? Tian-E shrugged innocently, making a brief explanation under Shirchuan's disapproving gaze, poking Jiang Li's forehead mercilessly with her finger. Since you're here now, she's your responsibility. Seeing her reasonable response, Shirchuan smiled and nodded to a few people around. He gently ruffled the little girl lying sprawled out on the sofa's hair, softly cooing her to follow him. Hey, you come, I'll send you home. Jiang Li raised her hazy eyes, staring at him for a while as if finally recognizing him. She tilted her small head and extended her arms toward him, crooning in a slightly hoarse, soft voice. Hold me. Ahem. Basking under everyone's astonished stares, Shirchuan couldn't help but curve his lips upward, stepping forward quickly and scooping up the little girl into his arms, chuckling softly. All right, hold you. Jiang Li successfully nestled into the familiar embrace, which carried a sweet aroma, unconsciously nuzzling before settling quietly without uttering another word. Her eyes, however, continued to fixate unblinkingly on Shirchuan. Feeling fully satisfied, he firmly cradled the little girl in his arms, greeting Tian-E and others with a "don't blame me" look before walking out of the private room in swift steps and carrying her to the car. All along, Jiang Li kept focusing her gaze intently on him, as though admiring some form of artwork. Unable to resist pinching her flushed cheeks, he smiled and asked, "What are you looking at?" The young girl blinked, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, revealing a silly smile. Because you're beautiful to look at. Listening to this made Shirchuan feel his heart stutter momentarily. With an exasperated sigh, he bent down, pressing foreheads together as his pair of deep brown eyes gazed deeply into her befuddled ones, curling up a smile. Hey you, I didn't hear clearly, say it again. Because you're beaut, umph. A faintly sweet candy scent spread through their mouths as he kissed her tenderly yet insistently, turning her into a puddle of melted sweetness instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Shirchuan pinned Jiang Li beneath him, gripping her skull so she couldn't dodge. His tongue probed briefly but retracted immediately. He licked his lips, sighing beside her ear. Ayu is not only good-looking, but also sweet. Jiang Li was still dazed, smacking her lips. The double vision caused her to instinctively squint her eyes, glaring when she realized who was on top of her. She scolded, "Little Shanzi, what do you intend to do to this emperor? Quickly help me up. Are you committing insubordination?" Considering military ranks, Shirchuan was indeed outranked by the young lady. Huh? He chuckled irritably, leaning down once more to silence this tipsy woman's protest with another kiss, passionately lingering over her mouth. Then let me commit the crime. The words that didn't escape from the young girl's mouth were all swallowed into the man's mouth, causing the temperature inside the car to rise instantly. Come on, let's duel. In virtual world, Liu wouldn't let go of Xian's hand, dragging him towards the arena. It turned out that Jiang Li, who had been sent home, realized afterward and, slurring her words, yelled challenges at Shirchuan. Without any discussion, She entered the nutrition pod and would settle the score in the virtual game world with him. Shone, holding a soup bowl intended for sobering Zhongli, couldn't stop her despite his best attempts, leaving him no choice but to enter the game along with her in laughter tinged with helplessness. The fans of the Liu idol and the CP enthusiasts burst into chaos upon seeing their idols reunite, spreading screenshots of their linked hands from every possible angle freely across forums. This excited them beyond belief. Fans who entered the audience seats along with the two started video recording or live streaming, red-faced and thrilled. Lin was one of those giving live broadcasts to her girlfriends. Still dressed in her red team uniform for the Liu fandom, her eyes sparkled watching back-and-forth exchanges between the idol and master with fascination, licking her lips. Why does it seem like the big shot is letting the idol win? Aw, his expression is so gentle. No way, no freaking way. This expression looks so scandalous. Idol looks weird today, unsteady feet, attacks lack power, completely missing the crispness from before. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Big shot supporting idol's waist. Didn't you see how careful his movements were? Almost afraid the idol might fall. I can't handle this anymore. Nosebleeds everywhere. Raising the flag high for our appetite couple. Appetite forever. Lin had no time to browse the crazy chat messages from her younger sister group because at this moment Liu's move failed. Her footwork became unstable, about to fall when Shone suddenly pulled her arm, causing her to directly collapse right into Shone's embrace. Liu seemed a bit irritable as she removed her mask with one hand, fully exposing her alluring pale face right before Shone's eyes. Her phoenix-like eyes carried an air of seductive reproach, glaring fiercely at Shone. Shone wore an expression of helpless amusement, his originally sharp features softened by gentleness, leaving behind only boundless indulgence. He bent down and soothingly rubbed Liu's long hair, whispering something apologetically with an accompaniment of a coaxing smile. Lin observed their interactions, her excitement causing her eyes to brim with tears and her neck turning red. Her right hand clenched into a fist, held against her chest by her left hand. Distorted like a psychiatric patient, her lips couldn't help but wildly curl upward while struggling to suppress a burst of laughter, unable to tear her gaze away even for a second. Mom, the couple I ship is dropping candy everywhere. The pure sugary kind without a shred of bitterness. So sweet it's overwhelming. Appetite CP is complete today. Hugging. They're hugging. My goodness, this is too sweet. Mad mothers laugh. Ah, a jade-loving fan here. Even though it's super sweet, suddenly feel that appetite might be the true pairing. Majestic good looks. Beauty ahaha. I can't handle how stunning this is. The real man god is definitely the one below / omega // These two have such strong chemistry. Could they actually be together in reality? Liu looks like she's drunk. Ha ha ha. Now that you mention it, she really does. So the senior figure is taking care of our drunk, godlike figure? No, Omega. Number 4 Indong of the 7 Alliance's Army Corps welcomes the Lieutenant General on behalf of the entire 7th Army. This was Wu Yun's star, the hometown Indong had spoken of in the mysterious person's words. Zhongli stared at the metallic, luster-emanating robot, standing before her, stunned speechless for a long time. That mysterious person was none other than the crowning achievement of Indong's lifetime research, an advanced intelligent AI. Its intelligence level far surpassed even the main brain system of the Alliance's Skynet, unmatched within the scope of Skynet. Before Indong was sent to the border star, he ordered it to search tirelessly for Jiang Yu's whereabouts and left behind his memory chip. That single sentence, just now, was what he most wanted to say to Jiang Yu. The 7th Army has always been waiting for her return. Jiang Li, who had always shed blood and sweat, but never tears, suddenly began crying uncontrollably. It had infiltrated the monitors of the Alliance and retrieved the full account of the incident surrounding Jiang Yu's disappearance. Though the 7th Army was aware, they continued to believe in her eventual return. Even after they fell on the battlefield, the AI still executed Indong's orders. It integrated Indong's lifelong memories, but would never truly be Indong. The entity that transmitted data to Jiang Li was it, as well as the one who published the edited videos on Skynet. Thanks also to its retrieval of Alliance records, it was smoother to have the Morton family demoted, exiled to the Edge Star, and banned from ever leaving the planet again. Do you wish to follow me? Jiang Li struggled to produce a gentle smile, racking her brains. I'm missing a housekeeper. The original housekeeper fainted crying in the toilet. Thus, Jiang Li's daily life transformed. Miss, said the simulated intelligent robot dressed in a butler's suit, standing respectfully before Jiang Li's bed with her clothes draped over its arm, bending low with deference. You should spend some money. 2 more of your bank accounts have collapsed this morning. Forced spending. Jiang Li. She wasn't actually someone who squandered luxuriously. Moreover, her businesses were spread across the entire Alliance. Wherever she went, it was her own brand, making it hard for her to find ways to spend her wealth. Jiang Li pressed her temples in frustration. In-see, haven't I already told you not to manage my companies anymore? Why is the money in my account still growing so quickly? With decorum and dignity, he replied, it's because you, miss, excel in leadership. Jiang Li frowned anxiously. She didn't want subordinates this capable. The intelligent butler AI handed her a glass of water calmly, asking, by the way, miss, when will you marry General Shi? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Li choked on the water she was drinking, glaring at him. You've been peeking at the surveillance again? Yesterday, Shirchuan had managed to deceive her into putting the ring on her finger, only for her to realize later in the evening at home that it was an engagement ring. 3 years had passed since they confirmed their relationship. Her heart was almost restored to normalcy, allowing her to run, jump, and practice martial arts like an ordinary person, as if everything she had once experienced was merely a dream. The intelligent butler smiled gently. Surveillance is my eyes. You can't expect me to close them, can you? Jiangli. It seems reasonable somehow, yet also feels off. End of story.